Crossing the primordial chaos, I became the only golden crow in the world, not only devouring the essence of Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, but also attracting the attention of the great Tao, receiving the bestowed name of Fuguang. From then on, I became the only innate deity on the Sun Star. However, as the ruler of the Sun Star, I did not follow Emperor Jun's lead in governing the heavens and the earth. Instead, I only wanted to find a companion to live carefree and happy. As a time traveler, I am well aware of the dangers of the primordial chaos. A slight oversight could lead to various conspiracies and karmic retribution, so I must be cautious and prudent. At this moment, I had just barely taken form, merely at the early stage of the Deluo Jinxian realm, with weak and humble strength, and only possessing the Chaos Bell, River Chart, and Luo Book, 3 accompanying spiritual treasures with only half of their restrictions refined. It would be unwise to act in the primordial chaos with such meager strength. I must first consolidate my realm in the comfort of my own Sun Star Taoist field before considering anything else. After 3 meetings, I, who had gained something, decided to first accomplish a small goal, to plan and create the merit of words. From the beginning of time until now, there has not been a kind of inherited text suitable for all beings in the world. Until the demon clan prospered in the future and the demon master Kuanpin created demon script, and the human clan became the protagonist of heaven and earth with Sangjie creating characters. It was considered a complete division of the heavenly virtue of creating writing. Then why can't the person who creates writing be me, this innate sacred Fuguang born from the Sun Star? So I visited some races with inherited texts, then went to the primordial 3 races to borrow dragon script, phoenix inscriptions, and Qilin seals, promising to repay the karma later. At the same time during this Yuanhui period, I also left behind the reputation of the Sun Star supporting like Taoist as I traveled through the myriad races. At this moment, my spiritual platform above the auspicious clouds is clear, and the number of inherited texts I have obtained from various races has reached 3,000. The great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, yet none can fully grasp it. Next, it's time to go back and deduce the universal inheritance text of the primordial beings. As a golden rainbow streaks across the sky, I return to the Sun Star Temple to begin my seclusion. Creating written language is no easy task, especially when aiming to devise a script suitable for both innate and acquired beings. A task of immense magnitude. 5 yuan had passed. Ha ha, I did it. I did it. As the voice sounded, the closed gate of the Golden Crow Palace opened, and I walked out, arriving under the Fusang Divine Tree. 3,000 characters of ancestral text. 129,600 characters of derivative text. Now, with the spiritual treasure that can carry these words, I can prove the merit of creating words to the heavens. I looked at the Fusang Divine Tree and said with a smile, I will take a piece of your trunk, and when the task is done, I will return you a share of the merit. Upon hearing my words, the spiritually endowed Fusang Divine Tree's leaves gently shook. Then a piece of trunk directly detached from the tree and floated in front of me. Without hesitation, I sat on the ground, took out a large amount of spiritual wood, bamboo, and other materials from my bosom, followed by arranging a considerable amount of divine water. As the only great sun crow, one person is a whole clan, naturally endowed with the vast and ancient aura of the sun and stars. Walking through the primordial wilderness is a continuous stroke of fate. Before long, sheets of paper made from the sap of the Fusang Divine Tree as the main material, various spirit woods and bamboo as secondary materials, a pen holder made of sun immortal gold, a brush formed from my own feathers, a shiny black ink block with spirituality, a complete set of printing tools were born in my hands. Afterwards, I solemnly looked up at the sky, activated my powers, and spoke loudly, Heavenly Tao above, I speak to the spirit of the Sun Star, may the Golden Crow support the light. Observing the chaos of the primordial world, there is no universal scripture that can be universally written, for the exchange and inheritance among all beings are of no benefit. Therefore, I have visited various tribes of the primordial world, consulted the ancestral texts of various regions. Today, I have created 3,000 ancestral characters and expanded them to 129,600 characters. Writing is done with the tools of brush and ink, printing with tools. Today, the merit is complete, offering to the heavenly Tao above, and enlightening the beings below. From now on, the inheritance will be facilitated, benefiting the primordial world. May the beings be enlightened by the heavenly Tao. Just as my words fell, a majestic force descended, sweeping through me and the various tools around me. After a moment, the sound of the heavenly Tao Hongjun rang out, and a majestic force directly reflected my figure in the primordial sky, attracting the attention of many powerful beings and all living beings. At this moment, I, who was being live-streamed by the celestial power, solemnly pick up the ink stick, pour some divine water into the inkstone, and start grinding the ink. Once the ink is ready, I dip the brush in it and begin writing on the paper. Throughout this process, the detailed manufacturing processes of paper, ink, brush, and inkstone are also vividly reproduced by the celestial power, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all beings, so that they understand how to make brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. At the same time, I began writing 3,000 ancestral characters with great power and 129,600 derivative characters without any power, which were also sent out by the will of heaven. Every stroke, every pronunciation, and the meaning conveyed by each character were known to all beings, and understood without any ambiguity. Before long, I finished writing all the characters. After completing all this, I put down my brush, bowed towards the will of heaven and the beings, to show that my presentation had been completed. Following that, a sky full of auspicious immortal lights appeared one after another, and an extremely massive celestial merit and virtue torrent descended from the heavens. 3 extremely tiny celestial merits and virtues directly entered the ancestral texts of the 3 primordial tribes. Among them, the largest stream fell directly onto the paper where I was writing the ancestral and derivative texts, dividing these papers into 2 books, the ancestral text in the upper volume and the derivative text in the lower volume. When the 2 volumes were combined, they transformed into a complete and exquisite treasure of postnatal merit and virtue, a scripture of 10,000 words. A second massive wave of heavenly merit descended, entering my brush used for writing, creating an exquisite innate merit spiritual treasure, the autumn hair brush. Similarly, 2 equally massive streams of heavenly merit fell onto the inkstone and ink slab, each creating a superior innate merit spiritual treasure, the black ink and ink sea. Subsequently, scattered different sizes of heavenly merits fell into various kinds of tools respectively. All of them made these things into merit objects. Even the Fuguang divine tree, which had contributed a portion of its own main trunk material, was rewarded with a single heavenly merit. It hasn't been long. After all the objects that were related to Fuguang's creation of words and had contributed to it had received the heavenly Tao's merit, the heavenly Tao still had 60% of the merit that had come down. Boom! The 60% heavenly Tao merit rushed and came directly towards Fuguang. Only Fuguang didn't absorb these heavenly Tao merits and use them to enhance his cultivation and realm, but instead chose to turn them into a golden wheel of merit, condensing them around his body. That auspicious golden light shines through. Anyone knows that he, Fuguang, is the beloved pup of the heavenly Tao. Move me? Let's see if you can withstand heavenly punishment. After it's all over. Fuguang's face wore a light smile. Subsequently, another arching bow in the direction of the heavens. Though it was said that the heavenly Tao had no consciousness, only the basic programmed will to run the flood, and would not react to such a polite act on his part. But as the saying goes, gift many days is not strange well. Being an immortal is the same as being a human being. A little humility and steadiness is always beneficial. The will of heaven departed. All the strangeness above the dome of the sky was gone. Only all the sentient beings in the flood had a complete set of methods for making pen, ink, paper and inkstone in their minds, and also learned a new kind of writing. Even though the vast majority of the innate beings, all of them, did not care about this new kind of writing, but for pen, ink and paper. It's kinda interesting. Nothing else. Under the reflection of the greatness of the heavenly Tao, that one Fuguang Daoist who was under the Fuguang divine tree, spilling out 10,000 words of scripture. His relaxed and easy-going, dashing manner of putting down his pen and waving it around was a sight to behold. Furthermore, the educated person senses the vague intention of the refinement of the mind in the midst of this one thing, the writing of the book and the writing of the text. So, for the current flood, to jade slip to retain information, or a bloodline transmission and other means of many innate beings, can slightly refine the state of mind, but also a new gadgets of the book writing has aroused their interest. For a moment, the fashion of writing books and texts began to gradually become popular in the flood. And what was born with it was a wave of window chi rising. And most of it eventually converged on Fuguang above the Sunstar. A few more meta sessions passed. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Feeling the Wen Dao Chi luck that had gathered in himself and had begun to become no longer worthless after accumulating more and more. Fuguang's face wore an expression that it was really like that. Open mouth. As I expected. After creating words and crafting tools for their dissemination. Not only is there merit, but one can also be empowered by the chi of the way of literature. That's a good thing. Merit protection allows you to be blessed and not have to worry so much about others counting on you. On the other hand, if one's own chi is strong, it is possible for one's cultivation to be smooth and extremely lucky. And one can even have one's heart's desire fulfilled. So, merit is important and can be used as one of the means to save your life. Chi luck is likewise very important. And can make one's avenue walk more securely and smoothly. The merit of creating words has arrived. Fuguang mused in his mind. Next, just properly seclude yourself in the Sunstar. Properly cultivate the Sun Avenue. And strive to obtain the complete recognition of the Sunstar at an early date. And certify the fruit position of the Sun God. Also properly deduce and perfect the scales of years, months, days, and hours, and delineate a detailed timescale for the flooded heaven and earth. This is another huge harvest of heavenly Dao merit. Beyond that, Fuguang has to wait for another great chance. After Dao Father Hongjun became a saint, the 3 lectures of the Purple Heavenly Palace were opportunities that were not to be missed. Also, there was another big thing that concerned the second obsession of his heart. Take one wife and find multiple dowsers. The goddess of the moon, who was also born on the Taiyin star, the supreme star in the flood starry sky, was Fuguang's first target. Only, although steady and prudent, Fuguang, a single golden crow, had little experience in pursuing a significant other himself. Not even in pursuing a mortal woman. Not to mention the experience of pursuing a true goddess. There was something about him that didn't know how to go about it. Plus, nowadays, the strength is low and weak. And one still needs to cultivate diligently in order to be able to do so. So, Luminescence wouldn't have thought about going to Taiyin Star to make contact with those 2 goddesses of the moon. Chapter 6 Hongjun becomes the way. Chapter 6. After having the huge merit of creating words to temporarily protect his body, Fuguang was a rather indolent subcultivator. Go on a retreat if you have an epiphany. After a long time of seclusion, he went out inside the Golden Crow Palace to take care of some of the spiritual roots he had gotten from that previous trip down to the floodplains. Pick some fruit to make wine. Savor a taste of the innate fire mulberry. This life. Live a pleasant, solid life. On the way out for a break, he also tinkered with a lot of things for fun. Go. Chess. And so on for a little fun and entertainment. Although there was no one to play chess with, he enjoyed playing with himself. In addition, being the ancestor who created words, built ink, paper and inkstones, and is considered to have started the way of literature. He also compiled some classic books, and even dives into the creation of cultural and entertainment works containing novels, songs and fugues, and so on. Even Fuguang taught himself the way of sound for this purpose. He has come up with oboe, eru, chimes, and other ancient instruments, and even piano, guitar, saxophone, and many other modern instruments before he traveled across the world. Some of these things appear and fill the corresponding avenues with a lot of colorfulness. From there, it attracted some vague heavenly merits. Not only making the golden light of merits behind Fuguang brighter by a hair, but also making these tiny objects, which had gained some creation, turned into objects of merits. While Fuguang was leisurely living his own leisurely and dashing days. Above the flooded earth. After the ripples of the last quantum leap. It's starting to come alive again after a cold spell. One after another. The ascended sacred ones who had taken shape and emerged in this era stepped out of their dojos. Traveling through the flood. Breaking into fame. And harvesting spiritual treasures and resources. Which, to the east Kunlun walked out. Pangda Yuanshan combined with the Qingqi was transformed. Known as the Pangu authentic 3 Qing name is the most loud. Flood heaven and earth are all opened up by the great god Pangu. Plus the 3 Qing strength is also really strong. Pangu Jingzong's name is also completely loud in the flood. In addition, a pair of Dala siblings Fuxi and Nuwa walked out from the corner of Buzhou mountain. Equally renowned. Fuxi counts nothing. Nuwa's avenue of creation is pure. When an idle great Luo golden immortal encountered this pair of siblings, they would basically be at a disadvantage. The endless sea of blood. With his feet on the 12-point red lotus of karma fire. He carried the 2 extreme innate spiritual treasure ferocious swords of Yuan Tu and Abai, which kill people without touching their karma. The old ancestor of the river Styx, who had practiced the Sea of Blood avatar and claimed that the Sea of Blood would not wither and the river Styx would not die, had an immense amount of wind. No one dares to mess with the pair of good friends. The red cloud of the fire cloud cave and the Jin Yuanzi of the mountain of 10,000 longevity. The rapidity of the Kuanpeng of the Biming Sea is unmatched by anyone in the flooded universe. Taiyin Star Shiha and Shangxi, a pair of moon god sisters, have a beautiful reputation that spreads across the floodplains. For a moment, the Great Flood. It could be described as 100 schools of thought, with one innate divine pulverizing the scene. Wonderful million. A long time has passed. The 10 meta sessions passed in such a lively manner. This day, Fuguang, inside the Golden Crow Palace, was writing at the bottom of his desk, recording some of the light and strange ideas in his mind in the form of an essay. Suddenly, buzz. The entire flooded vault of heavenly light fell into the clouds. The purple gas came from the east, and the earth gushed with golden lotuses. The creation between heaven and earth is suddenly born and blessed in countless ways. A supreme, peerless, magnificent figure stood horizontally between heaven and earth, causing all beings to look up and then bow down. Subsequently, in the midst of the Cham Dao sound, a voice rang in the ears of all beings. I am Hongjun, who has realized the supreme great Tao. And today I have attained the rightful fruit of the mixed yuan and become a saint. Will in 10,000 years, in obedience to heaven's order, in the 33 outer heavens, the chaotic purple heavenly palace will open the great Tao for all beings. And those who have the destiny can come to listen. The voice fell. The pressure of the saints that had fallen on the beings of the flood was dispersed. And the heaven and earth visions of the right time also slowly dissipated with it. Feeling the saintly pressure dissipate, all beings breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Immediately following, it is a face full of exhilaration. None other. The great opportunity of a saint's sermon was too moving. For a moment, everywhere in the floodplains there is a figure with auspicious clouds and spiritual treasures. Rocking up. Heading straight for the chaos outside the sky. These cultivators who eagerly traveled to the heavenly chaos to listen to the Tao were both strong and weak. The mighty ones have good hands among the great Luo golden immortals. The weaker ones even have tiny little golden immortals who don't know what they're doing. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang stopped the pen and ink in his hands. And his body carried its own aura of literary and calligraphic scrolls, which covered up his own 2 fundamental Tao paths, the Sun Tao path and the Fire Tao path, very well. It made him look like a monk who had refined the way of letters. It was not like the innate domineering innate holiness that would be born from above the supreme sun star. Much less will anyone feel. He Taoist Fuguang, was actually still burdened with the 9-9 supreme fate. And that. Exactly what Fuguang wants today. It is said that self-obscurity is used to obscure the light. Fuguang always felt that hiding some more things, more bottoming out some means, when really need to use, absolutely can play an unexpected effect. After all, it wasn't like he was practicing the hallowed emperor's way. So naturally, he didn't care about any overlord image or anything like that. No comparing yourself to people. Just for the sake of what's in your heart. Live a little longer. Get a daughter-in-law. Get away with something. In addition, other thoughts are not given any consideration. Chapter 7, Living with Heaven and Being the King of the World. Chapter 7. Buzz. Just as I was when I first came down to the flood. Xianjin Taoist clothes. Golden crow long sword. And golden crow duster. Fuguang set up the auspicious cloud and directly left the sun star. Not hurrying directly toward the chaos outside the sky. The flooded starry sky approaches chaos. Beyond the starry sky of the flood, there is a layer that encompasses the entire dome of the flood. Like a thin film. A natural barrier made of the skin of the great god Pangu. Isolating the direct erosion of chaos for the flood heaven and earth. However, this isolation is not complete isolation. Rather, it is like filtering. After filtering the chaos gas, letting the weak chaos gas that can be transformed into heaven and earth vital energy that can nourish the flood into the interior. And then falling into the flood through the secondary filtering of the flood starry sky. Nourishing all things in heaven and earth and strengthening the universe. So that the flooded stars are barren and dangerous. The idle great Luo golden immortals were not very willing to come to the middle of the flood starry sky. For one thing, it's just too dangerous here. Secondly, the stars have a natural repulsion for beings above the earth. There was only Fuguang, the two Taiyin goddesses Shi and Changxi, as well as in ancient times, the moon god Wang Shu, who had already fallen, was able to utilize the power of the stars to travel freely in the flooded starry sky. Moon god Wang Shu, while heading towards the chaos beyond, Fuguang glanced at the direction of the Taiyin star, whose light was soft and cool. Fuguang's gaze was calm. She attained the fruit of the only moon god and Taiyin god in all of eternity. Yet she still fell in the midst of the quantum culpa. The reason for this? It's still too deep into the quantum of solace. As the two supreme stars that illuminated the flooded heavens and earth. The sun star and the Taiyin star. Apart from the Ziwei Emperor star, which was able to slightly touch the porcelain, there were no stars that could be compared to them. After all, these two stars were created by the eyes of the great god Pangu. In the flooded world, existences that were able to have a little bit of actual relationship with the great god Pangu were extraordinary. Not to mention, the sun and Taiyin illuminate the flooded earth for endless years, in which the amount of merit and chi accumulated can be said to be massive. Based on those 2 points alone, it wouldn't be something that other stars could compare to or touch. The status of the two stars can be extraordinary. Naturally, two heaven and earth fruit positions should be born. The heaven and earth fruit position of the Taiyin star, the moon god, has been taken by the great god Wangshu. So that nowadays Shiha and Changxi are only the spirits of the Taiyin star, which can also be called the Lord of Taiyin. But never Luna. The moon god fruit seat belongs only to the fallen ones, whose true spirit returns to the sea of true spirit, waiting for the great god Wangshu, who has re-returned after an infinite amount of kalpas. And the heavenly and earthly fruitfulness of the solar star, the sun god. That is to say, the solar fruition. It is still there. Meanwhile, and there is no one better suited to this fruitful position than Fuguang. Only, today's Fuguang's strength and status is just not worthy of the sun god's fruit position. But he's in no hurry. Virtue not being worthy of its place is a great taboo in the flooded heavens and earth. Before he fell, he would always be the closest descendant sacred of the sun god's fruit position. So, after he breaks through to a higher level, it's not too late to think about certifying the sun god's fruit. Of course, even if Fuguang had attained the sun god fruit, he still couldn't take it lightly. None other. Quantum of solace is just horrible. The moon god Wangshu could even fall in the midst of the quantum rain. Nishin Fuko is naturally possible. Do not be rash. Do not be arrogant. Do not be careless. After admonishing himself in his mind for a few moments in a row, Fuguang strengthened his Taoist heart. Steady and prudent Guzhou. He will live with heaven and earth, with the world and the king. On top of that, seek a couple to double up with, to be at ease and free. Soon, Fuguang, who was once again firm in what his heart desired, arrived at the edge of the chaotic location. A glance at the horrible and menacing chaos outside. Fuguang didn't chicken out. Not to mention the fact that he had a protective spiritual treasure. His fleshly body of the great sun golden crow alone could go into the chaos. Of course, even if he could physically enter the chaos, Fuguang didn't have the idea of making himself suffer. Buzz. Raising his hand, he took out the golden light of merit and virtue. The top-grade ladder heavenly merit and virtue spiritual treasure, Wu Peninsula. That is, when he usually writes and paints, he uses it to study ink, which can be inexhaustible and inexhaustible ink ingots. The crow circle jade ring droops with immortal light, then easily shielded Fuguang, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the chaos. It's worth mentioning, spiritual treasures are divided into innate and acquired though. However, the might of some latter heavenly spiritual treasures was much more terrifying than innate spiritual treasures. The difference between the innate and acquired nature of spiritual treasures. Just a little. Whether or not the spiritual treasure contains innate spiritual light. If so, it is the innate spiritual treasure. If not, it is the latter-day spiritual treasure. As for the power and efficacy of spiritual treasures, it didn't have much to do with innate or acquired. The reason why the mention of Hotian spiritual treasures feels like chicken feed is, innate spiritual treasures had a lower limit of power. And no more than that, they had a specific role and considerable power. And the latter is horribly strong and embarrassingly weak. There are some famous ones among the latter-day spiritual treasures. For example, the Heaven and Earth Xianuang Linglong Pagoda, the Heavenly Seal, the Golden Jiao Shear, and so on are all famous latter-day spiritual treasures now. At this moment, although the Wu penetration ring in Fuguang's hand was only a Hotian spiritual treasure, its defense was extremely strong. After adding the golden light of merit, the defense power was directly comparable to that of an extremely high-quality defensive spiritual treasure. And the weight of the Yujiao Peninsula, which appeared to be only a tiny piece, was also quite heavy. And it can be big or small. Used to knock the head behind the back to smash people. That is also extremely handy. This thing. It is one of the must-have out-of-home items for Fuguang. He liked it very much. After urging the Wu Peninsula to protect himself, following the thoughts in his heart, Fuguang headed towards the depths of the chaos. The flood does not remember years. And chaos is even more ageless. Following the guidance in his heart, Fuguang traversed through the chaos. It's time. The earnest feeling in his heart grew stronger. And Fuguang's gaze lit up. Buzz. Next moment. Before his eyes, the chaotic menace was smoothed out by a great power and turned into a peaceful place in the midst of chaos. Meanwhile, an ancient, heavy palace that emanated the saintly Tao rhythm also appeared in front of Fuguang's eyes. The purple heavenly palace arrived. See this palace. Fuguang was beaming. Subsequently, respectfully, he bowed towards the location of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Many thanks for the grace of the saint's guidance. It's still the same thing. Rites of passage. And whether the sage cares or not, he is at least not leaving a bad impression when he acts like this. But just in case, what has this polite behavior done for him? There are what-ifs in the flooded world. After all, it is said that the way is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and the transportation is 1. In case of this, it is a little extra chance for all beings. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. It's that one. The Lord of the Sun Star, the ancestor of the way of literature, is a powerhouse amongst the Tao Lords. He looks like a nice guy to talk to. Bad. After we arrived, we forgot to salute the saint. Make up your manners, and do not evil the saints. There were already fast-footed cultivators with anxious hearts arriving in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace. Upon seeing Fuguang, he recognized him on the spot. Meanwhile, also because of Fuguang's action of saluting towards the Violet Heavenly Palace, each and every one of them came to a realization and their faces changed slightly. They were all more or less consumed when they arrived here. And the slightly weaker guys were even injured, rarely finding a peaceful place in the midst of the chaos. Naturally, he immediately sat cross-legged to recover his consumption while healing his wounds, so as not to interfere with the hearing of the sermon that follows. For a moment, rather, I forgot about the question of etiquette. At this moment, seeing Fuguang's movements, one by one, they all reacted. Subsequently, all of the people who had already arrived to listen to the sage's great Tao bowed respectfully. After the salute, among the great Luo golden immortals who had arrived earlier, some of them clasped their hands to Fuguang and saluted him, as if thanking him for his prompting favor. Fuguang was not condescending to these people's courtesies, but responded one by one with goodwill. Of course, there are two sides to everything. Some people had a favorable opinion of Fuguang for this punctilious behavior, and many more were indifferent to the fact that he didn't have any opinion. There were also a very few great Luo golden immortals who prided themselves on not being weaker than him, who were dissatisfied with this and showed some hostility towards Fuguang. Nothing else. When everyone came, they didn't salute. And you Fuguang made such a mess as soon as you came, making it appear that the great Luo golden immortals who came before them were all offensive people who didn't know the same manners. Is it obvious to you? So, naturally, there will be people who are not happy with Fuguang. And in the face of these hostile great Luo golden immortals, Fuguang was not afraid. His face remained calm. Even, he also clasped his fists with a smile on his face towards those Tao Lord Gold immortals who were hostile towards him as well. It wasn't that Fuguang was afraid. Instead, we need to be polite first, even if there was really a conflict afterward. Then he, Fuguang, was still in the right. Get down and there won't be the slightest psychological pressure. The more powerful the cultivation, the more we'll pay attention to this. We'll pay attention to a teacher out of the name potential rules. Except for the mixed bag. Why is the sorcerer race, which is not yet famous in this quantum leap, even more unpopular than the demon race? For no other reason than, even if the demon race was good at being overbearing, there were still some reasoning and unspoken rules in the end. But the witches won't. There's one for the witches, all upholding their reasoning. Father God Pangu is first. Their Pangu descendants, the Wu clan, are second. And the rest are dishes. Back to the main topic. After Fuguang made a salute, he was considered to have said hello to the many great Luo golden immortals present. Subsequently, he then found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged, with a magic treasure on his side. Coming from chaos, he didn't have much to consume. But at this moment it was better not to be so conspicuous. As for the windfall from the outburst of a gift in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace, that's another story. Compared to these troubles that he could swing. Obviously it's the Flood Hon, heavenly collaborator, true big boss, talking head, June. That's more important, isn't it? When comparing the two interests, it is natural to take the greater one. Overall, Fuguang's act of observance only drew the ill feelings of a few downlord immortals whose karma was so deep that they were not good at first glance. Others. Either you feel good about it or you don't react to it. Fuguang, who had retreated to a low profile behind the many great Luo golden immortals and appeared inconspicuous, silently tempered his state. In this way, little by little the time passed. One after another. The 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace also arrived. There were those who came alone and those who came in groups, such as Kuanpun, Sanqing, Zenyuanzi and Hongjun. There are high-profile entries and silent arrivals, such as the old ancestor of the river Styx who stared at the red lotus of karma fire and blasted through the chaos, the two Taiyin goddesses who came riding on the clear and cold moonlight. In conclusion, Fuguang, who was silently watching from the back of the crowd. All of these future notorious innate powers were still familiar with each other. The other innate powers Fuguang didn't care. But one of them, however, it caused Fuguang to look slightly sideways. Lord East, looking at a majestic, imperial-looking great Luo golden immortal who was making friends amongst a crowd of innate powers. Fuguang determined the identity of the other party. It is the two great paths of the Supreme Yang and the Emperor that are practiced together. And that after this first lecture, he will be enthroned by the sages as the head of the male immortals and will establish the overseas immortal court of the Duke of the East. Only, under the original trajectory, the Duke of Dongwang ultimately failed and perished under the hands of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of Dongwang. Although after the earthly chakra came out of the world, his true spirit chakra returned. But the Prince of the East at that time was never again the Prince of the East of today. I wonder what his fate will be in this life. There was some curiosity in Fuguang's mind. Anyway, he had no intention of going the way of the Emperor. And there was no immortal situation with the Duke of Dongwang where the great Tao competed with each other. So he definitely would not take action against the Duke of Dongwang. So, what will be the end of Lord East? This. It made Fuguang curious. Chapter 9, Shiwangmu the Top Old 6. Chapter 9. Time is fleeting. After there were quite a few cultivators in front of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace, the time was rapidly approaching the time set by the sages for the opening of the lecture. At some point, the drowsy Dao ancestor child Hao Tian, who had been standing in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace, suddenly came to his senses. Subsequently, the face was straightened. The period of 10,000 years has come and gone. The master is about to open the great Tao. So please enter the Purple Heavenly Palace. Hearing Hao Tian's words, all of the cultivators present rose up with fiery faces, their gazes burning as they looked toward the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace that was slowly opening. Fuguang was no exception. This is a chance for a saint to open the way. He traveled through the flood. Not only is there no system whatsoever, it also carries the original fate of the original Emperor Jun and Tai to some extent. A little carelessness can lead to a bad line. There was no way for Fuguang not to seize all the opportunities. Work hard to improve his cultivation. And then be careful with his words and walk his own path step by step, fearing that he would take a similar path. In that case, it's a real pain in the ass. But there's a problem. While waiting for the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace to completely open, Fuguang looked with some surprise at the child Hao Tian, who was the only person in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. The mind was in disbelief. The Taoist ancestor only has a child Hongjun. What about Yao Qi? Where's Yo-Yo? Under the original trajectory, it was only right that there was another queen mother of Yao Qi who became the later lord of the heavenly court together with Hongjun. But this moment, there is simply no Yao Ji, a child girl, in front of the gate of the purple heaven palace. Does it mean that? Eyes narrowed slightly. Fuguang's gaze glanced at a graceful Daelertus immortal amongst a group of Daelertus immortals. Queen Mother of the West. This one woman. Die low. Despite the ups and downs of the experience. But all the same, it is a super lucky existence that lives with heaven and earth. And is the same ruler as the world. Ah! More importantly, in myths and legends, the Queen Mother of the West is known as the Queen Mother. The Old Mother of Yao Qi. The Golden Mother of Yao Qi. The Queen Mother and many other aliases. And so on. Nowadays, the dojo is even in the Yao Qi Wonderland in West Kunlun. If the future Queen Mother of Heaven was really the child daughter of the Tao ancestor, then the Taoist ancestor can't be unaware that Shi Wangmu is a personage. And also unaware that her dojo has the word Yao Qi as an alias. Right? Taoist ancestors aren't that imbecilic. So, there's only one truth. There's nothing wrong with Hongjun being the child of the Tao Father. But the Queen Mother is not. Her real body should be the Queen Mother of the West, this once 3,000 guests in the Palace of the Purple Sky. But also the future head of the female immortals. The mother of the immortal court is right. It's normal. The heavenly court was, after all, the place where the heavenly Tao managed the order of the flood. And for Tao ancestor, a collaborator, to let a Hongjun in was already the limit. The other half. Ironically, it can't be up to him as well. The Queen Mother of the West should be one of the heavenly administrators that the heavenly Tao is more favorable to. After all, she cultivated the Tao of Purine, as well as the Tao of heavenly punishment, making her more suitable to become one of the administrators of the heavenly court. Think of it this way. Fuguang will understand why the Taoist ancestor's child is only Hongjun. Thoughts are like light. They are just instantaneous. Clunk. In a few moments, the originally closed door of the purple heavenly palace opened completely. The many cultivators who had come to listen to the sermon were all walking quickly towards the inside of the purple heavenly palace. No one was casting divine means. And there was no pushing or shoving. After all, walking into the purple heavenly palace, it was the equivalent of walking into a classroom set up by a saint. And who among them, a group of students, would dare to be reckless? The heavenly Wei Futan. As soon as he walked inside the Violet Sky Palace, Fuguang, like everyone else, saw the 6 heavenly Tao futons at the very front. Only, compared to the very excited crowd, Fuguang was calm. Those 6 bushels were set long ago. The first 3 heavenly Tao Qins would be the Pangu 3 Qings, who were transformed by the Yuan Shin of Pangu. And the vast merits and achievements of opening up the flooded heavens and earth destined 3 heavenly Tao Saints' fruit positions to fall to them. The 4th futon concerns the birth of the human race, the key to awakening the birth of the humanistic will, and is destined to be Nuwa, who is now the first of the great Tao of creation in the flooded heavens and earth. As for the remaining 2 positions, maybe it can be contested. But Fuguang wasn't sure if those 2 locations were used by the saints to pay back the karma of the great battles of the past that caused the western lands to fall into disrepair. If not, he'd have no problem sitting on it. If he did, he would have spoiled the saints' arrangement by sitting on it, and would surely be targeted. After a little hesitation, Fuguang chose to give up. Fear not. Fear not. Think of what happened to Red Cloud, who sat in one of those seats. Fuguang then had little interest in those remaining two positions. Whether it's true or not, it's already built in. Just look at all such uncertainties as worst-case scenarios anyway. So, in Fuguang's eyes, the 6 heavenly path bushels were all fucking internalized and couldn't be touched at all. Trade-offs. Trade-offs. It is also a great wisdom to know when to take and when to give. After giving up his thoughts on the 6 heavenly Dao futons, Fuguang instantly felt a slight tug of qi. He followed the pull of the qi and soon found an ancient futon in a forward position. Then, gladly sat up. At this moment, sitting on this futon that flowed with the Dao rhythm of the Sun Avenue, perfectly matching the Sun Avenue he himself majored in, Fuguang had a satisfied smile on his face. The heart can't help but feel. There are 3,000 great paths, and they all lead to the same place. The most eye-catching is not necessarily the best. Only what's right for you is best. Chapter 10. Mind your own business with the saints. Chapter 10. It wasn't long after Fuguang sat down. 2 stunningly beautiful figures took their seats next to him. It's no one else. It was none other than the 2 lords of Taiyin that Fuguang had paid attention to back in front of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Shiha and Shangxi. Seeing this pair of stunning sisters, Fuguang's eyes brightened for a few moments. Instantly, he offered to say hello. Sunstar Fuguang. Meet the 2 lords of Taiyin. The poor Taoist is honored. Just sit down. Just heard the Taoist next to them greeted their sisters Shiha and Shangxi, who were not prepared to pay attention to it. But hearing the other guy introduce himself, Sunstar Fu Light? It was a moment of interest. Fuguang created the flood ancestral one and diffractive one, opening up the ancestor of the one Dao. And their sisters were naturally thunderstruck by this reputation. Of course. If that was all it was, the 2 clear and cold Taiyin goddesses still wouldn't be enthusiastic. More importantly, Fuguang is from the Sun Star, which is their neighbor. Not to mention that Taiyin and the Sun are also complementary to each other, so they naturally have a good feeling about each other. It's 2. After Fuguang had greeted him, both sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, turned their eyes toward him, all the while falling back on a smile. Greetings, fellow Daoist Fuguang. After you've met the salute. Shiha's beautiful eyes carried streams of light. I've long heard of the reputation of fellow Daoist Fuguang, but I've never been able to meet him. And I'm glad to meet him today. Fellow Daoist Fuguang is really like the rumors. Outstanding and outstanding. Regardless of how true or false this was, Fuguang listened to it all as if it were true, with a smile on his face. Fellow Daoist is flattering. Fuguang and the 2 fellow Daoists are also fellow Daoists born in the flood starry sky. So I should have paid a visit earlier. But previously they were both in seclusion. So I was a bit rude. After this hearing is over, if the 2 fellow Daoists don't mind, they can come to the Sun Star as guests. Fuguang sent out an invitation. Of course. It was just a simple invitation, with no bad intentions. And he didn't even think that Shiha and Shangxi would agree to his invitation. After all, the 2 Taiyin Star Lords were notoriously cool. And unless they were female immortals of the same generation, they were completely colorless towards other cultivators. Honestly, for Shiha and Shangxi to be able to respond to their greetings and also climb into a conversation for a couple of sentences, Fuguang even felt that it was okay. After all, the 2 had a reputation for being cold. What Fuguang didn't expect was that Shihi actually agreed. Fellow Daoist was kind enough to invite us, so our sisters will oblige. Shiha's face was colored with anticipation. Words. Instead, Fuguang had some surprises. But he wasn't rude either. So much the better. After the initial familiarization, Fuguang and Shiha both talked happily. Next to the non-talkative Changxi did not interrupt much, but also did not exclude in Fuguang communication. For a moment, the atmosphere between the three was so good that it caused all 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace to have some sideways glances. Sister. Behind Nuwa, who was already sitting on the heavenly Dao futon, Fushi had some surprise. Didn't you say that the two lords of Taiyin, with their high and cold temperaments, are not very enthusiastic even when communicating with you female immortal friends? And they never show any color to male immortals? How does it feel? Not quite right? Hearing Fushi's doubts, Nuwa was a bit speechless in her heart. You, a godly man who can count, don't know. But I, who specializes in the great Tao of creation, can know? Only. Nuwa was actually quite curious in her heart. After all, she was familiar with the sisters Shiha and Changxi, and had even been a guest at the Taiyin planet before. So she naturally knew the character of these two. Why is Fuguang treated differently? Thinking about it, I'm afraid that there was only the reason why both sides were as tapenate sacred of the flood stardust breeding. Nuwa's speculation is not unreasonable. After all, the Sun Taiyin was born to complement each other, in which the birth of the innate sacred is simply each other's heavenly Taoist couple. Even if one day, it wouldn't be uncommon for Fuguang to become a Taoist couple with sisters Shihi and Changxi together. Not to mention that today it's merely a conversation. Not surprisingly, this point, the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace were also able to think of. So after being surprised, they did not pay attention to the chatty Fuguang trio. Instead, he waited quietly for the sage to open the way. Time passes. While Fuguang chatted with Shihi and Changxi, he also paid attention to all the changes in the Purple Heavenly Palace. It's just as he remembered it. The difficult pair of Guiding and Junti were late. Red Cloud gave up his seat and Koan Pang lost his seat. As usual. Subsequently, the moment Junti sat down on the 6th Heavenly Dao futon, the Heavenly Dao Saint Dao ancestor Hongjun, who had never appeared on top of the futon on the high platform, scanned the crowd below. Open mouth. The future seats are hereby fixed and cannot be changed. Nice guy. Fuguang called out to the good guys. Just now, after everyone had taken their seats, the sage didn't show up. And now after Jiayin and Junti had conned and tricked their way to the Heavenly Dao bushel, the sage just showed up and then calmly announced that the position was just settled? It's hard not to suspect that the seat is fishy. This thought only flickered in Fuguang's mind. He was a great Luo golden immortal, with his true spirit perfected and all his thoughts returned to one. So as long as he was not in front of the saint and angrily cursing the saint in his heart for such great disrespect, none of it would cause the saint's heart to be sensed. But these things, don't think about it as much as you can. He was just a weak, pathetic and helpless little golden crow. At most, he has a little ambition for immortality, and the idea of wanting to marry a wife, with the red flag at home and the colorful flag flying outside. So the thing about the saints, don't give a fuck. Just don't even think about it much. Feel free to just follow your steps one at a time. Chapter 11, just for peace of mind. Chapter 11. A word to set the seat in the palace. And the saints said no more. Clunk. It was accompanied by the closing of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. The saint's body released the Tao rhythm of the infinite great Tao, while his golden mouth opened and Tao sounds filled the entire Purple Heavenly Palace. Sermons. It's starting. Saint's sermon natural extraordinary. What the sound of the road. Weather. The sky falling clouds and other visions. That can be said to have everything. The entire Purple Heaven Palace are transformed into a great road? Visions of the sea in general. Fuguang also went off in a state of enlightenment and epiphany. Although Fuguang's cultivation level was also at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal when he took form. The same as that of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi after the split. Fuguang's base was in fact far more powerful than that of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. After all, he was the one and only Great Sun Golden Crow that was transformed by the complete Great Sun Golden Amazing. Not the only three-legged golden crow in the flood. At this moment, Fuguang directly entered into the state of epiphany of the Sun Avenue and the Avenue of Fire. The two fundamental avenues that were most compatible with him. In the snap of a finger, 3,000 years of preaching time passed. Inside the palace of the purple heaven. Originally was talking about the rise of the saints. Suddenly came to an abrupt end. The body of the Tao rhyme convergence. The palace of the vision. The true meaning of the great Tao. Etc. Are all dissipated. To restore the beginning of the ancient. Silent. And the 3,000 guests who had listened to the sermon were all awakening one after another. Each one of them was filled with a look of intent. Clearly not having heard enough. But as the sage did not continue to speak, they naturally had little recourse but to regretfully withdraw from the state of listening to the sermon. Fuguang likewise has some regrets. Just a little bit. It was just a tiny bit short of the Sun Avenue and the Avenue of Fire, which he had majored in being perfected, and the minor avenues of time, space, deduction, array formation, and so many others had each made great progress in different ways. Of course, it's still some distance from consummation. Going back to the Sun planet and retreating for a period of time should be enough to bring the major and minor avenues of cultivation to completion. And then, preparing for the mixed golden immortal Tao fruit. Yes. At the critical junction of whether to take the quasi-saintly path of decapitating 3 corpses or to cultivate the path of the mixed golden immortal, Fuguang decided to take the path of the mixed golden immortal. None other. It's just for peace of mind. It is well known that there are a total of 3 paths to be certified. One of them is to use one's own great perseverance, great magic power, and great fortune to cultivate a single side of the infinite way in order to become a saint. The mixed Yuan Dala golden immortals who succeeded in this method of witnessing were the most powerful. Among them, there was and is only one representative figure. The old man with raised eyebrows, who has left the flood. Secondly, beheading the 3 corpses to certify the quasi-saints. And then the 3 corpses are united to certify the Tao. The mixed Yuan Dala golden immortals who succeeded in this method of witnessing the Tao were slightly lesser than the first. But they were also very powerful. The only representative figure among them is also the sage on the podium Buzhou Hongjun. Thirdly, meritorious testimony. It doesn't matter what kind of merit you have. As long as it reaches a massive amount, you can directly use it to pile up your own cultivation and certify to the mixed metaphysical Great Luo Golden Immortal. The mixed Yuan Daeluogen immortals who succeeded in this method of witnessing were the weakest. But it's only relatively weak. Even the weakest saint is countless times more powerful than the ants under your saint. Nowadays, in the flood, after the Saint Tao ancestor Hongjun completes his 3 sermons, he is going to change and become the spokesman of the heavenly Tao. And after replenishing the heavenly Tao, the first road, even if it is not blocked, will be much more difficult than before. As for the second path, there is a pioneer in it though. But with the precedent of the heavenly Tao futon in place, it was hard not to wonder if the method of cutting off the 3 corpses would have a pitfall. Of course, Tao ancestor Hongjun probably didn't have to engage in any petty tactics that would result in no one being able to succeed in proving the Tao by chopping off 3 corpses. But with Fuguang's cautious character, after sensing that something was wrong, he didn't intend to go down the path of chopping off 3 corpses. The mixed gold immortals are just fine. In the future, even if you want to be certified, He would also only take the most secure path of meritorious evidence. In that case, it's the same whether these 3 corpses are chopped or not. They're all going to be merited anyway. When all 3,000 guests had retreated from the state of listening to and practicing the Tao, the sage on top of the high platform didn't say a word, but instead turned his gaze to the 6 people sitting in front of him. Pangu Sanqing, Nuwa, Reception and Junta. Although the 3,000 guests who listen to the Tao in the Purple Heavenly Palace can address him as a teacher inside this Purple Heavenly Palace, his true disciples are only the 6 in front of this. To preach 3,000 guests is a heavenly task. The next unraveling, then it is a chance that belongs to his disciples alone. Seeing this situation, the 3,000 guests within the Purple Heavenly Palace were all stunned. And then one by one, they all understood that those 6 special bushels, indeed, had more chances. The face of Hongjun, who was forced to give up his seat, was very stiff. And the face of Koan Pang, who was dragged into the situation, was blue, while his hateful gaze was also turned towards Hongjun. If it wasn't for Red Cloud, he, Koan Pang, would not be ousted by those 2 outsiders from the west from that position where he could say hello to the saints at close range. Of course, no one cared about Red Cloud and Koan Pang's reactions. At this moment, the 6 people sitting on top of those 6 bushels all had colors of joy on their faces. Old man Tai Ching was the first to react, and then raised a doubt he had above his cultivation. By all accounts, the Pangu 3 purities are 1. And the problems of the Tai Ching Laozi alone represent the problems of the Pangu 3 purities. For the second question, it should have been NWA's turn to ask a question. Only, it was clear that Yuqing Yuanshi was unwilling to give up this opportunity to ask a question, and directly asked a second question. Seeing his second brother do so, Shanqing Tongtian similarly asked one. The questions of the 3 clearings were answered by the saints. Then the sage did not continue to solve the puzzle. Nuwa, Jiayin, and Junti, who were in the back, were not able to ask questions. The situation, it made the 3 behind them frown. Pangu Sanqing has some inappropriate sunza. End of the solving session. The sage scanned the 3,000 guests. Open mouth. The first element is renewed. All things are renewed. Now that the flooded universe has been revitalized and the living beings have flourished for a long time, the order is becoming chaotic and the chaos will be revealed. At this time, there should be a great power and power to calm the chaos, rationalize the division of yin and yang, and reign in order. The saint's words directly caused the 3,000 guests to all look shocked. And then they all stirred up. The meaning of this remark is not difficult to understand. The sages want to let the great powers come to straighten out the order of the flooded heavens and earth and manage the immortals and beings in the flooded wasteland. That's a lot of power. Naturally, there will be a lot of commotion in the minds of many people. Of course, some people care, and some people aren't bothered at all. The crowd was just waiting for what the saint would say. Since the sage opened his mouth, it meant that the sage already had someone in mind. And all they needed to do was listen. Chapter 12, The Mustache and the Heart of the Eastern King's Duke. Chapter 12. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. Therefore those who rule the order should be 1 yang and 1 yin. 1 male and 1 female. The sage's gaze lifted, first glancing at Fuguang, who was sitting calmly. Subsequently, he also looked at the Duke of Dongwang, who was wearing purple and gold robes, showing off his honorable feelings. Speak again. Lord Dongwang, you are the form of the innate Donghua to the true pure Yang Qi. And you can be the first of the male immortals in the flood, giving you the dragon head cane as the Wood Duke. And in the future, all men in the flood who ascend to immortality will need to ascend to the Purple Mansion. Worship the Wood Duke. And be admitted to the immortal record. The words fell. An innate spiritual treasure emanating fluctuations at the extreme level. The dragon head cane as well as the Violet Mansion immortal recordings all fell in front of the Duke of Dongwang. Thank you, sage. Although the Duke of Dongwang's face was still calm, the golden light in his eyes flashed. Can't hide the excitement inside. Such a performance, falling into the eyes of the vast majority of male immortals among the 3,000 guests, could not help but make them frown. At the same time, there were also a good number of male immortals who subconsciously turned their gaze toward the saint's first glance at Fuguang. Obviously, Fuguang, the one who was favored by the saint at first sight, should be the best candidate for the head of the male immortals. Just for some reason, the saint ended up not choosing Fuguang. Of course, the saint should have his own reasons for doing so. Only, after comparing the Duke of Dongwang, whose excitement was hard to hide, and Fuguang, who was sitting calmly on the side, the two were immediately judged by their highs and lows. Fuguang is better than this Dongwang guy. It's a little more comforting. People also created the way of letters to bring some of the cultivation of leisure after the refining project, not to mention. You look at this spoiled, humble and calm posture. It is far from the Duke of Dongwang. This look at the ambitious guy can be compared to it. The attitude of the 3,000 guests is obvious. It was a pity that the Duke of the East, who was under a state of ecstasy, obviously didn't care too much about it. Even if the concern is there, he'll say it doesn't matter. He is the head of the male immortals appointed by the saints. Who dares to disobey and who can disobey? Of course, the Duke of the East didn't act too much as all. The saint naturally noticed all of this, but he didn't react in any way. Only his gaze turned to look at the Western Queen Mother amongst the many great Luo female immortals. Queen Mother of the West, you are the form of the innate Shiawa's most subtle pure Yin Shi. And you can be the first of the female immortals of the flood, giving you the Western vegetarian cloud boundary flag as the Golden Mother. And in the future, any woman in the flood who ascends to immortality shall keep her name in the Golden Book and pay homage to the King's Mother. The saint's words fell. Among the many Downlord female immortals, a graceful and elegant Downlord female immortal with an easygoing and soft temperament Western Queen Mother rose to pay her respects. Thank you, sage. However, unlike the Duke of Dongwang, who could not hide his inner excitement and pretended to be calm, the Queen Mother of the West, from the time she got up to pay her thanks to receiving the spiritual treasures and the Golden Book, was very calm and composed, with a dignified and atmospheric demeanor. With the slightly false Duke of Dongwang in front of her, the Queen Mother of the West at the moment gained a lot of goodwill from the 3,000 guests. Of course. More importantly, there were fewer female immortals than male immortals in the flood, and even fewer female immortals in the Delo. So many of the Downlord female immortals were mostly existences that knew each other and even had a good relationship. And the competitive nature was much less than on the male immortal side. And the Queen Mother of the West, being the head of the female immortals, naturally couldn't control the side of the male immortals. So this is kind of special for her. After arranging for the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, the sage had nothing more to do. Open mouth. 3 yuan hui later, the purple heavenly palace will open again. So go. The words fell. The saint's figure had disappeared. The 3,000 guests in the palace all looked dazed for a while. And then they all got up, ready to leave. Among the crowd, Fuguang, who had acted as a spectator the entire time, also got up and straightened his robes. Subsequently, respectfully, he bowed toward the high platform where the saint was preaching. Many thanks to the saint for preaching. Here we go again. Seeing this unique behavior of Fuguang, The 3,000 guests who had previously come before him and were put on the spot. All had their mouths twitching. Then they all followed suit and saluted towards the high platform. At Fuguang's side, Shihe and Shangxi both looked at each other in dismay and similarly made a bow. Even Sanqing, Nuwa, and the others who had originally already taken a step toward the outside of the purple heavenly palace stopped in their tracks and then also turned around to salute. After the salute, the 3,000 guests all looked at Fuguang with different looks of oddity, surprise, chagrin, and so on. This presentable package. Most of the 3,000 guests who hadn't realized the problem with the curtsy in the first place were spitting in their minds. Especially Sanqing. The three of them had also received the grace of the saint's explanation. And they were even able to forget to be thankful. More or less manic. Facing the gaze of 3,000 guests, Fuguang turned around without a care in the world to look at Shiha and Shangxi, who were also beside him, with slightly odd expressions. Invitation word. Two fellow Taoists. Why don't you travel with us? Hearing Fuguang's invitation, Shangxi nodded in agreement. Cici nodded. Not since. Very quickly, the three of them left the purple heavenly palace with a smile and a laugh. Fuguang sacrificed the top-grade Hotian merit and virtue spiritual treasure Wu Peninsula, dropping down the protective golden light, enveloping himself and the two Taiyin goddesses, and then directly entered the chaos, returning towards the flooded heavens and earth. Among the crowd, as he watched Fuguang leave with Shihe and Shangxi, the Duke of Dongwang, who was surrounded by some Dala male immortals, flashed a trace of contemplation in his eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly for a moment. The saint was the first to look at Fuguang. The Duke of Dongwang was naturally aware of this. So, even if the Duke of Dongwang had now been enthroned as the head of the male immortals, after being happy, there was still something in his heart. It seems it doesn't have to be him for the head of the male immortals. That sun star, Fuguang, also qualifies. You know, when the sages appointed the head of the female immortals, they didn't look at anyone else other than the Queen Mother of the West. A small thorn was vaguely planted in the heart of the Eastern Prince. Chapter 13, Perfection of the Great Luo Dao Fruit. Chapter 13. All the way back to the flood under the escort of Fuguang. After entering the stars, Shihe thanked towards Fuguang. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Words. Fuguang's face wore a gentle smile. All neighbors. No need to be polite. There was a pause. Fuguang looked at Shihe and Shangxi and inquired. Two fellow Taoists. Would you like to go to the Sun Star and take a seat? The poor Taoist there has immortal wine brewed from the innate fire mulberry earlier in the year. So we can entertain you two Taoist friends for a while. After hearing Fuguang's invitation, Shihe and Shangxi exchanged a glance. And then they shook their heads, opening his mouth towards Fuguang. Listening to the saint's sermon this time, I'm sure that you, Taoist friend, have gained a great deal. And right now is a good opportunity to retreat and digest. We, the sisters, are not at liberty to disturb you, Taoist. In the future, I will certainly pay a visit. Not only Fuguang. Is there sisters in this time to listen to the sermon? Is equally beneficial? Just need to go back to seclusion. Properly digest. Break through some of their own realm. So the matter of going to the Sun Star as a guest, neither Shihe nor Shangxi had this idea for the time being. In that case, the poor Taoist will wait for the two fellow Taoists' grand arrival at the Sun Star. Fuguang didn't force the issue and just smiled. At the same time, he arched his hand in farewell. In that case, then the poor Taoist will take his leave. Fellow Taoists, I'll see you again. Words. Both Shihe and Shangxi owed their bodies slightly. See you later. Without much reluctance, the three of them split up and went their separate ways. It took some time. Fuguang, who had returned to the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, directly went into closed-door cultivation. His Sun Avenue and Fire Avenue were about to be perfected. And the many avenues that he had supplemented his cultivation were also about to step into the realm of perfection. This time, he was bound to make his great Luo Dao fruit complete before he would come out of seclusion. As for the chance of the innate spiritual treasure gourd in the Buzhou mountain, which should have originally had his share, there's no rush. It wouldn't be too late for him to take that chance after completing the breakthrough of his strength. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. Clunk! The door of the Golden Crow Palace slowly opened, and Fuguang's figure then walked out from it with a satisfied expression on his face, feeling his perfected Dao Lord fruit. Next, one must properly polish one's magical power, divine ability, and physical body, and only consider breaking through to the mixed golden immortal realm after making all the preparations. It's best to listen to the sermon for the second time and gain a few more points before breaking through is better. The first lecture of the Purple Heavenly Palace was about the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal as the main focus, and the level below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level as the secondary focus. And the second lecture, not surprisingly, is to behead 3 corpses quasi-saint realm as the main, mixed golden immortal as the secondary. After listening to the content of the second sermon before breaking through, Fuguang could also better check for gaps, so as to avoid any mishaps during the breakthrough that would cause his own Dao to leave deficiencies. It's almost time to get there. Fuguang lamented and raised his hand to pinch. There was an expectant smile on his face. The 7 precious gourds above the innate gourd vine of the Buzhou mountain, 6 of which were fully developed, were all extreme-grade innate spiritual treasures. And the last one, which was not fully developed, were all upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. Even though Fuguang was only able to obtain one of the immortal beheading gourds, it was still very good. That was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure that could be taken out and used openly. The name of the immortal beheading gourd might not be loud enough, but the name of the immortal beheading flying dagger was still fine. As long as the immortal beheading gourd was sacrificed with some innate characteristic spirits, Fuguang was completely confident that he could take the power of the future metamorphosed immortal beheading flying daggers to a higher level. Of course, it wasn't as if Fuguang hadn't thought of taking advantage of the others not knowing about it and getting the innate gourd vine, the 7 spiritual treasure gourds, and the 9 heavens breathing loam that birthed the gourd vine ahead of time himself. But as soon as he thought that the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens resting soil were related to the future Nuwa's great event of creating a human being and awakening the will of the human path, Fuguang extinguished the thought. None other. Such an approach is not robust enough. Only God knows if this thing will be watched by the heavenly Dao, the Dao Father Hongjun? And what can he use it for when he gets his hands on it? Doesn't it ultimately have to be given to Nuwa so that she can take it and make people into saints? At that time, this karma, although not as big as the karma of directly sending the saint position, was not small either. What if Nuwa, after witnessing the Dao, didn't intend to return the karma, but chose to get him killed instead? In a nutshell, getting the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly resting soil ahead of time would inevitably lead to confrontation with Panga Sancheng and Nuwa, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. That's why Fuguang still chooses to be robust and cautious. Not in advance. However, if after taking the spiritual treasures, Nuwa gave up the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly resting loam without knowing what they were, he would still take them, as long as you don't get your hands on it with a naughty practice like grabbing it. One thought to this. After Fuguang felt the heavenly pull of the chance to get clearer and clearer, he also no longer stayed, and directly drove the auspicious clouds, and headed towards the Buzhou mountain of the pillar that held up the sky at a very fast speed. And in the meantime, sensing that a chance belonging to them was about to come forth, the Pangu 3 Pure Ones also left their dojo. The same was true for old ancestor Red Cloud of the Fire Cloud Cave. Inside the Finchi Mountain dojo near Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa had also emerged early and left the dojo alone after seeing no signs of her elder brother emerging. Chapter 14, Is his merit spirit treasure too much? Chapter 14. In the corner of the great wilderness, there is a mountain that does not fit. And its name is Buzhou. For all the beings in the flood, Buzhou Mountain was a place worthy of pilgrimage and veneration, as well as a place with many opportunities. At the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the great god Pangu transformed all things in the flood, other than those chaos demon gods who cut themselves and survived, including the many innate sacred ones. All of them were considered to have the legacy of Pangu in their bodies. Flood beings who traveled to Buzhou Mountain often received gifts from Buzhou Mountain if they were sincere and resolute. It has been proven long ago, over endless years, to be able to climb Buzhou Mountain and get a little bit of the real Buzhou Mountain gift. If one was able to do so, it would have many benefits for one's future path. Approaching the uncharted mountains, Fuguang's mind recalled many legends about Buzhou Mountain. Nothing wrong with that. Even for an innate sacred like Fuguang, the existence of Buzhou Mountain was the subject of many legends. After we fetch the demon beheading gourd, we'll climb the Buzhou Mountain in the meantime. Looking at the Buzhou Mountain, which was already in sight but actually still very far away, Fuguang's heart had already made up its mind. The chances of the uncharted mountain are still to be seen. What if he could be lucky enough to get the uncharted mountain's favor and then give him some benefits and guidance? In a nutshell, it's all just something along the way. Not much longer. Fuguang, who had come by utilizing the Golden Crow Rainbow transformation technique, had already arrived in the vicinity of the Buzhou Mountain. The chance is this way. Following the already clear and distinct chance of heaven, Fuguang transformed into a golden rainbow and headed towards a certain ridge place of the Buzhou Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Somewhere on the ridge of the uncharted mountain, a great Luo golden immortal with a powerful aura converged here. There are a number of strong men among them. The old, middle-aged and young images of the Pangu 3 Qing, standing proudly. Nuwa, a good old red cloud in a red robe. On top of that, there were also some great Luo golden immortals here. Everyone is silent, are waiting for born in the ridge above. Colorful light glittering 7 flow innate light of the treasure gourd thoroughly mature out of the world. There are only 7 treasure gourds, although one of them was only a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was still a good treasure for those present. Who would mind having a lot of spiritual treasures? Just as the crowd waited in silence, buzz, a golden rainbow broke through the air. Subsequently, Fuguang's figure manifested in the air. Took a look at the scene. The people who had obtained the spiritual treasure gourd in his memory had all arrived. And among them there were also some great Luo golden immortals whose names he hadn't heard of. Looks like there might be a big fight later. Noticing the not-so-friendly atmosphere among the crowd, Fuguang's heart sank slightly. At the same time, there was also a greeting towards the crowd. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Face Fuguang's politeness. The lone 3 Qing did not respond, the equally high and mighty Nuwa ignored it, and a host of unknown Deluo Jin immortals were familiar with the situation. Only the good old Red Cloud returned a bow towards Fuguang. To this, Fuguang didn't care at all. Whether he has manners or not is his own business, while whether someone else has manners or not is someone else's business. Looking at the spiritual treasure that was about to mature, it's clear in my mind. Once the spirit treasure gourd matured, the Great War would erupt at the same time. Fuguang, who was slightly contemplating in his heart, began to make all the preparations to start the war at this moment. Buzz. With a lift of his hand. The top-grade Hotian merit spiritual treasures Wu Peninsula and Mo High were directly sacrificed by him. Wu Peninsula dropping a defense gold light in the floating light around the body. The ink sea poured down the ocean ink. Turned into a mysterious yellow belt. Suspended in the Wu Peninsula defense gold light outside. Fuguang's action caused the crowd that came first to raise their eyebrows. And a good number of them even offered up their own magic treasures. Looking at him with a face full of nervousness. Seeing the situation. As if in hindsight. Fuyuko froze for a moment. Immediately thereafter. The human animal chuckled. Fellow Taoists. Please don't be nervous yet. The poor Taoist sensed the chance to come here. And originally thought that harvesting the chance should go smoothly. But I didn't expect that not only I am the only one who has a chance with the treasure. The fact that everyone is here proves that we are all destined to be here. So I'm sure no one will want to give up. It's bound to be a fight later. The words fell. Once again. Floating light offered the extreme ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure 10,000 character scripture. Those 3. 000 ancestral writings and 129. 600 diffractive writings leapt out from the 10,000 character sutra and transformed into a precious garment that was directly worn on Fuguang's body. He continued. The poor Taoist is a man of the cloth and is not good at killing. So please make some preparations first. And please don't be offended. At the same time, Fuguang took out the extreme Hotian merit spiritual treasure Cho Hao pen again. I don't have many offensive spirit treasures. So I've made you all laugh. Looking at Fuguang, who first armed himself to the teeth and then took out the autumn hairbrush that kills people without touching their karma. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Of course. With just that, the crowd still didn't take Fuguang to heart. Nothing else. Fuguang looks really good at bullying. Only in the next moment, the crowd's gazes gradually froze. Fuguang, who was holding an autumn brush in his hand, kept moving. A whole set of merit spiritual treasures chessboard, chess pieces, and chess cup were taken out by him. I'm sorry to make you all laugh. Ha ha ha. Subsequently, another set of chess and chess merit spirit treasure sent out again. I have more little toys. So it's good to be prepared. Very quickly. There were numerous merit spiritual treasures of varying grades flowing around Fuguang's body. And the flickering golden light of merit caused everyone present to completely change their faces. This guy. Isn't the merit spirit treasure a bit too much? The spiritual treasures that flowed around him. Even a small chess piece. Had a lot of merit on it. This one Fuguang. When did you get so much heavenly merit? Chapter 15, Anemia is good at reasoning. Chapter 15. Heavenly merit is hard to come by. The meritorious spiritual treasures between heaven and earth are known to be numbered. But why? How could this guy Fuguang have so many meritorious spiritual treasures? Let's not talk about those unknown Downlord immortals. It was the lone Panga 3 Ching, as well as Nuwa, who had a lofty stance, who were all somewhat silent. Other than that, the mere fact that Fuguang was able to easily catalyze this pile of merit spirit treasures was enough to illustrate his strength. Stronger. And it was still that kind of absolute powerhouse that had great merits and virtues for heaven and earth. This kind of opponent. It can be extremely tricky. Hit. It's not always possible to fight. Winning. Facing a strong person with huge heavenly Tao merits must not be any good either. Kill? That would be even more death-defying behavior. For the crowd's silent attitude at this moment. All in Fuguang expected. Only. He hadn't stopped moving. Buzz. Without a word. Fuguang's thoughts moved. And a huge circle of the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit and virtue appeared around him, enveloping his entire being. and seeing the heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel that enveloped Fuguang. Everyone present was dumbfounded, ignoring the crowd's confusion. The smile on Fuguang's face was still warm. In that case, the poor Taoist is considered ready. I hope that when each of you will rely on your own means later on, all of you will be able to give way to the poor Taoist. After all, poor Tao dash. Better at reasoning with people. Words. The faces of the crowd of great Luo golden immortals all couldn't help but twitch. There are meritorious spiritual treasures. There is enough strength. There was also a spicy circle of the golden wheel of heavenly merit. They're fed up before they take a shot at Fuguang. Whether or not you can win the fight is still a moot point. And even if you do win, you won't have much to show for it. Such a large circle of the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit and virtue was close to directly announcing to heaven and earth that I am the heavenly Tao's most beloved cub. Such an existence, as long as it wasn't a life and death feud, was simply standing there. They all need to stay away, lest after accidentally invoking it, one's own chi is insufficient and one is unlucky as a result. The crowd had silently excluded Fuguang from being targeted. Anyway, there are 7 spirit treasures in total. Fuguang, this person looks like a thick and honest person. It should only take the one spiritual treasure that was destined to be with him. And it would inevitably not take more than that. Against him. Not a good deal. Just as the crowd's minds were floating. Buzz. Above the innate gourd vines of the mountain ridge, 6 extremely innate spiritual treasure level spiritual treasure gourds were blooming different immortal lights at the same time. Their breaths were dense, and it was obvious that they had completely matured. The spiritual treasure is out. The moment they saw this scene, everyone was instantly preoccupied. And no one took the lead in taking the treasure. Fuguang is the same. Although he has made a lot of preparations, his cautious character makes him prefer to lay down a black cough cough and prefer the latter. Spiritual treasures have spirits, with none of the people making a move to fight for it. The 6 spiritual treasure gourds that fell from the gourd vines all turned into streams of light and flew towards the 3 Pangaching, Nuwa, Hongjun, and lastly, Fuguang. In just a split second, each of the 6 had gotten 6 spiritual treasure gourds. At the same time, the last top-grade innate spirit gourd seemed to know that it was destined not to mature. So it also directly came off from above the gourd vine and turned into a stream of light that came towards Fuguang and fell into his hands. Yo! Looking at the top-grade innate spiritual treasure level treasure gourd in his hand, Fuguang had a satisfied look on his face. Surprisingly, there is still one. It seems that the poor Taoist's luck is really good. At the same time, Fuguang also noticed that the other great Luo golden immortals who had not obtained the treasures were all looking at him with burning eyes. Among those present who got the spiritual treasure to recognize its owner voluntarily, the only one who got 2 was Fuguang. It's a real eye-opener. Golden eyes flashed. Fuguang looked toward the group of De Luo Jingxian. The spiritual treasure automatically recognizes its owner. And this competition for the opportunity should end here. All of you Taoists staring at the poor Taoist shouldn't have any not-so-friendly thoughts. Right? The merit spiritual treasure around his body floated. And the soft light released by the heavenly Tao merit golden will became even brighter. Fuguang looked at the group of De Luo Jingxian with a smile. Seriously. If you really want to do it. He might not be unable to send the true spirits of all these great Luo golden immortals to the great Tao True Spirit Sea before causing many great karmic forces. Moreover, each of these several great Luo golden immortals had a not-so-light karma and sins on their bodies. Ah! Kill them. Instead of burdening yourself with karma, you may even be rewarded with merit. Of course, this merit will not be heavenly merit is all. Rather, it's something like inde or something like that. But whatever virtue you get, it's just useful. One thought. Fuguang's eyes were all a bit leery. As the saying goes, if you are armed with a sharp weapon, you will kill yourself. He had been living cautiously since he had taken shape and emerged until now, and had yet to fight a strong person of the same level. It wouldn't be impossible to fight a bunch of great Luo golden immortals today. To the strong he could hold back again. But to these shrimp soldiers and minions who were full of killing karma, then it was perfectly fine to strike out with a heavy blow. Looking at Fuguang's some eye-catching merit and virtue spiritual treasures, as well as the eye-shaking heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel, the great Luo golden immortals who had some thoughts about this could not help but take a step back. Soon. Buzz. Some of the great Luo golden immortals who knew in their hearts that they had already lost their chance with the opportunity and had no way to gain it back, turned into light and left without saying a word. With the first, there is a second. Not much longer. The group of great Luo golden immortals who did not obtain the spiritual treasure left successively. Subsequently, without a word, the Pango 3 purities also turned into 3 clear lights in a solitary manner and left this place. 2 fellow Taoists. The poor Taoist will also take his leave first. Red Cloud, who had harvested the 99 soul-scattering red gourd, had a contented smile on his face. And after arching his hand towards Fuguang and Nuwa, he too left directly this place. In an instant there were only Fuguang and Nuwa left. Chapter 16. Nuwa feels like she'll be held down and hammered. Chapter 16. High in the air. Fuguang and Nuwa's eyes locked, and both of them fell silent for a while now. For a while, Nuwa took the initiative to speak. Poor Taoist is a close friend of Shiha and Changshi. Never have I seen them being pleasant to any male immortal, let alone their peers. And fellow Taoist Fuguang is still the first. Genuinely, it makes the poor Taoist have some curiosity. Words. Fuguang's face revealed the color of dawning realization as he laughed while holding the golden crow whisk. To be able to receive the kind words of fellow Taoist Shiha and Changshi, the poor Taoist is also flattered. Wanted to come. This should be due to the fact that the poor Taoist and the 2 Taoist friends are both star lords. The stars are silent and there are few fellow travelers, so it's natural to be close. Words. Nuwa nodded without saying anything more. Then said, "Makes sense. With this matter settled, the poor Taoist goes." The words fell. Nuwa's delicate body transformed into a ray of creation immortal light, directly heading in the direction of Fingchi Mountain. Far away. Seeing Nuwa leave, Fuguang, who remained in place, raised an eyebrow and pondered in his heart. Forgot? Or think I won't take it and then come back for it? Subsequently, Fuguang, who was not entangled at all, lifted his hand and waved his hand, directly taking the innate gourd vines that were still hanging on the ridge, as well as that 9 heavenly resting soil with a wave of his hand. Not even a speck of dust from the 9 heavenly resting soil remained. After receiving these things, Fuguang leisurely headed towards the higher reaches of the Buzhou mountain. About hundreds of years after Fuguang left, Nuwa went and returned, looking at the empty cliffs. A frown. A face full of chagrin colors. Walked in a hurry earlier. There are still chances that have not been taken. It looks like it should have been obtained by Taoist Fuguang. TSK. When she thought that she still had the chance to lose it with herself, Nuwa secretly chastised herself for her carelessness. But now that the chance had been obtained by someone else, then naturally it had nothing to do with her. In this way, it's not a good idea to force the issue. Mainly, even if she wanted to use strong-arm tactics, it was highly likely that she would not be a match for that Fuguang Taoist. It's just as well to pull in your own big brother. Although Fushi can pinpoint will count. In the deduction of the way has very high attainments. Tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck is good at it. but hard power. Nuwa could hold down his big brother and beat him up with one hand. And when facing Fuguang, Nuwa felt like she would be held down by Fuguang with one hand. So it's highly unlikely that you won't be able to beat it. Even though her heart was not willing to do so, Nuwa could only grumble in her heart about her carelessness and missed opportunity. The Nuwa that came quickly also went quickly. Wait 10 years after Nuwa left. Buzz. Fuguang's figure slowly emerged from the void. Sitting in the void, he stroked his chin. Sure enough, it's back. And it looks like she accepts the fact that she lost her chance. So in that case, then the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens resting loam. I'll be flattered. As a prudent man. Although Fuguang had taken the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly resting soil, he wouldn't just leave straight away. He still felt that he needed to confirm Nuwa's own attitude before deciding whether or not to accept it completely. After all, both of these things are at stake. Something that concerned the chance of witnessing the Tao was enough for any cultivator in the flood to fight to the death. And now, after confirming Nuwa's attitude of resignation, Fuguang could accept it with confidence and boldness. The figure flickered. Fuguang was truly leaving this time. The monks arrived at Buzhou mountain. The further up you go, the more clearly one will be able to feel a terrifying pressure of will. It is not the way of heaven, nor heaven and earth. It was a great will that was unyielding, battling the heavens and the earth, and was the only one that could be honored. So after driving clouds and flying to a certain height, it doesn't matter what realm of cultivator you are. You will eventually have to land and climb step by step. At this moment, Fuguang was using his own feet to climb the uncharted mountain. Step by step. As he climbed, he let go of his breath that resisted the willful pressure of the unconventional mountain and closed his eyes to feel the willful pressure that fell on him. To sense everything about the unconventional mountain. How to get a feeder legacy from the unweekly mountain. No one knows. This was because the great powers who had previously received the gift had received the uncharted mountain gift in a completely different way. Some were just passing by, and then being pulled by chance, went forward to enlightenment after the Buzhou mountain, and then received gifts. Some worshipped the mountain piously, and then received good gifts. Some made offerings under the mountain for a long time and years, and then received gifts, and so on in different ways. And the way Fuguang chose to do it was simple. Up the hill. Sense that mighty pressure. Senate this uncharted mountain. As to whether or not you can succeed in getting the gift of the uncharted mountain, Fuguang wasn't sure. He could only say that he would do his best and listen to God's will. Along the way up the mountain, Fuguang's steps were sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and there were even times when he simply sat cross-legged in enlightenment. In this way, time is slipping away. 100 years. Millennium. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. With the snap of a finger, a meta session passed. At this moment, above the uncharted mountain, sitting cross-legged, Fuguang floated and sank in countless light clusters. And in each of these light clusters, there was a world with its own distinctive features and strange light. The world surrounds, reflecting Fuguang as if he was a supreme demon god who had opened up 3,000 great worlds. In fact, he was nothing more than a tiny innate sacred who had perfected his Tao Lord golden immortal Tao fruit. After a long time, the divine difference around Fuguang disappeared, and his entire person resumed the low-key and humble feeling he had at the beginning. Open golden eyes. Fuguang, who had a satisfied expression on his face, stood up. This hike has been extremely rewarding. It's also time to go back to the retreat and re-examine the great Luo Dao fruit, as well as refine the immortal beheading gourd and chaos gourd. I hope I can overhaul the Tao Lord fruit and refine the immortal beheading gourd and the chaos gourd before I listen to the sermon for the second time. The words fell. Fuguang's body lit up with a golden light. then transformed into a golden rainbow and headed straight for the Sun Star. Chapter 17, Fuguang's Book Depository. The 10,000 tribes are about to suffer an old sin. Chapter 17. Inside the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Planet. Fuguang, who was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation futon, had 3 auras suspended in front of him. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure level chaos gourd. The innate gourd vine. 9 heavenly breaths. The 7 gourds on top of the innate gourd vine were actually all capable of becoming extreme innate spiritual treasures. The reason why this last chaos gourd couldn't become an extreme product was simply because it wasn't supposed to come out at this time. Nowadays, the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavenly breath loam were all in Fuguang's hands. So if he could recompensate for the missing portion of the chaos gourd's origin, it might not be impossible for it to regrow into an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. With the power of the solar star, forcibly connecting the 9 heavenly breath loam, gourd vine, and chaos gourd to make the chaos gourd grow back, it should be possible. Fuguang rubbed his chin. The heart murmured. Only this time might just take a long time. Maybe. In the future, when the day of Nuwa's attainment of sainthood arrives, the chaos gourd won't even be able to be upgraded to the very best yet. Whatever. Make up a little if you can. After thinking for a moment, Fuguang directly merged the 3 in front of him. The gourd vines were replanted and then the chaos gourd was rehung with grafting. Fuguang, who had done all this, mobilized the power of this sun star and directly sent the 3 into the sun star, urging the flow of origin between the 3. It really works. After observing for thousands of years and realizing that the chaos gourd had begun to grow once more, Floating Light couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Being able to grow again. Then no matter what, he wouldn't lose out. After no longer paying attention to the growth of the chaotic gourd vine, Fuguang took out the already matured immortal beheading gourd again. A serious face. The next step is to refine the immortal beheading gourd in a good way. Refining the sun true flame origin inside the gourd can make it even more powerful. Even among the very best innate spiritual treasures, the power is definitely at the forefront. Lifting his hand from the solar star, he recruited a sun true flame origin that was like flowing slurry. And Fuguang's hand changed its sealing techniques. While refining the innate divine forbidden within the immortal beheading gourd, he kept refining the sun true flame into the interior of the immortal beheading gourd. Distractions are multipurpose. While refining the immortal beheading gourd, Fuguang was also repeatedly and continuously examining his Tao Lord fruit, comprehending the Sun Avenue and the Avenue of Fire, and comprehending his own divine abilities. At the same time, he also borrowed the Chaos Bell and the River Diagram and Luo book to refer to the many laws of the Great Tao that he himself had supplemented. Under these circumstances, time passed little by little. A twist. Then another meta session of light passed. Inside this Yuanhui, Fuguang did not leave the Golden Crow Palace and never stepped out of the Sun Star. Once again, I'm living my previous life as a nerd fairy. Retreat for a while. Come out and take some time off. There were no other living beings left in the Golden Crow Palace other than Fuguang. Although it was said that Fuguang would also be able to use the art of nudging to make more Tao children come out of his Golden Crow Palace. But his own personality, which liked to be alone, didn't do so. The Golden Crow Palace has one of its own. That's enough. At this point, inside the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, in his hand, he carried an autumnal pen on top of a bound tome and scribbled furiously. On top of the desk on one side, there were also many books that Fuguang had already written. The names of these books would be familiar to any other traveler. The 36 Stratagems, The Art of Harmony, The Art of War, Fuguang, Game Theory. These writings from the small world before Fuguang crossed over were compiled by him when he had nothing else to do. After adding many of his own understandings to them, To this, Fuguang is always happy to be there. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, a large hall has been vacated. Inside is loaded with Fuguang in his spare time compiled novels, drama, opera, comics and other entertainment books. At the same time there are like Fuguang on chess, Fuguang on painting and so on Fuguang's own creation. About the Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting and so on aspects of the canonical books. Of course. More still, Fuguang created all sorts of feats and spells. The entire hall was not said to be all-encompassing, but it was considered a rich collection. That's still the reason why Fuguang doesn't have much free time these days. Otherwise, he might not be unable to create enough books to fill up one side of the world. Of course, Fuguang writes books all depending on his mood. The content of the book. 2. When he was last out of the gate, Fuguang had even created several dual cultivation-oriented novels, such as what was called Immortal Woman by Jie, Male Immortal Aben, and other books that were only suitable to be placed inside the corner when he had nothing else to do. Fuguang had also deduced and created several dual cultivation techniques. Back to the main topic. Splat. Lay down the fall pen in your hand. Fuguang glanced at the completed thick and dark science and casually tossed it aside. Stretched out. In another 70,000 years, the second lecture of the Purple Heavenly Palace will begin. Sipping a cup of tea in one hand, Fuguang mused in his mind. After the second lecture, the realm of the top powerhouses in the Flood Wasteland will once again be elevated by one level. And only the quasi-saints and the mixed golden immortals will be able to stand at the top of the pyramid. And the years after the second lecture are considered to be the true prelude to the quantum revelation. I also don't know when Lord Eastwine will establish the immortal court. If we don't make it faster, I'm afraid that the sorcerer race will all come out of nowhere. The thought of the overbearing behavior of the witches. As long as they come out, everything near Buzhou Mountain will be considered by them as their own. And the 10,000 tribes of the flood will be considered by the sorcerer tribe as food and sustenance, which will surely cause a storm throughout the entire flood world at that time. If there's no one in charge. That the flood tribes. It's an old sin. Think about it. Fuyuki shook his head again. None of my business. It wasn't like he was going to go out on a limb, much less try to unify the 10,000 tribes of the flood, let alone face the 12 ancestral witches head-on. How about the flooded nations? It's none of his business. Chapter 18, Unification of Heaven and Earth? Dogs don't even go there. Chapter 18. The 10,000 tribes of the flood must not have a good time. But none of this had anything to do with Fuguang. Measurement. Never be able to get a single bit of it. From the time he crossed over and had his first revival of consciousness. This was what Fuguang had admonished himself. Even though he was endowed with the 9-9 supreme fate, it could be said that he was a perfect fit for the position of the supreme being who ruled over the flooded heaven and earth. But the thing is, wanting to sit in that position also means that he has to enter the quantum of the world, to unify the many races of the flood, and to fight with that group of sorcerers Mang. Even if you can be happy for a while, you can't be happy for the rest of your life. This was contrary to the obsession Fuguang pursued of living with heaven and earth and being a ruler with the world. So, how could Fuguang not want to bother with the various things that were going to happen next in the flood? Of course, Fuguang, as an innate divine, also knew very well. The quantum revelation is a tribulation for the beings of the flood. And at the same time, it is also a great opportunity. The person who enters into the calamity crosses it and goes flat on his face. If you can't get through it, it goes up in smoke. This, any cultivator in the flood who had a little bit of cultivation in his body was well aware of it. Far from it. The last quantum culpa alone was extremely terrifying. with a large number of chaos demon gods who had cut themselves in half competing with each other. And there were many great avatars of the mixed golden immortal who had become famous in the floodlands from the beginning of the opening of the heavens who had fallen. Including, but not limited to, the Qiankuan Old Ancestor, the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor, the moon god Wangshu, and other well-known ancient great aptitudes of the flood. There is no one more prestigious than the devil ancestor Luo, wielding the innate treasure regicide gun. Non-four saints cannot break the immortal execution sword formation and the four swords. 12 black lotus and so on many treasures. Can be said to be the first at that time the strongest. Just a pity. He's failing. Even the ancestral veins of the Western Earth were directly blown up. Still not being able to count out Tao ancestor Hongjun. Instead, the Tao ancestor Hongjun made many calculations and created great killing karma. He was then called out by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun to find a door to be beheaded, completing the achievement of removing a major scourge for the flood, and gaining monstrous heavenly merits. Not only did he succeed in surviving the quantum karmic disaster, but he was also certified by the unification of the three corpses as a result. According to Fuguang also remembered the witch and demon quantitative robbery. The degree of destruction, if you look at it, is not inferior to the direct bombing of the Western spiritual veins of the Taoist and demonic struggle. So obviously, this time, within the quantum summation, a saintly fruit position was also birthed. Fuguang could be sure of that. The same. As soon as the quantum of the world unfolds, many great adepts can see this. Seeing is seeing. The difficulty of wanting to pluck this saintly fruit in the midst of the quantum revelation was also no less difficult than the unification of the three corpses and the proof of merit. Especially, not being able to succeed before the saints of the heavens witnessed their path. When the saints of the heavens witnessed their path, it would be a matter of becoming benevolent. In summary, one unifies heaven and earth. And dogs don't even go there. Just as Fuguang's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Sometimes thinking about the matter of the quantum of solace. Sometimes thinking about what he was going to write in his next book. And sometimes thinking about his bright future of peacefully seeking the way. Outside the sun star, 2 clear and cold moonlight immortal lights came from the direction of the Taiyin star and transformed into 2 goddess figures outside the sun star. It was the 2 sisters, Shiha and Shangxi. After manifesting his form, Cici stepped forward. Taiyin star Shiha, with her sister Changxi, have come to visit fellow Daoist Fuguang. I wonder if you are here. Swish. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Fuguang's scattered and relaxed thoughts instantly returned to one. An unexpected smile appeared on his face. They're here? Good. 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 Straight up. Fuguang took a step and already appeared outside the solar star. Seeing the sisters Shihi and Shangxi standing in the starry sky, Fuguang with a smile on his face arched his hand and saluted. 2 fellow Taoists. It's been a long time. The poor Taoist is courteous. After returning the salute, Shiha spoke up. I've taken the liberty of coming to intrude. And I hope that I haven't misplaced the arrangements for you. Fellow Taoist waved his hand. Fuguang had a disinterested look on his face. Not to mention the fact that the poor Taoist is also resting at his leisure. Even if he does have any arrangements, he will still have to make way for the arrival of the 2 fellow Taoists. Talking at the same time, Fuguang let himself out of the way and raised his hand in invitation. 2 fellow Taoists. Inside please. Words. After both Shihi and Shangxi gave their thanks, they directly followed Fuguang and headed to the Golden Crow Palace. Settling down inside the courtyard, a glance at the array of writing implements laid out on top of the desk, and the book that had been compiled and finished. With an upturned eyebrow, Cici smiled. Fellow Taoist. In response, Fuguang smiled blandly. After all, Poverty Road is the ancestor of the way of literature. So for these things, naturally, he is more fond of them. Cece nodded approvingly. Not to mention the rest. Fuguang was indeed filled with that gentle Wendao atmosphere, giving people a feeling that could be described as full of the gentleman's style. It's refreshing to spend time with. Aside, Shang Shi, who had never been a big talker, looked at the books on top of the desk with her beautiful eyes. Inquired, "Fellow Daoist Fuguang, may I take a look at these books?" Ever since Fuguang created the written word and opened up the way of literature, books, this concept was also already widespread in the flooded heavens and earth. Nodded. Fuguang said with a casual expression. Naturally. If you like to read books, you can also take a look inside the Hall of Collections of the Poor Taoist Golden Crow Palace, which contains novels written by the poor Taoist, comics drawn, and other entertaining books, as well as some classic writings, and some books on feats, magical powers, and spells. A gentle nod. The clear and cold Shang-Chi picked up Fuguang's thick and dark, which he had just finished writing not long ago, and quietly read it. Seeing the situation, Fuguang brewed a pot of spirit tea that could calm one's mind and make one's thoughts ethereal, and casually sent it to Shang-Chi's face. Shang-Chi, who was already immersed in the state of reading a book, did not pay attention, but just picked up his teacup extremely naturally and took a sip. Chapter 19, Shiho, the Poor Taoist Understands. Chapter 19. Forgive me, fellow Taoist. Looking at Shang-Chi's natural movements, Shihi's eyes flashed with favor. An apologetic smile towards Fuguang followed. My sister is pure in nature, and behaves in such a way because she also treats you, Taoist friend, as a close friend, not because she doesn't know how to be courteous. A knowing nod. Fuguang opened his mouth without a care in the world. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to explain. The poor Taoist understands it all. Between the words, with a wave of his raised hand, Fuguang took out some innate fire mulberries and innate spirit fruits, along with some immortal brews, from the Golden Crow Palace's treasure trove and set them on the immortal table. Open mouth. This is the first batch of innate fire mulberry born by the Fusang divine tree. Eating one can sear and refine the yuanshen, kowtow to the heart. And it also has some benefits for the Tao Lord fruit. There's no need to be polite, fellow Taoist. A spiritual fruit that sears the spirit and knocks at the heart? Good stuff. Hearing Fuguang's words, Shihi's eyes lit up, and with a smile on her brow, she waved her hand and took out an altar of immortal wine. Laughing. This is the laurel brew brewed by plucking the best blooming laurel flowers from the innate laurel tree. I hope that you, Taoist friend, don't mind. A slight upward frown. Fuguang received this altar of laurel brew with a smile. The immortal wine that is known amongst all the cultivators of the flood. The poor Taoist is begging for it. So how could it be too much? Between the words, Fuguang took out a few wine cups. Then after asking Shiha, he opened them and first poured a cup for Shiha and Shang-Chi. Then filled a cup for himself. One drink. As the wine entered his throat, Fuguang suddenly had an empty spiritual platform, and the whole person entered into a state of metaphysical epiphany. Seeing that Fuguang went straight into a state of epiphany because he took a sip of laurel brew, Shiha, who was sitting in front of him, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Nice guy. This fellow Taoist Fuguang's enlightenment is so strong? One sip of immortal brew and you'll be able to have an epiphany. All one can say is envy. As well as the side verification of Fuguang's root and foot of the depth of the foundation. Should also be above the many great powers in the floodplains. Laurel Brew Fuqua wasn't the first to drink it. Nuwa, Queen Mother of the West, and other great female immortals had already drunk it long ago. Only people who can take a sip of wine and go into an epiphany. Fuguang is the only one. 100 years of epiphany passed. Fuguang retreated from his state of epiphany. And among the great Tao he had cultivated, there was already an additional Tai in great Tao. It was very rewarding. Satisfied in his heart, Fuguang bowed his hand towards Shihi, who had been waiting for the end of his epiphany on the opposite side of the room. Many thanks for the Taoist friend's laurel brew. The poor Taoist has benefited greatly. A gentle nod. Nor did Shiho take credit for it. It's all just the Taoist friend's own luck. The laurel brew is just a more precious wine. The two men were polite afterward. Just started chatting. And the topic quickly shifted to the legends and insights in the middle of the flood. Shiha's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Fellow Daoist, do you remember that one male immortal? The head of the male immortals, the Duke of Dongwon? Put down the glass in your hand. Fuguang came to have some interest. Naturally. I remember. Could it be that the Taoist friend knows something recent about that head of the male immortals? Nodded. Shiha didn't hide anything and spoke directly. I heard that 1 hui ago. The Duke of the East King opened his purple mansion gates widely and absorbed quite a number of golden immortals and Tai golden immortals cultivators into his command. And even several Dala male immortals went to join him. Besides, the Duke of the East King also ascended to the Western Kunlun twice and went to discuss things with the Queen Mother of the West. Though it's been fairly calm until now. But it looks like there's going to be some changes in the flood in the near future. Dong Wanggong has started taking people in? And that means he's starting to prepare for the immortal court. Ha! To prepare for the immortal court? It was extremely normal to contact Shi Wangmu, the head of the female immortals. The most important. With only the name of the head of the male immortals, the Duke of Dongwon only occupies half of the great righteousness. If he pulls the Queen Mother of the West together, then it will be the complete great righteousness of the saints' admiration. In this way, he, the Duke of the East King, lifted his arm and united the way of the flood was considered to be a master. Fuguang's complexion was tinged with a thoughtful color. For a while. It was only with some curiosity that Shihi asked Fuguang, I wonder what you have to say about Lord Dongwon's move. A freeze. Fuguang returned to his senses. Opinions? I don't have an opinion. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West were appointed as the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals. So it's normal that they want to do something. It has nothing to do with us. His words were decisive. It also has a little bit of dominance sideways. Can't it be that he, the Duke of the East King, still wants to control over the heads of the innate saints like us? If he really wants to do that, then the position of the head of the male immortals, it's not like he's not necessary. He, Fuguang, was naturally not interested. But don't forget. At the entrance of Dao ancestor Hongjun's purple heavenly palace, there was also a Haotian standing at the gate. To be able to become the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court after the quantum revelation of witch and demon. That proves that Haotian, who is still a Taoist child now, more or less has a little bit of imperial destiny. Only. His words fell on Shiha's ears. But they changed flavor. The head of the male immortals does not have to be the Duke of Dongwon. This one does. Because when the sages enthroned the head of the male immortals, one of the first people to look at was not the Duke of Dongwang, but Fuguang. Now that Fuguang has said these words, isn't that an indication of? Fellow Daoist Fuguang had originally had an idea about that position as the head of the male immortals. Only. The saint didn't choose him. So he suppressed his mind for the time being. One thought at a time. seeing again that Fuguang was completely unimpressed with the Duke of Dongwang, and even had some feeling of contempt that he didn't put in his eyes. Shiha instantly felt that his guess should not be wrong. But she also didn't say anything about Fuyuko's inner thoughts that she thought she had already read. Just chuckling. I see. Poor Taoist understands. Hearing these words from Shiha, Fuguang froze. You got it? What do you know? On second thought, Fuguang then understood that it should be Shiha who had figured out that innate saints like them did not need to worry about this point in the scheming of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. So nodded in response. Just as long as you understand. Fellow Taoist. Chapter 20 Lecture 2. Fushi is really able to place. Chapter 20. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. The three Fuguangs get along very harmoniously. Shiha and Fuguang chatted happily at first. But there is always a time when the topic is finished. And after the topic of the two became less, Fuguang took out the small toys of Go, Xiangqi, chess and so on, which he had made in his boredom, and invited Shiha to play against each other. Meanwhile, after discovering that Shiha is interested in sound and rhythm, Fuguang's various musical instruments that he had previously built to play on his own time came in handy. And Shiha learned to enjoy himself. Even compiled a number of fairy music scores. Shang-Shi, on the other hand, was immersing himself in the various books compiled by Fuguang. Even more so. Occasionally, when Shang-Shi's temperament came to him, he would put pen to paper and compile some fictional stories, Taoist classics, and even create methods based on the Gongfu moves inside some metaphysical novels written by Fuguang. In that case, tens of thousands of years passed quietly. This day, in the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang and Shihi are playing chess against each other, while Changshi on the side is working on a fictional story titled Moon Lady Biography. Dang! 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 3 unhurried bells suddenly rang out in the sky above the Golden Crow Palace, causing the 1 man and 2 women who were immersed in the playfulness to instantly come back to their senses, their gazes flickering with a refined aura. Time for the second lecture. Hearing these 3 bells, Fuguang put down the chess pieces in his hand and looked towards Shihi, who had woken up, as well as Chang Shi, opened his mouth and invited. For this hearing, 2 fellow Taoists. Why don't you travel with us? Hearing Fuguang's invitation, Cece stood up with a smile. Not since. The same. Shang-Shi, who had put down the brush in his hand, also nodded gently. Peer. Seeing that both were fine with it, Fuguang then quickly packed up, and the 3 of them traveled together, out of the sun star, all the way towards the chaos beyond the heavens. Chaos. The purple heavenly palace stood in the midst of chaos, suppressing a place of peace and tranquility within the extremely dangerous chaos. This palace was as if it had been here for ages. The gate of the purple heavenly palace was not open, as it was during the first sermon. There were already quite a few cultivators coming over. This time, even if Fuguang wasn't the first to come, the arriving cultivators, after all, had remembered the whole salute thing. At this moment, 3,000 guests in front of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace. It can be said that each has made progress compared to before the first sermon. The cultivation levels of the 3,000 guests were generally in the early Dalajingxian realm. As this second sermon is about to open, the cultivation levels of the 3,000 guests had all broken through at least one minor realm. Outstanders such as the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa, and other well-known great powers are now in the late Dala Golden Immortal realm. It can be very impressive. Not quite the same as the first sermon. Among the 3,000 guests in front of the door, the Duke of the East King was followed by a dozen or so mid-dialuo golden immortal powerhouses. and there were even a few late Dialuo golden immortal powerhouses. The Duke of the East King's purple robe flew, and his entire person exuded a feeling of complacency. One could clearly feel his spiritedness. There are no exceptions. Beside the Western Queen Mother, who was the head of the female immortals, there were also a good number of de-low female immortals gathered. And even though the number was not as high as that beside the Duke of the East, the quality was slightly higher. These two, becoming the two most conspicuous landscapes in front of the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace at this moment. One after another. 3,000 guests kept crossing the chaos and arrived at the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. The same. Fuguang, Shi He, and Chang Shi, who were not in a hurry to rush, also arrived not too early and not too late. The arrival was uneventful. Not ostentatiously high-profile or unduly showy. Of course. Followed by the sisters Shiha and Shangxi, who were at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation. Even if Fuguang wanted to show weakness in a low profile, it was still a delusional thing to do. As soon as the two Tai-yin goddesses appeared, there were quite a few gazes amongst the 3,000 guests looking towards the three of them. After making the usual bow towards the Violet Sky Palace, Fuguang then planned to find a corner as he had done the first time he heard it and lower his presence. Only things don't work out the way they're supposed to. Fuguang hadn't done anything yet. Nuwa, who was close friends with Shihi and Shangxi, flickered her gaze slightly. Subsequently, straight away, he took a step towards the trio. Seeing his own sister's action, Fushi, who had little to say, froze for a moment and followed Nuwa's lead. Other side. The eyes of Red Cloud, who had a one-sided relationship with Fuguang along with a nodding acquaintance the last time he was dividing the treasures at the Buzhou mountain, lit up. Pull up Jin Yuan Z. Go! Let's go say hello to fellow Taoist Fuguang. He's kind and quite talkative. I've been wanting to make a connection for a long time. Jin Yuanzi, who was being dragged by Red Cloud, was filled with speechlessness. Are you sure that Fuguang Taoist is a character who is kind and talkative? How come he feels different? Fuguang Taoist. It's not a generalization by any means. Of course. It wouldn't hurt to go ahead and make some friends. After all, those who were able to obtain so much heavenly merit and be favored by the heavens would definitely not be anything evil. Shiha. Changxi. Nuwa was the first to lean over. After greeting her two best friends, Shiha and Shangxi. Another look at Fuguang. Fellow Taoist Fuguang. Hello again. Words. A big smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nuwa, for advancing further in your cultivation. When Buzhou Mountain split the treasure, Nuwa's cultivation was still only in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Nowadays, he is already in the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. And Fuguang looked at the breath around her, with the intention of completeness. It shouldn't be too far from the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. To think that he had worked so hard for so long to bring his Taolord fruit to perfection. And Nuwa this seemed to be catching up with ease. Fuguang can only say, not bad for an established heavenly saint. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Fushi, who had the image of an elegant middle-aged man, also greeted with a smile. The sight of Fushi, Fuguang's eyes lit up. He felt like he was in tune with Fushi. It was worthy of being an old subordinate who would become one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan under the original trajectory. And Fushi isn't like that Kuanpun guy who didn't betray until he died in battle. He's a man who can really handle it. And he's really on it when he's got something going on. Chapter 21, Western Queen Mother's Intuition. Chapter 21. Cultivation is also cultivation of the mind. when it came to the powerhouses of the Tao Lord Golden Immortal realm. Even the most rookie Tao Lord Golden Immortal. That was the only existence of thoughts. It's completely spontaneous. Even though Fuguang did not intend to compete for that heaven and earth supreme saint's fruit. Did not intend to create the demon race and establish the heavenly court. But for Fushi, this subordinate, the heart still has a very good idea of befriending. And so it was. Fuguang took the initiative to climb into conversation with Fushi. I've heard for a long time that you, Fushi Taoist, have a hand of innate easy numbers that are so marvelous that you can peek into the heavens and make calculations without missing anything. Fuguang has long wanted to get to know you. If you have any spare time afterward, you, fellow Taoist, must come and sit on the sun star. The poor Taoist will certainly welcome you with open arms. After inviting Fushi, Fuguang's gaze went back to Nuwa. Open mouth. The same goes for fellow Taoist Nuwa. Words. Fushi's face wore a look of unexpected joy. Good. Poor Taoist will definitely go. The lineage of literary Tao that you have opened up. The poor Taoist has also studied it in depth. And there are many insights that no one is able to communicate. Wanted to come. Between the poor Taoist and the Taoist friend. We can surely have a lot in common. Ha ha ha. Words. Fuguang also smiled and nodded. So much the better. I'm not going to hide it from you. But the poor Taoist's Golden Crow Palace has compiled quite a few books. So if you're interested, you can come and explore them. Arching his hand. Fushi's eyes brightened. Oh. The poor Taoist will certainly go and pay a visit. Looking at Fushi, who was chatting happily and had already confirmed that he was going to visit Fuguang after hearing the sermon. The corners of Nuwa's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Fuguang's invitation just now. The main target was her own untalented elder brother. Fushi. And she, Nuwa, was merely invited in passing. A few fellow Taoists. Courteous. Greetings. Fellow Taoists. The two who came over right after, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, bowed their heads and joined in the small talk with a smile. Of course. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi's main object of conversation was the two male immortals, Fuguang and Fushi, but did not participate in the topic of the three De Luo female immortals. For the Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi who came over, Fuguang naturally had nothing unwelcome to say. On the contrary, adhering to the idea of having more friends and more paths, Fuguang was quite enthusiastic about Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun. 3 reasons. For one thing, Jin Yuanzi's future is a proper quasi-saintly consummate. And he is a famous ancestor of the Earth Immortals. A famous and worldly monarch powerhouse. Although it was highly likely that Red Cloud would fall, the reincarnated returnee would also be a human Earth Emperor and a powerful person in the future. Both of these two are qualified targets to be friends with Fuyuko, who is the same king as the rest of the world. Secondly, although Fuguang could not leave his house, he also knew that there was no future in the floodplains for him to fight alone. As strong as the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu, he was still beaten to death by the group. So, he needs some dogs too. Just in case there was a fight scene in the future. He wouldn't even have anyone to shake. It was true that Fuguang wanted to not enter the quantum of solace and be with the world. But that didn't mean he didn't need friends. Red Cloud, this rotten good man, need not be said. Jin Yuanzi, this honest good man, also can be handed over. Thirdly, the most fundamental reason. Regarding the Hongyun's Hongmeng violet chi that he would most likely obtain afterward. Fuguang wasn't interested. So he didn't need to take action against Hongjun. It's good to be a friend without being an enemy. Along with Nuwa and Fushi. And Red Cloud coming over to communicate with Jin Yuanzi. Some of the 3,000 guests who had a good friendship with them also gradually came over to communicate. There are male and female fairies among them. More importantly, these 3,000 guests who came over to exchange were all clean. And did not have karma to kill, not to mention that on some of them, there was even some meritorious golden light in their bodies. It was only much less than Fuguang's heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel. A few friends brought their friends over to widen their circle of contacts. This should have been an extremely normal thing to do. Only, the scene of a large number of 3,000 guests converging on the perimeter of Fuguang really did irritate the others a bit. Some purists don't think anything of it yet. But this scene fell into the eyes of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, and was more or less solid as hell. Especially the Duke of the East. After noticing this scene, some displeasure, as well as deep scorn, flowed across that majestic face. For no other reason than the number of Tao Lord Golden Immortals gathered around Fuguang was much greater than those around him. On his side, even if he added the Dala female immortals on the Queen Mother of the West side, he was still inferior in terms of numbers. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang inevitably thought back to that day when the sage decided on the candidate for the head of the male immortals. The first thing to look at first glance is the Fuguang. Doesn't this situation mean that he, the head of the male immortals, is indeed not worthy of his name? And it was Fuguang who didn't want it. So that it was his turn? Zingy. It's just too solid. Of course. Being endowed with an imperial destiny, the Duke of Dongwang was not someone without a city mind. Displeasure and scorn only lasted for a moment, and then he returned to his normal self. Duke Dongwang can see that. Even if you Fuguang have gathered a lot of people around you, the head of the male immortals appointed by the sages is him, the Duke of the East. As long as he pulls the Queen Mother of the West along with him, he occupies the name of orthodoxy and great righteousness. This flooded heaven and earth. After all, it can only be governed by him, the Prince of the East, who is orthodox. Instead, it's not a name or a name of Fuguang. There were not many people who noticed the displeasure and scorn of the Duke of Dongwang, the Queen Mother of the West, who is the head of the female immortals, is one of them. After noticing the reaction of the Duke of Dongwang to the scene over at Fuguang, the Queen Mother of the West instinctively felt bad. For some reason, her intuition was always telling her that Fuguang was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Like a Mr. Nice Guy feeling. Going up against him, it's highly likely that it's going to be bloody bad luck. Originally, she had already had some heartfelt desire to cooperate with the Duke of Dongwang and establish the Immortal Court as a way to manage and unify the flood. But seeing how the Duke of the East King reacted like this, I'm afraid that after the establishment of the Immortal Court, it's very likely that he'll go up against Fuguang. This doesn't seem very sensible to the Queen Mother of the West. It's still prudent. Queen Mother of the West secretly mused in her heart, lest at that time, the East King Gong and Fuguang Daoren face off. It would be bad if I were dragged into it. Of course. Seeing the scene where some female immortals were also chatting with Fuguang through the relationship between Shihi, Shangxi, and Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West was also a bit uncomfortable. But that's all. People can do whatever they want. Can she really hold the title of the head of the female immortals and not allow other female immortals to make friends with other male immortals? Isn't this a proper death wish? Chapter 22 Breakthrough. Mixed Golden Immortal. Chapter 22. There was a bit of a crowd around it. The moment itself is slightly more solid. Both of these, Fuguang, who was of a cautious character, was also already aware of it. Meanwhile, he also noticed the displeasure and scorn of the Duke of the East, as well as a hint of dissatisfaction from the Queen Mother of the West. After all, these two, Fuguang is very optimistic, can replace the original into the fate of the hijacking, and go on the road of confrontation with the Witch Clan. The perfect candidate, ah. Naturally. Fuguang paid a little more attention to them. So even if the East King's Duke and the West Queen Mother's colorful gestures were well hidden, they were easily captured by Fuguang. There's something high profile about this one. Fuguang, who realized that he hadn't been cautious and steady enough to sit down this time, reflected on himself in his mind. Don't do that next time. Of course. Fuguang didn't regret his practice of befriending these downlord immortals around him. There are pros and cons to everything. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West might bring some minor troubles to themselves. And these downlord immortals in front of them could also bring a lot of benefits to themselves. Every drink in every pack has its own cause and effect. He is still in the middle of the scale. It neither stands out nor is it overly understated. More importantly, by the time the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West established the Immortal Court and began to manage the flood, then no one will be convinced. And the sorcerers who only honor Pangu will come to them. And then both sides of the dog's brains will have to fight out. And will the Duke of Dongwang still dare to mess with him? A very powerful man who was very strong, with heavenly merits, and with a large number of friends who are free and strong? Must not be possible. As for whether the witch clan would look down on the Immortal Court and not come out? Definitely. According to the logic of the behavior of the witch race. After seeing the high-profile planning of the Immortal Court in the flood, their thoughts are just one. Heaven and earth were created by the father god Pangu. And the Wu clan is a proper descendant of Pangu. Who else but the Wu clan can manage the flood? East Kinggong? Queen Mother of the West? The Immortal Court? The saints and the heavenly witch race are not even in their eyes. What is your status and position? And also? Ugh. So, the witches are bound to come out of the woodwork. With this in mind, although Fuguang was wary in his heart, on the surface it was as if he had not seen the state of affairs on the side of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, talking with the many downlord immortals who were by his side. Not much more time passes. Clunk. The tightly closed gate of the purple heavenly palace opened once again. The child Hao Tian who walked out from it spoke aloud. His lordship is about to preach. Please enter. A word fell. The many great Luo golden immortals who were originally still chatting and waiting all had their faces set straight. The same is true for Fuguang. Fellow Taoists, in the future, if you have any free time, you can come to the Sun Star as a guest. As long as the poor Tao is free, I will definitely treat you all well. Hearing Fuguang's words of invitation, after exchanging some words with him, the group of great Luo golden immortals who had a good feeling about Fuguang all smiled and responded. I will definitely come and visit you when I have time. Thanks for the invitation. Fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist will definitely pay a visit. So does the poor Taoist. The crowd walked into the purple heavenly palace while talking. Subsequently, each took a seat in his own bushel position. The same is true for Fuguang. Only, he had just sat down when he turned his gaze to Shiha beside him. Laughing, he asked, fellow Taoist has been secretly observing Poverty Road. But is there anything wrong with Poverty Road? Words. Cece replied with a big smile. There is nothing wrong with it. It just didn't occur to me that Dao Yu actually also has a personality that likes to make friends widely. I hadn't thought of this at all before. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Fuguang's expression was very calm. I just don't really like getting involved in things that don't matter. But as the saying goes, many friends, many ways. They are all in the same path. It's nothing to befriend them. Hearing Fuguang's reply, Shiha nodded thoughtfully. I see. The poor Taoist understands. It seems. Although you have ambitions in your heart and want to achieve great things, you are not the kind of emperor who acts ostentatiously and takes the hegemonic style. but rather an emperor who takes the path of the emperor's way of benevolence and virtue to lead all living beings. And the path of the emperor's way of high purity and might to convince the four seas. Such a presence. It's a big job. CC was very appreciative. Although he didn't know what Shiha understood again. Fuguang didn't care too much. The exchange between the two ended. A few moments later. At the same time that the gate of the purple heavenly palace closed, the figure of the sage appeared on top of the high platform. Straight to the point. It didn't even matter if the crowd listening to the sermon below could keep up. For a moment, there were instantly thousands of images in the purple cloud palace, transforming it into an ocean of 3,000 great Tao. While the 3,000 guests listening to the sermon were the swimming fish in the ocean, constantly seeking their own great Tao in it. Fuguang had another epiphany inside the violet sky palace. 300 short years have passed. Originally Fuguang had already been perfected. Dala Dao fruit suddenly shook. Originally had been as thin as a bubble. Dala Golden Immortal Realm Promotion Mixed Golden Immortal Realm Bottleneck. Naturally dissolved away. Boom! The aura on Fuguang's body began to climb rapidly, stepping into the level of a mixed golden immortal in a single step. Breakthrough in the Purple Heaven Palace. With a saint present, it was naturally impossible for Fuguang to influence others to listen to the sermon. One step into the early stage of the mixed golden immortal. Fuguang didn't withdraw from the epiphany. Instead, he immersed himself even more. Only, his cultivation didn't advance by leaps and bounds, but rather, he continued to solidify his mixed golden immortal Dao fruit. Fuguang was still checking for gaps under the state of epiphany. He did not allow his path to be the slightest bit unsteady. Above the podium, seeing Fuguang take the lead in breaking through and stepping into the path of the mixed golden immortal, the sage Hongjun, who was preaching, originally had a calm gaze that flashed through a bit of surprise. But that's about it. So what if you become the only mixed golden immortal in this epic? No saints. In the end, they are all just ants under the heavenly Tao. Chapter 23, The Sage Takes on a Disciple. Chapter 23. The sage did not care about Fuguang being the first to make a breakthrough and to follow the path of the mixed golden immortal. To the extent that he is in such a realm. The only thing that matters is whether or not one's path can go far enough. What a reckoning! What a scheme! The purpose has been the same since the beginning. Make your own path smoother. Even more so. There was still some anticipation in the saint's heart for the appearance of Fuguang. A different kind of fated person. If everything between heaven and earth was within his grasp, then to a sage, heaven and earth would be a pool of stagnant water. Meanwhile, it is also a shackle, a yoke, that encircles his body. The only way to bring life is to have change and variation in it. And further down the path, just in the midst of change, there was something in the saint's heart that vaguely anticipated how much of a wave this tiny wave of Fuguang would be able to create in the future. For this reason, the saint on the high platform, even while giving his 6 disciples a small stove, also additionally gave Fuguang a small stove, specially instructed him on the path of the mixed golden immortal. How to go, how to repair, and what to pay attention to. Taking this opportunity, Fuguang, who was in the midst of his epiphany, combed through his mixed yuan Dao fruit more meticulously. The time for this sermon is still 3,000 years. Once the 3,000 years are up, the Dao sounds, Dao rhythms, and visions within the violet sky palace all dispersed. The 3,000 guests who were immersed in the state of enlightenment and cultivation also retreated from their state of cultivation. There are satisfactions, regrets, and chagrin to be found in all beings. Wait until everyone has come to their senses. Above the podium, the saint's gaze flickered and landed on Pango Sancheng and Nuwa in front of him. Open mouth. After I have witnessed the Tao, I will establish the Xian sect as the ancestor of the Xian sect. Under my sect, there shall be several disciples. Hiss. Saints taking in disciples? Upon hearing the saint's opening words, the complexions of the 3,000 guests were all shaken. Their gazes tinged with disbelief as they mistakenly looked towards the 6 figures seated on top of those 6 special bushels. Although the sage hadn't yet said who he was going to take as a disciple, the sage's gaze already said it all. Of the 3,000 guests, Fuguang, who also made a surprised expression, was not surprised in his heart that the saint had taken in a disciple for this one thing. Just a few surprises about the timing of the intake. Did you take on an apprentice in the second lecture? Shouldn't it be after the end of the third lecture? And then only after the acceptance of disciples and the distribution of treasures? Some doubt. But Fujimitsu didn't care. He didn't even know how many versions of the so-called plot of the flood he remembered in his mind. While there is nothing wrong with the big picture, some of the details are not credible. Plus, even Dijun and Taiyi were outlawed by his Fuguang. Merely a change in the timing of the Purple Heaven Palace's acceptance of disciples was nothing. He didn't seem surprised. He, who was sitting beside Fuguang, subconsciously turned his head to look at Fuguang beside him after being shocked. After all, as long as one becomes a disciple of a saint, you can almost do whatever you want in the middle of the flooded heavens and earth. Not to mention, there were bound to be more good chances that were going to fall to them afterward. Just ask. Who wouldn't envy the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace? The good old Red Cloud, who was forced to step aside, was gutted. Koan Peng was even staring at Red Cloud with a face full of hatred. It looks like it's bound to be immortal. Even he himself was extremely envious. As a result, as soon as he turned his head to look at Fuguang, even though he also had a shocked expression on his face, he had gotten along for tens of thousands of years after all. He could tell at a glance that this shock of Fuguang's carried an element of acting. She was also the one who had read that miscellaneous book compiled by Fuguang on how an old actor acts. So, even though Fuguang was displaying movie star level acting skills at the moment, but Shiho is still certain Fuguang wasn't really shocked by the matter of saints accepting disciples. Nor did he feel any envy towards the matter of becoming a disciple of a saint. Even a great opportunity like becoming a saint's disciple, Fuguang doesn't care. Xie sighed in her heart. Such a mind. Dang for a true hero. Worthy of Fuguang. A glance at the calm Fuyuko. He took another look at Guan and Junti, who had started crying and wailing again at the moment, requesting the sage to accept them as disciples. She instantly felt a huge sense of difference. It cannot be said that it is not good to receive the guidance and the paraclete in this way. To seek favors for their own agony. It's all for the sake of your own path. Nothing to scoff at. It's just that in comparison, Shiha admired and appreciated Fuguang even more. It didn't take too long to take in an apprentice. The saint took the lead in accepting the 3 Pangocheng as his personal disciples, then accepted Nuwa as a close disciple. And finally, under the weeping and pleading of Jiayin and Junti, accepted the 2 men as his own named disciples. Up to this point, the saints will have gone all the way this time. This sermon is over. After accepting the disciple, the sage spoke directly. 10 yuan hui later, on the day of the 3rd sermon, you will come again. And go. The words fell. The figure of the saint above the podium had disappeared. From the beginning to the end, the saints had only taken on disciples and had not bestowed magic treasures, let alone bestowed the Hongmeng purple chi. The treasure-sharing thing. It's even less of a shadow. The 3,000 guests rose and after saluting, they all left the purple heavenly palace. Road. There were quite a few people who went forward to talk to the three pristine ones and the others who had just become the disciples of saints. Only the three clear, lonely and proud. And did not pay attention to the 3,000 guests of the show of goodwill. Just perfunctory coping with after the three clear. The three clear directly left. Nuwa is slightly better. But also, they would not be enthusiastic about a Tao Lord Immortal that they did not know well. Instead, it was the two of them, guiding in Junti. For the 3,000 guests who came to say hello, they were all very friendly and did not hold themselves back. And all of them managed to be friendly with each other. See this scene. Fuguang couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. No wonder Jain and Junti can usher in the great prosperity of the West in the future. How the means are in the process of their rise is not to be discussed. But the spirit of this effort, it is worth recognizing. The 6 saints ordained by God, Pango Sanqing belonged to is a typical type of luxury. Nuwa has a bit of a base. The type that has risen to prominence by eating the dividends. Guiding and Junti are the actual grassroots rising up. The West is barren. There are not many good things. And above the resources, it is inherently inferior to the other continents' great Luo Jingxians by a large margin. Although the two were also top-notch innate sacred, their root qualifications were no worse than theirs. And even better by a good bit. As it turned out, they managed to rise up in favor of the others. There is an element of saintly arrangement. But one's own contention is also a big part of it. Chapter 24 Fuguang's Anxiety. Chapter 24 Return from Chaos. This time, Fuguang, Shiha, and Shangxi remained together. Among the stars, Fuguang, who had a bland smile on his face, said towards Shihi and Shangxi, "I'm sure the two fellow Taoists have gained a lot this time and are in a hurry to close the door to break through the realm. So the poor Taoist won't invite you. When the two fellow Taoists are out of the gate, they can come to the Sun Planet as guests." Words. CC guffawed. Yes. But you, Taoist friend, always let people visit your Sun Planet as guests. But why don't you go to the dojo of a fellow Taoist as a guest? Fuguang extended invitations to many people to come and be his guest on his Sun Planet. Yet he is not seen much as a guest at other people's dojos. This behavior, more or less, made Shiha feel a little strange. It can't be. Fuguang is so introverted that he's embarrassed to be a guest at other people's dojo. Right? This joke is not funny. Ha ha ha. After smiling brightly, Fuguang opened his mouth greatly. The poor Taoist was worried that a hasty visit would offend you all. So in order to avoid such a situation, he had to invite the other Taoist friends to come to the Sun Planet as guests and leave the Sun Planet less himself. That's a pretty reasonable reason. After all, Fuguang had always acted politely. And it was extremely normal that he would have such concerns. Shiha's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. If you, fellow Taoist, come out first, you can come to Taiyin Star as a guest. Previously in the Sun Star to bother you for a long time. At that time or let us sisters. A landlord's friendship. Shangxi, who has always kept his mouth shut. It is also straightforward to speak. You do that. I'll make cinnamon cakes for you to try. Talking at the same time, Shangxi's pair of cool eyes looked straight at Fuguang. Even with an expressionless face and beautiful eyes, one could feel her anticipation for Fuguang's visit to the Sun Star. In response, Fuguang smiled calmly. By the looks of it, the poor Taoist is in the good graces of the two fellow Taoists. In the future, I will definitely pay a visit to the two fellow Taoists at the Taiyin Planet. Getting an exact answer from Fuguang, Shangxi nodded. And Shiha had a look of anticipation on her face. Good. Subsequently, after the three of them said goodbye to each other, Shiha and Shangxi both directly disappeared towards the Taiyin star. And the fugitive light lingered for a moment in the starry sky, looking in the direction of the planet Taiyin. The breath of Shiha and Shangxi already has the intention of perfection. This retreat will definitely be able to break through to the Dala consummation realm. And then after settling down, it is estimated that they will be able to chop off 3 corpses to achieve quasi-sainthood. The third sermon is to be after 10 genuflections dash. Then within these 10 yuan hui, some of the top powerhouses will at the very least be able to cut down a corpse and enter the early quasi-saint realm. In that case, his early stage of mixed golden immortal, which was far ahead of everyone else nowadays, wouldn't be enough. Especially the personal and close disciples of saints like Sanqing and Nuwa, who were able to be favored by the saint's qi. Their cultivation would only be extremely smooth. I'm afraid it won't be long before he catches up with his current realm. For a moment, Fuguang had some sense of urgency in his heart. But soon, before this hint of urgency in him could germinate and grow, Fuguang then instantly sobered up and a slap to his forehead. Sloppy. What am I comparing with them? People follow the path of the quasi-saint, as long as an epiphany is in place. Even if they cut off 3 corpses in a row, instantly accomplishing the late stage of the quasi-saint is a trivial matter. My path to the mixed golden immortal. It's about taking it one step at a time. Besides, Fuguang's words stopped and the thoughts in his mind continued. Besides, they are all saints ordained by heaven. And I, Fuguang, am merely seeking a small innate sanctity with the world's kings. The only things I seek are longevity, a Taoist, and freedom. It's not about competing with others for strength and superiority. One thought at a time. Fuguang instantly felt that his spiritual platform was empty and his heart was much more relaxed and at ease. The hint of anxiety of lack of strength that arose because of the saint's acceptance of disciples and the imminent great changes in the flood world and the heavens and earth also disappeared in an instant. The whole person has regained the unusual seeker's mindset that he had at the beginning. I'm still not steady enough. The little ripples in his mind subsided. And Fuguang sighed. Open mouth. This time, when I go back to my seclusion, I must scrutinize myself properly. The reason for the impatience and anxiety. In Fuguang's opinion, on the one hand, it was because the quantum revelation between heaven and earth would open up again. And it had already begun to affect the cultivators who were involved with the quantum revelation. He Fuguang, as a body with 9 supreme destiny, the only great sun golden crow. In this quantitative calamity, there should have been his calamity. So to suffer a little bit of influence is also extremely normal. The other aspect was because he had just broken through. Even though he had long been prepared to repeatedly overhaul his own Tao fruit over and over again. But the mixed golden immortal realm is not the Dala realm after all. The many preparations he had made in the Tao Lord realm must not have been perfect. So, Fuguang felt that his current self needed to go into seclusion and seriously polish his mixed golden immortal Tao fruit. The other thing is, try not to step out of the sun star. He went to chaos to listen to the sermon and came back. But he even brought some feelings of anxiety with him. Let alone going to the flooded earth for a walk. In a nutshell, it's really too dangerous to walk out of Sunstar. As long as he stayed inside the Sun Star, he would definitely be favored by the Sun Star as its only cub. So, he's definitely a lot safer. Buzz. The returning Fuguang, transforming into a golden rainbow, disappeared in an instant and headed towards the Sun Star. Back to the Golden Crow Palace. Fuguang then directly drilled into the large hall used for practicing and prepared for closed-door cultivation. A couple of missions. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Fuguang's face was serious. Sorting out what to do on this retreat. 1. Precipitating the mixed golden immortal Tao fruit. Secondly, To see the heart and to be firm in one's Tao. Third. Continue refining the innate divine prohibition of the chaos bell. Fourth. Continue to deduce the year, month, and hour. Now that he's at the cultivation level of a mixed golden immortal, completely capable of completely and utterly perfecting the heaven and earth moments of the year, month, and hour, and uploading them to the heavenly Tao, obtaining vast amounts of merit. Meanwhile, he can also use this to prove the dignity of the sun god. This is the fruit of heaven and earth that he has been longing to obtain since he came to the flood, with a constant stream of merit and fortune converging. Chapter 25, Chaos Bell. The sun god will be certified. Chapter 25. It's not just Fuguang who's in seclusion. The 3,000 guests who had returned to the flood from chaos were also all going into seclusion. This second lecture, the saint expounded on the way of quasi-sainthood, telling the 3,000 guests what to do in order to cut down the 3 corpses with the help of spiritual treasures, and how to continue practicing after arriving at the quasi-sainthood realm. The speech was clear and careful. So, the many cultivators after listening to the sermon were preoccupied with wanting to cut down the 3 corpses and step into a higher realm. In this life, overseas Terra Nova Purple Mansion, the Duke of the East King returned to the dojo with a group of Dala Golden Immortals under his command. Just give the order. All go into seclusion. The day when this seed leaves the gate will be the day when we achieve greatness. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East, the many great Luo Golden Immortals below him all had fiery gazes, their faces colored with anticipation. The salute was answered. Here. Very quickly. The crowd of great Luo Golden Immortals were all in a hurry to head towards their own cave. Lord Dongwang looked up in the direction of the sun star, then frowned slightly. And no more bullshit. He directly turned around and headed towards his cave. What happened before and after this hearing of the sermon had a great impact on the Duke of Dongwang, giving him a great feeling of anxiety. First, there's the Fuguang. This one's seemingly nothing to fight for. No desire. No need for existence. Even naturally gathered around a good group of cultivators. There are male immortals. There are also female immortals in the situation. Then he, the head of the male immortals, even more scenic. In that case, it made the Duke of the East, who himself walked the path of the Emperor, feel a strong threat in his heart. Secondly, the saints take in disciples. The Duke of Dongwang wants to follow the path of the Emperor, to rule over all things in heaven and earth. But even so, let's leave the saints out of it. Now there were going to be 6 more saintly disciples, and I was afraid that they were also going to override his head as the head of the male immortals. Although he would not explicitly override him, it was impossible for the Duke of the East King not to give face to the saintly disciples. Even if he was managing all the flood cultivators, the saintly disciples were still in existence that he had to treat well. This is for the Duke of the East, who walks the path of the Emperor. It's almost a provocation. Even an insult. Of course, this kind of insult is not unavoidable. It's simple. He testified just fine. As a cultivator who followed the path of the Emperor, the Duke of Dongwang had already seen where his path to enlightenment lay. Just above this supreme throne of honor that governs the flood and manages the order of heaven and earth. If it can be made, he is bound to testify. And as soon as one succeeds in witnessing, he could even fight against saints, let alone saint disciples. Fuguang. Lord Dongwang's eyes were very clear. Just a stepping stone. If he knows what he's doing, he'll be fine. If he doesn't, he'll be destroyed. My real opponent should be Dash, disciple of a saint, West Kunlun. After returning to his Yaoqi dojo and arranging the affairs inside his dojo, the Queen Mother of the West frowned. Sigh. A change is coming. If the poor Taoist is not strong enough, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble for nothing. Closure. Never leave the gate until the Tao fruit is complete. As for chopping off 3 corpses, the Queen Mother of the West is still very self-aware. Quasi-saint. Quasi-saint. In the end, it was a realm stained with the word saint. And how could one step into it with ease? Next. Inside the cultivators walking in the flood, the great Luo golden immortal might not be the top of the pyramid anymore. But it would still be the top. That's why the quasi-saint realm wasn't in that much of a hurry to break through. The years go by like clockwork. In the blink of an eye. It was the passing of a meta-session. The Golden Crow Palace of the solar planet. Dang! A crisp chime rang out in the middle of the chamber. On top of the futon, Fuguang's face wore a satisfied smile. Finally, I've refined the 37 innate divine prohibitions. Looking at the chaos bell that was suspended around his circumference and revolving around him, Fuguang was in a happy mood. From the beginning of the opening of the heavens, he was given the chaos bell. It's been refined until today. It was only then that he finally refined 37 of the 49 innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell. With only 12 more to go before he could completely refine this innate treasure. As for the other spiritual treasures, even the river map and Luo book, which was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, had already been easily and completely refined by Fuguang. It's good to get out and rest. With the thought of retrieving the chaos bell, Fuguang got up from the futon, and the door of the retreat palace naturally opened. With a leisurely stride, he stepped out of it. After setting up a fairy table in the middle of the courtyard, getting a little bit of fire mulberry, and taking out some pastries and snacks that he had no time to make, Fuguang cozily settled down under the Fusan divine tree. While eating these, while deducing the heavenly chances. During this period of time in seclusion, has anything big happened in the flood? Cultivators with enough strength were able to understand what had happened inside the past period of time of the flood by intercepting the heavenly chance. It was only that when Fuguang was still in the Deluo realm, and his major was not innate Ijian, there were not many heavenly chances that he could deduce. But not now. He was already a mixed golden immortal. Even if one supplemented with the innate numerology only, it was still easy to intercept the heavenly chances to project. Soon, Fuguang then stopped his movements of deducing the heavenly chance. The face took on a knowing color. A very calm meta-conference. But this calmness is presumably a prelude to the turmoil that will follow. The reason why this Yuanhui was quiet was because the 3,000 guests were all still digesting what they had learned from listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Nowadays a meta-session of time. Think it's pretty much digested. It won't be long before the flood will certainly make waves. Meanwhile, this retreat. Although Fuguang hadn't advanced his mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Tao Fruit one level further, the tasks he had set for himself before the retreat could have all been accomplished. His Tao Fruit had completely settled. And at any moment, he could take a step forward. The renewed clarity of the heart of the way is naturally unnecessary. The refining project of the Chaos Bell also took a big step forward. And the most important goal. The flood moments of the year, month, and hour were deduced. And Fuguang had likewise perfected them. Today there is just a lack of preparation. Chapter 26 Fast bends are really fast. Chapter 26 Rested for centuries. The leisurely look on Fuguang's face swept away. Full of seriousness. Let's start preparing the things that will certify the sun god's fruition and formulate the flood timetable. As for the changes in the flood, Fuguang didn't care. All he had to do was just follow his own plan. His own ideas. Walk his own path. And get what merit he could. Do your own thing. Go your own way. This sentence. A lot of people talk about it. But there aren't a lot of people who can actually do it. How? How can life be as it should be? There aren't many heaven and earth momentary magic treasures that need to be refined. Fuguang took out a large amount of materials from inside his warehouse as he did so, while once again reviewing the magic treasure to be refined. Sundial, funnel carving, hourglass, armillary sphere. This some refining down. This was not rich golden crow palace. The home base is even thinner. Afterward, if you have time, go for a walk in the starry sky and see if you can get your hands on some treasures. The person who likes to stay in the Golden Crow Palace. Fuguang. Nowadays the family foundation. Are all the previous 2 times down the flood to get it. After a few depletions, there really wasn't much. The flooded earth was too dangerous and Fuguang didn't want to go. But there wasn't much of a problem if he went to the starry sky and looked for some materials among the stars in the circumference of the sky. Refining weapons was not difficult for Fuguang. Just as Fuguang was preparing his materials, the time when he intended to refine the spiritual treasure that he needed to prove his fruitfulness of the sun god and set the moment of the flood. Beyond the sun. A tiny golden immortal's face was solemn as he bowed respectfully and bowed towards the sun star. Aloud. Cultivator of the Violet Mansion of Yingzhou, by order of Lord Mu, has come to seek an audience with Senior Fuguang. This voice, which fell into Fuguang's ears, caused his movements as he prepared to refine the weapon to pause for a moment. Put down the smithing materials in his hands. Fuguang's golden eyes glowed. Buzz. Above the sun star. The terrifying sun true flame suddenly churned and condensed into the appearance of Fuguang. He looked toward this tiny golden immortal of the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. What is the matter for which the Duke of the East has asked you to come here? Asking is asking. But Fuguang actually already knew in his heart what this tiny golden immortal had come over to say. Unsurprisingly, it's the 2 of them, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, who have joined forces to establish the immortal court. Feeling that terrifying sun true flame, as well as the extremely terrifying aura that was carried above the silhouette, the arriving tiny golden immortal's scalp tingled. His face carried a cold sweat, and his expression grew more and more awe-inspiring and respectful. Bowed. Returning to Elder's question. Lord Mu will be hosting a banquet at the Purple Mansion in Yingzhou in 3,000 years to entertain all the immortals of the flood, and has specially ordered my juniors to send an invitation. Talking at the same time, this tiny golden immortal was respectful, offering an invitation with both hands, not daring to raise his head at all to meet Fuguang's silhouette. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang raised his hand and the invitation fell directly into his hands. Random word. Tough going. I'll accept the invitation. You go back and tell fellow Taoist East King that I will go to the banquet at that time. The words fell. The Fuguang void condensed by the sun true flame instantly disappeared. At the same time that agitation of the sun true fire is also at the same time calmed down. The sun star to restore the eternal calm and no waves. Farewell. Latecomer. This tiny golden immortal couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after feeling the disappearance of the gaze that fell on him with a rather terrifying feeling of oppression. Then, Bishop respectfully excused himself. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, Fuguang was no longer interested in refining weapons. Looking at the invitation in my hand, the content is very simple. That is to say that he, the Duke of Dongwang, will set up a banquet for the group of immortals in 3,000 years, and will announce some things on top of the banquet for the group of immortals, inviting Fuguang to go to the banquet, and at the same time, also witnessing some things. Casually, he placed the invitation on the table. The snacks that had just been removed were set out again by Fuguang. There is naturally no need to say what is to be announced. It's just that what Fuguang didn't expect was, this one thing will come so quickly is all. The immortal court is about to come out this way? Fuguang mused in his mind. It looks like the Eastern King's Duke should have already broken through to the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. And the Western Queen Mother is estimated to be in this realm as well. As long as the immortal court is established, and the heavenly Tao recognizes it and then sends down the heavenly Tao merit, it's highly likely that these two people will be able to use the heavenly Tao merit to cut out a corpse and step into the quasi-saint realm. Maybe it will be one of the many flood powers the first existence to step into the quasi-saint realm. It's faster than a few saintly disciples would be. It's not impossible. Although the three Qing, Nuwa, and Guiding and Quasi-T were in good standing, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were at least the lords of the immortal court who had taken on the heavenly mandate, and were themselves top-notch innate sacred roots. So it was normal to become quasi-saints one step ahead of the others. But as the saying goes, fast corners are really fast. Although it was very likely that the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West would achieve paramount sainthood one step faster than the others, it was particularly unknown what the final outcome would be. The disciples of saints are destined to become saints. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West may not. One might even say there is little hope. No refining for now. Fuguang's face took on a renewed color of leisure. 3,000 years of time. Fleeting. Might as well wait for the banquet and then prepare properly. Talking at the same time, Fuguang's entire state directly emptied out and began to divinely wander into the Taishu. 1,000 years later, Fuguang, who was originally wandering too far into the void, directly came back to his senses, and his gaze took on a slightly unexpected color as he looked beyond the solar star. Stand up at the same time. With a single step, his figure appeared outside the solar star, looking at the two immortal lights that came from far and near, laughing. Congratulations to the two fellow Taoists. Your cultivation has advanced even further. Buzz. The cool immortal light approached, and the figures of both Shi He and Shang Shi stepped out from it. CC beamed. Since we have waited for a long time for fellow Taoist Fuguang not to arrive, the poor Taoist will come back with his sister to intrude again. I hope I won't interrupt your friend's business. Words. Fuguang shook his head. Wouldn't bother. The poor Taoist has just come out of the gate not long ago, so I was unable to visit the Taiyin planet as a guest. So I've kept you two Taoist friends waiting for a long time. And pardon me. Between the words, Fuguang stepped aside and extended an invitation. Two fellow Taoists chat in detail inside, along with Fuguang. The two of them, Shi He and Chang Shi, breezed to the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace and sat down. There's business to talk about. So Chang Shi didn't bother to read the book, but took a seat together. Chapter 27, Shiho, I get it again. Chapter 27. Both sides are kind of familiar with each other. So after taking your seat, Shiha then opened the door very directly. 1,000 years ago, the poor sisters received an invitation from the Queen Mother of the West on the planet Taiyin. And 2,000 years later in the purple mansion of Yingzhou, she and the Duke of the East King set up a banquet for the group of immortals, inviting our sisters to come and witness a great event. Wanted to come. Fellow Taoist here should have been invited by the Duke of the East King as well. Right? Words. Fuguang nodded calmly. Did get an invitation. Between the words, a gilt-colored invitation was casually placed on top of the table by Fuguang. Taking a look at this invitation with the logo of the Terra Nova Purple Mansion, Shiha's beautiful eyes lifted up. Looked to Fuyuko. What kind of opinion do you have about this feast of the group of immortals? The face is unchanged. The corners of Fuguang's mouth rose slightly. The poor man has no opinion. No matter what the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West want to do, It will have no effect on the poverty road. The poor Taoist has already made arrangements for his future path. His next cultivation plan. And no one can change it. What could he possibly have to say about it? The Duke of Dongwang wanted to be the supreme being of heaven and earth. So he just went ahead and did it. It wasn't like Fuguang was going to steal it from him anyway. If so, he, the Duke of the East King, testified that it was just that. If that doesn't work, he's just a dead man. Anyway, Yoki has nothing to do with Fuguang. This feast of the group of immortals at the Terra Nova Purple Mansion. Fuguang had only one thought. Come with a share. Cradle the seat. Just pat yourself on the back when you're done and go back to Sunstar and get on with your business. As for the change in the situation of heaven and earth, this, Fuguang did care as well. After all, he was burdened with the 9-9 supreme destiny. And if he was not careful, he might be forced to enter the quantum robbery. So naturally, he had to grasp the changes in the situation between heaven and earth, so that he would not enter the quantum robbery without realizing it at any time. Fuguang's thoughts were simple. His words, too, did not hide their deeper meaning. Only, after he heard Fuguang's words, but he pondered slightly. In the eyes of Shiho, the seemingly easygoing Fuguang actually has a great ambition in his heart, and will definitely be able to achieve a supreme hegemony in the future. In the future, when Fuguang started to really plan, he would definitely go against the Duke of the East King who intended to unify the flood and be the Lord of the Flood. So, Fuguang's reply that did not have any deeper meaning fell into Shihi's ears, and it became more or less tasteless. No opinion? This was a chestful of intentions. So it did not put the machinations of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West both in its eyes. Doesn't it affect itself? This was Fuguang's confidence in his own strength. Even if the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West would become powerful because of the Feast of the Immortals, he still had enough certainty to deal with it. Arrangements for the future? It looks like Fuguang had already begun to prepare a long time ago. Now it should not be the time for him to really strike Shiha, whose beautiful eyes flashed, instantly understood. A smile broke out on that one flawless face. I see. The poor Taoist understands. By the looks of it, it's the poor man who thinks too much. Looking at Shiha, the color of worry between his brows was gone. Although he didn't know exactly what she had understood, Fuguang was not in a position to ask more questions. And being able to figure it out was excellent. He chuckled. There's nothing in the world but mediocrity. Cultivation or business. Starting from oneself is the only way to see farther and walk more steadily. The big picture is important. But it's even more important to look at yourself. Nodded. Shiha had an educated look on her face. Fellow Taoist has a point. At this point, Shang-Shi, who was on the side, spoke up. They're supposed to start managing the flood order. Right? Would even we want to manage it? I think that Lord Dongwang is ambitious. And I'm afraid that when he's strong and powerful, he won't be willing to have all the immortals outside of his jurisdiction. Shook his head. Fuguang didn't even look worried. Open mouth. Those who have gained much. Those who have lost little. If he really has power over the immortals. Feast today. Collapse the tall building tomorrow. But if the Duke of Dongwang really intended to do that, it wouldn't even need the Sorcerer clan to come and give him 2 punches in the bang bang. All the immortals of the flood would have to give him 2 big mouths. The one who can realize the Dharmakaya. Who is not a person with a firm heart. If you push too hard, the big deal is just to martyr yourself and wait for the return of the infinite number of culpas. Hearing Fuguang's words, Changshi nodded and said no more. Sit down for a little while. Looking at the two goddesses before him, Fuguang opened his mouth and invited. In another 2,000 years, the feast of the group Immortals will be opened. So two fellow Taoists should travel together then. Nodded. Shiha's beautiful eyes blinked. Since the poor sisters have come over, it's only natural for them to travel with you. Could it be that you have an appointment with someone else? This is good. Although he was jokingly pricked by Shiha, Fuguang felt happy. That's not a nitpick. Is it? It's just flirting with a hint of flirting feeling. A slip of the tongue and a self-punishment. Fuguang's smile remained unchanged as he lifted his wine cup and signaled to both Shihi and Changshi before drinking it all in one go. In response, Shiha's beautiful eyes were smiling, and Changshi slightly hooked her lips. In fact, all three knew it by heart. If it is intentional, the three are the most suitable candidates for a Dao couple. No matter from what point of view. Fuguang and Shiha, Changshi sisters, can be called a perfect match. That's why. The atmosphere in which the three get along with each other. It's a different level of goodness when it comes to being around other people of the same ilk. There is a lack of an opportunity. The three of them could have totally come together and become Dao couples. As for saying that the sisters became Dao couples with Fuguang together, would that not sound too good? Not at all. Nowadays, the flood cannot have any program in ethics. Two cultivators look at the right eye, immediately become a couple. The next moment began to double cultivation of the situation. In the flood, cultivators are not new. Fuguang was having a good conversation with Shiha and Changshi, located in the Terra Nova Purple Mansion in the East China Sea. A large number of immortal elegants and rexes were busily preparing for the banquet of the group of immortals. And many immortals who had already joined the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West's command were running around, extensively inviting many immortals in the floodplains. It can be said that it's a heyday. Chapter 28, Immortal Court. The Firstborn White Zephyr. Chapter 28. Courtyard. The majestic-faced Duke of the East sat opposite the graceful Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang's face wore a smug smile. When the immortal court is set up, it will surely be recognized by the heavenly Tao. And at that time, merit will be sent down. So you and I will be able to use the merit to cut out the three corpses, and be one step ahead of all the immortals, achieving Paragon. Afterward, the unification of the flooded world is justified in name and also has sufficient strength and qualifications. Besides, the immortal court was established to unify the chi of heaven and earth. And you and I, as the Lord of the immortal court, will be able to be blessed by the great chi of the immortal court. And our future path of cultivation is bound to be smoother. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East, the Queen Mother of the West just nodded with a calm face. After a little contemplation, the open mouth. But according to the previous agreement, female immortals who are unwilling to join the immortal court may not be forced. Nodded. The smile on Lord Dongwang's face remained unchanged. This is natural. In order to be able to get Shi Wangmu, the head of the female immortals, to join himself as the head of the immortal court, the Duke of Dongwang could be said to have put down a heavy amount of money. After he consolidated his Dala Perfection realm, third time on the Western Kunlun, with the Queen Mother of the West, they were finally discussing the plan to establish the immortal court together. Only, there are several conditions for the accession of the Queen Mother of the West. For one thing, female immortals may not be forced to join the immortal court. Secondly, female immortals who joined the immortal court were to be under her jurisdiction. And the Duke of Dongwang was not allowed to intervene. And likewise, she would not intervene in the affairs of male immortals. Thirdly, in the immortal court, She, the Queen Mother of the West, only cared about the penal matters related to the other path that she herself majored in, the path of heavenly punishment, and did not care about other things. It's 4. The Queen Mother of the West has many demands. However, it was all within the affordability of the Duke of Dongwang. So he agreed directly. And after the two of them made a vow with the heart of the Tao, the Queen Mother of the West went along with it and entered the Immortal Court. Of course, in the Immortal Court, the Queen Mother of the West was not as powerful as the Duke of the East. She's sexually inclined to do so. At the same time, he also knew that the Immortal Court was a huge whirlpool. And the more he wanted, the more he would take on. In the middle of the courtyard, Lord Dongwang didn't sit there for long before he simply left. Wait until he's gone. The Queen Mother of the West, who was sitting alone in the courtyard, had a spiritual light illuminating in her beautiful eyes. A slight sigh. How about the future? And just take one step at a time. Enter the Immortal Court. Not only because of the sincere invitation of the Duke of Dongwang to go up to Zikanlun 3 times, but likewise because of Ziwangmu's own inner heart for the Immortal Court's scheming. Her heart was stirred. On the one hand, establishing the Immortal Court did have a high chance of obtaining the Heavenly Tao's merit in virtue, helping her to at least cut out a corpse and achieve the paramount sage realm. On the other hand, the Immortal Court could gather a huge amount of humanity's qi. And as the Lord of the Immortal Court, she could receive the majority of the Immortal Court's qi. And her cultivation would certainly be smooth in the future. And part of the reason is that the other great Tao that the Queen Mother of the West majored in, the way of heavenly punishment, could only make great progress in a mega organization like the Immortal Court, which could be recognized by the Heavenly Tao. In order to perfect her own great Tao, the Queen Mother of the West also chose to enter the game. Among the Dala monks, with the exception of a very small number of people, the vast majority of people have the will to die in the evening after having heard of the way. The Queen Mother of the West is naturally no exception. Avenue. Unspeakable. But it was enough to make the vast majority of cultivators in the floodplains go crazy. Time rushes. 2,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. This day, on Yingzhou Island in the East China Sea, guests came and went, and a group of immortals gathered. It was said to be an island. But since the Duke of the East chose to use the Yingzhou Purple Mansion as the Immortal Court's headquarters, it was enough to prove that Yingzhou was extraordinary. The clouds are steaming and the immortal light is bright. Pangan ancient trees are verdant and contain light. Spiritual roots and immortal grasses are dotted with glory. And the innate spiritual qi converges into a lake in which rare birds and beasts play. The countless immortal palaces that glowed with divine light and were honorable and unearthly were laid out in all parts of the island with implied reasoning. The jade buildings are in pieces, and the immortal halls are glazed. Receiving the invitations, many of the golden immortals and Tai golden immortals who came over first were severely shocked by the light of the Terra Nova Purple Mansion. For a moment, the Tai golden immortal and golden immortal cultivators who had originally guaranteed that they were just here to take a look were all moved with some thoughts in their hearts. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to follow the head of the male immortals. Lord East. Look at the weather of this Terra Nova Violet Mansion. Not to say whether it can dominate the flood, but it is still no problem to dominate and become a party hegemon. As the saying goes, it's good to be under a big tree. Although it was said that a Tai golden immortal was already considered a powerhouse, and a golden immortal cultivator was also an expert on one side. But afterward these Tai golden immortals and golden immortal cultivators themselves realized, between this great expanse of heaven and earth, if you don't become a Tao Lord, you're just an ant after all. At best, they were just grasshoppers that were a bit stronger one by one. And when they encountered a truly strong person, at best, they would just bounce around a few more times. The Terra Nova Violet Mansion was surprisingly so powerful. so it might be a good choice for them to join it. Of course, there are those who want to join and those who don't. Meanwhile, those who were smart enough to do so had already realized that I was afraid that there would be some bigger changes in today's banquet of the group of immortals. As soon as you come in, it then began to minimize its presence so that it would not be noticed by the upcoming great avatars. White Zephyr, who had only been born a few yuan hui ago and whose cultivation had reached the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection realm, was one of the personnel who had endeavored to reduce their presence. Take a seat. Zay's eyes surveyed the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. The heart murmurs. All the way over here. There are cultivators with cultivation levels at the Xianxian and True Immortal realms standing guard at all parts of the palace, wearing standardized immortal armor and holding standardized blades. This one group immortal feast is definitely not as simple as just coming to eat and drink and discuss the Tao. Something big is going to happen. One thought to this. There was some sense of urgency within White Haze. His talent roots all belonged to being superior. But it was just that he came out of the world too late. Nowadays, it was only the realm of Tai Golden Immortal Perfection, making Zay's heart feel very insecure. As for joining the Immortal Court, White Zephyr's fighting skills might be average, but he was also adept at the innate number of E, as well as having the innate aptitude of tending to good fortune and avoiding disaster. Intuition told him, if you join the Immortal Court, you will be in great trouble. Chapter 29 Seeing Eye to Eye. Chapter 29. The Golden Fairy comes to an end. The Tai Golden Immortals have arrived. Next up, naturally, a great power at the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal now. Soon, one after another of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, with their feet on auspicious clouds and the Great Luo Dao rhythm flowing around them, descended to the Terra Nova Purple Mansion with a great deal of meteorology. The person who greeted him at the door also turned out to be a Dala Golden Immortal who had already joined the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. The singing of the salute continued. Yuanjue Cave, fellow Daoist Lantern has arrived, presenting a top-grade Hotian spiritual root and 3 middle-grade Hotian spiritual treasures. Fire Cloud Cave, Daoist Red Cloud has arrived, presenting a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure and an extremely high-grade Hotian spiritual root. Wanshou Mountain fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi has arrived, presenting 3 ginseng fruits and 1 top-grade Hotian spiritual root. Fengqi Mountain fellow Daoist Nuwa and Fushi have arrived. Kunlun Mountain, fellow Daoist Tai Ching, fellow Daoist Yuqing, and fellow Daoist Shanqing have arrived. An extremely famous Great Luo Golden Immortal from the floodplains arrived one after another. In the beginning, the Great Luo Golden Immortals that arrived were still only the weaker ones in the early and middle stages, and slowly became strong in the later realms. At the back, each one of them was a renowned existence in the flood wasteland, and they were even more of the top great powers of the Dala perfection. The might of their arrival all caused the Tai Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal cultivators who had come over earlier to involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look directly at these existences at all. Only for the thoughts and practices of these lower-level cultivators. No one of the arriving Dao Lord Immortals would care is all. Right after numerous hefty Dao Lord cultivators arrived one after another, another announcement came from beyond the scene of the banquet. Solar Star fellow Daoist Fuguang, Tai-In Star fellow Daoist Shihe, and fellow Daoist Chang Shi have arrived. Hearing this briefing, the gazes of the many Dala cultivators who came first were surprised. But at the same time, their expressions carried the color of no surprise. These three. It is only normal that the great paths are symbiotic and compatible, attracting each other and getting closer and closer. Even if they had announced on the spot that they had become Dao couples this time, the crowd wouldn't have been surprised. Among the crowd of Dao Lord cultivators, there were also quite a few who had Dao couples. Fuguang Senpai of the Sun Planet? Above the seat where the Tai Golden Immortals were, White Zephyr, who was sitting in the corner position, had a hint of curiosity flashing through his eyes. He was a cultivator who preferred quietness to movement, preferring scheming to much force. On weekdays, a favorite pastime thing to do is to practice writing and inking. The way of letters was also one that Buzhou had minored in. Exactly. White Zephyr has admiration for Fuguang, the ancestor of the way of literature, and has long had the desire to pay his respects. It was only that his cultivation was low and the Sunstar resided in a dangerous star dome, and there was no good reason for him to rashly disturb this former great power. So, it can only be in the mind of God. Today, when he had the opportunity, Buzhou still wanted to take a look at what kind of elegance the former powerhouse he admired was. That was why White Zephyr, who had been discreetly bowing his head and lowering his presence, slightly raised his head and looked towards Fuguang after hearing Fuguang's arrival. With a Taoist robe and wooden hairpin binding his hair, his face was handsome and masculine to the core, with a lofty appearance. But the temperament was one of peace, calmness and serenity. In the eyes of the others, Fuguang's outward appearance was actually similar to that of all the other top dollar perfection powerhouses as well. And there was nothing special about it. Only, Fuguang's appearance fell into the eyes of the White Ze, but has a kind of calm and unruffled demeanor. Every move, face expression, eyes open and closed seemed to carry a kind of inexplicable, attracting admiration and worship of the feeling. Simply put, seeing eye to eye. When Buzhou looked at Fuguang, he felt that Fuguang was extraordinary and had an urge to worship him. Everyone else took one look and retracted their gazes. Except for Buzhou, the kid who froze for a few breaths. So, his gaze was naturally noticed by Fuguang. A gentle smile flashed in his eyes. Fuguang looked over at Buzhou. At the same time, the mind was slightly amused. Isn't this Buzhou, one of the original demon wise men? I can't believe I met here. For Shiraz, Fuguang's heart was quite favorable. After all, this is one with a brain. If he is going to embark on the road of controlling the floodplains, Buzhou and Fushi are definitely the most useful right and left arms under his command. After all, the demon race. How good the battle is not to mention. There are only a few people with brains. White Zephyr is definitely one of the top think tank level people. Of course, this is all predicated on Fuguang would take that path of 10 deaths before Buzhou would become his right-hand man. And now, Buzhou, in Fuguang's eyes, was just a tiny golden immortal junior who looked easy on the eyes. Glanced at White Zephyr. Fuguang, who didn't care, was ready to withdraw his gaze. And this time, White Zephyr was also realizing that he had been rude. A slight panic appeared on his face, and he was about to get up and confess his guilt. A gentle force fell upon Buzhou's body, pinning him in place. Meanwhile, a gentle voice also rang in Buzhou's ears. No need to be polite. This seat doesn't care. Hear the gentle words in your ear. Buzhou froze for a moment and looked at Fuguang once again. But he saw that Fuguang had already withdrawn his golden eyes and stepped into the area where the circle of great powers was located with a carefree face. For a while. Back to the White Zephyr. Mindfulness. Elder Fuguang. You will achieve great things. Even though there's no reason. But Buzhou's intuition told him that if he must join a power and follow a certain strong person to accomplish something great, Fuguang was the right person for him. Didn't care about this little tidbit with White Zephyr. Fuguang, who had taken his seat under the lead of Immortal greeted each of the many Taoists he had previously met. After glancing at the many Tao Lord cultivators who had arrived, Fuguang made a slight calculation in his mind and knew that the banquet should almost begin. What's coming is already coming. What didn't come won't come after that. Not much longer. As the hosts, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West appeared together. And after thanking the group of immortals for their appreciation, the banquet of the group of immortals was formally unfolded. Chapter 30, the Immortal Court is established. East King Gong and West Queen Mother who are about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 30. There are musicians playing fairy music. There were fairy girls dancing. The fairies were watching with great interest. Although they were all a group of Taoist-seeking monks who would not be too interested in the programs themselves. The entertainment programs of the Nihonwang Heaven and Earth were indeed somewhat less. So, even if no one has much interest, it's all good. On top of such a feast, what needs to be there? Needs to be there. Furthermore, it's not as if all the great ones aren't interested. It was normal for great powers like the three purities and the guiding paramount to have no interest. But there are more interested ones. 2. For example, Styx, who was wearing a blood-red garment and had the image of a young man of demonic general beauty, was wearing a blood-red garment. This guy, when the future imitates Nuwa's creation of man and the creation of the Azura race, every Azura woman will be created to be beautiful and unrivaled. It'll prove he can be good at beauty. 2. Then there's Fuguang. Even though the difference between these immortal ages compared to innate sacred ones like Shihi and Shang-Shi was not a star and a half. But for this program of fairy music with fairy dances, he watched with great interest. Nice. Love it. Step it up. It wasn't because Shiha and Shang-Shi, who could be Dao couples with himself, were also present that Fuguang pretended not to care and didn't go to watch. Even. And he's watching it with great interest. Nothing else. It's just a matter of having a clear conscience. He was just admiring these beautiful fairy girls. And he wasn't going to do something to them. So naturally he was looking at them with a clear conscience. As for Shiha and Shang-Shi? And they don't care. All are not the existence of a level. Fuguang no matter how will not lose their status to visit these immortal girls. Besides, Fuguang was not yet their sister's Dao partner. So what if they're a couple? They, the pair of Taiyin sisters whose beauty had spread throughout the floodplains, could still not be as attractive as these immortal ages? Just like watching the fairy dance though. Let him watch. After that, one of the two sisters will learn the music and the other will learn the dance. And give Fuguang a private performance, which will make Fuguang miss the two sisters from now on. This. It is the self-confidence of the Lord of Taiyin. The goddess of Taiyin. Back to the main topic. Wait until after the hour is almost up. After the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West looked at each other, they directly stood up from the top of the main seat. After bowing toward the immortals. Aloud. I'm grateful to all of you fellow Taoists for showing your appreciation by coming to the banquet today. In addition to meeting and discussing the Tao with all of you, there is another important matter that I want all of you to witness at this group immortal feast. Here we go. The main event of today's feast is coming soon. The Taiyi Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal Cultivators below. Each and every one of them were sitting upright. Their faces serious and earnest as they focused on Lord Dongwang. The many Dala cultivators in the same seat above were serious, pensive, unconcerned, and other different attitudes. All of them were waiting for what the Duke of Dongwang would say. And no bullshit. The Duke of Dongwang directly spoke aloud. Blessed by the saint's favor, sealing Poverty Road and fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West as the head of all the immortals. Today we too should also formally take up the responsibility and live up to the saint's expectations. Talking at the same time, both the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West made a bow in the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens as a sign of courtesy. Seeing the movements of the two, the corners of Fuguang's mouth rose. By the looks of it, The thing that he led the salute in the purple heavenly palace in the beginning was also learned by these flood powers. Otherwise, to the east Huangdong this monkey nature, not directly reported to heaven, directly set up the heavenly court. Ignore the words of the saints. He Fuguang upside down to wash his head. Of course. Even if the etiquette is in place, it still doesn't mean shit. Fuguang was the first to focus on manners. And even if the sage did look at the place, he would take Fuguang, who was the first to be polite, in his eyes as well. In the flood, the first time for some things can be very important. As for whether this polite behavior of the Duke of the East will bring a hint of change to his future, or not, honestly, Fuguang didn't know either. After all, the future trend in his memory was no longer believable except for the big trend, which could be trusted. What's the big picture? The ensuing flood warriors' struggle for supremacy, which in turn erupted into a great quantitative catastrophe, giving the flood world and the heavens and earth another reshuffle, was the general trend. The 6 paths of reincarnation to be established in this one quantum leap is the great momentum. The fact that the human race is going to emerge and the will of humanity is going to be awakened is the big picture. The fact that many saintly fruits are to be settled is the great trend. Under these general circumstances, whether or not the Duke of the East dies, or whether or not the Queen Mother of the West dies, it's all a matter of minor momentum. Likewise, with the witch race war is the demon race, or the immortal court. All belong to his relatively small power. Even the demon race, build up or not, is also the same relatively small power. After all, if the demon race is not established, the immortal court can maximize those forces that were originally supposed to be incorporated into the demon race. Give all of them to be incorporated into their own forces, and then begin to fight to the death with the sorcerer race. Fighting around. The deaths ended up being of the witch race and members of the demon race under the original trajectory. It's just that later generations call and address this one quantum leap differently. But the quantum leap is bound to break out anyway. Back to the main topic. After some opening remarks, the Duke of the East King stood side by side with the Queen Mother of the West. Both of them had serious faces and a salute toward the heavens. The way of heaven is above. And I, the Duke of the East, Queen Mother of the West, lead the order of the saints, and by the grace of the way of heaven, am in charge of the order of the heavens and the earth, combing the yin and the yang of the Qianquan and dividing the growth of all things. This is the special establishment of the immortal court for the purpose of management and creation of the flooded heavens and earth and all living beings. And I hope that the heavenly Tao will recognize it. Immortal court. Stand. The words of the 2 men fell. Thud. 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 The sound of bells and drums came from the vault of heaven. Immediately following, the sunlight fell from the dome of the sky, enveloping the entire Terra Nova Violet Mansion. The boundless auspicious chi came from the east, and the vast and huge heavenly Tao merits gradually converged. In the end, it was like a river pouring out of the sky, falling directly from the dome of the sky. 30% of them fell into the immortals who had long since followed the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, either washing away their karma, enhancing their cultivation, or being retained as a golden light of merit and virtue to protect themselves. All of them got a lot out of it. And the remaining 70% was directly divided into 2, falling into the Duke of the East as well as the Queen Mother of the West. The 2 of them directly absorbed 30.5% of their respective Tao merit and used it to enhance their cultivation, under the irrigation of the heavenly Tao's merit and virtue. The auras of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West shook violently and began to climb up towards the esoteric realm above the Great Luo. Chapter 31, The Immortal Court Grows. The Great Luo Discourse. Chapter 31. Seeing the movements of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, as well as the arcane aura above the Dala that flowed from their bodies. All the great Luo golden immortals at the banquet had their faces change slightly. Even Elder Tai Ching, who had never had much of an emotional reaction, had his eyelids twitch. None other. At this moment, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West had already taken the lead in stepping into another realm, exceeding the crowd by a hair's breadth. The visions surrounding the two of them, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, didn't last long. Not for long. Beside the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, a Taoist figure that looked 7 times similar to their own appeared and gradually solidified. After these two Taoist figures had completely and utterly transformed into entities, both the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West opened their eyes and respectively offered up the dragon head cane as well as the vegetable cloud boundary flag. The two great saints bestowed extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures, and then placed their own chopped-out 3 corpses on top of the spiritual treasures. Rumble. The moment they completed the decapitation, the aura of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West directly skyrocketed, directly overriding the Dala realm, with a few metaphysical saintly feelings. Since the realm that one steps into after severing 3 corpses is named quasi-saint, it naturally has a few subtle points. It's 2. When the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, as the first among the 3,000 guests, were the first to behead 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saintly realm, the faces of all the Tao Lord cultivators at the group Immortals feast became very grave. The cultivator who broke the top ceiling has appeared at this moment after all. At this point, not to mention that portion of the weaker ones in the early and middle stages of the Tao Lord, even the portion of the strongest ones who had already attained the perfection of the Tao Lord realm were beginning to be less calm, and still be able to maintain a calm. The only one who was very confident in himself, believing that it wouldn't be long before he could step into the quasi-saint realm, the Herculean Tao Lord cultivator. Of course, regardless of who it was, the Tao Lord cultivators present were all shocked for a moment by the spectacle of the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West beheading 3 corpses in situ and accomplishing the quasi-saint realm. It was the same for the 6 sage disciples, including the 3 purities, Nuwa, and guiding and quintessence. Only the many top Tao Lord perfectionists present all had enlightened expressions and looks at this moment. Obviously, after witnessing the subtlety of chopping off 3 corpses with their own eyes, soon they might all be able to successfully chop off one of their own 3 corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm. The group of immortals were shaken. Only Fuguang was still happily eating and drinking immortal brew, and didn't have much of a reaction to the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. For one thing, Fuguang had expected this scene. 2. He was on the path of the mixed golden immortal and had already stepped out a long distance in this realm. Even if the 2 paramount saints, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, joined forces, Fuguang remained unafraid. Of course, Fuguang also had some curiosity about the mysteries of the associate saint realm. In particular, the one that was chopped out was 7 times similar to the original, just like another person's 3 corpses. If I were to become a Taoist couple with Shiha and Changshi, Fuguang thought silently in his mind, after the 2 of them behead 3 corpses in the future, all 3 corpses will also be real cultivators, equating to me having what seems like sextuplets of Tao couples all of a sudden. Add to that the 2 men's own personalities, and that's dash 8. Hiss. Fuguang sucked in a breath of cold air in his mind. Think of it this way. He felt his insides become pleasurable to the core. At this point, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had already completed their breakthrough, and after saying hello to their 3 corpses, they were going to put them into their own Tao flowers. Subsequently, the Duke of Dongwang, who couldn't hide the joy on his face, gave a casual salute towards the group of Tao Lord cultivators. Fellow Taoists, I'm amused. in the face of the East King's Duke and West Queen Mother, who were filled with joy. The Tao Lord cultivators present all understood. In their place, they behave likewise. The truly important matter of establishing the immortal court has been accomplished. Next, then the music was played and danced. The many Taiyi golden immortals and golden immortals below were all exchanging words. Having seen the prestige of the immortal court, as well as having just witnessed the two immortal court lords, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, leading the numerous Tao Lord powerhouses and taking the lead in stepping into the metaphysical quasi-saint realm, many of the cultivators who originally wanted to join the immortal court became more and more determined in their thoughts. And some of those who were wavering were likewise determined to join. They approached cultivators of the same realm who had joined the immortal court a long time ago and began to climb the ladder, and made their thoughts known. In response, the immortal court naturally comes to the rescue. Unity took it. Only a few still had no thoughts of joining the immortal court. It wasn't just the Taiyi golden immortals and golden immortals below that were restless in their hearts. Among the group of Tao Lord cultivators above, there were also quite a few people whose hearts were moved. Only, in the end, it was a great Luo. Even if he wanted to join the immortal court, he still needed a bit of face. It was impossible to just lick his face and stick it on. So, the Tao Lord cultivators who were interested in wanting to join were all implicitly expressing their intentions. After this, the Duke of Dongwang would then have someone send them an invitation to join the immortal court. It is only a formality. But such a formality must not be left untouched. The immortal court has been established, recognized by the heavenly Tao, and the two immortal court lords appointed by the saints. From now on, the immortal court is the only official institution in the floodplains. Naturally, there needs to be a focus on procedures and no more taking people on a whim. There still has to be a decent process for that to happen. After the song and dance and the wine and food, as the host, the Western Queen Mother, the Lord of the Immortal Court, open mouth. It's rare for all of you to gather together. So why don't we have a discussion? What do you all think? Hearing the Western Queen Mother's proposal, the many Tao Lord cultivators present didn't refuse, but readily accepted. Even the three purities, who had originally planned to leave, were not planning to go first. Nothing else. Discussing the Tao with the two paragon powerhouses might be able to be helpful for them to behead the three corpses afterward. It's a matter of the way. So naturally you can't miss it. Poor Taoist will first come and give you all a sample. The Western Queen Mother's words fell, directly implicating her own major and minor Tao cultivations. Shasta. The immortal court was flowing with the sounds of the Tao and thousands of visions. See the situation. The smiling Duke of the East on the side was likewise moving his thoughts to invoke his own great Tao. The other Dala cultivators followed suit. Clear air celebratory clouds flow from the three clear bodies. Nuwa evolves the mysteries of creation. Guiding and Junti gathered up their radiant golden bodies. Jin Yuanzi's body was surrounded by a thick, calm and steady Taoist rhythm. Shiha and Shangxi share a clear, cold white moon. Behind Fuguang, an endless sea of fire evolved. And there were also the visions of the mountain of books and the sea of learning of the way of literature, as well as the innate easy number, the way of the sword, the way of refining weapons, and other Deluo perfection level great Tao paths that were manifested. For a moment, within the entire immortal court, 3,000 great avenues appeared, with a multitude of visions, golden lotuses, and flowers of the Tao in full bloom. It was quite like the scene in the Purple Heaven Palace when the saints were preaching. Chapter 32, A Chance for Baizé. Chapter 32. Above. The Tao Lord cultivators were constantly evolving their own Tao, and stirring Tao sounds filled the air, enveloping the entire immortal court. Below, The group of Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal cultivators who were originally still exchanging ideas were seated on the ground. And one by one, they were all immersed in the state of listening to the sermon. They're still weak. Even listening to the Tao sound of a Tao Lord cultivator was a great opportunity for them. Still sitting in his seat, Bai Zai's eyes brightened. He's well aware. The fact that a group of Tao Luo cultivators were evolving the Tao sound at the banquet was in itself a chance gifted to the many bottom-level cultivators in the flood. And wouldn't mind if they, the lesser people, participated in the enlightenment. But, as good as the odds are, there are trade-offs to be made. The opportunity is rare. If all the many Tao Lords' Tao sounds were to be listened to, there would be a gain. But it wouldn't be too much of a gain. For that matter, White Zephyr, who was already at the Tai Golden Immortal Perfection realm, was naturally well aware of this. Hear the word. Just listen to the avenue that matches his own avenue. The avenue that Bai Zai was most skilled in was the innate easy number. And among the Dala cultivators above, there were two extraordinarily pleasing Tao sounds that Bai Zai found pleasing to his ears. The very evolution of the Tao of the innate E number. 1. It's a Taoist sound from Fuxi. He specializes in the innate E numerology. And the direction of his advancement is to project the general trend of heaven and earth, in order to discern the heavenly opportunities, and to follow the changes in the heavenly opportunities. Another one. It's the Taoist sound from Fuguang. Even though innate ease was not his main avenue of cultivation, his innate ease way, which had long since been perfected by the great Luo, was likewise extremely extraordinary, and was no weaker than Fuxi, who specialized in the same innate ease. And Fuguang's innate E numbering was adept at deducing heavenly phenomena, evolving the changes of the stars in the circumference of the sky, and knowing the changes in heaven and earth. Although they are all the way of the innate easy number, there are many differences when they are broken down internally. But either way, it's all extremely good for the White Zephyr of today. So, at that moment, Bai Zai directly sank his heart and listened carefully to the Tao sounds of the two innate easy numbers, and corroborated them with his own Tao, constantly perfecting his own Tao. Only when he has completely mastered his own way, then you will be able to open the top 3 flowers of the Tao and step into the realm of the Dala. Fuguang, who had randomly evolved one of his own major avenues and several minor avenues, naturally noticed Bai Zai, who was listening intently to the innate easy number he had evolved, as well as the innate easy number path evolved by Fuxi. There was a slight surprise. The eyes were slightly pensive. Fuguang's thoughts moved slightly, and he used a little bit of his mind on the innate number of predecessors, making the Tao sound of the Tao of innate number of predecessors that he had evolved clearer and brighter, and also more able to be understood and understood by Bai Zai. This change, the many Tao Lords who were immersed in the course of the discourse did not notice. But White Zephyr, who was concentrating on listening to the two great innate ways of easy numbers, sensed it. Next moment, he subconsciously opened his eyes, and his unexpected eyes looked towards Fuguang. Then he saw a smiling Fuguang, nodding slightly towards him. Instantly understand. This change in the Tao sound was a creation gifted to him by Elder Fuguang. Above. After reporting a grateful look, White Zephyr went off once again to immerse himself in listening to the sermon. Thousands of years have passed. In the middle of the immortal court, the spectacle of many Tao Lords discussing the Tao ended without realizing it. End of the discourse. The 3 clearings were the first to sit down. And after getting up and bidding farewell to the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, they left directly. Subsequently, many of the Tao Lord cultivators who had no intention of joining the immortal court also took their leave one after another. Splat. Put down the glass in your hand. Fuguang, who was self-conscious that he'd already had his fill of cradling on this mat. Stand up straight away. Casually arching his hand towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West. The banquet is over. The argument has gained something. Two fellow Taoists. The poor Taoist will take his leave first. Thanks for the hospitality. Hearing Fuguang's words, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West were also smiling. Fellow Taoist. Take your time. I apologize for not seeing you off. As soon as Fuguang said he was leaving, the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, who were among the group of Tao Lord female immortals, also stood up. First, he greeted Fuguang and waited. Just a moment. We came together. Naturally, we will go together. In response, Fuguang naturally followed the good advice. After Shihi and Shangxi had greeted each other towards the two immortal court lords, the three of them left the immortal court together. The front and back feet. Fuguang has only just left. The group of great Luo golden immortals who had previously been talking with Fuguang in front of the gate of the Violet Sky Palace had all left one after another. Meanwhile, Nuwa then greeted Fushi. Red Cloud yelled at Jin Yuanzi. And the four of them left again. This walk. There weren't many people left above the originally hot and bustling Dala seats. And the strongest of them all. And even less. Looking at the large group of Nuwa, Fushi, Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi and other powerhouses that had left immediately after Fuguang, as well as a good number of great Luo golden immortals. The smile on the face of the Duke of the East on top of the main seat faded quite a bit. And the Queen Mother of the West had no reaction. After all, she had been anticipating this situation for a long time. Even after breaking through the quasi-saint realm, the Queen Mother of the West still felt that this person, Fuguang, was unpredictable and would definitely not be as modest and sunny as he appeared to be. It's highly likely that he's hiding a billion ... things. Maybe. The cultivation level of Luo perfection that Fuguang was displaying nowadays was all just confusing. Perhaps he had broken through the paramount saint bottleneck even earlier than the two of them. Don't forget, Fuguang himself had a huge amount of heavenly Tao merit. Just because he didn't use it before, it didn't mean that he wouldn't use it to break through the paragon realm. Anyway, the Queen Mother of the West's opinion of this person, Fuguang, is just one sentence. Not to be trifled with. Sure enough, among the group of Taiyi golden immortals down below, Buzhou watched as several hefty Tao Lord powerhouses, as well as a group of Tao Lord cultivators, left with him as soon as Fuguang left. The heart murmured. An existence like Elder Fuguang is the one worth following. White Zephyr could see clearly. Elder Fuguang didn't form any forces. Nor did he gather his men. And that group of great Luo golden immortals should just want to follow from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of character? Bosom? Strength? And ability should one have to be able to make a group of powerful people who had attained the great Luo Dao fruit and had a firm heart of the Dao? Want to follow them from the bottom of their hearts? It was hard for Buzhou to imagine. And by contrast, the Lord of the Immortal Court, who still hadn't been able to directly leave behind many strong people after using quite a few means, was going to be slightly inferior. Chapter 33, Plotting for the Sun God Fruit Seat. Chapter 33. At this moment, Fuguang, who had taken the lead and left with sisters Shiha and Shangxi, did not realize what had happened in the Immortal Court after he left. If you know, and wouldn't care. Let's just say that old boy Dong Wangong is a psychopath. It was going to be everyone leaving. Just because he, Fuguang, left first and the other Tao Lord Golden Immortals left one after the other. Did he think that those people were following him? It's ridiculous. After leaving the Immortal Court, Fuguang was not in much of a hurry to return to the solar planet. Instead, We traveled with the beauty of the East China Sea. He didn't have many resources left inside the Golden Crow Palace. But he was also blessed to have sensed some opportunities and benefits in the East Sea. So naturally he wouldn't miss it. As the saying goes, heaven is with it. And if you don't take it, you'll suffer from it. After casually traveling for 10,000 years, the harvest is full of Fuguang. An invitation was extended towards Shiha and Shanxi, who were also having a harvest. Two fellow Taoists. Please follow the poor Taoist to the Sun Star. There is a great chance to obtain heavenly Tao merit that needs to be discussed with you. If the poor Taoist succeeds in this scheme. Can't say. There will be 2 more quasi-saintly female immortals between this heaven and earth. Yikes. Hearing Fuguang's words, Shihi's beautiful eyes flashed in thought. And Shangxi's 3-less face also showed surprise. The great chance of being able to get the merit of the heavenly Tao? And it can also help the 2 sisters to step into the Paragon realm together? How could Fuguang be so confident about the great chance he was talking about? This inevitably made both sisters a little curious. Nor did he doubt whether Fuguang was bragging. In the flood. This kind of words about great chances can't be said easily. If it can't be realized, it will make great karma, not to mention the possibility of bad luck. That's why neither Shihi nor Changxi doubted it. Shiha spoke up. Then thank you, fellow Taoist, for mentioning it. After smiling that there was no need to care, the 3 of them then directly transformed into an auspicious light and headed straight for the Sun Star. The great opportunity that Fuguang was talking about was naturally about the formulation of the flood time calendar. This one chance. There was simply no way to avoid Shihi and Shangxi, who were the lords of the Taiyin star. After all, in order to develop the year, month, day, moment, to let the floodplains into the regular rotation of the sun and moon, spring, summer, autumn and winter of the 4 seasons, must be the need to light up the floodplain's daytime sun. Hanging high in the floodplain's night of the Taiyin cooperation can only be done. At the same time, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, spring, summer, autumn and winter, the 24 solar terms and so many other things related to the flood time calendar all have the shadow of the sun star and the Taiyin star in them. It could be argued that, based on the identity of the lord of the Taiyin star alone, the 2 of them, Shihi and Shangxi, were able to split the 2 layers of heavenly Tao merit for formulating the flood time calendar. And as soon as the flood calendar is set, the status of the sun star and the Taiyin star between the flood world and the heaven and earth, and their importance to the beings of the flood world, would skyrocket. This also means that the authority of the sun star and the Taiyin star between heaven and earth became even greater. Such a feat. It is very likely that it will lead to the merits accumulated over time by the sun star and the Taiyin star, which illuminate the flood and bless all living beings, as well as the fruits belonging to these 2 stars. The moon god fruit seed of the Taiyin planet has been taken by the ancient great avatar Wang Shu. The only thing that Shiha and Shangxi can get is merit and the authority to control the Taiyin star. But even so, the 2 layers of heavenly Tao merits for formulating the flood time calendar, coupled with the Taiyin star's commendation, were also enough for the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, to behead the 3 corpses together and step into the quasi-saint realm. So Fuguang didn't deceive them either. Return to the palace of the Golden Crow of the solar planet. Fuguang doesn't go around in circles either. Straight to the point. Fellow Taoists, previously, you have not been visiting the Taiyin star because the poor Taoist is in the process of deducing and perfecting this great opportunity. This great chance is sort of tailor-made for me, the Lord of the Sun, as well as the 2 lords of the Taiyin. I named this one chance dash flood time calendar, facing the 2 lords of Taiyin in front of him. Fuguang spoke directly and eloquently. As for Shiha and Shangxi, as early as when they heard about the flood time calendar, their spiritual platforms cleared and their hearts raced. As innate sacred, great Luo perfection cultivators, the fact that their sisters had this reaction at the same time was enough to prove that the chance Fuguang had mentioned was really a chance that was closely related to them. That's why the two sisters, who were already serious, became even more so at this moment. A twist. Several years passed. Fuguang had already made clear the details and minutiae of the importance of how to formulate the flood time calendar, and thus obtain the heavenly Tao's merit in virtue, and expand the authority of heaven and earth and the sun star and Taiyin star. After taking a sip of laurel brew, Fuguang spoke again. The two Taoist friends who assist me in formulating a good time calendar for the flood and setting the time sequence for heaven and earth will receive 20% of the heavenly Tao's merit without any surprises. This move to expand the authority of the Taiyin star's heaven and earth will definitely get feedback from the Taiyin star and gain another portion of merit. When the two are added together, quasi-saints can be expected. Although it hadn't started yet. After hearing Fuguang's assertion, both Shihi and Shangxi nodded. They're not cuties. They're not cuties. After a little projection, he knew that Fuguang was not exaggerating. Slight pause. Fuguang continued to speak. The benefits go far beyond that. After the Taiyin star's authority is expanded, it will accumulate heaven and earth's blessings in merits day by day, condensing heaven and earth's chi to feed back to you two fellow Taoists, which will make your future cultivation even more smooth. It's just a pity that the moon god's fruit position has already been certified by the one from the ancient past. Otherwise, the two fellow Taoists would have been able to receive far more benefits than that. Words. Shihi and Shangxi both nodded, with some regret, but more of a frankness of having gained and lost. Shi Xie, who was looking at it with a clear mind, was even more direct. It's already fortunate to be able to obtain heavenly merit. We sisters don't ask for more. Rather, it's the Taoist friends. This time, I'm afraid I have to congratulate you. The lunar god fruit position is no more, but the sun god's fruit position is still there. Not to mention the heavenly merit of formulating the flood calendar and setting the order of time. This merit of expanding the authority of the sun star and the Taiyin star alone, coupled with the fact that Fuguang himself was the identity of the spirit of the sun star. The taking of the fruit of the sun god position was almost a nail in the coffin. Ha ha ha. With a bright smile, Fuguang was slightly modest. It's not too late to congratulate them when the dust settles. Two Taoist friends. There are still places you don't understand. If so, poor Taoist will answer some more for you. If not, why don't you make preparations earlier? Words. After Shiha and Shangxi exchanged glances at each other, both nodded seriously. In that case, our sisters will return to the Taiyin planet to make preparations first, and we'll wait for the movement on your side of the road. And without much delay, after saying their goodbyes, Shihi and Shangxi left. And Fuguang, then, after a little toning down, start refining. Chapter 34 Immortal Court Action. Not to be trifled with. Chapter 34. At the same time that Fuguang was touring the flood with Shihi and Shangxi, discussing the opportunity to formulate a flood time calendar, the flood was also gradually changing. It was naturally impossible for the immortal court to be established by just taking the heavenly Tao's merits without doing anything about it. 10,000 years. It was already enough for Lord Dongwang to straighten out the immortal court whose strength had skyrocketed. As for the Queen Mother of the West, as agreed, she began to take charge of the punishment in the heavenly court, presided over the affairs of the female immortals, and never interfered with the arrangements made by the Duke of Dongwang for the operation of the immortal court. With the more and more enormous chi luck to add to it, all of the immortal court's machinations were very smooth. Finally, the Immortal Court, which had finished its internal reorganization, was finally unable to hold back its majestic ambition to dominate the flood. Purple Immortal Court. In the large Immortal Palace, there are 2 thrones of the Immortal Palace Lord placed in the high position. The quasi-saint realm of the East King Gong and the West Queen Mother sitting on it. Below, a Dala golden immortal with a long breath stretched out stood in an orderly manner. A large number of Taiyi golden immortals were listed. And golden immortal cultivators were only worthy of standing outside the Immortal Palace. Looking down at his subordinates, the Duke of Dongwang had a spirited smile on his face. Subsequently, aloud, this immortal court was established by my father to manage order, to plan the yin and yang and the qiankuan, and to give shelter to all beings. Ran dash. Nowadays, the various races in the floodplains are in a constant state of conquest. So much so that the killing industry between heaven and earth is all over the place. The order is chaotic. And the yin and yang and qiankuan are out of order. And such a state of affairs is contrary to the very foundation on which the Immortal Court was established. This situation, from now on, must be reversed. There was a pause. Rumble. A terrifying aura of the quasi-saint realm directly erupted from the body of the Duke of the East King, stirring the entire Terra Nova Violet Mansion. He sat on the throne of the Immortal Lord in majesty and inviolability. Send an order to all the immortal islands and clans in the East Sea that this father is going to select talents from all the islands and clans to form an Immortal Court army. And order them to actively cooperate. If you do not comply, you will be severely punished. Hearing the words of the Duke of the East, the crowd of great Luo golden immortals, Taiyi golden immortals, and golden immortals in the Immortal Court all led their orders aloud. By the Emperor's decree, this day, more than 20 Dala cultivators, hundreds of Taiyi golden immortals, and nearly 1,000 golden immortals led the already sizable and vast Immortal Court army, pouring out of the Terra Nova Purple Mansion and heading towards the vast East Sea. This day, the East Sea set off boundless turmoil. This day, the Immortal Court began to open its teeth and claws. This day, the many great powers of the flood, the many races all knew that great chaos was coming. Time is running out. 10,000 years later, the things that happened above the floodland, in the Sun Star to concentrate on refining weapons, and do enough to prove the flood time calendar before the various preparations. Fuguang did not notice the big action of the Immortal Court. Of course, even after noticing, he wouldn't care. These are things that are bound to happen. So what's the point of caring? Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Inside a palace. Fu Guang's gaze looked at the hourglass in front of him that emanated the Tao rhythm of time. A smile on his face. Finally, 10,000 years of time. He had finished refining all the spiritual treasures he needed to establish the flood time calendar and set the flood time sequence. Anything that dabbled was refined by him. There's no way. Who is too little for heavenly merit? Even if it was just a lower grade ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure. As long as it was accumulated, it still had a mysterious effect. After some adjustments, it's time to get down to business. Looking at the numerous spiritual treasures placed before him, Fu Guang's face was serious. Subsequently, closed his eyes and began to tune up. 1,000 years. A snap of the fingers. After thoroughly adjusting his state, Fu Guang stood up from atop the futon. He casually put away the sundials, hourglasses, time calendars, and other spiritual treasures that he had refined, and at the same time raised his hand and summoned 4 lower-grade innate spiritual flowers, which were orchids, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and prunus blossoms. These 4 lower-grade innate spiritual roots. It was obtained by Fu Guang when he traveled through the flood with Shihi and Changshi before and was pulled by the heavenly chances. which could be used to represent the 4 seasons. These. It is considered the top priority of the calendar of the time of the testimony of the flood. After bringing everything, Fuguang took one step and appeared directly outside the solar star. Correcting the dress. Rationalize the sleeve gown. With a solemn face, Fuguang arched his hand towards Tsongtian. Aloud. Heaven is above. His voice was stirred by his own great mana and spread around the sun star. I, the sun star Fuguang, have a feeling that the flood time sequence is chaotic. Timekeeping is unclear and unknown. In the long run, it is not conducive to the prosperity of all beings in the flood. And it is not conducive to the flood to regulate the order of the Qianquan. Therefore, this is the time and order of the flood created here. So that there will be 4 changing seasons in the flooded heaven and earth. And the 24 seasons will flow on and on, establishing the 10 heavenly stems. Creation of the 12 earthly branches. Fuguang looked solemn. And sentence by sentence, he began to narrate the details of the flood time calendar that he had formulated, without any omission at all. And after Fuguang started, the moment he mouthed the word calendar of time, thud, 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 the heavenly Tao beats the drum, and the sound shakes the flooded world. Immediately following, the endless greatness of the heavenly Tao directly visualized Fuguang's figure, manifesting it in every corner of the flood, so that all beings were able to clearly see Fuguang's figure. For a moment, the movements of the flood beings, as well as the many cultivators' hands, all came to a direct halt. This includes some of the sides that are fighting as well. The greatness of the heavenly Tao descends. Who dares to be reckless? Against you. A large number of great powers who were in seclusion, wanting to chop off 3 corpses to break through to the quasi-saint realm, were all awakened at this moment. Looking at the figure of Fuyuko displayed by Tendo, each one has a different expression. Phoenix Hill. Nuwa and Fushi's siblings both looked toward the heavenly Tao projection. With a frown on her willow brows, Nuwa spoke with some envy. This guy has made such a big commotion again. I'm only afraid that he's going to gain a lot of heavenly merits again. He had quite a bit of heavenly Tao merit on him before. So he must have stepped into the quasi-saint realm earlier than the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West. This time down, I'm only afraid that the strength will become more and more terrifying. The elegant Fushi. Some admiration flashed in his eyes. Laughing. Worthy of being fellow Taoist Fuguang. He had long felt that Fuguang was an extraordinary person and would be able to accomplish great things in the future. Nowadays it seems. More and more. It just seems that way. I said earlier that I would pay a visit to Fuguang for a while. So perhaps I can use this as an excuse to visit and congratulate him soon. The 5 shovels. Red Cloud, who was not in seclusion in his own fire cloud cave, had been here at Jin Yuanzi's for some time. Upon seeing that one of the heavenly projections, the envy appeared on Red Cloud's face. To be able to receive a response from the heavenly Tao and directly project the heavens and earth. Fellow Taoist Fuguang's harvest this time must also be extremely great. Aside. Jin Yuanzi, the honest man of the flood, also nodded his head gently. Enviable. Of course. Jin Yuanzi was just envious. Kunlun Mountain. The 3 Qing's faces looked different. Laozi's face was expressionless. Yuan Shi's brows were furrowed. And Tong Tian was somewhat curious. The endless sea of blood. Old Ancestor Sticks had a face of annoyance and displeasure. His stern gaze looking at the sky above the dome of heaven. The projection of Fuguang. In the middle of the immortal court. The Queen Mother of the West, who was in seclusion within her own palace and did not participate in the immortal court's war. Only managing the immortal court's punishment and arranging the affairs of the female immortals. raised her eyebrows and looked at the heavenly Tao projection with her beautiful eyes. The heart murmured, "It's this. Man, again, this movement is much greater than even when the immortal court was established. Surely not to be messed with." At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was more and more certain of one thing within her heart: the Taoist Fuguang. One must not make an enemy of him. Chapter 35, Shiha and Shangxi became quasi-saints. Chapter 35. Among the many great powers. To say who was most unwilling to see Fuguang obtain heavenly Tao merits, it was undoubtedly the immortal court Emperor Duke Dongwang. With a displeased gaze, he looked at the heavenly Tao projections Fuguang. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang, who was originally in a happy mood listening to the reports of the Daoluo cultivators under his command on the immortal court's achievements in the last 1,000 years, lost all of his good mood the moment he saw Fuguang. Along with the immortal court getting stronger and stronger, it gradually became the well-deserved ruler of the East Sea. The Duke of Dongwang's path to empire also became smoother and smoother, while the whole person also became more domineering. A domineering emperor. For someone like Fuguang, who was able to threaten his own existence, his tolerance naturally wouldn't be too high. Even if the Duke of Dongwang didn't have any conflict with Fuguang. Even if Fuguang didn't actively try to threaten his position as the Duke of the East. Even if the Dongwang Gong's hostility towards Fuguang was unwarranted from the beginning. Anyway, for Fuguang, the current Duke of Dongwang was becoming more and more scornful and tolerant. Seeing Fuguang make such a big commotion to get a big chance, he naturally became very unhappy in his heart. On the planet Taiyin, the moment they saw the projection of the heavenly Tao, Shiha and Shangxi, who had already been prepared, looked at each other before a smile appeared on both sisters' faces. In unison. Coming. Even the cool and trippy Shangxi couldn't help but leap with excitement and anticipation. After all, this thing, it's about the path of the two sisters. If he succeeded, he would almost certainly be able to behead 3 corpses and take a step into the quasi-saint realm. How could Shiha and Shangxi not look forward to such a chance? Outside the sun star, Fuguang with a serious face orally described the details of the flood time calendar, while displaying sundials, hourglasses, funnel carvings, armillary sphere and so on. All kinds of spiritual treasures used for timekeeping tools. The orchid, lotus, chrysanthemum, and plum blossom are also guided to represent the 4 seasons of the year, setting the 24 seasonal changes. 10 heavenly stems such as A, B, C, D, etc. The 12 branches of the earth, such as the sun, the clown, the C, the D, and so on. Above the vault of heaven, the heavenly Tao merits and virtues have begun to converge. Auspicious visions abound, and dense purple gas shrouds the entire starry sky. With every bit of time calendar and time sequence change that Fuguang perfected, the lake formed by the convergence of heavenly Tao merits became 1 point larger. After a display, Fuguang carried on summarizing. The sun shines as day and the moon is night. The rotation of the sun and moon is 1 day. The 30th and 31st days are January. And every December is a year. February is special. And the year of the 28th day is an even year. And every 4th even year gets a leap year on the 29th day of February. The year is divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall and winter. And the 4 seasons have different landscapes. And the day of spring comes. The 24 seasons are established throughout the year as spring. The year, the season, the month, the day, and the hour have been fixed. And henceforth the flood has a time calendar. And the order of time is clear. The words fell. Buzz. Fuguang casually raised his hand and directly used his authority as the Sunstar Lord to catalyze the entire Sunstar, causing the Sunstar's light to violently blossom, illuminating every part of the flooded heavens and earth as if it were daytime. Meanwhile, the Taiyin Star, which echoed the Sun Star, was likewise releasing a roiling moonlight, not at all dimmer than the sun. The next moment, both the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, under the urging of their own Star Lords, began to start operating according to the rules of rotation established by the flood calendar of time. For a moment, the flooded heavens and earth began to alternate day and night. The seasons rotated, and the seasons changed. It's a validation protocol. Under the heavenly Tao-assisted evolution and projection, the length of the quiz on the flood time calendar lasted for one intercalary flat year rotation. In the end, the heavenly Tao responded to Fuguang's evidence of the flood time calendar and the setting of the time sequence. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, the heavenly Tao merit that had already formed a huge lake instantly swelled again by as much as 2 times. Subsequently, huge heavenly merits fall from the sky. First, it fell into the many time sequence spiritual treasures, turning all of these time sequence spiritual treasures, which ranged from extremely high-grade Hotian spiritual treasures to lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, into Hotian merit spiritual treasures. It wasn't that Fuguang couldn't refine a full set of extreme Hotian spiritual treasures. It's just that the way of heaven is fair, and everything is in order, and too much is too little. There were some chronological spirit treasures that were refined at too high a grade, which would result in the chances of this time's establishment of the chronological calendar and fixing of the chronological sequence not being complete, resulting in even greater losses. The grade of all spiritual treasures. The fugitives were all accurately projected and all did the best they could with what they were allowed to do. After a batch of chronological merit spiritual treasure was formed, all kinds of things associated with the 4 seasons of the year and the 24 seasons have been well created. Among them, the spring orchid, summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, which represented the 4 seasons of the year, received the most heavenly Tao merit, and the 4 lower grade innate spiritual roots awakened to their spiritual wisdom under the irrigation of the heavenly Tao merit, and at the same time managed to transform into the forms of 4 differently styled female immortals, appearing beside Fuguang. After making a bow towards the heavenly Tao, the 4 flower fairies worshipped towards Fuyuko again, in unison. Many thanks to Senior for the grace of lifting up the creation. Glancing at the 4 flower immortal who had top-grade innate living spirit root feet, Fuguang nodded. Random word. You guys stand down for now. Words. After the 4 flower immortals who had just taken form worshipped, they quickly retreated to the side, their gazes looking at Fuguang's figure with reverence. After all, the spiritual treasures and things that were related to the time calendar had all received their equivalent heavenly Tao merit, that huge lake of heavenly Tao merit had gone down by a full 30%. And then, the heavenly Tao merit lake divided again, and another 20% of the heavenly Tao merit divided from it, falling directly into Shiha and Changshi, the 2 Taiyin Star Lords outside the Taiyin Star. Meanwhile, the Taiyin Star gently shook, and 2 more equal and even more massive pillars of meritorious light emerged, pouring into the bodies of the 2 Taiyin goddesses. The aura of the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changshi, who had each received 10% of the heavenly Tao merit and a portion of the heavenly Tao merit gifted by the Taiyin Star, began to rapidly rise. In just a few short breaths of time, he had directly crossed over the realm of Dala perfection and stepped into the quasi-saint level. Immediately thereafter, beside the 2 sisters, there was a female immortal figure congealing, being chopped out by each of them with a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Up to this point, the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changshi, who did not have a high level of participation, relied on the 2 shares of heavenly Tao merit and virtue to infuse their bodies. and easily succeeded in beheading the 3 corpses and stepped into the quasi-sate realm. Finish the breakthrough. Shihe and Shang-Chi opened their eyes and smiled at each other afterward. A salute was made across the air towards Fuguang in the heavenly Tao projection. Many thanks for the favor of lifting up fellow Taoist. Fuguang slightly sensed the gratitude of the 2 sisters. Turn your head. After looking in the direction of the Taiyin star and nodding, his eyes burned towards the 50% of heavenly Tao merit still remaining above the sky dome. Joy can't be hidden. After all, the rest of these can be his. Chapter 36, A Golden Glow All Over. Chapter 36. Under the watchful eye of the flooded beings. The rumble. That remaining 50% of heavenly Tao merit was like a torrent that directly fell down towards Fuguang. Just when everyone thought that Fuguang would utilize these heavenly Tao merits to cut out 3 corpses to enter the Paragon realm. However, he only saw Fuguang's body light up around him with the heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit and virtue. Subsequently, directly integrating all of these 50% of heavenly Tao merit into that already eye-shattering heavenly Tao merit golden wheel. More than that, Buzz, the sun star, which had calmed down, once again released its bright sunlight, and a huge heavenly Tao merit surged out from within the sun star. And together with the merit that descended from that day, it was directly poured into Fuguang's golden wheel of merit. The original Fuguang's golden wheel of merit was already as dazzling as a small sun. At this moment, with the addition of a huge amount of heavenly merit, the golden light of merit and virtue all over his body was actually able to compete with the sun. Just when everyone thought it was going to be over. Rumble. The solar star shook once again. And another huge amount of merit emerged. Combining with the star authority, directly evolving an illusory great sun, shrinking while falling down towards Fuguang. Meanwhile, clang. A round spirit treasure that was filled with golden light of merit and virtue and emitted the aura of a supreme innate spirit treasure manifested from within the sun star and landed directly in front of Fuguang. For a while, Fuguang, who had accepted the sun god fruitseed of the sun star and received all the authority of the sun star, opened a pair of golden eyes, with a satisfied smile on his face. Very good. Very good. Bravo. Between the words, Fuguang also didn't forget to make a salute towards the heavenly vault, paying homage to the heavenly will that responded to him. In the opinion of some people who are not happy with Fuguang, there's something claptrap about him acting like this. But Fuguang did it anyway. It's still the same thing. Rite of passage for many days is not to be blamed. It was not afraid that heaven would not react to his politeness. It was afraid that heaven would react to his lack of politeness. The greatness of the heavenly Tao gradually dispersed. The projected figure of Fuguang was fixed on the scene where he waved his hand to receive the extreme innate merit spiritual treasure, Sunwheel. At this moment, although the heavenly Tao projection disappeared, but this time Fuguang set up the flood time calendar, set the influence of the time sequence, but began to deeply affect the entire flood, affecting the living beings. Of course, those who have attained immortality are also affected, but it is drastically reduced. In the end, whether Fuguang was creating words, or this time setting up the flood calendar and determining the time sequence, he was affecting the general public and the masses, not those who had attained the Tao and become immortals. The effect on all beings is not to be mentioned. At this moment, many of the numerous innate sacred many were silent. Nice guy. They all knew that this time Fuguang was going to get a very huge chance. But this chance was too big. Right? Do the math. I'm afraid that would be enough heavenly merit for a cultivator with a perfect dala to behead all 3 corpses without having to say more. The sun god's fruitful position plus the sun star's authority. A supreme innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure that kills without touching karma and cause and effect. A large pile of various grades of latter heavenly merit spiritual treasures related to the time calendar and time sequence of the flood. More importantly, how could the sun god fruit position be obtained without the strength of the quasi-saint realm? In other words, Fuguang had long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm at an unknown time. A terrifying existence with a golden wheel of merit and virtue as dazzling as the sun. A large pile of spiritual treasures of merit and virtue in his hands that kill people without staining karma and cause and effect. And his own cultivation at the very least at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. And also assuming the fruits of the heavens and the earth. One can feel his scalp numb just thinking about it. Fortunately, people in the floodlands who were qualified to contact Fuguang all had a rough mental image of him. Although Fuguang was powerful, he was a great avatar who treated people kindly, had a gentle character, and loved to reason. As long as you don't mean to offend or provoke, you won't be picked on by him either. Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian. Who has the most jumpy character and youthful image among the three Qing? After deducing a flood time calendar. A smile on his face. What a Fuguang! What a flood time calendar! Ha ha ha! Wonderful! 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 Hearing this unimaginative laugh of his, the middle-aged image of Yuan sure couldn't help but frown. What's with all the yelling and screaming? Tong Tian, who had been scolded, stiffened his face slightly, then collected his smile and stopped speaking. Aside, Laozi also deduced the time calendar. Stroking his beard, he said, "Truly remarkable. It's also his skill that this Taoist Fuguang can be so favored by the heavenly Tao. Yet we, brothers, are not weak. Two younger brothers. It's time for a closed-door breakthrough." Hearing the words of the old man, whether it was Yuanshi or Tong Tian, who was aggrieved and had no place to say anything, their faces were all straightened. First, there were the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, followed by Shiha and Shangxi of the Taiyin planet, all of whom had stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Plus one more. Fuguang, who was bound to step into the quasi-saint realm one step ahead of everyone else. This also means that, in today's flood world, the true ceiling was no longer the great Luo perfection. Wouldn't it be a joke if they, the three Qing, didn't make a breakthrough? Not only would he be laughed at by many cultivators, but he would also lose his part as the saint's personal disciple and disgrace the saint. With the pride of the three Qing, this should never be allowed to happen. Phoenix Hill. Nuwa's face was filled with unsurprising color. Open mouth. That Fuguang didn't behead 3 corpses, but he certified the sun god fruit seat. As I expected. He has long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm. He's the first one under his teacher to step into the paragon realm. It's laughable that East King's Duke, as well as the West King's mother, had completely failed to realize this previously. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi didn't care. At the moment it was continuously performing the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. Feeling the subtleties of them. Just casually catering to Nuwa. Aha! Sis is right. Looking at the mesmerized Fushi, the corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched, and some annoyance rose in her eyes. Boo! The jade hand lifted up and directly punched. And Fushi, who was still projecting, flew backwards into his cave with a black eye on top of him. There was only time for one scream. Ah! Daly punched Voxy in the face. Nuwa breathed out freely. Open mouth. It's better for elder brother to stay in seclusion. Now that this great chaos in heaven and earth is coming. If you and I siblings don't break through the current realm, I'm afraid we'll be in constant trouble afterward. Frowning, Nuwa glanced at the sun star and then in the direction of the East Sea. With some pressure in his heart, he also turned around and went towards his cave. It's going to take a closed-door attempt to decapitate 3 corpses to make a breakthrough. This increasingly chaotic flooded heavens and earth. The cultivation of the Dala realm was no longer enough to attain true self-realization. Chapter 37, Attending the Four Immortals. Rules of the Golden Crow Palace. Chapter 37. Terra Nova Purple Mansion. The smile on the Duke of Dongwon's face completely disappeared. And there was a slight chill in his disillusioned eyes. In his eyes, Taoist Fuguang's might was also too great. Keep this up. In the hearts of all the beings in the floodplains, they are afraid that they only know the sun god Fuguang. But not him, the lord of the immortal court Duke Dongwang. On the other side, the Queen Mother of the West continued to do her own thing after withdrawing her gaze. How that Fuguang Taoist was of little concern to her. If the Duke of the East is going after Fuguang, she's never going to make a move. None other. The Queen Mother of the West didn't want to make an enemy of Fuguang. Golden Crow Palace. In the middle of the courtyard, Fuguang's face wore a contented smile. The Nishigami fruit position. Certified. Heavenly merit. 2. Came to hand. Mixed golden immortal Dao fruit. Plucked. From now on, he Fuguang just need to be quiet. Stay inside his sun star Golden Crow Palace. Sit and watch the flood winds and clouds. The audience life rise and fall. Based on his Fuguang's contribution to the flooded heavens and earth. The favor he received from the heavenly Tao. Plus carrying the golden wheel of merit that is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Even if the heavenly Tao saints want to count on him, they all have to weigh it carefully. As for practicing, with the heavenly Tao bells and whistles, the chi of the sun star and sun god's fruit position, the chi of the literary Tao, and the chi merit added by the calendar of time and the sequence of time. It is not to say that one will definitely be able to certify the heavenly Tao sage's fruit position, but guaranteeing the great perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Being the first person under a saint was still completely unproblematic. Crossing over to the present. The positional frame of the king with the world that he had plotted for himself was considered to be primed to come to fruition. So, at this moment, Fuguang, from the inside out, was releasing a relaxed and cozy mood. And even the great world inside this piece of the sun star where the Golden Crow Palace was located had a light breeze blowing because of his good mood and relaxed mood. For a while, Fuguang, who had recovered his mind, raised his eyes to the four flower immortals who were respectfully in front of him. The look was mild. The four of you have gained a good creation. And your root qualifications are quite good. If you practice diligently this year, and properly report the 4 seasons for the flood being's wheel, you will be blessed with a steady stream of chi and merit. And you will be able to expect the Dala in the future. Words. The faces of the 4 flower fairies all wore a look of gratitude. In unison. Thank you, Senior, for your compliments. Elder, allow me to. Our 4 sisters have been blessed with the grace of Senior's lifting up. And have achieved what we have now. There is no way to repay this favor. We are willing to follow Senior's left and right. And will never turn back. I hope that Senior will be gracious enough to take us in. Between the words, the 4 flower immortals all looked sincere as they knelt down towards Fuguang. Their faces full of pleading. Despite having only just transformed into a form, the 4 flower fairy was still very smart. Their 4 sisters are all very clear. Although they have obtained the merits of the heavenly Tao. With the creation, the incarnation out of the world that is the early stage of the golden immortal realm. But the golden immortals are nothing more than ants between the waves of the flooded heavens and earth. If you don't have a great power behind you, the 4 of them may be killed at some point in the future. There were still quite a lot of flood cultivators who dared to kill the golden immortal of merit. And the Fuguang in front of him was undoubtedly a very powerful backer. Plus there's the gift of a lift. So, instead of going to the flood wasteland and then begging a great avatar for shelter after they had suffered, It would be better for them to take advantage of the present and directly follow Elder Fuguang. Looking at the 4 flower fairies who pleaded with him to allow them to follow, Fuguang pondered slightly. Regarding the thoughts of the 4 of them, Fuguang was naturally clear about it. As for the matter of sheltering the 4 sisters, Fuguang was not worried about attracting trouble for himself. After all, it was just sheltering 4 golden immortals. And the 4 flower immortals in Fuguang did have karma and destiny. Instead of letting them go down to the flood to create many changes, it would be better to accept them and give them their own dojo to take care of. And the potential of the 4 flower fairies is okay. Unsurprisingly, one would certainly be able to attain the great Luo Dao fruit. As for whether or not the quasi-saint realm could be achieved, it was an unknown. But never mind. The great Luo golden immortals wouldn't lose face with him. And even more so, they could do many things for him. You 4 sisters are indeed destined to be with this seat. After a little contemplation, Fuguang made a decision. Since you sincerely want to follow this seat, then stay. As of today, the 4 of you are the 4 immortals of this seat's entourage. Words. The 4 flower immortals were filled with joy as they respectfully saluted towards Fuguang. Thank you, Master, for taking me in. A casual nod. With a wave of Fuguang's hand, several meritorious spiritual treasures that were related to the time calendar, the time sequence, and the 4 seasons were casually thrown in front of the 4 flower immortals by him. Open mouth. These merit spiritual treasures, which are associated with the seasonal timing, will be placed under the control of you 4 sisters. The path of seeking the way is full of difficulties and dangers. When you enter the seat of this seat, you must remember. You must not kill in vain. You must not bully the weak. You must not be violent. You must not fight bravely. You must not make messy karmic connections. And you must not kill each other in the same sect. Going forward, it needs to be kept in mind. A series of rules of the Golden Crow Palace. Fuguang was one by one talking to his attendant 4 immortals in a clear and explicit manner. If there was any violation to the extent that any of them tainted with karma at such a level as quantum karma, he, Fuguang, would inevitably cut at the speed of light and would absolutely not allow to be dragged down. Never doubt Fuguang's determination to avoid the quantum leap. The 4 flower immortals listened attentively, keeping the Golden Crow Palace rules, all of them, in mind. They have no complaints. After all, they were the ones who wanted to follow Fuguang themselves, so they naturally had to abide by Fuguang's rules. After saying the rules, Fuguang also began to explain the benefits of the Golden Crow Palace to the 4 flower immortals. If you follow this seat, naturally you will not be treated poorly. When this seat has a free moment, it will give you a sermon. There are a handful of great spiritual masters who have friendships with this seat. And when they visit and discuss the Tao with this seat, you and others can also listen from the sidelines. The spiritual roots, immortal herbs, and other chances within the Golden Crow Palace can be taken at will for anything that is useful to you. Except for stockpiling some for brewing wine and making pastries. Just keep in mind that you must not fish at all costs, but follow the path of sustainable development. Not for long. Fuguang made all the benefits clear. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there anything else that's not clear or understood?" There are rules and then a little bit of resources and benefits. This was the way Fuguang managed the Golden Crow Palace. Of course, it turned out that when Fuguang was the only one, the Golden Crow Palace didn't have much of a management style. And with the accompanying 4 immortals, it was still necessary to set up a set of rules. Mainly, Fuguang was worried that without rules, the 4 flower immortals had ignorantly dabbled in the karma of the quantum rain and then dragged him down with them. That's not good. After hearing the benefits, The 4 flower fairies were all very excited. Back to your lordship. All has been heard clearly. In fact, the only perks Fuguang can give out are asylum. Point out the practice. Give a little of the resources that the Golden Crow Palace has. It doesn't seem like much. But how? There was no need to say how important the shelter of a great avatar was to the weak. And pointing out the practice is even more rare. A single word from a great avatar could potentially allow them, the bottom cultivators, to go further. Not to mention, they also have regular access to sermons for guidance. These benefits. It's just too good to be true. Chapter 38, The Arrival of Your Guests. Chapter 38. Spiritual treasures were given. Set the rules. Fuguang then, without any command, waved his hand and let the attendant 4 immortals first go to seclusion to digest the proceeds of this time to go. Shiha and Shanxi. They should be in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate their realms. Fuguang, who sits alone under the fuso tree, pouring himself a drink, with a pensive look on his face. It's also not a good idea to go to the flood at this time to look for your fellow Taoists. After all, everyone is riveted to the 3 corpses. So going there would just be disturbing others. In that case, this seat is also closed for good. Taking advantage of this period of time that is still considered peaceful, refining a few more of the chaos bells innate divine forbidden is also a good thing. As for the extreme innate merit spiritual treasure, sun wheel that had just been obtained, this spiritual treasure was the same as the moon wheel that had disappeared in the flood world, belonging to the exclusive spiritual treasure of the sun god. At the same time, Fuguang obtained the sun god fruit seed and became the sun god. The instant the sun wheel entered his hand, it automatically released the 48 innate divine forbiddings and was instantly refined by him. So, there was no need for Fuguang to spend extra time refining. After sitting in the courtyard for 1,000 years, Fuguang, who had nothing else to do, also got up and stepped into the Golden Crow Palace to go into seclusion. That's how his life is. Retreat. Get out of the gate and rest. Have a little fun with the little things in life. Then the retreat continued. Other than that, other things, Fuguang was uniformly unconcerned. It also includes the wars, changes, and everything else above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the flood, which Fuguang did not investigate. Not interested. At the same time, he could also probably tell what the progress of the immortal court would be like. In the absence of the birth of the demon race and the emergence of the demon heavenly court, the path of the Duke of Dongwang's conquest of the floodplains will certainly be very smooth in the early stage. Even smoother than the progress under the original trajectory. Much smoother than the original trajectory. Nothing to be concerned about. Ever since Fuguang established the flood calendar of time and set the order of time, in addition to the immortal mountains and blessed places, the Taoist Master's Dojo, some special places. Most of the unusual places in the flood had the seasons changing and the festivals flowing gradually. The method of timekeeping has also changed from the commonly practiced metronomical timekeeping to the use of yearly, monthly, daily, and hourly timekeeping. The general public has also had the sunrise and the moonset as one day. The cold and the heat come and go, and the seasons turn into 1 year. Idle clouds and pools of shadow day long. Things change several times in the autumn. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. On this day, in the middle of the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang, who was dressed in a long robe with his long ink-like hair casually draped, held an autumn brush and wrote on a piece of white paper. At his side, the eldest sister among the 4 flower fairies, Chunlan, stood quietly and waited. The look was full of respectful colors. 100,000 years of time. It was already enough for the 4 flower immortals to familiarize themselves with everything in the Golden Crow Palace. Naturally. The 4 flower fairies had also gone in to read inside the hall of collected books, which did not prohibit them from reading. The numerous canons written by Fuguang inside could be considered unheard of and breathtaking to the still very young 4 flower immortals. Although there were many books that were just storybooks, there were countless secret passages of feats, aptitudes, and spells. They have benefited from learning just some of them. It is conceivable that how powerful as well as amazingly talented was Master Fuguang, who created the heaven-capturing feats, God-crying and ghost-crying divine abilities, and subtle and extraordinary spells in there. In conclusion, after 100,000 years of service, the 4 flower immortals felt more and more wise about their 4 sisters' choice to follow Fuguang in the first place. Fellow Taoist Chiha and fellow Taoist Changshi from the Taiyin planet are here. While continuing to write the novel, Fuguang spoke. They are this seat's honored guests. Go greet them. Forget it. You go inside the main hall and prepare 6 tables of feasts. And have the 3 of you, Xia He, Shou Ju, and Dong Mei, go to greet them. In addition to the 2 honored guests from Taiyin Star, there are a few more honored guests in the back. No slacking off. Words. The face of Chunlan, who was waiting at the side, suddenly became serious. Answer the voice. Here. After a respectful retreat, Chunlan quickly conveyed Fuguang's order to the other 3 young misses, and at the same time began to seriously prepare for the immortal feast. Not a hair out of place. Don't dare to be the slightest bit slow. For no other reason than this is the honored guest that Master Fuguang is talking about. Those 2 Taiyin goddesses of the Taiyin planet. The 4 of them sisters knew about them. They were actual quasi-saint great avatars. The only ones who could be equally as valuable as these 2 great avatars were also at the level of great avatars. In other words, the Golden Crow Palace was about to welcome 6 paragon powerhouses. How could the 4 of them, the 4 tiny golden immortals, dare to slack off? Outside the sun star, at the drop of a hat in Fuguang, on top of a trestle condensed by the true fire of the sun, 3 tiny golden immortals among the 4 flower immortals, Summer Lotus, Autumn Chrysanthemum, and Winter Plum, appeared and waited respectfully underneath the trestle. Not much longer. Buzz. 2 streaks of moonlight immortal light came from the direction of the Taiyin star and landed in front of the 3 sisters. The figures of Shi He and Shang Shi manifested, seeing 2 great avatars appear. The 3 flower fairies are all in place to greet each other with courtesy and deference. Xia He, Autumn Chrysanthemum, Winter Plum. Meet the Taiyin Star Lord. There was a color of surprise in his eyes. Shiha looked at the 3 flower fairies. So it's you guys. By the looks of it, you guys are practicing under the seat of fellow Taoist Fuguang? The 4 flower fairies were dedicated to the establishment of the flood calendar and the setting of the order of the seasons. And they are the flower deities that represent the 4 seasons. Cici still remembers them. Hearing Shiha's words, as the second oldest among the 4 flower fairies, Xia He said with a respectful expression, returning to the questioning of the 2 Taiyin Star Lords. The 4 slave sisters are grateful that Master does not disdain them. And after transforming into their forms, they will follow Master around as the 4 immortals in attendance. A knowing nod. He didn't care about these small things. And after glancing at the 3 flower immortals, he had a realization in his heart. Opened his mouth and inquired, is it possible that there are still Taoists visiting Taoist Fuguang today? Words. Shaho bowed and replied, returning to the Star Lord's question. Master said that there are indeed other honorable guests. Only the specific identities are not known to the slave girl and the others. A gentle nod. Shiha looked at Shaha and smiled. Looks like we'll be seeing some old friends today too. Lead on ahead. Presently. Xia He then led Shi He and Chang Shi, stepping onto the Sun True Flame trestle. And in a few steps, they had already entered the Great Thousand World where the Golden Crow Palace was situated, heading towards the location of the main hall. As for the two autumn chrysanthemums and winter plums, they continued to wait on top of the trestle. Chapter 39 Lord East's Invitation. Chapter 39. Inside the Great Hall of the Golden Crow Palace. 7 fairy tables. There are spiritual fruits, pastries, immortal brews and so on above the small party. Snacks used to quench the craving. Fuguang casually sat on top of the main seat and was pouring himself a drink as he waited for Shiha, Chang Shi and the others to arrive. It didn't keep Fuguang waiting long. The sisters Shiha and Chang Shi were then already stepping into the hall, smilingly coming towards Fuguang. Seeing this pair of stunning sisters arrive, Fuguang looked casual as he raised his hand in invitation. 2 Taoist friends. The poor Taoist has been waiting for a long time. Please take your seats. Instead, there was no movement to get up. Given his current relationship with Shiha and Chang Shi, if he was too polite, it would rather seem like there was some artifice. Likewise, Shihi and Chang Shi weren't polite either. They both casually took a seat at one of the immortal tables. And open your mouth to thank. Thanks a lot. Looking at the stunning sisters who had already broken through, Fuguang raised his glass in a gesture. Congratulations to the 2 fellow Taoists for going one step further and achieving Paragon. Ha ha ha. Words. She has beautiful eyes curved in a smile. This is also to thank you for your kindness in lifting us up. If not, our 2 sisters would only be in seclusion right now. How could we break through to today's realm so quickly? Nodded. The cool and trippy Chang Shi looked at Fuguang. Thanks. You know, the 2 of them sisters were not the ones who had just received the heavenly Tao's merit and chopped out of 3 corpses 100,000 years ago. During this 100,000 years of seclusion, Shihi and Chang Shi not only consolidated their own paramount sage Tao fruit, but also chopped out their second corpses in the process. Even though the realm was still the early stage of Paragon. But beheading 1 corpse wasn't the same concept as beheading 2 or 3 corpses at the early stage of a Paragon. Ah! When he was in the Purple Heavenly Palace, the sage himself had explained the many wonders of the Associate Saint realm. One of the points worth mentioning is, to behead 3 corpses one must enter the Quasi-Saint realm. But the Quasi-Saint realm may not be able to behead 3 corpses. There is no direct correlation between whether you are an early stage, middle stage, late stage, or complete stage of a paramount saint and how many 3 corpses you have severed and whether or not the 3 corpses are united. That's why, nowadays, the 2 sisters, Shiha and Chang Shi, are the early stage of quasi-saints who have severed 2 corpses. Back to the main topic. After the 3 of them chatted a little, Shiha's face took on a curious color. I don't know which 4 Taoists are coming to be guests. There were quite a few Tao Lord cultivators who were friends with Fuguang. But there shouldn't be many who would come to the Sun Star as guests. Words. Fuguang smiled, his eyes looking towards the entrance of the Great Hall. The people are already here. Between the words, Fuguang, who was still sitting casually, was already standing up. A raised hand saluted in the direction of the doorway. It's good to have friends. Welcome to the 4 fellow Taoists who have come to the poor Sunstar as guests. Please forgive me if I have missed the welcome. His words fell. A hearty laugh came from just outside the entrance to the Great Hall. Ha ha ha. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. Fushi and my sister have come to intrude. I hope you'll forgive me, fellow Taoist. The words fell. The elegant Fushi, as well as the condescending Nuwa, both siblings walked in from the doorway. Subsequently, a red-robed red cloud, as well as Jin Yuanzi, who had a thick image, likewise walked in. Red Cloud was all smiles. Fellow Daoist Fuguang. The poor Daoist Red Cloud and brother Jin Yuanzi came here uninvited. So I hope I haven't disturbed you. And the honest Jin Yuanzi also said with a salute. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting. Fellow Daoist. Looking at the arriving four, Fuguang's eyes narrowed slightly. Good man. All of them had stepped into the Paragon realm. It was truly worthy of being the top innate sacred root of the flood. If not for the differences in chance, fortune, luck, and so on, purely from the root qualifications. The many top innate saints. Almost all of them are in the position to become saints. Fellow Taoists coming as guests is giving face to the poor Tao. How can we say we are disturbing? Fuguang's face wore a smile, and he raised his hand as a guide as he spoke. Wait until the crowd is seated. It was only then that he himself resumed his seat. Smiling, he congratulated. Congratulations to a few fellow Taoists for going one step further. The great Tao is within reach. Words. The four men who had just arrived were all smiling. There was nothing more worthwhile to be happy about than being further along in one's cultivation. In particular, the recognition of fellow travelers is even more so. Even the condescending Nuwa had a few more smiles on her face. After a nice start, the crowd started chatting away on top of the 7 fairy tables visited in roundtable format. The atmosphere is still great. Not for long. Fuguang looked at the 4 people arriving behind him with a casual expression. Inquired. Today is very coincidental. The 4 Tao friends come together to pour Taoist the Sun Star as a guest. But because of that 4 seas and 8 wastelands above, there are some things that make the 4 Tao friends want to see eye to eye and heart to heart happen. If anything, if it was just Fu Shi and Nuwa coming as guests, or if it was just Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi coming as guests, Fuguang believed that there was nothing major going on, and they would just be guests. But now, 4 people came together. It wouldn't be as simple as a coincidence. Who in the flood knows how to count with his fingers? Especially Fushi this guy. But also the flood one magician. Then Fuguang are more able to calculate. When he comes to visit, does he get together with others? Obviously it won't. So, it must be that something had happened above the flooded earth. And that was why the 4 of them had come together. In fact, it was also very simple for Fuguang to want to know. He only needed to slightly intercept the information about the past in the heavenly chants. And then he could know what was happening in the flooded earth. But there's no need to. Looking at it from the sky, it's not as choppy as hearing someone else talk about it. Fuguang's question just dropped. The 4 men who arrived behind them were silent for a moment. Slap. Fushi put down the wineglass in his hand in a nonchalant manner. There was a look of displeasure on his face. When this matter is spoken of, there is fire in the heart of the poor Taoist. That East King Gong established the Immortal Court, wanting to unify all beings in the flood. We only seek the great Tao. We have no intention to start a dispute with him, and do not want to get involved in these trivial matters. But that Duke of the East has sent people 3 times to invite me and my sister into the Immortal Court. Even after repeated refusals, he still keeps sending people over. It's really annoying. But after all, he is the Lord of the Orthodox Immortal Court, and has done his courtesy. And it's not good to badmouth him. So he can only find a place to hide from the rest of the world. That's why, together with my sister, I came to visit you. Fellow Taoist. Fushi spoke at the same time. Along with that, Nuwa's face didn't look very good anymore. Her smile was converged. Her pretty face was full of frost, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with cold and stern eyes. It's obvious. She was also getting very annoyed with the Duke of the East's invitation. Other side. After Red Cloud froze for a moment. Open mouth. Fellow Taoist Fushi and fellow Taoist Nuwa have also been interfered with? How dare the Immortal Court be so bold? Fellow Taoist Nuwa is the shut-in disciple of a sage. A frown was raised. Fuguang held his wine cup without speaking. And after taking a sip of immortal wine, he quietly listened to Fushi, Hongjun, and Jin Yuanzi, an honest man, open their mouths to spit out the Duke of Dongwang's inviting operation. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This Lord Dongwang. How dare he make this whole death out of it? Isn't it obvious that he's going to offend many great avatars? Or is it? Does he think he can really overpower the many paragon great avatars and Tao Lord cultivators? Chapter 40, Pointing out the coming quantum revelation. Chapter 40. Soon. In Fushi. Red Cloud, these two fast-talking guys under the story. Fuguang also roughly understand the Immortal Court after the establishment of the time. This will be nearly a yuan will be inside the time. The 4 seas and the 8 deserts and the occurrence of many things. Have to say. With an orthodox identity that was hand-picked by the saints and recognized by the heavenly Tao. The Immortal Court was still developing very rapidly and easily. Today, the 4 seas are already under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Court. Once the Immortal Court's order is issued, the islands of the 4 seas, thousands of races, and countless living beings, no one dares to disobey. No one dares to disrespect. After the unification of the 4 seas, not satisfied with the Duke of the East, the East China Sea as a springboard has begun towards the eastern land with the momentum of whale swallowing, began to push across the past. The Oriental people. There were a large number of great avatars and Tao Lord cultivators. This was an extremely large force. And even with the might of the Immortal Court nowadays, it didn't dare to push too hard. So the Prince of the East took certain measures. Pulling some of it together. Suppress part of it. Ignore part of it. Fushi and Nuwa, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi would be part of the group that the Duke of Dongwang had pulled together. The ones who were suppressed were naturally the Dala cultivators who weren't strong enough. Didn't have enough root qualifications. Had just broken through. And weren't willing to join the Immortal Court. As far as ignoring that, naturally, they were similar to the 3 pristine ones. Old ancestor sticks. And Fuguang, who simply had no fear of the Immortal Court. And at the same time would not bow down and submit to other people's existences at all. That's a lot of maneuvering. The Immortal Court is a force to be reckoned with today. Unprecedentedly bloated and powerful. That's the way it is today. Red Cloud sighed. A look of displeasure on his face. When that East King Duke really unifies the flooded heavens and earth, will we still be able to live in peace? Hearing Red Cloud's words, Fushi frowned and didn't say anything. Jin Yuanzi's face also had a worried look on it. And Nuwa's face had a cold glare on it. On the side, the cool and trippy Chang, she was her usual self. Not opening her mouth to interject and not reacting much to the topic. Instead, she had raised an eyebrow and, subconsciously, he turned his gaze to Fuguang. What is the opinion of the Taoist friends on this matter? Shihi's words instantly made everyone above the banquet table. Their gazes were directed towards Fuguang. Wanted to hear his insights on the matter of the Immortal Court. The face didn't change. Fuguang remained in that relaxed and cozy stance. Open mouth. No need to mind him. Hear his insightful reply. Everyone was slightly stunned. But only Fushi was puzzled. Willow's brow furrowed slightly. Shiha looked to the god very calm. Not the slightest worry about the continued growth of the Immortal Court. And in the future, everyone did not have a peaceful day to live. Fuguang. The heart murmurs. In the face of the powerful immortal court, Fuguang still has the strength and confidence to deal with it? He's hiding it so well. At this moment, he, who had originally felt that Fuguang had big plans and had hidden a lot of things inside, only felt that his previous estimation of Fuguang was still a little too low. Fellow Daoist, can you make it clearer? Red Cloud didn't quite understand. But he wasn't a cultivator who didn't pretend to understand. So he directly opened his mouth and asked for guidance. Words. Fuguang, who had a leisurely face, casually opened his mouth. To unify the flood. To harness all living beings. Such greatness. How can it be smooth all the time? The upward momentum of today's immortal court is indeed strong. But there are always limits. Heaven's way is the most fair. If the immortal court wants to dominate the flooded heavens and earth and rule over all beings in the universe, it is bound to undergo trials and tribulations and baptisms over and over again. If we can survive all the tribulations, the Duke of Dongwang can become a success. And the immortal court will be well deserved. If you can't get through, the splendor of today is no more than a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Hearing Fuguang's words, the eyes of Fushi, who had been brooding, steeply stared, his face becoming grave. What does the Taoist mean by? Looking at Fushi, who was filled with a grave expression. The other people's faces carried doubts. And only Fuguang had some surprises. Subsequently, Fuguang nodded. As the Taoist friend thought dash. As the immortal court continues to develop with today's momentum, sooner or later, it will usher in an opponent that the immortal court cannot easily, if at all, defeat. At that time, the Duke of Dongwang will surely be too anxious to deal with it, and will naturally have no time to care about you. The immortal court, plus an opponent strong enough to fight against it. Can't you all see? A word to the wise. Originally, he just thought that after the immortal court became powerful, it shouldn't be a good thing for people like himself. After all, the Duke of the East King was an extremely overbearing emperor from his current initiatives. And if he really unified the flood, the cultivators under him would only be afraid that they would not be allowed to have the existence of loose immortals. But after Fuguang said that, the crowd reacted instantly. That's it. They only saw that after the immortal court unified the flood, it would bring about all sorts of bad changes for them. But it was forgotten. How easy is it to unify the flood? God's way to justice. If the immortal court wanted to achieve that kind of hegemony, it would inevitably usher in a test. And this test would definitely not be easy anymore. As fellow Taoist Fuguang said, the immortal court will definitely encounter an extremely powerful opponent and will erupt into a situation where the two powers will fight each other out. Two powerhouses fighting each other. A great war will rise. By then, the blood of the powerful is spilled. And the people are devastated. These conditions were slightly synthesized. And everyone present came to their own conclusions. Hiss. Red Cloud sucked in a breath of cool air. Trembling. Quantum of solace. The honest Jin Yuanzi was not calm. The condescending Nuwa's face froze. Fushi's eyes were like torches. Both sisters, Shiha and Changshi, had their willow brows furrowed and their complexions lowered. What is the horror of the quantum leap? If it weren't for the opening of the heavenly beast quantum robbery, the 3 innate races would have come out of nowhere. And the floodplains would have been taken over by those godless and witless beasts in Fey. At the time of the 3 tribes' cataclysm, the entire floodplain was filled with battles between the 3 tribes. And there were great battles everywhere. During the last quantum culpa in which the Tao and the devil competed with each other, the Qiankuan Old Ancestor, the Yin and Yang Old Ancestor, the Moon God Wangshu, And many other famous mixed golden immortals fell. And even the ancestral veins of the western lands were blown up. How long has it been now? Measurement. It's about to open again? For a moment, there was some sense of urgency in the hearts of the crowd. Although it was said that their strength today was not what it used to be. But how? Under the quantum of solace. The strength of the quasi-saint realm was nothing more than that. Chapter 41, Fushi, he wanted to become an honored one. Chapter 41. Talk about a quantum leap. The people in the audience fell silent. Flood monks. Talking about quantities of kulpa and changing colors. This is by no means an empty phrase. Smiled. Fuguang's face remained calm as he casually opened his mouth to comfort him. You don't have to worry so much. Even though the quantum revelation is terrifying. As long as you cultivate yourselves at ease and don't cause any trouble, you will definitely be able to pass through the quantum revelation unharmed. Why the sad face? Hearing Fuguang's comforting words, the crowd nodded in recognition. But at the same time, I feel strange again in my heart. Although Fuguang's words were not wrong. What was the matter with his attitude of a man who had been there before? And his tone as if he had already jumped out of the three realms and was not in the quantum of karma? Even though the stars were a long way from the 4 seas and 8 deserts. It was just a matter of time for cultivators at their level. By then, if the Immortal Court really wants to get Fuguang into the game, it won't be much trouble. Can't you see that Shiha, as well as the cool and trippy Chang Shi, are all staring at each other? This gesture of Fuguang's was more or less. What a surprise! It's as if the quantum leap is within his grasp. Fushi, who plowed deep into the innate numerology and had some knowledge about the direction of the major and minor trends of heaven and earth, looked at Fuguang's posture, which was not pretending to be relaxed but really casual, and secretly pondered about Fuguang's bottom line. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fuguang's innate ability to count easy is far beyond my Fushi? Fushi mused in his mind. He has seen more of the great and small forces of heaven and earth, and has already made plans long ago. So he is confident that he will be able to successfully cross the quantum sacrifice? It's possible. But it should be more than that dash. Fellow Taoist Fuguang's destiny is noble and unattainable. A natural emperor's supreme destiny. His scheming definitely can't be as simple as just passing through the quantum robbery. It should be even more massive. What the plotting is unknown. But the result that fellow Taoist Fuguang wants to plot to is only Fushi, who was brainstorming, projected in his mind the results of what Fuguang's scheming sought. There is no need to talk about the testimony. Flood cultivators. Who does not seek to prove the Tao? He, Fushi, was also a seeker. In his mind, he thought of the immortal court that was now conquering the floodplains, and the Duke of the East King who acted in an extremely overbearing style, intending to encompass even the 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace under his command. Fushi's eyes lit up. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fuguang's scheming is that? Throne of heaven and earth supreme? Hiss. It must be. Fushi was convinced of his own speculation. Because the presumption is quite reasonable. The first reasonable thing. Fellow Taoist Fuguang has the supreme and noble 9-9 supreme destiny, and is himself an innate divine being nurtured by the extremely domineering sun star, as well as being a sun god. It would be a shame for such an existence not to go and compete for the throne of heaven and earth supreme. The second rationalization. Fellow Taoist Fuguang first created the characters and established the way of letters, and his fame spread to the flooded heavens and earth. Who does not know it? Who does not know it? Afterward, he set up the flood time calendar and set the time sequence of the flood, further expanding his fame. What are these actions doing? Building momentum. He was building up momentum for his fight for the flood. As the saying goes, if you want to start something, you should first create a momentum. And if you want to accomplish something, you should first become famous. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is now past the stage of building momentum and fame, and will surely have big plans to follow. The third rationale. This is the result of his Fushi's deduction and judgment. Can there be false? There must be no possibility of falsehood. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is the one who is plotting for the position of heaven and earth supreme and must already have a not-so-small grasp of it. So, after determining Fuguang's thoughts in his mind, a mysterious smile appeared on Fushi's face. Open mouth. Worthy of being fellow Taoist Fuguang. This time, the poor Taoist has been taught. As he spoke, Fushi raised his hand towards Fuguang and bowed with a gesture of being taught. Everyone else, including Nuwa, who was very familiar with her older brother, froze for a moment. Fuguang raised an eyebrow. What did I teach him? Whatever. Anyway, Fushi this person can handle. No matter what he comprehended on his own. Just take it as a good thing that I instructed him. And so it was. Fuguang nodded slightly and looked at Fushi. It's good that fellow Taoist can understand. Sure enough. Hearing Fuguang's words, a smile of realization appeared on Fushi's face. Look at the two guys who are playing dumb. Red clouds. Jinyuan's the unknown but did not ask more. There are some things. Do not know instead are good things. Nuwa frowned, intending to interrogate her own elder brother just a bit after she went back to Fengqi Mountain. Chang she doesn't care. And Cece's eyes flickered slightly. And after glancing at Fushi, there were some vague guesses in her heart. But she didn't say anything. Gentlemen. Fuguang swept the topic away from the immortal court and the quantum revelation without a care in the world. With an expectant face, he opened his mouth. We're all friends. It's rare to get together. Earlier in my life, when I had nothing else to do, I made some gadgets for amusement. It's a rare occasion that all of you Taoists are here. How about we all have some fun together? Talking at the same time, Fuguang casually raised his hand and waved it. And a burst of spatial power dispersed soundlessly. Buzz. Next moment, the crowd that hadn't reacted yet was already inside the Golden Crow Palace. The courtyard that Fuguang usually used to play in. Between the shakes of their bodies, there was a moment of silence from the crowd that was diverted directly and had no time to react. You look at me. I look at you. Face to face. Meanwhile, in the eyes that looked at Fuguang again, they were already taking on a grave color. Ah! 6 of their paragon great spirit masters. Not a great Luo cultivator. Much less a Tai golden immortal shrimp or golden immortal griffin. And the result? When Fuguang made his move to move them, surprisingly none of them reacted. What does that tell you? Fuguang's strength. Far beyond them all. Even though everyone knew in their hearts that Taoist Fuguang was very powerful, they never expected it to be this powerful. Honestly, it's kind of slightly creepy. Fellow Taoist Fuguang. A deep hide. Fushi quickly came back to his senses and spoke meaningfully. He's taking it fast. Without such strength, how would fellow Taoist Fuguang dare to plot for the throne of the supreme being of heaven and earth? Rather, that kind of strength is normal. Hearing Fushi's words, Fuguang had some froze. And seeing the crowd's expression and eyes, he instantly realized that he had just shown his small hand. And I'm afraid that there was some shock to them. So smiled. Rather, I'm calling everyone to laugh. As the sun god, it's not surprising that the poor Taoist has some small means of authority within the great thousand worlds within this sun star. The words. It was said as if it were true. And those who were there listened as if they were really listening. Chapter 42, The world is like a chess game with 1,000 changes. Chapter 42. Enough of the minutiae. Fuguang waved his hand in a big way. Fellow Taoists. This way. Talking at the same time. Fuguang had already taken a step toward the place where Go, Xiangqi, and other pastime knickknacks were laid out. It's not just these things. Over the years, while Fuguang was attending to the way of gaming, he also made mahjong, playing cards, and other gadgets that were related to the way of gaming, while also developing a number of ways to play. Previously, Fuguang could not find anyone to play with, and the 4 flower fairies on the table were very formal, so naturally they were not able to enjoy themselves. Today, a bunch of fellow travelers here. Just in time for some fun. Not for long. Under Fuguang's introduction, the crowd instantly understood all these gadgets that Fuguang had fiddled with, the rules and how to play them. No surprises there. Those present. The most interesting continues to be Go. Go counts as the way of gaming, the most visible gadget. It is said that the world is like a chess game, and the universe is unpredictable. A chessboard resembles heaven and earth, and all beings are pawns, and the changes of heaven and earth are all in it. The game of Go contains the way of the game. The way of deduction encompasses all the elephants Qiankuan. Even if they have not yet begun to formally play the game of Go, the crowd will be able to comprehend one or two. The way of change is all there is. The condescending Nuwa also watched Go with great interest. Open mouth. The Go devised by fellow Taoist is truly subtle. Nuwa and Hongjun could be said to be quite familiar with the board. Black and white pieces, chess cups, and whatnot of the game of Go. After all, back when they were fighting for the treasure at Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa and Hongjun had seen Fuguang use it. Only, at that time, they didn't know the many wonderful uses of Go, and only regarded it as a spiritual treasure of Fuguang's merits and virtues. After hearing Nuwa's words, Shiha smiled. If fellow Taoist Nuwa is curious, how about playing a game yourself? The poor Taoist would be happy to play against fellow Taoist. Words. Nuwa's eyes lit up. In that case, let's have a game. Although she specialized in the great Tao of creation, she still had some skill in deduction and reckoning with one hand. Nuwa was also really curious and itchy about the game of Go. So, faced with Shiha's invitation, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Nuwa and Shiha started playing against each other. The few people watching from the side were also hot-eyed. And after the 4 flower immortals set up the chessboard again, Red Cloud couldn't wait to pull on Jin Yuanzi and start playing. Fuxi, on the other hand, turned his gaze to Fuguang. Reach out and invite. Fellow Taoist Fuguang enjoys his face? Looking at Fuxi, who was full of anticipation and eager to try. Fuguang, who also had some itchy hands, smiled slightly and directly sat on the opposite side of Fuxi. Feel free to sit cross-legged. Fuguang thrust his hands into the cuffs on either side. Fellow Taoist, let's land first. After all, you, Taoist friend, are new to Go. And even though you know all the rule changes in it by heart, it is after all something invented by the poor Taoist. Deserves to be let first. Words. Fuxi, who knew the rules and the importance of the first move, hesitated slightly. Just open your mouth. Then the poor Taoist will be brazen enough to let you go first. Between the words, Fuxi was already taking a white piece and landing it on top of the board. Splat. After Fuxi landed, Fuguang also landed directly. At first, both of them landed their pieces so fast that there was hardly a pause. But gradually, the speed of Fuxi's fall became slower and slower. And then, the speed at which Fuguang landed his son was similarly slowed down. Even if it was a bit faster than Fuxi, it wasn't much better. The front drop is extremely fast. It takes hundreds or thousands of years to land a sun in the middle period. When a sun falls later, it takes 10,000 years. Or even tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, to them, the ascended sacred. Time was the most worthless thing of all. Nearly 2 meta-sessions have passed. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, only Fuguang and Fuxi were still playing against each other. And the chess games between Hongjun and Jinyuanzi, and between Nuwa and Shiha, had long since ended. Slap. After Fuguang landed a sun again, he raised his eyes to look at Fuxi. Fuxi, who was looking at the chessboard, pondered for thousands of years. And after his face changed several times, he sighed. Open mouth. 1,000 mysteries. 1,000 changes. The only way to die is still caught by the Taoist friends. This round, it's the poor Taoist who lost. Arching his hand towards Fuguang, Fuxi chose to admit defeat. In reality, he had already been about to lose, only to rigidly rely on his powerful algorithmic power to delay his loss, attempting to find a silver lining in the continuation of the process. It's just a shame that, while he managed to extend the loss, he was not able to successfully reverse the loss. It counts as just dying for a good while. Understood. Fuguang also had a smile on his face as he spoke. There's no need for you to be frustrated. Winning or losing is just a momentary thing. Besides, it's just a game of chess. Actually, if it wasn't for your first time playing chess, I'm afraid that poor Taoist wouldn't be a match for you. In terms of the ability to deduce, it's still you, Taoist friend. Who is better? Is that true? Fuxi, this guy, had an average level of battle power, and his spirit treasures were just ordinary. But his hand of innate easy number can be said to be pure fire? Can be more than he can count. I'm afraid there are not a few of them. Of course, there was also a reason why Fuguang didn't plumb the depths of the means of the innate E number. Even if you can calculate again, in the face of absolute strength crushing, all calculations are futile. There could only be one reason for a strong person who could be counted as successful. It's not strong enough. The game of chess between the two is over. The others didn't have any intention of having a few more games. So the group chatted away inside the courtyard. In this way, just another nearly 10,000 years passed. 10,000 years later, inside the courtyard, after Red Cloud and Jinyuanzi exchanged glances, they were the first to get up and take their leave. The good old Red Cloud arched his hand towards Fuguang and said, after a long time of nagging, the two poor Taoists will not continue to disturb. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Fuguang for his hospitality. Close behind, the honest Jinyuanzi also bowed his hand. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoist. Smiling, he nodded. Fuguang said with a casual expression, take care. Two fellow Taoists. There will be a long time to come, so the poor Taoist won't see you off. That said, Fuguang still directly ordered the 4 flower immortals and sent the 2 of them, Red Cloud and Jinyuanzi, away. Actually, Fuguang has some feelings. If he hadn't crossed over, Red Cloud would have counted himself lucky to not fall at the hands of the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi. Not to mention coming to the Sun Planet as a guest. This is really a saying that the world is like a chess game, which is ever changing. Chapter 43, Nuwa, Fuguang is an honest immortal. Chapter 43. Once Red Cloud and Jinyuanzi left, Fuxi and Nuwa, who had been guests on the Sunstar for a long time, were also nostalgic about Fingchi Mountain in their hearts and opened their mouths to say goodbye. Before leaving, Fuxi extended an invitation to Fuguang. Fellow Taoist Fuguang. The next time you come to Fengqi Mountain, poor Taoist and my sister will definitely welcome you with their couch. Words. Fuguang arched his hand. Next time for sure. Take care. Two fellow Taoists. Without too much polite pulling, Fuxi and Nuwa, after saying their goodbyes, directly left the solar planet and headed back towards their brother and sister's dojo. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, only the two sisters, Shi and Changshi, were still here as guests. Seeing Fuguang re-sitting down leisurely, Cece's face wore a smirk. This time, the matter of the four fellow Taoists coming to this Golden Crow Palace of yours as guests will definitely be known by the one in the Immortal Court. In that case, aren't you worried that the Duke of Dongwang will get furious and then make a blatant attack on you? Words. Fuguang shook his head. No worries. The Prince of the East will soon be scorched. Where's the spare room to target me? And he had the nerve to take a shot at me when he's the one who started the whole thing by not doing anything about people and making everyone have a problem with him? Looking at the very confident Fuguang. After a slight pause, Shi asked again. Are you so sure that the opponents that Lord Dongwang has encountered will be able to stifle the Immortal Court, which has now grown more and more powerful? A mysterious smile. Fuguang gazed at Shi. Read on to find out. There was a pause. Fuguang opened his mouth and invited. Idly. Two fellow Taoists have certified the quasi-Saint Tao fruit again. Why don't you come and take a turn? How about it? Actually, Fuguang also had some curiosity about how the path of the mixed golden immortal that he had taken was different from the path of the paragon that the beings of the flood had taken. Hearing Fuguang invite his sisters to discuss the Tao, Shiha also nodded in agreement. Good thing too. She's also curious. Fuguang is now in the middle or late stage of paramount sainthood. And how many 3 corpses have been chopped out? After all, previously Fuguang showed his small hand. Shi and Changshi too chopped 2 corpses of the early stage of the paramount saints. Were not able to react. Enough to prove that the strength of Fuguang, absolutely non-trivial. Buzz. Determining to discuss the Tao, Fuguang directly released his own aura and evolved the Sun Tao of his major cultivation. For a moment, waves of golden light appeared, and the great white sun evolved from behind Fuguang, illuminating all things, blessing all beings, and manifesting immeasurable divine might, while hauling out the brilliant sound of the great Tao, expounding Fuguang's Sun Tao. At the same time, it was also inquiring from heaven and earth. From the 2 fellow travelers in front of him, Shiha and Changshi. Seeing the situation, Sister Shihi and Changshi also straightened their faces and released their own Tai-in de Dao at the same time, instantly evolving a full moon and a curved moon respectively, pulling the Tai-in de Dao to resonate with their de Dao respectively. Soon, the entire Golden Crow Palace was filled with the sound of the great Tao. And there were also visions. The many spiritual roots and plants planted in the Golden Crow Palace had been created and grew better. Of course, the one who got more chances had to be the 4-flower immortal who had already transformed into a form and had the cultivation of a golden immortal. While the discourse is going on, Fuguang, Shi and Changshi all elaborated on the mysteries of golden immortal realm cultivation, making their gains great. In a little while, it should be able to go one step further and step into the middle golden immortal realm. In the meantime, Fuxi and Nuwa, the siblings who had already returned to Fengqi Mountain, didn't go into seclusion either. Among the pavilions, Nuwa and Fuxi were drinking tea and chatting, with her beautiful eyes looking towards her elder brother. Nuwa opened the door directly. Inquired. Elder brother previously played a dumb riddle with Taoist Fuguang. What was it? Can you tell it to my little sister? Words. Fushi froze for a moment. Then recalled what he had surmised. Fuguang's vast scheme. And could not help but smile. In Fushi's opinion, he does understand the Fuguang Taoist. And likewise, that one Fuguang Taoist also understood him well. Otherwise, how could he know what was in Taoist Fuguang's mind? How could Taoist Fuguang know that he knew what was in his heart? There is such a tacit understanding. And each other understands it. What does that tell you? The two are confidants. Slap. Seeing that Fushi was slow to respond to himself, instead smiling foolishly there, Nuwa frowned slightly, and the teacup in her hand not so lightly knocked out a little sound on top of the immortal table. This little sound brought Fushi back from the pleasure of getting a confidant. Then he saw the look in his little sister's eyes and got a jolt. The words came out extremely fast. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is playing a very big game of chess. That immortal court and that Duke of the East have all been used as pawns by him. Even though my brother still doesn't know exactly what arrangements fellow Taoist Fuguang has and what he intends to do, my brother can be certain that fellow Taoist Fuguang's ultimate goal is definitely become the supreme being of heaven and earth. Sorry about that, fellow Taoist Fuguang. Your real purpose, anyway, sooner or later is going to be made known to the whole world. Poor Taoist, now first tell your own aunt. It is also no problem. Right? Since we're confidants. That's bound to be no problem. Fushi thought as such in his mind. Besides, Nuwa's mouth was very strict, and it would be impossible for her to say much about such matters that would likely involve great karma. He wants to become an honored one? After hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa's beautiful eyes flashed with incredible colors. When he thought of Fuguang's image of a good old man, a civilized, honest man who was more polite to everyone and who didn't seem to be good at fighting, Nuwa then felt something incredible. How is this possible? How could an existence that walked the path of the emperor be that of an honest and proper cultivator? It shouldn't. Fushi's gaze was serious as hell. Little sister, I tell you but don't underestimate the Fuguang Taoist friend. You know that my brother's ability to discern the destiny of a hand and observe people's colors. According to my brother's humble opinion, Fuguang Taoist friend's destiny is supreme and noble. It is a natural supreme destiny. Born with a supreme destiny? Who? Fumitsu. The honest immortal? Him? There was something incredulous about Nuwa. But as Fushi said, he was not small in observing people's destinies and detecting people's colors. When his own elder brother said that the Fuguang fate was the supreme fate, then it was true. Chapter 44, Fushi, we siblings designated to be able to quack and kill indiscriminately. Chapter 44. A moment of silence passed. Nuwa's tone carried a slight surprise. Taoist Fuguang even has this kind of mind in him. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person. Aside. Fushi also nodded. Who says otherwise? After the two sat for a while again, Nuwa then stood up. Elder brother. Little sister. I'm going to go into seclusion. You also do not idle. Go close to refine some of their own strength. Previously in the Golden Crow Palace. Fuguang Taoist small show hand. If it is in the middle of the battle, to you and me siblings' strength, I'm afraid it will be a moment to be seriously injured. We're still too weak. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi smiled and nodded as he opened his mouth. Little sister, go to the retreat. Don't worry. My brother understands it all. After hearing him say that, Nuwa nodded her head before turning around and leaving directly towards her cave. After sitting alone inside the pavilion for 100 years, Fushi took some materials and casually refined a pair of go. Mezzo played with himself inside the pavilion. Retreat? I haven't felt the feelings of a breakthrough for the time being. And I don't have any thoughts of chopping off the second corpse. So there's not much use in shutting down. So I might as well fine-tune my chess skills. Anyway, with my little sister around, we siblings are designated to be able to crunch and kill indiscriminately. There is no need to hurry. Time rushes by and floats through 100 lifetimes. Inside the many years when the great avatars and downlord cultivators who had no intention of joining the immortal court closed their doors and did not participate in the many things that happened in the flood, the development of the immortal court's power was also becoming more and more terrifying. When it was just established, the immortal court only had two paramount saints, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, as well as dozens of downlord cultivators. Today, in the middle of the immortal court, in addition to the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, there was an original Dala cultivator who made a breakthrough by chopping off his corpse and accomplished the dignity of a quasi-saint. And there were two more quasi-saints who, after the Duke of the East personally came to the door to invite them and promised them great benefits, also announced that they would join the immortal court successively. All at once. The immortal court alone possessed 5 great avatars sitting in its midst. In addition, together with the subsequent downlord cultivators who joined the immortal court, as well as some downlords after the breakthrough of the Tai Golden Immortals, the number of downlord cultivators in the immortal court had also skyrocketed by as much as 10 times. As for the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals further down, there was even less to say. And along with the growing scope of the immortal court's rule, the number of races that submitted to the immortal court also increased. The immortal court today. Call it. The soldiers are strong. The power swelled. And along with it, the Duke of Dongwon's ambition, which also began to expand rapidly. By order of the immortal court, the only two paths for a race without a great Luo ancestor were submission and extermination. Even for races that had a downlord ancestor sitting in their midst, the room for negotiation was extremely small. And under the pressure of the immortal court's armies, there was no other path to take other than to bow down. For a moment. Expedition. Killing. The death of the race. And so on and so forth kept happening over the flooded earth. The might of the immortal court is irresistible. And in the meantime, the baleful aura of the quantum rain was also gradually thickening in the course of the immortal court's conquest. Many of the Taoist monks, who had clearly sensed the ominous baleful aura that permeated heaven and earth, had closed their mountain gates tightly, fearing that they would be dragged into the quantum revenge. But how? Without enough strength. Even if you close the mountain gate tightly, you may not be able to escape. A portion of the Dala cultivators who had tightly closed their mountain gates were still approached by immortal court emissaries, knocking on their tightly closed mountain gates and delivering invitations from the immortal court. Facing the extremely strong immortal court. This invitation. You have to take it or you don't. The East China Sea. In the middle of the Yunzi dojo. Buzhou looked at the invitation to the immortal court that he had received just a short while ago, and his entire body fell silent. In the end, all that could be done was a sigh. Ugh! Is the quantum of the world such as it is? And shall it not be as I would have it? After avoiding several yuan hui, I can't avoid this immortal court after all. From the very beginning, Buzhou had no intention of joining the immortal court, especially along with the immortal court becoming more and more powerful. White Zephyr's instinct to tend to good fortune and avoid disaster. The more and more he felt the feeling of horrible crisis hidden inside the immortal court. So, he had always shrugged off and dodged all manner of invitations from the immortal court. Even more so, after having attained the great Luo Dao fruit 3 yuan hui years ago, he had dragged on for some more years on the grounds of closing his eyes to stabilize the Dao fruit. Finally, the patience of the immortal court was all but worn out. Now that the immortal court's emissary had sent a letter that was called an invitation but was actually an ultimatum, Buzhou knew that he no longer had another chance to refuse the immortal court. The immortal court must not be entered. Bai Zai's expression was extremely serious. But the immortal court is so powerful that it must not be avoided. For the sake of the present, the only thing left to do is to abandon this dojo that birthed me and go to a great avatar to seek some refuge. And the one who can shelter me and is willing to shelter me. White Zephyr looked directly up at the sun star. The only one who has that possibility is Fuyuko-senpai. Ah! There was no lack of existence above the floodplains that could shelter many cultivators. For example, the three pristine ones. Old Man Sticks. The Hongjun Yuanzi with Red Cloud. Fushi and Nuwa. And other Herculean great spiritual masters. These are the ones who have no fear of the might of the immortal court. It's just a shame. The three pure ones were high above the world, indifferent to the situation of the flood beings, and did not care about the matters between the immortal court and the flood immortals. Old Ancestor Sticks had entered the Tao by killing, and the solitary would not shelter the Tao Lord ants in his eyes. Fushi and Nuwa's side were mostly Dala female cultivators. So Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's side could go. Only at the thought of defecting to a great avatar to shelter himself. The first thought in Bai Zai's mind was to go to the Sun Star to pay homage to Elder Fuguang. Elder Fuguang has a benevolent heart. White Zephyr looked serious and pondered in his heart. If I'm alone, maybe he won't care. But with more people, it should be enough to make Elder Fuguang's heart compassionate. Just in time. Since I have an invitation here that cannot be refused, there must be one from the other Tao friends as well. So why don't we invite them to go with us to the Sun Star to visit Elder Fuguang? And pray for Elder Fuguang's acceptance. With this in mind, White Zephyr, whose decision had already been made in his mind, stopped procrastinating. After packing up all the belongings inside his dojo, he used the innate ease to conceal his whereabouts, and quickly left the shores of the Eastern Sea. There are no exceptions. At the time of the White Zephyr's defection to the Great Avatar, everywhere in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, there were many Dala cultivators and Tai golden immortals who left their own dojos with all their belongings, heading towards the dojos of those great aptitudes that were famous in the floodplains. Go and seek refuge with these great magi. Doesn't want to join the fairy court. Until now, most of the cultivators who hadn't yet joined the immortal court were somewhat brainy and could see that with the quantum revenge coming, the immortal court was the center of the whirlpool of the quantum revenge. In this way, where would they dare to join the immortal court? Can't even hide. Chapter 45: White Zephyr and the others as guests of the Sun Planet. Chapter 45. Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang, who was using the innate fire mulberry, along with some spirit fruits and immortal herbs to refine the Dan, shook his eyebrows slightly. Another guest? After murmuring a sentence, an unexpected color appeared on Fuguang's face after he raised his hand and projected. What are these guys doing over here? In the projections. At this moment, Bai Zai was leading a group of Tao Lord cultivators such as K Mang, Ing Zhua, Shan Yang, Ghost Che, and so on, towards the Sun Star. Obviously there's something going on. A little contemplation. Fuguang put down the spirit medicine that he was about to put into the Dan furnace, intending to still entertain Bai Zai and his party. Nothing else. White Zephyr Fuguang looked easy on the eyes. And the group of Dala cultivators that followed him over did all have an affinity with Fuguang. If they were to follow the old path and establish the demon clan, the group of Tao Lord cultivators that followed Bai Zai over at this moment could be the mainstay of the demon clan. Or even the top staff. Even though Fuguang did not intend to follow the old path nowadays, and would not establish a demon race, this group of people did have a not-so-deep and not-so-shallow bond with him. Otherwise, without Fuguang's unification, they wouldn't have gotten to know each other gradually, become friends with each other, and come all the way towards the sun star. We have guests coming over later. So you guys go prepare something for hospitality. Walking out of the alchemy hall, Fuguang looked towards Joju, who took turns guarding the entrance, opened his mouth and commanded, "Arrangements in the great hall will be fine." Hearing his own master's command, Joju bowed and led the way. Here. Very quickly. Under the reign of Joju, the four flower immortals quickly arranged some things for entertaining the guests inside the great hall. Of course, the specs are naturally not as high as they were before. The master has said, this time it's about entertaining guests, not VIPs. The level and hierarchy are different, and the specifications for hospitality naturally differ. At the same time, under the leadership of Bai Zhe, Shan Yang, Ji Meng, and 7 or 8 other cultivators with Deluo cultivation who had only recently attained the Deluo Dao fruit in the last few Yuan Hui. In addition, Bai Feng, Chong Ming, and the other 16 or 17 cultivators who were still only at the Taiyi Golden Immortal Perfection realm were already looking at the sun star from afar. The closer you get to the sun star, the more the crowd became nervous. Among the crowd, the image of a stunningly beautiful immortal, the early Dala stage Shang Yang, had tension visible to the naked eye on her pretty face. Fellow Taoist Bai Zhe, are you sure that one senior will take us in? Don't fail to take us in when the time comes and slap all of us to death. Hearing the merchant sheep's inquiry, the others present all turned their gazes, which had some fear in them, towards Bai Zhe. None of them had ever come into contact with the famous Fuguang Senior, and the only time they had ever seen his honorable face was just above the Immortal Courts Group Immortal Banquet back then. At that time, aside from Shirazawa, who was barely considered to have a passing acquaintance with Fuguang Senpai, the others didn't have that much luck. Ah! As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. What kind of existence the prestigious Fuguang Senior is? No one has a bottom. Facing the inquiring eyes of the crowd, White Zephyr, who also didn't have much in his heart, gritted his teeth. No need to worry. Even if Elder Fuguang had no intention of taking us in, it wouldn't be so bad as to beat us all to death. That's something. I, Bai Zhe, vouch for it with my head. Words. The gazes of the crowd went to Bai Zhe's look of conviction, and they said no more. If Elder Fuguang really didn't take in himself and the others, there would still be time to find another great avatar to shelter him and the others. Since we're here anyway, we might as well visit the sun planet before it's too late. Very quickly, a group of more than 20 cultivators of varying strengths and weaknesses arrived outside the sun star. Looking at the giant sun star, Bai Zhe corrected his clothes, straightened his sleeves and robes, and with a serious face was preparing to go up and beg for an audience with Fuguang. Buzz. Before he opened his mouth, the sun true flame stacks extended from within the sun star. Immediately following, Joju, who was now in the middle stage of golden immortal cultivation, arrived in front of Bai Zhe and the others. After an unassuming salute, Joju spoke up. Greetings, guests. Master already knows that you guests have arrived. The palace has prepared some thin wine. Please follow me inside. Between the words, Joju raised her hand as a guide and took a step along the sun true flame stacks, heading towards the interior of the sun star. Seeing the situation, Bai Zhe, who was still a bit dazed, directly greeted the crowd behind him and followed Joju's pace. Even though Akiku didn't introduce herself. But nowadays, among the floodplains, the four flower immortals still had a certain degree of popularity. Originally, many people thought that the four flower immortals were supposed to be diving somewhere or had joined the immortal court. I didn't realize The 4 flower fairies actually served under the seat of Elder Fuguang. However, this was normal. After all, the 4 flower immortals got their creation because of Elder Fuguang. So it was extremely normal for them to serve Elder Fuguang after taking form. Not for long. Bai Zhe and his group were then brought to the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace by Qiu Ju and were seated under the arrangement of the 4 flower immortals. The crowd took their seats. But no one moved about. A pair of curious gazes surveyed the splendid Golden Crow Palace hall. And in the end, their gazes were all coincidentally looking towards the master's position again. At this moment, although there were immortal brews, spiritual fruits, and pastries placed on top of the main seat, no one was sitting there. What's going on here? Where's Elder Fuguang? Won't he show himself? Of course. The crowd also knew that their strength was humble and underneath, and that they were not worthy of Fuguang Senior's hospitality. It's just that if Elder Fuguang doesn't show up, it's slightly awkward for them to be here. The crowd's puzzled gazes went to Bai Zhe, who was in the closest position to the main seat. On the other hand, Bai Zhe, who was sitting in his seat, was sitting with a frank and calm face, facing the gazes of the crowd. He just shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. White Zephyr didn't say anything. The others naturally didn't communicate. And one by one they were good and quiet, sitting on top of their seats. It's like a bunch of schoolchildren waiting for their teacher. Chapter 46, Bai Zhe, the pressure is storming up. Chapter 46. Not for long. Buzz. In a burst of golden immortal light, Fuguang appeared above the main seat in a dress of idleness at home. Seeing the situation, the waiting Bai Zhe and the others all had their faces straightened and were about to get up and salute. Only, when they wanted to make a move, a gentle but irresistible force pressed down on their forms. Meanwhile, Fuguang's voice followed. There's no need to salute. All sit down. Then the state of finding Fushi and others and treating them with reciprocal communication. When facing Bai Zhe and the others, Fuguang's posture was much higher. It's normal. Have as big a bowl as you need to scoop as big a portion of rice. Although White Zephyr and the others were fated to be with him, they were after all just a group of great Luo golden immortals. And even the great Luo Dao fruit hadn't yet been able to consummate the tiny afterbirth. For Fuguang, being able to entertain them with fine wines and delicious food, and even showing up in person himself was already a courtesy in place. More, there would be some unauthorized use. Of course it's not Fuguang who is the trespasser. It's Bai Zhe and the others who will be the trespassers. Manners are something that the strong cannot care about. But the weak cannot be out of place. Because the strong have the privilege to act recklessly. Back to the main topic. Fuguang's such a gesture. Sharing did not let the following White Zephyr line of people feel uncomfortable in their hearts, but instead felt that it was justified. The crowd took their seats toward the upper position of Fuguang. He clasped his fists and bowed with a salute. Aloud. Greetings to Elder Fuguang. Nodded. Fuguang casually lifted up a wine cup. And Qiu Ju, who was waiting on the side, respectfully filled a cup of wine for him. Take a sip. A pair of golden eyes that were calm but made Bai Zhe and the others feel oppressive looked at them. Tell me about it. What is the purpose of your coming here to this seat, Sunstar? From your respective dojos? Despite the hardships of the road? A direct statement. This seat doesn't like the style of bending and guessing. Even though Fuguang did not follow the path of the emperor. But after all, he was a 9-9 supreme destiny, and was born with the aura and majestic feeling of a superior. Fellow travelers with enough strength are still not feeling obvious. But the truth was that Fuguang's every move had the oppressive power of a superior to an inferior. At this moment, in the face of an inquiry from the superior Fuguang, even if it seemed to Fuguang that he was just flat out too lazy to project. So it was enough to ask them to explain their intentions. But in the eyes of the White Zephyr crowd, the Fuguang subtext at the moment that is, this seat knows what you do, think and need. So don't beat around the bush with nonsense. If not, this seat will be displeased. When this seat is upset, you guys are going to have bad luck. Stress. All of a sudden, it's violently large. The crowd didn't dare to face Fuguang directly, and a pair of gazes were all directed towards Buzhou, who was walking in the closest position to the upper seat, obviously handing over the task of opening his mouth to clarify his intentions to Buzhou. That is, White Haze is a civilized person. That is, this group of innate beings are all born and bred to exist. Otherwise, White Hazel must be cursing here. You guys are scared. But I, Buzhou, am not? You guys are under a lot of pressure. But I, Buzhou, am not? Convex, ****** dish. These assholes. When we used to get along, why didn't we feel that these guys were so skillful at shirking their responsibilities? That's really bad. After a moment of silence from White Zephyr, it's just a matter of getting up. No way. Who made him an advocate for everyone to come together to the Sunstar to join Elder Fuguang and seek Elder Fuguang's shelter? Elder, allow me to. With a serious and grave face, Buzhou stood up and bowed with his fists. We came to the Sunstar because we want to defect to the Golden Crow Palace and work under Senior's banner, in exchange for Senior's shelter and a place to settle down. Words. There was no expression on Fuguang's face. Nor did he speak. Just casually holding the wineglass in his own hand as he waited for Buzhou's next words. After a slight pause, White Zephyr spoke again. Everything started because of the recent movements of the Immortal Court. Several meta-sessions ago, one by one, Buzhou told Fuguang all the information about the repeated invitations they received from the Immortal Court, as well as the ultimatum invitation they received in the end. Then, White Zephyr pleaded with a sincere face. Please also take us in, Senior. Meanwhile, the other people in the Great Hall also got up and respectfully saluted towards Fuguang. Pleaded. I still ask for Senior's favor. Honestly. Being requested so respectfully by Buzhou and the others, there was still some stirring and even some grandeur within Fuguang's heart. Almost had the desire to take them in with a big wave and a flourish of the arms. But the first signs of this have just appeared. It's just been snuffed out by Fuguang. Taking people in is tantamount to building power. And with his destiny, once he establishes his power, it's likely to be like an oceanic flood. Out of control. Eventually, forced onto the path of contention. Don't be skeptical. Once the momentum has started, it will not be shifted by the will of the individual. As is the case with Buzhou and the others. They want to live in peace. But the great power rolled up by the Immortal Court forces them not to live in peace. Only able to abandon their own dojo and come here to the Sunstar to seek refuge. So, there are things that really do get a little bit wet. Change a little bit. And then form a giant web that can't be escaped. In the end, unless there is a great strength capable of tearing through this giant web. Otherwise, none of it ends too well. Especially since he's still a big fish. Not a shrimp that can get out through the middle of a net. A moment of contemplation. Fuguang raised his hand and gently pressed down. And the crowd felt a force that pressed them back on top of their positions. Amidst the nervous as well as puzzled gazes of Buzhou and the others, the superior Fuguang spoke faintly. This seat is nothing more than a casual cultivator who is at ease and bent on seeking the way. You have chosen the wrong target for your quest for acceptance and refuge. The Golden Crow Palace. There will be no collection of disciples or ministries. And you need not bother with this seat. Fuguang directly stated his attitude. He doesn't take people. Nor will they go easy on who they shelter. As for the 4 flower fairies, the 4 of them are just Fuguang's maids. Just kidding. He was the sun god, the ancestor of the way of literature, and a mixed golden immortal powerhouse. But he still couldn't have a few maids? Tendo came and had nothing to say about it. But not the likes of White Hazel. After accepting a group of great Luo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, after falling into the eyes of the flood beings, the significance that this represented could be completely different. So, this group of people, it cannot be collected. Chapter 47, Elder Fuguang. There must be a deep meaning. Chapter 47. The sun god was not willing to be gracious enough to take them in. After hearing Fuguang's words, the eyes of everyone, including Bai Zhe, were slightly dimmed. Although when they came, each had made a mental preparation in their mind for all the situations. But after being refused by Fuguang Senpai to take in himself and the others, it's still hard not to have some regrets. Take in the crowd's reaction. Fuguang's heart, however, did not fluctuate. If I take you all, it is very likely that the quantum of solace will take me. So, dead Taoist friends don't die poor. It would be more appropriate to take your lives than mine. Do you really think that Fuguang is a good and honest man? If it were not for the fear that he was being moved to step into this quantum leap that had a large component that was going to kill him. He, Fuguang, has long since made a big kill. Why is it that you can't get out of the door at Sunstar? After all, although Fuguang was a relatively homely personality, he wasn't the type of person who didn't want to go out and walk around at all. Other than that, there are still many opportunities above the flooded earth that are worth searching for. What about now? He can only have a piece of the stars. What poverty! Slap. Put down the glass in your hand. Fuguang didn't care about the crowd's lost emotions. Open mouth. Even though this seat won't take you in, you've braved the hardships and dangers to come to the sun planet. So you have some destiny with this seat. In that case, this seat will not let you return empty-handed either. Hearing Fuguang's words, the faces of the people in the Great Hall had a confused expression. But soon they understood what Fuguang was talking about when he said that he wouldn't return empty-handed. Wow! Great Tao auras like waves instantly filled the entire hall. And all sorts of Great Tao visions emerged in the hall. Doilies. The wonderful sound is continuous. Pomp and circumstance. At this moment, under the elaboration and traction of Fuguang, the entire Golden Crow Palace was transformed into a good place for enlightenment and cultivation. Of course, compared to the pomp and circumstance of the saints preaching in the Purple Heavenly Palace, there was still a considerable gap. After all, Fuguang was only a mixed golden immortal, not a mixed great Luo golden immortal. But there is still no problem in recreating a corner of the saints' preaching spectacle. The crowd in the Great Hall saw this. They have sunk down and started to listen to Fuguang's sermon. Every single one of them got extremely good. So, 1,000 years have flown by. Once the millennium is up, the Tao sound inside the Golden Crow Palace thus disappeared into thin air. And at the same time, the various visions also disappeared into thin air. White Zephyr and the others within the Great Hall were also waking up from the state of listening to the sermon with intent. The crowd sobered up. All of them bowed and paid their thanks towards Fuguang above the main seat. Many thanks to Senior for the gift of preaching. Words. Fuguang waved his hand. A slight sleepy look on his face. Open mouth. All right. The wine was drunk. The food was eaten. And the word was heard. You guys can pretty much leave too. Slight pause. Fuguang sighed, as if there was some intolerance. Speaking again. To show you the way dash. Of the many great divine beings in the flood, there aren't many who are truly equipped to shelter you. Those three in the Kunlun Mountains don't care. And that one, Taoist friend Yu Qing, is extremely disgusted with the generation of wet spawn. The Kunlun Mountains are not a good place to go. Old Man Styx is not a good place to throw himself into by killing. Although those two in the Western Spirit Mountain welcome you and others. The Spirit Mountain is good to go to, but not good to leave. The Kuanping of the Binding Sea is selfish and will not take you in. After unknowingly hacking at the great avatar who had no interactions with him or her, Fuguang opened his mouth to give Buzhou and the others a recommendation. There are only two places to go before you at the moment. Fellow Daoist Fuxi of Fengqi Mountain is a person you can get along with. And for his sake, fellow Daoist Nuwa won't have any problems with your defection. Over at the 5 Zhuangguan, fellow Daoist Red Cloud and fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi are both warm-hearted and overpowered. So it's not a bad place to go. That's all there is to say. Go ahead. All of you. The words fell. Fuguang's figure also disappeared above the main seat without a sound, leaving only Buzhou and the others, still in the middle of the great hall, contemplating the advice he left behind. For a while, after returning to his senses, Buzhou led the crowd to pay their respects before leaving the solar planet under the guidance of the four flower immortals. Shortly after leaving Solstice, White Zephyr then looked to the crowd that had followed him all the way to the sun planet, opened his mouth and asked, Elder Fuguang has shown us two places to go. I plan to join Elder Fuxi at Fengqi Mountain. What are your plans? Hearing Buzhou's inquiry, the crowd murmured for a few moments afterward. And someone took the lead. Fellow Daoist White Zephyr. I'd better go with you to Fengqi Mountain. Ditto. Me too. Very quickly, everyone took a stand to follow Buzhou to Fengqi Mountain. The reason is also simple. Although Old Ancestor Red Cloud and Great Immortal Jin Yuanzi were powerful and had no fear of the might of the Immortal Court, their status was inferior. Within the two seniors of Fengqi Mountain, one of them was a shut-in disciple of a saint. This layer of identity. It was clear that Fengqi Mountain was a bit more secure. And more importantly, White Zephyr has the natural ability to avoid misfortune and good fortune. Following him, I dare not say it is smooth sailing, but the chance of avoiding disaster is also a bit more. These guys, without even needing to inquire about the cause, Buzhou knew that the reason why these guys also chose to go to Fengqi Mountain was definitely because they wanted him to take the lead again. Treating him, Buzhou, like a good luck beast. Of course, there was just a little bit of irritation at that. But White Zephyr didn't reject the idea of the crowd traveling with him. He felt, you need to bring the big guy along with you to Phoenix Hill yourself. It was as if the heavens had destined him to be in the same camp as the group of guys in front of him. And then there's Buzhou always felt that Elder Fuguang clearly didn't care about the deaths of himself and the others. Yet he still preached for himself and the others, and pointed out two acts that could preserve his own goings-on. That there was something he needed himself and the others to do. Meanwhile, how is this not another kind of shelter? And because of that, a character like Buzhou, who liked to think deeply, would always think more. Elder Fuguang, while casting off towards Fengqi Mountain, Buzhou's mind was silently certain of his thoughts. There must be a deeper meaning. Chapter 48. It doesn't matter what the quantum revelation is called. Chapter 48. White Zephyr and the others arrived at the solar planet and then left it again. Neither caused any ripples. Even more so, the Immortal Court side didn't even notice. This situation is also normal. After all, in the Flood Wasteland, Dala cultivators and Tai golden immortals who were unwilling to join the Immortal Court but were powerless to resist its might and were looking for a backer abounded. Although White Zephyr's group was also quite large in number. It was insignificant compared to the whole. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang intercepted a portion of the past information and checked the speed at which the Duke of the East King had led the Immortal Court to fight on top of the flooded earth within this past period of time. After seeing that the Immortal Court had gotten a little bit closer to the Buzhou mountain, a little pleasure showed in his eyes. Soon. It won't be long. The Immortal Court would then fight to the Buzhou mountain. And then right there on the Buzhou mountain, invoke the iron-headed waif-like witch race. After the Immortal Court takes the lead against the sorcerer race and draws all the hatred away, I won't need to worry so much. The witches are a bunch of reckless people. They do not cultivate the Yuan Shun. They do not project heavenly chances. They do not respect the heavenly Tao. And they do not honor the saints. In addition to the great god Pangu, the witch race can be said to be the type that is not afraid of the sky. As long as they were provoked, the witch clan would definitely fight their opponents to the end. Why is the original quantum under the trajectory called the witch and demon quantum? It's simple. It was because the pair of brothers, Di Jun and Tai Yi, who established the demon race afterward, took the lead in provoking the witch race and had a few fights with them. Then, the demons were then locked up by the sorcerers. More importantly, after the sorcerer clan, who had started the war, suddenly realized that the blood and flesh of the demon clan was really tasty and extremely helpful to them in refining their own fleshly bodies, the situation changed. The sorcerer race had treated the demon race directly as rations. One side wants to conquer. The other treats its opponents like food. It could be argued that the sorcerer race and the demon race were naturally hostile to each other. Today, Fuguang did not go out to establish the demon race, but the Duke of Dongwang was unifying the many races in the floodplains and established the Immortal Court. So, did the demon race, which was used by the witch race as a ration, cease to exist? Not also. After all, the demon race is just a generic term for a general race that encompasses all races after Emperor Jun and Tai Yi conquered the many races in the flood, in order to integrate their chi. The flood races that the Immortal Court is uniting today are the many races that were once united into the demon race under the command of Di Jun and Tai Yi. In other words, as long as the sorcerer race came out of the mountains, and then after realizing that the flesh and blood of the Immortal Court army formed by the various races was tasty and beneficial, the Immortal Court would be treated as rations as usual. The only change. It was merely a matter of going from eating demon scum to eating Immortal Court scum. And once the Immortal Court is completely targeted by the witch race, then this time the quantum jump should be from the witch demon quantum jump in Fuguang's memory, instead of the witch immortal measure is up. The quantum robbery is bound to happen. It is an irreversible heavenly trend. It doesn't matter what the quantum leap is called, because the subjects on both sides of the quantum of the world are still essentially the same, with a different name and a different expression. It's part of a small potential. It's changeable. And Fuguang waited for this one small momentum that could make a difference. Don't underestimate the small potential of a name change. After changing his name, it meant that he, Fuguang, was already primed to jump out of the destiny that should have entered the robberies. The one who fought against the sorcerer race in this quantum jump had changed from the original Fuguang to the two Immortal Court Lords, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West. The Immortal Court is in a dead heat with the witch race. The Queen Mother of the West still wants to stay out of it? Never. Since she had joined the Immortal Court and enjoyed its chi and resources for sustenance, she had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Simply being in charge of the Immortal Court's penal administration and enjoying all the benefits of the Immortal Court's Lord? There's no such thing as cheap. Let's leave it closed for now. Originally, Fuguang had planned to come into closed-door cultivation. But at this moment, he was instead less anxious. Practice whenever you want. Even if one wanted to have an epiphany. For Fuguang, It was as simple as eating and drinking water. But it's a great play to put on at an important juncture in his life's transformation. It's a one-time only opportunity to watch. And it's not much at all. So, Fuguang decided not to close the door and dive into cultivation for the time being, but to continue casually refining some pills and spiritual treasures, and then slowly wait for the immortal court to run headlong into the iron fists of the recklessness of the sorcerer race. After finding the 4 flower immortals and instructing them to keep an eye on the speed of the immortal court's advancement, and report to him when they approached the Buzhou mountain, Fuguang, who had once again drilled into the alchemy room, pulled out quite a few more spirit fruits and herbs for alchemy. Striking out a sun-true flame, he began the leisurely business of refining pills. The green hills are still there, and the sun sets a few times above the flooded earth. The immortal court grew stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, one or several races would submit, with a Dala Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal committing to the immortal court. Inside the time of these meta-sessions, as the Lord of the Immortal Court, the Duke of Dongwang, who was revered as the Emperor, was in a better mood day by day. For one thing, the Immortal Court became powerful, and the chi fortune became extremely large as well. And with the help of such a huge chi fortune, his cultivation went smoothly, soaring all the way up to the quasi-saint mid-stage realm, not to mention that he also chopped out the second corpse. Secondly, the eastern continent's territory other than the dojos of those great avatars was basically going to be in his pocket. Next, just a little bit of nibbling away at the northern and southern continents, and his hegemony would be complete. The western continent? Ever since the last quantum of Culpa, the western continent was almost crushed. There is a barren and barbaric land there, who would be rare except for the brothers Jain and Junti. The immortal court, whose power had become enormous, naturally acted in a more and more forceful style in the face of some races when they go to subdue them. But anyone who hesitates to do so will be likely hit the root of their race, or directly kill and exterminate the race. Finally, such a powerful immortal court army was finally a little bit closer to Buzhou mountain. Noon sun is in the air, near the foot of Buzhou mountain. Buzz, an immortal court vanguard army of more than 10,000 people, led by a Tai Golden Immortal, holding immortal soldiers and wearing immortal armor, erected a piece of auspicious clouds and was continuously advancing towards the Buzhou mountain. The flood is huge. How many races and how many chances there were in it? I'm afraid that apart from saints, there were not many people who could say it clearly. That's why the existence of the immortal court vanguard is necessary. For one thing, one can constantly poke around first to find out about the existence of new powers and races. Secondly, rapidly collecting resources in the floodplains and growing the immortal court space. In the past, the immortal court vanguard exploring the flood could be said to be unbeatable. After all, with the might of the immortal court nowadays, there weren't many people, races and forces that dared to rebel against the immortal court. And naturally, they didn't dare to compete with the immortal court for the opportunity. But today, this vanguard army of the immortal court exploring the unconventional mountain was destined to be in bad luck. Chapter 49, The Concerns of Saints. Chapter 49. The Foot of the Unchained Mountain. The immortal court's Tai vanguard general methodically commanded the vanguard army under his command and began to explore the Buzhou mountain. Skillful movements. Rapid action. Obviously, such a questing mission was already familiar to both this Tai immortal general and the vanguard under his command. Just as everyone in the immortal court thought that this exploration would go as smoothly as before, and that no dangers would appear. Thump! 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 A heavy sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. And from the depths of the foot of the Buzhou mountain, the figure of a giant that stood on top of the sky walked out from the middle of the Buzhou mountain. That magnificent and gigantic divine body. The thick and terrifying monstrous chi and blood. As well as the incomparable baleful aura that was entwined all over his body. It was directly discovered by the Immortal Court Vanguard. The Tai Immortal General's face couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this giant figure. What an amazing aura! I'm only afraid it's a great Luo cultivator. Surprise is surprise. But the Tai Immortal Sword wasn't afraid. Dala cultivators only. Not to say that they abounded in the Immortal Court. But they were definitely not rare either. Soar straight up. The Tai Immortal General's face was serious and unassuming. The Immortal Court Vanguard is here on business. And those who come may leave their names. Hearing Tai Immortal General's words, the approaching giant figure didn't stop. Disdainful sneers resounded between heaven and earth. The fairy court? Ha! After the sneer, the giant had no intention of wanting to talk much with the mole. Rumble. The gigantic palm directly came towards Immortal General Tai, as well as all of the Immortal Court Vanguard under his command. Through the air. In a split second, the innate aura of the Buzhou mountain surged and stirred. And a matchless aura of chi, blood, and fury erupted from that giant's body, forming a swirling light of destruction that directly wore down the Tai Immortal General, as well as this vanguard army of the Immortal Court. In just a moment, after the Immortal Court Vanguard has been obliterated, it was only then that the giant's figure slowly dissipated. And the figure of a bratty female immortal wearing unknown beast-skin clothing, dressed completely differently from the flood immortals and the general public, and exuding wild beauty all over her body, appeared above the celestial dome. The beautiful eyes glanced in the direction of the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. The bratty female immortal was full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that my clan hadn't all come out yet, it wouldn't be the turn of the tiny Immortal Court to wreak havoc between this heaven and earth. Soon, this flooded heaven and earth. No one but my clan can rule, no one can become an honored one without my clan's approval. It's the saints and the heavenly Tao's approval that won't do it. These words were spoken in a grand manner, not caring in the slightest whether they would be heard by the saints in the chaotic purple heavenly palace. Nor did they care whether they would cause the heavenly Tao to react. After dropping such a sentence, this one unruly female cultivator turned around and retraced her steps back within the uncharted mountain. At the same time as her words fell, inside the chaotic purple heavenly palace, the saint, who had his eyes tightly closed and was in the process of merging the Tao with his body, slightly opened his eyes, a pair of almost emotionless eyes, and glanced in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. Subsequently, after the sage silently glanced at the direction of the Immortal Court and the Sun Star again, he closed his eyes once more. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, inside the Alchemy Hall, Fuguang, sitting in the void, looked casual as he threw all sorts of spirit medicines inside the alchemy furnace. Tada! A light footstep came. Dong Mei, among the 4 flower fairies, came to Fu Guang's side. After saluting, he said, "Master, the Immortal Court has advanced to the Buzhou mountain, and an Immortal Court vanguard army, near the Buzhou mountain, was overthrown by an unknown powerhouse with a raised hand." Swish! The movements of Fu Guang's hands paused slightly, and then his eyes lit up. Nor did he care about the pills that were still being refined. Directly after dropping the herbs in his hands, Fu Guang instructed towards Dong Mei. "Prepare something in the middle of the Fusang courtyard. This seat will go to the Taiyin Star to invite the 2 Taoist friends, Shiha and Changshi, to come and watch the play." Words. Dong Mei bowed and led the way. Here. Next moment. Buzz. With a fluctuation of spatial power, Fu Guang's figure had already disappeared within the Sun Star, evading towards the Taiyin Star at the other end of the starry sky. To see the play. Moreover, it was also a good play about the big turn of his life. And if he was the only one to watch it, Fuguang always felt that there was something that he could not do. So, why don't we just go to Taiyin Star and invite Shiha and Chanshi to watch the show? In the midst of the Great Flood. To say that Fuguang has the best and closest relationship with anyone, it is bound to be the sisters Shihi and Changshi who were born as a pair. Although the three of them had yet to be declared Dao couples, Fuguang had already decided that Shihi and Changshi were his best Dao couple choices. And Shihi and Changshi over there were likewise interested. Only Fuguang was waiting for Nuwa to be certified and for a saint to step in and officiate the heavenly marriage. So he didn't say anything about it. And naturally, the two sisters, Shiha and Changshi, were not so thick-skinned as to rush up to Fuguang to be his wife. So, it has also been left unstated. With everyone remaining close, but not in the midst of a special state of being together. It wasn't difficult for a mixed golden immortal to cross the stars. Even though the sun star was at this end and the Taiyin star was at that end. Fuguang's strength nowadays, crossing the stars was just a matter of moments. If you are properly prepared, you can even arrive in a matter of moments. Not for long. Fuguang's figure then appeared directly outside the Taiyin star. After glancing at the planet Taiyin, it was then said aloud. Fuguang has come to pay a visit. And I would like to ask fellow Taoists Shiha and Chanshi to show themselves. It's not very loud. But it traveled directly into the interior of Taiyin Star. At this moment, inside the great thousand-world moon god palace, which was birthed within the Taiyin Star, Shiha was working on his zither. And Shangshi was dancing to the music with an innate sword in his hand. Suddenly Fuyuko's voice was heard. The movements of the two sisters' hands all stopped at the same time. With surprise and unexpected colors in their beautiful eyes. Cece got up, laughing. Why is this nerd coming over to our place today? Go check it out. Having met several times, the relationship quickly heated up. And the relationship between the three was obvious to anyone with a clear eye. And they themselves were no exception. Fuguang is intentional. And the goddess is affectionate. It was only that she just didn't know why Fuguang didn't open his mouth and form a Dao couple with the sisters. So, in private, Shiha always loved to call Fuguang a nerd. Surprisingly, there was no initiative at all. Changshi, who had also put away his sword, had no comment. Not much longer. When the two sisters arrived together outside the Taiyin Star, they saw Fuguang, who was standing in the starry sky. Before the two could say hello, Fuguang just lit up before his eyes. Then went up to the two sisters. The invitation came straight out of the mouth. Two fellow Taoists. Quickly follow me. Between the words, Fuguang raised his hand to evolve the spatial great Tao and very casually opened a spatial channel in the starry sky. Then invited Shiha and Changshi to enter it. A slightly anxious look. Chapter 50, Shiho, I'm gradually understanding everything. Chapter 50. Seeing Fuguang in this hurry. Not even hiding his strength. He directly opened a spatial channel directly to the Golden Crow Palace now. Not to mention Shiho. It was Changshi, who had always been trivial, who was slightly showing some wrongly stunned colors. Soon, Cece inquired back. What happened? Words. Fuguang smiled. I'm asking the two fellow Taoists to join me and go watch a good show. Go. Go to my Golden Crow Palace. I guess it won't be long before the good show starts. Talking at the same time, Fuguang raised his hand as a guide, sending out another invitation towards Shiha and Changshi. Although they were puzzled as to what kind of good show Fuguang was going to invite his sisters to watch, Shihi and Changshi, who had nothing to do at the moment, had no intention of refusing. Together, The two of them stepped into the spatial passage along with Fuguang. It didn't take long to have arrived at the Golden Crow Palace courtyard. At this point, Dong Mei was already setting up an immortal table with many pastries on it, along with some spirit fruits, snacks, and even the presence of melon seeds and peanuts. These things, spirit fruits, melons, peanuts, and so on, were the fruits of the spirit roots that Fuguang had found. For him there was nothing to enhance his cultivation. The only thing it's good for is use it for a snort. And to add some ritual to this time of watching the theater. Watching a play. How can you not have melons and peanuts? As for the soda, Fuguang is not unable to make it. But the soda is not as painful as laurel brew or fire mulberry immortal wine. After the three sat down, Shiha glanced at the things on top of the immortal table. Then her curious eyes looked at Fuguang. Inquired. Now it's time to tell what kind of big show it is. Right? The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Fuguang raised his hand and then offered up a top-grade Hotian merit spiritual treasure level ephemeris, directly urging it. Buzz. In a burst of peaceful golden light. Not long ago, at the foot of that Buzhou mountain, the scene in which the unruly female cultivator overthrew the vanguard army of the immortal court was played out directly in the golden light. And also the last words of that unruly female cultivator were played out word for word. Seeing a scene like this, Shiha's face was very grave. This one, fellow Daoist, is so arrogant. Even Shangxi, who had always been trivial, was recognizing Shihi's evaluation. This unruly female cultivator who suddenly appeared. It's more arrogant than most of the male cultivators in the floodplains are. There had never been such an existence amongst their flood women cultivators. Even the always arrogant Nuwa had never been so arrogant. Killing the immortal court vanguard is certainly a momentary pleasure. But I'm afraid that I'll be in big trouble when I turn around. Is this the good show you're going to treat us to? After lamenting, Shihi's gaze took on a slightly curious hue as he looked towards Fuguang. Shake your head. Fuguang smiled. Of course not. The time calendar table is capable of recreating some of the things that happened in the past that have not been deliberately covered up by powerful people by means of heavenly chances. And at the same time, it can also directly broadcast some of the things that are happening on top of the flooded earth. I invited you here to see the big show afterward. This scene in front of me. Just the opening act of the big show to be seen. Eyes flickered slightly. Thoughts fanned out in Cece's mind. The opening act of the big show? What kind of play can be considered a big play in Fuguang's eyes? Measure of the Jubilee. There must only be a great drama at the level of quantum robberies that could be considered a great good drama in Fuguang's eyes. And Fuguang says this is just the first act before the big show. In other words, this one thing would definitely not end with the death of this unruly female cultivator. And daring to say that her race did not recognize that even if it was recognized by the saints and the heavenly Tao, it could not reign over the flood. And no one could become a venerable. The other party's strength, as well as her race, would definitely have a rather strong backbone. At the very least, there is no fear of the immortal court. That is to say, the sudden appearance of this unruly female cultivator and the race she spoke of would be a formidable enemy of the immortal court. The immortal court was one of the protagonists that set off the quantum revelation. And the race that could become the immortal court's archenemy would be the other protagonist of the quantum revelation. I see. Cece gradually understood everything. Then this is a very big, very nice play indeed. After thinking about it, the corners of Shiha's mouth also rose as she opened her mouth. Realizing that Cece already knew, Fuguang smiled. It's good that fellow Daoist understands. Ha ha ha. Among the three people here, the only one who hadn't reacted much was Changxi. Only. Not thinking about it was only because Changshi was not willing to ponder too much over this kind of thing. After she sat down, she skillfully grabbed a handful of melon seeds and peeled peanuts to start eating. The three exchanged words for a few moments afterward. Fuguang catalyzed the time calendar in his hand and directly placed the target of his viewing above Yingzhou in the East Sea where the Immortal Court was located. However, after all, there were many great magi in the dojo there. And the time calendar table, as a top-grade ladder heavenly spiritual treasure, even if it was a spiritual treasure of merit, could not view the movements within the Terra Nova Immortal Court. Only, it wasn't like Fuguang wanted to see the movements within the Immortal Court. He just wanted to see the Immortal Court send out a large army to exterminate the sorcerer race and then have his head blown off by the 12 ancestral witches who had already taken the lead in the world. Click. 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 While watching the movements in the vicinity of Yingzhou Immortal Court, which was broadcast live on the time calendar, Fuguang was even leisurely and skillfully getting high on melon seeds. At this moment, his state revealed a relaxed and expectant feeling that even Shihe and Changshi could easily sense. Fuguang feels relaxed. That's something Shiho doesn't quite understand. The quantum of the world is approaching. And under the great situation, everyone is in danger. So who can be easy? But favoring Fubuki is easy. Even he was looking forward to it. What to expect? What can one expect at this point? It must be the real opening of the quantum of solace. Fuguang is not an evil person. On the contrary, its people are still very kind and generous, treating friends and Taoists well. There is no way to disguise it. Such a person must not be the kind of character that likes to see the blood of the powerful and the destruction of the living. Yet he was looking forward to the quantum of solace drawing to a close. To the actual arrival of the quantum of solace. In that case, that is to say that Ming, the grand plan that Fuguang had been secretly plotting and calculating, would also begin in passing as the quantum rain unfolded as well. That's the only reason. It could only be a matter of one's own path. The great cause one was planning. That would allow someone of Fuguang's character to look forward to the arrival of the quantum leap. So, the corners of Shiha's mouth turned up slightly. And, subconsciously, he opened his mouth. I've got it. The great plan of Fuguang is closely related to the quantum of solace. Now that the quantum revelation was about to draw to a close, what Fuguang had been plotting was about to unfold. Cici was curious. What exactly is he going to do to obtain the only honorable position between heaven and earth? Chapter 51. Chapter 51. In the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang was waiting for the opening of the big show with his two confidants. The same. Some of the other mighty dojos were likewise silently focusing on the direction of the Immortal Court. The matter of the Immortal Court vanguard army being completely annihilated by a suddenly appearing powerhouse with a slap on the wrist naturally could not be hidden from the many great powers who were silently concerned about the changes in the situation in the floodplains. Kunlun Mountain. The three pristine ones are gathered in the Jade Palace. Each one of them had already stepped into the Paragon realm. As for how many corpses had been decapitated, exactly at what level of paramount sainthood was an unknown. After reaching such a realm, wouldn't that cultivator choose to hide so many billions of dots? There are no fools among the immortals of the flood. The first power to rebel head-on against the Immortal Court has appeared. Tong Tian had some feelings and opened his mouth. Aside. The calmly colored Yuan sure opened his mouth. The test has begun. And chaos is about to break out completely. The expressionless old man fatally spat out two words. Quantum of solace. The three brothers all fell silent, while some small tension grew in their hearts. Nothing else. Although this is not the first quantum fortune that the three brothers have seen. But nowadays they have a high status in the floodplains and have a great reputation. So maybe this quantum fortune will involve them. The three brothers, who are still you and me. looked at each other afterward. Decisions were made at the same time. Close the mountain gates tightly and ask no questions. With the thoughts of the three brothers together, the entire Kunlun mountain range was instantly shrouded in layer after layer of clouds and mist. It makes it impossible to see inside clearly or to enter the Kunlun mountains. Manjusan. Under the ginseng tree at Wujuangwan, Red Cloud was playing chess with Jin Yuanzi and the two of them. Meanwhile, there was also a light shadow beside the two of them, which played the scene of the Terra Nova Immortal Court. As fellow Daoist Fuguang said in the beginning, the rival of the Immortal Court has appeared. Red Cloud's face wore a grave color as he opened his mouth. Words. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a grave expression. It's just that I don't know what kind of existence that Immortal Court's opponent is. A great battle. It's inevitable. Previously, there were also many powerful races that existed in the floodplains, and both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi had observed them, wanting to see if those powerful races would be a match for the Immortal Court. But none of it. After these races have seen the might of the Immortal Court, let's not talk about a dry fight. The best that had been done was just to secure for himself the benefits of joining the Immortal Court. A race that practiced this way would not be able to become the protagonist of the quantum revelation even if they had a mixed ancestor in their clan that had survived from the ancient times. If you don't even have the courage to fight a big battle, what can you take to become the protagonist of the quantum reign? Isn't this a joke? It's not as if no race has risen to the occasion. Only a lack of strength. And the end is obvious. The dead are extinct. It wasn't as if there weren't races that could fight against the Immortal Court. For example, nowadays it is already a very low-key innate 3 clans. God knows how many old monsters that survived from the ancient times are still inside that dragon tomb. Phoenix Cave. And Qilin Cave? Of course. The 3 races of the innate heaven could not be said to be disliked by people and hated by dogs in the floodplains nowadays. But there was no power that was willing to accept them either. It's okay to collect 1 or 2 to use as mounts. Join? No way. For the 3 races of the Ascendant to join in, it would also mean that the monstrous karma carried above their races would likewise be inherited. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Not even the Fairy Court. That was why the Terra Nova Immortal Court had attacked the 4 seas and conquered the eastern lands. But it had never extended an invitation to the 3 ascendant races. If you really want to extend an invitation, the 3 ascendant clans didn't say that they would join in. But how could they send many potential descendants to join them? This was because the immense chi gathered by the Immortal Court could suppress the monstrous karma that these juniors were carrying, allowing them to display their natural talents and then grow stronger without any problems. Later on, when their service to the Immortal Court was over, they returned to their respective races to nourish the chi of the 3 races and suppress the underpinnings of one race. It's just a shame that the Immortal Court doesn't care about the 3 innate races, the many races of the flood, and even the 3 innate races could not. So much so that since the Immortal Court had become bigger and stronger, there hadn't been a situation where an Immortal Court vanguard had been directly destroyed by someone. So, at this moment, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi have already decided. The Immortal Court's true rival had appeared. All that needed to be done now was to see how the Immortal Court would react, and also to see what kind of existence the Immortal Court's opponents would be. The North Sea. Koan Pang was also watching coldly. He had no intention of joining the Immortal Court, nor did he want to go against the Immortal Court. He just wanted to quietly cultivate in his Biming Sea. There are no exceptions. The old ancestor of the river Styx in the endless sea of blood was also of the same mind as Koan Pang. Western Spirit Mountain. Jiayin and Junti noticed, but didn't react much. Still busy with their own things every day. Teach Western beings to cultivate and mend the broken earth of the West. At this moment, the closest place to the center of the vortex was undoubtedly the Flinchi Mountain Dojo near the Buzhou Mountain. of course, said it was recently. But in fact, even if a great battle that destroyed the sky and the earth erupted at the foot of Buzhou mountain, as long as it wasn't a huge commotion like the collapse of that heavenly pillar Buzhou mountain, this side of Fengqi mountain wouldn't even be affected. Inside the pavilion, Fuxi and Baze are playing chess. Although today's Baizhe was still just a small de luo cultivator, the two were also practicing the innate way of easy numbers and specializing in different directions. It could be said that they were like old friends at first sight. So, even with the huge gap in cultivation, Fuxi was still willing to address Baizhe as little friend. And from time to time, he plays chess with Baizhe and occasionally instructs Baizhe in his cultivation. This was a treatment that other cultivators who had come to Fengqi Mountain to seek shelter did not have. As for Nuwa, after more cultivators defected to Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa, who was rather cold and arrogant in nature, was a bit uncomfortable. Simply go on a retreat. After all, although she was haughty and cold, she was not some kind of hard-hearted existence. Plus these cultivator female immortals were all rushing to her. And most of the male immortals were taken in by their own elder brother. So naturally it was not good to drive them away. Out of sight, out of mind. Nuwa closed down. Just wait for the time of the third sermon in the purple heavenly palace to arrive. And then leave the gate to head to chaos is all. A side drop. Fuxi's face wore a smile. Little friend Baizhe, how many men do you think the immortal court will send to come and take care of that female immortal who struck out? As well as the race behind her? Words. After White Zephyr mused slightly. Open mouth. A few Downlord cultivators? After hearing Baizhe's judgment, Fuxi smiled mysteriously. The pieces then fell. No. It'll be a great avatar. As well as multiple Downlord cultivators. Chapter 52. Keep your eyes open and watch. Chapter 52. Oh. Fuxi's words caused Baizhe to raise an eyebrow. Open mouth. With the might of the immortal court nowadays, lightly taking down a party of rebels, there is still a need to make such a big fuss? Hearing Baizhe's rhetorical question, Fuxi smiled without saying anything explicitly. Seeing the situation, Baizhe, who was smart in his own right, was also slightly deep in thought, and began to ponder in his mind. And soon, White Zephyr knew why. It's really not that hard to understand. The immortal court had been established and developed so far, and had caused monstrous waves in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, resulting in the rise of the furious chi between heaven and earth. And the momentum of the quantum revenge had been completely formed. Anyone with eyes can see this clearly. That one immortal court emperor, as long as it is not a little cute. He knew that he and the great immortal court had been robbed. And the existence that still dared to go against him today was, unsurprisingly, his quantum rival. But wherever that immortal court emperor had a bit of a pussy in his heart, there was no way he could belittle his opponent. The conflict has already happened. For the sake of the immortal court's face, or for the sake of understanding their opponents, or for the sake of their own Tao, it's imperative to play the first one. And this first one, not to mention going all out. They would never casually send some Downlord cultivators over. So, it was only reasonable and sensible for a great avatar to lead the troops and carry the Downlord cultivators forward to test the waters. The late generation understands. A smile of understanding appeared on Baizhe's face. And after opening his mouth, he raised his eyes to look at Fuxi. And Fuxi was all smiles. The 2 old sixes in the flood who specialize in the innate easy numbers. At this moment, the heart is in the right place, where all eyes converge. Terra Nova Immortal Court. At this moment, the Immortal Court's true top brass, the talking heads, the 5 great divine masters gathered together. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West were seated equally above the main seat. Below, a quasi-saint female immortal sat on one side, and two quasi-saint male immortals sat on the other side. Sitting in the main seat, the true head of the immortal court, the Duke of Dongwang, who was in charge of all matters other than punishment, had a very serious look on his face. In a hushed voice, "What happened under the foot of Buzhou mountain is clear to everyone. What this means, I'm sure all of you must already have an idea in your hearts." With these words, the 5 great avatars present all had slightly grave faces. As great avatars, they all naturally knew very well what it meant for the immortal court vanguard at the foot of Buzhou mountain to be completely annihilated for the first time. More importantly, the arrogant words of that unruly female immortal, disrespecting the heavenly Tao and saints, did not attract heavenly punishment or saintly accountability. This in itself is an extraordinary signal. As long as you're a flood creature, it didn't matter if you were a chaotic demon god, an innate saint, or a Hotian griffin. The way of heaven is not to be trifled with, and the saints are not to be taken lightly. This is an iron law that all beings need to follow. However, the fact that neither the heavenly Tao nor the saints reacted after that female immortal spoke those words was enough to show that that female immortal and the race behind her were truly unafraid. The Duke of Dongwang's face was also serious. The rival of the immortal court has appeared. Next, it's time for those guys who are paying attention to the immortal court to see the true power of the immortal court. No matter what the identity of that female immortal is or what she is capable of, the immortal court is the seat of our great Tao and cannot be lost. Which fellow Daoist is willing to lead the army forward to test the waters? Just as Fu Shi and Bai Zhe had predicted, the Duke of the East King was going to send a great spirit to the Buzhou mountain to test the waters. It's just a question of who's going. Anyway, it was impossible for the two immortal court lords, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, to make a move at this time. Then the only ones who could make a move would be the 3 remaining great divine masters. The 3 great avatars were all slightly contemplative. All information about the other party was unknown. But just the words of that unruly female immortal were enough to make the 3 of them pay attention. Unknown. It also means danger. The benefits of going out on a limb are considerable, but the risks are also enormous. That's why it needs to be considered carefully before doing so. Not for long. The quasi-saint immortal among the 3 great avatars raised her head and stood up from her position. Salute towards the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East. Aloud. Your Highness. Emperor. This time, let me take the shot? Words. The Western Queen Mother's gaze was calm, and a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. And don't say a word. It just turned its gaze to the Duke of Dongwang beside it. Fellow Daoist, it's up to you to make up your mind about the external affairs of the immortal court. The Duke of East, who was originally still a bit surprised that this paramount female immortal who followed the Queen Mother of the West would even make a move, gently nodded his head after hearing the Queen Mother of the West's reminder. Open mouth. Since that's the case, it would be good for you, Tao friend, to take a shot and test the waters. But there is no need to exert yourself if you encounter an unbeatable force. Retreat. This battle, it wasn't really a duel, but rather to show off the strength of the immortal court while testing out the opponents. So, as soon as something goes wrong, immediately withdrawn. In the end, it was a competitor of the behemoth that was the immortal court. And with everything unknown, there was no room for sloppiness at all. So naturally, it was better to be cautious. Gotcha. The quasi-saint immortal's face was serious as she led the order. Subsequently, with a long swing of her immortal dress, she turned around and left, watching the quasi-saintly fairy leave. The Duke of the East King looked up at the void beyond the Terra Nova Immortal Court. A cold smile. If you want to watch, then you'll have a good time. At this moment, the gazes of all parties in heaven and earth were converging on the Yingzhou Immortal Court. And this was something that everyone knew in their hearts. It's just that the Duke of East doesn't care. The quantum robbery is about to open. The crisis is about to come. Of course, the danger is unpredictable. But there is also a huge chance to exist. Crisis. There are dangers and, naturally, opportunities. This was the first crisis that the Immortal Court had encountered. And it was likewise the time for the Immortal Court to truly show its strength. The Duke of Dongwang knew that there were many people who were watching from a wall, wanting to see his tall building crumble, to see his jokes, and to see the good show of the Immortal Court. He doesn't care. Want to see? Well, you'll have to keep your eyes peeled. In response to the words of the Duke of East Wang, the Queen Mother of the West and the other two Immortal Court paragons present did not say much. Even though there was a difference between up and down in status within the Immortal Court, their strength was not such that they would stoop to the level of the Duke of Dongwang. Want them to do things? It has to be negotiated. If you are strong enough, you have a base and a position. Knock. 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 The sound of war drums suddenly carried out within the Immortal Court. Immediately following, the great formation that enveloped the Yingzhou Immortal Court opened. And one group of Immortal Court armies after another came out from within the Yingzhou Immortal Court, raising a huge auspicious cloud that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. One banner formed a piece that covered the sky with general terror. Celestial Immortal and Xianxian minions. Golden Immortal Commander. Tai Immortal General. Great Luo Immortal Monarch. A powerful existence methodically walked out from the Immortal Court, lining up their troops above the sky dome, forming a vast and terrifying aura that stirred the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Chapter 53, Ancestral Witches. Chapter 53. When the Immortal Court army was fully assembled. Subsequently. Nubi. The sacred bird cries. A huge chariot pulled by 9 Tai golden immortal level 1 birds sailed out of the Yingzhou Immortal Court with great vigor. On top of the chariot, surrounded by divine light, flowing avenues of long Taoist rhythms, Hazy cannot see the shape of the quasi-saint female immortal sitting. As soon as it appears, boom! The terrifying quasi-saint pressure directly stirred the chi between heaven and earth, blending the terrifying chi brewed by the Immortal Court army to form an overriding momentum that was vast. The ends are scary and extreme. March! With her beautiful eyes containing divine light, the quasi-saint immortal's face was serious as she gave the order. And with the order, the next moment, rumble! The vast army of the Immortal Court was then led by this quasi-saintly female immortal, as well as 20 great Luo immortal monarchs, many Tai immortal swords, and golden immortal commanders, and formed into a battle formation, transforming into an entire patch of immortal light, and heading directly in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. And along with the Immortal Court army, the horizons of the various parties that were concerned about the Yingzhou Immortal Court also turned to the side of the Buzhou mountain with it. Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Get stoned and watch the livestream while sipping a glass of wine every now and then. Fuguang was full of leisure as he watched the Immortal Court's army in action, as if he didn't put much thought into the next big battle. On the contrary, it was the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, who had a face colored with emotion after seeing the configuration of the Immortal Court's army. Turn your head. Shi's gaze went to Fuguang, who was leisurely at one side. A great avatar. More than 20 Downlord cultivators. Immortal Court this stroke. It's not small. What do you think will be the outcome of the Immortal Court army's trip? How? Packed to death. Hearing Shiha inquire about himself, Fuguang spat out in his heart. But that obviously can't be said outright. So, he said it euphemistically. Aside from this one quasi-saintly Taoist who might have a chance of survival, the others all must die. Swish swish. Two misplaced gazes fell directly onto Fuguang's body. Hearing Fuguang say that other than that quasi-saintly female immortal, the immortal court army would end up being completely annihilated once again. It was the three-less Changshi who was a bit misplaced and surprised. You know, this was an army led by a paramount saint and 20 low cultivators. Definitely a powerful force that no one could ignore in the flood. How could Fuguang even think that only a quasi-saint immortal could survive? Sure it's not a joke? Both Shihi and Changshi had some disbelief. But after seeing Fuguang's expression that did not change in the slightest as well as his complexion, Shihi, who knew that he would not say anything without a target and talk nonsense, knew that Fuguang was telling the truth. Only what Cece didn't expect was, the other protagonist of this quantum leap is so terrifying? And after the shock, Changshi reverted back to the state of being a triple novice once again. But it also got serious while watching the calendar live. Little by little the time passed. Very quickly. The immortal court army was then already arriving at the foot of the Buzhou mountain in great numbers. They had just arrived and had not yet taken up their positions. The figure of that unruly female immortal appeared just above the sky dome, with a disdainful gaze and a calm demeanor blocking the front of the immortal court's army. It's quite the might of a man who is a man of the world. In the middle of the immortal court army, the face of the paramount saint immortal was very grave. Because she found he himself couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation. He was only able to feel the terrifying chi and blood contained within the other party's body that destroyed the heavens and the earth in general, as well as feeling the terrifying laws of the great Tao that were branded into the other party's flesh and blood and were inherent in his body. Stronger. And also a strong person who practiced another system that was completely different from the immortal way system practiced by all beings in the floodplains today. She couldn't judge her opponent's realm. However, she could clearly feel the crisis. Threatening force in the other party that made her feel very strong. In other words, even if what the other party practiced was not the immortal Tao system, the strength of that body was not trivial. The mind's thoughts collect as one in an instant. The paramount saint female immortal's Luan bird chariot pressed directly forward, facing the Jiesia female immortal directly. Those who block the road. Give your name. Previously you killed 100,000 of my immortal court vanguard army. Make an explanation. It's not condescending. The quasi-saint immortal didn't intend to fight above words. In the end, it was still a battle. Opening his mouth at this moment was just to ask for a name and at the same time wanting to know the identity of the other party. Words. The savage style of the bratty female fairy sneered. Ha! Account? Who are you to ask this ancestral witch for an explanation? This ancestral witch never needs to give an explanation to others. The words fell. Rumble. Terrifying chi and blood erupted from the female ancestor witch's body. And with one step, the sky collapsed as if the ground was falling. And she directly killed towards the quasi-saint female immortal. Seeing this situation, the saint immortal to be, who had already been on guard in her mind, raised her hand and directly offered up an innate spirit sword, evolving an extremely terrifying sword light that directly met the female ancestor witch's incoming figure. If it was any other cultivator, even a great avatar would have to avoid the sharpness of this sword light. The quasi-saintly fairy thought the same thing. After all, who would have the iron head to use their own fleshly body to hard receive an innate spirit treasure? That's not pure cuteness. Behavior? Even if the opponent in front of him, who claimed to be an ancestral witch, was practicing a system that was completely different from that of the general public. At the very least, they had heard of the power of an innate spiritual treasure. The other side is never going to be able to rock hard. Would have thought so. That was entirely because the sage immortal to be, and even the many cultivators of the flood, did not yet have a basic knowledge of the ancestral witches and the witch clan. But it doesn't matter. Soon, all the great powers of the flood will have seen the power of the witch race. Especially the 12 ancestral witches, facing the sword light that came to kill him head-on, destroying the sky and the earth, as well as the innate spirit sword that emitted a terrifying killing aura. The female ancestor witch's expression didn't change and she didn't dodge. Instead, they met it head-on. In the moment when the sword came to his body, he just slapped it over with such an easy and cozy slap. To everyone's dismay, this sword light with a destructive aura instantly shattered under the slap from the female ancestral witch, making it difficult to hurt the female ancestral witch's physical body in the slightest, let alone do it substantial harm. Rumble. The heavenly dome shook slightly as the divine ability was broken open and the resulting impact of the laws erupted. Before the shock could spread, the female ancestor witch's backhand was a hard slap on top of the hilt of that innate spirit sword. Clank. While the ear-piercing sound waves of gold and iron clashed, the spiritual light on top of the body of the innate spirit sword dimmed and flew backward towards the paramount sage immortal with a mournful sword roar. The scene. It caused all the great spiritual masters who were following the battle to be taken by surprise. Eyes full of misgivings, he looked at the female ancestor sorceress who, with 2 slaps, had dissolved the attack of a great avatar. A thought occurs to the mind. So strong. Chapter 54, what are you looking at? Chapter 54. So strong. This judgment means 2 things. Powerful physical body cultivation system. Powerful ancestral witches. At this moment, all the great aptitudes of the various parties in the floodplains were looking sideways at the strength of the female ancestor witch's fleshly body. Meanwhile, and their minds were not free to brood. The Immortal Court's battle. I'm afraid it's only going to be a bit difficult. The battle at Buzhou Mountain is not over yet. One move tried and true. Quasi-sacred fairy then knew very well that the female ancestor witch in front of her was still above her own strength, and it was very likely that she would lose in a single fight. But what is this place? Battlefield. What is she doing here today? Janeway. And also to detect the race behind this female ancestor witch. Just how much weight it had. Instead, they came here to fight and fight alone. So, the paramount saint fairy held the innate spirit sword that flew backward. Raise your hand. Formation. The Immortal Court army wasn't just for show. With a huge number of Xianxian immortal and heavenly immortal soldiers, golden immortal commanders, Tai immortal generals, as well as 20 Dala immortal monarchs, plus the immortal formation that the Duke of the East King had deduced and developed. Under the unification, the power that erupted was by no means small. Plus, the person who was in the main formation was a genuine quasi-saint great avatar. After the immortal formation had been formed, the enchantment that came with it, defeating a female ancestral which was not just an empty phrase. Seeing the movements of the Immortal Court army, the female ancestor which laughed instead of being afraid. More people bullying less people? Ha! The so-called orthodoxy of the heavenly Tao. The Immortal Court of Yingzhou is nothing more than that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The paramount saint fairy's tone was icy cold. Show off your mouth. Words. The female ancestor witch's body was filled with qi and blood, and her fury rolled out. A mere formation. Xianmei. Don't even put you in my eyes. Rumble. Qi and blood intertwined with baneful qi and rose. And while the dome of the sky was dyed with a layer of bloodlight, a gigantic figure with a human face and bird body, with green snakes hanging from its ears and a double-headed dragon on its feet, directly appeared from the bloodlight. Meanwhile, The two great Tao laws of water and ice, which Xianhua had naturally mastered, surged out like waves across the sky. All of a sudden, the heavens and earth were raining down with a pouring rain that eliminated the flesh. And there was a terrifying cold that could seal the Yuanshan. And under the intertwining of the two great Tao laws, the entire heavens and earth were instantly and completely changed. The only ones who were unaffected were the immortal court army that had already finished forming their formation. Adding to the power of the grand formation, the Saintess to be held her sword in her hand while offering a top-grade innate defense spiritual treasure, and one after another offering an offensive and defensive innate spiritual treasure and a latter-day spiritual treasure. Gazing at Xianmei, who had evolved the true body of the ancestral witch, he didn't talk nonsense and directly killed him. Boom! The two powerhouses directly fought at the foot of Buzhou mountain. The quasi-saint Immortal activated all sorts of spiritual treasures, releasing all sorts of destructive light, raising her hands and feet to evolve her own Tao, and activating all sorts of killing moves. It can be said that dazzling. All sorts of killing methods were dazzling compared to the frequent tactics of the sacred Immortal to be. Xianhua, who was casting his ancestral witch true body, was much simpler. Spirit treasure attack? A punch and a kick all defused. The great way evolves killing methods? A body of chi and blood fury, combined with the power of the Tao of the innately held palm, directly broke through. It's a great example of how one force can break all laws. For a moment, surprisingly, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything about it. The scene. It did not surprise the many great magi in the flood. After arriving at such a level of the associate saint realm, unless the gap in strength between the two sides was truly a chasm in general. Otherwise, it was extremely normal for a duel or battle to take thousands or tens of thousands of years to be won or lost. According to the thoughts of the great magi from all sides of the flood, this battle, at the very least, it will take 1,000 years to fight. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, watching the battle live on the hourly calendar, Shiha frowned. Both sides are evenly matched. It looks like it will be hard to win or lose within 1,000 years. Didn't you say before that the immortal court army would be wiped out on this trip? And only one person would have a chance of survival? At this moment, has the view changed? Shook his head. Fuguang dropped a peanut inside his mouth. Random word. No change. Of course it hasn't changed. What's going on here? Everyone was afraid to think that the race that Xianmei belonged to was the only one as powerful as her. And in fact, there were a full 12 ancestral witches. Even if there was a gap in strength between the ancestral witches, the gap would definitely not be that obvious. In other words, nowadays, the 12 ancestral witches are all feared to have a strength similar to Xianmei's. Namely, 12 quasi-saint level body refining quasi-saints. This power doesn't even need to be exposed in its entirety. Just one more ancestral witch and the immortal court army will be defeated. And 2 more immortal court armies will be destroyed. All out? Including the immortal court's quasi-saintly fairies. Don't even live. Looks like you've done a lot of math. Shiha glanced deeply at Fuguang and spoke with intent. She's aware of it. Fuguang also practiced the way of the innate E-number. As to what level he had cultivated to was unknown. In hindsight, I'm afraid that his innate way of easy counting is quite remarkable. And he should have calculated quite a few unspeakable heavenly chances. Words. Fuguang smiled calmly and didn't answer Shihi's call. Because there's no way to get. I can't tell Shiha that I know there are a total of 12 ancestral witches. Can I? So for things like this that can't be explained, just show a mysterious smile. Others will make up their own minds. At this moment, Shiha's curiosity had been piqued by Fuguang. His eyes surveyed the ancestral witch's true body of Xianhua who was in the midst of the battle. curious as to what kind of group of existences her race was. Beneath the foot of the uncharted mountain, the fierce battle between the Xianxian and Immortal court armies continued. The vast majority of the great divine masters who were watching the battle were actually still composed. After all, it had only just begun. There are also sulky ones, like the 11 figures in savage-style attire that were currently standing at the entrance position of the Pangu Divine Hall with an itchy face, wanting to go out and fight. A muscular man with flaming red hair, full of hard feelings. It's too hard to endure. The Immortal Court is here to find our witch clan. Why should a good thing like fighting be wrapped up by Shenmei and her alone? In my place, I'd go up there and burn it all down in one fire. And surely I could finish it off quicker than she could. Hearing the red-haired man's words, the burly man, also covered in muscles but with blue hair, sneered disdainfully. TSK. Who can you burn with that little spark of your Zhu Rong? Swish. Zhu Rong, who had been mocked to his face, his eyes glowing with fire, stared at the blue-haired muscular man, with whom he could be said to be very much at odds with Gong Gong. Facing Zhu Rong's smoldering eyes, the kami is not at all spoiled. What are you looking at? Chapter 55, Refining in an Instant. Chapter 55. Cluck. With a squeeze of his fist, a terrifying blood aura surged up from his body. Wishbone stepped forward. Look at you. Anger rose in his eyes. Gong Gong is also not a wizard who likes nonsense. And in the face of looking at the wrong Gong Gong provocation, simply cannot tolerate a little rumble. Taking a step forward, his body's muscles stormed out, and his sandbag-sized iron fist directly imprinted on Zhu Rong's big pancake face, beating Zhu Rong to the point that his face was twisted and his teeth were bared, while his body was also like a fiery red immortal light, shooting towards the big formation listed by the Immortal Court army. Zhu Rong was sent flying by a punch. But Gong Gong, who was still not relieved, chased straight after him. Rumble. While chasing out, monstrous blood chi erupted, and the power of the Tao of water surged and surged, directly forming an ocean between heaven and earth. The power of the great Tao set off rolling waves that swept across the sky, sweeping towards the Immortal Court army, as well as Zhu Rong, who had already landed over there. I'll drown you. While urging his own great Tao to launch a killing attack, Gong Gong also roared in anger. Rumble. Zhu Rong, who slammed his physical body on top of the great formation formed by the Immortal Court's army, actually caused the Immortal Court's army's immortal formation to ripple violently. Yoo-hoo! Seeing that he hadn't shattered this laborious big formation under one collision, Zhu Rong, who still had a fist mark on his face, came to be interested. Only before he could make a move to break the formation, a terrifying ocean of great Tao surged behind him, causing him to be directly on fire. It's really hot. An extremely terrifying true fire burned on Zhu Rong's body, and his head of red hair was burning like a flame between the heavens and earth, which had already become terrifying due to Xianmei and Gong Gong, and the Immortal Court paramount saints and female immortals each exercising their own great Tao. There was another terrifying true fire of destruction that blazed through everything. Fuck you! Prompting his ferocious chi and blood in interweaving true fire, Zhu Rong met Gong Gong's attack with a punch without the slightest fear. Meanwhile, a giant hand of true fire was condensed and slapped fiercely, directly printing on top of the immortal formation. Thud! A dull collision sound rang out, and the impact visible to the naked eye cleansed billions of miles of mountains and rivers, directly causing a terrifying sight of destruction to the earth. Click! A visible crack appeared directly on top of the barrier that was shrouded above the immortal formation, protecting the personnel of the gathering formation. The scene looking at everyone in the Immortal Court army within the Immortal formation. Their faces were pale to the core. So scary. The protection of the Immortal formation couldn't withstand 3 or 2 attacks from this one powerhouse that had suddenly appeared. Before the army of the Immortal Court could return to their senses. Boom! The ocean of great Tao that Gong Gong had raised instantly flooded where the Immortal Court army was. Click! The cracks on top of the Immortal formation's protective barrier widened in an instant. And then... bang! The entire Immortal Court formation, in the midst of the successive attacks of the 2 ancestral witches, was like a thin sheet of paper that was easily torn apart. Rumble! The great formation was forcibly breached. And the terrifying explosion of mana, the backlash, instantly landed on all the Immortal Court armies now. The ocean of Xianshui raised by Gong Gong encroached and swallowed. And the light of the spiritual treasures in the hands of the many commanders and immortal soldiers rapidly dimmed. And finally shattered and melted away. And then there were their fleshly bodies in Yuanshan, which were likewise melted away in the twinkling of an eye. In an instant. This raging army of the Immortal Court was then nearly wiped out. Only a few golden immortal commanders with innate spiritual treasures, as well as tiny immortal generals who had condensed their own Tao laws and had better spiritual treasures. And the 20 great Luo immortal monarchs were still alive. Only the moment they escaped against the eroding, dissolving power of the ocean of arcane water. True fire from heaven. Standing in the middle of the sky, he condensed a terrifying true fire. Zhu Rong, whose entire person was like a sun god, loudly taunted Gong Gong, who had just struck out. Ha ha ha. Rubbish Kami. Who can you drown with your little drop of water? It still depends on this ancestral witch's true fire. Talking at the same time. Rumble. Zhu Rong directly urged the monstrous true fire to directly surround the Immortal Court crowd that had just escaped from life. Using his own ferocious qi and blood in the great Tao of fire to continuously melt everything in it. But in a few moments, there would only be some shriveled to the extreme, as if they were ordinary mortal artifacts of the innate spiritual treasures left in that true fire. After refining the Immortal Court's 20 great Luo immortal monarchs, a number of Tai immortal generals, and a very few golden immortal commanders, Wishbone's movements didn't stop. Eyes lifted to the kami on the other side of the room. Although the 2 of them had cooperated with Gong Gong's acting in order to be able to come out and fight, and then smoothly participated in the battle. But he, the ancestral sorcerer of fire, was actually punched by this little punk of a Gong Gong. It's not a witch who doesn't take this revenge. Meanwhile, Gong Gong's gaze was also directed to Zhu Rong. He had just been called a waste by this trash Zhu Rong, and he couldn't stand the aggravation. The next moment. Boom! The 2 ancestral witches whose faces had completely massacred the Immortal Court army did not go to help Shenmei and the female Immortal Court quasi-saint who were still fighting in the high heavens above, but began to beat each other up. Punching. The moves are relentless. For a moment, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, 2 people directly is to fight with their lives fighting posture, as well as that between the fist and foot. The might displayed. The end is terrifying, incomparable. It was not in the least bit weaker than a paragon great avatar. Even to the point of, it was a shade stronger than an ordinary paragon great avatar. High above the sky. Without the support of the immortal formation unifying the power of all the immortals, the Immortal Court female paramount saint's aura fell a layer. And the original battle situation with Xian Mua, which was evenly matched, also fell into the wind in an instant. This battle has been lost. Thoughts flashed in the eyes of the Immortal Court's female paragon. Meeting Xian Mua's blistering, unceasing attacks while constantly retreating. To take the fight where it is. Pulling away from this area. The 2 ancestral witches that had suddenly appeared from below were simply too terrifying. Both of them had only casually struck out. surprisingly not even leaving her time to rescue her, and had directly annihilated this army of the immortal court. If those two ancestral witches hadn't been so brainwashed that they had started infighting and turned their heads to surround her, I'm afraid that at this moment, she was already seriously injured. Trying to run? The immortal court female paragon's mind was not hidden. And Nuwa, who had manifested her ancestral witch's true body, easily gained insight into it. Rumble. The great Tao's flashy light flowed, and Nuwa's attack was once again elevated. She sneered. Fall down for this ancestral witch. The two great Tao powers, sweeping to the great momentum of heaven and earth. The fist of the ancestral witch's true body, just so grand and majestic toward the immortal court female quasi-saint, directly crushed to. That matchless power stirred the high heavens into violent turmoil. The divine fire, the wind, and everything else that had originally filled the sky above and was a threat to the Tai golden immortals were all obliterated under the fist. This punch, it's earth-shattering, so to speak. Chapter 56, A Tiger's End. Chapter 56. Punching. Every ancestral witch was extremely good at it. Xianmei, as the only female incarnation of the 12 ancestral witches, was even more skillful in boxing. Facing that vast and powerful punch that struck the 9 heavens and trembled, the immortal court female paragon's face changed violently. Subsequently, she didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, lifting her hand to strike out a defensive Tao. And an extremely high-grade Hotian defensive spiritual treasure was even directly thrown out by her. Rumble. The fist of the ancestral witch's true body hardened all the means of the immortal court's female quasi-saint, destroying them and breaking them apart. And finally, it was hard against that piece of extremely high-quality Hotian spiritual treasure. This collision, it directly beat that defensive spiritual treasure to the point that its light dimmed, and a fine line was cracked on top of the spiritual treasure's body. And then, boom! The spiritual treasure directly exploded. Above the arm of the Xianmei ancestral witch's true body, the skin opened up and was deep enough to see the bone. Blood splattered out, and even his body was forced to retreat 1,000,000 miles by the impact of the explosion of the extreme spiritual treasure. This is the beginning of the battle. For the first time, the powerful ancestral witch Xianmei had suffered what was considered a serious injury. Genji is hurt. Then, as the owner of the spiritual treasure, the immortal court female paragon was in an equally bad situation. The spiritual treasure exploded. His mind was damaged, and a mouthful of golden immortal blood with a clear fragrance spilled into the long sky. The beautiful eyes glanced at Xianhei, who had been shaken back. The immortal court female quasi-saint did not hesitate. Between the immortal light reflecting on her body, the whole person stood upright without a shadow, and had already disappeared far away. She turned around and walked away, as if she had made some sort of determination. Never looking back at Xianhei again. Certainly won't turn my head for a second. Because she didn't know when the 2 ancestral witches below who were infighting would join forces to kill. Facing 3 ancestral witches more powerful than himself, the immortal court paramountess didn't have the slightest doubt. One more look at her and she'll explode. Ha! Xianmei didn't chase after the immortal court female paragon, but only sneered. Subsequently, manifesting his innate Tao body, he transformed into the savage costumed female immortal appearance he had at the beginning. Coldly smiling. That's quite a run. Talking at the same time, Xianmei flung his arm, and the skin, flesh foam, and blood that had originally blown apart was completely restored in the blink of an eye as if it was a flow of time. Do it all. Xianmei, who had an untamed face, had chi and blood like waves on his body. Beautiful eyes patrol the circumference. This ancestor which knows there are many of you watching. So this ancestor which is announcing something dash. Starting today, the Buzhou mountain prohibits all outsiders from entering. Trespassers die. If you don't believe in this ancestral witch's words, feel free to come and try. After dropping such an extremely overbearing sentence, Nuwa withdrew his gaze. His body transformed into a stream of light and directly fell towards the foot of Buzhou mountain. As for Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, both still beating each other up in the heat of passion. When that battle and impact erupted, the damage to that part of the battlefield was much greater than what Nuwa and the Immortal Court's female quasi-saint had brought about in their previous encounters. It has fallen into the foot of the uncharted mountain. The voice of Xian He, who had disappeared into thin air, resounded once again. If you want to fight, go to chaos and fight. Hearing Genji's voice, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who are passionately beating each other up, don't talk nonsense. And while fighting, their figures rushed all the way up beyond the ninth heaven. The two ancestral witches' battlefield changed. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, there was no more movement except to leave a mess after the destruction of the great battle. But everything that happened inside this short period of time silenced all of the various parties of great spiritual masters who were paying attention. This opponent of the Immortal Court, just showing the tip of the iceberg. But it already proved their strength. The Immortal Court army was completely destroyed in an instant. Not even the great Luo cultivators among them had been able to escape with their lives at the hands of the ancestral witches. The only female paragon of the Immortal Court who was alive and left without paying too much of a price was still a result of two ancestral witches who didn't care about her and started to implode. If those two ancestral witches didn't implode and join forces with Xianmei to surround and kill that Immortal Court female paragon. Even more so, if they directly pursued after the opponent retreated, the Immortal Court female paragon would never get out of the battle that easily. I was expecting to see 1,000 years of good theater. But it didn't occur to me. Surprisingly, it's just straight up a tiger and that's the end of it. Numerous great divine masters were withdrawing their attentive gazes. No more looking over the uncharted mountains. As for the matter of Xianmei's notification that the Buzhou mountain was forbidden for outsiders to enter, no one cared at all. How big is Buzhou mountain? Although you ancestral witches are powerful, you are only a mere 3 people. Being able to look at the huge uncharted mountain? Not at all. Of course. This is also because many great powers have calculated that the quantum karma is already about to kick off. In order to avoid staining the karma of the quantum karma, basically to close the door, naturally will not go to the Buzhou mountain. And after the quantum leap, if you ancestor witches win and become more powerful, then the Buzhou mountain is not going to go is. If you fall in the quantitative robbery, this so-called ban, it is just nonsense. Numerous great avatars saw it. But at the same time it's clear. The 3 great ancestral witches had begun to change the situation in the Floodlands this time around. At the very least, the Immortal Court's unbeatable situation had been completely shattered from this point in time now, never to exist again. All the immortals and races that had previously been forced to take no time to catch their breath and were unwilling to join the Immortal Court could have a bit of a breather. The Great War of the Tigers is over. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang still didn't withdraw the live broadcast of the time calendar. But instead, he repositioned the live broadcast of the time calendar to the sky above the Terra Nova Violet Mansion. See him in action. He, who had just regained his senses from the shock of the Immortal Court army being literally wiped out, as well as the appearance of 2 more ancestral witches, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Open mouth. The Great War has come to an end. You still have to keep an eye on the Terra Nova Immortal Court? Does that mean this good show in Fuguang's mouth hadn't ended completely and utterly? After thinking about it, she has suddenly felt it was very possible. Having suffered such a great loss, the Duke of the East King naturally couldn't rest easily. and might soon conquer the 3 great ancestral witches again. Soon. Fuguang directly spoke to affirm Shihe's speculation. The Duke of Dongwang is extremely domineering in the way he walks as an emperor. So how could he not say a word after suffering a loss? Thousands of years at most. It won't even take thousands of years for him to do so. He'll definitely gather his army once again and head straight for the Buzhou mountain. And there's a good chance it'll be a royal visit. Speaking of which, the corners of Fuguang's mouth rose slightly. I'm looking forward to the situation where the Duke of Dongwang gets brutally beaten up by the ancestral witches. At the same time, I'm also looking forward to the complete emergence of the witches and the beginning of the culinary flood phase. At that point, it is only then that the quantum leap is officially opened. Nowadays, only the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan had come out of the world. And most of the clansmen were still gestating inside the Pangu Divine Hall. How far have we come? Next, there's a good thing about the Duke of Dongwang. Chapter 57, The Immortal Court Strikes Again. Chapter 57. Will Lord Dongwang himself go on the expedition? It's bound to. Even though the strength displayed by the 3 ancestral witches was already extremely terrifying. But if he were to give up so easily, the Duke of Dongwang's way of being an emperor would inevitably collapse. And he would never be able to take another step forward in the future. Not to mention, not many of the great spiritual masters in the flood are cuties. Why didn't the ancestral witches, who had obviously gained the upper hand and had an extremely domineering form style, surround and kill the female immortal court paragon? Is it because they're good? Necessarily impossible. If they were truly kind, would they have just refined the immortal court's army without a care in the world? There must be some reason why the ancestral witches don't want to have a complete war with the immortal court for the time being. At the same time, it also held the ancestral witches back from being able to leave Buzhou Mountain too far. It was the fundamental reason why the immortal court female paragon was able to retreat smoothly. As long as they figured this out, the immortal court would definitely be unable to sit still. And would definitely send out troops once again. And then try to figure out the secret that the ancestral witches were guarding behind them by all means. So, there's bound to be another big battle over at Buzhou Mountain. The beautiful eyes looked towards Fuyuko. Shiha's face wore a curious look. Do you know what the origins of those 3 ancestral witches are? It feels like the ancestral witches and the race behind them are extraordinary. Hearing Shiha's inquiring words, Fuguang didn't directly open his mouth to reply. I do know something about it, but I can't say for sure. But there's no need to rush. After the next great war, the root identity of the ancestral witches, as well as the race behind them, should be completely revealed. Words. The corners of Shiha's mouth couldn't help but pout slightly. That's the same thing you're saying. Could she not know that the root identity of the ancestral witches, and the race behind them, would be revealed after the next great war? It's a certain thing. From the time the Shenmei ancestral witches first stepped out of the Buzhou Mountain, it was destined that the ancestral witches, as well as their race, could not possibly remain hidden any longer. But the thing is, can't she get a little bit of advance information if she wants to? Shihi was certain that Fuguang, a riddler who had started planning long ago and had a very good innate ability in easy math, must know some information about the ancestral witches. Didn't care about Shiha's dissatisfaction. Watching the calendar live on Fuguang, there are some feelings in the heart. The 12 ancestral witches have now appeared in 3. Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. And there are still 9 ancestral witches. Is it because they have not come out of the world? Never. The 12 ancestral witches either all stay out of the world, or they come out together. Now the reason why only 3 of the 12 ancestral witches had shown up. Probably hiding their strength. Ancestral witches and wizards are indeed very emotional. easily getting carried away, and behaving in a very reckless manner. But since it can become one of the protagonists of the quantitative robbery, the witch race can't all be reckless. There must also be wise men. It was true that they did not cultivate the Yuan Shen and did not know how to deduce heavenly chances. But that didn't mean that the ancestral witches wouldn't hide their strength. Especially with all of the clansmen of the witch clan still out in the world. It was more than normal for some of the ancestral witches to hide their existence. If you're really a stick in the mud, the sorcerer race wouldn't have become one of the future hegemons of heaven and earth. The great battle between the ancestral witches and the immortal court would not end so hastily. This, after seeing the immortal court's female paragon retreat, the great avatars from all sides figured it out soon after. And so it was. The gazes of these great avatars who were concerned about the changing situation of the heavens and earth, one by one, once again focused on the Yingzhou immortal court, waiting for the next reaction from the immortal court. In this way, 3,000 years had passed with the snap of a finger. This day, Terra Nova Immortal Court. The dome of the sky was rendered glowing by the diffuse immortal light. And a whole lot of auspicious clouds carried a large number of immortal generals and immortal soldiers. An immortal boat, pulled up into the air by the hideous and powerful beasts. A chariot, arrayed in a vast array. The entire sky dome was occupied by the immortal court's army, with countless flags covering the sky and the sun, and a gale blowing through, setting off continuous waves of flags that hunted in the long sky. Rumble. A powerful aura erupted from within the immortal court. Immediately following, with celebratory clouds on their heads and auspicious colors on their feet, the great Luo immortal monarchs of the immortal court unabashedly released their own Tao, reflecting the heavenly dome in all its splendor. And then, roar! Several augur roars rang out. Immediately following, for imperial chariots pulled by 10,000-foot augur dragons of the great Luo golden immortal realm sailed out from the immortal court in a grand manner, with the Duke of the East as the leader, followed by the other 3 paragon saints of the immortal court other than the Queen Mother of the West. The 4 great avatars released their own great Tao at the same time. At once the weather between heaven and earth is made to change. Immortal light cleanses. The great Tao is dense. The sky falls into splendor. And the earth produces golden lotuses. As soon as the Lord of the East appeared, billions and billions of immortal court armies, a host of great Luo immortal monarchs saluted one after another, chanting in unison, "See you, Emperor! See you, Emperor! See you, Emperor!" The sound swept the 9 heavens, spreading to the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. At this moment, sitting on top of the Emperor's carriage, with immortal light flowing around his body, floating and sinking thousands of worlds of streaming light, like the Lord of heaven and earth, the Duke of the East was in a very happy mood. This is what he wants. This is his word. Of course, Lord East is not a man who is easily satisfied. Today's might was just the beginning. What he wanted was for the entire floodplain to prostrate under his majesty. Even more so, even the saints, he may not be unable to manage. Saints are powerful. But if he, the Duke of Dongwang, also proves to be a saint, when he was even more powerful than a sage, facing him, the supreme being of heaven and earth, what should a sage do? Wait until the mountains of the immortal court army have passed. Lord Dongwang's eyes lit up with radiant divine light. The immortal court follows the way of heaven, governs all beings, and guards the order of yin and yang. Ran dash. The 3 ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain do not know the number of heaven, do not respect the heavenly Tao, and have acted against the immortal court's law and discipline. The crime is unforgivable and deserves to be executed. The brilliant voice spread across the heavens and earth. landing in the ears of everyone in the Immortal Court army. This speech was merely articulating a reason for the Immortal Court to raise an army. Albeit in the opinion of some, quite unnecessary and a waste of time. But how? The Immortal Court of the Duke of Dongwang nowadays is the very existence of the heavenly mandate, which claims to be the orthodox administrator of the flood. There are some reasons above consciousness that are still necessary. Even if that reason doesn't stand up to scrutiny, it needs to get one out. Fortunately, the word Xianmei had once said about disrespecting the heavenly Tao and disrespecting the saints were a good reason. The big hat of not knowing the number of heaven and not respecting the way of heaven comes straight down. The Immortal Court, as an orthodox governing body recognized by the heavenly Tao, it was only logical to send troops to attack. After declaring the reason for going to war, the Duke of the East doesn't really want to bother with a lot of words either. A big hand. The army is on the march to obey the heaven and to fight against the rebellion. Rumble. 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 With a command, billions and billions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals released a terrifying killing aura. And when it coalesced into a single strand, the terrifying ferocity directly eclipsed the heavens and earth, pulling the momentum to press toward the four seas and the 8 wastelands. A layer of awe clouded the hearts of all living beings. What's more, already shivering up a storm. See this scene. The many great avatars who were paying attention to the Terra Nova Immortal Court all changed their faces slightly. The might of the Immortal Court. It's a big deal now. Chapter 58 Desperate Moments for the Immortal Court Army. Chapter 58 Sun Star. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Looking at the live broadcast of the time calendar. The Yingzhou Immortal Court's image. She has beautiful eyes carried a color of emotion. Previously, everyone only knew that the Immortal Court was powerful and already had the demeanor of a hegemon. But the Immortal Court is specifically how a potential big law. People still do not have a concept of concretization. Nowadays, the Duke of the East King's imperial expedition had mobilized a large portion of the Immortal Court's power. And the power of the Immortal Court that had been displayed had given all the great avatars an extremely intuitive feeling. The 5 dignitaries. After the 20 dead, there were hundreds of Dala immortal monarchs, as well as an even greater number of Tai immortal generals. That's it. And just the forces that have been shown so far. Who knows if there are other forces hidden within the Terra Nova Immortal Court? To say that the Duke of the East King's royal palace this time, directly putting all the power of the Immortal Court on the table, no one would believe it. At the very least, the other Immortal Court Lord Western Queen Mother was still sitting firmly in the Yingzhou Immortal Court and had no intention of showing her face at all. Eyes turned to Fuyuko. He inquired once more. What is the result of this expedition of the Duke of the East? You should have counted on it. Right? Take a sip of laurel brew. Fuguang said with an extremely casual expression. A great defeat. Swish. Swish. He and not to mention. Even the cool and trippy Chang, she was looking at Fuguang with some misplaced surprise. And that's all it takes to go down in flames? As far as they're concerned. In terms of the power and might displayed by the Immortal Court at this moment. Not to say a great victory. But a small victory should still not be much of a problem. How did it still end in a blowout? Knowing that He and Chang, she had some incredulity about his judgment. But Fuguang did not intend to say much. Just with a mysterious smile on his face. He continued to look at the picture on the calendar table of the Immortal Court's army heading towards the foot of the Buzhou mountain in great numbers once again. It's easy to see exactly how. Very quickly. Under the watchful eye of the forces. The vast army of the Immortal Court, led by the Duke of the East King, a lord of the Immortal Court, once again arrived at the Buzhou mountain. The aura could be said to be completely different from the previous battle when only the female Immortal Court paragon had come over. The dark clouds in the sky continued to converge. And the rolling divine thunder shook. Woo! The sound of the horn of an army on the march resounded between heaven and earth. Thud! The drums of war beat and galvanized the will of the army. Meanwhile, the vast immortal light directly tore through the dim sky dome, bringing a little bit of light to the already darkened realm of the Buzhou mountain. The Duke of the East King, riding in the imperial carriage, appeared from the golden light. The strong aura of a great divine master was unleashed towards the heavens and earth with impunity. Unbridled. The Duke of Dongwang had just arrived with the Immortal Court's army when Xin Mei's roar of shock and fury resounded between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, rumble! A monstrous and terrifying blood aura shot straight up into the clouds, sweeping the entire sky and earth in a vast and majestic manner. Thump! 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 The three ancestral witches, Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong, who had directly manifested their true bodies as ancestral witches, directly walked out from the Buzhou mountain. The power of the four great Tao paths manifested. A strong, suffocating pressure that directly countered the descending might caused by the Duke of the East King as well as the Immortal Court's army. Out of the unchained mountains, Shen Mo's face was very ugly. Since you're all here, then don't even go. What an arrogant ancestor witch! Are you still unafraid in the face of such an array of the Immortal Court? Other than that, that's an extremely impressive amount of boldness. Hearing Xin Mei's words, the Duke of the East King smiled coldly. Ha! Arrogant! Previously, I thought that you ancestral witches were really rampant. And today, when I see you, it's true. Today, this honored man is here. East Wanggong also want to say some more row above the words. After all, he is orthodox, occupying the great righteousness. Before the great war is naturally to say something. Of course. The more important reason is, the Duke of the East King looked at the ancestral witches' fighting strength. If he could subdue them and use them for him, why would he worry that he would not be able to accomplish his great endeavor? As for the claim that the two sides are quantum protagonists and should be at loggerheads? This simple. As long as the ancestral witches as well as their races joined the Immortal Court, they would not be considered incompatible. But unfortunately, the current Duke of Dongwang obviously hadn't seen the true hegemony of the ancestral witches. He hadn't finished his sentence. It was then interrupted by an unfamiliar voice that dominated the room. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just kill him. The words fell. Thump! 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 There were also three huge figures that walked out from the Buzhou mountain. And the rolling blood and terrifying aura on their bodies were just like the three great ancestral witches. Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. This scene, it directly made the Duke of the East, who was sitting high in the Emperor's carriage, have his scalp explode. Meanwhile, it also caused the female Immortal Court Paramount, who had followed him on another expedition, as well as the other two Paramount male Immortals, to change their faces drastically. Even the four great avatars were like that. That was not to mention the Downlord Immortal Monarchs and Tai Immortal Generals below, as well as the numerous Immortal soldiers. Withdraw. There was no hesitation, no bullshit, and no fight for a little FaceTime. The Duke of Dongwang directly gave the order to retreat now. Meanwhile, decisively, he sacrificed a shuttle-type spiritual treasure and directly opened a flowing light immortal bridge between heaven and earth. Just step onto the fairy bridge. It would be possible to go directly from the battlefield and teleport back to the Yingzhou Immortal Court. 6 terrifying great aptitudes with invincible physical bodies that were strong enough to resist any spiritual treasures and follow another path were enough to completely bury this large army under his command. If that's true, the Immortal Court will be directly genuflecting. It's horrible. Never thought. The ancestral witches were not 4 or 5 as envisioned by the Duke of Dongwang. But there were a full 6 of them. This battle. There's no way to start a fight. Want to go now? Just as the Duke of the Eastern King was exerting his means. And the other 3 immortal court paragons, who were also cooperating with him, were preparing to retreat. Another chilling, unfamiliar voice rang out. Immediately following. Buzz. The scenery of this piece of heaven and earth was slightly distorted. And extremely terrifying spatial fluctuations. Just like a flamboyant cover. Directly shrouded down from above the sky. Surprisingly enveloping all of the immortal court armies. As well as the 6 ancestral witches. Even the flowing light immortal bridge that the Duke of the East King had exerted his means to catalyze was directly cut off. Thoroughly and completely. The immortal court army was besieged between this piece of heaven and earth. Who? This scene caused the Duke of Dongwang to roar in shock and anger. With such a powerful spatial Tao, the other party was by no means idle. It wasn't that he wasn't able to break the blockade. It was just that those 6 ancestral witches with murderous intent obviously wouldn't give him that chance. Just as the words of the Duke of the East fell. A 6-footed, 4-winged, dun faceless, shaped like a yellow capsule, but as red as a Dan fire, with an aura identical to that of the 6 ancestral witches. The 7th ancestral witch that appeared between the change of the real and the virtual stepped out from the space. Another ancestral witch. At this moment, the Duke of the East King and the rest of the immortal court crowd directly had their scalps explode. The great avatar's face was blue with disbelief, the Tao Lord immortal monarchs were pale with inner fear, the people below were even more filled with despair. At this time, other than the 4 great avatars, the rest of the immortal court crowd saw no hope of escaping. Chapter 59, The crowd's feelings about ancestral witches. Chapter 59. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was blocked by the newly appeared ancestral witches. And the blockade was extremely strong. Even with the strength of the Duke of Dongwang, it was impossible to break the seal in a short period of time. And the murderous 7 ancestral witches would certainly not be able to give him a chance to break the formation peacefully. So, the Duke of the East is now in a dilemma. Of course. Above the battlefield, the situation could be described as changing rapidly. The ancestral witch didn't even give the Duke of Dongwang time to think of a countermeasure. Wait until the blockade of heaven and earth is complete. Nuwa and the other ancestral witches, who had already been prepared long ago, had monstrous bloodbane qi surging from their bodies. Roared. Kill. No more nonsense at all. The 6 ancestral witches simultaneously urged their ancestral witch true bodies to kill. The leader, Nuwa, evolved his own great Tao of rain and great Tao of ice. And one of them took the lead, heading straight for the Duke of Dongwang. After her, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, and Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water. These 2 ancestral witches who fought and killed each other 3,000 years ago, worked together seamlessly. And the great Tao of water and the great Tao of fire intermingled with each other, sweeping through the immortal court army. Of the 3 ancestral witches that came out from behind, a tiger head and body, with 4 hooves and feet, long elbows, surrounded by terrifying destructive thunder, like a thunder demon god. An 8-headed human face with a tiger body and 8 tails. The bone-scraping wind whistled around his body. And all tangible things were all reduced to pieces under the power of his great Tao. A human-faced beast with ears like dogs and green snakes hanging from its ears. Between its walks, the poison permeated heaven and earth. And everything, even the laws of the great Tao, aura, and so on, withered in its poison. The moment the 6 great ancestral witches struck, the entire heaven and earth shook. And under the erosion of that horrifying baleful aura and murderous energy, the immortal soldiers in the immortal court's army began to shake. And even a portion of the Taiyi immortal generals and golden immortal commanders couldn't withstand it. Just when the immortal court army was about to be in chaos, buzz! A vast and terrifying aura of the mid-paragon realm erupted from the body of the Duke of the East King, directly resisting the aura that the ancestral witches had joined forces to erupt. The Duke of the East, who had already risen from atop the Emperor's carriage, meeting the Xianmei who was at the front of the pack. 3 fellow Taoists. Strike together and do your best to fend off the ancestral witch's attack. Leave it to the Queen Mother to break open the blocked heaven and earth. At this moment, there was no longer room for too much distraction from the Duke of the East. However, he believed that the Queen Mother of the West, who had been paying attention to the situation over here, absolutely could not sit back and watch this nearly 2/3 of the immortal court's living forces, all of which were buried here, and would definitely make a move. All that needed to be done now was to hold off the attacks of the 7 ancestral witches. There is no need for the Duke of the East to say more. The immortal court's 3 paramount saints had also sacrificed their many spiritual treasures. And at the same time, they had also begun to evolve their own great Tao, carrying the great momentum of heaven and earth to meet the incoming ancestral witches. Meanwhile, the many great Luo immortal monarchs and Taiyi immortal generals weren't just watching, knowing very well in their hearts that they and others couldn't intervene in the battles at the upper levels. So simply form a formation to protect yourself, lest without waiting for the Queen Mother's rescue to arrive, he and the others would be the first to fall. Boom! The battle was imminent. The Duke of Dongwang is indeed extremely powerful. He was already in the middle stage of the Paragon realm, all in one piece. It was much more powerful than even the 3 paragon saints of the immortal court. So, when Dong Wanggong met Xianmei, he activated his divine abilities in Taoist techniques, and offered up one piece of innate spiritual treasures. But he also included the 2 ancestral witches, Xu Rong and Gong Gong, who followed Xianmei into the scope of his own rivals. 1 against 3. Surprisingly, he didn't lose in an instant, but instead relied on his own strong strength, as well as his numerous spiritual treasures, and merely fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed. He's not even hurt. The other side. The 2 immortal court quasi-saint male immortals met the 3 ancestral witches that came out from the back, only to be directly pressed and violently beaten in the moment of the battle. Only the power of resistance. And there is no room for resistance. And the immortal court paramount female immortal who had previously fought against Xianmei and had not gained any advantage also made a move. At this point, her head was topped with a cloud pall that blossomed with immortal light, emanating the aura of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. And after sheltering herself, she held a sword in her hand, her beautiful eyes locking onto the ancestral witches blocking off the heavens and the earth. Although it hasn't been done yet. But she didn't dare to slow down at all. The last time she had fought with Nuwa, it had already made this paramount immortal very clear about the power of the ancestral witches. Although this time, she got the immortal court to double the compensation to her extremely high-grade innate defense spiritual treasure 8 treasure cloud pa. But after all, she did not refine many innate divine prohibitions, and could not bring out the full power. Unlikely. It still wouldn't be a match for the ancestral witches. Locked by the paramount fairy. The ancestral witch who had blocked off heaven and earth sneered disdainfully, but did not make a move. He doesn't hit women. The enemy doesn't move. I don't move. The quasi-saintly nymphs didn't go up to the pole to take a beating, either. But they didn't act rashly. She was right to lock on to the other side. Likewise, the opponent is also directly holding her own Kunlun Mountain. Jade Palace. 3 Qing frowned. looking at the 7 ancestral witches that appeared. For some unknown reason, they felt a hint of inexplicable threat from these 7 ancestral witches. But they're 3 clear. Obviously, there is no interest in entangling with the ancestral witches. This. The 3 Qing discussed it. And none of them came to any conclusions for the time being. Phoenix Hill. Inside the pavilion, Nuwa, who had already come out of the gate, sat on top of the stone bench to watch the battle. Her pretty face looking grave. Her beautiful eyes looking at the 7 ancestral witches that stood in the heavens and felt a rather strong threat against the ancestral witches. Even a noble as Nuwa did not have the certainty of victory. Likewise, Fushi, who was standing on the side, frowned, as did Buzhou, who was also here. I don't know why. Fushi's face was full of incomprehension. Open mouth. The poor Taoist actually felt the general feeling of an archenemy from that ancestor witch. Words. Nuwa froze. Then frowned inquiringly. Brother's archenemy? Why don't I feel that way? By all accounts, the 2 of them, her and Fushi's siblings, should be working together. If Fushi could feel the general feelings of an archenemy from the ancestral witch, then it was only right that she, Nuwa, would likewise feel it as well. Not waiting for Fushi to answer, after hesitating for a moment, the white zephyr, a small shrimp of the great Luo golden immortal, was on the side, also spoke up. 2 seniors. Truth be told, the late generation also felt from those ancestral witches as if they were enemies of fate. Hear this. Whether it was Nuwa or Fushi, they all turned their gazes to Buzhou. Fushi was slightly surprised. Little friend Buzhou actually felt it too? The matter. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. After his cultivation had reached his current realm, this sort of obvious feeling of a nemesis was absolutely believable. And there wouldn't be any existence of feeling wrong. What's more, the white zephyr on the side likewise felt the same way. All the same. In other words, this ancestor witch with him and white zephyr belongs to each other, do not see eye. Greatly likely to hostile existence. But at the moment, seeing the strong strength of that ancestor witch, Fushi was very skeptical that he might not be a match for the ancestor witch. Chapter 60, The Queen Mother Strikes. Chapter 60. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. Upon seeing that a total of 7 ancestral witches had appeared, Shiha's beautiful eyes widened slightly. There was something frozen in the look. 7 ancestral witches? Hiss. Changshi Sanwu's face also had some shocking emotional fluctuations, and her beautiful eyes were constantly flickering. In comparison, Fuguang, who had long known the bottom line of the ancestral witches and the power of the witch race, instead didn't have too many emotional changes. Even his eyes were slightly odd. These ancestral witches are actually still hiding? The Duke of the East King had led 2/3 of the immortal court strength in a royal expedition to Buzhou Mountain. But he had not even been able to force all 12 ancestral witches out. The other party was actually hiding their power. Good man. Reckless people like the 12 ancestral witches were beginning to play with the tactical brain of falsehoods. Predictably, how many old sixes existed between this vast flooded heavens and earth? At this moment, Fuguang was incomparably glad that he hadn't been mesmerized and attracted by the throne of the supreme being of heaven and earth. Otherwise, now the person who was facing this group of ancestral witches playing with their brains has changed from the Duke of the East King to Fuguang. After this battle, calmly, he watched the live feed of the hourly calendar. Fuguang lamented. The ancestral witches, as well as the race behind them, will become a brand new hegemony in the middle of the flooded heavens and earth. And judging from the overbearing behavior of these ancestral witches, the The beings of heaven and earth will hardly have a day of peace after their race is completely out of the world. Ah! Words! For this battle whose ending has long been predetermined. He, who did not have too much interest. The eyes looked to Fuyuko. The ancestral witches are indeed overbearing. But as of now, as long as we don't provoke them, we should still be able to live in peace with each other. Right? Judging from the fact that Xianmei directly warned the beings of the flood that they should not trespass on Buzhou mountain. The ancestral witches were indeed overbearing. But is it not a bit too early to say that there will be no peace in the flood world just because of this point? Words. Fuguang smiled. Peace with each other? A quantum leap falls. And there's still peace and quiet? The Immortal Court has lost 2 battles with the ancestral witches. And the Duke of the East King will surely realize the shortcomings of the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court will definitely be further expanded next. And will definitely pull in more Paragon Great Avatars and Downlord Cultivators to join the Immortal Court. So, after this battle falls, the Immortal Court strength will once again see an upward phase. Speaking of which, Fuguang's gaze went to Shihi and Shangxi. Maybe the Duke of the East King will even ask the Queen Mother of the West to extend an invitation to you 2 sisters. If that's true, how would you 2 sisters respond? Shook his head. Shihe's expression remained unchanged. For the Immortal Court, I am not moved. As for Changxi, she didn't answer. With her character, even if she joined inside the Immortal Court, it was unlikely that Changxi would join. She wasn't a fan of joining aside. Hearing Shihe's words, Fuguang smiled, while pondering in his mind. For the Immortal Court is not heartfelt. In other words, if there was a power in mind, she wouldn't hesitate to get in on the action. Right? This was quite a side-splitting moment for Fuyuko. The Queen Mother of the West has struck. Just as Fuguang was chatting with Shihi, Changxi's voice without ripples rang out. Subsequently, the gazes of Fuguang and Shihi both looked toward the battlefield once more. Buzz. Beyond that heaven and earth that had been blocked off by the ancestral witches with the power of the vast great Tao, the figure of Shi Wangmu manifested in a ray of immortal light. Behind her hung a mirror permeated with the power of time. Jade hand holding a dense small flag has stepped into the middle stage of the quasi-saint's terrifying aura. The vast release. The dome of the sky releases the haze of light. Many celebratory clouds rise. With the character of the Queen Mother of the West. This battle. She hadn't really wanted to make a move. But the problem was that she was, after all, the Queen Mother of the Immortal Court. So naturally it was impossible for her to sit back and watch 2/3 of the living forces of this Immortal Court. All of which had been lost here. So, after a moment's hesitation, the Queen Mother of the West decided to take a shot after all. Looking at the blocked heaven and earth, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes were grave as she directly activated her own spiritual treasure. Rumble. Behind her head, the extreme innate spiritual treasure that flowed with the power of Time Kunlun Mirror. A Time Xian ripple inspired. Immortal light made a big fuss, reflecting all things. And the terrifying spiritual light converged. As if it was the light of the sky that broke the clouds and fiercely bombarded on top of the blocked heaven and earth. In a flash, the 9 heavens trembled. The earth began to shake. And violet ripples rose above the spatial barrier that sealed off the heavens and earth. Subsequently, above that space barrier, an opening was gradually torn open under the bombardment of the Kunlun mirror. The jade hand pinched the seal. And the spell changed continuously. Eventually, click. It was accompanied by a crisp shattering sound resounding between heaven and earth. Immediately following, the entire heaven and earth that had been blocked off was completely and utterly broken open in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. Breaking through the heaven and earth that had been sealed by the ancestral witches, Shi Wangmu's expression was not relaxed. The vegetal-colored cloud boundary flag in his hand blossomed into a dense and strange image, dropping thousands of immortal lights. Standing on top of the immortal court army, sheltering all of the immortal court army. Subsequently, Queen Mother West ordered in a deep voice. Withdraw. The words fell at the same time. The Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes lifted up while a golden hairpin was in her hand, directly transforming into a divine sword, which she raised and slashed towards the space in front of her. Clank. From within space, a huge iron fist blasted out, ruthlessly colliding with the divine sword in the Western Queen Mother's hand. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled with the humongous collision. That terrifying chi and blood, as well as the offensive power of the spiritual treasure, swept across the Qua Dome and rushed up to the 9 heavens. The ancestral witches that sealed off heaven and earth, exchanging reality and falsehood in the midst of space, were about to strike out towards Shi Wangmu once again. Unbridled. The immortal court quasi-saint Immortal, who was originally staring at him, roared in anger, her head topped with a cloud pall and her hand holding an innate sword, directly killing towards him, directly protecting the Queen Mother of the West behind herself. Didn't care about the movements of the immortal court's paragon fairy. The ancestral witches that were stopped did not have any change in their complexion and chose to be extremely forceful towards the immortal court saintesses to be, launching a furious attack. The Western Queen Mother's gaze looked towards the Eastern King Duke, directly giving a helping hand to the Eastern King Duke, who was in an absolute disadvantageous position. The Duke of the East King, who had the Western Queen Mother to share the pressure of the battle, drew out his hand and once again offered up a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure. Buzz. The flowing light immortal bridge between the chained battlefield and the Yingzhou immortal court once again surfaced between heaven and earth. This time, the immortal court's army finally stepped onto the flowing light immortal bridge swiftly without any obstacles. And in just a moment's time, the transfer was already complete. The army has just withdrawn. The Duke of the East King and several other immortal court's great avatars all erupted without hesitation. And after forcing back the besieging ancestral witches, they each performed their transportation technique avatars. And without hesitation, they took off from the battle and headed away from the Buzhou mountain. Once the crowd is gone, the Western Queen Mother, who had come to support her, glanced at the 7 ancestral witches with her beautiful eyes. And the Kunlun mirror behind her then tore open a spacetime gap, leapt into it, and also followed the retreat and left. Chapter 61, The Troubled Three Qing. Chapter 61. Once the Queen Mother of the West is gone. The second conquest launched by the Terra Nova Immortal Court against the ancestral witch of Buzhou Mountain ended in failure. This time, the 7 ancestral witches still didn't multiply their attacks. Xianmei, who had manifested his innate Dao body, glanced at the heavens and earth with his beautiful eyes. Aloud. Starting today, Buzhou Mountain is the territory of our Pango descendants' authentic Wu clan. Those who trespass on Buzhou Mountain will die. Don't say a word. In a word, Xianmei as well as a group of ancestral witches have no idea of hiding, but will directly pick out their own roots and origins. Simply do not care about these words. Will be in the heavens and the earth. Caused how big the turmoil. After dropping such a sentence that would create waves amongst the beings of the flood wasteland, Xianhua and the other 7 ancestral witches retraced their steps back to the middle of the Buzhou Mountain, with 2 crushing defeats in the Immortal Court. Next up, the Uncharted Mountains. It really would be a no-go area where all beings are not allowed to enter. The impact of this is not too big or too small, compared to not being able to enter Buzhou Mountain. The significance and impact of the 6 words Pango Descendant Authentic is obviously greater. Inside the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Planet, Fuguang had already taken the time calendar back into his spirit platform. A big stretch. He looked relaxed. This battle falls, and the quantitative robbery has only just begun. So the days ahead will not be too boring. Of course. The reason why Fuguang is so relaxed. And one more thing. It was not yet known how the Duke of the East King inside the Immortal Court would react after realizing the roots of the witch race. But what Fuguang can say for sure is that a few ancestral witches definitely wouldn't just let it go. If one is beaten to the door twice and does not make a counterattack, the ancestral witch is not an ancestral witch. And then the witch clan is not a witch clan anymore. Even though it was said that the ancestral witch had not suffered any losses during these two battles. But it's not the same nature to be beaten at the door. The reason why they hadn't yet pursued and taken the initiative to fight back was also simply because most of the witch clan was still gestating within the Pango Divine Hall. And only their 12 ancestral witches had taken shape and emerged. The descendants of Pangu. Cece's face took on a slightly dazed hue. I didn't think that the ancestral witch would be a Pango descendant. No wonder when that Xianmei ancestral witch said those words previously. Neither the heavenly Tao nor that one made any reaction. If one is a descendant of the great god Pangu, one is indeed qualified to speak words like that. Words. Fuguang smiled. Pango descendants authentic. Ha ha ha. There are people who should have a hard time hearing Fuguang's words. A hint of realization flashed in Shiha's eyes. Obviously. She had already guessed who Fuyuko was talking about. The person who was going to be difficult. Kunlun Mountain. Inside the Jade Palace. At this moment, the three Qing's faces were all a bit ugly. And there was anger in their gazes. Yuan Shi, who had the most arrogant personality, looked at the direction of Buzhou Mountain with an icy gaze. Coldly. Pango descendants authentic. Humph. Tong Tian frowned. He also felt very upset. Ancestral witch Xuanhe's words, especially the word authentic, were as if he was satirizing them. The Pango Three Qing. As if they were not authentic. They, the Sorcerer clan, can be called the Pango Righteous clan. And naturally, the three of US brothers can be too. Tong Tian opened his mouth sullenly. Besides, previously, when we walked the flood, we called ourselves the Pangu Authentic Sect. That ancestral witch and their witch clan are the later ones. So there's no need to care too much. Words. Yuan Shi nodded in a rare recognition of Tong Tian's words. As the head of the three Qing's lousy. Although he did not say anything. From his old face that was wrinkled to a piece, one could tell that he was also in an extremely unhappy mood. Even if there was some truth to what Tong Tian said. But the three brothers also understand. After the appearance of the ancestral witches and the witch race, the situation still changed irreversibly. At the very least, the one who can walk the floodplains in the name of Pangu Masamune. It's no longer just them. The three purities. The floating clouds in the sky look like white clothes. And the shoe changes into a pale dog. In the blink of an eye. Almost one more Yuan session had passed since the Immortal Court's second conquest of the ancestral witches. Only to fail miserably. Inside this one Yuan Hui, Buzhou Mountain has completely become a forbidden area for all beings in the floodplains. And no more immortals go to Buzhou Mountain to seek opportunities for fear of encountering the powerful ancestral witches. As well as the witch race that has not yet truly appeared. The Immortal Court, which had suffered two crushing defeats, advanced and developed in a way that directly bypassed Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, after seeing how powerful the ancestral witches were, the East King's worker also completely liberalized the treasure trove of the Yingzhou Immortal Court and began to cultivate a large number of high-end combatants. The wars to conquer the various races of the flood and grow themselves also unfolded more frequently. Moreover, under the tremendous pressure brought about by the ancestral witches and the sorcerer race, it was as if the Immortal Court had lost its patience with the recruitment of the great avatars and Downlord cultivators in the floodlands. After the big defeat, Duke Dongwang, who was not discouraged, advanced even further in his cultivation and used the momentum to chop out the second corpse. Subsequently, he made personal visits to some of the great adepts, either by promising heavy promises or by suppressing them by force. One after another, they pulled in several great avatars for the Immortal Court to join them, further growing the base of the Immortal Court as well as its chi. Of course, some of the existences that he was sure he would not be able to pull in. The Duke of the East King did not come to his door to bother with more words. For example, Fuguang, the three pristine ones, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, Fushi and Nuwa, the Blood Sea Styx ancestor, and other existences that were bound to be impossible to join the Immortal Court. The Duke of the East King did not even have any interest in going to the door to pay a visit. It's a waste of time to go. The strength of the Immortal Court, once again, ushered in a period of expansion while inside the Pango Temple under the Buzhou mountain, above the sea of blood that was like an endless ocean, a terrifying and extreme ferocious aura converged. On this day, the 12 ancestral witches, such as Xianmei, who were guarding next to the sea of blood within the Pango Divine Hall, were all looking with anticipation at the sea of blood that had begun to churn. The burly man at the head, who was also the elder brother of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestral witch of Space Di Jiang, who had previously made a move to block off heaven and earth during the battle with the Immortal Court, looked at the sea of blood with his gaze. Aloud. The day of the birth of my witch clan's heir is this day. Di Zhang's words were recognized by the other ancestral witches. The group of ancestral witches opened their mouths. It's finally going to be over. The old man is already going to be waiting. When the heir of my witch clan is born, the destruction of the Immortal Court will be used to signal the world for the birth of my clan. Just as the 12 ancestral witches were chatting idly. Rumble. While the sea of blood within the Pango Divine Hall was continuously churning, the grayish and dense ferocious chi that covered the entire Pango Divine Hall was also rapidly surging into the sea of blood. Immediately following. Whoa! 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 A living being of different size and shape. One could even say that it was strangely shaped, continuously manifested and was born from the sea of blood. Wicca. Finally out of the world. Chapter 62 Fushi Baizhe visits the Sun Star again. Chapter 62. Batch after batch of witch clan members continued to walk out from within the Pangu Divine Hall. Soon, under the arrangement of the 12 ancestors, the billions and billions of witches born from the blood pool within the Pango Temple, combined with the fierce fury chi, were divided into 12 witch tribes, with the Pango Divine Hall as the central starting point. It spread, developed, multiplied, and grew in all directions. It grows and grows with each passing year. Gradually, flood races not too far from Buzhou Mountain, as well as some scattered cultivators, came into contact with the witch people. Meanwhile, and to see what kind of a group of existences the Wiccans are. A race with a strong physical body. No yuan shen. No cultivation of magic power or divine abilities. Only absorbing baneful chi to cultivate the physical body. An extremely terrifying combat power. If that was all there was to it, the existence of the witch race would be no big deal. The question is, among the witch clansmen, except for a portion of the strongest people such as the ancestor witches and great witches, who could absorb the fatal chi, blood chi, and spiritual chi between heaven and earth to nourish themselves. The vast majority of the ordinary witch clansmen needed to eat every day to freshen up their stomachs. Meanwhile, this is also a necessary feeding for the Wiccan to fulfill their own cultivation needs. And that leads to, every day, the Wiccan people need to pick what they eat, not to mention that they also need to hunt meat to feed their stomachs. When the day comes, a hunting party of witches unintentionally killed a certain race of cultivators. found that after its transformation of the innate Tao body, after death into a mountain-sized beast, not only the portion is full, and the meat is extremely delicious, rich in huge energy, eaten to be able to quickly enhance the strength of their own sorcerer true body. The situation began to get out of hand. Almost in a fraction of a second. Recipes from the Wiccan community. It becomes rich. From spiritual fruits, wild beasts, and legacy species of ferocious beasts, to the thousands of races in the flood. While the Wiccan recipes increase, with an ample source of meat, the overall strength and reproduction rate of the witch clan had skyrocketed. It soon arrived at a very appalling number. And in the meantime, no matter how slow the reaction of the 10,000 races in the floodplains is, they have finally realized that there is a completely irreconcilable contradiction between the various races such as themselves and the sorcerer race, which is overbearing and powerful, and which feeds on them. Above the witch race's recipe, all the races of the flood are on it. This discovery, it was enough to make the 10,000 races in the floodplains tremble with fear and rage. It was not unusual for one or two races to be hostile and feed on each other's blood. But you, the witch race, feed on the blood of all races? This is really, it's too much of a no-brainer. For a moment, above the floodlands, the conflict between the 10,000 races and the sorcerer race intensified and erupted at an extremely fast pace. And every now and then, there would be a great battle between a certain race and the sorcerer race. It's just a shame that, like a scattered sand of the 10,000 clans, how could they be a match for the sorcerer clan in terms of fighting alone? Even if there are a few that have joined together, again, they are only slaughtered. In that case, tens of thousands of years passed again. Inside the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, a languidly dressed Fuguang, leaning against the Fusang divine tree, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Since determining that the immortal court had already knocked on the door with the sorcerer race, Fuguang, who had landed a big stone in his heart, could be said to be at ease. It's been a great time to get away with it. Fuguang, who was faking sleep, suddenly raised his eyebrows. An honored guest is coming. Go greet them. And by the way, bring the two honored guests directly here. Fuguang's command only fell. Aside. Chunlun, who was now at the Golden Immortal Perfection realm and already had a few hints of Tai Golden Immortal's aura, bowed and led the way. Here. Chunlun bowed and left. It was only about half a moment. Chunlun, who walked in front to lead the way, followed by Fushi and Bai Zhe, walked into the courtyard. Seeing the situation, Fuguang stood up and a hug was given towards Fushi. Fellow Daoist Fushi, long time no see. How have you been? Hearing Fuguang's greeting, Fushi opened his mouth while returning the salute. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist Fuguang. Goodbye. Please forgive me for coming to disturb you this time. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe, who was following Fushi's side, also bowed respectfully towards Fuguang. Aloud. Late Bai Zhe. Meet Elder Fuguang. Words. Fuguang glanced at Bai Zhe, then nodded. Nice. In this short period of time, one has actually stepped into the late dollar realm. You brat also have a promising future. Perhaps in the near future, will become one of our fellow travelers. Hearing Fuguang's compliments, White Zephyr's face was also wearing a smile. But it wasn't getting carried away. Instead, he said, slightly self-effacing, the grace of being instructed by Elder Fushi is not worth mentioning. Nodded. Fuguang didn't say more on top of this topic, but invited both Fushi and Bai Zhe to sit down. Fetching a set of tea utensils, Fuguang operated as if it was flowing like clouds in water, and began to brew tea on top of the immortal table. The action was fancy. It looks pleasing to the eye. It made both Fushi and Baizhe, who were on the side, have some surprise and curiosity. If the flood group of immortals made tea, it was all a matter of a single thought. Where would there be so many mundane and meaningless, but comfortable-looking dao? So, whether it was Fushi or Baizhe, they all felt that the series of operations in which Fuguang made the tea, it's kind of fun. Soon, Fuguang then poured a cup of tea for Fushi, as well as Baizhe. "Gentlemen, please have some tea." Words. Looking at the tea that was placed in front of the two of them, Fushi and Baizhe both got a little solemn for a moment. After all, People Fuguang is a strong person, engaged in such a set of operations after the pouring of 2 cups of tea. Even if the flavor, effect and so on are the same, but the meaning is not quite the same. If you don't solemnize it, you'll be sorry for the performance of Fuguang, the great avatar. Ha ha ha. Looking at Fushi and Baizhe's faces full of seriousness and caution, Fuguang couldn't help but smile. "You two don't have to do that. It's just a cup of ordinary tea. That series of maneuvers just now, it's just a little ritual that the poor man uses to amuse himself." Hearing Fuguang's words, both Fushi and Baizhe were stunned. Then they also smiled and relaxed. After a cup of tea, Fuguang picked up a piece of pastry and leaned his entire body against the back of the chair. His eyes looked at the 2 flood charming godly clerics in front of him. Nowadays, under this situation, the 2 of you do not stay properly in Fengqi Mountain. Instead, you are not afraid of accidentally coming to the poor this Golden Crow Palace. I do not know what for. Fuguang was not a character who liked to bend the rules. So, after failing to surmise the reason for Fushi's and Baizhe's arrival, he chose to directly open the door and ask. Playing machinima and all that is not very good for Fuguang. Chapter 63, A Sage Takes Cover. Why are you panicking? Chapter 63. Fuguang's straightforward inquiry did not make Fushi and Baizhe feel surprised. They more or less had some knowledge of Fuguang. After a few moments of contemplation, Fushi frowned and spoke. "I wonder what kind of opinion you have about that ancestral witch and the witch race. Ever since the witch race came out, there has been constant warfare and killing in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. That witch race is extremely special, as if it was born to be hostile to the various races of the flood. There are some races that have even been eaten up by the sorcerer race and have completely and utterly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the long run, I'm afraid that all other races between heaven and earth will cease to exist except for the sorcerer race." Hearing these worried words from Fushi, Fuguang's face showed an expression that looked like a smile. Open mouth. I can't imagine that fellow Taoist Fushi has such a compassionate heart. After flirting, Fuguang then continued. The poor Tao has no special opinion regarding that ancestral witch, and that particular witch race. As for how much harm the sorcerer clan's practice of feeding on the 10,000 clans will bring to the 10,000 clans of the flood wasteland, it also doesn't have much to do with the poverty road. With the Duke of the East King and the Immortal Court in, the time for the witch race to show off their evil will not last long. The Immortal Court is bound to be able to contain the development of the sorcerer race. And at the same time, the existence of the sorcerer race will cause the Immortal Court steps to unify the flood wasteland to come to a standstill. Between the words, Fuguang's entire body was in a light and relaxed stance. We are but a casual cultivator. Whether it's the big picture or the quantitative calamity, as long as it's not tainted with the karma of it, it naturally has nothing to do with us. In Fuguang's opinion, if Fushi was really worried about the future situation of the 10,000 races because he was worried about the future situation of the 10,000 races, Then he was purely being salty about carrots and carrots. Whose turn it is? It's not Fushi's turn to worry about this. For one thing. Now in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the orthodox ruler is the immortal court. With the immortal court in, it is not his turn to worry about Fushi. Secondly, even if there is no immortal court, there will be another power that will eventually stand up to the sorcerer race. And again, it is not Fushi's turn to worry about this or that. Thirdly, even if the worst comes to the worst, aren't there still saints backing them up? Can the saints still sit back and watch the sorcerer race? Which does not follow the way of heaven, does not respect the saints, and does not know the number of heaven, grow strong and dominate the flood? It must not be possible. After a few moments of contemplation, Fushi also opened the door. Truth be told, after the ancestral witches appeared one after another and the witch race came out, both the poor Taoist and little friend Buzhou sensed the aura of an archenemy from that ancestral witch and the witch race. It's not just the two of us who are like this, but many of the later generations of late bloomers who are guests at Fingchi Mountain nowadays also feel this way. But favoritism. Poverty Road's little sister, however, did not have a sense of heart, which should not be so. Just the mystery of which, whether it is the Poverty Road or little sister, have failed to realize the slightest. Speaking of which, Fushi's gaze looked towards Fuguang with an expectant tinge. Fellow Taoist's easy counting skills are not below those of the poor Taoist. Are you able to calculate something? Words. Fuguang did not directly answer this question from Fushi, nor did he pretend to deduce it. Just organizing the language. The poor Taoist does have a few guesses, but is not able to give this information to you. This is a heavenly opportunity. Never give it away. Why did Fushi, Buzhou, and even many of the people who sought refuge in Fingchi Mountain develop archenemy feelings toward the ancestral witches as well as the witch clan? This is a reason Fuyuko knows all too well. Because if he were to embark on the path of hegemony, these people who had senses could be the backbone of his confrontation with the sorcerer race. Even more so, Fushi is even going to die in the middle of the quantum of solace, at the hands of the ancestral witches. Then during the subsequent rise of the human race, he became the heavenly emperor. One of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race. The degree of karmic connection and destiny involved here can be too great. So much so that it would be too normal for Fushi and the others to instinctively feel the general aura of an archenemy from the witches after seeing the ancestor witches and knowing of the existence of the witches. It would be better to say, it's strange that you can't sense it. Knowing is knowing. But Fu Light is impossible to tell this information to Fushi and White Zephyr. Divulging the information to be subjected to the old crime, not to mention that. And even may be so difficult to have a leg out of the quantum robbery vortex and destiny of the him. To the direct drag back. This. Fuguang is not willing in any way. Like this? After hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi and Buzhou were both very understanding. After all, they were also capable of calculating. So they naturally knew how great the price to be paid for divulging some heavenly secrets that could not be divulged. Okay. Fuguang directly opened his mouth to end this topic, laughing. It's rare for me to have guests visiting this Golden Crow Palace. So how about the 2 of you come over today and play 2 games of chess? Hearing Fuguang's words, whether it's Fushi or Buzhou, both had a glint in their eyes. If fellow Taoist Senior wants to invite, there's nothing wrong with that. Forgo. Both are quite fond of it. Even more so, Fushi also wrote a number of chess games. Over the years, his chess power had improved quite a bit. So it was a good time to see if he could get a win out of Fuguang's hands. The last time he was defeated, Fushi could say that it was still fresh in his mind. Not for long. right in the middle of this courtyard. The two of them, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, took turns playing against Fuguang. Time. It also passed little by little in the process. The years pass with the snap of a finger. With the pressure on the survival of their race brought about by the sorcerer race, the 10,000 races of the floodplains were constantly seeking allies and great spiritual masters who could harbor their race. After much deliberation and choice, the Immortal Court, which became more and more powerful and would not refuse people to join, became the choice of many flood races. So, after the sorcerer race came out and demonstrated extremely powerful fighting strength, as well as irreconcilable conflicts with the 10,000 races, the Immortal Court, instead of losing a great deal of strength and majesty because of the two defeats, benefited from it and became more and more powerful. Of course. How the Immortal Court changed. The changes of the 10,000 races and whatnot didn't have much to do with Fuguang, who was high above the sun star. He didn't really care about those things either. Anyway, as long as the Immortal Court and the witch race don't mess with his head and don't drag him into the quantum revenge, there's no problem with just messing around above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Things that must go to the 4 seas. At this moment, Fuguang is thinking about his life's work. Take a wife. Today, he's already sort of taken a leg out of the quantum vortex. It's about time. Think long and hard about your life's work. After all, one of his obsessions was to take a wife to be with him for a long time to come. Of course, the wife is the red flag in the family. As for whether or not there are any more colored flags out there, it's just a matter of fate. Ah! Now Fuguang considered one thing. I am just a casual cultivator now. And the ordinary sun god is still able to witness the heavenly marriage and get one of the 3 marriage merits of heaven, earth, and man? It is a matter of heavenly merit. There's also the issue of not having a qualifying sky wedding, which is kinda important. Chapter 60 for the straightforward flood. Scheming for the heavenly marriage. Chapter 64. Witness to the heavenly marriage. It wasn't just Fuguang who had this qualification. The merits of the 3 marriages of heaven and earth are all counted. And there are not many existences that fulfill the conditions. But there are not none. Under the original trajectory. The reason why Jun was able to successfully witness the heavenly marriage and obtain heavenly merit was because he was the lord of the demon race and the lord of the heavenly court. Identity and position were sufficient. Fittingly, he had the presence of a demon queen, the queen of heaven. So it was logical to witness a heavenly marriage. The current Fuguang does not have the identity of the lord of the demon race, the lord of the heavenly court. And even the quantum of the situation has not even stepped into the situation. Can still succeed in witnessing the heavenly marriage? Really is not necessarily a thing. Whatever. Shaking his head to push the thoughts down, Fuguang's gaze became firm. Anyway, everything is according to the standard of the heavenly marriage of proof. It's better if it can be accomplished. And if it can't be accomplished, it'll be considered as a joyous celebration. Between the words, Fuguang, who was fully dressed, turned his head to his attendant, the 4 flower fairies, opened his mouth and commanded, "After this seat goes to Taiyin planet as a guest. I still have to go to Chaos to listen to the Tao with 2 fellow Taoists. So while this seat is not yet back, the 4 of you should be good enough to shut up in the Golden Crow Palace and strive to obtain the fruit of the Tao of Tai at an early date." Words. The attendant 4 flower fairies all owed a bow. "At your service, my lord." Nodded. Fuguang did not say any more. Under his feet generated a golden auspicious cloud like the blazing sun, carrying him away from the sun star, towards the Taiyin star on the other side of the starry sky without any haste and without slowing down. "Greetings, your lordship." The 4 flower immortals respectfully saluted towards Fuguang's departing figure. Only after Fuguang left did the four flower immortals take care of everything within the Golden Crow Palace and then went to retreat for cultivation. To this day, the four flower immortals' Dao fruit was just a little bit short of completely stepping into the Tai realm. Tai Golden Immortal was barely enough for Fuguang to do something in his place. So, Fuguang was still quite excited about the growth of the four flower fairies. All the way towards the planet Taiyin. When passing by some stars, Fuguang would also stop to take some that were destined to be with him. The chances that these stars had birthed. In this way, in the journey from the sun to the planet Taiyin, Fuguang gained quite a lot. Once again, he came outside the Taiyin star. Fuguang's face straightened. Sunstar Fuguang has come to visit the two fellow Taoists. I wonder if they are here. Though he had been here before. Fuyuki, at that time, had come to find a couple of hitchhikers for the theater. So, it's not so formal. And this time, it was to formally come to visit the sisters Shiha and Shangxi. So of course, the etiquette had to be in place for that to happen. It didn't keep Fuguang waiting for long. The two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, then stepped on the moonlight and came together in front of Fuguang. There was a slight smirk on his face. Cici, who exudes a feeling of honor. Look at Fuguang. Did you come over today because you have another good show to invite us sisters to the Golden Crow Palace to watch? Froze. Fuguang opened his mouth slightly embarrassed. This time, it's an official visit to the two fellow Taoists. Smiling, he nodded gently. While Cici opened her body sideways. She raised her hand as a guide. Please. She naturally knew that Fuguang was really here as a guest this time. And that remark just now was nothing more than flirting. Not much longer. Under the laurel tree of the moon god's palace, the three of them, Fuguang, took their seats. And all sorts of spirit fruits and pastries were set out. Just sit down. As he was about to pour himself a cup of delicious laurel brew. A piece of cinnamon cake, which emitted a fresh fragrance, was delivered to him by Chang Shi. The beautiful eyes with few emotions were colored with anticipation. Chang Shi looked at Fuguang. Cinnamon cake. I made it. Try it. Words. Putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fuguang accepted this piece of osmanthus cake with a soft face. Laughing. Thanks. Previously, Shangxi had said for him to come to Taiyin Star as a guest and make pastries for him to taste with his own hands. This one thing, Fuguang himself did not remember. After all, just a casual remark. But did not think that Shangxi actually remembered. Honestly, Shangxi's move is really a great poke at the softness of Fuguang's heart. After seeing Fuguang eat the osmanthus cake, satisfied, Shangxi resumed her usual state of coolness and triviality, sitting quietly on top of her seat. A state of being out of touch with the world. The other side. The smile on Cici's face never disappeared. Open mouth. My little sister has been looking forward to your coming over for a long time. Words. Fuguang raised his eyebrows and subconsciously said, What about you? This statement was made. All of a sudden, Fuguang felt that there was something bad about it. Why does it feel like you're a scumbag who wants to tease your sisters at the same time? Only Shihi and Shangxi obviously wouldn't care about such small things. After hearing Fuguang's rhetorical question, Cici fell to nodding her head in acknowledgement. And naturally, I look forward to it. It's too blunt. Fuguang felt that after first being poked by Shangxi in the softness of his heart, he was somehow teased by Shihi. After reciting the clear heart mantra once in his mind, it was only then that the slight ups and downs were suppressed. Fuguang sort of understands. If you fall in love in the floodplain, you don't need any convoluted proof of how much you love. You just need to directly state the intention of your heart. All of them were innate sacred. And all of them were trying to seek the way. Not wasting so much time and rah. This one's good. After all, Fuyuko didn't like pulling either. So, Fuguang, who was after 3 glasses of wine, directly opened the door. Fellow Taoists, I am interested in forming a Tao couple with your sisters. Swish. Swish. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes, just like that, fell directly onto Fuguang's face, both implicitly containing the color of anticipation. Facing the attention of the 2 goddesses, Fuguang did not chicken out or have anything to be embarrassed about. Instead, he continued to speak. Only, on top of this matter, I have some plans. If we can succeed, not only can we become the envied Tao couple of others, there is even heavenly Tao merit to be gained. And also because there is scheming and benefits in dash. That's why all this time, I haven't mentioned this matter to the 2 Taoists. Come back to your senses. His eyes twinkled. So you bring it up now. Is it because you've already plotted? Nodded. Fuguang did not deny it. Indeed, it is already in the back of my mind. It's just that there are too many unknowns if this matter is to succeed. And I can't be sure if it will work out in the end. Slight pause. Fuguang's face was serious. This is not a humble statement on my part. But I am truly unsure. Words. Both Shihi and Shang-Shi nodded gently, indicating that they understood. Fuguang raised his hand and pinched it. The many considerations concerning the witnessing of the heavenly marriage converged into a single immortal light. Deliver this immortal light to Shiha and Shang-Shi. This matter schemes. All in it. You 2 might want to take a look and give me an answer. Took a look at the immortal light in front of him. After Shihi and Shang-Shi looked at each other, they both chose to accept. Chapter 65 Lecture 3. Chapter 65. Just a moment. The 2 sisters, Shihi and Shang-Shi, glanced at each other with some feelings of misplaced surprise and incredulity on their faces. Subconsciously, a wrongly stunned Cici spat. Is this okay? Is heavenly merit so easy to obtain? If it were really that easy, why would there be so few virtuous cultivators between heaven and earth? It's not right. If this plot was proposed by Fuguang, even if it was a bit bizarre, it was still very possible. For no other reason. If we say who is the head of the virtuous monks in the flood, it's not Fuguang. Creating words at one time, incidentally creating the path of the way of letters. He had gained a huge amount of heavenly Tao merit and had harvested quite a few meritorious spiritual treasures. Once set up the flood time calendar, set the time sequence of heaven and earth. Once again obtained a huge heavenly merit commendation. But also harvested the only day God fruit position in heaven and earth. But also harvested a superb innate merit spiritual treasure. A large pile of time sequence merit spiritual treasure. 2 strikes. All of them were enough to prove that Fuguang's means of scheming for meritocracy was completely unproblematic. So, what Fuguang had just told their sisters, the heavenly Tao merit of witnessing the heavenly marriage, might actually be available. Of course, there are a few conditions that need to be met in order to get 100%. Identity of the parties. Witness status. With Fuguang's identity as the only sun god of heaven and earth, as well as the identities of the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shang-Shi, as Tai-In Star Lords, it should be barely enough to cause a reaction from the heavenly Tao. The question now is, the officiant must be qualified enough to do that. An existence that could give the heavenly marriage. At the very least, in the view of Shihi and Shang-Shi, there was no one in the current flood who had this qualification. Unless it's The one saint in the purple sky palace. But wanting that one saint to walk out of the purple heavenly palace, to come to give them these two juniors to witness the marriage, seems to be not impossible. One thought. She's pair of beautiful eyes then looked at Fuguang. When do you want to start maneuvering this? Because she knew about the heavenly marriage. She didn't think Fuguang was a dull, unintelligent man like before, and had some anxiety inside. Instead, getting fated. The innate divine life is endless, as long as it is not tainted with quantitative karma and fall. With the world of the same monarch is only idle. So, she didn't mind Fuguang taking some more years to thoroughly plot this one out. There's no rush. Calmly savoring the laurel brew and eating the cinnamon cake, Fuguang opened his mouth. To accomplish the plotting of this matter, it is necessary to wait for a special time. And it is not possible at the moment. This time, the reason why I am telling you this one thing is that I don't want you sisters to misunderstand my previous attitude. I'm not good with words, so I can only tell you the truth. Words. Cece nodded gently. My sister and I, we both know what you want. Now that your attitude has been made clear, you can rest assured as to how to go about it afterward. And if there is any need for help or collaboration, just open your mouth. Nodded. Fuguang also didn't talk too much about the witnessing of the heavenly marriage. For one thing, Nuwa is still only a small shrimp in the quasi-saint realm, and the red embroidered ball has not yet reached her. And she, the witness, is not even in place yet. So witnessing the heavenly marriage is just a joke. Secondly, if he wants to securely get the heavenly marriage merit, he still needs to improve his status within the flood world, as well as the status of Shiha and Shinshi sisters, which also needs to be improved. This one is not difficult. After all, the reputation of the sun god, as well as the two tying goddesses, was still relatively loud between the flooded heavens and earth. The so-called position within the flooded world. It's actually in personal popularity within the flooded world. What is the significance of the three marriages of heaven and earth? It's simple. It means that all the beings of the flood have a concept of program and ethics, morality and propriety. It does not mean that there will be father and daughter, mother and son, sister and brother, brother and sister, and so on and so forth, which are contrary to the ethics of the program. This is a good advancement for sorting out the order of yin and yang, and for the development and growth of all beings in later generations. So, it is only when you witness a marriage that you are able to have heavenly merit to take. So here's the question. How can the process of witnessing a marriage be widely remembered by all the flooded beings? It's simple. The parties witnessing the wedding, the guests attending the wedding, and the witnesses presiding over the wedding, all of whom are celebrities, will be fine. In layman's terms and straightforwardly speaking, it's just a matter of using the celebrity effect. The reason that Jun could just arrange for witnesses without having to go through the trouble of trying his best to raise his status and popularity was because, as the demon emperor and the lord of the heavenly court, he was a celebrity in his own right. And his status and position were all laid out there. The so-called top-down effect. The demon emperor and the lord of heaven have all married their wives in a regular manner. Do the people below you dare to mess around? But will have to follow suit in droves. This ethical program of marriage, naturally, was gradually established. But Fuguang is different. He only had the attendant 4 flower immortals under his command, and was not a lord of power, much less the head of a clan. And because of that, the method that Fuguang could think of to increase the likelihood of witnessing the marriage was to enhance the celebrity aura on himself and his sisters Shihi and Shang-Shi, and use the celebrity effect to drive all beings in heaven and earth to follow suit one by one, thus increasing the chances that he would be able to succeed in witnessing the marriage. Back to the main topic. After not talking about the testimonials, the conversation between the three started to get lighter and more every day. A rant about the many things that happen above the four seas. Speak about what you have gained from your own participation above the great Tao during these years. Talk about some thoughts on the current situation in heaven and earth. In this way, the time passed so slowly. On this day, in the quiet Taiyin Star Moon Divine Palace, the sound of a Tao bell suddenly rang out. Dang! 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 Hear the sound of the Taoist bell. Fuguang and Shiha, who were originally in the middle of a musical instrument, as well as Changshi, who was working on a new novel, Moon God Wangshu, all stopped the movements of their hands. Essence flashed in the eyes of all three. A glance was exchanged. Time for the third lecture. Casually putting away the ancient zither that was also a meritorious spiritual treasure, Fuguang stood up, looking toward Shiha and Changshi. Going together? Smiling, he nodded. Shiha didn't refuse. I wish. As for Changshi's words, it would be even less of a problem. Soon, the three of them, Fuguang, directly transformed into a golden rainbow and moonflower. And after exiting the Taiyin Star, they headed towards the chaos outside the sky. Compared to the relaxed posture of Shiha and Changshi. At this moment, Fuguang's expression, however, implied a tinge of gravity and seriousness. This third lecture. There's just so much more to happen. So much so that Fuguang himself had some small sense of urgency. After all, this third lecture. But it's all about admiring the future saints. Honestly, Fuguang also aspires to attain sainthood. It was just that before witnessing the Tao, he still had a life and death crisis in front of him that needed to be resolved immediately. Now, after already breaking free from the life and death crisis on one leg, he also had some spare energy to slightly look forward to the beautiful scenery of witnessing the Tao. Chapter 66, This Is It? How many people want it and haven't had the chance? Chapter 66. A smooth and unobstructed journey arrived in front of the chaotic purple heavenly palace. After the salute, the three of them, Fuguang, then found a location to sit cross-legged, quietly waiting for the purple heavenly palace to open its doors. Not caring about anything else. It was as if it was that two people, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, who were followed by a great powerhouse, a great Luo golden immortal, by their side. At this point in time, the great power of these two immortal heads had been realized. And they were at the apex of the power of the flood, unrivaled between heaven and earth. It's time for them to get cocky. Today, the times and situations in heaven and earth were changing. And the relationship between the 3,000 guests and the Purple Heaven Palace was changing just as silently. No longer is there as much harmony as the first hearing of the sermon and the second. The reason for this? It was still because the Immortal Court had offended quite a few great spiritual masters during its rise to power. Even there are some great avatars who have even fought with the Immortal Court already. The same. The number of 3,000 visitors who came to hear the sermon this third time was also reduced a little. Some were slaughtered by the Rising Witch clan. Some of them did not respect the orders of the Immortal Court and did not want to join the Immortal Court. Thus they died. Overall, everything is changing dramatically under the great change of the quantum culpa. It wasn't long after Fuguang's trio arrived. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, a pair of Fagyi Dao couples, and Fushi and Nuwa, siblings, also arrived. Upon arrival, similarly sensing the change in atmosphere among the 3,000 guests, after the four of them greeted Fuguang, Shi He, and Chang Shi, they didn't have much to communicate with each other, and also quietly waited for the Purple Heavenly Palace to open its doors. Time rushes by. shortly after the arrival of the 3,000 guests one after another. Clunk! The gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace opened. Child Haotian walked out from within the Purple Heaven Palace. The period of 10 Yuanhui has arrived. The teacher is about to begin his lecture. Please enter. After hearing Boy Hao Tian's reminder, the 3,000 guests who had arrived were all recovering from their state of false sleep and wandering. Then, one by one, they all quietly walked into the Purple Heavenly Palace and sat down in their positions, quietly waiting for the saint to show up to open the Great Tao. Wait for the 3,000 guests to take their seats. The saint's figure appeared above the high lectures without warning. Buzz. Taoist rhythms flowed from his body and he mouthed loud Taoist sounds, instantly turning the entire Purple Heavenly Palace into a sea of endless Great Tao and thousands of imagery. The 3,000 guests who came to listen to the sermon were all instantly stabilized. And then they began to comprehend the Great Tao. This third sermon is a mixed bag. And the sages don't seem to have a clear sermon theme. From time to time, the sage spoke about the cultivation of the quasi-saintly realm. And from time to time, he spoke about the cultivation of the avatar Tao. And from time to time, he dictated the way of the sage's cultivation. It's totally just a matter of preaching on the spur of the moment. This could really make the 3,000 guests listening to the sermon. It's like falling into a sea of smoke. Cloudy. If it's a good thing to be a good thing to be a good thing. In a few moments, the part of the 3,000 guests with the least strength and qualifications were the ones who frowned and showed pain on their faces, and then were forced to retreat from the state of listening to the Tao. When they exited the state of listening to the Tao, they were first bewildered for a while, and then they silently unfolded their own Tao flower, making strong memorization of the mysterious and subtle hazy Great Tao that the saint had spoken, so that when their strength was raised later on, they could then proceed to their enlightenment. Of course, even if they were forced to memorize, they wouldn't be able to remember much at all. A little bit of time passed. 1,000 years later, those who could still follow the sermon were left with only the 3,000 guests with superior root qualifications and above. 2,000 years later, those who had not yet withdrawn from the state of listening to the Tao were left with only the innate holinesses with top root qualifications. 2,500 years later, almost all of the top innate sacred ones had successively withdrawn from the state of enlightenment, and then opened their own Tao flower to memorize the great Tao taught by the sages. 3,000 years have passed. The saint who had been happy to preach completely at his own will finally stopped preaching with an unfulfilled desire. The Tao rhythms and visions within the Violet Sky Palace also dissipated. The people were also detached from the work of rote memorization of the saint's doxology. Above the sun bushel, Fuguang detached himself from the state of enlightenment with a feeling of unfulfilled intent in his eyes. This time, the saint's opening lecture on the great Tao was very smooth, and Fuguang also listened to it fluently. Although there were a few places in the middle where he almost didn't turn around and fell into a bullseye. However, his root qualification was horrible. And now with the fruit position of the sun god and the karma of the ancestor of the way of literature, he had his own chance to take refuge, causing him to follow the saint's sermons several times in a row. It's 2 of the 3,000 guests within the entire Purple Heavenly Palace. He was the only one who had listened to the entirety of this third lecture. Of course, this, Fuguang himself knew it well. The saints on the high stage lectures knew it well, and the others didn't. After all, the 3,000 guests within the Purple Heavenly Palace, who were all seeking the Tao, would not fall their attention to others on the occasion of such a great opportunity of the saint's sermon is all. Wait until the 3,000 guests are restored, as has been the practice on the previous 2 occasions. The sage first answered the doubts of the 3 purities. Subsequently, with a calm gaze and a pale face, he spoke. I have witnessed the Tao and become a saint. And in obedience to heaven's destiny, I have preached 3 times for all beings in heaven and earth. And now that my merits have been fulfilled, I will merge with the Tao in my body to mend the heavenly Tao. You and others listening to the sermon are instructed to. If you don't become a saint, you'll end up as an ant. All of them will fall and turn into dust in the midst of an infinite amount of kalpas. Remember, you and others, take care of yourself. The words fell. The crowd had not yet recovered from the heavy news that Hongjun was going to use his body to merge with the Tao and replenish the entire Tao. When they were shocked again by the words that followed Hongjun's words. If you don't become a saint, you'll end up as an ant? In the end, they will all be unable to escape the scourge of immeasurable suffering and will eventually die? How's that work? No one wants to die. The so-called morning sickness is enough for the night. That presupposes hearing the word. 2. Now that no one in the 3,000 guests has really heard of the way. Who wants to die? Immediately, the 3,000 guests all worshipped and pleaded with fear and trepidation. I implore you, teacher, to show me the way. Even Fuguang, who had already anticipated all this in his heart, was once again playing out his own extraordinary acting skills. Full of panic and sincerity, pleading towards the sage for guidance. In fact, Fuguang knows very well. Rather than giving instructions, saints would simply arrange for a few of their disciples to become saints. 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace. Apart from the 6 saintly disciples who were inducted, there is no hope for anyone else. Does Fuguang have some regrets in his heart? That's a given. Who doesn't want to be certified as a saint? Although there are many sayings that after certifying to be a saint, there is still a Hongjun on his head. And at the same time, he has to accept the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. And it will be even more difficult for him to transcend in the future. But the thing is, if you don't prove the Tao and become a saint, in the future, there will not only be the heavenly Tao and Hongjun the great steward, but also the 6 saints, the administrators, in the head. Let alone transcendence when the time comes. It's a matter of whether or not you can stay alive. So, don't say anything about becoming a heavenly saint would be restricted by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. That's all. How many people have squeezed their heads to get inside the restricted circle and haven't had much of a chance? Chapter 67 Distributing the Sacred Position. The 100 Phases of Beings. Chapter 67. For the flood beings, becoming a celestial saint is not entering a limiting circle. Instead, it's really the final round. No saints. Even observing the chess game of heaven and earth from the side was dangerous. Let alone placing a move in the middle of a chess game. If one can't even see this, then this Tao, the cultivation of it, is just a waste. Fuguang knew this very well in his heart. Only, it was simply too difficult for him to prove himself as a saint. So, it's only when you set your sights a little lower. With the world with the king. Doesn't this title seem to go well with him? The sun god Fuguang? Although he would still fall in the midst of an infinite amount of quantum kalpas. But if he could live one more quantum kalpa, he would earn one more quantum kalpa. And if he could live one more day, he would earn one more day. Ah! Put your mind at ease and the world is wide open. At this moment, although his face also looked pleading and sorrowful, Fuguang's heart did not have the slightest ripple. He's just cooperating with the saints now. Getting all the subsequent drama of the 3rd lecture out of the way. Although he was only a group actor now, he was upholding a professional attitude and the purpose of not being able to make the saint uncomfortable in his mind. The play. Fuguang is still going to finish the song. On the high table lecture. The saint's face remained unruffled in the face of the 3,000 guests' pleas. Aloud. Under the heavenly Tao, there shall be 9 saints. And besides me there are still 8 saintly fruits. After the saint's words fell, the 3,000 guests all looked grave. A sea of beings competing for 8 saints? This competitive pressure can no longer be described as great. It's just going to explode. No chance was given to the 3,000 guests to continue pleading and speaking. The sage's gaze turned and looked directly at the 6 disciples in front of him. This glance, it directly caused the hearts of the 3,000 guests to thump, while also causing the 6 sage disciples sitting on top of the heavily dao bushes to be overjoyed and full of surprise. Not appetizing. The saints spoke directly. I have established the Xian sect to create all beings. And there shall be a saintly legacy under my door. Tai Ching Laozi is the original spirit of Pangu, the head of the 3 purities, and is endowed with the merit of opening the heavens, so he can become a saint in the future. Give you the innate treasure Taijitu and the foundation of sainthood Hongming purple qi, and hope that you will witness the Tao as soon as possible, and take up the heavy responsibility of Xuanmen's inheritance. The words fell. Buzz. Between the saint's raised hand, he directly sent out a dense and spiritual purple air mass, as well as the Taiji diagram, which emitted the aura of a supreme treasure, and landed in front of old man Tai Ching. Such a chance, even if it has always been calm and indifferent, Laozi is also full of excitement. Solemnly thanked the saint gift before receiving the Hongmeng violet gas and the innate treasure Taijitu. Seeing the opportunity that Laozi had received, none of the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace were not red-eyed. The foundation of sanctification, the innate supreme treasure. Take each one individually. It's all enough to make 3,000 guests go crazy for it. In particular, the Hongmeng purple qi, which was the foundation of sainthood, was incomparably maddening. Who doesn't want to be a saint? Who doesn't want to be certified? Both want to. Only 3,000 guests could only think about it. Laozi was the sage's personal great disciple, and the sage wanted him to bear the burden of the Xianmen sect's inheritance. So naturally he couldn't possibly watch his things being taken away from him. So, if anyone dared to take advantage of the fact that Laozi had not yet become a saint to make a move against him, not to mention whether or not they would be able to win against the 3 Qing, even if they did, they would still face the wrath of the saints. No one dares to move. After Lao Tzu, the saints once again bestowed the Jade Qing Yuan Shi's innate treasure, Pangu banner, as well as the foundation of sainthood, Hongmeng purple qi, and also bestowed on the Shangqing Tongtian's complete set of immortal exorcism sword formation, as well as the foundation of sainthood, Hongmeng purple qi. And after granting Tongtian the immortal execution 4 swords and the immortal execution sword formation, he specifically instructed Tongtian, this formation is dangerous and must be used with caution. Though Tongtian answered very well, it is especially unknown whether he actually took this sentence to heart. The 3 personal disciples had all been bestowed with spiritual treasures. The saint's gaze went to Nuwa, who was a shut-in disciple. Nuwa, thou shalt have a great chance in the future to become a saint as well, granting you the extreme innate spiritual treasure Mountain River and Jigaku diagram, the red embroidery ball, and the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng purple qi. I hope that you will soon witness the way. Compared to what the pro-transmission 3rd disciple had received, when it came to Nuwa, it was much worse. It's not that mountains and rivers as well as red embroidered balls are bad. Just compared to the 2 innate supreme treasures, as well as the complete set of immortal execution sword formation, which was claimed to be unbreakable without the 4 saints, the mountain river and goddess of God diagram, as well as the red embroidery ball, were indeed not enough to look at. It was a good thing that Nuwa also knew that there was definitely no comparison between this shut-in disciple of hers and a true disciple. Not really caring how good the baby is, full of joy, he accepted the saint's gift. Disciple thanks teacher for his gift. It doesn't matter if the baby is good or not. What matters is the foundation of sainthood. This thing. But it's about your future path. Fabulous is certainly important. But one's own path is fundamental. Excessively pursuing the good or bad of a magic treasure and neglecting one's own path is the behavior of sacrificing the essence and pursuing the end. After granting Nuwa, the shut-in disciple, a magic treasure in Hongmeng violet chi, the saint's gaze also went to Jiayin and Junti. And before the two of them began to cry and wail again, he likewise granted the two of them a spiritual treasure as well as a piece of Hongmeng violet chi. Up to this point, the 6 disciples under the saint's door had all been benefited and were already destined to be certified as saints. In other words, the 9 saintly fruits under the flood heavenly Tao, including the saints themselves, had gone to 7. What's left of? There would only be 2 saintly fruits. If just now, when there were still 8 fruition positions, the beings felt a storm of pressure as they fought for them. At this point in time, the hearts of many of the 3,000 guests had actually despaired. 2 saintly fruits. And then see how many more top flood powers. The Eastern King's Duke, Queen Mother of the West, Fuguang Taoist, Fuxi Taoist. A whole bunch of top innate saints were eyeing those remaining 2 saintly fruit positions. And there was still hope for those of them whose root qualifications were only medium-low. 3,000 guests have the appearance of beings. Some are very calm and open, still maintaining their own good heart and demeanor. Some were red-eyed and full of resentment. Some of them were filled with sighs, feeling that they had no hope with the saintly fruit. Which? There are no 2 people who behave in the most extreme manner. For one thing, the head of the male immortals, the Duke of the East, being the head of the male immortals, he also had the ambition of becoming a dignitary of heaven and earth within his heart. And he also clearly saw where his own Tao lay. So, no one is better than the Duke of Dongwang. Even more so, he longed to prove the way and become a saint. Secondly, because Red Cloud gave up his seat, it ended up causing him to be joined by Jiayin and Junti, knocking down the kunpeng of the heavenly Tao bushel. At this moment, the kunai's teeth were about to snap off. The whole man had some nerve looking at the heavenly Tao futon on which Junti was sitting. That was supposed to be his spot. The identity of a saint's disciple, the chance to become a saint in the future. And everything else should have belonged to him. Results. Just because of this stinking Red Cloud, not only did he lose his own chance of sainthood, but even brought him to lose his chance of sainthood. At the thought of that, with a pair of murderous gazes, Koan Pang then looked at Red Cloud, who was still in remorse. Sage disciples he Kunpeng is not dare to provoke. But Red Cloud, this dog, Kunpeng not only dare to provoke, but also dare to get him dead. Chapter 68, Sage, Heaven and Earth like a true emperor. Fuguang, right. 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 Chapter 68. After distributing the holy places belonging to his disciples, the saint didn't stop moving. Instead, he raised his hand and once again took out a Hongmeng violet chi. This Hongmeng purple chi will be left to choose its own master, and anyone with a destiny will be able to obtain it. The words fell. The saint directly released the restraints on the Hongmeng purple chi in his hands and let it fly away, as if it were a naughty child, flying around within the purple heavenly palace, constantly wandering amongst the 3,000 guests to choose from. At this moment, looking at this Hongmeng purple chi, the hearts of the 3,000 guests were filled with longing, and some of their eyes were glowing red. Of course, there are also those who are more easygoing in mind and do not show the ugliness of greed. Very quickly, this one Hongmeng violet chi traveled between all 3,000 guests. Subsequently, a deft turnaround directly rushed to the Red Cloud sitting on top of his own futon. In his heart for this one Hongmeng violet chi did not hold too much thirst, and directly did not enter his Yuanshan spiritual platform. The foundation of sainthood chose me? The sudden surprise caused Red Cloud to cry out in joyful surprise while being filled with misplaced surprise. Only. Haven't waited long for Red Cloud joy. A pair of reddened eyes then fell upon him. Envy. Extreme. Greed. As well as killing. The 3,000 guests in the Purple Heavenly Palace are not cuties. What the sage had made clear when he released this Hongjun purple chi. It is available to all who have a destiny. It doesn't matter if it's a fated person. But the words all things are possible say it all. This one Hongjun purple chi was something that could be fought over and contested. As long as you have enough strength to snatch and guard this foundation of sainthood, then this Hongjun purple chi belongs to you. And you are the one who has the destiny. Although Red Cloud had now obtained this one Hongjun violet chi, it was still an unknown whether he would be able to guard this one Hongjun violet chi. After being startled by the murderous gazes of the many 3,000 guests, Red Cloud, who had just obtained the Hongjun purple chi, his happy energy instantly disappeared. And his entire being was grave and serious. What other people understood. As the best amongst the great avatars, Red Cloud was naturally able to comprehend thoroughly this Hongjun purple chi. There was nothing wrong with it being a heavenly opportunity. But it also brought with it the great crisis of the body fading into oblivion. Only to have Red Cloud simply give up the foundation of sainthood that had come to him. That would never be possible either. All were great magi. All were innate sacred. And regarding their own paths, anyone's determination was very strong. To give up the foundation of sainthood in one's hands simply because of the hostility of the 3,000 guests. Then there would be no need to cultivate Red Cloud's Tao. Didn't care for that little ruckus between the 3,000 guests. The saint on the high stage lecture spoke once more. It's not easy to cultivate. And the calamity is unpredictable. Since you are the fated ones in my Purple Heaven Palace, listening to my way and passing on my Xianmen method, I will naturally not let you gain nothing at all. Hearing the words of the saint, the 3,000 guests who were originally eyeing Red Cloud were all turning back to the sage with surprised faces. Worship at the same time. Thank you, Sensei, for your gift. There's nothing wrong with that name. After all, a saint was in existence that preached for the 3,000 guests. Within the Purple Heavenly Palace, addressing a teacher was perfectly fine. But outside the Purple Heaven Palace, except for the 6 disciples under the saint, the remaining 3,000 guests had to be honored with the title of saint or Tao ancestor before they could do so. After the saints summoned the boy Hao Tian, toward the 3,000 guests in the Purple Heavenly Palace, he opened his mouth. On the cliff of divided treasures, there are spiritual treasures that I obtained when I traveled through the flood. So you can go and take them by karma. After the saint's words fell, boy Hao Tian stepped forward and salute toward the 3,000 guests. Gentlemen, please follow me. Talking at the same time, the crowd of 3,000 guests were all scrambling to follow Hao Tian's figure, heading towards the separation cliff of the Purple Heavenly Palace. In addition to beyond Fuguang, what is the last chance in the Palace of the Purple Sky? That would naturally be the chance to split the treasure at the Split Treasure Cliff. From the moment Fuguang stopped his enlightenment, he was always preparing to go to the treasure dividing cliff to divide the treasures, wanting to get some more treasures and expand his storehouse of magic treasures. So here's the question. Why did Fuguang, who had such an idea, sit motionless on top of the futon instead when everyone was scrambling forward to share the treasure? The reason for this is also simple. The saints kept him. Fuguang had just wanted to act when a soft but irresistible force of greatness pressed him down on top of the futon, preventing him from getting up. Just for a moment. In the great hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Only Fuguang and the saints on the high lectures were left. Upon realizing that it was a saint who wanted to leave himself behind, Fuguang was apprehensive within his heart. But he didn't resist anymore. There's no need. Saints want to get him to Fuguang a small golden crow. It is just a matter of waving his hand. Since you can't fight back, you might as well stay quiet. Fuguang also believed that the saint would not be so classless as to do something directly to him. Fuguang. There should be something to tell him in detail. Alone. One thought to this. Fuguang's heart became calmer and calmer. Not seeing any panic at all. There's just something sad about. There should be quite a few treasures on the cliff of divided treasures that are related to him. If he doesn't go, Jade Qing Yuan, sure, that guy who even had to end up at the cliff of divided treasures together, would surely also take the spiritual treasures that belong to him and give them away straight away. It's a shame to think about it. Just as Fuguang's mind had some small flare-ups, the saint on the high platform lecture turned a pair of gazes with slight ripples towards him. Seeing the situation, Fuguang instantly suppressed the many distracting thoughts in his heart and waited respectfully for the sage to speak first. And no bullshit. The saint was also a very quick-witted character. Lift your hand and wave. Buzz. A stream of light landed in front of Fuguang, all of which were some innate spiritual treasures of different grades that had a destiny with him. Thank you, sage, for your gift. Watching these innate spiritual treasures appear, Fuguang's gaze couldn't help but reveal joy. And after saying thank you, he beautifully accepted the spiritual treasures. The sage nodded slightly. Subsequently, speaking aloud, the witch race has come forth. The killing karma of heaven and earth has increased dramatically. The fury has surged. And the quantitative calamity has arrived. Ran dash. With the ability of the immortal court, the governance of the world is still insufficient. And there is still a lack of a true emperor between heaven and earth who can command all races and rule over heaven and earth. Listen to what the saints say. Fuguang didn't say a word and frowned slightly, his face showing contemplation while also carrying some compassion for the suffering of the heavens and earth. Only, though he reacted in this way, he did not in the least try to take up the subject of the saints. How can he answer that? Saying that the saints are right and the saints are highly opinionated? That's a lot of ass-kissing. Not Fuguang's style. And most importantly, in case he picks up the conversation. After the corners of the saint's mouth had risen, he arranged directly for him to. You are the only true emperor in that heaven and earth. Go work hard. I'll be at the purple heavenly palace to properly watch you work hard. What about that? Go. 10 deaths and no life. No go. What about a saint slapping him on the spot? So, showing this look of love and helplessness displayed by his perfect acting skills would do the trick. To remain unchanged. Chapter 69, Fuguang, testing the old cadre with this? Chapter 69. Fuyuki doesn't pick up the topic thrown at him. The saint was not surprised. He still had a certain understanding of Fuguang. Knowing that he was prudent and calm. Only taking chances he was sure of. And only doing his due diligence. With a heart like that, how can he be shaken by a word or two? Fubuki is not a cutie. Most great avatars could see and understand that the supreme throne after the unification of heaven and earth was where the fruit of a saint was located. And Fuguang naturally understood it as well. Only the difficulty of it is too great. Mandate of heaven. Strength. Numerology. Wisdom. Boost. And so many other demanding conditions are missing, not to mention. One also has to face the 12 ancestral witches and that belligerent and powerful witch race that feeds on all beings in the flood. After that, there were other heavenly saints to face who had perhaps become saints earlier than that. I can't meet all the conditions. I can't get through all the trials and tribulations. This saintly fruitfulness. It wouldn't fall on the plotters. Face the smart people. Plotting, scheming, and verbal persuasion don't do much good. And the sages don't care for salacious tactics like that. Only to see the saint's hand lift. Several spiritual treasures that emitted a vast aura fell in front of Fuguang. For one thing, the one with the strongest aura was a ring ruler, which had the flow of the great Tao's merit and virtue, and the flow of the Hongmeng Xinhuang Qi, which bred the supreme power of killing and destroying. It is precisely the Hotian merit supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. The sage looked at the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler and said, although this treasure has extreme offensive and destructive power, and can also suppress qi, its greater role lies in delineating the order and rules of heaven and earth. If one can realize the heavenly rules and earthly laws therein, one can gain great merit. Hearing the words of the saint, Fuguang's breath couldn't help but stutter. The great merit in the mouths of saints. That must not be a small amount. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. Secondly, it was a small cauldron that emanated the aura of subtle creation, flowing with the fluctuations of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, glittering with light and infinite creation. It is a treasure of creation that has the ability to reverse the innate Qiankuan Ding. The saint spoke again. The Qiankuan tripod has the ability to reverse the innate. If you can find the origin set of latter heavenly spiritual treasure, you can reverse it into an innate spiritual treasure, which will help the cultivator to cut down the 3 corpses. It was true that there were many innate spiritual treasures between heaven and earth, but innate spiritual treasures were ultimately numbered. However, after the Xianmen sect was circulated and opened up, the path of immortal Dao cultivation would be open, and the number of cultivators between heaven and earth would absolutely multiply. In this way, an innate spiritual treasure that could allow a cultivator to decapitate a corpse must not be enough. And having the Qiankuan tripod is equivalent to holding a major lifeline for many cultivators who don't have a decapitation spirit treasure. Although it was said that one could also enter the quasi-saint realm without beheading a corpse, a corpse beheading quasi-saint was closer to his own Tao than a quasi-saint who didn't behead a corpse. And his strength was several times, dozens of times stronger than that of a quasi-saint who didn't behead a corpse. And you are practicing the way of the quasi-saint, so you must be running towards the shortcut of beheading corpses and getting close to the great Tao. How can you not think about decapitation? In addition, Nuwa also needed to use the Qiankuan tripod to create man. This is tantamount to holding the knocking brick that can intervene in Nuwa's chances of becoming a saint. Therefore, there was naturally no need to mention the wonderful benefits of mastering the Qiankuan tripod. Hiss. Even with Fuguang's steady mind, he was beginning to breathe heavily at this moment. Thirdly, it was a black and hideous spear that was slightly broken, but still released a ferocious aura that could be used by bad people's Yuanshan treasure body. However, it is the innate treasure of one of the protagonists of the ancient catastrophe, the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, the Godslayer lance. Although because demon ancestor Luo Shu blew himself up, damaging the origin of the Godslayer lance, causing it to drop in grade, falling from an innate supreme treasure to an extreme innate spiritual treasure. But still not to be underestimated. The sage didn't care what Fuguang thought. The presentation continued. The Godslayer lance was damaged in the last epoch, and one of the innate divine prohibitions was shattered, falling down the ranks of the innate supreme treasures. But the underpinnings are still there. The immortal beheading gourd and chaos gourd that you obtained are both wonderful objects of creation. Refining these 2 spiritual treasures into the God-slaying lance, repairing its origin, and restoring that one innate divine prohibition will allow the God-slaying lance to return to the ranks of the innate supreme treasures. The words fell, not waiting for Fuguang to react more. Buzz. The sage raised his hand once again, and a spiritual Hongmeng violet chi appeared in his hand. After letting go, This Hongmeng purple chi then flew directly towards Fuguang, and then circled around Fuguang intimately, waiting for him to take it into his body. The saint added, "The position of the Supreme Being of heaven and earth is a saintly fruit position. And there aren't many cultivators between heaven and earth that match it. You are one of them. And the closest one." After all was said and done, the saint then closed his eyes and said no more. Inside the great hall of the purple heavenly palace, it was just quiet. Looking at the three great spiritual treasures in front of him that emanated a sense of closeness towards him, as well as the Hongmeng purple chi that couldn't wait to get into his arms, Fuguang's entire body was silenced. Seriously. His mind was unparalleled. And he was equally unwavering about the path he had chosen. But here's the thing. The saints give so much more. Moreover, the saint didn't say that he must compete for the position of the heavenly and earthly supreme, simply by bestowing all of these treasures on him. He also gave him a foundation for becoming a saint. And then he was clearly told that although he was not the only one who could sit on the heaven and earth supreme, the one who was closest to that position was him. Fuguang. What's this? Masquerade. It's a nakedly phallic conspiracy. The stuff is for you. The opportunity is before you. It's up to you, Fuguang, direct to choose. Going for a fight. Then you, Fuguang, will have to enter that heaven and earth to be tested, not to be fought over. Then you, Fuguang, will stay in the sun star and slowly grind this foundation of sainthood. As for whether or not it's a loss to give away these spiritual treasures, for the saints who will soon merge into the Tao, unless it was some key spirit treasures that were related to the quantum revelation. Otherwise, none of these spirit treasures would be of much use to him anymore. So there is no question of losing money. Otherwise, saints wouldn't directly open the treasure dividing cliff to divide the treasure. After a few moments of silence, Fuguang raised his hand and gently waved it, directly taking the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, the Qiankuan tripod, and the god-slaying lance into his spiritual platform. Meanwhile, it was also a direct acceptance of the Hongmeng violet chi that had intimated him. Then a bow was made toward the saint. "Thank you, Sensei, for your gift." Right now he hadn't made up his mind. But there was categorically no possibility of taking back these treasures bestowed by the sages. So Fuguang didn't refuse. As for whether or not to fight for the position of heaven and earth supreme, let him go back and think about it first. There's no rush on the quantum leap. Now the nostrils of the East Kingdong is exactly the time to expand. How bad he is. With the immortal court to fight with the witch clan for a few rounds. And take a few big sinuses. Take in the stuff. Feel your mind already leaping. Fuguang couldn't help but lament at this moment. A saint deserves to be a saint. The moment he strikes is the segmentation limit. You're being tricked into going in for the killings? That's a cheap tactic. Give you enough little sweeteners straight up front. Then tell you plainly that you'll be able to get more and better once you're in the game. Make your own choice. Whether you want to enter this game or not. And you have to say thank you to him whether you're in or not. Hi. It's high as hell. Chapter 70, Sage Harmonization. Red Cloud asks for help. Chapter 70. The empty silence in the great hall did not last long. The 3,000 guests who had gone to the treasure dividing cliff then returned one after another. Every one of them has a different takeaway. The harvest was abundant. And saint disciples such as the three pristine ones in Nuwa were naturally beaming with joy. Those who harvested less, such as Jiein with Zhuanti and Kuanping, the famous poor cultivators of the flood, did not have a cheeky face at all. But anyway, as the saints said, each one of them has been given some spiritual treasure chance. The difference is that some are satisfied, some are not. Why don't you go to the cliff of divided treasures? returning to his own futon. He then noticed that Fuguang had not gone over to the treasure-dividing cliff and inquired unexpectedly. Words. Fuguang shook his head without speaking. Naturally, he could not say that he had been left behind by the saints. So, had to leave that question unanswered for CC. Fortunately, Shiha is not a character that likes to get to the bottom of things. And seeing that Fuguang didn't say much, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. The opportunity has been won. So go. The return of the crowd. The saint on the high stage lecture spoke without sorrow or joy. In the future, in the flood, the great power will not change. And Hongjun will not come out. The words fell at the same time. The saint's figure then disappeared from above the high lecture. The crowd of 3,000 guests saluted and retired. After everyone had left the purple heavenly palace, the saint's voice resounded through the chaos and the flooded heavens and earth. There are 50 great roads, 4 or 9 heavenly derivations, and one of them is hidden. I, Hongjun, having attained the perfection of the Tao, should follow the order of heaven and merge the Tao with my body in order to complement the entire heavenly Tao. In the future, Hongjun is the way of heaven. And the way of heaven is not Hongjun. Heaven's way. Together. The voice fell. Rumble. Chaos and the flood world were all shaken. And all the great avatars were able to clearly feel that between the heavens and the earth, in the underworld, some unspeakable changes had occurred. The heavenly Tao is replenished. And all beings are now under the heavenly Tao. Feel the subtle change. Fuguang sighed in his heart. The immaculate heavenly Tao is also the immaculate heavenly Tao. And it is difficult to transcend it. One thought to this. Fuguang instantly withdrew his thoughts. What's on your mind? Even the path of the golden immortal is still a little bit short of being complete. And the Tao has not yet been proved. Nor have you been able to take the fruit of a saint. And you're thinking about the matter of transcendence? Overambitious doesn't go that far. The distractions of the mind are gone. Fuguang turned his head to look at Shihi and Shangxi who were following him. Open mouth. Go! Go back to the flood. The saints have merged. This empty chaotic purple heavenly palace will soon be hidden in the chaos and will not easily reappear. There was no more benefit to staying here other than feeling the danger of the chaotic qi. Fuguang, Shihi and Shangxi were about to leave together. Aside. The red cloud in Jin Yuanzi, who looked grave, as well as several paramount great magi who had befriended Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, then came towards the Fuguang trio. Fellow Daoist Fuguang, fellow Daoist Shihi, and fellow Daoist Changxi. As soon as he came over, Red Cloud first arched his hand and saluted. This was followed by a direct statement of the purpose of the visit. Poverty Road this time to return. I am afraid that there is some calamity. I implore the 3 Taoist friends to help Poverty Road. After the completion of the matter, Poverty Road will have a generous reward. His words had only just fallen. Jin Yuanzi, who was honestly an immortal, also spoke up. 3 fellow Taoists. I implore you to help me. And Jin Yuanzi will certainly have a generous reward. In fact, when Red Cloud obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, Fuguang knew that it would only be uncomplicated for this bastard to return to his dojo peacefully. He also wondered if Red Cloud would trust his character and would come to ask for his help. After all, that's the foundation of sainthood. Honestly, with Red Cloud's connections, the only ones willing to help him at this moment are Jin Yuanzi, and less than a handful of great spirit masters. Which shows how attractive the foundation of sainthood is to the 3,000. As for the Dala monks among the 3,000 guests, this kind of thing, they are no longer qualified to be involved. There was a slight smirk on his face. Fuguang looked at Red Cloud and said. The poor Taoist thought that you would not be able to trust the character of the poor Taoist and would not come to ask for his help. Hear that? Red Cloud's face showed a slight color of shame. A bow of the hand. It's the poor Taoist who was measuring the capacity of the Taoist friend with the heart of a small man. This time, it's the fault of the poor Taoist. After this matter, the poor Taoist will certainly offer a gift of reparation. Raised his hand and swung it. The smile on Fuguang's face remained. That wouldn't be necessary. After this matter, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi will host a banquet. At which time you can just punish yourself with 3 cups. Words. Red Cloud's face was even more guilty. Taoist friendship's broad-mindedness. The poor Taoist admires it. Nodded. Fuguang glanced at Jin Yuanzi, as well as the 4 great avatars who had a close relationship with Red Cloud and had let go of their temptation for the foundation of sainthood to come and help. In his heart, he slightly calculated the powerful people from all sides who might be involved in the next journey. With that, he opened his mouth. Slightly fewer people. But if it's just escorting you back to the 5 truths, it's not that hard. Go! Since he had promised to escort them, even if the number of people was a bit better, Fuguang would not go back on his word. Originally, with his cautious and stable character, he could not have been involved in this matter. But regardless of whether he made a move or not, it was fine. Red Cloud would end up going back inside the 5 trumps goddesses unharmed. Anyway, his death will not be within this period of years. So, the journey may be risky, but the rewards will not be small. For one thing, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi's remuneration aside, after this matter Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi both will owe him Fuguang a favor karma. It might come in handy sometime in the future. Secondly, he had been unassuming, and sooner or later, he would have made the flood great avatars, whose strength had become stronger, feel that he, risen god Fuguang, was weak and could be deceived. If you want to maintain stability, you need to show your reasoning once in a while, so that people understand that he is not to be messed with. Thirdly, previously, among the plans to witness the heavenly marriage, the method Fuguang thought of to increase the success rate was to make himself, Shiha, and Shangxi all famous and raise their popularity. There was no means of making a name for oneself in the flood wasteland universe that was fiercer and faster than directly striking a group of great divine masters horizontally. Of course, there's no denying that this move is risky, being more deeply scorned by the Duke of the East, tainted with the karmic consequences of the archons who struck out. Or, there is a certain possibility of being dragged along and tainted with some measure of karma. Only, today's Fuguang was Saint's young conspiracy after some. The heart also rose a certain wave. Is in a situation of some restlessness? He also needs to release the heart of some of the chaos of the gas. It was certainly a good choice to have a big fight with the visitor. And again, the world knows that he is good friends with the Red Cloud. This time to add a few more points of his image of benevolence and righteousness. On the day when Red Cloud's death really was imminent, others would have to lay a deadly hand on Red Cloud and hold him back. By then, Fuguang could also stop interfering in Red Cloud's certain death. And don't talk about sinister plots and whatnot. Although Fuguang is not exactly heartless, but the premise of everything is to ensure their own interests and safety. So for a number of reasons, weighing the pros and cons, Fuguang decided to step in and help Red Cloud. Chapter 71 Who was so brave? Chapter 71. Fuguang walked ahead. After recognizing each other from the first lecture, Shi and Changxi, who had been inseparable from Fuguang every time they appeared in a public place, also followed Fuguang's figure without saying a word. Subsequently, it was Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, and the others who looked grave and serious. All the way back from the purple heavenly palace to within the flooded universe. None of the ripples happened. There is so much uncertainty in the midst of chaos in the middle of a big battle. So, those who wanted to compete for the Hongmeng Purple Chi were not so foolish as to launch an attack on Red Cloud right in the middle of the chaos. Enter within the flooded world. Fuguang was still leading the way toward Wuzhuangwen. As for Red Cloud's Fire Cloud Cave? Pull back. Although it was also a top-tier dojo, the security was quite a bit lower than the 5 Zhuangguan, which had the Earth Book in hand and could borrow the Wanqiu Mountain and the Ginseng Fruit Tree to form a side of the defensive peerless array. Besides, with the depth of affection between Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, a pair of dead faggots, Jin Yuanzi would have pulled Red Cloud along with him to go to the 5 village Guan anyways. And Red Cloud obviously wouldn't have refused Jin Yuanzi's invitation either. The crowd followed Fuguang without a word. Even though it was Red Cloud who had turned to the crowd for help. He was the one who should be the dominant one. But for some reason, Fuguang is here. All of them spontaneously obeyed him and followed his actions. And no one has felt anything wrong yet. Follow Fuguang's side. Shihi's expression was calm. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a faint light. And from time to time, she would look at Fuguang, who didn't say a word and was contemplating something in deep thought. She didn't actually have any feelings or fear within her for the great battle that might break out next. Than caring about the Great War. Shiha was even more curious about what Fuguang was struggling with and thinking about at the moment. The usual Fuguang, when getting along, would definitely not come at this moment with this kind of initiative of not saying a word and not communicating with the bystanders. He's still quite talkative. As one of the people who were already very familiar with Fuguang, he knew very well that at this moment, Fuguang must be agonizing over something very important. So much so that he had no time for him. As for the question of whether Fuguang is war-shy? In response, Shiho says it's impossible. How could a truly strong person like Fuguang, who had a gully in his heart and a plan in his belly, shy away from battle? There is no need to doubt this. No one understood the unfathomable depths of the sun god Fuguang better than she. He. Just as Fuguang was contemplating and the crowd was silent as they headed towards the 5 Zhuangguan. Fuguang, who was originally immersed in refining the 3 magic treasures he had obtained, suddenly felt a hint of a change in chi between heaven and earth. A frown was raised, directly stopping his body. His sharp golden eyes swept the heaven and earth after. Casually, he looked to the side at Red Cloud, who was staring at him with a grave expression. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud. People are coming. Words. Red Cloud nodded in understanding. He felt it too. Only it wasn't perceived as quickly as Fuguang. The same is true for others. Red Cloud immediately stepped forward and looked around at the empty sky. Fellow Daoists, since you're here, why don't you show yourselves? The words just fell. Buzz. In an immortal light, the Koan Pang with a murderous aura and an aura that had reached the middle stage of the quasi-saint stage walked out directly from the space. Eyes densely covered with killing intent. He stared at Red Cloud. Red Cloud Pitbull. Causing this seat to lose its holy position because of you. This karma. I will not rest until I die with you. This thieving path. The kunai's words fell. Without waiting for Red Cloud to react, another figure walked out from within the space. The Blood Sea Styx, who was dressed in blood, with a lotus pedestal on his head and 2 terrifyingly ferocious swords in his hands, with an image of demonic beauty, also appeared. He was extremely goal-oriented. Red Cloud. Hand over the Hongmeng Purple Chi and your life can be spared. Along with the old man of the river Styx showing up, there was yet another great avatar walking out of the space one after another. Among them, there was no one more eye-catching than the Duke of the East King. who was dressed in imperial robes and surrounded by several great avatars. Red Cloud. Hand over the Hongming purple chi, and this father will grant you the honorary position of one person under the immortal court and 10,000 people above. These. It was merely the great avatar who had shown up brightly to make a bid for the Hongming purple chi. Secretly. There's a good bit more lurking. Before there was an opportunity. These lurking great spiritual masters would not make a move and would be in a state of watching the show. Whereas if there was an opportunity, there was no telling how many of them would choose to make a move. So, these shadowy men. It's also a presence to be wary of. Wait until no one else shows up from the shadows. It was only then that Red Cloud spoke. Since you all have come here, I'm sure you won't be able to rest easily. And the poor Tao doesn't want to give up the foundation of sainthood that has come to hand. In that case, then whether or not you can take this Hongmeng violet chi from the hands of the poor Taoist depends on your abilities. Originally, Red Cloud had planned to say something about the scene. But on second thought, there was no need for this at all. Many of the great avatars who came here were clearly fighting for the Hongmeng purple chi. And it was useless to talk more nonsense. In the end, you still have to have done one to do it. Hearing Red Cloud's words, the faces of the group of great divine masters who showed up went cold. Stubborn. The Hongmeng purple breath is available to those who are destined to receive it. Red Cloud, you are destined for the holy position. Seek death. The crowd shouted angrily. But neither took the lead. Nothing else. The fighting strength of the Red Cloud side of the aid wasn't weak. Either. Jin Yuanzi didn't need to say much. A good one amongst the great avatars. The two Taiyin goddesses were the earliest beheadings to achieve quasi-sainthood. And their cultivation had long since reached the middle stage of quasi-sainthood. Those four close friends of the Red Cloud's great avatars were not so prestigious. But to be able to achieve quasi-sainthood, they were naturally not mediocre. And most importantly, few times, but the strength is recognized as extremely strong by many great avatars. Fuguang Taoist is also there. Plus, Taoist Fuguang had a huge heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel in his possession. Against such a being, losing would be disastrous. And winning wouldn't do much good. In conclusion, it was that no one was willing to take on the hot potato that was Taoist Fuguang. This battle, as long as Taoist Fuguang was here, it definitely wouldn't unfold that easily. After all, if we really went to war, who would deal with Taoist Fuguang? After realizing this, the several powerhouses among the great avatars who had led the way over all turned their gazes to Taoist Fuguang, who was beside Red Cloud and whose complexion was always calm. And their gazes flickered slightly. Old Man Styx was lofty and extraordinary. With the reputation of the sea of blood not withering and the river Styx not dying, he was most unafraid of the Fuguang Taoist that everyone was afraid of. But if you can, he also didn't really want to have to cross paths with such a supreme powerhouse as an enemy and make a huge karma. It was only when he saw that the crowd was too scornful to make a move. The old ancestor of the river Styx, who held the twin swords of Abi Yuan II in his hands, was about to step forward, wanting to inquire about Fuguang's attitude. If possible, just make a dissuasion. Someone. It reacted one step faster than Old Man Styx. Taoist Fuguang, are you going to get involved in this matter and protect this Red Cloud fellow? These words rang out between heaven and earth, causing the crowd to freeze. They subconsciously looked for the person who had opened his mouth to speak. Who's this? It was so brave. Chapter 72, Old Man Pluto silently retreats behind the crowd. Chapter 72. The eyes of the crowd looked over. It's him. The Eastern King's Duke. At this moment, the Duke of the East King, dressed in imperial robes and wearing an imperial coronet, with several great avatars arching around him, wore an expression of unruffled authority on his face. Eyes calmly looking at Fuguang Dao. Daoist Fuguang. Air and Red Cloud are but nodding acquaintances. So this honored one advises you not to get involved in this mess. Be at peace in your solar planet and perform the duties of the sun god. Do not mistake yourself. These words rang out between heaven and earth. In a split second. Just straight away. This area that was enveloped by the auras of the great divine masters was straight away quiet. No one said anything. No one reacted. Even the great divine masters who were secretly waiting for an opportunity to move were like that. None other. These two seemed to have been born to be at odds with each other. By the looks of it. It's time for the first fight here. In the past, when the Purple Heavenly Palace, the sages determined the head of the male immortals. They first took a look at the Fuguang Taoist before determining the Duke of Dongwang. It would have been a small thing. But along with the growing might of the Duke of Dongwang, after his hegemonic imperial path went farther and farther, what was once a small thing that he himself wouldn't have cared about was gradually magnified. So much so that, if he wasn't able to retrieve a sense of superiority from Taoist Fuguang for once, it would probably be hard for him to let go. The same. Although Taoist Fuguang was kind and gentle in nature. But the condescension in the bones is also tangible. Although he didn't seem to have any intention of competing with the Duke of Dongwang for something, he also never seemed to take the multiple identities on the Duke of Dongwang, such as the head of the male immortals, the Lord of the Immortal Court, and so on to heart. Both. It seems to be born with conflicting destinies. Born to be hostile. That feeling. The 3,000 guests in the Purple Heaven Palace, the great spiritual masters, were all feeling something. Therefore everyone had a mental expectation for the scene happening right now. There's just one problem with that. All the great avatars did not expect that the Duke of the East King would be so nonchalant. Such a questioning and threatening attitude. But anyone who came to a great avatar would not be able to stand it. Not to mention Taoist Fuguang, who was recognized as a strong man and whose bones were also permeated with pride. Rip it up. Dong Wanggong's move is more or less tearing his face off. At this moment, the old ancestor of the river Styx, who had originally raised his feet and was ready to go up and ask Fuguang, silently withdrew his feet that had already been raised. Even more so, after retracting his footsteps, he felt that there was still something wrong, and then took another step back. Someone else has stepped up to target the difficult Fuguang Taoist. Then he, old man Styx, would just retreat behind it. After all, he's just aloof and eccentric, but not a cutie. How else could he rush up and try to draw the fire of a great avatar for someone else? Not at all. Hearing the Duke of the East King's threatening words to himself, Fuguang, who was originally just standing easily and had no desire to clamor and steal Red Cloud's thunder, could not help but fall silent for a while. The constant ease and smirk on his face gradually tightened. The golden eyes looked at the Eastern King's Duke. A casual arch. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Taoist. And yet, cultivators of my generation do something, but do nothing. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud is a close friend of Poverty Road. And since he begged Poverty Road for help, Poverty Road naturally won't sit idly by. Here, the poor Taoist also advises all of you Taoist friends dash. This time, the poor Taoist is here, and will definitely escort fellow Taoist Red Cloud into the Five Temple. In order to avoid any peace and harmony amongst your fellow Taoists. Retreat here and be at peace, take a step forward and live or die. So make a pause. Fuguang's gaze that flowed over the many present and lurking great avatars turned and landed on the face of the Duke of the East King, with some inexplicable smirk on his face. Don't say a word. When this last sentence fell, everyone froze for a moment. Then they all looked at Duke Dongwang with odd faces. In the battle where the Duke of the East King was beaten and fled after his imperial campaign, the ancestral witches used this line to warn the beings of the flood. Today, being used again by Fuguang. Everyone is inevitably recalling the joke about the Duke of Dongwang personally conquering Buzhou Mountain. Ha! Some people couldn't help but laugh out loud. But sensing that the occasion wasn't quite right, they stifled their laughter. Taoist Fuguang was not afraid of the might of the Lord of the Immortal Court. Lord Dongwang. He still needed to be revered. Of course. With the first one who laughed out loud, the next crowd present, even if they held back their laughter, the look on their faces could not hide their laughter. To the laughter of the crowd and the mockery of Fuguang, the Duke of Dongwang's face was unchanged. After all, it is also a party of the top forces of the Lord. This point of surface work, or have. Today, the Duke of the East King took a step forward and spoke aloud. Red Cloud must leave the foundation of sainthood behind. You Fuguang Taoist can't protect him. My lord said so. The words fell. Rumble. On the body of the Duke of the East King, the terrifying aura of the middle stage of the quasi-saint flowed. And the various great Tao paths and thousands of laws he had cultivated erupted together in a vision, instantly evolving the flowers of the great Tao paths and the fruits of the laws between the heavens and the earth, which contained extremely powerful killing and destroying means. Meanwhile, pieces of spiritual treasures appeared from the flowers of the great Tao and the fruits of the laws evolved by the Duke of Dongwang. And their spiritual light was brilliant and dazzling. The first shot. The Duke of the East King then displayed notable strength, and also showed a thick foundation that far exceeded that of ordinary great avatars. One can't help but marvel at the worthy of being the Lord of the Immortal Court? What of the hegemony among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands nowadays? Even Fuguang, also eyeing appreciation. It had to be said that as a person who was among the original flood trajectory, who made waves inside the quantitative robbery, and who was able to fight against one of the protagonists, the demon race, for a period of time, the Duke of the East King still had real skills. In that case, with emotion in his heart, Fuguang also spoke again. Fellow Taoists are going to do battle with us. Since you fellow Taoists won't listen to advice, then the poor Taoist and the others will have no choice but to show off their fists. The words fell. Fuguang no longer hid his many spiritual treasures that had been known for a long time. The 10,000 character sutra evolves into a meritorious garment clothed in the body. Wuwan and Mo Hai sheltered the perimeter. The autumn hairbrush is flat out a great way to get started. Bodo merit spiritual treasure manifestation. When the calendar of treasures appeared, the immortal beheading gourd hovered flatly at his side. Finally, clank! Like a sun-like supreme innate merit and virtue spiritual treasure, the sun will evolved like a great sun, emanating the sun's true meaning that was the most rigid and sunny, as well as an overpowering killing aura, hovering behind Fuguang. With just one thought, this spiritual treasure of merit, which was supreme in rigidity and yang, incomparable in killing and destroying, and which was not tainted by karma, would fly out to take the enemy's life. Even though there weren't many innate spirit treasures that Fuguang had sacrificed, but other spiritual treasures besides that immortal beheading gourd. Without exception, all of them are meritorious spiritual treasures. The scene. It made everyone, bright and dark, twitch at the corners of their mouths. In the past, after the Buzhou mountain divided the gourd vine treasures, they had heard that Fuguang had a lot of meritorious spiritual treasures. But never in a million years. His meritorious spiritual treasures? Surprisingly, there are so many. The twitching corners of the crowd's mouths had not yet subsided. Next moment. Buzz. The brightly shining auspicious golden light was suddenly reflected into everyone's eyes, and also directly reflected the heaven and earth. causing everything to be gilded with a layer of golden radiance. Chapter 73, Lord Dongwang, I hit Fuguang? Hit just hit. Chapter 73. So harsh. Who opened the golden wheel of merit? After adaptation. The crowd then looked toward the Fuguang Taoist who was shrouded in the golden wheel of merit and virtue. Standing under the auspicious golden light of merit and virtue as if he were a small sun. Unable to see his true face. Oh. So it was Taoist Fuguang who opened the golden wheel of merit. That's okay. Directly after exerting his well-known means, Fuguang was covered in an auspicious light of merit and virtue. Looking to the Duke of the East and the rest of the group. Which one of you, fellow Taoist, would like to go up a round or two with the poor Taoist? Fuguang's words had only just fallen. The corners of the mouths of all the people were twitching. Who the hell wants to fight with you? A little gold man of heavenly merit? Losing is going to be tough. No good comes from winning. On the field. After the originally raging group of great avatars looked at each other, they all landed their gazes on the Duke of the East, who had just stepped forward and made a pinch of threats at Taoist Fuguang, as if he was born to be at odds with him. Silently, all of the great divine masters, including individual powerhouses like Styx and Kuan Pang, retreated a certain distance. Directly, the Duke of the East King as well as the Immortal Court's group of great spiritual masters were all revealed. The scene. Directly making the Duke of Dongwang's face darken. Asshole. What do these guys mean? Was he to ask him? The Duke of the East King. To carry a few great avatars from the Immortal Court and face Taoist Fuguang alone? He is asked to bear the karma. The heavenly punishment of striking out against a great meritorious person all by himself? When really? Shameless to the core. Only. Rage to rage. At this moment, the Duke of Dongwang is already standing at the bottom of the allowed to enter and not to retreat. Suppress the anger in your heart. The Duke of Dongwang's gaze forced his way into Fuguang. I am the head of all the immortals. The Lord of the Immortal Court. Others are afraid of you. Taoist Fuguang. But I am not. All hands on deck. Take them. The words fell. The Duke of Dongwang hardened his head and directly struck out blatantly towards Fuguang. Boom! Paramount Saint's means were exerted. At once. Divine light cut through heaven and earth, dissolving everything. All sorts of Tao methods. Thousands of divine abilities. And flowing spiritual treasures simultaneously erupted with terrifying might. It directly struck Fuguang, who was surrounded by avenues that sank and floated, displaying an innate divine aura. Meanwhile, the several great avatars who had already joined the Immortal Court also followed the Duke of Dongwang and made their moves. Their voices so loud that they shook the 9 heavens. Ugh! In the face of the Duke of Dongwang and the others' brazen strikes, Fuguang remained in the same calm and relaxed stance. Sighing, fellow Taoist is making a mistake for himself. That's what the words say. The strikes are yet equally not slow. With a stroke of the autumnal brush in his hand, the literary path blossomed into 100 flowers. And a mountain of illusory books and a sea of ink appeared out of thin air, easily fending off the attacks of the Duke of Dongwang and the other group of Immortal Court great aptitudes. The mountain of books is a moat they need to get over. The sea of ink studies is a chasm they need to get through. The degree of mastery of their own Tao would determine the speed at which they could break through the means of Fuguang. However, as long as there isn't as much mastery of Bundo as Fuguang, as many means they broke open, Fuguang would use the power of a more powerful Tao to lay down more heavenly moats and chasms that required their full strength to break open. True. Powerful spiritual treasures could also break through these means. But how much power a spiritual treasure could exert depended on how strong its owner was. If the master's strength was not good, even if the spiritual treasures were sufficient and of good quality, that would not help. As of this moment, the many spiritual treasures offered by the Duke of Dongwang and the others were suppressed in the sea of books and mountains of learning with a few casual strokes of the autumn hairbrush in Fuguang's hand. Only a very few of them are still in the hands of a few people. Watching the Duke of Dongwang and the others fall within the quagmire of their own attacks, Fuguang did not stop there. Holding the Wendao's various treasures of spiritual light bloomed, and the power released from the complete set of spiritual treasures of merit and virtue was unparalleled. Catalyze the treasures of the Wendo merit. One book. One world. Please enter my book and take a dip. Buzz. The spiritual light of the treasures of the Wendo merit and virtue shone brightly, reflecting between heaven and earth. Subsequently, a large 1,000 worlds were transformed under the evolution of the Wendo merit and virtue treasures, as well as the Fuguang, and the reality of the void changed, directly merging from the vault of heaven and the earth, in the blink of an eye. It then incorporated the Duke of the East King and the rest of the immortal courts group of great spiritual masters directly into that side of the great 1,000 worlds. Raising his hand and throwing his feet, he suppressed the Duke of the East King and a host of other great magi of the immortal court into a side of the great 1,000 in the book. This strength of Fuguang's caused the many great divine masters who were secretly observing to have their scalps directly numb. I know that you, Fuguang Daoren, are very powerful. But isn't that overpowering? It feels like the two sides are no longer on the same level of existence. They fixed. Is it really the same immortal way system? And the Duke of Dongwang, wasn't this one the head of the male immortals and the lord of the immortal court, too frail and weak? The many great avatars who were secretly observing were bewildered as well as shocked for a while. The Great War has completely broken out. As Styx River killed towards Red Cloud, he was steadily blocked by Jin Yuanzi holding the Book of Earth. The Kuan Pang, who was full of murderous intent and resentment towards Red Cloud, rushed towards Red Cloud regardless and fought with him. The rest, on the other hand, the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, as well as Red Cloud's other close friends, responded with the same lack of progress. This battle, it was counted as the first melee between paramount great spiritual masters ever in the history of the Flood. Only, in the end, it was a temporary intention to come over to surround and kill. And after seeing Fuguang, Shi-He, and Chang-Shi helping Red Cloud, many people already felt that things could not be done. So, among the many great magi who fought the great battle, in addition to the Kuanping, this killing heart, the rage and the head of the Kuanping, regardless of everything, as if crazy general and the Red Cloud War. The rest of you, none of them, including the old man of the river Styx, had exerted their best efforts. But it's impossible to ask them to leave it at that. Now the only thing to do is to wait for the two Kuanping and Red Cloud, who are really fighting to the death, to decide whether they are winners or losers. Otherwise, there was no way this great battle would ever come to an end. Fuguang did not continue to strike, maintaining the great 1,000 in the book with one hand, steadily suppressing the immortal court's Duke of the East and a host of other great aptitudes within it. Meanwhile, paying attention to the battlefields on all sides, his sharp golden eyes also patrolled the heavens and earth, taking a look at the directions where the great aptitudes on all sides were lurking. Seeing this situation, the great divine masters who had originally lurked themselves and had some thoughts all shook their heads and pressed the thoughts in their hearts, retreating in droves. If you can't do it, you might as well return. This path of chance is not meant to be with the poor Taoist. Today is not a good opportunity. But Taoist Fuguang cannot protect Red Cloud all the time. There is still a chance after all. Go! One after another. The many great aptitudes in the shadows left successively, and soon almost all of them were gone. This, naturally, it can't be hidden from others. After sensing the departure of the people in the dark, Old Man Sticks, who was fighting with Jin Yuanzi, frowned. After glancing at Koan Pang, who couldn't hold Red Cloud for a long time, as well as Jin Yuanzi, who could completely hold off his own, and the Taiyin Divine Feminine Sisters, who could easily fend off some of the other great Divine Masters, as well as easily and comfortably, he suppressed the Duke of Dongwang and the rest of the Immortal Court's crowd of Fuguang Daoren. A silent sigh escaped his mind. After all, it was just a hasty alliance and attack. If Fuguang and the two Taiyin goddesses hadn't made a move, there would still have been a possibility of success. But as it stands now, there is no need to continue. Today, things cannot be done. At the thought of this, Old Ancestor Styx's heart had already risen with the intention of retreating. Subsequently, fully utilizing the Abi Yuan two twin swords, he forced Jin Yuanzi back with a single strike, boldly bellowing, "Let's stop here. The poor Taoist is going." The words have only just fallen. The old ancestor of the river Styx then transformed into a bloody light and directly vanished without hesitation. It caused Jin Yuanzi, who was fighting with it, to freeze for a moment. A look of wrongness. That's gone? No more gesticulating? As soon as they saw that it was not possible, they did not hesitate to withdraw. Truly worthy of being the extremely life-thirsty old man of the river Styx. Chapter 74, Fuguang takes death with a purpose. Chapter 74. Once Old Man Styx, a powerful man, was gone. Above the battlefield, the remaining great avatars, one by one, also detached themselves from their opponents and disappeared far away. Not much longer. Only the Koan Pang, who was covered in a murderous aura, remained. Only. At this moment, the Koan Pang had similarly discovered the changes on the battlefield. And in his heart, he knew very well that he would not be able to kill Red Cloud this time. Hateful. Koan Pang roared, his face full of murderous anger. Angrily, he looked at Red Cloud. Red Cloud Pitbull. Today you have a great life. So I'll let you off first. The words fell. Koan Pang raised his hands and feet to evolve Yin and Yang. And the power of the great Tao formed a round of overwhelming attacks, hard shaking the defensive spiritual treasure offered by Red Cloud. And surprisingly, directly under the defensive spiritual treasure, Red Cloud was repulsed. After forcing back Red Cloud, Crypto, Koan Pang directly transformed into his rockbird body. His wings were already hundreds of millions of miles away. And then again. But he did not know how far away he had already gone. Only. As the people left, Koan Pang's harsh words were also put down. The poor Taoist will be back. Taoist Fuguang cannot protect you all the time. Seeing Koan Pang leave after dropping such a harsh sentence, Red Cloud was slightly silent. This was followed by a response as well. Then the poor Taoist will wait for fellow Taoist to come back and give his teachings. This battle between Red Cloud and Koan Pang came to an end, which meant that this crisis of Red Cloud was considered to have passed smoothly. See this. Returning from the purple heavenly palace to within the flooded universe, Red Cloud, who had been tense in his heart, finally breathed a sigh of relief, collected the spiritual treasures and various Tao divine abilities that he had sacrificed. Red Cloud bowed his hand in a great salute towards the people who had helped him this time. This time, thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. Hearing Red Cloud's thanks, the crowd, who had already stopped, all nodded with smiles and responded. Jin Yuanzi also stepped forward with a timely invitation. Fellow Taoists, please also come to the Poor Tao's 5 Zhuangguan to sit down, so that the Poor Tao and Red Cloud, a landlord's friendship. Hear this. Several great avatars nodded their heads in response. Good. Just what I need. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit has made the poor Taoist's mouth water for a long time. Very good. After the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, exchanged glances. Their gazes turned to Fuguang, who had just retrieved his many meritorious spiritual treasures, waiting for his decision. Collected his own means. That side of the Great Thousand in the book that had been evolved was being broken open from the inside out at an extremely fast speed, and was disintegrating and dissipating. Took a look. Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. This is no place for idle chit-chat. So why don't we go first? Fellow Taoists, what do you think? Words. The crowd glanced at the collapsing book of the Great Thousand, and subtle expressions appeared on their faces. Subsequently, all of them nodded their heads in approval of Fu Guang's proposal. And the group quickly left this part of the world with each of them displaying their magical means. The crowd had only left a short time before. Buzz. A pure yang immortal light was reflected from within the Great Thousand world of the book. And in just a moment's time, this side of the Great Thousand world of the book, which had lost its spiritual treasure to add repairs and was not presided over by the Fu light, was completely and utterly broken open. The East King's Duke, who had a blue face, as well as the group of immortal court-grade magi with a slight emotion of fear between their expressions, once again appeared between heaven and earth in their figures. It's too strong. Before you strike. No one had expected that one of them, an intermediate stage quasi-saint, and several early stage quasi-saint powerhouses joining forces to battle Taoist Fuguang, would be suppressed by the other party without even moving a single footstep. And all of them were suppressed with ease. This strength had exceeded them by far too much. Most people will have the courage to catch up when their opponents are a little beyond. When the opposition exceeds it by a lot, most people are still likely to rise to the occasion. But when one's opponent is already out of sight in the distance, the only emotion most people can be left with is panic. This battle is lost. The Duke of the East King and the others knew this very well in their hearts when they came out without seeing the great battle of the group of immortals. Go! After gritting his teeth and giving the order with an ugly face, the Duke of Dongwang turned around and left without hesitation. What's the point of staying here? Make a fool of yourself? He, the Duke of the East King, is the head of the male immortals and the lord of the immortal court. A personal expedition was lost to a group of ancestral witches. And if not for Shi Wangmu's help at a critical time, the immortal court would definitely have been hit hard that time. And its strength would have been greatly reduced. This time once again to fight for the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Surprisingly, he was suppressed again without any suspense. The Duke of Dongwang felt that he was not being disgraced, but that someone had used a knife to madly scrape the skin on his face. It's too hard to see. Word of today's events spreads. He, the Duke of the East King, will definitely be reduced to a joke after the Flood Being's meals. And the majesty of the immortal court will be greatly damaged as a result of this, which will in turn affect his many plans. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. Speaking of the Duke of the East at the moment. The matter. The Duke of Dongwang had an iron face and a secret hatred in his heart. It's definitely not over. When he develops the immortal court, all the living beings in the flood, except for the witch race, will be under his own immortal court. And the huge fortune that will be gathered will definitely help him to break through to the late stage of paramount sainthood with ease. By then. And then take the Hongmeng Purple Qi in Red Cloud's hand. Participate in the mysteries and prove the way in one move. At that point, today's insult will be returned 100-fold to Taoist Fuguang. Although he was the one who took the initiative to come and surround Red Cloud, he was also the one who took the initiative to provoke Taoist Fuguang. But he was the head of the male immortals appointed by the saints, and recognized by the heavenly Tao as the lord of the immortal court. Who dares to disrespect it? Who dares to be disrespectful? That Fuguang Taoist was just a mere casual cultivator. And he dared not give himself face? It's almost like there's a way to take death. Inside the Wushuangwan of the Manzhou mountain, Fuguang and his group, under the hospitality of Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud, were seated in the middle of a courtyard, with spirit fruits, immortal brews, and pastries placed in front of each person's table. As well as Jin Yuanzi instructed the boy to pick to get the extremely high-quality spiritual fruit, ginseng fruit. This stuff, you can eat it directly or use it for alchemy. It is a first-class spiritual fruit between heaven and earth. If one really wanted to talk about value, the value of the ginseng fruit was even higher than the value of the fire mulberry produced by Fuguang's companion spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree. Reasons for this? Or is it a matter of the uniqueness of the spiritual root? The ginseng tree is unique and one of a kind, and no new ginseng tree can be bred. But the Fusang god tree is possible. The Golden Crow Palace had already cultivated a forest of bacchanate fire mulberry of different qualities such as top grade, middle grade, lower grade and so on. The crowd took their seats. There was also a lot of drinking and talking. After some eating and drinking, Red Cloud rose with his glass raised. This time, to be able to return to the 5 Vowers Guan without any problems. I have to thank you all for your help. I am more grateful than I can say. All thanks are in the wine. I'll drink to that. The words fell. The red cloud was dried up. And the crowd also gave face to say that there was no need to say thank you. 1 cup over. Red Cloud, who was idly straightforward, didn't shy away from his other close friends. Directly towards Fuguang, he made a solemn bow. This time, especially rely on fellow Taoist Fuguang's help. A great favor Red Cloud remembered in my heart. But in the future. But there is an errand. Fellow Taoist Fuguang, feel free to command. Hearing Red Cloud's words, the others didn't mind, and even nodded approvingly. The previous situation, without Fuguang and the 2 Tai-in goddesses, it would have been countless times more dangerous. And it would have been impossible for them to return to the 5 Zhuangguan in one piece. And the reason why the 2 Tai-in goddesses had stepped in to help was simply because Fuguang was here. That's why. Red Cloud's solemn thanks to Fuguang was understandable to the crowd. Chapter 75 Red Cloud, when I become a saint, I'll cover you. Chapter 75. For Red Cloud's heartfelt thanks and solemn commitment, Fuguang had a smile on his face. It's just some small matter. There's no need to be like this. Fellow Taoist. The fact that fellow Taoist is safe and sound this time is the result of everyone's efforts together, and is by no means the work of Fuguang alone. All of you raise your glasses. Dry. The words came down, causing the smiles on the faces of the people to grow even bigger and their moods to become even more relaxed. All the people also gave face to raise their glasses and drink. Very quickly. The people above the banquet were all pushing their glasses of wine and exchanging good cheer. After a good chat, a group of people are also launching the necessary items for the gathering of the immortals of the flood. On the word. Despite having listened to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace not long before, this third lecture covered only a very small portion about the quasi-saint realm. It's more all about how the sage's way is practiced. Even though all of them had realized something, they were not capable of digesting it into their own for the time being. On the contrary, discussions between peers were more likely to benefit them a lot. This is especially true here when you also have Fuguang, the apex of the 3,000 guests. After that battle up front, even though Fuguang had not yet fought with the previously recognized strongest of the group of immortals Panga Sancheng, he was still vaguely the first person under the saints. So, if I can talk to Fuguang, That would be a great blessing. 2. Very quickly. The entire Wuxuanguan is filled with Taoist sounds and visions. And the sky is filled with auspiciousness. Discourses between great avatars were already able to naturally resonate with the great Tao. The scenery remains the same inside the Wanshou mountain. And the cold comes and goes outside the Wanshou mountain. More than 1,000 years have passed in a flash. After the visions of the Tao discourse within the 5 Zhuangguan gradually dispersed, the people who had been guests here also left one after another. Fuguang, Shihe and Shang-Shi were the last to go. The two of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, were sent to the outside of the 5 Zhuangguan. Arch, 3 fellow Taoists. Take your time. After Fuguang returned the salute with a clasped fist. Looking to Red Cloud, he said, fellow Taoist walking the flood in the future, remember to act carefully. This is just a little reminder of normalcy. Fuguang also knew that it was impossible for Hongjun to stay quietly in the 5 Zhuangguan from now on. But just as Kuan Peng had said, it was also impossible for him to look after Hongjun all the time. So, all that could be done was for Red Cloud to be more careful himself. Of course. After that failure 1,000 years ago, even if the flood group of immortals wanted to move Red Cloud, they would plan well. Otherwise, lightly is no action. Fuguang was even sure. Before the return of the saints of the heavens, there might be crises for Red Cloud. But none of them would be too great. Red Cloud's greatest calamity was not brought about by the group of immortals. Nor was it that one Hongmeng purple chi. Rather, it was the terrible karmic consequences of the enormous 2 holy positions that the 2 Western saints Guanyin and Junti, the 2 heaven-defined saints, could not afford to repay. Red Cloud is not dead. The 2 of them, Jain and Junti, owe Hongjun a saint's fruit to the smallest cause and effect, and to a larger extent that is 2 saints' fruit. Who can afford this? I can't even sell these 2 brothers to pay them back. What's more, the 2 of them were able to become saints, but they had made 48 grand wishes and borrowed a huge amount of merit from the heavenly Tao to become saints. He himself still owed a loan to the heavenly Tao. Where would he have the heart to carry the external debt of the karma of 2 more holy positions? So, getting Red Cloud killed was the best option for the 2 saints of the West. The body dies and the karma goes away. When Red Cloud died, even if his true spirit returned, the tremendous karma of the 2 saints' positions would simply dissipate. Back to the main topic. Hearing Fuguang's reminder and admonition, Red Cloud had a straight face. Thanks for the reminder. Fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist understands. Nodded. Fuguang also stopped talking nonsense, directly generating an auspicious cloud underneath his feet. He carried himself, Shiha, and Shang-Shi up into the air. After bidding farewell to Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud below, he turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the Star Dome. Watching the trio leave, Red Cloud's face was tinged with emotion. Fellow Taoist Fuguang. The 3 of them are really inseparable. Like glue. Is this them forming a Tao couple? Hearing Red Cloud's inquiry, Jin Yuanzi's hand stroking his beard couldn't help but tighten, pulling at his own beard. Breathlessly, he glanced at Red Cloud. If you're so curious, why don't you go and ask those 3 directly? Shook his head. Red Cloud spoke. No go. Poor Taoist is afraid of being beaten. Although he was on good terms with Fuguang. But to rashly ask people about this kind of personal matter, wasn't that purely looking for a fight? Red Cloud isn't that stupid. The 2 of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards the interior of the 5 Zhuangguan. When do you think poor Tao will be able to penetrate this Hongmeng violet chi? I don't know. Ooh. What's with the lovey-dovey? The poor Taoist understands. You're jealous of the poor Taoist's luck? No. Don't worry. When the poor Taoist penetrates the foundation of sainthood, he will definitely cover you. And then you will be able to walk horizontally in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. I thank you. Ha ha ha. The return trip is above the auspicious clouds. Fuguang had a slight smile on his face. And he was also much more relaxed. Unlike 1,000 years ago when he had the feeling of having a heavy heart. Aside. Noticing Fuguang's state, he smiled slightly. Have you figured out the things that previously stumped you? Words. Fuguang froze for a moment and looked at Shihi with a smile. You sensed it? Nodded. Shiho did not deny it. I'm not the only one who sensed it. Anyone who is familiar with you should be able to detect it. Right? Sister. Changshi on the other side nodded his head in recognition of Shihi's words. Open mouth. Indeed. I feel it too. In response, Fuguang did not care. Did figure some things out and made some decisions. Only the specifics of how it's going to happen can't be revealed. I hope you can understand that. A gentle nod. Shiha smiled. Do our sisters look like the kind of characters who don't know their place? You can rest assured. Slight pause. Shiha smiled. Right. What do you think of the promise that Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi made to you previously? Contemplated. Fuguang also spoke. Good thing. Previously, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi couldn't come up with any payment that Fuguang needed. So they could only make a promise that if Fuguang had any errands to do in the future, they would certainly not refuse. The promise of 2 great avatars, even if it could only be used twice separately, was still an extremely good payment. Even if Red Cloud were to follow the current situation, it would still be difficult to escape death after all. But for Fuguang, used that promise before he died, or after he died, there would be no problem in having Jin Yuanzi repay this promise. With Jin Yuanzi's relationship with Red Cloud, I'm sure Jin Yuanzi wouldn't renege on his debt is all. Look at the frank look on Fuguang's face. Shiha mused in his mind. With one simple outburst, you've exchanged the gratitude of both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, as well as a promise. Besides, after that battle 1,000 years ago, Fuguang's reputation for prowess must have spread throughout the floodplains, coupled with the reputation for benevolence and righteousness that had broken through even before that. Combined with today's situation, when he raises his arms, I don't know how many people will respond. He really made a wonderful move this time. This 1-2 punch of scheming is really high. It's not that Shiho is making wild guesses. Just from her perspective, to see the many details of this one thing before and after easily can be found from Fuguang tangible and intangible gains, is too much. It was impossible for her not to feel so. Chapter 76. Tell all of you Taoists to know what it means to be surprised. Chapter 76. Not much longer. The 3 reached the stars together. Fuguang looked towards the 2 sisters, Shihi and Changshi. Should we go to the Golden Crow Palace to sit down? Or should we go back to the Moon God Palace to retreat first? With their close relationship nowadays, there was no need to be polite. So, just ask directly. A little contemplation. Shiha then made a decision. Go back to your retreat first. 5. Zhuangguan discusses the Tao. There are some gains. Previously, chaos listens to the Tao, likewise have some comprehension. Just go back to shut down some. The other thing is, there was a pause in the conversation. Shiha's beautiful eyes looked towards Fuguang. Open mouth. Your strength is unfathomable. If our sisters don't work hard, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with you. A sniff. Fuguang had a slight surprise as he looked at Shiha, who looked serious, and Changshi, who didn't say a word. Never thought. How could one's own strength have brought such a great pressure on this pair of sisters? That's more or less A little surprising. Of course. Fuguang will not say something like you don't have to work hard. I'm in front of you or something like that. Even though both sides understood each other's intentions. For the great avatars in the flood, cultivation was their own fundamental pursuit. For she has thoughts with Changshi. Fuguang nodded gently. Then I wish you all the best of luck in this retreat. So that you can successfully charge through the gate and cut down another corpse. Nowadays, the two sisters, Shiha and Changshi, are both paragons with two corpses? And if they chopped off one more corpse, they would be paragons with 3 corpses. By then, even if the realm hadn't broken through, the combat power was definitely far superior to their current selves. I take your word for it. A smile appeared on Cici's face. And after saying thank you towards Fuguang, the two sisters transformed into 2 moon flashes and headed directly towards the Taiyin star. After a slight pause in place, Fuguang took a step and a spatial channel appeared in front of him. And he stepped into it with ease. A few moments later, Fuguang was already back inside the Golden Crow Palace. Inside the Fuzhou courtyard, Fuguang, who had just sat down, did not wait long before Chulan, who accompanied the 4 flower fairies, came over. Respectfully, he saluted towards Fuguang. Master, you're back. Lift your head. Fuguang glanced at the tiny golden immortal Dao fruit that Chunlan had already formed. Satisfied, he nodded. Picking the tiny golden immortal Dao fruit is not bad. Take your time. Build up little by little. This seed is looking forward to the day when you all attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Words. A joyful smile appeared on Chunlan's face. I will live up to your lordship's expectations. Waved his hand. Fuguang told Chunlan to back off. You go down first. After the seat rests for a few moments, it's time to go into seclusion as well. Things in the palace. Everything will be fine as usual. Hear the command. After Chunlan owed a bow, she respectfully retreated. With a wave of Fuguang's hand, a plate of melon seeds, a plate of peanuts, and a portion of immortal brew were placed on the immortal table in front of him. Savor these while you're at it. Fuguang was running through his next plans and arrangements in his mind. The matters of the witch race. The matters of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. The matters of the immortal court. And so on. For the time being, there's no need to bother with them. At this moment, the most important thing is to perfect my mixed golden immortal realm. Today, Fuguang's mixed golden immortal Dao fruit was already approaching perfection. Conversion. It is the realm of paraclete perfection. This strength that far exceeded the 3,000 guests and truly stood in the first echelon under the saints was exactly all the backbone that Fuguang dared to take a little risk. If it were not for such strength, he'll be a little more cautious than he is now. Only one step away from consummating the mixed Yuan golden immortal Dao fruit, Fuguang was confident that he would accomplish it in the next seclusion. As for the path to follow after the consummation of the Dao fruit of the mixed golden immortal, how would one go about it? Fuguang himself hadn't quite figured it out yet. Because of the vast flood, countless strong people throughout the ages, except that one has been far away from the chaos, do not know where to go outside of the raised eyebrow old ancestor. Including the saints do not know how to go after the road after the completion of the mixed golden immortal. After all, although the saint had attained the fruit of the great Luo golden immortal, but people took the path that they had carved out for themselves. The path of decapitating 3 corpses and quasi-saints. It is not the path of the mixed golden immortal. So after the consummation, how to cultivate the back road of the mixed golden immortal has to rely on Fuguang himself to enlighten and summarize. Besides, after taking a small sip of laurel brew, Fuguang raised his hand, directly taking out the 3 magic treasures that had just arrived. These 3 magic treasures should be refined as soon as possible. especially the regicide gun dash. After this thing has been refined, it can be used to target 1 or 2 guys who have made me extremely upset during the subsequent encounters. And then, with the chopping immortal gourd, chaos gourd will be mended back to the innate supreme treasure grade and then against the enemy. And then you can into cough cough. Call all the friends of the road to see what is called a surprise. Imagine when his opponents all thought that the deicide lance in Fuguang's hand was still only an extreme innate spiritual treasure. When he pulled it out again, it had retransformed into an innate supreme treasure. This surprise could be a real surprise. Of course, before encountering a worthy opponent, the Godslayer gun could not be used, and Fuguang would try not to use it. At the very least, among the people who have karmic grudges against Fumitsu at this stage, none of them were worth sacrificing his deicide lance as all. Buzz. Within a hazy purple light, the Hongmeng violet chi that Fuguang had obtained was taken out of his own body. Feel free to let go of your bondage to the Hongmeng purple chi. The thing was just as glued to him as it was to him, rubbing towards him as soon as he let go. Fuguang didn't have the slightest doubt that if he just threw this Hongmeng violet chi out of the solar star, it would come back to him. The refinement of the Hongmeng purple chi doesn't need to be rushed for now. The fingers kept poking at the Hongmeng purple chi. Fuguang mused in his mind. If I were to obtain the Dao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element, the Hongmeng violet chi would be refined in an instant, and I would then be able to extract the saintly fruit position. If I end up relying on merit to prove the Dao, the heavenly Dao's merit will imbue my body while also allowing me to refine the Hongmeng purple chi in a matter of moments. So, putting one's mind on comprehending and refining this Hongmeng violet chi is instead an act of putting the cart before the horse. It was different from the 3 pristine ones. Nuwa, guiding Junti, and the red clouds within the 5 Zhuangguan at this moment who were thinking of refining and comprehending the Hongmeng purple chi after getting it. Fuguang simply had no intention of refining the Hongmeng violet chi to the best of his ability. Nothing else. This thing. As long as he was able to witness the Dao, he could directly refine it. And there was no need to waste time and energy on refining it now. If he couldn't prove the Dao, it would be useless to refine it. And likewise there was no need to waste time on the Hongmeng purple chi. Beyond that, Fuguang has one more task to fulfill to the best of his ability. Refining the chaos bell. Nowadays, the top powerhouses of the floodplains, after going through the chances of the treasure dividing cliff, except for the very few unlucky ones, every single one of them had at least one handy spiritual treasure in their hands. Originally, Fuguang was still able to make do with enough spirit treasures, but he felt that it was no longer quite enough. So, it's still necessary to completely refine the chaos bell as soon as possible to pocket it. Only a fully refined supreme treasure is a good supreme treasure with the most peace of mind. P.S. The old man in my family passed away, so I only have 2 shifts today. Sorry about that. Chapter 77, Fushi. By Zay, Heroes Seeing the Same Things. Chapter 77. Sitting idly for several years. Splat. Fuguang put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up leisurely. Without hurrying, he walked towards the Golden Crow Palace, the great hall he used for seclusion. Clunk. Accompanied by the closed doors of the retreat hall, the Golden Crow Palace once again resumed its tranquil state of an ancient well. While the Golden Crow Palace was tranquilized, the storm of that battle 1,000 years ago was also finally widely spread among the many powerful people in the floodplain. The many powerful people who hadn't gone to watch the battle were all slightly side-eyed. Western Spirit Mountain. This is the ancestral lineage of the West. And it is also the dojo of the only 2 great avatars in the West, Jianin and Junti. And it is also the immortal blessed land to which all beings in the West aspire. Only, today's Jiayin and Junti brothers and sisters have not yet opened the door to the mountain. but also have not established a religion. Naturally, there are not many Western beings can enter the spiritual mountain cultivation. Of course, there were still a good number of cultivators with good root qualifications in terms of the West on the outskirts of Spirit Mountain. The West may be barren, but by lowering the standards and picking the tallest of the short, there can always be something to look forward to. At this point, Jain and Junti master brothers gathered together. The two of them not long ago was also aware of the end of that battle 1,000 years ago. A glance was exchanged. Paramount frowned. With that Fuguang Taoist protecting us, I'm only afraid that the karma between that red cloud and our master and brother will be hard to eliminate. Yes. The two of them, Junti and Jain, had no intention of repaying Red Cloud's karma from the very beginning, but rather wanted to let this monstrous karma be eliminated with Red Cloud's fall. The receptionist, whose face remained calm, was in no hurry. Just open your mouth. Elder brother, you're caught in the act. At this moment, the most important task for you and I, master and brother, is not to eliminate karma and meddle in the affairs of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, but to refine and comprehend the Hongmeng purple chi as soon as possible, so that we can certify the Tao and become saints at an early date. The teacher said dash. If you don't become a saint, you'll end up as an ant. As long as you and I, master and brother, are able to attain sainthood, all karma can be repaid and dissolved. Words. Junti came to a sudden realization and nodded with a face of recognition. Elder brother is right. It's Shifu I'm obsessed with. As long as we can be certified as saints, even with that Fuguang Taoist protecting us, the karma between Red Cloud and you and I will surely be dissolved. Sanctification. It is the biggest bottom line for receiving the guidance and the paraclete to cope with everything. Because once they both become saints, when they join forces, how many people between this heaven and earth will be able to resist? So, there's absolutely no need to rush these things now. One thought to this. Junti's heart settled down, and then continued to discuss the Tao with Jain, while stepping up his efforts to refine the Hongmeng purple chi. Kunlun Mountain. In the middle of the Jade Palace, the 3 purities, who had already begun to designate themselves as the Pan Gu Zhangzong, didn't care in any way after hearing the news that had come to them. The 3 brothers were each in seclusion within their own palaces. They have a lot of work to do. Refinement of supreme and spiritual treasures. Participate in the Hongmeng purple chi. Digest the proceeds of listening to the sermon in the purple heavenly palace. There's little mind to follow the movements of other people. The waves today are nothing. The only way to witness the Tao and become a saint was the eternal pursuit of the Pango 3 purities. Phoenix Hill. After returning from the purple heavenly palace, Nuwa went straight to seclusion. Having obtained the foundation of sainthood, Nuwa, whose heart for seeking the way was very firm, couldn't wait to break through the mysteries within the Hongmeng purple chi. As for Fushi, the purple heaven palace listening to the Tao gained him a moment of enlightenment is not thorough. And there is no strong idea of wanting to close the door. So simply go with the flow of nature does not close the door. At this moment, after knowing what happened in that battle 1,000 years ago, Fushi frowned, without saying a word. Fellow Taoist Fuguang has gone ahead of all of us. Truly remarkable. It's just that with his steady character, even if they were to assist fellow Taoist Red Cloud, it wouldn't be easy to go up against the Lord of the Orthodox Immortal Court's Lord of the East King. Unless fellow Taoist Fuguang already has some plans. This all reads, all based on the old Fu she deduced long ago. Fuguang that the supreme and noble 99 supreme destiny and make a judgment. As a cultivation of the innate easy counting avenue, the flood world premiere can pinpoint the existence of the calculator. Fushi for the fate, karma and so on things. But look at the extremely important. And because of that, he never had the slightest doubt that Fuguang would become a great man in the future. Just as Fushi's thoughts flared, Buzhou came close to Fushi. Elder Fushi, come back to your senses. Fushi's gaze went to Buzhou before opening his mouth to congratulate him. The great Luo Dao fruit is complete. And if you take one step further, you can step into the quasi-saintly realm and become a member of the same path. Congratulations, little friend. At this moment, Buzhou was surrounded by a perfect Dao. His breath was rounded, and it was obvious that he had already entered the great Luo Golden Immortal Perfection realm. Hearing Fushi's words, White Zephyr, who also had a joyful look on his face, once again bowed. Many thanks to Senior Fushi for his guidance and teachings over the years. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to waste some more years before I could arrive at today's realm. Raising his hand, he greeted Buzhou as he sat down. Fushi also didn't deny his help to Buzhou, except that these were minor things. At this moment, Fushi, more concerned about one thing. Little friend Buzhou, the reason you guys came to Mount Fengqi in the first place was because you were instructed by Taoist Fuguang at the Sun Star? The question. It made White Zephyr have a bit of a freeze. But still, he nodded his head and answered Fushi's question. Yes. After Elder Fuguang preached a sermon for us, he pointed out 2 places to go: Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain. And we unanimously chose to come to Fengqi Mountain to seek shelter from the 2 elders. Words. Fushi nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The poor Taoist might have guessed why fellow Taoist Fuguang would show you the way. A slight color of curiosity crossed his face. White Zephyr opened his mouth and asked, Please also guide me. Senior shook his head. Fushi did not directly state this, but opened his mouth to explain to Buzhou the many things that had happened after the chaotic purple heavenly palace had listened to the Tao. Naturally, it also included the battle 1,000 years ago when numerous great avatars surrounded and killed Red Cloud. In the middle of listening to Fushi's dictation, the focus of Buzhou's listening was naturally on Fuguang Sr. And after listening to the whole thing, his face took on a thoughtful color. Since Elder Fushi had said so, then Elder Fuguang should indeed have a deeper meaning in allowing them to come to Fengqi Mountain. Just a pity. He is a shallow Taoist, and does not see as thoroughly as Elder Fushi. But in any case, Buzhou was not dissatisfied with Elder Fuguang's arrangement. Thinking for a moment, it was only then that White Zephyr spoke up. Elder Fushi, truth be told, when I first saw Senior Fuguang, I felt that he was a natural-born emperor capable of accomplishing some hegemony. Compared to Elder Fuguang, the present-day immortal court lord, that head of the male immortals who claimed that heaven's mandate was on his side, is really a bit unimpressive. Heavenly destinies collide. And it may not be an accident that Elder Fuguang is up against Lord Dongwang. Slight pause. Buzhou looked towards Fushi, his eyes containing deep meaning. The late generation believes that Senior Fuguang is a true heavenly destiny. I wonder what Senior thinks. Words. Fushi beamed. In years past, the poor Taoist had projected the destiny of fellow Taoist Fuguang, which was the supreme and noble 99 heavenly fates positions. Got it. When Elder Fushi said this, Buzhou was instantly enlightened. Although he didn't say it directly and explicitly, his words were undoubtedly telling Buzhou a hero's opinion. Understand this. After Buzhou and Fushi looked at each other, they both smiled at each other. Smart people. It's all in the words. Chapter 78: The Transformed Immortal Court. Between the Group of Stars. Chapter 78. The green hills remain the same, and the sun sets a few times. In the rush of time, just another meta session passed. At this moment, inside the Fuguang courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, with a leisurely face, Fuguang used his time calendar to watch the turmoil and waves between the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. Today's Fuguang. Inside the leisure time after the retreat. It was also a good time to use the Merit Spiritual Treasure Flood calendar table to watch the real-time live broadcast above the flooded earth. What a fight! Looking at the unrestricted development of the witch race on top of the flooded earth. And the many wars in which all races were being robbed. Fuguang also smiled inside with emotion. For him, the survival of the 10,000 races didn't care that much, the fittest survived. It's all just natural selection. Witches eat all races. And the 10,000 clans also kill the witch clan to get blood to refine the treasure. The conflict between the two sides is simply irreconcilable. Of course. In contrast, despite being belligerent and smaller in number, the sorcerer race, which was internally united and extremely fierce in personal combat, always had the upper hand in this kind of irreconcilable conflict. Even, it can be said to be an absolute upper hand. The reason for this: the 10,000 tribes of the flood sounded remarkable. But in the end it was just a scattered mess. Occasionally there were team-ups. And they were wary of each other. There are strong enemies outside, internally tilting rails at each other. In such a state, the 10,000 clans had not yet been completely exterminated by the sorcerer clan. That is, because the sorcerer clan's current population had not yet developed to its peak state. And every time they hunted the 10,000 clans, they were also taking the amount of money needed to populate the clans. Truly, when the population of the witch race develops to a bottleneck and enters a period of explosion once again, the greater plight of the 10,000 races will inevitably come. At this stage, although it is dangerous, it is not yet in a desperate situation of life and death. This was evident from the fact that the great wizards of the various tribes of the witch race were still picking out races with tasty meat and abundant energy to hunt. When food is really in short supply, where is the room for the witch clan members to be picky about what they eat? This old kid, the Duke of the East King, has improved quite a bit even though he's been muffled. After focusing on the situation between the sorcerer race and the 10,000 races, Fuguang's gaze turned to the direction of the flood immortal court. Today's Fuguang, with his own strength of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, with the help of the fully functional innate treasure chaos bell, he was able to slightly audience angry luck. Between this heaven and earth, the witch race and immortal court, where the pillars of chi light were particularly bright, were naturally extremely noticeable. Inside this period of years, the Duke of Dongwang seemed to be stimulated and changed his high profile from the past. Let the fairy court silently begin to develop. Vigorously cultivate potential cultivators in the immortal court. Collect the tribes. Recruitment of oracles. Make a heavy promise to invite the Great Spirit. And they no longer cared about the gains and losses of their jurisdictional boundaries as they did in the beginning, but paid more attention to the accumulation of their own heritage. In response, Fuguang was delighted. It seems that after suffering defeat after defeat at the hands of the ancestral witch and myself, the Duke of the East King understands how to bide his time and endure humiliation. Just don't know. Among these flourishing changes in the immortal court, how much credit does the Duke of the East King account for? And how much effort has that senior old six, the Queen Mother of the West, contributed? Everyone else might think that this was the Duke of Dongwang knowing his shame after several defeats. But Fuguang didn't think so. 6 out of 10 of the changes in the immortal court could have been directly or indirectly contributed by Shi Wangmu. With the character of the Duke of Dong, while it's normal to have a change, it's definitely not possible to change so completely so easily. We have to think of a way to make the Western Queen Mother's binding with the immortal court go a little deeper. Touching his chin, Fuguang's face wore a pensive look. The Western Queen Mother plus the Eastern King's Duke. plus the many great spirits who have successively joined the immortal court, should barely be able to hold up against the sorcerer clan. Perhaps there are shortcomings. How about dragging that Kuan Pang fellow into the immortal court? With the character of the 12 ancestral witches, they would definitely fight the immortal court. As for why you didn't do it now? For one thing, it was probably because it didn't put the immortal court in its eyes. Secondly, nowadays, the witch race is in a state of rapid development. Compared to destroying a small immortal court, the 12 ancestral witches are obviously going to be a bit more attentive to the development of the witch race. Tiny fairy court can be played anytime. But his own clan, which was growing, naturally had to be carefully cared for and not bullied by outsiders. Facing the sorcerer race, which obviously also had the old 6th warlord, the immortal court might not be able to make it even if they added the Queen Mother of the West to go all out. If you add another kunai, maybe there could be a fight in it. It was just that wanting Kuan Pang, the old 6th, to join the immortal court was still quite difficult. Beat him? The Duke of Dongwang doesn't have the strength to do that. One can only make big promises. There's no rush for now. This can be discussed in the long run. Fuguang raised his glass and drank it all in one go. The reason he had the idea of wanting to help the fairy court. There's only one reason. For the bait thrown out by the saint. He was still slightly moved. No way. There was nothing wrong with him being a heavenly visitor. But at the same time, he was also a seeker who had been cultivating in the flood for endless years. The opportunity to testify is before us. The sight of being a celestial visitor made Fuguang cautious. But the sight of being a seeker made it difficult for him to give up such temptations. Before he had come up with a path that had a 98% success rate. Before he had made up his mind. The Prince of the East and the Immortal Court still need a little help. It's only right to shield him from the storms of the quantum leap ahead. Never thought. One day he'll help the light. It's amazing that you need to worry about your enemies when they're not strong enough. Snap. Casually putting down the wine cup in his hand, Fuguang got up and raised his hand to take the flood calendar. This seat goes out for a walk. You guys keep an eye on the affairs of the palace and cultivate yourselves well. Turning his head to Qiuju, who was waiting at the side, Fuguang instructed. Words. Qiuju bowed. Here. No more bullshit. Fuguang took one step and was already leaving the Golden Crow Palace, heading to the vast flood starry sky. After Fuguang left, Qiuju respectfully bowed, and then after packing up the wine cups and other things Fuguang left behind, he went to the Four Seasons Hall within the Golden Crow Palace to retreat. The flooded heavens and earth have gone through several quantitative robberies. The quantum of fierce beasts at the beginning of the opening of the heavens. The 3 innate tribes had made their mark in that ferocious beast quantitative robbery and had gathered merit and fortune. Thus the 3 tribes flourished and gradually embarked on the road of hegemony brought about by the robbery of the 3 tribes. In the midst of the quantum leap of the 3 tribes, along with the outbreak of, initiated by the former devil ancestor Luo Shuhu, many chaos devil god-rooted mighty men competed for the Tao of the Tao Devil competition quantitative robbery. The main battlefield of the several quantitative robberies. Although they are all above the floodland. But to say that the starry sky has not been robbed. But it is also an impossible thing. As the god of the sun star of the supreme star, Fuguang, who had attained the fruit of the sun god, was counted as the only master of the flood starry sky nowadays. Even the 2 sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, were not comparable to his above the bit pattern. After all, there were only 2 heaven and earth fruitfulnesses that were truly birthed in the flood starry sky. God of the sun and God of the moon. The real moon god Wangshu god has long fallen in the last quantum kulpa. With Shihi and Shang-Chi top heaven is the lord of the Taiyin star. In this layer of the flood starry sky, is not as orthodox as the Fuguang to the orthodox. At this moment, Fubuki walks among the stars. On the one hand, he takes the origin of the primary and secondary stars of the heavens and the materials of the stars. Meanwhile, he also used the authority of the stars and his own great magic power to repair the broken places in the starry sky of the flood, repairing the messy astrological signs and easy numbers between the stars. A star ago, Fuguang's body released a soft golden immortal light, and the gentle power of the sun great Tao continuously rattled the astrological eclipses within the star and in the surrounding starry sky. Not waiting for Fuguang to finish the job at hand, 2 channels of moonlight immortal light, coming from the direction of the Taiyin star, landed beside Fuguang. The figures of the 2 sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, walked out from within the moonlight, seeing Fuguang's movements, with a surprised color on her face. Shiha. Open mouth. You're restoring the stars? How can you be so leisurely? As the lord of the Taiyin star, the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changshi, naturally knew that many parts of the flood starry sky had been affected by the quantum revelation. Only, with their strength wanting to repair the flooded starry sky, it was also extremely difficult. Moreover, there were a good number of powerful people in the flood who had the means to pull the power of the stars, which would also affect the operation of the stars. They're so inefficient at repairing the stars. Maybe repairing wasn't nearly as fast as destroying, so the 2 sisters didn't have to do such a thankless task. It's reasonable to say that. It's only right that Fuguang does likewise. It was only when he saw Fuguang do this that he was surprised. Chapter 79, Shiha, Sister. The water here is very deep. Chapter 79. Hearing Shiha's inquiry, Fuguang smiled without saying anything and just looked at the 2 sisters. You're just in time. No more bullshit. For the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changshi, whom he had purposely summoned for them to come over, Fuguang directly stated his request. I have something I want to ask you sisters to do for me. The matter is not too troublesome, but it is of great importance. So I hope that you sisters will give it some thought. Between the words, Fuguang's face wore a serious and solemn expression. It made both Shiha and Changshi freeze for a moment. It was the first time the 2 of them sisters had seen Fuguang look so serious. After realizing that this time the matter was not simple, Shiha's face became serious. Because she understands. Fuguang had been plotting all along. The supreme fruit position between that heaven and earth. Even the Duke of Dongwang and even the immortal court that was now biding its time and building up its strength were all in his calculations. So, on hearing Fuguang say that, Shiho then realized the time of day that the man in front of him, who had been hiding so deeply, had been waiting for should be coming soon. And to tell their sisters at this moment, there is no doubt that they are truly treating their sisters as their own, and are going to bring them together to accomplish great things. Only, Shiha herself had already thought long and hard about the matter of participating in Fuguang's great cause, and was only waiting for Fuguang to extend an invitation to her. If he opens his golden mouth, he can even send people in himself. But Shiha has some worries about her sister Changshi. As we all know, Changshi's character can be described as pure to the extreme, and can even be said to be uninitiated, and can be said to be so pure and white as a blank sheet of paper with regard to things he is not interested in. If she rashly stepped into the great cause that Fuguang was plotting, she might encounter a crisis as well. The middle stage of the Paragon Saints at the realm of the severed 2 corpses realm was indeed very powerful. But the great cause that Fuguang is plotting involves a quantum leap. In the midst of that heavenly and earthly quantitative calamity, it was the saints who came down that might cause a foul stench, let alone the quasi-saint realm. One thought to this. Cece took a deep breath and open mouth. I don't have a problem with that. Subsequently, A serious face Shi looked at Changshi and admonished in a solemn tone. Sister. There's a lot at stake. Think it over. The water here is very deep. Sister, your character perhaps cannot grasp words. Changshi's calm and wave-free face was slightly serious, and then once again resumed its state of being clear and cold and 3-0. And then he looked to the side at Fuguang. I can. Seeing the situation. CC. Who knew Changshi's character of never taking half a step back after he had decided? Nodded and stopped persuading him. Turning his head to Fuguang. With a serious face, he opened his mouth and asked, what kind of things do you want us sisters to do for you? Inquiries. Shiha was actually mentally prepared within her heart. Even if Fuguang were to take the sisters to attack the immortal court, that's no problem either. If you want to achieve greatness, how can you be afraid of war? Looking at Shiha as well as Chanshi, who were full of righteousness, facing the attitude of the two sisters, which was as if they were going to go to a big battle right away, Fuguang was a bit frozen. He always felt it was possible that Shiha and also the two sisters, Changshi, might have misunderstood that he was going to hand over something very difficult to them, which was why they were so serious. Difficulty. The two sisters didn't say they wouldn't help him. Honestly, Fuguang, who had always been a single noble, was still very flattered and touched in his heart. Only, it's better not to continue this misunderstanding. And so it was. Fuguang explained with a smile. You don't have to be nervous. What I want to ask you to do is not something difficult. It just takes quite a bit of time. So solemn. I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Words. Cece smiled. Even if it's extremely difficult, since we sisters have promised, we won't refuse. Just state it outright. Nodded. Fuguang also stopped talking nonsense. I need you two lords of Taiyin to go and help me collect the star essence of the circumference and fetch the gold of the stars. Leave the main star of the circumheaven to me. And the rest of the sub-stars, the number of them is just too much. I'm too busy for one person. So I'll have to ask the two of you. Gathering the peripheral star origin and collecting the gold of the stars? It's not a difficult task. But the amount of tasks is just too much. The amount of time it takes is definitely starting at the Dollar Club. Despite not knowing why Fuguang wanted to collect the peripheral star origin and collect the gold of the group stars. But CC, who has never been one to ask many questions, nodding directly in response. The matter is simple. But it will just take some years. In a maximum of 10 Yuan Hui's time, my sister and I will be done. I wonder if it will delay your plans. Shook his head. Fuguang casually replied. There will be no delays. After getting an affirmative answer, CC nodded. That's good. Subsequently, after exchanging a glance with Changshi, he spoke directly. Without delay, my sister and I, we will go and fetch these things for you. Words. Fuguang smiled. With pleasure. No more bullshit. After Shihi and Changshi said their goodbyes, they transformed into two channels of moonlight and directly disappeared into the starry sky. When they're gone, Fuguang continued his own work of repairing the astrological eclipses of the main star. Meanwhile, there was a slight upturn in the corners of his mouth. Delaying my plans? By the looks of it, Shiha should have gained insight into my plan of trying to repair the starry sky. Truly worthy of being known as an innate sacred in superpower. There's not a single one of them that's a fool. Ha ha ha. High in the starry vault. Unquestioning. The blessings and misfortunes of all beings and the births and deaths of races on the vast earth cannot affect the stars of the circumference of heaven that hang high above the dome. Restoration of the astrological eclipses of the main star. This job is also extremely large. Even if Fuguang's current strength did it, it would still take a long time to accomplish. And strength alone isn't quite enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Fuguang still had the Sun God Fruit position, which was a solid group star sovereign position, the time it would take to do all of this would have to be increased exponentially. The difficulty is naturally greater. This day, next to a main star that emanated a glowing starlight, Fudo sat with his legs on top of a ball of real sunfire, distracted by two things, while fixing the astrological econometrics. Meanwhile, on the one hand, he used the true fire of the sun, coupled with the Qiankuan tripod, to refine spiritual treasures that corresponded to the main stars, using the star essence and the gold of the stars that he had collected as materials, and the refining of the star spirit treasure. It is the main work of Fuguang. No matter whether it was collecting the star essence, the gold of the stars, or repairing the astrological eclipses between the major main stars, all of it was for the star spiritual treasure that he was refining, and the existence of the star spirit treasure. Instead, it was for a party of great formations that he had already begun to comprehend and deduce. Perimeter Star Formation. Chapter 80 Fuxi and Baizhe Revisited. News from Fengxi Mountain. Chapter 80. Thousands of years have passed. Buzz. In the Qian Koan Ding, an immortal light glowed. Immediately following, a small flag that flowed with the power of the stars, emitting the aura of an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, flew out from within the Qiankuan tripod and fell directly into Fuguang's hands, which he backhanded into his spiritual platform. This can be a tedious and time-consuming task. After stretching his waist, Fuguang spoke with some emotion. With his rather nerdy personality to do this, all the while finding the work of repairing the stars and fixing the astrological eclipses boring and tedious, and under the circumstances of taking a long time. It's no wonder that Emperor Jun and Tai, who were under the original heavenly destiny trajectory, didn't go through with it. Tinkering with the star dome? Where is the ascension that comes from conquering the 10,000 races of the floodplains and becoming the overlord of the floodplains? Only. After a short break, Fuguang once again started his own treasure refining work. It is for the very reason that this one thing is boring, tedious, time-consuming, and incredibly difficult to do, that the rewards of doing it successfully can be enormous. God's way is the best. The greater the payoff, the more difficult it is. After this one thing is done, the greater the harvest will be. What Fuguang is scheming. Naturally, it could not be as simple as just building a successful circumstellar star formation. He wanted more, including, but not limited to, obtaining thereby heavenly merit, the authority of the stars of the week. The group of stars is blessed with Qi, a party of upgraded versions of the circumstantial star formation that could be directly activated even by him alone. If it was just about refining the circumstantial star formation, why would he need to work so hard to repair the star vault and repair the astrological econometrics? It was about 100 years after Fuguang started his own work again. Buzz. Two immortal lights came from the distance. Around the time when they were still a short distance of 100 million miles from where Fuguang was, two figures walked out from the immortal light. It came from no one else. It was none other than Taoist Fuxi of Fengxi Mountain, as well as the two of them, Baizhe, who were seeking refuge in Fengxi Mountain at the moment. Far out. Fuxi then arched his hand in salute. Fellow Taoist Fuguang, do you have some free time to catch up? White Zephyr, on the other hand, bowed and did not speak. Buzz. After Fuxi's words fell, it was only a matter of moments. A burst of spatial avenue power directly enveloped the location of Fuxi and Baizhe. And in the moment when they were still in a daze, The two of them were already standing not far behind Fuguang. The movement of the hands did not stop. Fuguang was still refining the star's spiritual treasure with the Qian Kuan tripod, while repairing the star signs easily with great mana at the same time. Turn your back on Fuxi and Baizhe. Fuguang, who had rarely returned a salute, said without turning his head. Being in the middle of the stars, and the poor Taoist is rather busy at the moment, so I'm not very polite. I'd also like to ask fellow Taoist Fuxi and little friend Baizhe to still apologize. Words. Fuxi's eyes flickered slightly too. Again. Such spatial means. Previously, Fuxi, who had once seen it in the Golden Crow Palace, couldn't help but feel and spit in his heart. What about the promise of some privileges just within the confines of the Sun Star? How is it that in the midst of this starry sky, far from the star of the sun, you, Taoist Fuguang, were still able to instantly move him hundreds of millions of miles away in a situation where he was completely unable to react to a middle-stage paramount sage great aptitude practitioner? So, when it was first said in the Golden Crow Palace that this move was only the words of the Sun God's authority, it's really just fooling them, isn't it? 100 thoughts crossed his mind, then instantly retracted as one. Fuxi smiled. Where? It's the poor Taoist and little friend Baizhe who have come uninvited to disturb fellow Taoist Fuguang. How dare you blame a fellow Taoist? Aside. As always, Shirazawa bowed respectfully. I'm sorry to bother you, Senior. Heads don't come back, Fuguang said in a casual tone. No harm done. You two don't have to be polite. I wonder if the two of you have come to see the poor Taoist this time. But what is the matter? Hearing Fuguang's inquiry, glanced at the figure that always had his back to them, sitting alone in the starry sky. Fuxi took in all of the changes between the stars and the astrological econometrics in front of Fuguang at the moment. The Qian Kuan tripod, which he had no intention of hiding or tucking away, as well as the stars and the astrological econometrics. In particular, at the sight of the Qian Kuan tripod, Fuxi, who recognized this precious tripod at a glance, had his pupils slightly shrunk, and some shock rose in his heart. Qian Kuan Din, this piece of supreme treasure of creation, which was extremely famous among the flooded heavens and earth, and was capable of reversing the innate nature, was actually in the hands of Taoist Fuguang? Previously. But there's no information at all. Especially in the past. Because of Nuwa's specialization in the great Tao of creation, the two of them had even joined forces to look for the supreme treasure of creation. Never in a million years. This piece of the supreme treasure of creation would actually be in Taoist Fuguang's hands. Have to say, Taoist Fuguang is really too good at hiding this kind of creation treasure. If not this time he and White Zephyr coincidentally come over, may get wind to be able to know it. Only, Fuxi didn't have much else in mind. First, as a great adept who specialized in the innate easy number, Fuxi especially believed in the fate of heaven. Since the Qian Kuan tripod had fallen into Fuguang's hands, it proved that both he and his sister, Nuwa, had a destiny with this spiritual treasure. Second, he, Fuxi, was not the kind of villain who coveted his friend's treasures. Third, those who dared to have thoughts about the spiritual treasures in Fuguang's hands were only afraid that they hadn't lived long enough. Fuxi does not doubt for a moment that he only needs to show that kind of thought to the last moment was a friend. To Taoist friends to call each other Fuguang, a slap will be thrown in his Fuxi's face. Coveting another person's greatest treasure in the flooded world. It's an unquestionably immortal and deadly feud. One last thing. Fuxi always felt that if he went against Fuguang, he more or less had the feeling of committing treason and treason from below. So, He didn't have a single thought in his mind about the Qiankuan tripod. After roughly surmising what Fuguang was doing something at the moment, Fushi's face also became serious and earnest. Opened his mouth to answer Fuyuko's inquiry. I have come here because there are some things that I want to discuss with fellow Taoist Fuguang. But the timing isn't quite right. So let's just pretend that we're bringing a few messages for you. Dao friend. Slight pause. After Fushi glanced at Bai Zhe beside him. Open mouth. Xian dash. Fellow Taoist once instructed little friend Bai Zhe, as well as a good number of later generations, to head to Fengqi Mountain to join the poor Taoist and her sister. Nowadays, little friend Bai Zhe has already cultivated the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal Dao fruit. And some of the other descendants have also attained the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal Dao fruit like little friend Bai Zhe. And the rest have also certified the great Luo Dao fruit. Besides, among the many descendants and juniors who sought the shelter of the poor Taoist and my sister in the Fengqi Mountain, there are also quite a few who have attained the great Luo Dao fruit. All a bunch of backwoodsmen with a promising future. Words. Fuguang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. White Zephyr and the others had actually achieved the great Luo Dao fruit? There were a good number of Dao Lord Gold Immortals in Fengqi Mountain in addition to Bai Zhe and the others? This Fengqi Mountain. There's something remarkable about that. Subconscious. Fuguang lamented. Nice. After hearing Fuguang's reply, the corners of Fushi's mouth rose, and Bai Zhe's face showed joy. The two looked at each other and smiled. The meaning is in the words. Chapter 81, The Duke of the East King has done it again. Chapter 81. Didn't care about the small movements between Fushi and Bai Zhe. After Fuguang raised his hand and once again threw in a large amount of gold of the stars into the Qiankuan tripod, inquired again. I wonder what other news Tomo has. Words. Subconsciously, Fushi was the one who directly opened his mouth to answer Fuguang's question. There are still a few things left to do. A meta meeting ago dash. The witch clan of Buzhou Mountain turned into a whole. And from amongst the witch clan lands of Buzhou Mountain, 6 large tribes led by 6 ancestral witches were separated. And with the witch clan lands as their core, they migrated towards the surroundings of Buzhou Mountain. 80,000 years ago, the Duke of the East King broke through to the late stage of the quasi-saint stage. And carrying a great gift, he personally went to the North Underworld Sea, promising the position of Emperor of the Immortal Court, and inviting Taoist Kuanping of the North Underworld Sea to join the Immortal Court. 50,000 years ago, there are 3 more great avatars that have joined the Immortal Court. Until now, the number of great avatars in the Immortal Court has been as high as 10. 10,000 years ago, the Immortal Court and the Sorcerer race, which has completed its migration and has begun to expand beyond the Buzhou Mountains, have once again clashed. One breath. Fushi directly told Fuguang about all the breakthroughs above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands since this most recent Yuanhui, with a look of anticipation on his face. Tentatively, he inquired, I wonder what fellow Taoist Fuguang has to say about the drastic changes that have occurred since this Yuanhui? At the time of Fushi's inquiry, White Zephyr's face was also colored with hidden anticipation. He and Elder Fushi have long since reached an understanding. It was recognized that Elder Fuguang was the one who could unify the flooded heavens and earth and become the existence of the Supreme Lord, the common Lord of all living beings. Ancestral witches of the witch clan, indulging the witch race and feeding on all living beings. He cannot sit on the throne of supremacy. Lord East of the Immortal Court? Those who are not strong enough, who are arrogant, who have no one in their sights, who are foxes and tigers, are also worthy of it? Only Fuguang seniors. Heavenly destiny was in his body. His destiny was supreme and noble, and his strength was considered the first person under the saints. Moreover, He created words and inaugurated the way of literature, he set the time calendar and established the order of time. And received the most merits from the way of heaven. So he can be called the Red Man of the way of heaven. Him. Fuguang Senpai. He is the one who can sit on the throne of the Lord of heaven and earth. This one. It is only the existence that is worthy of his Baizei's following. Only the cooperation object that is worthy of Fushi Sr. to seek a great cause with. Ah! Nothing wrong with that. Before coming over this time, Fushi and he, Baizei, had long ago reached a consensus. They wanted to show their worth in order to be able to enter into the machinations of Elder Fuguang. Why get into it? It lies in their word. The way of the innate number. All lie in the deduction of heavenly chances. Intercepting the future momentum above. How high the achievement lies in the cultivator who walks on this avenue. Whether in the different situations such as the smooth and the negative. See more clearly. Calculate more. And seek more thorough. This time. If the two of them could take advantage of the opportunity to conspire with Elder Fuguang to enter into this plot. Meanwhile, it is also entering into this quantum leap that has been opened. They, the two flood god stick patriarchs who walk the same avenue, in different directions, would inevitably be able to deduce and scheme in the midst of the shunyata of the quantum revelation, and realize more of the wonders of their own avenues. By the time Elder Fuguang had completed his scheming and sat on the throne of heaven and earth supreme, the two of them would surely be able to go to the level of perfection of paramount sainthood in their Tao. By then you can expect a little. The scenery of witnessing the fruits of the Tao of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world is now. So here's the thing. Since they are both going to enter the quantum of solace, why must they choose Elder Fuguang instead of the now vocal Duke of the East? It's simple. White Zephyr and Fushi are just trying to strategize in the quantitative robbery. Planning for the good and the bad. And taking the body into the game to participate in the cultivation of the innate number avenue. Rather than running to find the dead? As for the ancestral witches? Baizei and Fushi are afraid that after they go over, it will be slaughtered for rations. Especially White Zephyr. Although his original body didn't know how it tasted, the ancestral witches and great witches of the witch clan certainly didn't mind tasting it. Back to the main topic. After Fushi finished speaking, Baizei and the two of him were waiting for Fuguang's reply. No movement. Not a word. So as not to disturb Fuguang's thinking. At this moment, Fuguang likewise had some surprise at the news brought by Fushi. The wizards have started a migration? Even though only 6 large tribes had migrated, it proved that the development of the numbers of the witch race had reached a critical point. In other words, in the near future, the quantum of solace will once again explode into a small climax. It's bad. Bad news. And it was to be expected that the Duke of the East King would achieve the late stage of paramount sainthood. Under the shelter of the immortal court's so huge fortune, it was time for him to break through to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. No matter how much of a waste he was. It can be said that the East King Gong person is not how. But it cannot be denied that his root qualification in the innate sacred are the top of the layer. Koan Pang as well as several great powerhouses joined the immortal court? This news surprised Fuguang. As for what kind of price the Duke of the East King had offered that would make Koan Pang's heart flutter and then willingly join the immortal court, Fuguang could roughly guess some. One of them is the spirit treasure. Who in the flood wasteland doesn't know that Koan Pang is a poor great avatar? And basically doesn't have any handy spiritual treasures in his hands. Even when he was dividing the treasures in the purple heavenly palace, he wasn't able to obtain many good treasures. Its second is the Red Cloud. Koan Pang's mind of wanting to kill Red Cloud and his mind of wanting to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi were both very different. As long as the Duke of the East King promised to help him kill Red Cloud, Koan Pang would be even more heartened. As for the Hongmeng purple breath, for no, it is an impossibility. The Duke of the East King was not that willing. Nor was he that confident that Kuan Pang would not be able to comprehend the Hongmeng purple chi. After all, Kuan Pang was also someone who had sat on the holy throne. Fear not. Fear not. Although this Kuan Pang fellow has joined the immortal court, it's estimated that he won't completely return to the immortal court. Fuguang is multitasking. In his mind, he analyzed the situation of Kuan Pang's entry into the immortal court. When Red Cloud dies and then competes for that one Hongmeng violet chi, the moment he dies and then competes for that one Hongmeng violet chi, Kuan Pang will immediately turn against him and compete with the Duke of the East King for the Hongmeng violet chi. Only, it shouldn't be very likely to see this. The last message brought by Fushi. The immortal court and the sorcerer race are starting to generate friction again. Nowadays, the immortal court's chi is flourishing. And there are many talented people, not to mention. Self-strength has also taken another step forward. Meanwhile, the immortal court also had 10 more great avatars in it. And among them, there was also a strong one among the great avatars like Kuan Pang. Can this boy, the Duke of Dongwang, still hold back his temper and not think of a clean slate? Must not be able to resist. His tail, which had just been lowered, was only about to rise. Once the Duke of the East King was in a state of euphoria. He was going to go for a clean slate. To fight the ancestral witches and the witch clan. Meet the fairy court. It must be the mountainous iron fist of the ancestral witches. The mountainous counterattack retaliation of the witch race. And the immortal court, which has just become strong, will be dealt a head-on blow. And awaiting the end of the fairy court. Then it must be a great defeat. A crushing defeat. A bloodbath and a fall. The East King Dong, who has been arrogant for these long years. Maybe the end is near for him. Chapter 82, The Spirit of Life and the Spirit of Woe. Chapter 82. After thinking for a few moments, Fuguang then withdrew his gradually dispersing thoughts. Subsequently, he spoke in a relaxed tone. The quantum rain has already opened. And with the two males competing against each other, the mountains and rivers will surely be shattered. And above the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands, there will also surely be a plague of living beings. Woe is me! And yet, the great momentum of the heavenly Tao is like a rolling wave that cannot be subverted by human power. Slight pause. Fuguang continued to speak. Fellow Taoist asked the poor Taoist what he thought about these changes. And the poor Taoist doesn't really have an opinion. What about the witch clan? Or the 10,000 clans? Or the immortal court? It's you and me and others. In the midst of the rolling momentum, all are but a pawn. And look on. I'm sure it won't be long before something more drastic happens. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Fushi and Bai Zhe both pondered and thought about it slightly. But in just a few short sentences, they weren't able to figure it out. Only Fu Guang, who was busy with his own affairs, had no intention of entertaining guests for the time being. So open your mouth and politely send off your guests. Do you two have anything else? If there's nothing, at this moment, it is inconvenient for the poor Taoist to be a guest. When a time is taken afterward, the poor Taoist will definitely invite the 2 Taoist friends to come as guests. I don't know what you, 2 fellow Taoists, intend to do? Words. Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, who were still in deep thought, both came back to their senses. And at the same time understood Fu Guang's subtext of sending off very well. In response, the 2 men were not displeased. In itself, they were already disturbing Fu Guang by coming over. Being able to be received for a while is already enough to give face. What's more, Fu Guang was still just politely asking them to leave. If they really want to meet a bad-tempered one and slap them down into the flood starry sky. Fu Shi and Bai Zhe don't have tempers to lose. In all fairness, if they were to be disturbed by someone when they were doing something important, it would be flatly impossible for them to receive them, much less treat them with any kind of good attitude. If you are disturbed hard, a direct fight is not out of the question. Fuguang, this time, has already been benevolent and righteous. If you really want to nitpick, you will instead be evil to Fuguang. And you will also appear to be too unaware of your own advancement. Excuse me, fellow Daoist. Fu Shi's face straightened and he arched his hand towards Fuguang. Aloud. Poor Taoist and little friend Bai Zhe. This is farewell. Aside. Bai Zhe also bowed respectfully. Shirazawa excuses himself. Words. Fuguang nodded. Take care of yourself. Both of you. And I apologize for not seeing you off. After hearing Fuguang's words, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe quickly left after both of them once again apologized. Wait until these two leave. Buzz. Fuguang casually raised his hand. And his special live broadcasting merit and virtue spiritual treasure flood calendar of time appeared on the side. And between the flow of immortal light, everything around the flood Terra Nova immortal court was mirrored in front of him. With the calendar on. As long as the immortal court made a big move or suffered a huge change, he would be able to notice it. Taking a glance at the Terra Nova immortal court's heaven and earth aura that had no ripples, Fuguang retracted his gaze and continued the movements of his own hands. The mind was brooding. Inside the small climax of the quantum revelation that will soon open, the Duke of the East King as well as the immortal court will surely suffer a great defeat. As I remember under the track of Heaven Dash, when witch and demon had their initial duel, the demon race suffered a great defeat and was close to being exterminated when the sage stepped in to set demon in charge of the sky, witch in charge of the earth truce, giving the demon race a chance to catch their breath and grow stronger. Now, if I don't establish the demon clan, there will naturally be no existence of demons. On the contrary, Duke Dawn's immortal court is doing well. It won't be any worse than the demon race was during the initial battle between witch and demon. Slight pause. Fuguang's gaze looked up at the chaos beyond the sky, then retracted. There was some curiosity in the mind. So, will the saints still strike? The question is critical. This old kid, the Duke of the East King, had been pulling the tiger's skin of the saints' admixture, recruiting a large number of powerful people to join among the immortal court. Even those who don't join will not dare to mess with the immortal court too much because of this tiger skin a few points of face. If in the next great battle between the sorcerer clan and the immortal court, the saints don't make a move, then the Duke of Dongwang would definitely not end up too well. And even the possibility of his death would be very high. Meanwhile, the immortal court will naturally lose the saints this huge tiger skin. Previously by this tiger skin to a large number of strong immortal court, will certainly lead to the situation of the hearts of the people to turn away. And before to give a few moments to the saints. Therefore the great spiritual masters who didn't dare to show their teeth excessively with the immortal court would definitely not give face anymore. You say you were ordained by a saint? Then call out for a saint and see if he'll oblige you? And if a saint makes a move, immediately, the immortal court's tiger skin of saint's approval will be turned into a real protective umbrella. I'm afraid that other than the witch race, there will never be anyone else who dares to disobey the immortal court's orders. Even a few sage disciples had to give face to the immortal court. At the very least, it won't go against the immortal court on the surface. Because they're saintly teachers. They were all in quite the immortal court. How can a bunch of you disciples go against your own teacher? And that, it's also bound to turn the immortal court into a truly untouchable power. The saints coming down as a backdrop is just so wild and cool. If that one harmonized saint really went down in the middle of this great battle between the sorcerer race and the immortal court, Fuguang would not hesitate to cut down some of the thoughts that had already sprung up in his mind. Then, hiding obediently inside the sun star, there is absolutely no longer any thought or idea of being involved in this quantum leap. After you saints have merged with the Tao, you've all stood up for the Prince of the East. It's hard not to suspect that it's the heavenly Tao choosing the immortal court. Choosing the Duke of Dongwang now. In that case, then why is he still playing with the rich and powerful? Settling down to be his day god. Mixing food and lying down is all. As for the Hongmeng purple chi that had already arrived? And your own future path to enlightenment? Just grind hard. His mixed yuan golden immortal Dao fruit had already been perfected. And how to cultivate the path after it was perfected? Fuguang already had some eyebrows in his mind. I'm not afraid that my future is completely cut off. And the Hongmeng purple chi can be hardened a little bit with its own merit. Chi and strength. Only. Whether or not it would be possible to completely refine this Hongmeng violet chi before the arrival of the immeasurable measurement calamity was just an unknown. At the same time, if this quantum leap is not certified, when the 6 saints of the heavens had returned to their positions, Fuguang are the many great spiritual masters in the flooded heavens and earth. They should be careful and low profile in their actions. Even in the future. It was not uncommon for one's own cultivation in Dao fruits, after being caught up by the disciples of saints, to occur on an equal footing with one's juniors. Let's not talk about generations. Strength. It's the bottom line. Who would want to keep their head down and act like a grandchild when they see someone if they could? Fuguang thought with a calm demeanor, his mind withdrawing a single thought from his 10,000 thoughts. No more thinking about this one thing. Next, let's just see what kind of choices the saints will make. When he was in the purple heavenly palace, the sage gave so many good things and then let Fuguang make his own choice. But the choice has always been a two-way street. Today, it is also considered that Fuguang returned to give the saint a choice. It is to protect the East King Gong, the head of the male immortals, who has now become a great power. Or him, the Hinakami Fuyuko, who had still accomplished nothing. It depended on whether or not the saints would make a move in the midst of the ensuing great battle between the sorcerer race and the immortal court. Chapter 83, Fushi, Reckless. Chapter 83. Above the auspicious clouds. It was the two people, Fushi and Bai Zhe, who had returned from between the stars, toward Fingqi Mountain, after saying goodbye and bidding farewell to Fuguang a short while ago. At this moment, White Zephyr, who was full of doubts, looked at Fushi, archly asked for advice. Elder Fushi, I wonder if you have realized how Elder Fuguang's attitude towards the sorcerer race and the immortal court is? Words. Fushi, the image of an elegant middle-aged man, stroked the goatee he purposely wore, and his eyes were flooded with thoughts. Ryoko. It was only then that Fushi spoke. With the degree of tacit understanding and confidence between poor Taoist and fellow Taoist Fuguang, I have indeed understood a few points of what is in fellow Taoist Fuguang's mind. It's not really that hard. If you, little friend, have had more contact with fellow Taoist Fuguang, with your talent, you will definitely be able to understand a few of the meanings of fellow Taoist Fuguang as well. Hearing this from Fushi, a slight tinge of admiration passed through Bai Zhe's eyes. Looking at Fushi, he said, Please also guide me. Senior nodded. Fushi's face wore a confident smile. Subsequently, opened his mouth to clear up the confusion for Bai Zhe. To summarize dash. Not enough to fear. Bai Zhe's eyes lit up. And after a slight pause, Fushi. Then he began to explain it in detail. Didn't fellow Taoist Fuguang say so? Whether it's the sorcerer clan or the 10,000 clans. What about the immortal court? In the midst of the rolling momentum, they're all just pawns. You and I have known for a long time that fellow Taoist Fuguang has a gully in his heart. And a belly that is capable of strategizing through the heavens and the earth. And that he has already been calculating something long ago. Plotting for the position of the heavenly and earthly supremacy. And now that the quantum reign has taken off, fellow Taoist Fuguang is still able to speak words that the various parties active today are nothing more than pawns. It's enough to say dash. Fellow Taoist Fuguang's scheming has not been disrupted at all. And that the sorcerer race, the 10,000 races, and the immortal court are not able to affect his great cause one bit. At this moment, Fushi, an old god, stroked his beard with a look of certainty. It's two. This change is no more than a little wave for fellow Taoist Fuguang. It's not enough to fear. Guess it's all. It's all in fellow Taoist Fuguang's plan. Speaking of which, a color of emotion and admiration appeared on Fushi's face. Worthy of being born with a 9-9 supreme destiny. Even the quantum leap is accounted for. Such breadth of mind. Such scheming. Such temperament. Truly marvelous. After hearing this flurry of analysis from Senior Fushi that had a beginning and an end, and was extremely deep and broad, White Zephyr nodded in approval as well. Meanwhile, opened his mouth in admiration. Worthy of Fuguang Sr. All of this, surprisingly, is within his expectations and plans. No wonder. It's no wonder that after Elder Fushi uttered that multitude of news that had the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, many great aptitudes, and all beings on edge, he was able to sit alone in the starry sky as if he were at peace and on cloud 9. I'm only afraid that Fuguang Sr.'s remark that you and I are both pawns under a great power was a self-effacing remark. Powerful but humble. Honorable but gentle. Truly supreme. Speaking of the end. After Fushi and Bai Zhe both looked at each other and smiled, there was another burst of emotion. For a while. Finally being serious again. Fushi also smiled. This time, it was reckless of us. With the skill of fellow Taoist Fuguang, how can what happens above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands escape his projections? We've come over this time. Flatly disturbing fellow Taoist Fuguang, not to mention being of no use at all. In the future, never be so reckless. Nodded. Bai Zhe very much recognized the words of Elder Fushi. In fact, after much deliberation, Bai Zhe felt some embarrassment. What are those two doing? How could one think that a great avatar who used the quantum of culpa as a game of chess, in which he placed his pieces and plotted, would not be aware of the changes in the state of affairs among the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses? This time to deliver a message. It gave White Zephyr a humiliating feeling of being a laughingstock. There are no exceptions. Fushi felt the same way. But he didn't show it. Instead, he spoke with a serious face. When you go back, urge everyone to practice well. If we want to participate in fellow Taoist Fuguang's great cause, relying on today's skills alone is somewhat insufficient. Words. White Zephyr nodded with a solemn face. Elder's words are very true. Between the words, the two of them discussed their plans for afterward while quickly returning towards Fingqi Mountain. When he returned to Fingqi Mountain, he directly closed the mountain gate tightly without going out, waiting quietly for the big change between the 3 parties. Namely the sorcerer race, the immortal court, and the 10,000 races. To take place nowadays. Time rushes by. A snap of the fingers. It was the passing of a meta-session. Inside the time of this genesis, the quantitatively destructive aura between the flooded heavens and earth increased with each passing day. It is already affecting every aspect of heaven and earth. The vast majority of cultivators, affected by the heaven and earth's fury, find it difficult to enter into meditation. And their path of cultivation is not smooth. The beings received the influence of the heaven and earth's fury and gradually became manic. The sky is confused and blurred. Even the chances between heaven and earth were beginning to be obscure. Even the ubiquitous aura of heaven and earth seemed to be contaminated by the fury. Cultivators who are still able to remain unaffected in this quantum leap. Either he had a huge fortune to add to his body, or he possessed the heavenly Tao's merit and virtue to shelter him, and was able to avoid the effects of the quantitative calamities baleful qi and continue to refine his cultivation realm. And as a result, among the scattered cultivators who were able to continue their cultivation in the quantum reign, there was no one else except for a very few such as Fuguang and a few saintly disciples. As for those cultivators inside the big powers, they had the big qi luck of the powers to shelter them. So naturally they weren't affected much. The more powerful the force, the less impact it receives. Hegemonies like the immortal court and the witch race. Nonetheless, it was not affected. On the contrary, it was also because of the convergence of qi, occupying a huge amount of resources, in which the growth rate of the cultivators was a bit faster than usual. Strength becomes stronger. Power grows. And with that, unstoppable pounds of ambition. Every member of the force who tastes the benefits will want more. And you want more. You have to fight for it. Letting go is a great wisdom that many people understand, but many fail to do. Like the great adepts in the immortal court, the great Luo immortal monarchs, and other truly high-ranking people. These powerful men. It had been understood when they joined the immortal court that they had all entered within the quantum of solace. It is also clear to see that under the big picture, people such as yourself are one of the protagonists of the quantum of solace. Naturally, he also wanted to take advantage of the heavenly destiny in his body to plan more. And with the help of the heavenly destiny of the protagonist of the quantum revelation, to make his own path go farther and wider. Coupled with the silent influence of the quantum fury runner, the possibility of wanting them to be sidetracked and quiet and develop doesn't exist. In particular, the person who led the way with such thoughts was still the head of the male immortals of the Lord of the Immortal Court, Emperor Duke Dongwang. Naturally, it's upwardly mobile. During this period of years, the main war sentiment within the Immortal Court could be said to be growing. It's getting to the point where it's too much to suppress. Chapter 84, The Duke of the East, to obey me is to obey heaven. And to disobey me is to disobey heaven. Chapter 84. Terra Nova Immortal Court. Here, clouds vaporized and the aura turned into mist. It was far more grand and atmospheric than when the Yingzhou Immortal Court was first established. And it was much more brilliant and dazzling. The vast and immense weather of the immortals rose up. Neatly lined up immortal generals and immortal soldiers on guard. The beautiful and colorful fairy courtesans come in and out. That immortal palace even group. Glazed immortal tiles reflecting the light of the sky. Atmospheric and majestic. As far as the eye can see. I can afford to. The mighty name of the rightful ruler of the group of immortals. At this point, the main hall of the Terra Nova Immortal Court. The god's sky is dark and purple. And the cloud steps are rocking. 10 great magi who enjoyed the title of emperor sat high on their thrones. Their quasi-saintly aura flowing from their bodies, attracting the resonance of many great avenues. And their true intentions flowing in a variety of colors. A single great Luo immortal monarch stood on top of the lotus platform below, displaying the great Luo Dao rhythm, with its own side of elegance. That is, the higher emperors didn't completely cover up their elegance. Further down, Tai Jingxian is an immortal general. The golden immortal is the commander of the immortal soldiers. As for the immortal soldiers and immortal pawns under the commander, they were not qualified to come to the main hall of the Yingzhou Immortal Court at all. Of course, even coming to the main hall, immortal generals, Commanders and the like weren't qualified to participate in the deliberations either. They were only here to better deliver the orders of the big shots. Above the throne of the Lord of the Fairy Court at the very top, Duke Dongwang, dressed in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown on his head, unabashedly released his own late-stage quasi-sane aura, overriding the immortal court's group of immortals. Next to the King of the East, the graceful and noble Western Queen Mother had a calm demeanor and her aura was introverted. Even though she was releasing the aura of a great divine master, she didn't let anyone see what level she was at today at all. Looks like her might was also not as strong as Lord Dongwang's, and she had a feeling like she was willing to be the green leaf that mirrored Lord Dongwang's might. In fact, many of the cultivators in the Immortal Court also didn't take Shi Wangmu, who was also the Immortal Court's lord, too seriously. If it wasn't for the fact that the Queen Mother of the West was still in control of the Immortal Court's penal and punishment affairs, as well as managing many female immortals, her presence would have been reduced to a very low level in the Immortal Court. After all, in comparison, the light of the Duke of East Wang, the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Emperor of the group Immortals, was truly a bit dazzling. So much so that it suppressed the light from the Western Queen Mother, who was also the Lord of the Immortal Court. Of course, such a situation. Perhaps it is also exactly what the Queen Mother of the West wants all beings to see. The truly knowledgeable people in the Immortal Court had even more respect for Shi Wangmu than they did for the dazzling Emperor Duke Dongwang. None other. Just from that mere one strike by this Immortal Court Lord, who had never had much of a presence, when she had once fought against the 7 great ancestral witches at the Buzhou mountain, it was enough to prove that she was powerful. It is bad luck to underestimate such a being who has power and will hide himself. Back to the main topic. At this moment, the Immortal Court group of immortals gathered, and all of their gazes were gathered on the body of the Immortal Court's lord, the Emperor Duke Dongwang. No bullshit. The aura of the Emperor's way flowed from the Duke of Dongwang. Majestic. And his eyes gleamed with divine light between opening and closing. He spoke aloud. I have been given the order of the sages and recognized by the heavenly Tao. And since I established the Immortal Court, I have worked diligently to manage the order of the flooded heavens and earth and of all living beings. And wherever my orders have gone, there have been few who have failed to obey them. Although the power of my Immortal Court is great, it still has a humiliating 2 consecutive defeats so far. As soon as you open your mouth. The Duke of the East King then spoke of his 2 defeats at the hands of the ancestral witches in the past, making the group of immortals in the Immortal Court all look serious. Although it was clear in his mind that Emperor Zun had summoned the group of immortals today in order to discuss the matter of attacking the witch race and exterminating the ancestral witches. But when they really talked about it, there was still some nervous feeling in the hearts of the group of immortals. No way. Ancestral witches are powerful. The rawness of the wizards. In addition to the flooded nations. It was they, the group immortals of the Immortal Court, who felt it most directly. The Immortal Court was twice defeated at the hands of the ancestral witches. So much so that our Immortal Court's heavenly authority was lost. Its morale wasted. And its great endeavors thwarted. Duke Dongwang's tone was icy cold, seriously flashing with a cold light. It is therefore, over these years, this honored one has known shame and courage, and has been motivated to cultivate good generals and elite soldiers to grow the base and strength of our Immortal Court. Nowadays, in my Immortal Court, there are all the emperors sitting around. Hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs. Tens of thousands of Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders. And even billions of elite immortal soldiers. It can be called a great power. Whether it's the ancestral witches and the witch race, or those unruly and disobedient 10,000 races as well, they are no longer enough to fear. Hearing these words from the Duke of Dongwang, It made the great avatars sitting on their thrones nod with smiles on their faces. It made the crowd of Tao Lord immortal monarchs look proud. It made that huge number of Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders all excitedly raise their heads. Subsequently, the group of immortals all bowed and sang their praises towards the superior Duke of the East. Imperial wisdom. Imperial wisdom. Imperial wisdom. Wait until after the group of immortals have called out to the sea. Rumble. The Emperor's great Tao on the Duke of the East King's body strengthened. And a domineering aura that overrode everything directly enveloped the entire immortal court. His voice rang out again with it. The ancestral witches are to be destroyed and the witch race is to be fought. Not only that. From now on, I want all beings in the flood to honor the orders of the immortal court. And anyone who dares to disobey will raise an army to kill them without mercy. Swish. A big hand. The Duke of Dongwang gave a direct order. Armor up and prepare for war. There is no need to make any disguise. To make a grand announcement to all the beings of the flood. To tell plainly all those who do not follow my immortal court. To obey me is to obey heaven. And one may live, to disobey me is to disobey heaven. And one will perish. Woe! As the Duke of Dongwang's words fell, all the Tao Lord immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, and golden immortal commanders below all looked excited. One by one, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Live with obedience. But perish with disobedience. Live with obedience. But perish with disobedience. Live with obedience. But perish with disobedience. This neatly organized voice was not blocked by the Yingzhou Immortal Court's great formation. And it just spread out. The sound shook the sky. It can be heard far and wide. Very quickly. A gaze that was either surprised, astonished, or curious was looking over in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Meanwhile, the owner of these gazes also gave the sentence a clear hearing. The straightforward words that weren't difficult to understand instantly made the faces of the many great divine masters not look too good. It also made the faces of many races ugly. The avatars are okay. The words were directed at their feelings not so much. But then the 10,000 races that had not yet joined the immortal court were very difficult and upset. You can live with the good. But you'll die with the bad? The targeting couldn't have been more obvious. And the most violent reaction. None more so than the sorcerers, who are at this moment at the tipping point of the old round of growth. The great wizards among the various tribes of the witch race cursed and quickly sent the news that the immortal court would be making a big move to the Pangu Divine Hall in the ancestral land of the witch race at the foot of the Buzhou mountain. It fell into the ears of the group of ancestral witches who were practicing within the Pangu Divine Hall. Chapter 85, This person is too insidious and cunning. At this time, the Pangu Divine Hall at the foot of Buzhou mountain. Boom! A raging and berserk ferocious chi and blood erupted from within the Pangu Divine Hall, shaking the entire ancestral land of the sorcerer clan. Immediately following, all the witch clansmen who hadn't yet divided and migrated and remained in the middle of the ancestral land of the witch clan were hearing the Zhu Rong ancestor witch's angry roar. The sound was deafening. Arrogant. Hearing Zhu Rong ancestral witch's roar, all of the witch clansmen were frenzied. And then they all looked in the direction of the Pangu Divine Hall. Experience has taught them. The ancestral witch was enraged. Either that or the ancestral witches are going to fight amongst themselves and have a good time. Either that or some unknowing ingredient is rebelling and they have a fight on their hands. But as a rule, ancestral witches were angry to such an extent that it was mostly likely that they were going to fight amongst themselves. As for the outsiders, all of them were nothing more than dirt chickens and dogs. A dish on their witch clan's table. Where could they really provoke the ancestral witches to such an extent? Many great wizards were filled with excited exchanges. It's the Zhu Rong ancestral witch. He's angry again. I wonder which ancestral witch Zhu Rong is going to fight with this time. That must be the Gong Gong ancestor witch. I think it's going to be the Genghis Khan. Gong Gong Ancestor Witch. Xianmei Ancestor Witch. Yo, you boys got an itch? Oh, the wind is blowing? Fuck you. Grandpa beat you to death. Some of the great wizards were not able to convince anyone as to why the Zhu Rong ancestor witch was angry and with whom he would have a great battle. And in the end, they directly started to move. Very quickly. A real-life chaotic fight broke out between these great sorcerers who were so powerful that they were much more terrifying than even an idle Downlord cultivator. Many of the great wizards who hadn't participated in it originally felt their hands itching after watching it for a while. And they also participated in it. For this scene, the Wiccans are all over the place. Because that's how they live their daily lives. Hunting, exercising, breeding, as well as looking for a fight. The small ripples that occurred in the clanland could not affect the 12 ancestral witches inside the Pangu Divine Hall. At this moment, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong's body was burning with the fire of the great Tao, manifesting the angry emotions within him at this moment. Roared. How dare a small immortal court, worm-like Duke of the East, be so reckless? This ancestral witch is going to take his head right now. Between the words, the ancestral witch Zhu Rong then angrily got up from his position and was about to rush out of the Pangu Divine Hall and head to the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Only, he had just made a move. And at the head of the position, the elder brother of the 12 ancestral witches. At the same time, the ancestral sorcerer of Space Di Jiang, who was also one of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. One of the 7 ancestral sorcerers known to the beings of the Flood Wasteland. Had a pair of sharp gazes that fell directly onto Zhu Rong's body. Coldly. You sit down for this ancestor witch. And take back the fire from you. Who are you yelling and flailing for? For us brothers and sisters? Hearing his own big brother's words, Zhu Rong's face stiffened. And with a strained neck, he was about to dislike Emperor Jiang back. But as soon as he looked up, he saw the unkind looks the other ancestral witches were giving him. The corners of his mouth twitched. Sit down in a muffled voice. Just take it. Why are you yelling so loud? Between the words, Zhu Rong was already resuming his seat in his seat and didn't do anything out of the ordinary anymore. He was grumpy though. Meanwhile, it's also a character that doesn't want to be aggravated. But there was still a lot of respect for the eldest brother of the 12 ancestral witches Di Jiang. And he's not a cutie. Seeing the unkind eyes of the other ancestral witches, he knew that if he continued, he would definitely be beaten by the group. Which is not a wimp. But there's no need to get up on a pole and get beat up. Once Zhu Rong had sat down again, Gong Gong, who was across from him, revealed a mocking smile towards Zhu Rong, causing Zhu Rong, who was very much at odds with him, to raise his eyebrows furiously. He finally came to close his eyes and chose to turn a blind eye. What an immortal court! Among the 12 ancestral witches, an ancestral witch with a very rugged look, but with a pair of eyes that shone with the light of wisdom characteristic of the old six, coldly smiled and opened his mouth to lament. After hearing his words, the gazes of the crowd of ancestral witches all looked toward this one ancestral witch. This one ancestral witch. It was none other than the wise one among their 12 ancestral witches. The Witch of Time. Candlewick. All along, all the actions of the witch race had been planned and arranged by Candle Joeen. Although the witch race did not cultivate Yuan Shun, did not know how to deduce, and did not recognize the number of heaven, but as the ancestral Witch of Time, Candle Joeen could vaguely feel the misfortune and fortune, and could also see some fragments of the future. And then, according to the judgment of the good and bad fortune, as well as seeing a little bit of the future fragments, for the witch tribe, as well as the development, to make reasonable arrangements. Emperor Zhang's gaze went to Candle Joeen. opened his mouth and asked him about his plans. The immortal court is coming on strong this time. How should we respond? Or do a few of us take a shot? Words. After Candle Join's slight contemplation, he spoke directly. 2 more out. Swish. 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 Hearing Candle Join's words, the several ancestral witches who had not yet made a move, much less appeared on top of the floodlands and were not yet known, all had their eyes lit up. A pair of fiery and expectant gazes all looked towards Candle Join. They want to get out and about, too. But for the sake of the witches, in order to cope with the emergence of their 12 ancestral witches, the true opponents of the sorcerer clan. Amongst the waves of the downstream fragments of time that Candle Join had seen shortly after their 12 ancestral witches had emerged from the world, they had to obey Candle Join's arrangements again. Every time he saw the scenes of Xinmei, Zhu Rong, Di Jiang, and the other 7 siblings, they were able to walk openly outside, manifesting their sainthood in front of people, and overpowering the beings of the flood. The 5 ancestral witches who had been asked to lurk within the Pangu Divine Hall. The other 4 besides Candle Join were going to be suffocating. And they want to be so. Now it was finally a chance to walk the flood plainly and openly, going around to manifest sainthood in front of people, suppressing the flood beings, and looking for those high-eyed great spiritual masters to fight. Naturally, I'm looking forward to it in a million ways. Ignoring the other 4 ancestral witches' excited eyes, Candle Join continued to speak. I've heard that Lord of the Immortal Court's Lord of the East King has already achieved the late quasi-saint realm. And his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. And all these years since, although our brothers and sisters are getting stronger, and so are the clansmen of the Witch Clan, the same forces of the Immortal Court are also becoming more powerful. That Taoist Koan Pang of the Northern Underworld Sea has also joined the Immortal Court. Add to that the other great magi of the Immortal Court, as well as that other Immortal Court Lord Shi Wangmu who is extremely well hidden. Also beware of the Immortal Court hiding other great magi. I'm only afraid that with the power of the 7 of you out there, Big Brother, I'm afraid it's not enough. Just to be on the safe side. 2 more from among our siblings. The remaining 3 are still not allowed to show themselves at this stage. So beware that someone is counting on our brothers and sisters, as well as the billions of clansmen behind the scenes while we are at war with the Immortal Court. Slight pause. Candle Join's face was full of seriousness as he reminded the group of ancestral witches. Open mouth. Don't forget. People. Our brothers and sisters, as well as the true opponents and enemies of the witch race, have not shown up until now. This opponent is extremely patient, must be rich in means, and is simply incomparably insidious and cunning. It must not be left unguarded. Chapter 86 – Movements of the Parties in the Coming War. Hearing Candle Join's analysis, the group of ancestral witches all nodded directly. Of course. Nods return to nods. Whether or not they are listening. Whether or not they are listening, only the ancestral witches themselves would know. The ancestral witches thought simply. It doesn't matter if you hear it or not. But if you don't nod your head at this point in time, you'll look like you're not intellectually competent enough. And it'll be great. Candle Join didn't care if the group of ancestral witches understood. Anyway, he had long since lost all hope in his siblings' ability to dish it out. As long as they can follow the arrangements, the matter is settled. As the elder brother, Emperor Jiang was still able to understand Candle Join's words. Meanwhile, although Emperor Zhong's scheming ability was not much, it was not nothing. He opened his mouth. This time, the Immortal Court is coming on strong. So let them come. The 6 great tribes that have already migrated out will gather their people to meet them. After this battle, The two people who struck out this time, each leading another portion of the clan, leaving the clan land and spreading out to live with the Buzhou mountain as the center. Speaking of which, Di Zhang's gaze went to the 5 ancestral witches who hadn't yet made a move. Ju Meng, Candlewick, Matt, Hometown, Compliant. Other than Candle Joine, the other 4 were all eager to try. Obviously, they didn't want to continue to be smothered inside the Pangu Divine Hall, only to be able to watch the other ancestral witches manifest their sainthood in front of the people outside. With great prestige. 5 Take 2. It's a bad choice. And it's not good for Emperor Jiang to favor one over the other. But naturally, he wasn't doing it for nothing as the big brother of the ancestral witches. He has his own brilliant plan for selecting people. Let's fight the 5 of you. The loser continues to stay inside the Pangu God Temple. And the winner goes out to walk in the flood. In the witch clan. Between the ancestral witches. There's nothing a fight can't fix. The winner takes all and the loser eats dust. It's just such a simple truth. I'll be excused. Candlewick waved his hand. Open mouth. Since I'm the one who proposed to hide my strength, it's only natural that I should lead by example. This opportunity to go out and walk. Just let a couple of you have it. At these words, Emperor Jiang nodded and didn't have any comments. Anyway, all he had to do was wait for the winners and losers to be decided and give the order. Only. Emperor Jiang was fine with it. The remaining 4 ancestral witches were displeased with Candle Joine's words. Let me wait? That's a few words. Know that you, Candle Old 6, are indifferent about getting out or not. If you don't fight, just admit defeat. What's all this talk about letting or not letting? I, Jumong, Matsuo, Shi Chi, Ho 2. Still need your old 6th Candle Joine to give way? It's a joke. The next moment. Boom! Strong battle fluctuations erupted directly from within the Pangu Divine Hall. The 4 ancestral witches, including Ho 2, made their move together and directly started the fight. But the 4 great ancestral witches all have a tacit understanding. At the first moment of striking, directly first towards Candle Joine, each threw a punch, directly beating Candle Joine to the nose and face. His complexion was full of confusion. And after the confusion, Candle Joine was instantly on fire, his body rolling with surging chi and blood. Roared. It's too much. You guys are just too much. I've already given you this opportunity to walk the flood. And you're still taking shots at me? If it can be tolerated. What can't be tolerated? Hearing Candle Joine's words, the 4 great ancestral witches who were originally in the middle of the melee all had their hands in a flurry of movement. And then one by one, their anger rose. Once again, they swarmed towards Candle Joine. Meanwhile, one broke into tears. Let me? Let you fart. This ancestral witch is superbly strong. And I need you to let me? Looking for a fight. Asterisk 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 fuck you. Come. Come. Let this ancestral sorcerer see how qualified you are to say let. Given your Candle Joine strength. Get down. All of you. Candle Joine was under siege. And the other ancestral witches couldn't stand to watch. Then. Have joined the melee. You guys are too much. Count me in. Ah. Shu Rong Pitbull. You sneak attack? You can't afford to play. You little hot chick. Ha! I'll let you scoff. I'll let you slant your eyes. I'll let you push lie. To see if I'll beat you up or not and be done with it. Thanks to the fact that the Pangu Divine Hall was made from the heart of the great god Pangu, which had become almost completely empty after his body had transformed into all things. its sturdiness. Even if the flood world and the heavens and earth crumbled, it might not be able to damage the Pangu Divine Hall. Otherwise, in terms of the impact brought about by such a battle between the 12 ancestor witches, I'm only afraid that the Pangu Divine Hall would have already been crumbled. The years are worthless, and they turn into thousands of years, accompanied by the undisguised army preparation of the Immortal Court. The entire floodplain was going into a weird calm. Except for the witches. Anyone would know that the Immortal Court's primary target was the sorcerer race, which had caused the Duke of the East King to be defeated twice. Even though the 12 ancestral witches were fighting, they hadn't forgotten about the main event. So, the huge witch race, which has now developed to a critical point, is likewise starting to make preparations before the Great War with great fanfare. The two behemoths looked as if they were going to start a duel in a matter of days, directly causing the 10,000 races in the floodplains to start shivering, not daring to venture out and make things happen at this time at all. One closed his racial place tightly and watched the developments with sorrow and tension. Likewise, the crowd of innate saints did the same. The Dowlord monks who still had not broken through to the quasi-saintly realm until now had left their own dojos to seek refuge with the great aptitudes who had once listened to the teachings at the same purple heavenly palace. Even more so, some great avatars who were not absolutely confident in their own strength were also heading to their best friends' places, choosing to hold together. Nothing else. The might of the Immortal Court was too powerful. A great avatar with the title of Emperor personally controlled the whole situation. Many great Luo immortal monarchs were in charge of the major matters, and the Tai immortal generals led the golden immortal commanders to carry out the specific implementation. The action was very efficient. Deterrent. Doing things extremely recklessly as well. Anyone would be a little chilled and scared now. As for the witch clan side, the power of the ancestral witches needed no introduction. The prima donnas of the people of the witch race have also been known for a long time. What's even scarier? The witch race was much more domineering and unscrupulous than the Immortal Court. When you encounter the witch race on top of the flooded earth, either you avoid them from afar or you make plans to never have peace after the confrontation. I don't know how many innate beings have been poisoned and persecuted by the witch race. Even more so, some of the innate beings who had escaped from the hands of the sorcerer race and secretly sought refuge in the sorcerer race trembled with fear at the mention of the sorcerer race. Because they've all been in a scene like this. Walking down the road or squatting in the middle of his dojo, he suddenly encounters one or a group of witches. Or is approached by one. After the other guy sizes you up for a few moments, suddenly grinning. Open up to you. Man. You smell good. The horror of such a scene is unspeakable. So, the area where the witch race was located was considered a forbidden area for all the beings in the flood. When the wizards started making big moves, these innate beings, races, and even the innate holinesses that had taken form in flesh and blood were all avoided with fear. Where else would you dare to stay inside your own dojo without being stupid? Straight up runners. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't you hide? Witches don't know how to deduce anyway. Just find a place to hide away from the witch clan and you won't need to live your life in fear. Chapter 87, The Eastern King's Duke Who Has Reached His Peak. At this moment, wind and clouds converge on the Terra Nova Immortal Court in the territory of the witch race. The eyes of the powers that be. There has been no diversion from either. Of course. More people's eyes are still on the Terra Nova Immortal Court. None other. Compared to the Sorcerer clan, who treated them as blood food and delicacies, the Immortal Court was a bit more overbearing. But at least they could be reasonable. You're going to reason with the witches? The Wookiees will knock you over with a muffler. If you have meat, you kill it for meat. If you don't, you just fight and kill it and discard it at will. And then I'll tell you the truth. Who's already in a state of shock. That's in the witch clan. Their reasoning is the reasoning among the stars. Fuguang was not refining star spiritual treasures at the moment. Nor was he repairing the stars of the circumference or combing through the star signs of ease. Instead, they fetch melon seeds, peanuts, and fairy brew. He looked at the Terra Nova Immortal Court, which was nearing the end of its military preparations in the flood calendar. Take a sip of laurel brew. Fuguang grabbed a handful of melons and got high, eyes expectant. Since he has the confidence to go to war, I'm sure that this time, Lord Eastwang already has a full grasp of how to deal with the 7 ancestral witches. And, having been defeated several times in front of him, no matter how stupid he is, he should be woken up and will hide some cards for himself. It seems that this battle, it's enough for the Immortal Court and the Duke of the East to force out the other ancestral witches that are lurking. As for whether or not Lord East will win, no way. Absolutely not. As far as the Immortal Court is concerned, as long as the 12 ancestral witches come out, in a matter of moments, the Immortal Court can be annihilated. If the saints don't come to the rescue, the Immortal Court would definitely be destroyed by the 12 ancestral witches after this battle. Such a major quantitative node. Even if the work of refining the star spirit treasure and participating in the deduction of the perimeter star formation was important, Fuguang was willing to stop and take a good look at the drama. Meanwhile, it also gave him a good look at the strength of the ancestral witches. Fuguang naturally knew the strength of the ancestral witch, and that terrifying ancestral witch's true body was enough to harden the might of the supreme treasure for a short period of time. But knowing is knowing. Ancestral witches who have never witnessed a battle to the extreme. Fuguang also didn't have a concrete concept of how powerful the ancestral witches were. This battle, it just so happened that it was also an opportunity for Fuguang to use to observe the 12 ancestral witches' specific level of combat power. Fuguang only hoped that the Duke of Dongwang, along with the Immortal Court that he had painstakingly managed to grow, would be able to give a little more strength and force out more of the 12 ancestor witches' bottom cards. It would be best to force out all of the Du Tian 12 divine fatalities formation, forcing the 12 ancestral witches to the point where they even summoned the Pangu incarnation that was their true bottom card. By then, he can also intuitively feel the degree of power of Pangu's incarnation, so that he can have a bottom in his heart. After all, Fuguang was going to enter into the calamity and go to sit in the position of the heavenly and earthly supreme, and the can of the 12 ancestor witches and the can of the Pangu incarnation. He couldn't find a way to be able to avoid that right now. It's natural to see it in advance when you can only face it, so that you can have a little push in your mind. Don't be stupid and misjudge the strength of the other party after rushing up to be slapped and half mutilated by the Pangu incarnation. Back to the main topic. After centuries of sitting idly in Fuguang, boom! In the live broadcast screen of the flood calendar, in the Immortal Court of Yingzhou, a powerful weather that penetrated the heavens and rushed up to the 9th heaven suddenly rose up. Immediately following, dang! 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 A series of 9 flooding bells that spread across heaven and earth fell. Subsequently, the boundary protector formation that enveloped the Yingzhou Immortal Court suddenly opened. Immediately following, each golden immortal commander led the Immortal Court army out of the Yingzhou Immortal Court, exercising the power of cloud riding, gathering a huge auspicious cloud above the East China Sea that enveloped the entire East China Sea. Countless immortal soldiers and immortal pawns quickly formed up and assembled. The bodies of these Immortal Court soldiers exuded the prancing army aura that was naturally formed after truly experiencing a great battle, rendering the entire sky dome as gloomy as if it had lost its color. Swish! 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 Countless flags swaying in the wind. The sound of hunting formed a peace, spreading between heaven and earth. If the previous 2 Immortal Court troopings were to be said, one could still use billions to depict the number of Immortal Court armies. This time, The number of the Immortal Court's army would have to be described as countless, covering the sky. Subsequently, a Tai Immortal general rode out of the Yingzhou Immortal Court on a dragon mount, lined up in front of the Immortal Court army camp on one side, releasing his Tai golden immortal aura with impunity. And then, hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs with the light of the great Tao flowing around their bodies, with their feet on lotus platforms, manifested in front of the Immortal Court army. It's not over. With Taoist Koan Pang at the head, there were a total of 8 Immortal Court emperors, sitting on top of the emperor's throne, manifesting above the celestial dome. The vastness of the paragon's breath tickled the great Tao to echo, and the entire skies above the East Sea resounded with a burst of various great Tao's mysterious Tao sounds, highlighting the power and extraordinary nature of the great avatar. After the 8 great avatars appeared, a large number of great Luo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, as well as an endless number of immortal court armies that stood in formation over the East Sea. All bowed and saluted, in unison. "Welcome, Emperor! Welcome, Emperor! Welcome, Emperor!" Roar! The dragon roars. 9 great Luo golden immortal level augur dragons, pulling a golden and dazzling imperial carriage, made their way out from within the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Above the emperor's carriage, dressed in a purple and gold imperial robe, with an imperial crown on his head, surrounded by the supreme golden luminescence of the imperial great Tao, he was seated with an imperial statue Dharma body silhouette, dignified and majestic. At this moment, the group of immortals bowed their heads. The mountain shouted, and respectfully invited each other. It can be said that, powerful and powerful. At this point, it was the springtime of the head of the male immortals lord of the Immortal Court Emperor Dongguang, the highest moment of glory since his incarnation and emergence from the world. Immortal light flowed above the face of the Duke of Dongguang, which the group of immortals could not see, unconsciously brought on satisfaction and a smile. Look at. This is the strength of his Lord East. That's the power of his Lord East. That's the authority of his Eastern princes. There are many soldiers. Mighty men come and go. There are many strong people with such power in hand. Why worry that your great cause cannot be accomplished? The 10,000? Just a bunch of rabble-rousers. Witches and ancestral witches? A group of barbarians who had a few points of strength and only needed him to be slightly serious to turn his hand over and destroy them. The flood powers? A group of headstrong and death-hungry people are not worthy of being enemies with him. The Duke of Dongguang. The first person under the Saints Fuguang Daoran on the Sun Star? It's just a dry bone in the grave and a grasshopper in the fall. A disciple of a saint? When he achieved greatness and ascended to that one position of the supreme being of heaven and earth, he would surely be able to witness the Tao. By then, it was a saint who couldn't intervene in what he wanted to do, let alone a disciple of a saint. At this moment, it was as if the Duke of the East King had already seen a glimpse of his future after he had unified heaven and earth, commanding the floodplains, with no one daring to disobey or disrespect him. He's really. The heart is pounding to the point of no return. Chapter 88 Fuguang, is he so arrogant in everything he does now? Sitting in the Emperor's carriage, the heart-struck Lord of the East, mighty and powerful, patrols the 4 seas and 8 deserts. It was as if he was surveying the mountains and rivers that belonged to him, and as if telling all the great spirits who were paying attention to the Yingzhou Immortal Court at the moment. This flooded heaven and earth. Who is really the absolute center? Not caring in the slightest about how many flood great avatars would be offended by his actions at this moment, and how many forces of decent strength would be offended. Retract the roving gaze. The Duke of the East King said in a deep voice. The army will start and go straight to Buzhou. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. The Duke of the East King's words of command were like a thunderous thunderclap, directly exploding between heaven and earth. Next moment. Thud. 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 The fierce chi rolled the gale. And between the whistles, it made countless flags hunting and ringing. And the sound of war drums like muffled thunder shook the 9 skies above, and swept the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands below. Rumble. The immortal court army that covered the sky, riding on the huge clouds that enveloped the sky above the East Sea, set off in great numbers, aiming directly towards the Buzhou mountain with a clear goal in mind. Straight ahead. Regardless of whether it was a great avatar dojo in front of you, or the clan lands of a strong tribe. After ignoring them all, he directly headed towards the Buzhou mountain, towards the territories of the major tribes of the witch race. It could be said that, arrogant and bossy, among the stars, Fuguang's face showed a color of dismay as he watched this unbridled and arrogant action of the immortal court's army. The stoned motion of his hand was all for it. For a while. It was only after coming back to his senses that he murmured subconsciously, "Are the Duke of the East King and the immortal court so arrogant in their actions now? So rampant? What was the difference between arrogantly flying above the dojo of those many great aptitudes and above the tribal lands of the 10,000 tribes of the flood wasteland and directly punching these people in the face? That's a lot of maneuvering. Even if the Duke of Dongwang could survive the next great battle, the immortal court would still have to shed a layer of skin for offending many great avatars and all the tribes of the flood. By the looks of it." After murmuring, Fuguang instead grew more and more expectant, looking at the Eastern King Gong, who has gone on to the pinnacle of his career. This old boy, the Duke of Dongwang, should have hidden a lot of things. This battle, it's really worth making me look forward to it. Between the words, Fuguang cozily took a small sip of laurel brew, more and more looking forward to the situation where the Duke of Dongwang led the immortal court, forcing out the 12 ancestor witches as well as their bottom card, the 12 capital divine furies grand formation. Really? The Duke of Dongwang is also considered a first-class character. Tuko. Fuguang's face carried seriousness. Don't let me down. Between heaven and earth. I'm afraid Fuguang is the only one who has high hopes for the Duke of Dongwang. The speed with which the army moves. Naturally, it was much slower than if the strong man had acted alone. Of course, it's also only relative. The immortal court army, under the effect of a group of great Luo immortal monarchs, Tai immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, as well as the great formation that was composed of them, was like a piece of streaming light, heading straight towards Buzhou mountain. In a few moments, under the leadership of the Duke of Dongwang, the immortal court army then easily entered the tribal territories of the sorcerer tribe after their migration. According to the previous image of the witches, the moment the immortal court army entered the territory of the sorcerer race, it should have been met with a fierce attack from the sorcerer race. Only, this time the immortal court army pushed into the territory of the witch race, and yet it met no resistance. The wizards were not to mention the great wizards who were so powerful that they were comparable to the great Luo golden immortals. It was the ordinary witch people who hadn't seen a single one. See this condition. A great avatar frowned slightly. It doesn't feel like things are simple. With the character of the sorcerer race, after knowing that my immortal court's army came to attack, it would even withdraw without putting up any resistance? Those barbarians. They'd rather die than give in. It shouldn't be that way. Between the words, this great avatar looked up at the Duke of the East King on top of the imperial carriage. Aloud. Emperor? There's something wrong with the situation of the witch race. Do we need to probe carefully? Words. The Duke of the East King in the Emperor's carriage first frowned, likewise sensing that there was something amiss. But the next moment, The Eastern King's Duke then had a thought. No need to mind him. This honored army has started to come. That ancestral sorcerer and the people of the witch race. If they have any brains at all, they should understand the might of the immortal court. It's perfectly normal to withdraw out of fear. Besides, this honored one's battle is to tell the flood beings plainly. The power of the immortal court cannot be resisted. And the majesty of the immortal court cannot be desecrated. Stopping here, cowering and not daring to advance. Where does that leave my father's face? Where does that leave the face of the immortal court? Slight pause. The Duke of Dongwon continued. There's no need to care about the movements of the witches. With a large army pressing down on us, all of the small actions of this group of barbarians from the witch race will go up in smoke under this immortal court's army. Words. This great avatar who had offered his opinion instinctively felt that it was more or less inappropriate for the Duke of East Wang to act in such a rash manner. But on second thought, the configuration of the immortal court army for this expedition, with 9 great avatars, hundreds of great Luo immortal monarchs, nearly 10,000 Tai immortal generals, and a huge number of elite armies that had fought hundreds of battles. The bottom line was instantly high. More importantly, the witches only cultivate their physical bodies and do not know how to deduce the number of heaven. They were all a bunch of barbarians who only knew how to refine their bodies and whose minds were full of eating and fighting. So what kind of schemes could they not have? And so it was. This one great avatar, 2. Stopped advising the Duke of the East King to be more careful. Just a few more doubts remained in his mind as well. Will the wizards really be cowed? Very quickly, the immortal court army that covered the sky thoroughly entered the hinterland of the sorcerer tribe's territory. Not far from the Buzhou mountain and not close to it. The trip remained eerily calm all the way. This one. Not to mention the great avatar. It was the crowd of great Luo immortal monarchs that were keenly sensing a hint of strangeness and unusualness now. The Duke of the East King on top of the Emperor's carriage frowned slightly. After sensing some ferocious changes in the chi between heaven and earth, the eyes narrowed. Stop. The order is forbidden. The immortal court army directly stopped advancing. The Duke of the East King's gaze scanned everything between the heavens and the earth, trying to find something unusual from between the heavens and the earth. He's only just made a move. Buzz. A vast and boundless terrifying spatial avenue power suddenly erupted between heaven and earth, instantly distorting the sky. Immediately following, from all sides of the immortal court army, one after another of terrifyingly ferocious chi and blood erupted out very abruptly just like that. One after another. The true bodies of the heavenly ancestral witches directly manifested in the 6 directions around the immortal court army. It was the 6 ancestral witches such as Shenmei who had already appeared and were known by all the beings in the flood. It wasn't just Shenmei and the other 6 ancestral witches that showed up. By the side of the 6 ancestral witches who had manifested their true forms, one by one, the great sorcerers of the witch clan and the clansmen of the witch clan all appeared with their chi and blood rushing out, manifesting their true bodies of the witch clan of different sizes, forms, and strange shapes. Here, it converged into a monstrous and terrifying ferocious chi and blood, forming a huge encirclement. Directly, the immortal court's army went under siege in it. Meanwhile, Buzz. The vast and boundless space avenue power that permeates the sky and earth distorts the 9 heavens, shaped like a dome that buckles down and directly seals this piece of heaven and earth, sealing and locking it up. The scene. It was very similar to the time when the Duke of the East King first lost to the ancestral witch. As surrounded as ever. The same means of blocking heaven and earth. Only, unlike that time, this time, the Duke of Dongwang can be said to be full of energy. Chapter 89, Fu Gukuan Pang. The color of the gods is unchanged. The Duke of Dongwang sneered as he looked at the space dome that sealed the sky and locked the earth. The eyes looked somewhere in the vault of the sky. Another such unseemly tactic. Is that all you have to offer when you play around? Ancestral Witch Jiang. Rumble. Emperor Jiang, who appeared in the form of an innate Tao body and had the image of a burly man like an iron tower, stepped out from the space where the Duke of the East King's gaze had looked over. Not a word. Not responding to the words of the Eastern King. In the eyes of the ancestral witches, there has never been a position for the head of the male immortals, the Duke of Dongwang, who relied on the saints for their ordination and then developed on the backs of the saints. Emperor Jiang scorned the immortal court army. Coldly. Is that all? Rather will be enough. There was a slight pause in the tone. Rumble. Emperor Jiang's body flowed with profound killing opportunities. And his terrifyingly ferocious chi and blood surged and stirred. Raising his hand, he pointed at the immortal court army. Destroy them. A command. All of the great sorcerers and clansmen of the witch clan were all filled with exuberance. Their eyes glowing. Roaring in anger, he charged towards the immortal court army that was surrounded in the center. Kill. Slaughter them. Grandpa saw the fat legacy serpent. And the simmering soup tasted old and delicious. Mine. Mine. All mine. These great witches and wizards of the witch clan. Each one of them wailed and salivated as they stared at the golden immortal commanders. Tai immortal generals. And even the great Luo immortal monarchs among the immortal court army. In the eyes of the witches, none of the immortal court armies were armies. Much less their enemies. Instead, it's a fresh, flavorful, home-delivered ingredient ahoy. Stubborn. In the face of Emperor Jiang's disregard for himself, the Duke of the East King's face instantly became ugly. A roar of rage. You ancestral witches. You don't know the number of heaven. You should be exterminated. You sorcerers, who do not submit to indoctrination, shall be slaves. A big hand. The Duke of Dongwang gave a direct order for a great war. Kill the ancestral witches and suppress the witch race. Kill. The words fell. The Duke of the East King raised his hand and directly offered up his own supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head walking stick, and with the power of the vast Emperor Dao and pure Yang Dao flowing around him, he manifested the quasi-Saint Dharma phase. It went straight for Emperor Jiang, who had blocked off heaven and earth. Emperor Jiang, come and fight. Duke Dongwang's words like muffled thunder rang out between heaven and earth. Facing the Duke of Dongwang's invitation to fight, Emperor Jiang, who did not look at the Duke of Dongwang with a straight eye, also did not talk nonsense at all. Buzz. Mighty and terrifying ferocious chi and blood surged from his body. And he directly met the spiritual treasure that the Duke of Dongwang had offered up with a punch. Between a punch and a kick, it then easily defused all of Lord Dongwang's spiritual treasure attacks. Subsequently, bulldozing in, punching and kicking, wide open, it only struck the Duke of Dongwang's spiritual treasure's light to rapidly dim, shattering and exploding the terrifying imperial Dao power and pure Yan power of the late quasi-saint stage in his body. Crush. Crushing without a doubt. At this moment, the Duke of the East King, who had taken the initiative to challenge Emperor Jiang, was no longer majestic and his might was decrepit. Manipulating the roaming spiritual treasures and exerting all kinds of divine abilities in means of the late stage of the paramount saints. But he was still being beaten by Emperor Jiang's fists, holding his head and scurrying away. Not to mention fighting back. It's just a little difficult to wield. This scene. Directly, he looked confused at all of the flood-profound goddesses who were watching the battle. What the hell? When the Duke of the East King faced the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang alone, he was completely no match and was beaten so miserably? This guy is the head of the male immortals appointed by the saints themselves. How could it be so bad? Well, even if the Duke of the East King wasn't an opponent. But as a late-stage quasi-saint powerhouse, it was impossible for him to be defeated in this way. At best, you'll be injured. Then the image is lousy and just looks bad. The great battle between the Duke of the East and the Emperor River unfolded. Meanwhile, the great battle between the Immortal Court's army and the sorcerer race had also truly erupted. Rumble. Battle fluctuations rose and fell. And the heavens and earth shook. At this moment, the dome floats in blood. And the people are in danger of being killed. Whether it was the Immortal Court army or the Witch Clan, they were all falling. Only, in comparison, the number of casualties among the sorcerers was far inferior to the Immortal Court army. This was because the Immortal Court army was several times the number of the Witch Clan. Meanwhile, it's also because the fighting strength of the Witch Giants, all explosively powerful. Often, a sorcerer giant that manifested its true form was enough to fight 3 or 4 Immortal Court soldiers with one. A great sorcerer of the Witch Clan. It was enough to press down on more than 3 Downlord Immortal monarchs and beat them violently. Even though it wasn't a harmless brutal fight, it was difficult to take advantage of a Deluo Immortal monarch who was dealing with the true body of a great sorcerer. At this moment, rumors abound in the floodplains that the witches are prima donnas. It was directly visualized in the eyes of everyone who was following the battle. Indeed, a great sorcerer could hostile more than 3 Downlord cultivators at the same time. Ordinary sorcerers can also face enemies several times their size. If that's not prima donna, what is? Only, the battlefield that the great divine masters were concerned about was not the bottom-tier battlefield where the most living beings had fallen. Rather, it was an encounter between the Immortal Court's great avatars and the 6 ancestral witches, the winners and losers of these top-tier powerhouses. It is the ultimate factor that will determine whether this battle is won or lost. At this point, as the third strongest person amongst the Immortal Court, Koan Pang greeted ancestral witch Xianmei with a serious face. He had an innate cauldron above his head, dropping down defensive immortal light to protect himself while holding 2 intergrown yin and yang double-sided innate treasure swords, the great of which had reached an extreme level. These 2 yin-yang 2 chi treasure swords were extremely compatible with Koan Pang, and he used them with extreme ease. Meanwhile, there was also a powerful spiritual treasure light floating around the Koan Pang's body. After entering the Immortal Court, among the many great magical beings in the floodplains, Koan Pang, who is considered to be a real pauper, is also living a good life in which one strike is a multitude of innate spiritual treasures. Spirit treasure is good. But the more awkward question is, facing the ancestral witch Xian, he's terrifying to the extreme physical body. These innate spiritual treasures that Koan Pang had just gotten his hands on really didn't have much of a role to play. Can't hack it. It simply couldn't cut through ancestral witch Xuanmei's true body defense, even if it was able to injure Xianhei. But that little injury to Xianmei, no harm done. It didn't affect her combat play at all. So, it's very unlucky. Even if the Koan Pang, who had a lot of innate spiritual treasures and was starting to get richer, was facing Xianhua at the moment, it was still inevitable that it would use its most familiar physical body, punching and kicking methods. Even so, the Koan Pang, who had carried an ancestral witch with his own strength and was evenly matched, was still the most eye-catching presence in the battle at the moment. None other. Contrast this with the Duke of the East, who was violently beaten by Ti Jiang. Then look at the Koan Pang, who was evenly matched with Xianhua, even making Xianhua extremely angry and roaring repeatedly, but was helpless for a short time. Anyone would think Koan Pang is a bit more eye-catching now, except for the kunai, the remaining 7 Immortal Court archons. He met the other 5 ancestral witches and fought 7 against 5, and still didn't achieve very good results. Although he didn't lose immediately, he was being pressed. And it was only a matter of time before he lost. Boom! 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 With the successive collisions, the figure of the Duke of Dongwang could not stop retreating in the heavenly vault. The light of the protective spirit treasure dimmed, and the robes and the aura around his body were all in disarray. Even the quasi-Saint Dharma phase was darkened for a moment. He's been beaten up by Emperor Jian for a long time. The body-protecting spiritual treasure was undoubtedly useful. But in the face of Emperor Jian's attacks, each time, a portion of the power passed through the defense of the body-protecting spiritual treasure and landed directly on his body. So much so that, at this moment, the Duke of Dongwang was already injured. Meanwhile, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Eyeballs roared in anger. How can? How so? This is the immortal court emperor. A late-stage quasi-saint great aptitude who has severed 2 corpses. How can it be that you are no match for a barbarian like you? How could this be? Chapter 90, Emperor Jiang, no hurry. Play with him. At this moment, there are no words to express the anger of the Duke of the East. This was completely different from the strength crushing he had imagined. Crush does crush. Only the one who was crushed was just him. The Duke of Dongwang. Under Emperor Zhong's strong crushing and violent beating, the Duke of the East King, who only had the power to fight, was raging and roaring. His anger. The great spiritual masters of the flood were able to feel it clearly. But in addition to feeling, the crowd of great avatars were laughing coldly watching the hysterical Duke of Dongwang, who was at the moment in a miserable image and wounded. I told you to get mad. I told you to be arrogant. Now that you've been beaten up, you know it hurts and you're screaming at the top of your lungs? At this point, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the many great avatars as they looked at the Duke of Dongwang, who was being pressed and violently beaten. This guy. At the moment it really looks like a dog that has fallen into the water. If they weren't worried about getting involved in the quantum summation and being tainted by the karma of the quantum summation, there might have been a good number of people amongst these great spiritual masters who would have been more than willing to beat up on them. While mocking the Duke of Dongwang, all of the great divine masters were looking at these 7 ancestral witches with grave gazes. For the first time, the many great avatars of the flood wasteland had an extremely intuitive feeling for the witch race, and for the true fighting power of the ancestral witches. It's strong. In the absence of the saints, none of the ancestral witches stood at the apex of the many strongest. Throughout the entire flood wasteland universe, those who were able to fight a single ancestral witch head-on had to be, at the very least, strong at the same level as Taoist Kuan Pang, and at the same level as Taoist Kuan Pang, or even going beyond him. The vast flood added up to no more than the number of hands. Even more so, there was likewise a gap in strength between the ancestral witches. The most powerful. There was no doubt that it was Emperor Jiang, who was violently beating up the Duke of the East King at the moment. At this moment, although the Duke of Dongwang was in a sorry state like a clown, he existed. But in all fairness, the strength of the Duke of the East King likewise sits firmly in the forefront among the many great avatars of the flood, with the existence of few enemies above the battlefield. Boom! The dragon head cane of the Duke of the East King once again collided with Emperor Zhong's iron fist. Just for a moment, a destructive immortal light spread directly towards the 9 heavens and the earth, churning the heavenly dome to pieces and tearing the earth apart. Wherever they go, all of it turned to flying ash and went up in smoke in a moment. Buzz. Amidst the golden pure yang immortal light, the disheveledly robed Duke of the East King was holding his dragon head cane, golden immortal blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Raising his hand, he wiped away the fairy blood from the corner of his mouth. The Duke of Dongwang's eyes were burning with rage, and a terrifying baleful aura rose from his body. Red eyes roared. Formation. The words fell. Lord Dongwang's figure quickly retreated. And in the blink of an eye, he retreated above the Immortal Court's army. At the same time, Koan Pang and the other Immortal Court Great Magi all violently erupted with an overwhelming force, escaping briefly from the hands of the 6 ancestral witches and retreating behind the Duke of the East King. Meanwhile, Adala Immortal Monarch and Tai Immortal General also quickly took their positions. Rumble. Along with the Dao Lord Immortal Monarchs and Tai Immortal Generals standing firm one by one in the positions that belonged to them. An overwhelming quasi-saintly mana, from the top down, directly enveloped all of the great divine masters, Dao Lord Immortal Monarchs, and Tai Immortal Generals. The power of the group of immortals gathered in one place. A terrifying aura flowed out from the large formation, far beyond the late quasi-saint stage, completely arriving at the level of quasi-saint perfection. Even, and vaguely beyond. Only, nowadays, in the flood world, there has not yet appeared a quasi-saint realm of the perfect power. So no great magician dares to determine that this array convergence into the power vaguely beyond the quasi-saint realm of the perfect realm only. The only one who dared to determine that the power of this formation exceeded the perfection of paramount saints. It was only Fuguang who was quietly watching the show in the middle of the flooded starry sky. After all, today's Fuguang. Already, he had begun to walk on the path after the consummation of the mixed golden immortal, gathering together the great power of the immortals to strengthen themselves. The Duke of Dongwang only felt that he had become omnipotent at the moment. Raise your hand. Buzz. Vast and unrivaled power dropped down onto the battlefield, taking in the many immortal court generals, all of whom were in the grand formation. With the addition of billions and billions of elite armies of the immortal court, the power of the group of immortals that converged was even more massive. And the power of the great formation that converged was even stronger. Kind of. Emperor Jiang, who clasped his hands and never made a move to stop the Duke of Dongwang's movements, had a slightly interested smile on his face. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang was also finally looking slightly squarely at this unorthodox opponent of the Duke of the East King. You've got some skills. But that's about it. Not just Di Jiang, but the other 6 ancestral witches were likewise interested in the great formation formed by everyone in the immortal court at this moment. Comment. The power is quite impressive. Barely. What is this thing? This ancestral which breaks it with one punch. All talk and no action. Try going up there if you can. Just try it. The Zhu Rong, whose body was entwined with real fire, beast head and body, and whose real body was full of red scales, had eyes with a look of eagerness, and was about to directly go forward to try the level of the great formation formed by the immortal court's army. Just the next moment, Zhu Rong's movements were then blocked by Di Jiang. There's no rush. Emperor Jiang gazed at the immortal court formation. Open mouth. Play with him. Between the words, Emperor Zhang's gaze turned and looked directly in the direction of the Yingzhou Immortal Court. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Let the sons and daughters be resourceful. He still has a little bit of his cards left in his old house. Hearing Emperor Zhang's words, the crowd of ancestral witches all had some doubts. But then they put this kind of thing that required a lot of brainpower behind them. And each one of them looked intently at the immortal court formation that was still brewing and was constantly building up momentum. Since my own big brother said he'd play a trick on the immortal court, then it's good to juggle. As for how to juggle? I don't know. Just listen to your big brother's arrangements. Looking at Di Jiang and the other 7 ancestral witches, they just watched as they formed a formation, gathering the power of the group of immortals and condensing the momentum of the great formation. The Duke of Dongwang, who once again felt that he was being looked down upon, turned blue in the face while feeling grateful too. Stupid. Since you know that my father still has a bottom card, you dare to be so reckless. Ignorant of death and still watching. Not putting my father in my eyes at all. Between the words, the Duke of the East King raised his head once, his eyes glancing at the space dome that blocked off heaven and earth. Rumble. A matchless immortal light that was made from the vast power of the Emperor's Tao and the power of pure Yang rushed straight up into the sky and fiercely blasted above the spatial dome that Emperor Jiang had arranged with the power of the spatial Tao. Boo! The Huagai stirred, and the entire sky dome looked as if a huge meteorite had been smashed into it on top of the calm water. It flooded the heavens. Ka-chow. Bang! Immediately following, Emperor Jiang's means of blocking off the heavens and earth broke open in this way. Seeing the situation, the Duke of the East King's face showed his complacency. Subsequently, a pair of reddened eyes looked toward Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Just when everyone thought that the Duke of Dongwon was going to strike out on this, the Duke of the East King's gaze looked in the direction of the Terra Nova Immortal Court. The witch race is rampant. Queen Mother, help me. Chapter 91, Queen Mother of the West, the vertical sun is not enough to conspire with. As soon as the Duke of the East spoke, all the powerful people who were paying attention to this place froze for a moment. Subsequently, turning his gaze in the direction of the Terra Nova Immortal Court. At the same time, within the Immortal Court of Yingzhou, after the Duke of the East King led the vast majority of the Immortal Court's forces out on the battlefield, the Queen Mother of the West, who stayed behind to sit in the Immortal Court of Yingzhou, seeing the Duke of the East King who had already set up a large formation and had asked for help, there was a quiet sigh. Ugh. It's not enough to make it. It's enough to break it. This Duke of Dongwang is really a waste of money. Obviously all have formed a big formation. Why not just move towards the ancestral witches? With his own strength, coupled with the power of the enchantment brought about by the grand formation. Not to say that it would win against the 7 ancestral witches, but there was no problem in fighting against them for a period of time. And inside this period of time, she, Queen Mother of the West, could completely find a wonderful opportunity to hit the 7 great ancestral witches hard with a single blow and establish a victory. Meanwhile, it was also possible to get a glimpse of whether the 7 ancestral witches were hiding any other powers, so that the Immortal Court would not have the means to deal with any irreversible changes. It's a 1-2 punch. And the result? The Duke of Dongwang opened his mouth. It directly drew the gazes of all the powerful people between heaven and earth, also including the 7 great ancestral witches. After this, even if she held back from striking, it would be impossible for her to seek an opportunity in the back. The 7 great ancestral witches' battle power super never say. Also will not be little cute. Knowing that she, Queen Mother of the West, had a powerful underhanded means lurking on her side. How could she not be on guard against Queen Mother of the West? It's just stupid. The Western Queen Mother, whose face was slightly ugly, also rose from above her throne. In a hushed voice, diluted with a heavenly destiny. The vertical sun is not enough for the purpose. The Queen Mother of the West sees clearly. It's not that this guy couldn't think of this level of scheming, simply because he's already scared of being beaten. The dare to fight against a strong enemy has been beaten to death. Previously, defeated for the first time at the hands of an ancestral witch, the Duke of the East King fought one against many, even if he was still in a sorry state as well. It can barely be said to have been a defeat, though. This time, however, he fought the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang alone, directly pressed and brutally beaten. Even with all of his means, he was still completely crushed by the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang. Even more so, the ancestral witch Di Jiang had not even opened his most powerful ancestral witch true body. This shows the gap between the two sides. So, Dong Wanggong should be scared of being beaten. Think about it. Since the Duke of Dongwang was appointed by the sages as the head of the male immortals, the limited times he had made moves against famous powerhouses in the floodplains, all of them were crushed and defeated. He was scared of being beaten. It's normal. Don't look at the Duke of Dongwang, who was still strong on the surface at the moment. But anyone with a good mind could see the weakness and fear in his heart. This man. It's not going to be easy to make a big career out of this. No matter how it goes. Eyes flickering slightly. The Western Queen Mother had already made up her mind to strike. The immortal court can't lose to the ancestral witches and to the witch race again. It can be 1 or 2 or 3. If the immortal court were to lose 3 times to the ancestral witches and the witch race, then the chi, the massive power, and even the heavenly mandate on her and the Duke of the East King that the immortal court had gathered today would all fall apart in a matter of moments. Lost the mandate of heaven. Without the immortal court's vast chi and power. She and the Duke of Dongwang, both of whom were the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals, also existed in name only. Meanwhile, this great cause of witnessing that lay before him, and there was no more opportunity to dabble in it. It's a matter of witnessing. Even the Queen Mother of the West, who wanted to plan everything before she acted and knew that she had already waded too deeply into the quantum rain, was not willing to let go so easily. Not to mention, the Queen Mother of the West also has some bottom. That is the saints. Even if it fails. In the Purple Heaven Palace, that one sage who had designated her and the Duke of Dongwang as the head of the male immortals and the head of the female immortals should not be so bad as to sit back and watch the two of them fall in this way. As long as that sage was there. Even if they had to pay a terrible price. She and the Duke of Dongwang still had the stamina to get out of the robbery. And that's why, even calm and prudent as the Queen Mother of the West, she dared to fight for her own avenue once more. One thought to this. The Queen Mother of the West took a step out and her figure appeared in the sky above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Buzz. Xiaowa's most marvelous immortal light flowed out, accompanied by the power of heavenly punishment and the power of Purine manifesting in the celestial dome. The flower of the great Tao opened brilliantly. And the law celebration cloud was connected. Quasi-saints. Quasi-saints. After all, it is a realm with the word holy in it. Present manifestation is naturally accompanied by mystery. With the Kunlun mirror hanging high behind him, one hand holding the plain cloud boundary flag, and the other holding a single innate sword. The cloud belt floated around his body. The end is graceful, noble and unclimbable. The Queen Mother of the West appeared above the immortal court of Yingzhou. It was then said aloud. Formation. Her words were just falling. Buzz. Whoa. Between the heavens and earth where the Yingzhou Immortal Court was located, the sounds of all the paths arose again. And a series of 5 early-stage quasi-saint great aptitudes came out from various parts of the Yingzhou Immortal Court one after another. There was another batch of great Luo Immortal Monarchs and Tai Immortal Generals showing up. Although the number was far less than the portion that the Duke of the East King had brought to the Buzhou mountain. This batch of immortal court forces that had once again walked out still caused the pupils of the many powerful people of the flood that were paying attention to this side of the world to shrink. And the 5 great avatars. In the middle of the immortal court. Surprisingly, there were a full 15 great divine masters in existence. What a terrifying underlying power. And the immortal court has not been hiding too deeply. The 5 great divine masters that came out from behind had previously received no news at all. In other words, had it not been for the loss of the great battle on the side of the Duke of the East King, the Queen Mother of the West, as well as these 5 great avatars that appeared behind her, would have been kept hidden by the immortal court, waiting until the real crisis of the overthrow of the immortal court arrived. That time, the sudden extra 5 great divine masters would make any enemy that made an enemy of the immortal court drink hard. This moment. the eyes of all the powerhouses looking at Queen Mother West had changed. With the flamboyant and overbearing character of the Duke of the East King, he would definitely not be able to make this kind of arrangement of hiding all 5 great spiritual masters and not exposing them. Will do so. It was only the Queen Mother of the West who did not have a high presence in the immortal court, and who even kept a relatively low profile between the flooded heavens and the earth, seldom striking out and seldom manifesting herself as a saint in front of people. Never in a million years. In everyone's impression, the gentle, low profile, humble, and even willing to be the green leaf of the Duke of Dongwang set off the Duke of Dongwang's head of the female immortals. The Queen Mother of the immortal court, the Queen Mother of the West, would be such a person. That's an extremely urban old 6. 2. At this moment, numerous flood world powerhouses, and even many great avatars, silently recalled if they had ever inadvertently offended the Queen Mother of the West at any point in time. If there is, it's better to find an opportunity to go to the door and break the karma. No way. I am not afraid that you Queen Mother of the West is powerful. But I am afraid that you Queen Mother of the West is powerful and able to hide off. A word from the cold. Even great avatars might not be able to withstand the calculations of such extremely scheming, city-minded powerhouses. Meanwhile, some of the powerhouses who themselves thought that the Western Queen Mother was hiding very deeply nodded their heads silently, secretly marveling at his own cleverness. Just say it. Like the Queen Mother of the West, who alone occupies 30% of the immortal court's fortune, enjoys 30% of the immortal court's resources, and sits steadily on the throne of the immortal court's 2 masters without wavering. How could she be a green leaf? The Queen Mother of the West must have hidden a lot. I don't know. All that was exposed at this moment was not all that the Queen Mother of the West had hidden. Chapter 92: The Tontine Who Struggles to Gain Recognition. At this point, the Queen Mother of the West herself was the eye of the formation. The 5 great avatars stood in 5 directions, and a considerable number of great Luo immortal monarchs and Tai immortal generals were arrayed according to their arcane positions. Finally, the entire Yingzhou immortal court below served as the foundation of the grand formation. Raise the formation. Waiting for the immortals to stand still. The vast power of the great Tao around the Queen Mother of the West condensed and echoed with the immortals in the formation, forming the power of one and inducing the resonance of the great Tao. Buzz. The fear is like the power of heaven, and the relief is like the destruction of God. An extremely terrifying aura rose from the Yingzhou immortal court, enveloping the entire East Sea. Rumble. The vast immortal light went straight up into the sky, echoing with the Duke of Dongwang, who was forming a formation above the battlefield at the moment. The power of the 2 great formations combined with each other. Pure Yin and pure Yang. Emperor and heavenly punishment. After the fusion and elevation, the late-stage quasi-saint aura originally displayed by the Queen Mother of the West was also elevated with it, steadily arriving at the quasi-saint perfection level. After echoing with the other great formation, the Duke of the East King, who had also obtained quasi-saint perfection. Breath. It's a step up. At this moment, the whole of heaven and earth, all of them were filled with a vast 2-colored immortal light, and the strong and overwhelming aura of the 2 immortal court lords spanned across the heavens and earth, causing all of the strongest people to look at them. This formation, it's quite remarkable. Among the stars, Fuguang, who was calmly watching the show, was seeing the 2 great formations that the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had teamed up and executed. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Yang 996. Combined with the power of the immortal court's immortals, plus 2 people's pure Yang de Dao and pure Yin de Dao complementing each other. The power of this formation dash. Pretty good. When he saw the Duke of Dongwang forming a formation, Fuguang thought that the formation he was going to pull out should be the 10,000 immortals great formation from memory. After all, It was said that the 10,000 Immortals formation was created by the Tong Tian sect leader. And it was also said that it was the immortal court boundary protecting formation of the Duke of Dongwang. Between the reference values. Even if the Duke of the East King had pulled out the 10,000 Immortals grand formation, Fuguang would not find it unusual. But now it seems. The boundary protector formation of Ingzhou Immortal Court should be this complete formation on this side combined by the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West. Taken individually, they are all great formations. Now that the two formations echoed each other, as if they had merged into one, their power became even more terrifying. By the looks of it, Fuguang mused in his mind. Without me establishing the demon race and setting up the demon race heavenly court to compete with Lord Dongwang's immortal court for the Tao, the immortal court is indeed quite a bit stronger than what I remember. 15 Quasi-Saints. TSK. 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 This strength is worthy of the immortal court's heavenly order in the body's position. Even though 15 Quasi-Saints were still not enough in front of the 12 ancestral witches, they were not something that Di Jiang and the other 7 ancestral witches could handle with the addition of the Great Formation. The other ancestral witches. This battle must also show up. By then, all beings in the flood, mainly the 10,000 clans, would understand how terrifying the sorcerer clan was. They completely interrupted their inner thoughts of I can do it too. I can do it too. If we join hands, the sorcerer clan may not be able to kill all of us before they have any strength left. And so on and so forth. Ideas. After that, waiting for the right time. Once his Fuguang's banner was set up and the signboard was played out, he would surely be able to attract a lot of forces to come to rely on him and take refuge in him religiously. At that point, without the need to establish the demon race as a race, he, Fuguang, would have a strong base force at his fingertips. After that, do some more scheming to grow this force. The position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme can also be planned for. At this moment, the plan in Fuguang's mind had gradually taken shape and was very beautiful. As long as the immortal court is strong enough, and the Duke of the East King is strong enough to let all the beings in the floodplain see the unprecedented power of the witch race, everything will go smoothly. Kunlun Mountain. The Pangu 3 Pure Ones were also watching the battle. None of the 3 Qing cared about the victories or defeats of either side. Of course, if it's an option, the 3 pristine ones wanted the immortal court to win. After all, the 3 Qing is very dislike the witch tribe. Do not like the witch tribe that barbaric style, but also despise the witch tribe, do not know the number of heaven, do not understand the practice of the big situation. Look back. Laozi and Yuan Shi were focusing on the 7 great ancestral witches, while Tong Tian's gaze was rolling over the great formation formed by the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, which could be divided or closed. A grand formation that combines the power of all the immortals is somewhat interesting. Tong Tian thought in his mind. If I am able to create a party of such a great formation out of it, I might be able to make my eldest and second elder brothers look at me with admiration and praise. Today, the 3 clearings remain one. The relationship is also very good. It's really just a pants-on-fire relationship. Only, in front of Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tong Tian was just a little old brother. Not to mention that he didn't have much say, and his opinions didn't matter at all. And in normal times, because of his temperament, he hadn't been scolded and disciplined by Yuan Shi. And Laozi, who was the eldest brother, didn't care about this kind of thing, let alone feeling bad about it and blocking Yuan Shi from disciplining Tong Tian. It's too what the Tong Tian, who was still enduring today, had in mind was nothing more than impressing his 2 elder brothers. More ideas. It's still not there for the time being. Dark poke. Tong Tian began to deduce the formation formed by the immortal court's immortals. preparing to bring it out on the future day of its completion so that Laozi and Yuanshi would be impressed and praise him. Phoenix Hill. Fuxi's face was serious and grave. He did so after seeing 15 great divine masters come out of the immortal court. Even though there were a good number of these great avatars, all of them were still only at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. But this amount, it's a bit scary. Although after the saint's sermon in the purple heavenly palace, the great Luo golden immortals were no longer the strongest at the top of the pyramid. But because of the reason of the quantitative robbery, has been living in Fengqi Mountain, rarely in the flood. Fuxi also really did not expect the number of great magical person, also as the great Luo cultivators, like the rain after the spring, and continue to spring up very quickly. Fuxi began to reflect on himself after coming back to his senses. One must not underestimate the beings of heaven and earth. The great avatars, though few, but inside this era, it's not uncommon. It is bad luck to underestimate the beings of heaven and earth. Subsequently, Fuxi calmed his mind and continued to watch the battle. There's no urgency. There is also a gap between the great avatars. Some of the gaps are even comparable to a heavenly abyss. And more importantly, Fuxi has believed since the beginning that same heavenly destiny existence in the starry sky must be able to calculate all of this. After all, that's Fuguang Taoist friend who counts without fail. The reactions of many powerful people varied. At this moment, the two sides that were at the center of heaven and earth had no time to care. Once the big formation is complete, the Queen Mother of the West stood on top of the sky dome of the Yingzhou Immortal Court, operating the power of the Great Formation to support and assist the Duke of the East. The clear and cold opening reminded the Duke of Dongwon, who was immersed in the greatness added to his body. Emperor. The Great Formation has been formed. If we don't fight now, when will we wait? Chapter 93, The Specialness of the Witch Race. Tong Tian, I will become great. Above the battlefield, the Western Queen Mother's words had only just fallen. Being in the center of the Grand Formation, adding to the two sides of the Grand Formation, the Duke of Dongwang, who had never felt the great power in his body, once again had a confident and open smile on his face. He let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. With such greatness in your body, to unify the flood, to witness the Tao and become a saint, who else can do it but me? Speaking. Rumble. The Duke of Eastwan waved his large hand, and the power of the complete immortal court boundary protector formation was applied by him. The volatile pure yang immortal light washed over the heavens and earth, directly dispersing a lot of the ferocious aura formed by the convergence of the 7 ancestral witches as well as the many witch clansmen. And the heavens and earth were restored to some clarity. Meanwhile, the pressure of the quasi-saint perfection was spreading towards the 7 great ancestral witches. Buzz. Pure yang immortal light reflected in the 9 heavens. And the quasi-saint Dharma phase of the Duke of Dongwang was like an emperor patrolling heaven and earth, looking down with his eyes on the 7 ancestral witches. The Duke of the East King said aloud, Emperor Jiang, this father will give you 7 great ancestral witches, as well as your witch race. One last chance. Submit. Or. And so it fell. Hearing these words from the Duke of Dongwang, there was a moment of silence from the 7 ancestral witches. The many great divine masters watching the battle were filled with speechlessness. The corners of the mouth of the Western Queen Mother, who was maintaining the Grand Formation and assisting the Duke of the East, preparing for a fierce battle against the ancestral witches, twitched. Almost couldn't help but curse angrily. Stupid. Arrogant and arrogant people. Once the big formation is open and the great power is in you, what's the point of wasting words with a bunch of barbarians? It's just a straight fight. Doesn't maintaining the Grand Formation consume resources? Is the power of the immortals infinite? How long will people be able to sustain you with such greatness? A great battle in the midst of the quantum revelation could give rise to countless changes even in an instant. Are you still wasting your time persuading people to surrender here? Even if you want to persuade to surrender, it is also to beat each other down before persuading to surrender. You, the Duke of the East King, who was brutally beaten like a dog by the other ancestral sorcerer, Emperor Jiang, only a short while ago, are also able to persuade him to surrender successfully at this time? Western Queen Mother's face all went straight to black. Fortunately, the 7 ancestral witches were also a group of reckless people amongst a group of reckless people, and simply couldn't stand how arrogant the Duke of the East King was. So, in the instant that the words of the Duke of the East fell squarely, boom! The true fire on Zhu Rong's body suddenly skyrocketed. And the aura above the ancestral witch's true body skyrocketed. Roared. You're pretty fucking wild. This ancestral witch has come to meet you. The words fell. Zhu Rong's huge ancestral witch true body that stood on top of the sky and the ground rolled up the calamity and death chi between heaven and earth, combined with his own terrifying chi and blood in the power of the great Tao of fire, and was unstoppable as it directly killed the Duke of the East King. And in the meantime, rumble. The water ancestor witch Gong Gong, who had originally not uttered a single word, likewise catalyzed his own great Tao, forming an endless ocean of true water, and killed out together with Zhu Rong. Gong Gong also roared. Fuck you! Along with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong strikes, the rest of the ancestral witches couldn't sit still. One after the other strikes towards the Duke of Dongwang and the immortal court immortals who had already formed a large formation. They surrounded and killed. Ha! Emperor Jiang smiled coldly as his gaze glanced in the direction of the Yingzhou immortal court. At this moment, Emperor Jiang could be sure of one thing. All of the immortal court's bottom cards had pretty much come out. Even if there's something left over, it wasn't enough to make him overly wary. Click. Moving the joints on his body, Emperor Zhang's eyes boiled with battle intent, and the chi and blood on his body began to boil. After enduring for so long, this ancestral sorcerer will also have to move his muscles properly. Between the words, Di Jiang took one step. Boom! A monstrous ferocious chi and blood erupted from his body, charging straight into the clouds and stirring the heavenly dome. The terrifying ancestral witch's true body manifested. Emperor Jiang roared in rage as he killed towards Lord Dongwang. Kill! Amidst the roar, Emperor Jiang directly collaborated with Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and the other 6 ancestral witches to encircle the Duke of Dongwang and the immortal court's army in the center, mobilizing the power of his own great Tao to continually wear down all of the means that the Duke of Dongwang was exerting at the moment. The perimeter of the battlefield. At this moment, all the great sorcerers of the witch race who were unable to participate in the great battle, one by one, their bodies erupted with a strong aura. And between the huge chi and blood surges, a large amount of baleful chi between heaven and earth was attracted. All the Wiccans are roaring with rage. Cheer for the 7 ancestral witches. Witch! 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 Rumble! Accompanied by the roars of the witch clansmen, and the surge of terrifying blood chi that seemed to coalesce into a single unit on their bodies. An inexplicable momentum gradually rose up between heaven and earth. This particular grand gesture. It's like the heavens and the earth were responding to the whistling, roaring like feeling of the sorcerers. More and more fury chi surged and converged above the battlefield. Meanwhile, all the powerful people who were following the battle were able to clearly feel, along with the convergence of the baneful chi, the aura on the 7 great ancestral witches became more and more powerful and terrifying, and their combat power became more and more powerful. The scene looked dumbfounded at all the powerhouses. They were all in awe of the special witch. Just by wailing and cheering in unison, it was surprisingly able to induce a little response from the great forces of heaven and earth. That's is the gold of the authentic descendants of Pangu? Even the flooded heavens and earth were opened up by the great god Pangu. So it was normal for heaven and earth to respond to the authentic descendants of the great god Pangu. Worthy of being an authentic descendant of Pangu. Anyone who saw this scene would have to feel such a sigh of relief. Emotional. Numerous powerful great spiritual masters then all turned their teasing gazes in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. Look at other people's witches. The mere whistling and cheering in unison could invoke a response from heaven and earth. And you Pangu 3 Ching? Although you claim to be the Pangu clan, have you never seen the three purities display a vision such as that of the sorcerers? Which can be responded to by heaven and earth? No. Not at all. Although it is said that we all know that the Pangu three purities are indeed the innate holinesses transformed by the three parts of the Yuanshan of the great god Pangu, combined with the clear chi of the open heaven. Calling a Panshil Masamune is indeed something that is not faulty. But everything is afraid of comparison. With the sorcerer clan, who was able to make heaven and earth respond in front of them? Then look at Pangu Sancheng. The gap. Just straight out. Pangu Sancheng is indeed related to Pangu. But to be authentic, it would still have to be a little more authentic for someone else to be a witch. At this moment, inside the Jade Palace in the Kunlun Mountains, the old man of Wu Wei frowned, his eyes ancient and unperturbed as he looked at the 7 ancestral witches and at the witch clan. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could see the old son's strong dissatisfaction with the witch race. Aside, Yuan Sure, who had always paid attention to his face, had a slightly ugly face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Even without uttering a single word, he knew that at this moment, Yuan Sure was reckoning with the witch race. Finally, Tong Tian noticed the movement of the witch race, but didn't care. In his opinion, the three Qings are Pangu, and Pangu is not the three Qings. So, there's no point in arguing about these petty issues. Is it because of the existence of the witch race that they, the Pangu 3 Qing, are no longer the Pangu 3 Qing? Must not be possible. What is there shall not be less. More than caring about the matter of the witch race. At this moment, Tong Tian was happily observing and deducing the immortal quartz boundary protecting formation. Wait for the day he succeeds. Surely he would be able to impress his two older brothers and praise him properly. Not to the same extent as today. Among the three purities, one can only be a brother within a brother. And even one's opinion will not be cared for by the two elder brothers. He's got the sky. It's going to be great. Chapter 94. This group of reckless people even have a backhand? Immortal light stirred. Divine powers and spiritual treasures come out in unison. Terrifying chi and blood were entangled with the fury. At this moment, above the battlefield, the 7 great ancestral witches joined hands to attack and kill, while vaguely occupying a special orientation with each other. And the terrifying chi and blood traction fury of the 7 of them seemed to be fusing into one under the special aura. And this aura that had not yet completely risen up allowed the 7 great ancestral witches to erupt in explosive increments of combat power. Soon, it's just reached an extreme. At this moment, the Duke of the East King, who was facing the 7 ancestral witches directly, was initially able to cope with the attack by relying on the power of the 2 major formations to augment him. But with time, he was soon passive once more and fell into a corner. The situation, it left all the powerful people watching the battle stunned. Even more so, the Duke of Dongwang, the entire person was dumbfounded. For the 3rd time, he, as the Lord of the Immortal Court, the head of the male immortals, and the face of the heavenly ordained, was ruthlessly rubbed against the ground by the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan, rubbing his face against the ground. Shame on you. Anger. Unwilling. And unbelievable. At this moment filled with the heart of the Duke of Dongwang. So that his eyes red. Sanity gradually lost. Body gradually flow and burst out of the intention of madness. Unwillingly, he roared and screamed in anger. No way. There's absolutely no way. Even if you ancestral witches are the descendants of the Pan Guzong clan, the gap between my father and you is by no means so great. Meanwhile, the gap between the great divine powers, there's absolutely no way it's that big. The Duke of the East doesn't want to believe it. And he can't believe it. He himself would still be easily crushed when he was facing a siege by the 7 ancestral witches with all his cards out. He still wants to explode. Still wants to fight back. But there was only a trick to be had. And most importantly, with each of Dong Wanggong's strokes, the power of the 7 great ancestral witches joining forces would fall from him. Equally on all the immortal court immortals that made up the Great Formation. At this moment, a large number of immortal court soldiers at the bottom were already unable to withstand the horrifying pressure apportioned down. And one by one, their flesh exploded in place, falling on the spot. A roiling mist of blood floated between the sky and the earth, coloring the sky and the earth red. Meanwhile, in the midst of the great flood, an even more terrifying quantum fury was also brewing. The sky above the Terra Nova Immortal Court. Despite not facing the 7 great ancestral witches directly, Shi Wangmu, who operated the Great Formation and assisted the Duke of Dongwang, was likewise apportioning the 7 great ancestral witches' attacks. The soldiers of the Immortal Court army above the battlefield suffered heavy losses. Likewise, Terra Nova Immortal Court's side is no better. As the rain of blood fell, the East Sea was being rapidly dyed red, and the ferocious aura lingered over the beautiful Immortal Court, directly causing the heavens and earth where the Terra Nova Immortal Court was located to become gloomy and dull. If this goes on, the Duke of Dongwon will surely be defeated. Zhuangmu's body was flowing with Shihua Supreme Immortal Light. The face was heavy with contemplation. I need to step up. If Lord Dongwang still loses the battle this time, the Immortal Court is in danger. The thought fell from his mind. Buzz, the Queen Mother of the West's companion spiritual treasure, the Kunlun Mirror, flowed with arcane immortal light, and an extreme force of time was reflected from the Kunlun Mirror. The Queen Mother of the West, who had activated her spiritual treasure, was about to use the Kunlun Mirror to open a space-time rift and rush to the battlefield from the Yingzhou Immortal Court. However, her footsteps had just taken. Boom! An extremely terrifying ferocious chi and blood rushed through the sky dome above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. And the power of the great Tao of space erupted steeply, distorting the sky dome at the same time as a huge figure stepped out from the space. This giant, a man with a serpent's tail, 7 hands behind his back, 2 hands on his chest, and 2 more hands holding 2 ferocious and hideous serpents. That terrifying chi and blood, the true body of a giant that stood on top of the sky, and the terrifying fury that was just like the 7 great ancestral witches. None of it reveals the identity of the visitor. Ancestral witch. It's definitely the ancestral witch. Among the crowd of cultivators in the flood, other than the ancestral witches, who else would have such terrifying chi and blood and be covered in a monstrous and terrifying fury? The moment this ancestral witch appeared, his body was raging with chi and blood, and a thick, heavy, terrifying earth Tao power flowed through his body. And his fist was like as a starry dipper, and as if it was a great mountain. So he fiercely slammed down towards the Queen Mother of the West, who was preparing to gallop to the aid of the Duke of the East. This sudden change of heart happened only in an instant. Numerous strong spectators of the battle, Their gazes still hadn't shifted from the battlefield between the Duke of the East King and the 7 great ancestral witches, when terrifying battle fluctuations erupted in the sky above the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Rumble. The powers of several great avenues were competing with each other, and the laws of heaven and earth were resonating, terrifying to the core of the exchange. In a flash, just under the great formation presided over by the Queen Mother of the West, a large number of Immortal Court minor immortals fell, turning into a rain of blood that showered down on the glorious location of the Immortal Court of Yingzhou. Meanwhile, it also surrounded the Yingzhou Immortal Court's quantitatively destructive aura with a few more ferocious points. And at the moment, the many powerful people who were paying attention to this battle also turned their dismayed gazes towards the Yingzhou Immortal Court. Good man. That bunch of reckless people from the witch race. They even have a backhand? The Immortal Court's backyard has been attacked too? Hiss. This is really quite a show today. Meanwhile, there's a twist too. Numerous powerful people watched with fascination, while their faces became serious. This is the quantum leap. It's really just changing from moment to moment. Terra Nova Immortal Court. Buzz. The stirring puree into subtle immortal light reflected the firmament, and the power of heavenly punishment evolved into roiling divine thunder. At this point, the face is very ugly Mother of the West. Beside the body suspended glittering God's light of the plain cloud world flag. Body protection immortal light unbreakable. All laws do not invade. A pair of beautiful eyes staring dead at the present ancestral witch. In a hushed voice. Another ancestral witch. You which clan are hiding so deeply? Surprisingly, there are 8 ancestral witches. No. No. Between the words, the Western Queen Mother's expression dawned on her. And then she said directly with a certainty in her tone. Under the heavenly Tao, 9 is the ultimate. If this seed is right dash. Your witch race's ancestral witches are not 7. Nor 8. But a full 9. The words fell. Buzz. The Kunlun mirror behind the Queen Mother of the West was suddenly filled with spiritual light. And with a turn of the mirror, it directly swept across the entire heaven and earth. Finally, the immortal light of the Kunlun mirror was directly fixed in a certain spatial orientation. Mother West's beautiful eyes looked over. Since the 9th ancestral witch is here, why hide? Show yourself. At the same time as the Western Queen Mother's words fell, another ancestral witch with monstrous chi and blood, ferocious and powerful, walked out from within the space. After seeing this ancestral witch walk out, Queen Mother of the West breathed heavily, and her face stared up with the naked eye. The 9 ancestral witches. That witch clan actually had a full 9 ancestral witches in existence. A single ancestral sorcerer would be able to suppress more than 2 great divine masters. Not to mention the 9 dignitaries. Damn the witches. Western Queen Mother couldn't help but curse in her heart. Rage. Surprisingly, there are still 2 ancestral witches hidden. This lapse in judgment of information was too fatal. And then there's. It was surprising that she hadn't previously thought of this possibility coming up at all. This was not supposed to happen. Now it seems. Unsurprisingly, it is that she is too deep into the quantum karmic disaster. Unknowingly, is also affected by the quantum karmic disaster aura. So that in some things above the planning above, lost some of their own prudence. It's just that it's okay. Although the information that the witch clan was harboring 9 ancestral witches was indeed exciting and shocking. But she, the Queen Mother of the West, was not without a backhand. Chapter 95, 2 fists shatter the dream of the Heavenly Emperor. Not yet desperate. Facing the eye of the 2 ancestral witches, Queen Mother West's face was serious. As long as Lord Eastwang can hold out, I will be able to repel these 2 ancestral witches and then rush to Lord Eastwang's aid. Worst case scenario. It will also be able to make this battle a draw and not a defeat. Win. It's no longer possible. All that can be done is to make sure that your side doesn't lose. One thought to this. The Queen Mother of the West directly cut off the Great Formation echo with the Duke of the East side. The power of the Great Formation on her side. And collected it back. Meanwhile, Buzz. In the midst of the pure to myriad immortal light, the body of the Queen Mother of the West released the aura of a paramount saint that had already been perfected. It did not add to the power of the Great Array. The Queen Mother of the West herself had already reached the realm of the perfection of paramount sainthood. Show your true cultivation. The Western Queen Mother, who was no longer hiding, had a monstrous aura on her body. And her quasi-saint perfection's aura suppressed the heavens and earth at the same time. The Queen Mother of the West transmitted her voice towards the Duke of the East on the battlefield of the witch race. Emperor, hold on. After I force back these two ancestral witches, I'll come back to help Emperor Zun. The words resounded between heaven and earth. Next moment, Queen Mother of the West catalyzed the vastness of mana. The hands of the vegetal cloud boundary flagged to show the Chinese light. The weather is dense, covering the sky and the sun. The protective immortal light falls. Can be said to be the punishment of the evil. All laws do not invade. Straight away, the Queen Mother of the West's defenses were pulled full. Meanwhile, Kunlun mirror above the power of the avenue of time is even more terrifying. The mirror light of the sky and earth. The time of this area was suddenly out of order. Became incomparably chaotic. In which, such as plunged into the quagmire, simply cannot act freely. Two supreme magic treasures. Plus, the boundary protector formation was augmented by half of the power of the Great Formation, directly allowing the Western Queen Mother's all-encompassing combat power to reach a height that today's flood great avatars would find it difficult to reach. Ready to go. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was about to forcefully attack the two ancestral witches standing in front of the immortal court of Buzhou, with the obvious intention of stopping her here and not bringing the two ancestral wizards who had brought the Duke of Dongwang the slightest bit of assistance. Because she knows very well, once she hadn't forced these two ancestral witches back first, and waited until the Duke of Dongwang on the other side couldn't hold on, she would have to face a siege of 9 ancestral witches in the blink of an eye. At that point, it can be really hard to come back. Only, just as the Queen Mother of the West was about to make her move, a scream and roar came. Ah! Mother of the West! You've misjudged me. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch, above the battlefield of the witch race. The changes that occurred in the Terra Nova Immortal Court were too fast. So much so that, at the time when the Queen Mother of the West decided that she would temporarily assist the Duke of the East, withdrawing half of the power of the Boundary Protector formation and going all out to force back the 2 great ancestral witches, the Duke of the East, who was in the midst of being beaten, had not yet reacted to the situation. Then, as the rival of the East King Gong, Emperor Jiang was the one who accurately grasped the opportunity. Qi and blood churned in Emperor Zhang's body like a demon god. Roared. Jumong and my little sister have struck out. The worries have been lifted. So you help my brother and kill the Duke of the East. Words. Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and a host of other ancestral witches all responded. Yes. The words fell. Rumble. The 6 ancestral witches stepped on the arcane steps. And between the surges of their terrifyingly ferocious qi and blood, all of them flowed towards Emperor Jiang, who was in the center. Only for a moment. A barbaric and terrifying aura emerged from Emperor Jiang's body, far exceeding the Duke of the East, whose aura had fallen to the realm of quasi-saint perfection after he lost the power of the General Great Formation to add to his aura. Die! Emperor Jiang, who roared in anger, absorbed all the terrifying baleful qi between heaven and earth and gathered it on top of his own attack. It carried the power of the spatial avenue, the vastness of chi and blood, as well as the power of monstrous fury. Viciously, he wore down the quasi-Saint Dharma phase of the Duke of the East King. Meanwhile, the many innate spiritual treasures that the Duke of Dongwang had offered up were all used to grind out their spiritual light with the quantum-killing fury, causing them to dim as scrap and fall back into the Duke of Dongwang's body. Even that extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head crutch, was hard to stop Emperor Zheng's killing spree. Rumble. As this punch went down, the Duke of Dongwang did his best to fend it off. But he was able to block it after all. Only. It's quite a price to pay. One punch. The original uncountable immortal court army, apportioned to the pressure that exceeded its own limits, had nearly 80% of its soldiers fall on the spot. Even the Golden Immortal Commander and Tai Immortal Generals similarly had a good number of them fall without surviving. This punch, directly burying a large portion of Terra Nova Immortal Court soldiers. The surviving Immortals, all of them were also injured. Even the 8 great divine masters, including Koan Pang, did not have any surprises. Meanwhile, one of the original strong Immortal Court boundary protection formations, it also shattered right open. Once the big formation is broken, the Immortal Court Immortals who had set up the formation were once again traumatized, and each one of them had a shriveled breath. Meanwhile, as the eye of the formation, the Duke of Dongwang's injuries were heavier than everyone else's. His breath is shriveled and unwilling to roar in anger. Why did you withdraw the power of the great formation? Ah! Mother of the West! You've misjudged me. It was only then that the sound of the Duke of the East King's screams fell. After breaking the formation with one punch, Emperor Zheng's body was as powerful as a rainbow, and his every move made heaven and earth sway upwards. He raised his fist again. Want to unify the flood? You are also worthy? Die. The words fell. An even more terrifying killing fist than the one just now fell directly towards the Duke of Dongwang, whose breath was unsteady due to the heavy injuries he had sustained. This punch, it made the Duke of Dongwang feel the crisis of death. His eyes were glazed over, but he looked panicked. Roared. I am the head of the male immortals appointed by the sages, sealed by the Tao Father himself, and blessed with heavenly destiny. Emperor Jiang. You dare to kill me? You can kill me? Words. Emperor Jiang doesn't answer at all. Instead of stopping because of the Duke of Dongwang's words of self-reporting his backing, he struck even faster and more ferociously. Shasta. Emperor Zheng's killing iron fist, directly breaking all the means of struggle set off by the Duke of the East. It landed hard on the Duke of the East King's body. Boom! This punch, it directly shattered the physical body of the Duke of the East King, carrying the power of the great Tao and the quantum-killing fury, directly grinding down his paragon Tao fruit and Yuan Shen consciousness. Meanwhile, it also shattered all of Lord Dongwang's dreams of witnessing domination and empire together. Only a little bit of the true spirit was left behind to return to the great Tao. Whether or not this little bit of the true spirit of the Duke of the East King would still be able to return in the midst of the infinite measurements was all just an unknown. Rumble. 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 The fall of the quasi-saint great avatar induced the great Tao to resonate with the heavens and earth. A thunderous sound that represented grief resounded between the heavens and the earth. Blood rained down from the sky, and countless living beings were rendered by a sense of sadness, weeping and howling. The scene, it caused all the great divine masters who were paying attention to the battle to tremble and chill all over their bodies. Dead? The Duke of Dongwang just fell? It's still between the flooded heavens and the earth. It's the first time a quasi-saint great avatar has fallen. The Emperor River ancestral sorcerer after truly getting serious. 2 punches had dried up and shattered Duke Dongwang, a powerhouse amongst the quasi-saints. Even with his Tao and his beautiful dreams? Ancestral witches are really fierce. The wizards are really fierce too. Meanwhile, numerous great avatars, at this moment, are also realizing that it seems like the quasi-saint realm isn't necessarily able to save its life anymore. The thought of witnessing. At this moment in the hearts of the many great divine masters, it became more and more urgent. Chapter 96, I'll top you. Pouncer Boy. Lord of the Immortal Court. The top of the male immortals. The Emperor, Duke of the East. Fallen. At this moment, the vision of heaven and earth sharing the same sorrow caused by the fall of the paragon saint caused all the great spiritual masters to have a jolt in their body. Woe is me! Now after the saints had merged into the Tao, the paramount saints who were located at the top of the pyramid of the flooded heaven and earth were still able to be killed? Moreover, it was also a late-stage quasi-saint, with the power of the boundary protecting formation on one side added to it. And its battle power had reached quasi-saint perfection, and even exceeded that of a top great avatar. Just killed by several ancestral witches? Hiss. Even the Duke of Dongwang had to die in the face of the ancestral witches. So what about them? The great avatars who were even worse than the Duke of Dongwang? Even if they were to fight the ancestral witches head-on, they would not be able to escape the word death. At the thought of it, it was as if all of the great divine masters felt a deadly threat. Many people's faces were becoming grave. Phoenix Hill. Fushi's face was full of gravity and seriousness, and heavenly chances flowed in his eyes. Upon seeing the fall of the Duke of the East, his spirit platform directly signaled the alarm, causing Fushi's vigilance and scorn for the ancestral witches to reach an unprecedented level. This height. Enough to be called death robbery. Is it possible that even the poor Tao will have to fall into the hands of the ancestral witches? Stroking his beard, Fushi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that it's because Poverty Road is going to be involved in fellow Taoist Fuguang's great cause? And will end up going against the witch race? Against the ancestral witches? And so when there's a risk of falling, the great tribulation karma is going to fall on the ancestral witches? As soon as this thought came to mind, Fushi's heart, in fact, was already very certain. In other words, next, if he were to continue with his previous plan, it would be very likely that he would fall into the hands of these powerful and murderous ancestral witches in the future of the heaven and earth. A moment of contemplation. A slight smile appeared on Fushi's face. Open mouth. My way is in it. How can I retreat from it? If I can transcend from this death calamity, then my way is made. On the contrary, my way can also be accomplished. Where the avenues are. As a quasi-saint cultivator, how could Fushi not take a fight and willingly back off on this? What's more, he was very confident in his innate numerical way means. Sure that he was able to stir up the winds and clouds in the future momentum, and find a ray of hope for this death calamity. The fall of the Duke of the East. Stroking his beard, Fushi is at this moment exerting means to deduce with the heavenly chances, causing the immortal court to already be considered a failure in this battle. Even if the Western Queen Mother is a quasi-saintly consummate, she won't be able to undo the heavenly destiny of the immortal court. The first thing that the immortal court's immortals of today have to consider is not the heavenly destiny of unifying the flood, but how to survive at the hands of the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan. Slight pause. Fushi's gaze looked in the direction of the sun star in the starry sky, laughing without saying a word. After the Duke of Dongwang lost his heavenly destiny and fell, where did the heavenly destiny he lost along with the immortal court go? The answer is naturally self-evident. Is that in your calculations too? Fushi had a look of emotion on his face. It's worthy of you, fellow Daoist Fuguang. Without even walking out of the sun star, He had already seen everything above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands clearly and calculated to death. Fuxi doesn't believe. The fall of the Duke of Dongwang was not in Fuguang's calculations. Even Fuxi also suspected. Behind the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, there may not be no push and pull from Fuguang. After all, a flood could not accommodate 2 emperors. And the existence of the Duke of the East King was undoubtedly blocking the way for Taoist Fuguang to step onto the throne of heaven and earth supremacy. Even if he didn't personally count on the Duke of Dongwang, it was still no problem to push the envelope and make him fall. Right? To sentient beings both might and virtue. Atmospheric benevolence to friends. Ruthlessness to the enemy. To exist as such. When the heavens and the earth are dominated. Ah! Kunlun Mountain. Inside the Jade Palace. Regarding the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, the reactions of the 3 Panguqing were all very serious and grave. But what they think is not quite the same. Lao Zi was having some worries that with the strength of the witch race and that ancestral witch, would they not? Afterward, because of the name of the Pangu Orthodox clan, put up a fight against them. The Pangu 3 Qing. If it's put right. Although they, Panga San Qing, wouldn't be afraid of the 9 ancestral witches, they would ultimately be an extremely troublesome opponent. Yuan Shi was the most angry. He was not angry at the ancestral witch's murderous nature as well as his great strength. Rather, he was angry that the 9 ancestral witches did not know the number of heaven. How dare you dare! And the East Kingdong shouted out, the saints determined. The heavenly Tao approved after the words, but still made a strong kill the East Kingdong disrespectful saints. Disobedience to the momentum of the heavenly Tao of the behavior against the heavens. Tong Tian was likewise a little angry. It was just that he was angry that the 9 great ancestral witches didn't put their teachers in their eyes at all. It made the sentimental Tonto especially upset. However, Tong Tian still recognized the powerful strength of the 9 ancestral witches. At the very least, if it was a one-on-one battle, he, Tong Tian, now, would most likely not be a match for the 9 ancestral witches. Among the stars. At this moment, Fuguang looked at the scene of the Duke of Dongwang's fall with a dumbfounded look on his face. And the melon seeds in his hand. He forgot to throw them inside his own mouth. Dead. Dead? There was some dullness in the confused Fuguang. Just a second? Where's the promised great battle of 1,000 years to force all the ancestral witches to make a move? Where's the promised extreme battle power of forcing out all the ancestral witches? What about the promised pressure to make all the ancestral witches explode and directly use their underhanded means? That's it? Just this. A roar of rage. The aura on Fuguang's body suddenly stormed out. Rumble. Endless, overriding the terrifying pressure of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Directly shrouding the endless starry sky. Stirring the starry sky are flowing avenue pressure. Meanwhile, the sun star, which was very far away from Fuguang, seemed to feel the wrath of the sun god as well. And its light steeply increased. Only the next moment, that terrifying pressure of the great Tao dissipated as if it were an illusion. And the strange movements of the solar star were instantly calmed down and restored as before. Between the stars, Fuguang, who had collected his own aura, kicked over the immortal table in front of himself, venting in anger. Waste. Stupid ass. 3 grandchildren. Guapi. Incompetence. Rotten ass. Son of a bitch. I'll top you. Pouncer boy. He cracked. Not a care in the world for your image. Can't you fucking develop without that strength? What's the point of pretending? I damn well thought you had so much backbone and ability that you dared to be so unscrupulous and flamboyant. 15 against 9. And still letting people break the formation and forcefully kill them. Not even the strength to support to the rescue of the Queen Mother of the West. What do you have to be arrogant, ah? Being the most supportive of the Duke of Dongwang's greatness. Fuguang suddenly realized at this moment. His own expectations of the old boy, the King of the East, were nothing short of clownish. His plan, after deducing it countless times, it's the slow finalization of all the plans. At the moment it's all time to start scheming again because of the incompetent fall of the Duke of the East. If he didn't have any sense at the moment, he was going to just blow up. Chapter 97, Dead and Sentenced. After venting, Fuguang raised his hand and waved it. The immortal table that he had kicked over was restored to its original state. And he sat down again. Meanwhile, Fuguang, who had already calmed down, had complex emotions running through his golden eyes. The Duke of Dongwang has fallen. And the saints hadn't made a move since the beginning. That is to say, the saints have made their choice. Then, in this chess game of heaven and earth, it was time for him, Fuguang, to enter the game with his body. Though the sage did not force, nor would he force him. Fuguang had made a choice. But the thing is, the benefits given by the saints were extremely numerous. So that Fuguang, who originally could not see any hope of being certified as a saint in the grand scheme of things, had already seen the hope of being certified as a saint. In this way, even if you know it's dangerous to enter the quantum leap, it's all or nothing. Fuguang was still heartbroken. He is indeed a visitor from heaven. It is also true that the mind knows much of the great future. But again, Fuguang, who had been practicing and working his way upward from the beginning of the opening of the heavens to the present day, did so for one thing because he wanted to break free from his destiny. And also because Fuguang is also essentially a seekers of the way. The difference is simply that Fuguang is a steady seeker. And steady is not to fight. Complete to be a shrinking violet. No rabbit. No hawk. No benefits, no ideas. Everything is planned before it is done. No rash decisions should be made. It can't be taken lightly. If you want to do it with all your might. This is what Fuguang understands as robustness. And it is also one of his guidelines. Otherwise, with his root qualifications, identity and position in this quantum jinx, if he really wants to be meticulous, he shouldn't even take the opportunity to preach at the Purple Heavenly Palace. After all, there are too many claims that the saints preached without good intentions. Today, after the hope of attaining sainthood has been set before us, Fuguang was naturally dumbfounded. Hopefully. Those two words are so lethal. Be high. Or you are high. With some admiration in his tone, Fuguang opened his mouth and spoke a sentence that no one other than the sages and himself could understand. Subsequently, Fuguang, who had completely calmed down, turned his gaze once again above the battlefield. But the thoughts in his heart were fizzing out. Next, he's going to have to plan again. Meanwhile, above the battlefield of the witch race near Buzhou Mountain, along with the fall of the Duke of Dongwang, the remaining immortal court immortals had their livers cracked. Even Koan Peng's scalp exploded when he looked at the 7 ancestral witches whose chi and blood were so powerful that they were covered in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, the kunai made a direct action that was entirely instinctive. A big hand rolled. After the fall of the Duke of the East King, what he had left behind, all of the innate spiritual light had dimmed to the extreme of the spiritual treasure, fell directly into the hands of the Koan Peng. Buzz. Subsequently, the Koan Peng exerted his own natural aptitude and transformed into an aurora borealis, directly disappearing far away. The speed of it, decisiveness of action. Even the 7 ancestral witches, who were strong and terrifying, were not expected. It is at this moment 6 ancestral witch power added to a body. The strength of extremely horrible Emperor River. Ara stunned. And when he reacted to intercept the time. Kuanping but already do not know far away to where to go. The Kunoichi escaped. The immortal court group of immortals present all reacted. Escape! A great avatar roared in terror. Next moment. Buzz. Heavily wounded immortal court immortals. Also regardless of their own injuries. To display their own life-preserving skills. An immortal light suddenly bright. To be far away. Only. When they have only performed these tactics. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as the spatial dome buckled down. Directly shrouding and blocking off the heavens and earth. The 7 great ancestral witches. Who were covered in a fierce aura. As well as a great sorcerer of the witch race directly locked onto the immortal court's immortals. The sound of Emperor Zhang's cold laughter rang out. Take advantage of this ancestral witch's momentary inattention and escape one even. If in letting you guys escape too. This ancestor witch. What face is there left to stand on the flooded heavens and earth? What face is there to call oneself a son of the Father God? All die for this ancestral witch. The words fell. Rumble. Within the blocked heaven and earth. The terrifying ferocious chi and blood surged and churned as the 7 ancestor witches as well as a group of great witches of the witch race made their moves together. Attacking and killing the immortal court's immortals. In a split second. Within the blocked heaven and earth. The shouts of killing and screaming shook the sky. And the immortal court immortals continued to fall. Not much longer. The heavenly sadness and cry of the fall of the saints to be rose one after another between heaven and earth. Anyone would know. What happened next to these great avatars? Great Luo immortal monarchs. Tai immortal generals. And other multitudes of immortals in the immortal court. The decapitated great avatar was not without the presence of friends. Only. The image of the Duke of Dongwang being powerfully beheaded by the ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang is still fresh in our minds. Under such circumstances, who would dare, at this time, to come to the rescue? We are all seekers and monks. All of them also understand the horror of the quantum leap. In this way, they also chose to join the immortal court and participate inside the quantum reign. Then take responsibility for their own choices. What's more, after these individual immortal court avatars joined the immortal court, they were already disliked by the originally befriended avatars. It would be even less likely to come to the rescue at this point in time. So, now it's just gonna have to be. Dead friends don't die of poverty anymore. The battlefield in the hinterland of the witch race on the side of the Buzhou mountain was already laying down the curtain. At this moment, all the gazes of attention from all the powerhouses no longer looked at the battlefield in the hinterland of the sorcerer race where no one was destined to survive except for the Kuan Peng who was the first to flee. Instead, they all looked towards the Yingzhou immortal court. Next, how did Terra Nova Sentinel end up? It made all the great avatars very curious. The Queen Mother of the West hides a lot of things. But now, with the loss of the mandate of heaven, the absence of the saintly dependence, and the victory of the witches is set. Whether it was the perfect strength of the paraclete that she had revealed, or the Yingzhou immortal court that still had 30% of its reserves, it didn't matter. None of it can undo the doomed destruction of the immortal court. Standing in the vault of heaven, the Western Queen Mother, who was not injured and was still at the peak of her battle power, had completely lost her will to fight. At this moment, all she felt was cold hands and feet. The Duke of Dongwang has fallen. Moreover, after he shouted out the words, "The saints have decided," he was killed by the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang, who directly wiped out and killed him. In the midst of this process, the saint with the biggest bottom in her heart had not shown up since the beginning, or even said a word. And the heavenly Tao did not have the slightest ripple. In other words, although the sages had handpicked the Duke of Dongwang as the head of the male immortals and she as the head of the female immortals, they had never had the idea of standing up for them since the beginning. And always thought that the saints will be the backbone of the Queen Mother of the West as well as the Duke of the East for them. Which is really just wishful thinking. Even to the point of, in the name of the saints' decree, the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East, who had done many things, instead of being able to blame the sage for not standing up for them, had to thank the sage properly for not blaming them for pulling the tiger's skin. The Duke of Dongwang died and even had to confess his sins to the saints. It is also necessary to ask the saint to be magnanimous for what he has done previously. One thought to this. Shi Wangmu's original thought that the great work could be accomplished and the great Tao could be realized went up in smoke. Meanwhile, the whole thing was chilled all over. Too deep into the robberies. No backstage. Not enough strength. She might. It's over. Chapter 98 Western Queen Mother's Self-Help Measures. Self-help. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was unusually clear-headed. What big job! What destiny! What fairy court! Since this defeat was finalized, it proved that one's own path should not be in the immortal court. So, there was only one thing she had to do at the moment. Self-help. Swish. Without the slightest hesitation. Nor did he care that there were still two great enemy ancestral witches present. The Queen Mother of the West looked very solemn and serious. Respectfully executing a great salute and kneeling and bowing in the direction of the chaos in the heavenly beyond. Sincerely, he said aloud. Disciple Queen Mother of the West, holding herself as the head of the female immortals, has privately borrowed the name of the sage, and has done many absurd things between the flooded heavens and the earth, undermining the prestige of the sage. Today came to my senses. Ran dash. The great mistake has been made. I hope that the Tao Father will forgive the disciple's mistake on the basis of the disciple's unintentional mistake. Years of conscientiousness and diligence. Ruling the immortal court. Without merit. I implore the saints to be gracious. Between the words, the respectful Queen Mother of the West directly bowed 3 times in a row in the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens. Subsequently, it was only then that the Queen Mother of the West stood up. There was no long kneeling. None other. She wouldn't dare. Taking the initiative to open her mouth and admit that she was the one who acted privately by borrowing the name of the sage. Even if she took the initiative to take the sage out of this bad impression of the sage's disregard for the Duke of Dongwang, it was a disguised way of defending the sage's reputation. Not to be able to make the saint feel good about her, or step in to save her life, but at the very least, not to make the saint loathe her. Will punish her now for what happened before. The punishment of the saints. As proud as the Queen Mother of the West, she did not dare to say that she would be able to carry it. Do it here. The Queen Mother of the West is doing the best she can. Make some more. If you're on your knees, for example, that would be morally kidnapping the saint and forcing him to speak up for her and save her life. Really? Whether or not it will be enough to get the saints to make a move is a moot point. Even if a saint had stepped in to save her life at that time. What about after the fact? She's just taking her death and dying for sure. So, Queen Mother of the West's grasp of the degree. Just right. So to speak. And this initiative. It was likewise a cause for the many great divine masters who were paying attention to the battle to look sideways. Almost in front of the face of the flood beings. Directly kneeling down to admit their faults. And also all the faults. No matter whether they are there or not. All wrapped up in their own and the Duke of the East King's body. Plucked the saints completely out of the midst of all the bad influences. Have to say. The Queen Mother of the West is still very smart. Meanwhile, It was also a great avatar who was very decisive and did things with very strong execution. After all, ask yourself this. The many great avatars felt that if they were in the middle of the Western Queen Mother's current situation, perhaps more of them would choose to fight to the death, with their true spirits returning to the sea of the great Tao, waiting for a chance to return again, instead of kneeling down in front of the flooded beings and asking for forgiveness from the saints. Such conduct, for a good number of great avatars, and even Dala cultivators, there is no shame or disdain. There is also a part that chooses to turn a blind eye. They believe that individuals have their own personal avenues and choices, and that the Queen Mother of the West's move is not to be faulted. It is just her own choice. There is also a part that carries some goodwill. These powerful people believe that those who could lay down their faces and act only for their own purposes were all existences that possessed great wisdom and perseverance. Queen Mother of the West was worthy of being a top powerhouse at the Paragon Perfection realm. There was no time to care about the thoughts of the many powerful and flooded beings. This move by the Queen Mother of the West was just to gain the understanding of the sages, as well as some goodwill. After doing this, standing up, the Western Queen Mother looked toward the two ancestral witches who were eyeing her. Open mouth. I wonder what the two ancestral witches' honorary names are. Never dare to underestimate it again. All thoughts of underestimating the witch race and the ancestral witches disappeared from the Western Queen Mother's mind when she realized that the witch race had 9 ancestral witches. Not to be outdone by the other protagonist of the Quantum of Solace. This strength is truly terrifying. She knew. Wanting to unify the flooded heaven and earth was definitely not as simple as the Duke of the East King thought. Quasi-Saint Perfection's strength, coupled with the strength of the late stage of Paragon Lord Dong Wanggong, as well as 13 quasi-saints, hundreds of Dala immortal monarchs, nearly 10,000 Tai immortal generals, and so on. None of it is nearly enough. Previously she hadn't thought about it so much at all. In hindsight, it should have been so affected by the quantum fury, so silently, that it did not notice it. Seeing only the strengths, not the deficiencies. Back to the main topic. After hearing Shi Wangmu's inquiry, the two ancestral witches that stood above the East Sea did not answer Shi Wangmu's question. Because in the eyes of the two ancestral witches, this Queen Mother of the West in front of me is also a packaged death. Who's going to bullshit a dying man? The two of them, brother and sister, were waiting for reinforcements. What is the Queen Mother of the West waiting for? Just waiting to die. After his own question was ignored, the Queen Mother of the West is not angry. The ancestral witch's condescension and the witch race's untamed nature are well known to all beings in the flood. The ancestral witches who have never been thwarted don't even care about saints and the heavenly Tao, let alone your tiny one, Shi Wangmu, who kneels to saints and the heavenly Tao. Not in the least bit exasperated with the Queen Mother of the West. The look of gravity. Fellow Taoists who are watching, this honorable father will open the immortal court treasure trove, in which the treasures and resources will be at your disposal. Ran dash. All of you who have taken the things in the immortal court's treasury still need to step in and shelter the immortal court's immortals to evacuate the Yingzhou immortal court. And only need to shelter the immortals to evacuate the Yingzhou immortal court. This engagement, witnessed by the heavenly Tao. If you break the contract, the heavenly beings will be punished. The Western Queen Mother's words fell. Rumble. A dull roar of heavenly Tao divine thunder resounded above the dome of the sky all of a sudden. This heavenly divine thunderbolt fell. It also meant that this one pact made by the Queen Mother of the West was recognized by the heavenly Tao. The moment it was recognized by the heavenly Tao, a smile of relief appeared on the face of the Queen Mother of the West. After all, she was still the Queen Mother of the immortal court and the head of the female immortals recognized by the heavenly Tao. And this heavenly Tao vow was still able to elicit a response from the heavenly Tao. After laughing, The Queen Mother of the West turned her head to look at the immortals of the immortal court. There was a sadness in the gravity of the look. This is the honored one. It's the last way to make a living for all the fairies. Whether or not you will live depends on your own chances. A wave of the jade hand. A supremely marvelous immortal light struck out. The Yingzhou Immortal Court, which was originally shrouded by a large formation and could only be seen as a cluster of immortal palaces, opened up completely and utterly for the first and last time in front of the many powerhouses of the flood. Buzz. Countless channels of precious light rose up to the sky. And the sky was filled with gorgeous colors reflecting the heavens. Inside the treasury of the Immortal Court, enough heavenly treasures to pile up a side of 1,000 worlds. Batches of various types of Hotian spiritual treasures that had been refined. The many innate spiritual treasures collected. Everything. All of them have been presented to the many powerful people of the flood. Open the treasury at the same time. The Western Queen Mother couldn't help but look serious. Run away. The words fell. The Immortal Court immortals who reacted to the situation instantly used their means to escape. Meanwhile, the vegetal cloud boundary flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West blossomed with precious light. And the power of time flowing from the Kunlun mirror was about to tear open a gap in time and space. And she was about to vanish into it. Only the next moment, as the same spatial avenue power filled the air, the figure of the ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang, came across space, strongly striking out towards the Queen Mother of the West. Your immortal court this ancestral sorcerer will exterminate. No one will be able to protect you. I say. Chapter 99, A Surprise Ancestral Witch. Emperor Jiang struck out. Even though this strike did not condense the power of the other 6 ancestral witches, it was still extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, the 2 ancestral witches, Ho Tu as well as Ju Meng, who were guarding the area, similarly struck out. Only the 2 ancestral witches, Ho Tu and Ju Meng, struck out at the target. It's the other great avatars of the Immortal Court. The Western Queen Mother was the target of her own big brother. And the 2 proud ancestor witches were not yet so proud as to grab heads with their own big brother. Seeing that Emperor Jiang was attacking and killing towards himself. Vegetative Cloud Boundary Flag Guard. The Queen Mother of the West, whose Kunlun mirror opens the gap in time and space, is not the least bit afraid. She's not the Duke of Dongwon who's blinded by power. Bent on expanding the Immortal Court's strength, recruiting more great adepts, and conquering the floodplains. He put a great deal of energy into trivial matters. With the resources of the Immortal Court as well as her luck, Shi Wangmu had already entered the quasi-saint perfection realm for tens of thousands of years. Together with the vegetarian cloud boundary flag and the Kunlun mirror, these 2 great spiritual treasures belong to the top level of treasures amongst the very best innate spiritual treasures. Her strength. There is no need to goad the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang at all. Buzz. The power of time flowed above the Kunlun mirror. The mirror light reflecting the heavens and earth, falling directly towards Emperor Jiang. The terrifying power of the great Tao of time directly shattering the chronology of that part of Emperor Jiang's location. Subsequently, with a lift of his jade hand, the vast and most marvelous Purine force, dissolving everything in heaven and earth and wearing down the laws of the great Tao, struck at Emperor Jiang. Rumble. The 2 men's attacks collided, erupting with destructive power that covered towards the 2 men. The vegetal cloud boundary flag body protection immortal light bloomed. The weather is dense. All laws do not invade. Firmly protect the Queen Mother of the West. Just let her body shape back hundreds of millions of miles. And yet there is no harm done. Emperor Jiang flung his fist, his body's chi and blood shaking, deflecting the impact while disengaging from that chaotic chronology. Just as Emperor Jiang was about to go forward to fight the Queen Mother of the West again. Buzz. A force of the great Tao of time far greater than that exerted by the Queen Mother of the West when she activated the Kunlun mirror appeared out of thin air. Whoa! The power of the great Tao of time evolved a vast river of heaven that swept toward Emperor Jiang. This sudden change of heart. It made Emperor Jiang, who was about to go out to fight the Queen Mother of the West again, startled and angry. Who? A mixture of shock and anger. In the face of this sweeping river of time heaven, Emperor Jiang didn't dare to take it lightly. Above this time heavenly river, he felt a strong threat. Boom! Don't dare to keep your hands off. His body's ferocious chi and blood shot straight up to the sky, attracting the vast heaven and earth's ferocious chi into his body. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang catalyzed the power of his own spatial avenue. And it was as if he had evolved an infinite and extremely large thousand spaces around himself to block the approach of the heavenly river of time. Only while Emperor Jiang reacted, that one-time heavenly river turned around and directly swept the piece of heaven and earth that he was in into the time heavenly river altogether. Extremely strong. The here and now of that side of heaven and earth were stripped right off. Down into the time rift it went. Emperor Jiang was taken away by the river of time and heaven. The timing of this change was too fast. Quickly to the side of Ho Tu and Jumong. Neither of them had reacted before they saw Di Jiang, who had manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, being swept away by the heavenly river of time. Big brother! The siblings were shocked and angry. While on guard, he bellowed in a deep voice. What kind of curmudgeon dare to meddle in the affairs of our witch clan? Only while Ho Tu and Jumong were on guard and coldly shouting, another force of the great Tao of time fell directly into the immortal court treasure vault, dragging a portion of its heavenly treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and latter-day spiritual treasures into the time rift. Immediately thereafter, there was no longer any fluctuation of the power of the great Tao of time between heaven and earth. See this scene. The Queen Mother of the West, hundreds of millions of miles away, instantly understood. This was a strong person who was secretly making a move to help her get out of this battlefield above the East Sea. There was no hesitation. The Queen Mother of the West catalyzed the Kunlun mirror, directly tearing open a time rift, and directly disappeared far away without looking back. She just left. Rumble. A monstrous ferocious blood aura erupted. Emperor Jiang, who had just been taken away by the time heaven river, rushed out of the time rift and once again appeared over the East Sea. An angry yell. Who? Come out to this ancestral witch. Rumble. The sound shook the nine skies and pressured heaven and earth. This kind of terrifying might shook the hearts of the people, but did not receive any response. It's said that everything starts with a bang. Before anyone made a move to help the Western Queen Mother and the other remnants of the immortal court, none of the many great avatars who were watching dared to take the lead. At this moment, after someone was the first to eat the crab, a group of powerful and self-proclaimed great magi who were not afraid of the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan just couldn't sit still any longer. The next moment, buzz. A vast immortal light of various colors manifested between the heavens and earth. And many great magi displayed their magical abilities, rolling up a portion of the heavenly treasures and spiritual treasures in the immortal court's treasury while also instantly taking away a number of the remnants of the immortal court's immortal congregation. And the scene, greatly stimulating the three ancestral witches present. They didn't care about the resources inside the immortal court's treasury, nor did they care about the deaths of the remaining immortals of the immortal court. The three ancestral witches care about. This move by the many great spiritual masters of the flood was no longer snapping at their faces, but rather taking a knife and scraping meat on their faces. Boom! The three ancestral witches instantly joined forces and erupted into an extremely terrifying attack, striking across the means of the group of great divine masters who had struck out. Only these great avatars simply had no desire to fight the three ancestral witches. one after another. They sacrificed their divine abilities to stop them for a moment, and then instantly took away the treasures with the remaining immortals of the immortal court not showing up at all. Neither did they engage the three ancestral witches. Of course. It wasn't as if the three of them, Emperor Jiang, Ho Tu, and Zhu Meng, had not succeeded in intercepting them. There were a good number of great avatars whose means were blocked, while at the same time suffering a stifling loss and gaining nothing but the existence of those who got it. There were quite a few. There were too many great spiritual masters out there. So much so that, but for a few moments, the large Terra Nova Immortal Court would be nothing more than an empty shell of an open great formation. The three ancestral witches stood on top of the East Sea. One by one. The fury was overwhelming. Emperor Jian laughed in anger. Good. Good. Yes. Since our ancestral witches were born, we have yet to suffer such a great loss. You petty people who hide your heads and tails, you'd better not appear within the flood world for endless years from now on. Otherwise, all must die. After roaring, Emperor Jiang let out his anger and struck Yingzhou Immortal Court with a vicious blow. Rumble. Along with the heaven and earthquake, the East China Sea turned up a huge wave, standing in the East China Sea above for a long time. Once the mighty flood Terra Nova Immortal Court turned into flying dust, no longer exist. Among the stars, looking at the Yingzhou Immortal Court, which had been completely collapsed under Emperor Zhang's venting of anger, Fuguang's expression did not show any surprise. At this moment, Fuguang's eyes flowed with golden immortal light. Knock! The light-ringing sound of the chaos bell spread out between the Fuguang spirit platforms. Fuguang's eyes. A fuzzy pillar of qi representing the beings of heaven and earth manifested before his eyes. And the two major pillars of qi originally representing the immortal court and the sorcerer race. The one belonging to the immortal court had already crumbled and dissipated. That massive qi fortune divided and returned to the many races and cultivators who joined the immortal court above themselves. Meanwhile, there was also a portion that went with the resources in the immortal court's treasury and fell into the bodies of the many great avatars. For a while, Fuguang withdrew his eyes and once again looked between the flooded heavens and earth. Upon seeing that which pervades the world, after the more and more raging quantum bane qi, his face became even more grave. The fairy court is gone. Rubbing his chin, Fuguang's complexion was tinged with contemplation. Barely enough to resist the top forces of the witch race. And no more. Next, the great catastrophe of the flood-wild 10,000 races is about to come raging. In response, Fuguang was looking forward to this for a long time. Chapter 100 How can all beings know the greatness of Taoist Fuguang? Retrieve the flood calendar with your hand. Fuguang stretched his back. Subsequently, walking leisurely toward a star not far away. The curtain has come down on this one hayride of the immortal court. Next, it's about time. Back to work. As for saying that he would now set out to rectify the 10,000 races in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, as well as gather the remaining immortals of the immortal court, there's no need. It's not quite there yet either. If we don't let the 10,000 clans who think highly of themselves and the immortals who are proud of themselves know the power of the ancestor witches and the dominance of the witch clan, we will not let them know the power of the ancestor witches. How do they know? How powerful, great and benevolent was the Taoist Fuguang who was able to save them? How can all beings understand the preciousness of the way of salvation without suffering? So, the Floodlands 10,000 races or the remnants of the immortal court. It was the group of great avatars who had their minds tugged by his first move to pick the peach, and then couldn't resist the temptation of the immortal court's treasure trove and got into the game. These presences. It also had to be savaged by the wizards to make it work. What's plainly understood is, they're not dead enough. It's not enough to make them terrified and alarmed. And then there's this. Now the 12 ancestral witches are even still hiding their true strength. It's just too much of an old six. Old cunt bye. It's just absolutely brilliant. It had to make the ancestral witches incur more troublesome opponents. Forcing the 12 ancestral witches to do their best and also forcing the 12 ancestral witches to reveal all of their undercards. Then, it's time for all beings to realize that they need a true emperor. Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the witch race at the foot of the Buzhou mountain, inside the Pangu Divine Hall, the 9 great ancestral witches that had overthrown the Flood Immortal court only a short while ago were already returning. The 12 ancestral witches are gathered here. One looks grave. This battle. Despite the great victory of the ancestral witches, the witch race did the same, overthrowing their current primary enemy, the Immortal court, once and for all. But again, the battle was not a perfect one. Those great magi who had stepped in to defend the remaining immortals of the Immortal court. The fleeing paragon perfection great avatar. The Western Queen Mother of the head of the female immortals, the Queen Mother of the Immortal court. There were also 5 Immortal court archons who were nowhere to be found. More importantly, the mysterious powerhouse who had first struck out. The one who had catalyzed the power of the great Tao of time and evolved the heavenly river of time. The other party had easily banished Emperor Jiang and the heavens and earth he was in to the time turbulence. Even if it only trapped Emperor Jiang for a very short period of time. Don't forget that the other party was only making a secret move. That's enough to say. This mysterious strongman who had secretly made a move. His strength was also above that of Emperor Jiang. The depth of cultivation for the great Tao of time was much more terrifying than the ancestral witch of time. Candle Join. At the very least, Candle Join couldn't do a spaced-out move to banish Emperor Jiang into a time rift. Sit casually in your seat. Emperor Jiang looked toward Candle Join. Old 9. What do you think? Words. Candle Join's eyes flowed with time Tao rhythms and were silent. Seeing the situation, the other ancestral witches didn't bother Candle Join, all knowing that he was getting a glimpse of the future. For a while, the divine light in Candle Join's eyes dispersed. Shaking his head. Still can't see who the other party is. Even the other party's means, treasures and so on everything, are covered by a layer of dense haze. Unable to see through. Unable to peer. No way to see. But that's exactly why dash. Instead, it made me sure of one thing. Hearing Candle Join's words, none of the remaining ancestral witches were surprised. After all, long ago, when Candle Join had tried to find out the true archenemy of the sorcerer clan by peering into the future's framed images, that true archenemy was this. Emperor Jiang slightly appeared to be in a bit of a hurry. Lao Jiao. Don't rub it in. Determined what? Next. We have to come up with a charter soon as to what our brothers and sisters are going to do and how our sons and daughters are going to develop. The other ancestral witches were also looking at Candle Join with some haunted looks. And there was a lot of mischief in their eyes. Candle Join's character was still too literal compared to the other ancestral witches. So much so that, a lot of times, the other ancestral witches were annoyed by this guy's penchant for selling out. They're ancestral witches. The sons and daughters of the witch clan. Which one of them is not straightforward and fast-talking when they have something to say? How come there's such an alternative as Candle Join? Could this be the opposite of what is true? And the other side of the Father God Lord's bloodline was concentrated on Candle Join? Ahem. A light cough. Candle Join's face also turned serious. Open mouth. The person who made a move to intercept Big Brother is, unsurprisingly, our true archenemy. An existence that can hide itself inside the long river of time is either an existence that has witnessed the Tao and become a saint, or an existence whose attainments in the way of time surpass mine. The one strong person who made a move to intercept Big Brother should be above me in terms of attainments in the way of time. This man must be my clan's great enemy. Slight pause. Candle Joeen continued to speak. Next, we need to follow the established plan and divide the two tribes once again. And develop over toward the 4 seas and 8 deserts. After this battle, the fame of our clan will be known to the world. And no more races will dare to be enemies of our clan. So it's a great time for development. In the process, cultivate the clan while looking for this great enemy. Besides, the remnants of the immortal court's immortals shall also be exterminated by all means. His speech was quick, and he had once laid out the arrangements he had prepared under and not fast enough. Any slower, and the rest of his acute siblings would, I'm afraid, have to beat him up as a group. Hearing Candle Joeen's arrangement, after pondering for a moment, Emperor Jiang directly clapped his hands. Okay. Just do what Lao Jiao said. Next, vigorously develop our clan and nurture our sons and daughters to grow up, while continuing to exterminate the remaining immortals of the immortal court, as well as those races that once joined the immortal court. A group of things that deserve to be rations for my witch race's sons and dares to resist? Then kill. Kill until those races are emboldened. Kill until all the beings in the flood are submissive. Di Zhang's arrangement was unanimously agreed upon by the rest of the ancestral witches. Even Candle Joeen is no exception. He has a calm personality, only in comparison to other ancestral witches. In fact, as one of the 12 ancestral witches, Candle Joeen is likewise a bit of a blow-up. Ferocious and incomparable existence. I have a question. Ho Tu, the only female ancestral witch among the 12 ancestral witches. The body was full of fury as he opened his mouth. How are we going to deal with those great avatars who struck out at the Yingzhou immortal court this time? Do you want this ancestral witch to swallow this breath? Words. Ju Meng. On the sidelines. There was also a cold light flashing in his eyes. He's upset too. You know. Terra Nova Immortal Court Battle is considered to be his Jumong and little sister Ho Tu. Appeared in the flood world between the first appearance. Should have been to suppress the Terra Nova Immortal Court. Easy to solve the Immortal Court remnants of the immortals of the scene is right. And the result? The remnants of the Terra Nova Immortal Court's crowd of immortals ran away with the help of those great magi who were hiding their heads and tails. It simply made Jumanji's debut with Ho Tu a mess. Think about the strength and success of Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and a few other ancestral witches who manifested themselves in front of people in the first place. The difference is too great. So much so that Jumong and Ho Tu were quite annoyed inside. Manifesting the saint in front of people. But only the two of them failed to succeed. So naturally, they couldn't help but be furious. Chapter 101, Heaven and Earth in Great Disarray. Shi He and Chang Shi returned. Ho Tu's words elicited Jumong's empathy. And the other ancestral witches as well. The 12 ancestor witches, as well as all the sons and daughters of the witch race, were all existences that struck hard internally and struck just as hard externally. Doubly disgraced were Ho Tu and Jumong. But humiliated. And all of them 12 ancestral witches too. Humph. Xianxian grunted coldly. Killmonger opened his mouth. These great avatars, one by one, deceiving my witch race for not practicing Yuanshin and not being good at deduction. Thinking that if they hide their identities and strike, they'll be fine. But don't think about Dash. We brothers and sisters, and the billions of sons and daughters of the witch clan, are not people who have suffered a loss and do not seek revenge? Slight pause. Murderous thoughts flowed within Xian Mo's gaze. Dig 3 feet into the ground. But also find out the great avatar who struck out. And either subdue or enslave him. so that all those self-important flood immortals will know. Meddling in the affairs of our ancestral witches. Meddling in the affairs of our witch clan. The magnitude of this karma is too great for them to carry. Upon hearing Xianmei's words, aside, Hotu also acknowledged with a murderous rage. That's the way it's going to be. Jumong was close behind. I'm for it. A group of people who hide their heads and show their tails. Who got that laborious saint's guidance to be able to set foot on today's level? Who can't distinguish between the heights of the sky and the thickness of the earth? And who also dare to disregard us in their eyes? It's time to kill. The words of the three ancestral witches fell. Immediately, they were recognized and catered to by the other ancestral witches. There was a flurry of voices in favor of it. Fuck it and be done with it. It's enough to let this ancestral witch alone. You fart. Trying to wrap up so many good things by yourself? Silly. For the 12 ancestors. Anger or not. So much for losing face. None of it matters as much as the dry humping. As soon as they heard that they were going to find trouble with those great avatars, there was naturally no refusal. One was so excited that he wailed and couldn't wait to get out there. There was also chest pounding. Ancestral matrix. And ancestral shizi. Because the two of them hadn't fought for a spot to go out and walk the floodlands before. They still didn't have any part in this great battle. It didn't matter to Candlewick. After all, he prided himself on being the witch race's military advisor and the absolute core sole existence amongst the ancestral witches. It is the elegant among the ancestral witches. Even if you think about it in your mind, you won't show it. Very quickly. In the midst of the 12 ancestral witches bickering, a great plan for the future development of the Wiccan community, as well as the plan to retaliate against a group of Flood World great spiritual masters. It was so simple and roughly formulated. Once the immortal court is destroyed, the top forces that could barely withstand the great power of the sorcerer clan's encroachment on the floodplain disappeared. Next, the main force facing the increasingly powerful sorcerer race head-on became the flooded 10,000 races. However, a scattered sand-like, and even in the process of fighting with the sorcerer clan, will also make trips behind the back. Drop stones in the well of the flood tribes cannot be blocked at all. These races, each with their own calculations and schemes. How could it be a rival to the witch race that was united and unanimous? Led by the 9 ancestral witches. And had numerous great witch powerhouses that could even be comparable to some of the weaker great avatars? The Great War. Once again. After the 2 Wu tribes came out of the Buzhou mountain, the powerful Wu tribe started the war of conquest of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. It's not exactly a battle of conquest. After all, the witch race had never accepted any of the foreign races to submit and join them in their camp. After all, in the eyes of the witches, there's one for every tribe in the flood. All ingredients. The only difference is, some of the ingredients are very tasty, meaty, energy-rich, and much favored by the witches. So much so that it was soon eaten to the point of extinction. And there are ingredients that taste extremely bad and contain very little energy of the race. So they are disliked by the witch race. This part of the race. Instead, they didn't encounter much calamity, and were able to live in the midst of the witch clan's territory. Of course, provided that the witch people were not incurred. It was after the destruction of the immortal court. The situation that has befallen the 10,000 tribes of the flood. Meanwhile, the 9 ancestral witches led the 9 tribes of the witch race out of Mount Perimeter. Wherever you go, almost all of the dojos of the great divine masters were approached by these rampaging ancestral witches. The weaker ones. Reaching the early stage of paramount sainthood is already the limit for great avatars. All of them fell into the hands of the powerful and vengeful 9 great ancestral witches. Anyone who was able to escape with their life from a solitary ancestral which was already considered a great avatar with good strength. Few great aptitudes existed that could withstand a solitary ancestral witch. Only ancestral witch battles have never been solo battles. Those who could hold back one ancestral witch could not hold back two, those who could hold back two could not hold back 3, 4, or even more and more ancestral witches. That's why, gradually, there were quite a few great spiritual masters who chose to abandon their own dojos and go far away. Can't afford to mess with it. But it's still a good place to hide. The sorcerer clan doesn't know how to deduce. And as long as they are bent on hiding, it is possible for even some Dala cultivators to escape the sorcerer clan's search. In such a situation, the quantitative bane contained between the flooded heavens and earth was also getting thicker and thicker. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth vision of the fall of the great avatar. It also rose up from time to time in the midst of different areas. Gradually, the flood races are gradually coming to their senses, facing powerful ancestral witches and sorcerers, singularly fighting great avatars, as well as single powerful clans with powerful elder ancestors, would not be a match at all. And there is absolutely no possibility of coexistence between the two sides. The path taken by the witch race is the path of feeding its one race with all the beings of the flood. The 10,000 races, who are not willing to live under people, will not be willing to feed the growth of the sorcerer race with their own race? Reduced to captive fodder for the witches? That could never be the case. So, the end between the parties. Either the witch race will completely decline or perish. Either the 10,000 clans of the flood were captive to the sorcerer clan for meat, or the Hope clan became extinct. In the midst of all the chaos in the flood, under the state where the quantitative karmic fury is getting thicker and thicker, almost 9 meta sessions passed in a hurry. On this day, within the Golden Crow Palace of the solar planet, Fuguang was entertaining the two sisters, Shi and Chang Shi, who had already returned from the starry sky after collecting countless stardust origins and the gold of the stars. Serve tea yourself. Cooked up a number of fairy dishes. Fuguang saluted and thanked towards the two Taiyin goddesses. With pleasure. Words. A smile appeared on Cece's face. Might as well. Given our relationship, saying thank you would be a bit of a raw deal. Aside, Chang Shi, who had always not spoken much, had no expression, and had no movement. All nodded in tandem with Shi. Smiled at the words. Fuguang wasn't pretentious either. Open mouth. The group star origin and the gold of the group stars have arrived. The 365 main stars have also been combed through by me. And the astrological econometrics have been restored. My great plan. More than half of the plot has been completed. Words. Cece's face held some curiosity. This plot has something to do with the stars of the circumference? If it's inconvenient, forget I asked. Shook his head. Fuguang smiled. There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no harm in telling you. And even afterward, this plot will still need your assistance. I desire to completely rule this boundless starry sky. Chapter 102, Fuguang's Network. Completely ruling the flooded starry sky. This is Fuguang's plan this time. Merely setting up the perimeter star formation was not enough to satisfy Fuguang's appetite. Today, since he had already decided to enter within the chess game of quantum revelation, he was bound to make multiple preparations in order to do so. If it was just a matter of deducing and arranging a successful perimeter star formation, then it would be no different from the underlying operation that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had gotten up to in their memories. After seeing that the ancestral sorcerer Emperor Jiang could gather the power of the other 6 ancestral sorcerers into himself. Meanwhile, one can also absorb the quantitative bane to enhance one's battle power afterward. But Fuguang had carefully recalled some descriptions and information about the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation. This formation requires the 12 ancestral witches to jointly activate it. Only when all 12 ancestral witches were gathered together would they be able to utilize the maximum power of this formation. The lack of an ancestral witch. Neither is able to exert its full power. Highlights. Joint launch. Gathered together for maximum power. The full force of it. Anyone with a little bit of brain power can understand. The launching condition of the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation was not that all of the ancestral witches had to be present, but that it could be launched as long as there were 2 or more ancestral witches united. Only. If not for the 12 ancestral witches gathered together. The power of the 12 Du Tianxin Fei Grand Formation is not the greatest just. The fallen ancestral witches might have limited battle power. But when 2 ancestral witches appeared, the combat power that presented itself was exponentially higher. More ancestral witches together would be even more terrifying. The 12 ancestral witches gathered and opened the great formation. Then very well. The strongest substitute in the flooded universe. Pancake's true form is coming. More importantly, ancestral witches are existences born from the essence blood of the great god Pango combined with the turbid chi of heaven and earth, and grow by absorbing the fury between heaven and earth. The baleful aura in the quantum revenge would certainly make the ancestral witches and the witch clan more and more crazy. But again, the quantum heaviness bane was likewise a stimulant for the ancestral witches and the sorcerer clan, and would increase the combat power that they erupted with. It's practically open. It's just too much of a bully. But it's not like Fuguang's guessing. Rather, it was summarized through the signs shown by the 9 ancestral witches in the battle of the destruction of the Immortal court in the past. Fuguang is good at summarizing. After all, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. It was never wrong to learn a little bit more about the ancestral witches and about the witch race. Just summarizing all this stuff. Fuguang's already cautious and steady mindset towards the ancestral witches and the witch race became even more so. The witches are not only powerful. Even more so. It also occupies the 3 major elements of timing, location and people. If it weren't for the fact that the sorcerer race was unable to coexist with the 10,000 races of the flood, and even all living beings, the position of the hegemon of heaven and earth would already be destined to be theirs. So, if one merely prepares a perimeter star formation, that's not enough. Fuguang not only wanted to get his hands on the circumstellar star formation, but he also had to plot some merits as well as become the lord of the flood starry sky completely. The position of the sun god's fruitfulness is very high. But the lord of the stars, the master of the groups, the only master of the stars, such a status and position. Be a little more secure. Back to the main topic. Hearing Fuguang say that he wanted to rule the boundless stars, both Shi and Chang Shi froze for a moment. Soon, Chang Shi resumed her 3 expressionless faces. Not caring that Fuguang was in control of the infinite starry sky, her small hands kept on going, and her mouth kept on savoring the immortal dishes that Fuguang had made. And aside, the keen-minded Shiha, considering just about everything, was very much more. Fuguang is going to be the lord of the stars. The Shixian thoughts went straight out and flared. The mind is full of thoughts. With his identity and fruitfulness as the god of the sun, if he can refine the origin of the stars, communicate with the stars in the circumference of the sky with his great mana, and obtain the recognition of the stars, he might really be able to accomplish this. If this plan comes to fruition, this vast starry sky will be turned into Fuguang's home base. So, is this boundless starry sky the base camp that Fuguang has chosen for his great endeavor? In the beginning, after seeing the destruction of the Immortal court, Shiha thought that Fuguang would make a strong move and intervene in the fight above the 4 seas and 8 wastelands of the flood. taking the opportunity to gather the remaining immortals of the immortal court, as well as the many races that had joined the immortal court. At that time, he could easily gather a huge force. It's with the powerful witch clan. It also has a fighting chance. The 9 ancestral witches are powerful. But Fuguang is weak? Other than that, Fuguang had also once suppressed the already fallen Duke of the East King and a host of other immortal court great spiritual masters with a light touch. Really let him go all out. Who knows how powerful it will be? The name of the first person under the saints was recognized by everyone. The power of the witch clan is huge. And Fuguang has fewer people around him? More than that. She and her sister, Shang-Shi, were bound to follow Fuguang. Then there were the two, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. The two, who were very affectionate with Fuguang and still owed not a small amount of karma to the top great avatars. Fuxi of Fengqi Mountain also had a good relationship with Fuguang. And it wasn't impossible to get him to join by giving benefits and making heavy promises. Moreover, Nuwa had a good relationship with the sisters. So it might not be impossible to pull them to their side. And then the remaining immortals of the immortal court. The quasi-saint perfection Queen Mother of the West was also a major fighting force. And one that was bound to join. Because she had long been in the middle of a quantum leap. Her karma simply could not be picked clean. The ancestral witches will not die and the witch race will not die. She will always have to hide like a rat. How humiliating was this for a great avatar? As long as Fuguang invited her, she would definitely join. And then there's the Kuan-Ping Taoist. This guy from that day. Muffled rolled away already fallen East King Nong's legacy of treasure to run away to sea. Character may not be how, but the strength is undoubtedly. Pull him into the game is not very difficult. It's just that his feud with Red Cloud is hard to get rid of. And it's going to be a big problem only. But Shiha believed Fuguang could have solved the problem. As for the next level down, where does the base power of the Dao Lord cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals, etc., come from? This level of existence. There are a lot of them in the flooded lands. I can't. Feeding it with huge resources. All of them could create countless large armies out of it. In summary, he thought that if Fuguang really wanted to intervene in the disputes above the flooded earth, he really didn't need to worry too much about the ancestral witches and the witch race. Only, in the end, it was still her Shiha's gaze that was no match for Fuguang. Only the flooded earth is seen. But ignoring the infinite stars they are in. Instead of going above that flooded earth to find a base camp that the witch race could easily attack, it would be better to turn this large, almost ownerless, infinite starry sky that was still Fuguang's home turf into its own home base. This is a really good step. I see. The beautiful eyes looked towards Fuguang. A serious Shihi. Speak directly. What are you going to do next? And how do you need our sisters to cooperate? Feel free to arrange. My sister and I. We will fully cooperate with you to reach this scheme. Boundless stars for home base. Through this, the flooded heavens and earth are enveloped. I think it will be a key drop for the great cause that Fuguang is trying to achieve. Shiho doesn't want to let Fuguang's scheme fall through because of herself and her sister Changshi. Yes. Seeing how serious Shihi was, Fuguang was also filled with seriousness. I will speak with you in detail. Besides, this plot is of vital importance to me. And there is no room for error. Words. Cece nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I understand everything. Is it too important to lose? It's just as she expected. Chapter 103, Shiha, I have a bottom in mind. Refilled his cup of tea. Fuguang's face was serious. I deduced a party of great formations. Its name is Perimeter Star Guardian Formation. even if it was the same great formation that applied the power of the stars of the week. However, Fuguang did not intend to continue calling this side of the grand formation that he had deduced little by little the circumstantial star grand formation. The reason is simple. The circumstantial star formation was a party that had taken the killing power of the circumstantial stars and evolved it into a terrifying killing formation to the extreme. And Fuguang enlightenment, deduction, is still in the perfection of the perimeter star formation. Also has more than ever the power to kill. But more importantly, it has the effect of transforming the chaotic power that seeps into the infinite starry sky and is filtered into an aura that can nourish all beings in the flooded heavens and earth. Meanwhile, in Fuguang's conception, the perimeter star guardian formation also needs to have the effect of being able to guard the starry sky of the floodplains, constantly restoring and nourishing the stars, benefiting the starry sky, and calming the starry sky to be considered a success. Extreme killing power. Just as one of the effects of Fuguang's deduced peripheral star guardian formation. Of course. Even so, this grand formation doesn't have to be called the perimeter star guardian grand formation. This is why the word guardian is added. It was also just Fuguang's idea of being able to fool one for the sake of stability. After adding the word guardian to the name of the formation, it will subconsciously weaken the vigilance of the cultivators in the floodplains towards this side of the formation. After all, the guardian formation, even if it has the power to kill, how powerful can it be? Since it's called guardianship, then the focus of this side of the formation should be on the role of guarding. Instead, it is not evolving the efficacy of killing. It didn't matter whether or not they could fool the many great spiritual masters in the flood. And most importantly, it would be best if the 12 ancestral witches and the people of the witch clan could believe it. Only, after realizing that there was old Six, who was also very good at hiding within the 12 ancestral witches, Fuguang wasn't sure if such a little tactic on his part would be effective. But in the spirit of having dates and not having dates to hit a shot, he still added the word guardian to it. Back to the main topic. Fuguang continued to speak, using the sun and Taiyin as the eyes of the formation, combining the 365 main stars of the great peripatetic sky and the 14,800 secondary stars of the lesser peripatetic sky as the main veins of the grand formation. And then with the billions and billions of stars, connecting the power of the stars in the circumference, form aside a guardian array that can refine the power of chaos, arch over the stars, sort out the star signs in easy numbers, and benefit the flooded heavens and earth, capable of guarding the boundless starry sky with great benefits. There was a pause. Anticipation was written all over Fuguang's face. Open mouth. Once this grand formation is complete, I, as the sun god, and the two of you sisters, as the lord of the Taiyin star, will surely be able to be honored by the heavenly Tao. Merit is essential. Even too, I should still be able to obtain the true recognition of the stars, completely mastering this masterless starry sky and becoming the lord of the stars. By then, it's going to be a lot easier to try to do anything else. Words. He seriously projected in his mind the likelihood of success of this plan of Fuguang's. Drawing conclusions. The success rate is high. If it can be made, it is a matter of necessity that the heavenly Tao honors and falls on merit. In addition, the chances of getting real recognition from the group of stars were at the very least 90%. The rewards of this scheming, pretty huge. And this plan is not Fuguang. Even the sisters were only able to give Fuguang a hand. The reason for this lies in the sun god's fruit position on Fuguang's body. As the only two-star fruit positions in the flood world and heaven, the sun god fruit position and the moon god fruit position, their importance to the starry sky was self-evident. Although Shiha and Changshi were now the Taiyin star lords, the moon god fruit position, which belonged to the ancient great god Wangshu, was not theirs. Therefore, In today's heaven and earth, there was no one more qualified than Fuguang to obtain this great opportunity. So, after understanding what Fuguang was seeking in this scheme, with a soft smile on her face, Sheha, the beautiful eyes looked straight at Fuguang, who was strategizing. What do you need as sisters to share for you before you complete this plot? Besides, is there anything else that we sisters need to do? With these words, Shang-Shi, who was eating the pastries, all but put down the fire mulberry cake in her hands. Her beautiful eyes lifted up and looked at Fuguang without any waves. She's not very good with words and she's not very articulate. But if Fuyuko needed her help with something, Shang-Shi would never push back either. I've already completed a large portion of the deduction of the grand formation. Fuguang nodded and spoke. You sisters only need to catalyze the tie-in star and cooperate with me when I act. Rather, while I'm in seclusion perfecting the grand formation, I have some things that I need you guys to pay attention to for me. A little meditation. Fuguang's eyes were slightly stagnant. I also ask you sisters to pay more attention to the movements of Fengqi Mountain and Wanqiu Mountain within this period of years. If the ancestral witches of the witch race clash with a few fellow Taoists, step in to save them. Words. CC nodded. No problem. Meanwhile, her words turned. Is it just Fengqi Mountain and Wanqiu Mountain that need attention? Where are the others? Hearing Shiha's inquiry, after Fuguang pondered a little, a casual reply. The rest, I have nothing to interfere with. Fengqi Mountain and Wanqiu Mountain. Also because fellow Taoist Fushi, fellow Taoist Red Cloud, and fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi have befriended me. Can't watch them get into trouble. As for the others, if you sisters want to make a move, that's fine. There's no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the witch clan. I can still afford this bit of karma. Hearing Fuguang's reply, Cici nodded gently. So, and then I had it in my heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with thoughts. But she did not continue to ask. A lot of things. From the time Fuguang had begun to reveal some of his own schemes. As someone who had known the ambitious plans in Fuguang's heart since the beginning, there was no need to say more. His words, there is no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the witch race. The attitude has already been expressed. Ancestral witches were certainly incredibly strong. But they were not unbeatable. With such a sentence in place, Shiha knew what she should next do. And there was also no need to worry about ruining Fuguang's plans and arrangements. Another long conversation. After spending nearly 1,000 years with Fuguang, the two sisters, Shihe and Changshi, said their goodbyes and left. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the two sisters were afraid that they would have left long ago. Knowing that Fuguang still had important matters to attend to. Having stayed for nearly 1,000 years, I am also satisfied. Shut up. After sending the two Tai-in goddesses away, Fuguang also had a serious face. Sighing. Time is getting short. After calling the attendant 4 flower fairies and giving them instructions, Fuguang directly stepped inside the Golden Crow Palace and blocked the main hall to go into seclusion. Next, he wasn't going to leave the gate until he perfected the perimeter star guardian formation and refined the star spirit treasure that could be considered a massive amount. As for the 12 ancestral witches and what happened to the witch clan, for the time being, there's no need for Fujimitsu to worry about. No matter how inept the flood tribes were, no matter how weak those great avatars were, it hurts to be hit. It was still possible to rise up and stop the ancestral witches as well as the witch clan for a period of years. Chapter 104. The situation in the floodplains changed. Time flies and years rush by. At a time when the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands are in great turmoil and all beings are in deep water, The infinite starry sky remains peaceful. In the Golden Crow Palace, it was more of an age-old scene. This day, the eldest sister among the 4 flower immortals in the entourage, who had already perfected her Tai Golden Immortal and was just short of mastering her own Dao to condense the top Dao flower and achieve the great Luo Dao fruit, Chunlan, quietly stood guard at the entrance of the main hall where her own master was in seclusion. The attendant 4 flower fairies were transformed by the chance of Fuguang's establishment of the flood time calendar and the setting of the time sequence. The root qualifications themselves are, in fact, not very impressive. Only, with the heavenly Dao merit added to the body, as well as the credit of diligently reporting the changes of the 4 seasons after the constant convergence of Qi, the upper limit of growth is actually not considered to be low. The reason why the rate of progress is not fast. Also because of Fuguang's request. They were all gifted by the heavenly Dao and took shape by achieving Golden Immortal in one step. If you don't tamp down your own foundation properly, even if you rely on the heavenly Dao merit and luck to add to your body, you will make extremely fast progress in the early stage. But the future cap, if there was no one to plan for them, they would basically be locked at the level of perfection of the Dao Lord fruit. It was basically impossible to get a glimpse of the quasi-saint realm. So, at Fuguang's request, the attendant 4 flower immortals had not been in a hurry to break through the realm and pick higher Dao fruits. But rather, they had been tamping down their own foundations bit by bit. Now that he had steadily achieved Tai Golden Immortal perfection, it might not be impossible for him to condense a top-level Dao flower of more than 7 grades. Once a Dao flower of more than 7 grades is condensed, it might not be impossible to achieve the quasi-saint realm. After all, the attendant 4 flower fairies symbolize the 4 seasons in the chronological order. And the Qi blessings accumulated over a long period of time are still very good. At this moment, just as Chunlan was guarding the entrance of the Great Hall like a statue, clunk! The door to the temple, which hadn't been open for a long time, shook. Subsequently, the temple door of the Great Hall slowly opened. Chunlan, who had returned to his senses in an instant, saluting in a hurry. "Welcome, Master." The words fell. Da 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 da. A sound of footsteps rang out. And Fuguang, who was casually draped in robes and had a head of black hair spread out, stepped out from the middle of the great hall, glanced at Chunlan. Fuguang nodded and said, "Be excused. The Tai Dao fruit is complete. The foundation has been compacted, and also comprehended some of the fur of its own Dao. The great Luo can be expected. Not bad." Words. Chunlan's face showed joy. "It's all because of your lordship's cultivation and teaching. Our 4 sisters only wish to live up to your lordship's expectations." Words. After Fuguang smiled, he walked towards the location of the Fusang courtyard. Also commanded, "Fetch some immortal wine as well as pastries. This seat has been in seclusion for a long time and needs to rest." Chunlan answered and led the way. Not much longer. A pot of laurel immortal brew, innate fire mulberry, cinnamon cake, and various other things to quench one's thirst were placed in front of Fuguang, who was sitting under the Fusang divine tree. Sip on the same time. Fuguang intercepted the heavenly opportunity. In a little bit of understanding of the situation of the flood wasteland has changed since he was closed for a period of time. Everything. It was all as he expected. The ancestral witches were strong enough, though, and the witch race was also strong enough. But after the flood tribes realized that they could not coexist with the witch race and paid a huge and painful price, the resistance of the flood tribes came up. Even though it was still no match for the witch clan, it was good to get through. And most importantly, in the case that the witch race is not good at deduction, the 10,000 races of the floodplains are still capable of hiding in the east and avoiding its front line. Nor does it mean that the witch race will definitely not be able to find the 10,000 races of the flood. It was just that the 10,000 clans of the Flood, at last, could rely on this approach and had the power to maneuver with the Sorcerer clan. From the original situation of being slaughtered unilaterally and being lopsided, it's become possible to go on with a small circumlocution. Meanwhile, the consequences of the 9 great ancestral witches constantly striking out towards the great divine masters were gradually unfolding, with more and more great spiritists holding on to the ancestral witches were no longer as devastating as they had been in the beginning, causing a great avatar to fall at regular intervals. Even more so, the great avatar who began to hide. It is also the one that will join forces to retaliate against the powerful witch clan. I can't fight the witches. Can't you beat the people in your tribe? Okay. This one won't hit either. Among the great tribes of the witch race, there were quite a few great witches who were so powerful that they were able to deal with great avatars after combining their efforts. Once they were entangled by the great sorcerers of the witch race and couldn't get away for a short period of time, they would have to face the ancestral witches who exploded and killed everything. So, these latent great spirits, after having suffered a loss, it was a small handful of sorcerers or some small tribes of sorcerers that started to be targeted. Kill and get away. When the furious witch clan couldn't find anyone, after some time, they struck again. And so on and so forth. The power of the witch race, after skyrocketing for some time, was gradually curbed as a result. Meanwhile, it also began to develop in the form of large tribes, no longer continuing to be divided. And the team of sorcerers traveling to hunt was also led by at least one great sorcerer. Under this arrangement, it was only then that those great spiritual masters who had secretly struck out gradually tightened their grip. Overall, 9 ancestral wizards in the floodplains above the earth is still strong. The momentum of the development of the witch race is still very fierce. But not just after the destruction of the immortal court. So the momentum of the overwhelming. Beyond that, more detailed information. Under the influence of the quantum fury, it would be impossible to extrapolate in detail. Just slow down. After understanding a bit about the general direction of the situation in the floodlands, a satisfied smile appeared on Fuguang's face. In this way, he would then still be able to delay his formal confrontation with the upper witch clan. Just one thing. Much to Fuguang's surprise, it's not like the witch race hasn't suffered any losses in the development of this period of time. To such an extent, the 3 ancestral witches that were hiding still had no intention of showing themselves. It follows that these 3 old sixes are very capable of hiding indeed. The 3 ancestral witches haven't shown up until now. Fuguang's eyes flashed with a serious color. The reason is not hard to guess. The 12 ancestral witches must have also realized that their opponents as the protagonists of the quantum revelation were not the Eastern Lord who was beheaded by them, and the immortal court that was destroyed. Neither is the Western Queen Mother who brought the remnants of the immortal court with her, hiding somewhere unknown. Rather, it's someone else. By the looks of it, the 12 ancestral witches are reckless in character. But there are also smart people within them. Take a sip of laurel brew. Fuguang leaned lazily against the Fusang divine tree. The face became calm. It's just that I don't know if this smart person inside the 12 ancestral witches will guess a . And I'm their worst enemy? You're welcome. His Fuguang's name was also very loud between the flooded heavens and earth, creating words to establish a literary path. Establishment of a chronological calendar to set the order of time. Those 2 things alone. It was destined that his name, Daoist Fuguang, would not be small in the flood wasteland universe. Of course. In response, Fuguang doesn't feel regret either. In everything there is something to be gained. There is something to be lost. Compared to the risks that came with these reputations, he still preferred the full sense of security that came with the Heavenly Tao's golden wheel of merit. And when the first two things were done. All his thoughts were just to get the heavenly Tao merit and virtue added to his body, the sun god's fruit position added to his body, and to seek the great freedom of being the same king as the world. And today, after Fuguang saw the opportunity to prove the Tao and become a saint and go further, his thoughts naturally changed. It is also natural to accept the full impact of what you did in the past. Chapter 105, Fuguang, the way of heaven is above. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. Under the Fusang God tree, swish, Fuguang, who slowly opened a pair of golden eyes, had just exuded a feeling of laziness when he left the gate. The whole thing, already back to its best conditioning, has been optimized. While muttering to himself, Fuguang got up from on top of the futon. A big stretch. It's about time. 1,000 years ago, he had spent 10 or 20 Yuan Hui's time before and after, finally deducing and perfecting the peripheral star guardian formation that he wanted. Meanwhile, it had also refined the group star origin and the gold of the group stars into a perpetual star spiritual treasure. In other words, the plot to turn the entire flooded starry sky into his own land and base camp was finally coming to its final hurdle. Today, Fuguang, who has already adjusted his state, don't want to put it off any longer. Time was getting short for him. The sooner he built the peripheral star guardian formation, the sooner he could proceed with his next plan. One thought to this, Fuguang took one step, and in the next moment, his figure appeared directly outside the solar star. There was no hurry to testify to the heavenly Tao. A raised hand. Rumble. Beside Fuguang, the sun star, which had only moved a few times since the beginning of time, suddenly trembled slightly, releasing a bright light that shone through the boundless starry sky and all rivers of heaven and earth. The scene. It directly caused the beings above the flooded earth to be stunned. Subsequently, there was a flurry of looking up in the direction of the sun star. The light released by this solar star, despite being bright, was not blinding, and at the same time did not erupt with a terrifying heat that burned mountains and boiled the sea. Equally intrigued, and the mighty among the floods, Phoenix Hill, Fushi and Nuwa, who had already emerged from the gate, had a small gathering between the siblings inside the small pavilion. When they saw the sun star suddenly erupt with a light that shone through the heavens and earth, the gazes of the two siblings, both of them, looked in the direction of the sun star. Stroking his beard, Fushi's face took on a thoughtful color. Fellow Daoist Fuguang is making another big move. Ha! Truly worthy of being fellow Daoist Fuguang. Aside, hearing his own elder brother's praise for Daoist Fuguang, the corner of Nuwa's mouth twitched. Brother, you've really fallen under the spell of Daoist Fuguang. At this moment, Nuwa is really some helpless. Inside the period of time she was in seclusion. I don't know when. I don't know what the reason is. My elder brother has become more and more esteemed for the Fuguang Taoist who hasn't been in contact with him a few times. So much so that, for a long time after that, when Nuwa occasionally came out of the gate to have a small gathering with Fushi, even if she didn't really want to hear about it, it was from Fushi's mouth that she kept learning about Daoist Fuguang. My own elder brother always said that Fuguang Taoist hearts have ambitious and domineering plans. But Nuwa really didn't see it. In the eyes of Nuwa, wasn't Daoist Fuguang the one who had twice gained a large amount of heavenly Tao merit and then, outside of a limited number of strikes, had been catatonic above the sun star? Not asking about the affairs of the world? Such a footloose existence. How dare you have ambitions of greatness in mind? And a tent? And plotting against the whole of the flood? Is that really reasonable? There was something about Nuwa that was confusing anyway. Little sister. You don't understand, fellow Taoist Fuguang's ambition. In response to Nuwa's tirade, Fushi didn't care in any way and instead smiled mysteriously. You'll be able to understand when it's later. You're going to do that again? Nuwa's face darkened slightly and she no longer paid attention to Fushi, who had already transformed into Fuguang Daoran Maximum Blow. Watch that sun star move. Recall that the previous times when the sun star moved like this, it was an image of Fuguang gaining merit. Nuwa had some uncertainty. He's not going to gain Heavenly Dao merit again. Is he? If Heavenly Dao merits were that easy to obtain, wouldn't he, Taoist Fuguang, be able to merit the Dao? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hearing his own little sister's words, Fushi spoke after thinking about it. Little sister. It's entirely possible. Whether or not fellow Taoist Fuguang will be able to certify the Dao with merit, I'm not sure. But with this movement of the solar star, it might still be true that fellow Taoist Fuguang is going to obtain the Heavenly Dao's merit. Words. Nuwa's eyes, ghostly, looked at her own brother. Can't you see your own sister is envious and jealous? Instead of comforting himself, this older brother has to praise others? Or, it's better to take a beating. Kunlun Mountain. The three pristine ones who were discussing the Dao paused, and their thoughtful gazes were also turned in the direction of the solar star. Tong Tian had a look of emotion on his face. I'm only afraid that this Taoist Fuguang is going to obtain heavenly merits again. Isn't he? It's rather a deep blessing. Words. Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were at the side, both nodded in recognition. The attitude of the three clearings was frank, not having been jealous nor envious. Manzhou Mountain. Inside the 5 Zhuangguan, Hongjun was in closed-door meditation on the Hongmeng purple qi, while Jin Yuanzi was sitting idly under the ginseng fruit tree. Seeing the movement of the sun star, he looked over curiously. The endless sea of blood. Western Spirit Mountain. The gazes of the many powerful people looked towards the sun star in unison. Meanwhile, the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, on the Tai-Yin planet, stopped the movements of their hands, looked at each other, and after nodding to each other, the two of them also stepped out of the Tai-Yin planet. The sisters struck out at the same time, activating the Tai-Yin star authority they possessed. It makes the star Tai-Yin equally radiant. Buzz. Endless moonlight was released from within the Tai-Yin star. Although it was not as domineering as the sun's rays, it was equally reflective of the heavens and spread over the earth. With that vast and hallowed sun's rays, they intertwined and mirrored each other. It makes the entire floodplain all clear and radiant. Great! Noticing Tai-Yin star's movement, a satisfied smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Subsequently, a serious look of solemnity as he straightened his grooming. At the same time, Buzz. Fuguang directly released a portion of the light of the heavenly Dao merit and virtue golden wheel on himself. A salute and an arch of the hand. Heaven is above. As soon as you open your mouth, Fuguang is the upper endowment of heaven. And this. It also caused all the powerful people who had the strength to pay attention to the sun star at this moment to freeze for a moment. Subsequently, each and every one of them had some dawning realization. With envy, jealousy, feelings, and many other emotions rising in their hearts. Fuguang Taoist. It's time to acquire heavenly merit again. Look at this movement. I'm afraid it's not just a little bit of heavenly merit. I really don't know how this Fuguang Taoist has so much heavenly blessings when they are the same innate divine. It's almost as if heaven favors the existence of the world. Fuguang's words fell. Just for a moment. Boom! A dull sound of heavenly divine thunder rang out. Meanwhile, The great and boundless will of the heavenly Tao descended into the piece of starry sky where the sun star was located. Focusing on the respectful Fuguang. Insurance by releasing its own heavenly Tao merit and virtue golden wheel. After being the first to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao, Fuguang's demeanor and mindset were stable. Aloud. I, the sun god Fuguang, traveling in the starry sky, have a feeling that under the erosion of chaos, the destruction of quantum karma, and the drawing of all living beings, the stars of the circumference of the sky are broken to varying degrees, and the astrological signs of easy numbers are changed to varying degrees. In the long run, the starry sky that blocks chaos will be in great trouble, and the stars of the circumference will be overwhelmed. It is therefore, I take the origin of the stars and combine it with the gold of the stars to refine the treasures of the stars, deducing and perfecting the perimeter star guardian array that arches over the flooded starry sky, transforms the power of chaos into the aura of heaven and earth, can repair the perimeter stars on its own, and can sort out the star signs in easy numbers on its own. This great formation will consolidate the flood starry sky, guard the flood heaven and earth, and benefit all beings in the flood. Look to heaven and judge. Chapter 106, Heavenly Tao, I'll see who dares to move. Fuguang's words fell. The many powerhouses that looked toward the sun planet froze for a moment. Subsequently, one by one, they rose to their feet and looked incredulously at the well-dressed, well-mannered, impeccable figure beyond the sunstar. The look of shock in his eyes. There is no way to hide it. Phoenix Hill. Fushi had risen from his calmly seated state and took 2 steps beyond the pavilion. Smiling broadly, he looked in the direction of Sunstar and said, "Ha ha ha. Arching over the stars, refining chaos, guarding heaven and earth, blessing all beings, and blessing the flood. What kind of vigor is this? What kind of merit is this? What kind of merit is this?" Fushi was filled with excitement as he looked towards his own little sister who had also gotten up and walked out of the pavilion in a daze. The look was all pride. Speaking again. How? Little sister. Let's just say that Brother Fuguang has great talent and will achieve great things. Right? This situation. Might my little sister have seen 2 or 3 glimpses of fellow Taoist Fuguang's ambition? Words. Nuwa, who walked out of the pavilion, carried a complex emotion between her complexion, which finally turned into emotion. Open mouth. I've never seen an existence that possesses such vigor as fellow Taoist Fuguang. To create a great formation to protect the people of the flood? Such grandeur. Anyway, Nuwa hadn't seen anyone who possessed it. And Taoist Fuguang was still the first. Very spirited indeed. Hearing Nuwa's words of approval, Fushi and Glorious had the word. Today, you'll see it, little sister. The words. It caused Nuwa's originally calmed down sulky emotions to rise once more. The beautiful eyes glanced at Fushi, who was completely immersed in admiration for Taoist Fuguang and didn't realize that this younger sister of hers was in a mood. A pair of jade hands under the palace sleeves slightly clenched their fists. At this moment, she did not dare to act out when Taoist Fuguang wanted to benefit all beings in the flooded heavens and earth and attracted the will of heaven to descend. Just wait a little longer. After Taoist Fuguang proved to the heavenly Tao that the efficacy of that side of the great formation was over, she, Nuwa, had to think of a way to beat up her big brother. Let's just use the fact that he just stepped out of the booth with his left foot first as an excuse. Kunlun Mountain. The Pango 3 pure ones couldn't sit still either. One after another, they walked out of the Jade Void Palace. And the faces of the 3 brothers were all grave and serious. Tong Tian opened his mouth. If this formation can come to fruition, then Taoist Fuguang is an existence that many cultivators in the flood would be grateful for. Aside. Laozi's eyes were deep. stroking his beard and nodding his head in recognition of Tongtian's words. But did not say much. And Yuan Shi's eyes looked slightly complicated. Honestly. With his high and frank character. At this moment's heart, all inevitably rose for the Fuguang Taoist a little jealousy. That's quite a feat. Really. Western Spirit Mountain. The two of them, Jiayin and Jianti, were so envious that their eyes were red with envy. And while they were breathing heavily, they were also looking at the figure of Taoist Fuguang beyond the sunstar with unblinking eyes. Manjusen. Jin Yuanzi was filled with misgivings and had stood up, opened his mouth and lamented. Worthy of being fellow Taoist Fuguang. This blessed chance. When really, I envy him to death. The endless sea of blood. The demonic and handsome old ancestor stick stood in the middle of his own dojo, looking at the fugitive light outside the sunstar with a thoughtful expression on his face. At this moment, beyond the sun, Fuguang naturally knew that this move of his would attract the attention of many powerful people between heaven and earth. But at this moment, he had no time to care about how the many cultivators between heaven and earth viewed him at this moment. Tendo can still be here. Where did Fuguang have the heart to think of anything else? A few moments later. Rumble. The heavenly Tao divine thunder gently boomed. Immediately following. Buzz. Fuguang's silhouette, directly empowered by the greatness of the heavenly Tao, manifested itself in every place between the flooded heavens and the earth, allowing all beings of the heavens and the earth to see his masculine and upright, courteous and unyielding stance. After the heavenly greatness manifested itself, Fuguang saluted with both hands towards the heavenly Tao, and also towards the flooded heaven and earth and all living beings. Subsequently, above his upright figure, he released a vast golden immortal light as endless mana burst forth. At the same time, the sun star beside Fuguang shook violently, and terrifying supreme star greatness surged through the infinite starry sky. Seeing this situation, on the other side, beyond the planet Taiyin, the two sisters, Shiha and Changxi, were also combining their efforts to catalyze the star power of the Taiyin star and the power of the sun star on the other side, both echoing each other. In a split second, the 365 main stars and the 14,800 secondary stars were all activated and lit up in an instant, releasing an endless starlight that wasn't as bright as the sun star or Taiyin star, but wasn't obscured either. Outside the sun star, Fuguang's face was serious and grave. The treasures of the stars of the circumference. Out. The words fell. Fuguang directly raised his hand. Buzz. Treasure lights flew out from Fuguang's hands like shooting stars in the sky. Sprayed like rain. It's like a river of stars. Numerous powerful people fixed their eyes on the. It's amazing that all these precious lights are different grades of circumstantial star spiritual treasures such as extreme grade, top grade, middle grade, lower grade, etc. that flowed with different star power. The scene. Even more so. It dazzled the many powerful people of the flood. This Fuguang Taoist is so rich? That roaming spiritual treasure. It was on the verge of forming a radiant river of heaven in general awe. This instant, even the Pango 3 pure ones, who had gotten a huge number of numerous spiritual treasures on top of the treasure dividing cliff in the first place, were all nonplussed. Compared to Fuguang, who was displaying countless spiritual treasures at this moment. They three Ching as the original flood's richest rich brother, instantly turned into a beggar for food. The scene. For the many powerful people in the floodplains, especially for some great aptitudes who didn't even have much in the way of handheld spiritual treasures. It was just too much of a thrill. If the will of heaven had not descended, as well as being jealous of the strength of Taoist Fuguang, It was only feared that there would be a great avatar who would not be able to resist making a move at this moment to snatch these perpetual star spiritual treasures from Fuguang's hands. That laborious perimeter star guardian formation was important. But it didn't do much for them. The great avatars? Whereas, if this perpetual star treasure that formed a star river were to come into their hands, it could actually strengthen their own strength. Of course, those who were able to maintain their sanity were the vast majority. And there were also a very small number of some great avatars whose thoughts were taken over by greed. Couldn't resist a shot. Only the moment the thought rose in their minds, a suffocating aura warning made that very few greedy great aptitudes instantly come to their senses. Chills all over the body. Prostrate. Shivering. This moment, they are all awake. It is also understood that wave of alarm just now was definitely a warning from the heavenly Tao. For a moment, this part of the great avatar was red-eyed, but no longer dared to act rashly. Outside the sun star, Fuguang didn't care in the slightest that he was showing his wealth in such a manner. He hadn't even refined a single one of these circumstantial star spirit treasures. The reason is simple. Although these spiritual treasures were very numerous and of a very good grade, they only had the function of communicating with the stars of the circumference. And these peripatetic star spirit treasures were used by Fuguang to witness the peripatetic star guardian formation. After completing proving the efficacy of the great formation to the heavenly Tao, it must be left in the corresponding star, anchored and reinforced by the heavenly Tao, and used to manage the perimeter star guardian great formation. Simply put, it was inevitably impossible for these perimeter star spiritual treasures to be mastered by a certain person. Even if it had to be said that there was a master, its master could only be the will of heaven. How dare you touch what's Nintendo? It's just RIP for trying. Chapter 107, The Great Formation is completed. The Zephyr of the Beings. Chapter 107. Sacrifice all of the peripheral star treasures. Fuguang's mind moved with a thought. Go! Between the changes of spells in his hands, one finger at a time, the circumstantial star treasures that formed the star river rushed and flew towards the 365 main stars and the 14,800 secondary stars respectively. After that, with another turn, the peripheral stars and treasures in the sky were transformed into streams of light along a vein revealed by the peripheral star symbols in easy numbers. Just like a great river diverging towards the star corresponding to each of the group star spiritual treasures. When a star spiritual treasure entered the corresponding star, a star was then lit up. 1. 10,000. Billions of them. Along with a large number of circumstantial stars being lit up. Above the dome of the sky, endless starlight shone, connecting into one sea of stars after another. A little bit of time passes. In the blink of an eye, a full 2,000 years of light gradually passed in the state of heaven and earth where the sun and moon shone together and the stars shone, accompanied by more and more circumstantial stars being directly lit up. The perimeter star guardian formation created by Fuguang was also gradually awakened and gradually began to operate. At this moment, amidst the boundless flood of stars, the peripheral star guardian formation had begun to operate slowly. The endless chaotic power that continuously penetrated from the chaos beyond the heavens and fell into the flood starry sky was gradually refined and transformed by the great power of the great formation. The power of chaos turns into the most refined and purest of vast auras. A steady stream of water poured into the flooded heavens and earth, nourishing all beings in heaven and earth. Meanwhile, it was that the quantum revelation fury that was formed because of the coming of the heaven and earth quantum revelation that had been diluted by 2 to 3% in an invisible manner. At this point, the stars of the circumference have not yet been fully incorporated into the great formation. That was why the efficiency of the guardian grand formation in transforming the power of chaos was still increasing. But that's not the point. The point is that after this 1,000 years of continuous experimentation, No matter whether it is the many powerful people in the flood, or the will of the heavenly Tao that has been shrouded in the starry sky of the flood. All of them have verified all of the efficacies that Fuguang had said 1,000 years ago about this party's great formation. All the truth. Even more so. There are some features that have to exceed the predictions of many powerful people in the flood. Look at the heaven and earth visions that have lasted for 1,000 years. As well as by the greatness of the heavenly Tao. Directly reflecting between heaven and earth for as long as 2,000 years. The figure of Taoist Fuguang. The crowd of great avatars were all impressed. It was the heaven and earth visions of the saints who had become saints back then that didn't last as long as the heaven and earth visions that Taoist Fuguang had pulled off. This Fuguang Taoist. It is fitting that he should be so favored and loved by heaven. This eloquence and fortune of chance was really not something that could be compared to those of their innate sanctities that boasted of their superiority. It's the Panga Three Ching. In front of the Fuguang Taoist. If one has not been certified as a saint, they all have to be one level lower and eclipsed. A twist. Another 1,000 years have passed. At this moment, in the starry sky of the flood, the stars of the circumference have been completely lit. The sun and the moon shine together. And the stars are like the sea. A supreme grand formation that constantly transformed the power of chaos into heaven and earth aura that nourished the flooded heavens and earth and blessed all living beings had been completely and thoroughly formed. Buzz. Boundless stars manifested. A great array of power that was vast, expansive, and heavy, giving people the feeling of boundlessness and infinity, flowed through the starry sky. Meanwhile, it also allowed all beings in heaven and earth to feel a sense of guardianship and security from the bottom of their hearts. Perimeter Star Guardian Formation. It's a well-deserved one. Next to the Sun Star. The moment the last star's spiritual treasure fell into the corresponding star, a smile of relief appeared on Fuguang's face. Subsequently, both hands were raised and the spells kept changing. Perimeter Star Guardian Formation. Up. The words fell. After the spells in his hands changed repeatedly, Fuguang pinched his seal and stood still in the starry sky. His body's vast and endless terrifying mana surging. The next moment. Buzz. The sun, moon, and stars shone brightly. And the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky manifested itself in substance, surging endlessly in the starry sky. A few moments later. Rumble. The many visions in the boundless starry sky gradually came to an end. The light of the sun star and the Taiyin star gradually dimmed. And the endless starlight likewise slowly dissipated. The day and night of the flooded heavens and earth turn anew. The chronology, which had stopped for 3,000 years, was also back to normal. Not for long. A vision between heaven and earth. It was only the Taoist Fuguang who manifested between heaven and earth under the reflection of the greatness of the heavenly Tao. After making sure again and again that the Perimeter Star Guardian Formation had begun to operate on its own and was in the best possible condition, only then did Fuguang withdraw his mana. The surging aura around his body dissipated. Straightened his robes. Fuguang bowed respectfully. Up to this point, the Perpetual Star Guardian Formation has been completed. Look to the heavens and all beings, and judge. Fuguang's words had only just fallen. Dang! 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 The heavenly Tao immediately responded. And the 9 rings of the flood bell spread throughout the floodplains. Immediately following. Rumble. The 9 heavens sprinkled down an infinite number of golden flowers of the great Tao. And a golden lotus of aura rose from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All kinds of true meanings of the great Tao. Thousands of precious lights of the laws, rising up in every place between heaven and earth. At this moment, the multitudes in the midst of the flooded heavens and earth. It doesn't matter if you are a quasi-saint with great powers, or an acquired spirit with undeveloped spiritual wisdom. Whether you are a spirit of the grass and trees in the mountains, or a sinister spirit in a dangerous place. Throughout, they have been benefited to varying degrees, either from the rising true meaning of the great Tao and the precious light of the laws. Something was gained, or from the scattered golden flowers of the great Tao and the golden lotus of aura. Something was created. In a nutshell, at this time, all beings are blessed and benefited. The heavenly flood bell rings 9 times. Subsequently, rumble. It was as if endless heavenly merits were converging directly in the boundless starry sky. And it was becoming more and more massive and vast. This vast heavenly merit, directly looking at the many great magical beings of the flood. Look out for the eyes. Envy and jealousy. Ask and you shall not receive. Even more so, there were some extremely jealous great divine masters who were even beating their chests, hating the fact that they couldn't replace Taoist Fuguang outside of Taiyin. This time, he, who had also put in a great deal of effort and had long known that there would be a large amount of heaven's Tao merit landing, and that his own sisters would surely receive very good benefits as well, was also breathing heavily. Even Shangxi, who had always been cool and trippy, had anticipation written all over her face. Sister. Shi's gaze was fiery as he subconsciously opened his mouth. Our sister's third corpse is bound to be able to be cut out this time. Can't say. You and I sisters are still able to consummate our own quasi-Saint Tao fruits in one step. Words. Shangxi, who had some trembling in his heart, did not reply but nodded heavily, recognizing Shi's deduction. Such a huge amount of heavenly merit. Even if only a very small portion of it fell onto their sisters, it would be enough for them to chop out their third corpses and push their own quasi-saintly Tao fruits to the level of perfection. A quasi-saintly consummate realm that cuts down 3 corpses. I'm afraid, other than Fumitsu, they're the only sisters. Right? One thought to this. The softer and more affectionate gazes of Shihi and Shangxi looked toward the Fuguang that reflected heaven and earth, and also reflected in the infinite starry sky. It's all. But it was Fuguang who brought this to the sisters. It was a blessing and good fortune for the sisters to have a sweetheart like that. Chapter 108, Immense Merit. Sun, Moon, and Stars robe. Peripheral sky star diagram. Next to the sun star. Even with Fuguang's steady character, which had always not been pleased with his appearance, seeing the ocean of merit and virtue descending from the heavenly Tao at this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. If I wasn't worried about being too rude. At this moment, Fuguang was about to let out a wild laugh. Very quickly, an ocean of boundless heavenly Tao merit and virtue converged directly in the boundless starry sky. Immediately following, the kudos of heaven then began to fall one by one. Buzz. The ocean of merit and virtue shook, and countless torrents of merit and virtue fell directly into the stars of the circumference, as well as into the star spiritual treasures within the stars of the circumference, causing all the stars in the sky to burst forth with auspicious merit and virtue golden light. In this, the sun star, the Taiyin star, and the 365 main stars, and the 14,800 secondary stars were the most dazzling. After the stars of the circumference of the sky and the treasures of the corresponding stars had all received the heavenly Tao's merit and blessing. Buzz. 2 more torrents of heavenly Tao merits and virtues fell down from within the ocean of merits and virtues, directly toward the sisters Shiha and Shangxi outside of the Taiyin star. In contrast to that vast ocean of heavenly virtues, these 2 torrents of heavenly Tao merit and virtue were only so small though. But after the total amount is huge to a certain point, the little that is diverted from it is also extremely huge. Rumble. 2 huge torrents of heavenly Tao merit and virtue entered their bodies, and the bodies of the 2 sisters, Shihi and Shangxi, immediately released an extremely powerful might of a great avatar. Meanwhile, beside the 2 sisters, The female immortal figures that bore a 7% resemblance to their own bodies transformed into reality. It was the third corpse of Shiha and Changshi. The third corpse manifested. It was then chopped by the innate spiritual treasures offered by the two sisters. And after hosting them on top of the spiritual treasures, it was taken back to be nurtured within its own top Dao flower. Meanwhile, the heavenly Dao merits that had yet to be absorbed were used by the two sisters to enhance their own Dao fruits in a smooth manner. Only for a moment. Buzz. Behind the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, the Dao vision of a round and curved moon evolved. And the perfect level of the quasi-saintly Dao fruits manifested in the starry sky, attracting the gazes of the many powerful people who were paying attention to the changes in the starry sky. I don't know how many people are envious within their hearts at this moment. Two Taiyin goddesses who were close to Fuguang twice consecutively dipped Fuguang's blessing. And now it has completely and utterly ranked among the top level under the Saints' Awe. Even though everyone is an avatar. But compared to the two Taiyin goddesses, they are just too weak. If it comes down to a fight, I'm only afraid that these two will be able to take them down without any effort. The gap between great divine masters was much greater than what the beings had imagined. Very quickly, Shiha and Changshi, who had chopped out their third corpses, and whose quasi-saintly Dao fruits had already been perfected, had both converged their own Dao visions and breaths. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were looking in the direction of the sun star. They're just a sidekick to this great event. Next, it's time for the real protagonist to make an appearance. The stars of the circumference, the great array of treasures, and Shiha and Changshi, who had contributed their efforts, had all been rewarded by the heavenly Dao's merit. Those who have not yet been honored by heaven. That leaves only the biggest contributor to this event. Fuguang Taoist now. Looking at the ocean of heavenly Dao merits that was still 60% left after the successive awards. It was still endless. All the powerful people who were paying attention to the flooded starry sky. All with a thump in their hearts. After the heavenly Dao's commendation, it was surprising that there was still so much left, which could be described as a massive amount of heavenly Dao's merit. Could Taoist Fuguang be about to witness the Dao in one step with the help of this huge heavenly Dao merit? If that's true, the flood heavens and earth were about to usher in the first supreme being who had certified the Dao with the heavenly Dao's merits. The mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal Ah. Not a saint. After all, in the eyes of many great avatars, Fuguang was not a disciple of the Dao ancestor, and had not been bestowed with the Hongmeng purple qi in his body. And that Hongjun's Hongmeng purple qi, although it was possible to snatch it, the world knew that Fuguang was Red Cloud's closest friend. In the beginning, even at the expense of making enemies with many great spiritual masters, he also safely sent Red Cloud safely to the Five Truths. How could such a high-minded, virtuous, and highly respected great avatar possibly rob his best friend's Hongmeng purple qi for the sake of the saintly fruit after he had certified the Dao? Instead of saying that Fuguang would rob Hongjun of his Hongmeng purple qi, it would be better to say that Fuguang would protect Hongjun, his good friend, and help him become a saint. This speculation that numerous great avatars still felt a bit more reliable. Just when everyone thought that Fuguang would use that huge heavenly Dao merit to certify the Dao in one step and achieve the first mixed great Luo golden immortal. Rumble. The ocean of heavenly Dao merits churned and surged directly towards Fuguang. Looking at the vastness of the heavenly Dao's merit that was falling down towards him, Fuguang let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Fuguang directly manifested the heavenly Dao merit in virtue golden will he had previously condensed. Then with a big wave of his hand, it was to directly incorporate this vast heavenly Dao merit, which was enough to allow him to merit certifying to sainthood, directly into his heavenly Dao merit golden wheel. Along with this vast heavenly Dao merit in virtue golden wheel, the heavenly Dao merit in virtue golden will behind Fuguang grew larger and brighter. all the way to the end. The peaceful golden light of the heavenly Tao's merits and virtues was like the light of the sun, passing through the 9 heavens, reflecting across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and illuminating the multitudes of beings. This move, causing the many great aptitudes of the flood to stare in disbelief. Taoist Fuguang actually didn't intend to use heavenly Tao merits to prove his Tao? In other words, is he planning to take the path of witnessing the 3 corpses as one? It's got gusto. Worthy of being the number 1 person under saints. Taoist Fuguang. Of course. At this moment, no one knew yet that Fuguang did not take the path of decapitating the 3 corpses, but instead took the path of the mixed golden immortal, which was taken by many great powers in the past. After all the heavenly Tao merits were incorporated into the heavenly Tao merit golden wheel, Fuguang's thoughts moved. The heavenly Tao golden wheel of merit that originally shone universally on all beings in heaven and earth was then directly hidden and disappeared. Collected heavenly merits. Originally, everyone thought that the big event Fuguang had pulled off this time was about to come to an end. However, Fuguang, who was standing next to the sun star, did not worship the heavenly Tao and leave. Instead, his eyes flickered, looked to the direction of the roiling stars. Does he have a plan? The many great avatars who had just detached themselves from the shocking emotion of Fuguang not following the path of merit proofing their path suddenly saw this and their breathing stuttered again. Hiss. Is this Fuguang Taoist not finished today? Not only were their eyes overwhelmed, but even their minds were spinning a bit. All the heavenly merit kudos have fallen. It's not even over yet? Taoist Fuguang. As terrifying as it is. Just as the many great divine masters froze, as well as feeling numb. Buzz. The boundless starry sky, which had already subsided, suddenly erupted with vast and endless starlight. And the stars of the circumference once again blossomed with light. It was the sun star and the Taiyin star that released the sun essence and moonflower on their own, continuously merging, converging, and evolving with the endless starlight. In the end, the authority of the stars of the weekly sky, combined with the light of the stars of the weekly sky, coalesced and compiled to form a robe imprinted with the sun, the moon, and the stars, which was worn on Fuguang's body, replacing the originally plain and unadorned Taoist robes on him. Meanwhile, the shadows of the sun, the moon, and the stars manifested behind Fuguang, and gradually coalesced into a huge scroll of stars and slowly fell into the body of Fuguang, who was wearing the Hongmeng sun, moon and stars robe, wearing the Hongmeng sun, moon, and stars robe and harvesting the star map of the week. A contented smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Subsequently, collecting his smile, his face was serious as he bowed towards the beings of heaven and earth. This was still the closing ceremony for every time he acquired heavenly merits. Fuguang is still the same old saying. Rite of passage for many days is not to be blamed, especially now that the heavenly Tao had been merged by a saint. It was even more impossible to be rude. Chapter 109, The Power of One Man. After a salute from Fuguang, the heavens will that had enveloped the sun star for 3,000 years had left with it. Fuguang between the flooded heavens and earth, reflecting the figure of a full 3,000 years long, is also followed by the disappearance. See this scene. All the great spirits were relieved. If Taoist Fuguang made any other moves, they were afraid that their minds wouldn't be able to settle down for some time. The stars of the circumference returned as calm as ever. The boundless starry sky had also resumed its solitude without ripples. Only anyone who knows. From this moment onwards, the original boundless starry sky, which could be entered and exited at will as long as one's strength was sufficient, had become different, messing with the stars. Even if you cause damage to the stars of the week and disorganization of the astrological signs in it, You will only be burdened with monstrous karma. The heavenly Tao is also bound to drop heavenly punishment. Nowadays, the boundless starry sky was not to say that it was a forbidden area for a bunch of cultivators. But it was almost the same. At the same time, East China Sea. In this former Immortal Court's base camp, there was a huge immortal island shrouded by a vast array of formations and covered by heavenly chances. Situated in a certain part of the sea. On top of the immortal island, there were clusters of immortal palaces that were connected into pieces. Between the clusters of immortal palaces, there were soldiers in immortal armor, holding immortal weapons, and even more immortal elegance walking around. With just a little observation, it is not difficult to realize that on these soldiers and immortal eagles, they wore immortal armor and immortal weapons, and palace garments and dresses that were the same as the Immortal Court's systematic spiritual weapons that had died out a long time ago. Meanwhile, if an outsider with great powers were here to take a look at it, it will be easy to spot. The races that had submitted to the Immortal Court in the past and were later directly exterminated by the Sorcerer clan were all on top of this immortal island, with the bloodlines of their races continuing on. Beyond that, there were also some that had not submitted to the Immortal Court, but because of their own race's delicious flesh and blood and abundant energy, the races that had been eaten extinct by the Sorcerer clan also had racial lineages that continued on top of this immortal island. In the center of Immortal Island, in a magnificent immortal palace, the graceful and noble Queen Mother of the West was seated on top of the main seat. Below her, all 5 of the former Immortal Court's great avatars were also listed. Obviously, after the battle that destroyed the Immortal Court, the Western Queen Mother and a group of other remaining Immortal Court immortals did not choose to scatter and hide. Instead, they chose to coalesce again. In a quiet way. Even to the point of Fuguang and the others were still in the dark, preserving the bloodlines of many races that should have originally been exterminated by the Sorcerer race. At this moment, the 6 great avatars all withdrew their gazes towards the Sun Star. There's a great powerhouse in the middle stage of the Paraclete. Can't help but lament. The Sun Star's Fuguang Taoist. How marvelous! With the power of him alone dash. I'm afraid it's also stronger than our previous years, when we were at the height of our power. It's enough to shock the flood. That said, drawing nods of approval from the other great avatars present, the might of Taoist Fuguang had already made those present the remnants of the Immortal Court who were hiding. Not to mention worrying about the Sorcerer race coming to their doorsteps at any time. Raise their heads to look up. Sitting in the main seat, the Western Queen Mother's complexion did not change in the slightest. Instead, he turned his head to look at the female paragon in his lower position. Have you found fellow Taoist Koan Pang? Hearing the Western Queen Mother's inquiry, this female paragon hurriedly replied. Reporting back to Your Highness. We've already found Taoist Koan Pang. Nothing but. The female quasi-saint didn't finish her words. And at the same time, there was some hesitation in whether or not to give the situation away directly. Seeing the female paragon's hesitation, a cold light flashed through Mother West's beautiful eyes before she regained her composure. Open mouth. No harm done. Just tell us straight what kind of attitude fellow Taoist Koan Pang has. Nodded. After the female quasi-saint had organized her words, she opened her mouth. What fellow Taoist Koan Pang means is, in the past, he joined the Immortal Court because of the Emperor's promise to avenge the loss of his saintly position by old ancestor Red Cloud. Now that the Emperor has passed away, we still have to be between heaven and earth, hiding to avoid the 9 ancestral witches and the Sorcerer clan, and are no longer able to take on the oath we made with him. It is therefore, the karma between fellow Taoist Koan Pang and the Immortal Court has been severed, and the two will not return to the Immortal Court. Words. The several great divine masters present all frowned and their faces were a little unsightly. Although the female quasi-saint's expression was euphemistic. It was expected that Taoist Koan Peng's attitude and tone would only not be so kind. But at the same time, and no one can say anything more, the Koan Peng Taoist's choice was inexcusable in their eyes. If they weren't so deeply involved with the immortal court that they could no longer pull themselves away, there would only be none of the several great avatars present who would choose to stay. It's the same with the Queen Mother of the West. Being in the midst of the quantum revelation, his body was stained with karma with the 9 ancestral witches and with the witch race. There was no escape for several of them. That's why they just choose to hold together. Otherwise, I'm afraid the birds have already scattered. Then let him be for the time being. The Queen Mother of the West was expressionless and did not feel angry at the departure of Taoist Koan Peng. In the midst of all these long years, if Taoist Koan Peng had any intention of returning to the immortal court, he would have already returned. Today, she had dispatched her men to find Taoist Koan Peng, who was also hiding, and was merely confirming Taoist Koan Peng's attitude. Of course, it is impossible to say that there is not a little bit of dissatisfaction in the heart. Only, right now, this group of them, the remnants of the immortal court, couldn't do anything about Taoist Koan Peng. It was only possible to suppress this karma and wait until the future. After extricating oneself from the quantitative karma, to settle the score. Mama. A great avatar at the bottom had a slightly stifled look on his face. Opening his mouth, he questioned Queen Mother West. What shall we do in the future? Murphy. Is it going to be like this all the time? Hiding and fearing for your life? If that's true, will our cultivation, which is through and through, not become a decoration? This statement, receiving the approval of several other great avatars, they nodded their heads. No one wants to live in hiding, like a rat in the gutter. What's more, each and every one of them was a great avatar with a powerful cultivation. And what do you want? The Queen Mother of the West didn't answer this question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. His gaze was calm as he looked toward the several great divine masters. Go out and fight to the death against that ancestral witch. The witch clan. If a few fellow Taoists have such an idea, my father will not stand in the way. It's just that you guys have to think about dash. Now that the time and situation of heaven and earth is about to arrive at the time of another change. That one with our immortal court as the precursor. The ancestral witches and the sorcerer race's true archenemy. The real other protagonist of this quantum robbery may be about to come out of the blue. Not many of the great avatars are cuties. Since the Duke of the East King had been killed in seconds and the immortal court had been overthrown, the fury of this quantitative calamity had still not dissipated, but had instead become even thicker. After coming to their senses, the Queen Mother of the West and the others, I've realized that, no matter whether it was the Duke of the East or she, the Queen Mother of the West, all are but pawns in front of the horse of the true protagonist of the quantum leap. The immortal court is also nothing more than a precursor for the true protagonist of the quantum reign. The one trial ancestor which as well as the witch race. Anger? There is. A fire in the belly? Also normal. But more. The Western Queen Mother and other remnants of the immortal court were hoping that one true protagonist of the quantum reign would show up early to resist the ancestral witches and the witch race. In that case, the attention of those 9 ancestral witches, as well as the huge witch clan, would then inevitably be drawn to the truly great enemy. At that point, they, the remnants of the immortal court, would have a place to breathe, and would no longer need to hide and be afraid. Chapter 110 Western Queen Mother, because he is good. In the middle of the great hall, Mother West's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a slight color of anticipation. Speaking again. As long as this one true protagonist of the quantum reign comes out the chance for us to be able to walk the flooded heavens and earth again is just around the corner. Words. Several great avatars nodded in recognition. But their hearts were not much lighter. Having said that. But the real protagonist of the quantum reign. When he will come out. Whether he can rival the 9 ancestral witches of the authentic descendants of Pangu are still an unknown quantity. Of course. If they could live, they would naturally not impulsively seek death. Only. With no hope in sight. Plus, it was affected by the quantum of fury, as well as the karma that was created by the immortal court in the past, and which can only be barely suppressed with the chi gathered by the remaining immortals of the immortal court today, causing the remaining immortals of the immortal court, including them, to be very upset. So, restlessness also occurs from time to time. Now that they had once again heard the Queen Mother of the West say this, the hearts of the crowd of great avatars were filled with curiosity about that true protagonist of the quantum reign. Very quickly, the female quasi-saint who was closest to the Western Queen Mother raised her eyes to look at her. The tone of voice inquired respectfully. Mother! I wonder if I can tell you who is that which has not yet appeared. The true protagonist of the quantum reign? It's also good for us to have a bottom line in our hearts. Words. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head, not answering directly. Only. Her pair of calm, beautiful eyes lifted up and looked toward the location of the sun star in the boundless starry sky. The answer to this question. It's all in this wordless act. Noticing the Western Queen Mother's demeanor moves, the great divine masters present were all shaken violently. The female quasi-saint was even more filled with surprise. What the Queen means is, the true protagonist of the quantum revelation is this one who hardly walks in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and spends all his years in the boundless starry sky. In the sun star. Taoist Fuguang? It shouldn't. The crowd wondered. The reason is also very plain and simple. The world knows that although Taoist Fuguang is powerful and renowned, he is a real, virtuous and bitter monk who does not leave his home. The number of times the other party has appeared in the 4 seas and, or even a handful, so peaceful a virtuous ascetic. Surprisingly, he would be the protagonist of the quantum culpa in this quantum culpa, fighting with the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race for the hegemony of heaven and earth. This speculation. Is that reasonable? It doesn't make any sense at all. No matter how they imagined it. It was hard to visualize the scene of the always well-mannered, good-natured, sunny and cheerful Fuguang Taoist, raising his arm and calling out to a crowd of strong people and thousands of troops. It was even more difficult to imagine a situation where Taoist Fuguang, the ancestor of the way of literature, fought against a group of crude, barbaric ancestral witches. The difference in painting styles is just too great. Looking at the incredulous expressions of several people, Queen Mother West withdrew her gaze. Open mouth. At first, this honored one thought that the Kunlun Mountain's Pan Gu San Shang was the one who would be the great enemy and rival of the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race. It will be another protagonist of this quantum leap. After all, the self-proclaimed Pangu Jingzong 3 Qing and the self-proclaimed Pangu Jingzong descendants of the 9 ancestral witches and the witch race. Between the two there should be a Pangu Jingzong dispute. Yet today it seems otherwise. There was a pause. The Queen Mother of the West stated her reasons. Although the Pangu 3 Qings are disciples of saints and also appoint themselves as the Pangu Orthodox clan, their attitude towards the 9 ancestral witches is one of indifference. And the same is true of the attitude toward the plagues and calamities brought to all beings by the witch race. Such a heart. Although it is a future saint, it is impossible to enter the quantum revelation and be the protagonist of that quantum revelation. And Taoist Fuguang, who lives high on the sun star and is not able to leave his home, is different from the three Panguqing words? The female paramount saint on the side subconsciously asked. Your Highness, how is Taoist Fuguang different from the Pangu Three Qing? Contemplated for a split second. The corner of Shi Wangmu's mouth slightly hooked up a certain arc. Laughing. Because the Fuguang Taoist. He is good. This statement was made. The group of great avatars present were all stunned. And then their faces all showed a thoughtful color. One recalls the many acts of the Fuguang Taoist. For the safety of his best friend, he made enemies of many powerful people and escorted him home. To establish a time calendar and a time sequence for all beings. To create a flood of words for the inheritance of the latter beings. And to open up the way of letters for cultivation. More importantly, the golden light emitted from Taoist Fuguang's heavenly Tao merit in virtue golden will that universally illuminated the flooded heavens and earth not long ago. None of which suggests that he is indeed good. Such a great benefactor. I can't see all the people in the flood suffering from the great calamity of the witch race. It really wasn't out of the question to put up a fight against the sorcerer clan for the sake of all living beings. For a moment, the doubts in the minds of several great avatars were all gone. And they couldn't help but recognize the Western Queen Mother's judgment. The great good Saint Fuguang Daorun, who is recognized by the heavenly Tao, is the real protagonist of the measurement revelation who can fight against the ancestral witches and the witch race and save all the living beings in the flood. After the Western Queen Mother's mention, a few of the Immortal Court's remnant great avatars were greatly assured in their hearts. As long as Taoist Fuguang comes out, there will be peace in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All they needed to do now was to hold down their inner agitation and quietly wait for the day when Taoist Fuguang couldn't stand to look on and strike. This time, it shouldn't be too late. The sun rises and the moon sets. And the seasons change. In the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of years had passed since Fuguang had set up the perimeter star guardian formation. The Golden Crow Palace of the solar planet. Inside the Fuzhou courtyard, the Hongmeng sun, moon, and stars robe on his body had evolved into a plain, metaphysical, gold-trimmed Taoist robe. And Fuguang leaned against the Fusang divine tree with a leisurely face. A face full of leisure and relaxation. In front of him, it was Shihe and Shangxi who had just arrived at the Sunstar as guests after having consolidated their own Tao fruits and realms. On the sidelines, holding a piece of osmanthus cake in his left hand and eating it. And holding Fuguang's Jiuhao pen in his right hand. He was recording a Taiyin minor divine ability on a piece of paper was Changxi. And the one sitting elegantly, showing all the nobility, was Shihe. Taking a light sip of spirit tea. Shihe's pair of beautiful eyes with tenderness and looked to the lazy Fuyuko. Next. What kind of arrangements and plans do you have? Words. Fuguang's face held a thoughtful look. Open mouth. The time is not yet ripe for some scheming. So for the time being I have not put it on the agenda. There was a pause. Fuguang's pair of golden pupils looked towards Shihe, as well as Changxi and the two of them, laughing. But that one thing we discussed earlier might be on the agenda. Words. Shihe's beautiful eyes flickered. Then brightened. Expectantly. He looked to Fuyuko. You mean? Nodded. Fuguang smiled and opened his mouth. Yes. I wish to marry your sisters. To be bound to you as husband and wife in solidarity and indissolubility. And to witness together to the heavens the first heavenly marriage. Sure enough. It's this thing. The smile on Shihe's face became even more intense. And the tenderness in her beautiful eyes increased. Aside. Changxi, who was writing something, stopped writing and looked up at Fuguang. Asked directly. When is the testimony? The mind projected silently. Fuguang smiled and opened his mouth. There's still a need to make arrangements. And there's also a need to ask a few fellow Taoists for help to assist us. It's just about the last meta time or two. What do you sisters think? Words. Shiha nodded gently, indicating that she had no opinion. Shang-Shi, on the other hand, lowered his head and continued to write the method of minor avatar cultivation. Since she didn't open her mouth to object, that meant she agreed. Seeing that both sisters were agreeing down, there was some emotion in Fuguang's expression. The time to witness the heavenly marriage is finally coming ah. Once successful. His second hope. Take a wife. It's about to fall into place. It is hard to avoid some sentimental emotions in your heart. Chapter 111, Giving a Treasure. Zay, thank you senior for the reward. Snap your fingers for thousands of years. Both sisters, Shiha and Shang-Shi, did not go back to Taiyin Star, but stayed in Golden Crow Palace to spend time with Fuguang. The three of them together. It's not the least bit boring. Playing chess and painting. Fiddlesticks and blowjobs. Talking about heaven and earth. Discourse on imprinting. There is simply not much more that can be done. This day, Fuguang played the zither. Shiha drummed, and Shang-Shi danced with the sword. The three of them were having a great time working together in the Fuso courtyard. Soon, when the song ended, Shang-Shi's sword dance was over. Fuguang stopped his hand. A small smile appeared on his face. We have guests. Words. Shi's face showed surprise and a thoughtful color appeared on his face. But he didn't ask Fuguang who was the guest. We'll know soon enough anyway. As for Shang-Shi, he didn't care at all. Who was coming? His eyes went to the attendant flower fairy Chunlan who was waiting outside the courtyard. Fuguang opened his mouth and commanded. Go prepare a feast. Then go and greet a bunch of this seat's honored guests. Hear the command. Chunlan bowed and led the way. Here. Then. As Chunlan left quickly, she was also sending a message to the other three sisters who were closed and not on duty. His own lordship spoke of a host of distinguished guests. It meant that the next guests of the Golden Crow Palace were basically all great divine masters without any surprises. With such an existence, it was only natural that all four of the flower fairies and their entourage would have to come out and wait, so as not to lose their manners and disgrace their lord. Who doesn't know that his own master is the most polite? After ordering Chunlan, Fuguang turned his head to look at Shihi and Shang-Shi beside him, laughing. Within the guests coming over today, there are quite a few familiar faces and some unexpected guests. Important people associated with our testimonies are among them. Besides, free labor to help us prepare for the many affairs of witnessing the marriage. Maybe these are the ones. So, how about you sisters join me later on and meet us at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace? Words. Shihan nodded gently in response. Not since. On the side, Shang-Shi remained the same. Fuguang and Shihi, both of them, had gotten used to Shang-Shi's character and reaction. Naturally, I don't feel bad about it. Not much longer. The three of them came together to the entrance of the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace. A few moments later, Chunlan then led the three figures towards the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace. There's still some distance to go. The middle-aged Confucian image of Taoist Fushi at the head of the group was the one who raised his hand and saluted. Aloud. Fellow Taoist Fuguang. The two-star lords. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. You still have the same elegance. I've taken the liberty of coming to disturb you, so please forgive me. Fellow Taoist Fuguang and the two-star lords. Between the words, Fushi and the three of them had already walked over. Meanwhile, Nuwa, who was behind Fushi, also greeted Shiha and Shang-Shi towards Fuguang. Greetings to the three fellow Taoists. The last of the three, Bai Zai, who was dressed in a white Taoist robe and the image of a refined young man, bowed respectfully towards Fuguang. Aloud, Bai Zai pays his respects to Elder Fuguang. After worshipping Fuguang, only then did Bai Zai bow once more towards Shihe as well as the two Changshi sisters. Greetings to the two Star Lords. The distinguishing salute of seeing a white zephyr. Fuguang raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. By his side, Shihe also faces slightly surprised. Beautiful eyes flashed thoughtfully. Soon is to reveal the color of understanding. Nodding towards Bai Zai in response now. Look to Shirazawa. Fuguang couldn't help but nod his head with a smile on his face. It's not so bad after picking the Paragon Dao fruit. This seat sees that your thoughts of good and evil have been very active. But you have not chopped out the good corpse. So I think you should be lacking in corpse chopping spiritual treasures? Long years in the past. At this moment, White Zephyr had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Although he had extracted the paramount Saint Dao fruit, he hadn't carried out the decapitation. It wasn't as if he hadn't touched the wonders of decapitation. By the looks of it, it should be the lack of suitable spiritual treasures that can cut down the three corpses. And it is also not willing to settle easily. So it has caused the special state today. Hearing Fuguang's words, a color of admiration appeared on Bai Zai's face. Open mouth. I'm not hiding it from Elder Fuguang. It is indeed as you said. The latecomer has yet to find a suitable corpse chopper spiritual treasure. So even though he has plucked the fruit of the paramount sage Dao and has gained enlightenment, he is still unable to chop off the two corpses of good and evil. Nodded. Fuguang pondered slightly. Subsequently, lift your hand and wave. Buzz. 3 streams of light fell directly in front of Bai Zai, transforming into 3 superb spiritual treasures emitting innate spiritual light. Namely a pair of go, a compass, and a mirror. Sacrificing these 3 superb innate spiritual treasures refined with the Qinkuan cauldron. Fuguang looked casual. These 3 spiritual treasures, which fit you, will allow you to successfully behead corpses. Take them. Seeing this scene, Fushi, who was on the side, was first stunned. And then a smile that was really like that appeared on his face. He knew that fellow Daoist Fuguang, who had instructed Bai Zai and the others to defect to Fengqi Mountain or Wanshou Mountain in the past, was not refusing Bai Zai and the others to follow him, but was trying to temporarily submerge himself. Today, the situation in heaven and earth is about to change again. And it looks like Daoist friend Fuguang is about to start planning more. So, Fushi was not the least bit surprised when he bestowed Bai Zai with a suitable spiritual treasure to cut down the 3 corpses. The opposite. He takes it for granted. After all, from the very beginning, fellow Daoist Fuguang was going to enable Bai Zai and the others in the future. It is now merely the initial start of activation. It's not worth it. Nuwa was also surprised. She was not expecting Fuguang to be so generous, giving away 3 extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures in one go. Nope. Where did he get so many spiritual treasures? There was also the previous time when he set up the circumstantial star guardian formation. Fuguang also waved his hand and spilled out a sky full of stars of various grades of innate spiritual treasures. This is very wrong. A turn of the head. Nuwa then saw the expected look on her brother's face. She instantly realized that Daoist Fuguang was still hiding a lot of things that she didn't know and her own elder brother already knew. That's good. Self-brothers are starting to have secrets. It looks like still playing too little. At this moment, there was no one more excited than Bai Zai himself. Looking at the 3 spiritual treasures that fell in front of him, Bai Zai's eyes widened slightly. His breathing heaved slightly, and his heartbeat sped up. As Fuguang had said, These 3 spiritual treasures were extremely compatible with the innate path of easy numbers that he followed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a corpse-chopping spirit treasure tailor-made for it. There was no denial. White Zephyr received these 3 spiritual treasures with a solemn face and worshipped respectfully towards Fuguang. Aloud. Buzhou thanks Senior for the reward. It is a reward. Not a gift or a present. 2 words make a difference. But it clearly expresses the gap between the status of the 2 parties. Fuguang is at the top and Buzhou is at the bottom. Even though he did not explicitly treat himself as a subordinate. The Buzhou at this moment was undoubtedly already treating himself as Fuguang's subordinate within his heart. The position is right on the money. Great job on the attitude too. The few great avatars present who had delicate minds had already understood the meaning of Buzhou's move and words. Subconsciously. Aside from Changshi, who didn't care about this? The gazes of the rest of the people, all of them, looked toward Fuguang. Even Fu Shi and Shi He, 2 people who have always thought that Fuguang's attempts at hegemony were very great, were also like this. Fuguang's next reaction. It will indicate to some extent what the general arrangement of Fuguang will be inside the next period of time. It's to continue to bide your time. Or should I? Show some of your own scheming. Chapter 112. The Visit of the Queen Mother of the West. Facing the searching eyes of a few intelligent people, Fuguang smiled indifferently and didn't give any response. It just pulled its own gaze back from the White Zephyr. Subsequently, Fushi and Nuwa raised their hands as a guide. Open mouth. 2 fellow Taoists. Inside please. Seeing the situation, a knowing smile appeared on Fushi's face. Though Fuguang did not respond. But there are times. No response is the best response. At this moment, whether it was Fu Shi, or Shi He, or Nuwa and Buzhou, they had all realized Fuguang's attitude. It's just that he didn't say so. Even if they realize it, they are just as bad at breaking it down and overstepping their bounds. Shiha, who had been standing beside Fuguang, naturally stepped forward, greeting Fushi and Nuwa, as well as Buzhou. He went into the middle of the great hall. Seeing that Fuguang and Changshi were still standing at the entrance of the great hall, Fushi's face held some surprise. Fellow Taoist. But are there any more guests coming? Words. Cece nodded gently. The poor Taoist doesn't know which other Taoist friends are coming. Only. There should still be some Taoists who coincidentally are coming over before too long. Hearing Shiha's reply, with a look of understanding, Fushi didn't pay too much attention and sat down in the seat arranged for him. Subsequently, Buzhou and Nuwa, too, sat down in the same manner. As if he was going home, Fushi poured himself a drink. And a pleasant and relaxing feeling of contentment came over him. And beside him, Nuwa, however, was a little distracted. She already believed what her elder brother had said. That Taoist Fuguang was ambitious and had great plans. But for Nuwa, none of this has much to do with her. After all, it wasn't like she wanted to fight for supremacy over the flood. I only want to pursue my own path single-mindedly. And one day earlier, I will be able to understand and penetrate the Hongmeng purple qi and become a saint. What Taoist Fuguang was going to do some? What kind of schemes he had nothing to do with her. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been in seclusion for years and had no clue and was starting to get upset, she wouldn't have even come to this Golden Crow Palace as a guest, but would have continued to be in seclusion at Fengqi Mountain to envision the Hongmeng purple qi. I just don't know why. After coming to the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa always felt that her mind was tranquil and relaxed here. Could it be that this is what makes the Arigato Friars Dojo so special? Nuwa had this doubt in her mind. But it always felt The reason will not be so simple. Other side. White Zephyr's heart was still thrilled. He never thought that. This time, he just followed Taoist brother Fushi, as well as Taoist friend Nuwa, and came to the Golden Crow Palace to pay a visit to Elder Fuguang. But surprisingly, he would be rewarded by Elder Fuguang with a spiritual treasure that would decapitate the 3 corpses of his body. And by the looks of it, these 3 spiritual treasures were specially prepared for him. In that case, there should be no mistake about what Brother Fushi said before we set out. Elder Fuguang, who had set up the peripheral star guardian formation, should be making a move soon. And that. It's also the biggest reason why White Hazel gets paid without merit. Since he had already resolved to follow Elder Fuguang and add to his majestic hegemony, he could not allow himself to be too weak. Having seen the power of the ancestral witch, having seen the combat power of those great witches of the witch race, White Hazel knows very well, just by virtue of his current paramount Dao fruit without a decapitated body, he would only be able to fight with the great sorcerers of the witch clan. Want to fight the ancestor witch? He's not qualified. So, he needs the spiritual treasure that beheads 3 corpses. Not for myself. Rather, it's for the sake of Fuguang's former majesty. It wasn't long after Fushi's trio arrived. It was just about back and forth. The Dustesian Yuanzi and Red Cloud were also received by the attendant 4 flower immortals and arrived at the entrance of the main hall. After the 3 of them exchanged greetings, Fuguang looked at Red Cloud, laughing. Fellow Taoist has a lot of guts. Knowing that so many people are coveting your Hongmeng purple chi, you still dare to leave the 5-temple temple? Words. Red Cloud let out a bitter laugh. This matter is a long story. This time the poor Taoist came over precisely for the matter of the Hongmeng purple chi. Words. Fuguang was thoughtful, then nodded. 2 fellow Taoists inside, please. Fellow Taoist Fushi, fellow Taoist Nuwa, and a little friend by Zay have already come over. But the poor Taoist still has a few guests coming. So the 2 fellow Taoists can go in and take their seats first and wait for a moment. Hearing Fuguang's words, both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi nodded. There was no comment on this arrangement. Aside. The cool and 3 expressionless Chang Shi stepped forward. Jade hand as a guide. Please. As the future half-mistress of the Golden Crow Palace, Chang Shi is just not good at talking and expressing himself. He is not impolite. Being cool doesn't necessarily correlate with upbringing. Very quickly, Red Clouds with boring gourd like Jin Yuanzi was entertained by Chang Shi, walked into the middle of the great hall. In the Fu Shi and other people laughing and greeting sound. In their own positions settled down. In the meantime, on top of the trestle evolved by the sun true flame outside the sun star, Xiaomei Dongmei, who accompanied the 4 flower immortals among them, was still waiting here. Not much time has passed. Buzz. A Shihua supreme immortal light manifested noiselessly beyond the solar star. Subsequently, the Shihua supreme immortal light opened a rift in spacetime. Immediately following, dressed in a palace dress, the graceful and elegant Queen Mother of the West, followed by her close friend, that is, the female quasi-saint, walked out slowly from within the spacetime rift. Seeing these 2 great avatars appear, Dong Mei's face was straightened, and she bowed unassumingly towards the Western Queen Mother and the female paramount. Open mouth. Slave servant Dong Mei? Greetings to Queen Mother. Greetings to Senior Xuan Nu. Looking at the merit and virtue in front of him, his chi is strong and blessed. The little servant girl of Taoist Fuguang. Queen Mother West's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. This little maid's body of merit, she and blessings was much thicker than the vast majority of cultivators in the floodplains. If you don't fall by accident, At the very least, one could achieve the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal. Daoist Fuguang is truly remarkable. Not only was the benefit he himself received horrifying, even the maidservant who followed him were able to have such a creation. A little comparison. The Queen Mother of the West realized that the former emperor of the immortal court, the Duke of Dongwang, whom she used to think was quite good, was really too far away. The two are simply not in the same league. Little friend doesn't need to be polite. The Queen Mother of the West did not put on a condescending stance, but rather had a very kind attitude. There was also a gentle smile on his face. This time, the poor Taoist and Xian Nu have taken the liberty of coming to bother fellow Taoist Fuguang. I wonder if we can inform and introduce them? Aside. At the sight of being a quasi-saintly consummate great avatar, Shi Wangmu's appearance of lowering herself like this, Xian Nu couldn't help but sigh in her heart as she watched. Time has passed. Today, with their splendor gone, and still caught in the midst of the quantum revelation, they were unable to save themselves. And even in the face of Taoist Fuguang's maidservant, they all needed to straighten up their attitudes and treat each other with courtesy. The contrast between this back and forth is just too great. So much so that Xian Nu was in a trance within her heart at the moment. Chapter 113, Head of the Crowd. Center of the Powers. The two of them, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, do not condescend to each other. But Dongmei didn't dare to be presumptuous. These two great avatars in front of them were being polite to themselves because they were giving face to their own masters. And if they really wanted to take it seriously, then they would be disgracing their own masters. The attendant four flower fairies all know very well. The fact that they were able to be treated gently by the many hefty great avatars in the floodplains was all due to the great strength of their own masters. It really wasn't that the four flower fairies and their entourage were capable. To put it mildly. Nowadays. However, the attendant four flower immortals of the Tai Dao fruit perfection hadn't even touched the threshold of meeting these great avatars. How dare you pretend to be a tiger? Unabashedly, he bowed towards Queen Mother West and Xian Nu. Dongmei had a respectful attitude. Queen Mother, Senior Xian Nu, my master is hosting a banquet for his friends and family in the palace today, and has already known of the arrival of the two honored guests, and has specially ordered the slave girl to wait here. And please, two honored guests, follow the slave girl inside. Between the words, Dongmei sidestepped her form and raised her hand as a guide. Queen Mother, Senior Xian Nu, this way please. Looking at the Dongmei who knows respect and inferiority, knows the etiquette, is not submissive, and does things in a drippy way. The Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu's hearts were also much better. They wouldn't be willing to grovel if they weren't forced to by circumstances. It was a good thing that the little maid in front of him was worthy of being the maid of the ancestor of the way of literature Fuguang Taoist, and that she did things that really made the heart feel comfortable and lead the way. The thoughts in the Western Queen Mother's mind instantly converged as one, and the expression on her face remained gentle. Very quickly, under Dongmei's lead, the two of them, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu, stepped into the Sun Star and arrived at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace's main hall in an instant. For one thing, the two of them then saw Fuguang, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall, waiting for them. At once. Whether it was in the hearts of the Queen Mother of the West or the Xian Nu, they both sensed the importance that Taoist Fuguang had placed on the two of them, and they couldn't help but be in a much happier mood. There was no waiting for Fuguang to open his mouth to greet him first. The Queen Mother of the West greeted Fuguang with a salute from afar. Immortal Court Queen Mother West. Uninvited. Taking the liberty of visiting fellow Taoist Fuguang. I hope you'll forgive me. Hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, after Fuguang's golden pupils flickered slightly, the With a smile on his face, he raised his hand to return the salute. Isn't it fun to have friends from afar? Fellow Taoist is overstating the case. After the Queen Mother of the West, Xian Nu similarly bowed towards Fuguang. Aloud. Immortal Court Xian Maiden. Meet fellow Taoist Fuguang. Glanced at the genii. In front of Fuguang, everything about her is invisible. The intermediate stage of the Genie Corpse Paragon had already touched the late Paragon realm. Only, she guessed that she didn't have much of a chance to break through. The karma of the Immortal Court that Xian Nu carries on her body is very heavy. If she wasn't able to get the Heavenly Tao's merit flushed out, her cultivation would be difficult to survive due to the effects of the karma she was carrying. And there was even a great possibility that she would fall in this quantum revelation. Of course. The question of the genii. It's also a matter of the remaining immortals in the Immortal Court. Even the Queen Mother of the West, with all her cultivation, was already having trouble surviving. And she's too deep into the quantum leap. Under the entanglement of cause and effect, the great way stagnates. The path to continue on was pretty much sort of locked. Take a look. Fuguang just smiled and nodded in response. And the hand was then raised as a guide. The two fellow Taoists are the last guests of the poor Taoist who came over this time. Inside, please. Words. The Queen Mother of the West nodded her head gently. Guests follow the host. Please go ahead. Fellow Taoist. Fuguang didn't push back or be polite, and directly stepped in front, walking into the great hall with the Queen Mother of the West in a joyful conversation. Banquet site. Several immortal tables surrounded a circle, and there was no distinction between high and low, honor and disdain. Merely there was a relatively main seat in the middle of the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, which was empty. Previously, Fuxi and Nuwa, as well as Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, had already gathered and were on fairly good terms with each other. So even if Fuguang, the host family, wasn't there, several people were still talking to each other. Da. Footsteps came. The crowd turned their heads to look at the incoming direction of the entrance to the hall. And when they saw Fuguang's back, followed by the two Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu, they all froze for a moment. They all knew Fuguang had guests coming, but never thought it would be the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Maiden. These two great magi of the Immortal Court of the past. After the freeze and surprise, the crowd is coming around, rising from their places in droves. With the exception of Shiha and Shanxi, who were already considered half-hostesses, the rest of them all bowed towards Fuguang, with a smile on his face. After Fuguang returned the salute, he raised his hand and pressed it towards the crowd. Gesture the crowd to take their seats. You are all welcome. Fellow Taoists, it doesn't have to be that way. All sit. Sit down. Talking at the same time. Fuguang was already coming to sit in the seat left for him in the middle of the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi. Wait until Fuguang himself had taken his seat. The rest of the crowd, before they resumed their seats. After just arriving and saying hello, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu also took their seats. Only, while taking her seat, the Queen Mother of the West unobtrusively glanced at the colorful attitudes of the crowd present. Though it's not yet obvious, but there's no doubt about it. Including Nuwa, a sage disciple. Everyone was subconsciously focusing on Fuguang. And that attitude. It wasn't because Fuguang was the owner of the Sunstar's Golden Crow Palace. Rather, Fuguang was treated as the center of the crowd, with an attitude of vaguely taking Fuguang as the leader. Among them, the most obvious manifestation was undoubtedly Fuxi, as well as the faces of the unfamiliar great avatars at a table beside Fuxi. After realizing this, the Queen Mother of the West could not help but feel great relief in her heart. Sure enough, as she had predicted, even though Taoist Fuguang did not go to the Sun Star, he still had the ambition to dominate the flood in his heart. In the past, inside the palace of the Purple Heaven, the saint was the first to look at Fuguang in that look. It's really not a no-brainer. I'm afraid that the saint's move to choose the Duke of the East instead of Fuguang to be the head of the male immortals was a plot in itself. It was intended that the Duke of Dongwang would become a pawn, scouting the way for the true protagonist of the quantum revelation Fuguang Daoren, and becoming a pawn of the horse. Think of it this way. She should not have entered the immortal court as a huge whirlpool in the first place, and was dragged down by the Duke of Dongwang. And together they became Taoist Fuguang's quantum revelation pathfinder. At this moment, quite a bit of resentment rose within the Western Queen Mother's heart. To whoever's there. But she wasn't a cutie either. Not enough to show it. On the surface, he remained in a kindly manner, catering to the topic of the crowd, pushing cups and drinking wine together, and gossiping about the interesting stories of heaven and earth. Of course, with the presence of both Queen Mother West and Xian Nu. Instead, there is no one out of place to bring up the topic of the current hot ancestral witches and the witch race, as well as the current 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. More and more urgent situation is it. Soon, after 3 drinks, Fuguang, who was sitting on top of the main seat, take the lead and go straight to the point. Today is a good day for you all to come to this Golden Crow Palace of the poor Taoist as guests without any appointment. It is truly an honor for the poor man. Slight pause. Not waiting for the crowd to open their mouths for compliments, Fuguang changed the subject. And yet the dowsers come here. It can't be for the purpose of coming to eat these Su snacks, spiritual fruits, and immortal brews of Poverty Road. Can it? What's the matter? Please speak up. Fellow Taoists. If the poor Taoist can help a bit, he will certainly not shirk. Rites of passage. After I, Fuguang, help you a little bit, there will be no need for you to be polite when I make you run all over heaven and earth for my Fuguang's witnessing of the heavenly marriage. Chapter 114 Nuwa, after becoming a saint, I will reclaim everything. Red Cloud, I'll give it away. A word has been spoken. It is to open the door. After Fuguang's words fell, his golden pupils turned and looked directly at Fuxi and Baizhe. Fuxi as well as Baizhe, who were being watched by Fuguang's gaze. Both had their faces set straight. For no reason at all. It was Fuxi's heart that a hint of nervousness rose. He spoke in a solemn tone. I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. This time I came to disturb. One is to come to congratulate you. Once the guardian array is complete, you can expect the great Tao. Congratulations. Congratulations. Aside, all the people other than Shiha and Shanxi also spoke up to congratulate Fuguang. Although all of them didn't know how huge the heavenly Tao merit was needed to prove the Tao with heavenly Tao merit. With the massive amount of heavenly Tao merit Fuguang had obtained, even if he couldn't succeed in proving the Tao, he would still arrive at a height that all beings would need to look up to. Fellow Taoists, you're welcome. Fuguang smiled blandly. For Fuxi's words of congratulations, but also implicitly consulting him whether he can prove the Tao implicit question. No positive affirmations are made or negatives given. There was no answer. Fuxi, who didn't have the luxury of being able to get a definitive answer in the first place, didn't really care. Continuing to speak. The second is to find a new dojo, or temporary residence. That's the word. Nuwa, who seldom spoke on the side, also frowned with a strong look of displeasure on her face. Noticing Nuwa's small expression, Fuguang speculated in his mind. but did not open his mouth to interrupt Fushi. The gentle look on his face faded. Fushi also carried some anger between his eyebrows. Truth be told, inside this recent period of years, that witch race that originated from Buzhou mountain has been growing more and more. With a large population, and the smaller tribes within the larger tribes continue to divide, occupying more and more territory on Buzhou mountain. Nowadays, it has already reached the vicinity of the poor Taoist and my little sister's dojo. And the hunting grounds of the witch clan have been getting closer and closer to Fengqi Mountain. I'm only afraid that it won't be long before there will be no more peace on Fengqi Mountain either. Hear this. The crowd nodded in understanding. The dojo of the two siblings, Fushi and Nuwa, belonged to a lineage among the endless mountain ranges that extended out from the Buzhou Mountain, which was not very far away from the Wu clan's main camp. The Buzhou Mountain. Today, the more the witch race grows, the more the population grows, and the more the situation of the territory that needs to be expanded and occupied grows. It is normal to be close to the dojo of Fushi and Nuwa. So it is. Fuguang had a slight smile on his face. Only, don't you siblings intend to fight against that ancestral witch? The witch clan? Are you willing to give up your dojo just like that and leave Fengqi Mountain? Speaking of which, Fuguang's gaze went to Nuwa, who didn't look too good. Meant to be said. Fellow Daoist Nuwa is a close disciple of the sage, and should have no fear of the ancestral witches and the witch race. Suddenly it was nudged by Fuyuki. Nuwa froze. Then Willow frowned. That said, the ancestral witches and that witch race are one of the main protagonists of this quantum revelation. And the poor Tao is no match for the ancestral witches who are joining forces, along with elder brother and Bai Zhe, Shang Yang and the rest of the people. It's the same end. Teacher is in harmony with the heavenly Tao. So I don't think that he would strike out over such trivial matters. So, instead of continuing to stay in Fengqi Mountain and dabbling in the karma of the protagonist of the quantum revelation, it would be better to seek a place of purity before it's too late. When the poor Tao is enlightened and refines the Hongmeng purple qi, he will witness the Tao and become a saint. Today's disgrace. All will be reclaimed. Fire and determination flowed from Nuwa's beautiful eyes. Obviously, being forced to leave the dojo that she had possessed since the birth of her spiritual intelligence, the level of harboring anger within her heart had reached a very high level. After witnessing the path to sainthood, this field, she's bound to get it back from the ancestor witch and the witch clan. Like this? Fuguang nodded with slight regret in his heart. Laughing. Then I wish fellow Taoist Nuwa an early attainment of sainthood. Pity. If Nuwa chooses to fight to the end, it might be able to pull down all the saints of the harmonious Tao and shock that group of barbarian ancestral witches with the witch clan. However, Nuwa did not choose to harden herself against the ancestral witches and the witch race. And Fuguang could not say anything more. The words changed. Fuguang's face wore a thoughtful color. As for a few fellow Taoists wanting to find a place of peace and shelter for the beings of Fengqi Mountain, I'm afraid it won't be that easy and simple. The matter. Let's talk about it afterward. After hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi nodded. Good thing too. Other than that, there's nothing else to do when I came to visit fellow Taoist Fuguang this time. Words. Fuguang nodded afterward. Immediately after that, he turned his attention to the pair of good friends, Red Cloud and the honest Jin Yuanzi. Facing Fuguang's look over, the honest Jin Yuanzi said after arching his hand, Poor Taoist is here to congratulate fellow Taoist. And then there's the fact that he's accompanying brother Red Cloud. Got it. When Jin Yuanzi said this, Fuguang understood what he meant. Honest Jin Yuanzi's trip. It was to give his own Tao partner Red Cloud protection, so that he would not be surrounded by people without any assistance. beside Jing Yuanzi. After Red Cloud took a sip of the fiery mulberry immortal brew. Slightly helplessly, he spoke. I'm ashamed to say dash. The poor Taoist has come here. Really, because in the 5 Zhuangguan closed-door enlightenment of the foundation of sainthood has reached the point of distraction. Difficult to get into the situation. I came here to ask for a relief. Fellow Taoist. With these words, the crowd was in a daze. Seeking relief? Is Red Cloud here to beg Fuguang to kill him? The thought flickered through the minds of all the. But then there's the chopping. How is this possible? The relief in Red Cloud's mouth should be something else. Not waiting for the crowd to ask. Red Cloud was spouting out as if he was giving up on himself. Fellow Taoist. Truth be told. Since the beginning, after obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi, the poor Tao has done his best to refine this foundation of sainthood. And yet, after the passage of these long years, not only did I fail to refine a single bit of it, but I was also clueless when it came to enlightenment. And the fruit of my way also stagnated. And I didn't take another step forward for a long time. Speaking of which, Red Cloud sounded emotional. The poor man was thinking dash. In the Purple Heaven Palace in the past, the poor Taoist gave up the holy position. Perhaps precisely because the poor Taoist was not originally destined for the saintly fruit position. It is therefore, even when the poor Taoist was later granted the mercy of the saints and graced this foundation of sainthood, he was still unable to refine it in the slightest. Between the words, with a lift of his hand, Red Cloud took out the foundation of sainthood Hongmeng purple qi that he had obtained back then. From within his spiritual platform. Open mouth. If it is true that the poverty road has no destiny with that saintly fruit, then this foundation of sainthood, left in the hands of the poverty road, would be nothing more than a futile annoyance. How about give this foundation of sanctification to those who need it? The words fell. In the crowd gradually realized that Red Cloud was planning to do something. Looking for a what kind of relief? All amazed in the gaze. Red Cloud will be in the hands of the Hongmeng Violet Gas to the main seat above the Fuguang a push. Buzz. This Hongmeng Violet Qi was then sent by Red Cloud to Fuguang. He spoke again. Fellow Taoist has immense merit and great benevolence. And now, after setting up the guardian array, witnessing the Tao is even more within reach. It is therefore, this one Hongmeng Violet Qi should be rightfully yours. You're really giving it away. At this moment, everyone present was shocked inexplicably and filled with emotion as they looked toward the sincere and generous old ancestor Red Cloud. This one was known among many cultivators as a good old boy. Still really a friend worth making. There is a foundation for sainthood. He's really delivering. Chapter 115, An Impoverished Path witnesses the way as usual. Rao Fuguang had roughly guessed in his heart that Red Cloud was going to ask for a kind of relief in him. But when Hongjun was truly generous, he pulled out the Hongmeng purple qi that belonged to him. Also froze for a moment. That's really generous. Realize that. With his Fuguang's steady character, after obtaining this Hongmeng purple qi, he was choosing to take a risk and go to the quantum of the calamity. And the result? Red Cloud was actually able to let go of the Hongmeng Violet Qi and was going to give it to him? Have to say, this good old man, one could even say rotten Red Cloud, was indeed a good choice if he was a friend. Only, the karma involved in this Hongmeng purple qi in front of me was too great. According to some unfaithful information in Fuguang's memory, it was said that this Hongjun's Hongmeng Violet Qi would be used to certify the 3 emperors and 5 emperors after this quantum revelation, when the human race flourished. It is also said that it was used by the sages to punish Red Cloud for giving way to karma. In a nutshell, this one Hongmeng purple qi is a hot potato. Don't say he already has. Even if it wasn't, Fuguang wouldn't have picked it up. The gazes of the crowd were directed towards Fuguang. Aside from Red Cloud, who had generously given the Hongmeng purple chi, and Jin Yuanzi, who knew that he was going to do something, the rest of the people's breathing was slightly heavier. Meanwhile, one gaze looked toward Fuguang. In their hearts, they all thought that it was impossible for Fuguang to refuse this Hongmeng violet chi. After Fuguang obtained this Hongmeng violet chi, coupled with the massive amount of heavenly Dao merits he had previously obtained, maybe today, Fuguang is going to become a saint? If that's true, the heavens of the flood are about to change again. However, unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Fuguang raised his hand and Amana gently pushed this Hongmeng violet chi that Red Cloud had sent to himself back in front of him. This initiative, it made everyone in the room freeze. No! Man! You're still refusing? A Red Cloud who was willing to generously give away Hongmeng purple chi had already made the crowd feel incredibly generous. Now Fuguang's refusal was even more of a call for the crowd to be dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Didn't care how the crowd reacted. After Fuguang pushed the Hongmeng purple chi back in front of Hongjun, calmly, he took a sip of his wine. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. Only a gentleman does not take from others. So please also take back this Hongmeng violet chi. Since you and I are close friends, how could the poor Taoist take your foundation for sainthood? Hear this. The crowd was stunned. And then the eyes that looked at Fuguang again were filled with incredulity. But at the same time there was a tinge of understanding. Meanwhile, they only felt that at this moment, on the Fuguang Taoist friend, filled with the light of brightness, uprightness and benevolence, great virtue and righteousness. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is truly worthy of the heavenly Tao merit that he simply can't hide in his body. Such character and heart. It was no wonder that he had continuous chances, reaping huge heavenly Tao merit kudos back to back. That's really what he deserves. He, who was sitting beside Fuguang, didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Fuguang. In the face of such temptations as becoming a saint, Fuguang could still have a strong heart and uphold his own character. Such a Taoist couple is a good match. Even Shangxi, who didn't have many heart waves on the side, was feeling honored with the honor. The color of respect in the eyes of Bai Zhe, who had made up his mind to follow Fuguang and serve for the sake of Fuguang's ambitious and hegemonic career, was already undisguised. Such a high-minded and truly virtuous predecessor. Fong is the good lord. Seeing Fuguang rejecting his gift of Hongmeng violet chi, Red Cloud, who had delivered him, was a little confused instead. A look of misplaced surprise. This. If fellow Taoist has this Hongmeng violet chi, I'm afraid that in just 1 or 2 more yuanhui, you'll be able to become a saint. Are you sure you don't want it? Smiling, he shook his head. Fuguang's face showed a color of soaring confidence. Without this Hongmeng violet chi of yours, poor Tao can still witness the Tao. The tone was firm. The demeanor was subdued. It was as if witnessing the Tao was something that could be done by raising one's hand in his mouth. Fuguang Taoist is really confident as hell. Aside, Nuwa, who also had the Hongmeng violet chi and had refined a small bit of it, looked at Fuguang, who was lightly talking about proving the greatness of the Tao. And the corners of her mouth pursed slightly, wanting to open her mouth to retort. If becoming a saint were that easy. She's the disciple of a holy man. Nuwa. As for being stuck for so long without a clue? However, once she thought about how Fuguang had continuously gained huge heavenly Tao merits previously, Nuwa ultimately chose not to say much. Maybe. When did this guy really prove himself? Taoist friendly spirit. Red Cloud said with emotion. Then sighed and retracted the Hongmeng violet chi back into his spiritual platform again, giving it to the one who had once been the enemy of many powerful people, and also escorting his dear friend Fuguang, as well as his Taoist couple Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud was willing to give it up. But the others, even if it was the Fushi Taoist, who was usually very pleasant to talk to, Red Cloud was unwilling. Seeing Red Cloud withdraw the Hongmeng purple chi, the rest of the crowd was in a state of regret. Thought this Red Cloud guy would be generous enough to give it away again. But how? They didn't have a deep friendship with Red Cloud, and it was normal for people to be unwilling to send them. Fuguang is special after all. Watching Red Cloud withdraw the Hongmeng purple chi, Fuguang opened his mouth. The cause and effect of the world lies only between taking and giving. Since you, Taoist friend, have realized that closing your mind to enlightenment and refining the Hongmeng violet chi has yielded nothing, why don't we put aside for the Hongmeng purple chi for the time being and concentrate on cultivating our own Tao? Can't say. Once he has an epiphany one day, he can easily obtain the holy position. And there's no point in getting ahead of yourself. There was a pause. Fuguang continued to smile. If you really don't want this Hongmeng violet chi, why don't you take out this Hongmeng violet chi on a suitable occasion, so that this foundation of sainthood can be chosen anew? Words. Red Cloud nodded gently. Fellow Taoist has a point. But since the poor Tao chose to give away the Hongmeng purple chi, he already has no connection with it, and his heart has long since let go of it. So, after a period of time, the poor Taoist will widely invite a group of Taoist friends and let this Hongmeng purple chi find its own master. If he gave it to anyone individually, other than Fuguang and Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud would not consider it. But these two, Jin Yuanzi was unwilling to have his foundation for sainthood, and so was Fuguang. In that case, Red Cloud then intended to directly allow this foundation of success to choose its own master, and only in front of the many great spirits of the flood. So, it was only then that he, Red Cloud, was able to rid himself of the distress and the hostility of many powerful people brought about by the Hongmeng purple chi. Taking the fall for someone else? Thank you very much. Understanding Red Cloud's thoughts, Fuguang's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. A smile followed. It doesn't have to be such a hassle. Not long from now, the poor Taoist will be marrying Shiha and Changshi, and will then feast the flood immortals. This is a good opportunity. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Hearing Fuguang's words, the gazes of the crowd were all looking towards Fuguang along with Shihi and Changshi with some surprise. Somewhat surprising, but at the same time justified. After all, who doesn't know that the sun god Fuguang, the Taiyin goddess Shiha, and Changshi, who inevitably traveled in close proximity to each other, had a close relationship? That they would become Tao couples was something that the many cultivators of the flood were well aware of. This was evident from the fact that Fuguang had taken Shihi and Changshi with him both times he acquired heavenly Tao merits. Today. But it's just a matter of officially telling everyone. Chapter 116, I drop a heavenly path. Facing the crowd's astonishment, Shiha had a generous and elegant smile on her face, not feeling embarrassed. Aside, Changshi, who had no emotional changes at all, was his usual self. Seeing the two Taiyin goddesses was such a reaction. The crowd just knew. I'm afraid the three of them have already discussed this. Sitting in the main seat, Fuguang spoke once more. The word is out. Then the poor Taoist will have to ask a few fellow Taoists for something, since the matter of the heavenly marriage of witnesses was mentioned. Fuguang also went along with the trend and continued to carry the topic on, and to hear Fuguang please himself and others. Fushi and Bai Zhe, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi all had their faces straightened. All of them bowed their hands. I wonder what it is that needs our help. Fellow Daoist, please speak clearly, and we will certainly do our best to get it done for you. These four. There were two who wanted to follow Fuguang to do great things, while the other two owed Fuguang karma. While the relationship between the two sides was really in place. So, for what Fuguang was going to entrust, they would certainly do their best. Sighed. The two of them, Shi Wanmu and Xian Nu, who hadn't been able to intervene much. Both looked at Fuguang with upwardly curious gazes. The only person who wasn't too keen on wanting to help was Nuwa. She also wanted to find a temporary dwelling place earlier and close the door faster to continue refining and comprehending the Hongmeng violet qi, with a view to early enlightenment. And then, get your own back from the hands of the ancestral witches and witches. But at this point in time, she naturally wouldn't go about sweeping the face of Taoist Fuguang. What the poor Taoist wishes to entrust to you all is not difficult, but it is extremely tedious. After Fuguang took a sip of the immortal wine, the god said casually, but if it's done, everyone involved in this one dash, all of them can gain some heavenly merits. There won't be many, but this thing called heavenly Tao merit, the poor Taoist thinks that none of you Taoist friends will mind it. Right? Swish. 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 With these words, Nuwa, who hadn't been too concerned, as well as Zhuangmu and Xuanmu, who didn't intend to get involved, all had serious faces and searing gazes as they looked toward Fuguang. Especially Queen Mother West and Xian Nu. They can't get enough of the heavenly Tao merit, entangled by the karma accumulated by the immortal court in the past. The bodies of the remaining immortals of the immortal court were as if they had been shackled and shackled by the heavenly Tao. Cultivation and Taoism could not advance an inch. And from time to time, he would still be distracted. And it would be difficult for him to be at peace. If they could obtain heavenly merit, even if it was only a little bit, washing away the karma on their bodies could make things a little easier for them. At this moment, the two no longer wanted to escape the Fuguang arrangement. Instead, they want to be actively involved now. As for the Fu Shi and Red Cloud people, they also froze for a moment, but didn't care too much about it. After all, without heavenly merit, they are expected to do their best to help the light. I'll just arrange it straight away dash. After first talking about the benefits and mobilizing the crowd, Fuguang smiled. First of all, it's Taoist Fushi and little friend Bai Zhe. The two of you specialize in the way of the innate numbers, and you can pinpoint and calculate. Let's just trouble the two of you to project a good day for the poor Taoist. Among the processes of this plotting, the two nodes of placing the bet and welcoming the bride, both of which require a best time, and the poor Taoist, as one of the protagonists, is not good enough to make a move. So I can only leave it to you guys. Besides, go and walk up to the floodplains and fetch the spiritual root Lianli branch and the spiritual beast, the bird of prey, for the poor Taoist's plan here. Very quickly. Fuguang then explained to the two of them all the detailed items he needed to witness the heavenly marriage, as well as the things he needed Fushi and Bai Zhe to do. After taking all these arrangements to heart, Fushi and Bai Zhe, who were originally sitting, exchanged glances and both stood up. Arching his hand towards Fuguang, he led the way. Here. This gesture. It caused Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi on the other side, Mother West and Xian Nu, to freeze for a moment. Does it need to be so solemn? It's not like the etiquette of peers to ask for things from each other. It's more like a superior, a command for the inferior. And then as a subordinate person, the feeling of leading the order seeing the situation. The corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched slightly as she twisted her head away from the image of her eldest brother worshipping the mountain. Although she had known it for a long time, she still had a hard time accepting it. Meanwhile, Queen Mother of the West and Xian knew both, without traces of a glance at each other, are from each other's eyes to see out a trace of shock. They had predicted that Taoist Fuguang was the protagonist of the quantum revelation, and that he would be followed by strong men. But never thought Herculean Fuxi Taoist, the elder brother of the saint's shut-in disciple Nuwa, unexpectedly also has a posture of following Fuguang Taoist. The message. The genus has some shocks. You know, when the immortal court was at its peak, the late immortal Emperor Duke Dongwang had invited him many times, but he hadn't been able to get Taoist Fuxi to come out and join the immortal court. And now, Taoist Fuxi actually willingly performed the rite of a subordinate to Taoist Fuguang and bowed his head to receive orders. Difference between the two. The commission is a little big. The other side. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi looked at each other in dismay. What's the need for such pomp and circumstance? I'm just afraid that things. It's not that simple. The question is, if Fuxi and Bai Zhe are like this, shouldn't they be like this when they accept Fuguang's arrangement? This instant, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi had considered many things, but hadn't been able to decide. Seeing Fuxi's initiative with Bai Zhe, Fuguang was also a little surprised. But not too much. Nor did he refuse the obeisance which Fuxi had likewise made since he has decided to go into the quantum of the world. For Fuxi this move naturally can be frank. Casually, he raised his hand and pressed it toward the two men. Hard work, guys. And sit. Words. Fuxi and Bai Zhe sat down again after a salute. Turn your head. Fuguang's gaze went to Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Open mouth. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi. I would like to ask the two of you to make a trip to the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Kirin Clan on behalf of poor Tao. On the poor Taoist's big day. He wants the 9 dragons to pull the sedan chair, the phoenixes to follow, and the unicorn to offer auspiciousness. What's more, we want fellow Taoist Red Cloud to exert his divine ability to have a path of auspicious and joyous clouds that continues from the Sun Star to the Taiyin Star. You can tell the 3 races of the Ascendant that if this matter comes to fruition, they too can receive heavenly Tao merit and that there may be a steady stream of in-laws together's chi luck falling upon them in the future. Please. Hearing the errand that fell to both of their heads, originally also entangled whether to be like Fuxi as well as White Zephyr, stood up to perform a great gift next Red Clouds and Jin Yuanzi. A wobble. They all subconsciously and unanimously rose from their positions, as solemn as Fuxi's as well as Bai Zhe's in general. Toward Fuguang, he made a big bow and led the way. Here. Swish. 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 This time, not only the Western Queen Mother and Xian knew, but also Nuwa, who was sitting quietly on the side. All stared at the two of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, with wide eyes. Nuwa was confused in her mind. No. When did Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi get together with Fuguang? And the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu saw that there were 2 more Herculean great avatars, and performed the rite of a subordinate, a worship of Fuguang. The heart was even more greatly shocked. Meanwhile, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nua's gazes looked at Nuwa without a trace. It couldn't be that this one was also a follower of Taoist Fuguang. Could it? I'm dropping a tendo. Is this the gold of a true protagonist of a quantum leap? It's just too scary. Chapter 117, Seeing the Sunwheel is like seeing the poor path. Looking at the actions of Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, there were some surprises in Fuguang's heart. However, just as he was able to openly accept Fuxi's gift of executing his subordinates and claimed his commission for the same reason, for the red cloud in Jin Yuanzi's two men's worship. Fuguang likewise accepted it at face value. After nodding with a smile, Fuguang raised his hand towards the two men and gestured for them to sit down as well. With pleasure. And sit. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, who were even a bit dazed themselves, also sat down after thanking Fuguang. There was some surprise in their own minds at what they had just done. Unconsciously, he stood up and made a big bow to Fuguang, and was not the least bit upset, but even felt that it was not bad. That's odd. The golden pupil looked at Red Cloud. Fuguang pondered slightly. Subsequently, Buzz, with a casual flip of his large hand, symbolizing the status of the Fuguang Sun God's fruit position, the extreme innate merit spiritual treasure, Sun Will, appeared in his hand. It was casually sent to Red Cloud by Fuguang. By the time Red Cloud turned his puzzled gaze to himself, it was Fuguang who smiled. Since you, Taoist friend, are doing things for the poor Taoist, you have to walk among the 4 seas and 8 deserts. The poor Taoist naturally wants to ensure the personal safety of fellow Taoists. The Sun Will is temporarily lent to fellow Taoist for protection. During the period when you are working for the poor Taoist, if you encounter any obstruction, or if you want to be unfavorable to you, you can sacrifice the Sun Wheel. And during the period of karma, the poor Taoist will undertake it for you. Seeing the Sun Wheel is like seeing a poor man. At the same time, Fuguang also turned his head to look at both Fuxi and Baizhe. At the same time, he opened his mouth to the 4 men. This great joyous event is vital for the poor Taoist. For Shiha and Shangxi, if you meet brash and unreasonable obstruction of the generation, there is no need to force and write down. Come back to the Golden Crow Palace to inform the poor Tao. The poor Taoist will personally go to these people to theorize about theories. I believe that under the poor Taoist's reasoning, all of you should be facilitated. Hearing these words from Fuguang, whether it was Fuxi or Baizhe, or Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, all of them had smiles on their faces. Even said yes. Subsequently, Red Cloud once again bowed towards Fuguang. Many thanks for the favor of lending your treasure to protect you, fellow Taoist. After all was said and done, Red Cloud didn't push back, and simply accepted the Sun Will that Fuguang had lent him for the time being. This old boy also knew his own strength, had lagged behind the same level of great avatar back then too much, and was also very clear about how bad his situation was nowadays. So, that would be irresponsible for your life if you were still polite. After arranging the 4 people of Fuxi and Red Cloud, when Fuguang's gaze turned, it landed on the 2 Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu. After a little contemplation, he got straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu was nobly the head of the Immortal Court, the head of the female immortals, and fellow Taoist Xuanmu was also in the position of the Immortal Court Emperor. It's not a good idea to trouble the 2 fellow Taoists with this private matter of the poor Tao. When everything is settled, the poor Taoist will order someone to personally hold invitations to go ahead and invite the Immortal Court's immortals. And at that time, I would also like to ask you, Taoist friend, to come. This? Hearing Fuguang's words, Western Queen Mother and Xian Nu both froze for a moment. Are the 2 of us being left out of this meritocracy straight away? Having understood this, the hearts of the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu were greatly disappointed. They had originally planned to participate in Fuguang's scheme this time, to get some heavenly Tao merits from it, and alleviate their own karmic shackles. As a result, it never occurred to me that it's amazing that Fuguang didn't include the 2 of them in the scheme. And the reason given was really something that Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu could not refute. So, even if their hearts were full of regrets, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu had to wear generous smiles on their faces. expressing their approval for Fuguang's arrangement. Replied, "I will definitely come then." Xian Nu also responded, "Definitely come and congratulate." Fuguang could be said to be well aware of the regrets in the hearts of Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu. Only, he wasn't about to change his plans. These two women didn't even put themselves in their place to begin with. The Queen Mother of the Fairy Court? A fairy goddess? The former Immortal Court base camp was all exploded by the ancestral witch Di Jiang with a single punch. Nowadays, it was just a matter of lingering on. And even if he himself didn't come out of the mountain, sooner or later, the Queen Mother of the West and the others wouldn't be able to escape the end of their fall. This time as a guest. Originally, Fuguang thought that the Queen Mother of the West was a smart person, and that she would have a high opinion after her arrival. So, he even stood at the entrance to the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace to greet both. As a result, the moment he opened his mouth, he was presenting himself as the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Emperor of the Immortal Court. Is that what you want to do? Tell him that Fu Lord of the Stars, heavenly favored sacred master, cultivator of virtue divine of the sun, #1 under the saint's light, that the Immortal Court is orthodox, and that he has to come and ask him to go and support the re-emergence of the Immortal Court in the capacity of the Lord of the Immortal Court. Can't he? It's just idiotic. Can't even see the current situation clearly. Can't even pose myself correctly. In that case, Fuguang was no longer interested in all the purposes of the Queen Mother of the West coming over this time. To be able to smile and let them in as guests was already Fuguang's kindness. Trying to get a rise out of him? The Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu are no longer qualified for this. At the very least, the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu, who still held themselves out as the Immortal Court, did not have this qualification. Didn't care about the regrets and thoughts within the Western Queen Mother in Xian Nu's heart. Finally, Fuguang's gaze went to Nuwa. Fellow Taoist, Nuwa is vital to this plot. So, poor Taoist would like to solemnly invite fellow Taoist Nuwa to participate in this plot. Words. A light smile also appeared on the waiting Nuwa's face. Responded towards Fuguang. Since it was a fellow Taoist who asked, Nuwa naturally won't excuse herself. I don't know what I need the poor Taoist to do. Please also make it clear. The poor Taoist will definitely do his best. Of course it's going to be all hands on deck. After all, who would have trouble with the heavenly Tao merit when there was heavenly Tao merit to be taken? Fuguang didn't care about Nuwa's change in attitude from being careless earlier to being very enthusiastic now. Since becoming a disciple of a saint, he has gained the foundation of sainthood. After knowing that he must become a saint in the future. 3 clearings or not. Nuwa too. It was the named disciples of the 2 saints, Guiding and Junti. All have varying degrees of inflation. It's a natural and human thing to do. When you become a heavenly saint, you also stand above all beings. In other words, don't look at the fact that right now, the many great avatars could still address each other as Tao friends with the 3 pristine ones, Nuwa and Guiding paramount. But when they become saints, there would be no one with whom they could address each other as Taoist friends, except for each other. Who wouldn't be honored with a saintly lord? In this way, it's only normal to be condescending. And there's something not so normal about not being condescending. At this moment, there's no point in caring what Nuwa's attitude is. When she had proven herself, she was counted by the saints of the heavens in succession. Even the 2 named disciples, Guiding and Junti, were pressing down on Nuwa. And even when they addressed Nuwa as their senior sister, she was unable to resist. Nuwa would have been well behaved. Chapter 118, The Torn Nuwa. Look at Nuwa. Fuguang didn't sell out either. Straight to the point. In the hands of fellow Taoist Nuwa, there is a spiritual treasure of marriage bestowed by the saints. Red hydrangea. In the way of marriage. When there are three marriages, heaven, earth, and man. Those who witness the three marriages. The two parties witnessing the marriage. The celebrant holding the red embroidered ball. And those who participate and contribute to the witnessing of the marriage. Can all receive the heavenly Tao merit citation. The poor Taoist scheming this time is on top of this heavenly marriage. Hearing Fuguang's explanation, the people present were all stunned. And then a sudden realization appeared on their faces. Especially Nuwa. This moment. The red embroidered ball inside her shook slightly. And information about the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man flowed out and was known to her. And it was not far from what Fuguang had said. One thought to this. A surprised and unexpected smile appeared on Nuwa's face. He then arched his hand towards Fuguang and thanked him. Many thanks for your guidance, fellow Taoist. The heavenly Tao merit of witnessing the three marriages might not be as much as Fuguang's setting the time calendar of the flood and establishing the time sequence of heaven and earth. But it shouldn't be any less than Fuguang's creation of words and the establishment of the way of letters. More importantly, after witnessing the three marriages, the great Tao of marriage would inevitably be in her hands. And with the chi luck of the one converging on her, it would also be of great benefit. And this chi is not a one-time thing. In the future, all beings between heaven and earth, including cultivators, but all sentient beings together can be considered to be adding to the avenue of marriage. Adding a little bit of chi. Under less is more. Nuwa had already seen quite a sizable chi income. After figuring that out, in her excitement, Nuwa. It also couldn't help but look at Fuguang, who was full of gentle smiles. With emotion. It's really a good thing to be friends with fellow Taoist Fuguang. If fellow Taoist Fuguang had any merit, chance, or benefit, he would truly point it out. And take you along for the ride. Other than that, all the things that witnessed the heavenly marriage. In fact, his own elder brother, White Zephyr, Red Cloud, and Jin Yuanzi couldn't intervene at all. With fellow Taoist Fuguang's own skills, it wouldn't take much time at all to prepare all the preparations for the heaven-proof marriage. And in this way, the amount of heavenly Tao merit that fellow Taoist Fuguang himself would be able to obtain would be even greater. There is simply no need to go the extra mile and parcel it out to others. However, fellow Taoist Fuguang still brought everyone together to plan this matter. What's this? Oh, this part of the heavenly merit of the stage of preparation for the distribution of profits. Between this flooded heavens and earth, would there be anyone who would dislike the amount of heavenly Tao merits they could obtain? Who would be so generous as to give someone else heavenly merits? Thinking about it, it was only the great virtuous cultivator, the high-minded and very righteous to his friends, Taoist friend Fuguang. He can be really too kind. Back to the main topic. Fuguang accepted Nuwa's thanks openly. Meanwhile, opened his mouth to remind. The various details of the witnessing of the three marriages have all been pushed through by the poor Taoist. There's just one more problem. At this moment, Nuwa, who knew that this matter was closely related to her own chances, was already serious. Hearing Fuguang say that, he asked in a hurry, "What's the problem? Could it be that even with your ability, you are not able to solve it?" Shook his head. Fuguang's gaze went to Nuwa. This problem does not lie with the poor Taoist, nor with all of you Taoist friends, nor with the details of the arrangement. And it lies with fellow Taoist Nuwa. A sniff. Nuwa's face wore a puzzled look. On the poor man's body? What makes you say that? Fellow Taoist? Please also enlighten me. Sigh. Fuguang's face had a slight sigh on it. Open mouth. Fellow Taoist Nuwa. And all of you. to witness 3 marriages. Especially this heavenly marriage. The 2 parties witnessing the marriage have certain requirements in terms of strength and rank. So it's reasonable for the celebrant to also have requirements in terms of strength and rank above. Isn't it? That's all there is to it. Fuguang didn't make it too clear, giving Nuwa a bit of face. But the smart people in the room were clear in their minds. That's what he's saying. As witnesses to the marriage, Fuguang and sisters Shihe and Changxi's strength and status are sufficient. Except for Nuwa, who holds the red embroidered ball and assumes the responsibility of officiating at the marriage, whose strength is quite inferior. Nowadays, Nuwa. It's also still considered a powerful great avatar. A late-stage paragon saint who had cut down 2 corpses. Honestly, compared to Red Cloud, who also possessed the Hongmeng purple chi, it was quite a bit stronger, and belonged to the first echelon of power among the many great avatars of the flood. But it depends on who you're comparing it to. Not to mention the unfathomable Fuguang, who had the reputation of being the first person under the saints. It was Shihe, Changxi, and even Zhuangmu, who had chopped off 2 corpses and perfected her quasi-saintliness, who were all superior to today's Nuwa. Now Nuwa, in terms of strength amongst a group of top innate saints, it really wouldn't be much. After understanding Fuguang's meaning, there was a silence from the crowd. No one who couldn't read the eyes turned their gaze to Nuwa. The strength of a saint's disciple is something that can't be placed in front of fellow Taoist Fuguang. This is indeed a very humiliating thing. But we were all friends, and it was not good to make Nuwa look too bad at the moment. So they simply fell silent. And Nuwa's face was likewise a bit ugly. She was a proud innate divine. And especially after becoming a sage's shut-in disciple and obtaining the foundation of sainthood, knowing that she was destined to become a saint, this pride grew with each passing day. Today, being directly pointed out by Fuguang that her strength was lacking, more or less. It's time to tear the mask of pride Nuwa has been wearing. It made her face up to the fact that she was already too far behind. There was silence for a while. Nuwa quickly calmed herself. After regaining her normalcy. Open mouth. The poor road. Understands. Just so. Won't this delay the good deeds of the 3 fellow Taoists? Between the words, Nuwa looked towards Fuguang, her beautiful eyes carrying a pensive color. Hearing this highly emotional rhetorical question, Fuguang smiled. Low emotional intelligence, the old lady is low on strength, but doesn't intend to give up this chance. So think of something. Highly emotional, isn't this going to hold you up? Rather, there is no need to hurry. Fuguang remained very calm. Since the poor Taoist has brought up this issue, he naturally has a solution as well. Words. Nuwa's face took on a color of certainty. Sure enough, since this guy brought up this issue, he must have a solution to the problem. After all, it was the existence of his own big brother who was following him, going to achieve some dominance and had great plans. How is it possible not to plan and then move? May I hear it? Nuwa's face was filled with anticipation, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Fuguang. At this moment, Nuwa looked at Fuguang Daorun with a normal mindset after being torn through the false pride she herself had been harboring. Suddenly she began to understand. Why was it that his own elder brother and the others? Why did they seem to be under the spell of Taoist Fuguang? Very much admire and respect Fuguang Daorun now. On this Fuguang Taoist, it does have a very attractive layer of charm present. She was getting some side-eye. Chapter 119, Nuwa, Fuguang. I want you to help me cultivate. Took a sip of wine. Fuguang's face wore a smile. Open mouth. Truth be told, in my spare time, the poor Taoist also practiced the great Tao of creation with the help of a supreme treasure. Although the attainments aren't too high, I think it's still not too much of a problem to have a discussion with fellow Taoist Nuwa to help you cultivate. As long as fellow Taoist Nuwa's Tao can advance even further. The poor Taoist can then guarantee that this matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage is 9 out of 10. Though the safest thing to do is for Nuwa to do this after she becomes a saint. But the thing is, will Fuguang help Nuwa become a saint? Must not be possible. That's too much karma. The current Fuguang was not willing to take it on even if he could afford it. Therefore, he only intended to help Nuwa achieve the realm of paragon perfection. The officiating paraclete consummated. He and Shang-Shi were likewise quasi-saintly perfection. He, Fuguang, didn't have to say much. Even if it's a little bit worse. But Fuguang felt that with his identity as the heavenly Tao's most beloved pup, the Lord of the Stars, and the Sun God, he could still gain the heavenly Tao's approval. So, the quasi-saint perfection Nuwa was also barely qualified. If that's not enough, there's him Fubuki to take the fly. Not a big problem. At this moment, hearing Fuguang's words, everyone was stunned. And Nuwa even frowned. A further step in the path? Doesn't that mean want her, Nuwa, to reach the perfection of the Paraclete realm? It's not that simple. After all, Nuwa knows her own family. She didn't feel any breakthrough at all. If she had practiced normally, she would have needed at least another 10 or so Yuanhui's time before she was able to consummate her quasi-Saint Tao fruit. Was this Taoist Fuguang so confident that he could help himself perfect his own paragon Tao fruit? It's a little too arrogant. Isn't it? Or are you having fun with her, Nuwa? Think about it. Nuwa couldn't help but feel some displeasure. Fellow Taoist is joking. She wasn't convinced. If this Taoist Fuguang really had this ability, I'm afraid that he would have been able to witness the Tao by now? Would it still be just at the level of a great avatar? Ha ha ha. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fuguang wasn't annoyed and let out a laugh afterward. The eyes turned to the crowd in the great hall. Open mouth. It's not too late to discuss the matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage after this. Today it's rare that all of you Taoists are gathered together. So why don't we discuss the Tao and validate each other? The words fell. Buzz. Fuguang also didn't pull too much lip with Nuwa, directly releasing himself for all these years. With the help of the great Tao of creation's supreme treasure, Shan Kuan Ding, as well as the refining of a huge amount of peripheral star spiritual treasures, and reversing the sense between the innate, he had already comprehended the great Tao of creation, which was the ultimate of the perfection of the golden immortal of the mixed elements. The top doilies bloom. Incredibly subtle, infinite chi of creation was released. Meanwhile, Fuguang directly attracted the resonance of the great Tao of creation. And a golden flower of the great Tao of creation blossomed inside the Golden Crow Palace. And a piece of the great Tao of the 10,000 souls and all living beings' visions were strewn all over the places of the Golden Crow Palace. This scene, it directly caused the crowd in the great hall to be filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, one's own quasi-saintly Tao fruits were pulled by the chi and involuntarily released. A Red Avenue celebration cloud evolved behind Red Cloud, releasing auspicious light and containing the endless mysteries of cause and effect. Next to the red clouds, Jin Yuanzi's top Taoist flower flowed with thick, calm and true meaning, with the scene of endless mountains and rivers and earth veins emerging. Fuxi evolved heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, wind and clouds. Between the change of the momentum, heaven and earth's momentum in a thought, the chi of blessing and misfortune constantly rose around Buzhou. And with one drink and one peck, he tended to blessing and avoided misfortune, and dialed up the chi of all living beings. Around the body of the Queen Mother of the West, the Shihua to the wonderful pure Yin Avenue flows. At the same time, there is a heavenly punishment way surging. both sacred to the pure and majestic inviolable. Behind Xian Nu evolved the aura of armament and killing, rising with a monstrous armament fury. The two of them, Shiha and Shangxi, were evolving the Taiyin Avenue visions of the full moon and the curved moon. Among the crowd of great adepts present, the only one who was dumbfounded was Nuwa. None other. At this moment, the lightscape of the great Tao of creation displayed on her body was completely crushed on all fronts by the true intent of creation. The infinitely mysterious visions of creation invoked by Fuguang. That feeling. It's like a yellow-haired girl with a little something to offer meets a high-flying, top-quality, mature uncle. Before the great Tao of creation evolved by Fuguang, Nuwa's great Tao of creation belonged to the category of being all completely taken awe. At this moment, another veneer of pride for Nuwa. It was viciously torn apart by Fuguang. There was a long period of silence. Nuwa finally recognizes the truth. She's not as good as Fuguang. Regardless of whether it was from strength, or from today's position, or from the attainment aspect of the great Tao of creation, and so on and so forth, they had all been completely crushed. The veneer of pride they've been holding on to for so long. After being torn apart all within this very short period of time by Fuguang, Nuwa had to face her naked inner self head-on. So, she began to look more directly and seriously at her inner self. So she's Nuwa. Has it been abandoned by the times and weakened to such an extent? No talk of Fuguang. Not to mention the three former closest friends of the quasi-Saint Tao fruit perfection. Shiha, Shangxi, and Ziwangmu. It was Jin Yuanzi, an honest person, who was more powerful than her. Even Bai Zai, a junior, might have surpassed her in terms of strength after using the spiritual treasure Fuguang had rewarded him with to decapitate his corpse. It's my own brother. It's actually already stronger than her. 2. Who dash? After exhaling a long breath of depressing turbid air, Nuwa's face finally got serious. It is the poor Taoist who is complacent. In the future. Never again. Back in the day. She, Nuwa, was the topmost powerhouse amongst the group of cultivators, for she was indeed outstandingly strong and worthy of her own pride. And now, because of his obsession with the Hongmeng purple qi, he had instead neglected his own Tao fruits as well as his strength. Clothed in the garb of a saint's disciple and a future saint of the heavenly Tao, what exactly did she, Nuwa, have to be proud of? She is not yet sanctified. One day without sainthood. Her pride. One day without foundation. Like rootless floating weeds in dreams and bubbles. Was easily poked and prodded. It's like right now. With just a few words and a few movements, Taoist Fuguang stripped her Nuwa naked. It's just so wrong. After realizing this, Nuwa rose directly from her position. With a serious face, he arched his hand towards Fuguang in worship and requested, "And please, fellow Taoist, help me cultivate." Feeling Nuwa's inner lethargy as well as that wave of arrogance exhausted, she finally came to a great realization. A satisfied smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Nodded. To know shame is a great good. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for finding your original heart. The future path will surely be smooth sailing. It's just the paramount sage perfection realm. And sit. I'll help you. Hearing Fuguang's words, Nuwa once again bowed towards Fuguang. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Wait until Nuwa sits down. Fuguang didn't waste any time. And with a thought in his mind, buzz around Fuguang's body, all sorts of consummate level Tao paths continuously emerged. For a moment, all sorts of Tao flowers bloomed within the Golden Crow Palace. and an endless variety of true meanings of the great Tao continuously flowed. All of us in the room can make a difference. Being able to echo the Taiyin Avenue of the two sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, Fuguang way. The innate E-number way that could resonate with both Fuxi and Baizhe. Fuguang also knew Xian Nuwa's bingo formation, the heavenly punishment of the Queen Mother of the West, Red Cloud's karma, Zenyuanzi's mountains and rivers, Nuwa's avenue of creation, even to the point of the four seasons, the weather, and the time of the four flower fairies of the attendants who serve in the great hall of the Golden Crow Palace. Fumitsu knows them all. Feeling this seemingly all-encompassing, all sorts of consummation of the true meaning of the great Tao, the crowd of great avatars inside the great hall froze. For a while, a pair of gazes with shocking inexplicable looks were all directed towards the face full of gentle smiles. As if he had done a small, insignificant thing. Fuguang. Was this the tip of the iceberg of strength possessed by the number one person under the saints? The crowd didn't forget one thing. Taoist Fuguang's fundamental Tao was several other Tao including the Sun Tao. What was being displayed at the moment was nothing more than the great Tao that he had supplemented. The ways of the miners are already so many and so terrifying. Then what level was his major avenue? His fundamental avenue. Already at? Don't dare think about it. Don't even dare to think about it. Chapter 120 West Queen Mother who doesn't know what's going on. Inside the great hall, the crowd quickly came back to their senses and silently lamented. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is truly unfathomable. Subsequently, everyone was collecting their minds. It began to evolve and expound on its own Tao, while at the same time it was constantly asking others for Tao questions. Of course, the main thing, still, from the Tao that Fuguang had displayed, which was able to echo his own Tao, he drew nourishment and tamped himself. And the outermost perimeter. The attendant four-flower immortals were naturally not qualified to participate in this level of discourse. But this does not prevent the attendant four-flower fairies are grasping their own masters to give them the opportunity to evolve the seasons, time and so on with them related to a number of avenues. Seriously began to enlightenment cultivation up. The Golden Crow Palace was soon transformed into a place filled with the great Tao. Quiet down. In this way, thousands of years have rushed by. 1,000 years later, the discourse session of the group of great avatars was over. Fuxi and Baizhe both were given more important tasks by Fuguang. And time was also more intense. So, just choose to retire first. The two men stood up. All of them bowed towards Fuguang. Fuxi opened his mouth. Fellow Taoist Fuguang, the matter of your big day with the two Taiyin fellow Taoists is of great importance. So the poor Taoist and little friend Baizhe will set off on their errand. Besides, I'm sure this is one thing that you, Tao friend, will still need quite a few more hands to help you with. Little friend Shangyang and the others from Fingqi Mountain, as well as the many later generations of students who sought refuge in the past, are available to be driven by you? Taoist. This time, the two poor Taoists will first make a trip back to Fingqi Mountain, ordering all of them to come to the Golden Crow Palace to be at your disposal. What do you think, fellow Taoist? As he spoke, Fuxi's face looked at Fuguang with a sense of solicitude. A moment of contemplation. Fuguang nodded slightly. This time, we do need some manpower. So let them come to the Golden Crow Palace and wait for the time being. Swish swish. Hearing Fuguang's permission, both Fuxi and Baizhe's eyes lit up. Accepted. Fuguang Daoyu, Elder Fuguang, accepted. Collecting people also means that his hegemony is about to gradually unfold and the avenues of both of them. Right in the midst of this true hegemony of heaven and earth. So, Fuxi and Baizhe, Who confirmed this? Were both overjoyed. Of course. The two of them are not forgetting who they are while rejoicing. Once again. He bowed in the right of a subordinate. Here. Not too much bullshit. After saying the matter, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe were the two who bid farewell towards the others and then quickly left the Golden Crow Palace. It wasn't long after Fu Shi left with Bai Zhe. The two good friends, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, also got up at the same time after glancing at each other, arching his hand in worship toward Fuguang. As fellow Taoist Fu Shi said just now, Taoist friends, great joy. The matter is important. Poor Taoist and Jin Yuanzi Taoist brother. This will go a trip to the three tribes of the innate. In addition to the poor Taoist, also want to notify a few good friends. For the poor Taoist wide. About the foundation of the sainthood to reselect the main thing. It is therefore. The two poor Taoists will also leave first. Red Cloud's words fell. Jin Yuanzi, who was honestly looking on the side, then spoke up. After the poor Tao goes back to the five vast temple, he will also solicit the various Taoist friends and a group of young friends who are guests at the five vast temple. And if there are any who are willing to come here to listen to the dispositions of the Taoist friends, the poor Tao will let them come over as well. I wonder if it's possible. After hearing the words of the two men, Fuguang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A small smile appeared on his face. Isn't it fun to have friends from afar? For Poverty Road's big celebration. Naturally, friends from all sides are welcome to come over as guests and help Poverty Road do something to make this Golden Crow Palace lively. Only, Poverty Road's Golden Crow Palace has many rules. And Poverty Road himself is the ancestor of the way of literature. And the world knows that Poverty Road pays attention to etiquette. So the Taoist notification should state dash. Fellow Taoists who can abide by the rules and are patient, come over here. If you can't do it, don't make the trip for nothing. Fuguang took in all the men and horses from Fengqi Mountain. Wujuangwans. What's wrong with that? It was only different from the group of immortals on the side of Fengqi Mountain that would have been his subordinates and right-hand men in the original Flood Great Power. The five Zhuangguan's men and horses were not part of Fuguang's original plan. So, a quick hello in advance is still necessary. Come as you're told. Fuck off if you don't listen. Those who want to come again and don't want to be listened to will have to be made to understand their reasoning. It's natural. Jin Yuanzi bowed and responded to Fuguang's instructions. Not much longer. The two of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, also left directly. Inside the Great Hall, the people who are still here. It was only Fuguang, the master of the Golden Crow Palace. Both are considered future mistresses of the sisters Shiha and Changxi. Nuwa, who will be staying at the Golden Crow Palace to seek the help of Fuguang to cultivate and prepare for the heavenly marriage, will be the one who will be staying at the Golden Crow Palace to seek the help of Fuguang. As well as, the situation seems slightly awkward. To leave. But the purpose of this visit has not been achieved. To stay. There is no reason to continue to stay in the Western Queen Mother and Xiannu too. Sitting in the main seat, Fuguang's pair of golden pupils turned toward Queen Mother West and Xiannu. Temperance spoke. Two fellow Taoists. This time, I've come to poor Taoist's Golden Crow Palace to be a guest and discuss the Tao. I don't know if there's any hospitality that's not good enough. Hearing Fuguang's words, the Queen Mother of the West gently shook her head, laughing. There is naturally no shortage of hospitality from fellow Taoists. This time. But it is the two poor Taoists who have been bothering me a lot. Aside. Xiannu also smiled and nodded her head, acknowledging the Western Queen Mother's words. Hearing the words of the Queen Mother of the West, Fuguang smiled. No hospitality would be nice. Otherwise, the poor Taoist would be rude. There's a sentence. Fuguang began to chat awkwardly with Queen Mother West. But every time the Queen Mother of the West wanted to talk about the purpose of this trip, she was easily blocked by Fuguang, who changed the topic. A few times down the line, those present, with the exception of Chang Shi, who didn't care at all about all sorts of crooked things, Nuwa and Shiha, both of them, were able to sense Fuguang's subtle attitude towards the Queen Mother of the West as well as Xian Nu. Only Shiha is dominated by Fuguang, while Nuwa has a request for Fuguang. Neither would open their mouths to help create an opportunity for the Queen Mother of the West. After a few more moments of conversation, the Queen Mother of the West had tried several times, and could sort of see that Fuguang wasn't going to listen to her talk about the business of getting here today. And so it was. Then he also opened his mouth to say goodbye. It's not right to come here and disturb fellow Taoist for so long. Having gained something from the appropriate argument, it's time to go back and retreat for a while. Fellow Taoists. The poor Taoist will take his leave. Between the words, the Queen Mother of the West was already standing up. And towards the Fuguang several people. They all bowed. Likewise, as a close confidant of the Queen Mother of the West, Xian Nu also rose to take her leave. See this. Fuguang stood up and returned the Western Queen Mother's salute. In that case, the poor Taoist will not keep the two fellow Taoists. I hope that the two fellow Taoists will be able to go back to their seclusion this time and make further progress. Between the words, Fuguang turned his head to look at the attendant 4 flower immortals waiting on the side. On behalf of this seat, you guys send off the two fellow Taoists. Don't be slow. Aside. The attendant 4 flower fairies all stepped forward and responded. A few moments later, under the escort of the attendant 4 flower immortals, the two of them, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu, left the solar planet with full of regrets. Wait until the Queen Mother of the West has left with the Xian Nu. Shiha, who was sitting next to Fuguang. It was only then that he inquired about Fuguang Dao. You interrupted what the Queen Mother of the West was going to say several times. Could it be that you already knew what she was going to say? Words. Fuguang smiled. Open mouth. She came as the Lord of the Immortal Court. Hear this. She has good-looking eyebrows, couldn't help but raise. The face was clear. I see. Then I understand. The identity of the Lord of the Immortal Court? Ridiculous. Stupid. Foolishness. Not knowing what's going on. Chapter 121, White Zephyr decapitates corpses. Fenqi Mountain was attacked. Inside the Palace of the Sun, none of the 4 Fuguang people cared about the Queen Mother of the West as well as the Xin Maiden duo. After a few more years, the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, also bid farewell towards Fuguang. Send his 2 future wives outside the Golden Crow Palace. Fuguang's face wore a gentle smile. The process of witnessing the heavenly marriage is already clear to both of you sisters, so I won't say any more. This departure, you'll just have a good time waiting for the big day in Taiyin. Hearing Fuguang's words, the corners of Shiha's mouth rose slightly. Yes. My sister and I are on the Taiyin planet. And there's no need to be in a hurry for you to prepare for the heavenly marriage. Just take your time. Aside. Chang Shi came straight to the point. I'll be waiting for you. Words. A smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Nodded. Yes. There's no yippee scene. After settling these matters, the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, transformed into a clear and cold moonlight and headed towards the Taiyin star. Witnessed the two sisters leaving. It was only then that Fuguang turned around and walked back inside the Golden Crow Palace, coming inside the Fusang courtyard. At this moment, Nuwa was sitting next to the immortal table under the Fusang courtyard. pouring her own drink and exuding a sense of serenity and holiness. Seeing Fuguang come back, Nuwa, who had a peaceful and serene expression, took the initiative to speak. Sent the two Taoists Shiha and Changxi away? Nodded casually. Fuguang also took a seat in his place. The golden pupil looked to Nuwa. There is nothing happening at the moment. So let's discuss some sermons with you, so that you can pick up the Paragon Perfection Tao fruit at an early date? Words. Nuwa's pair of beautiful eyes looked toward Fuguang, whose body was vaguely flowing with a golden light of merit and virtue. Once again, I am impressed with how marvelous Fuguang is. Subsequently, Nuwa, who had a serious face, spoke. Please, fellow Taoist Fuguang, smiled. Pour yourself a cup of laurel brew. Fuguang's face was filled with an unimpressed smile. You're welcome. The words fell. Buzz. Fuguang let go of his top Tao flower and only evolved the great Tao of creation that he had supplemented his own cultivation. At once, in the middle of the Fuzhou courtyard, the heavenly voice of creation was clear and pleasing to the ears. Fascinating, a golden flower of the great Tao and a golden lotus of the great Tao bloomed, the subtle true intent of creation filled the air. The great avatar preaches and discusses the word, and does not say it with his lips. Rather, it evolves and demonstrates one's own understanding of the avenue one is practicing. Meanwhile, from the sound of the other party's great Tao and the true meaning of the great Tao evolve to feel, and seek to complement the mystery of their own great Tao. Mutual verification. Mutual progress. As the saying goes, the great Tao is wonderful. How can the true way be easily told and verified with words so strong? Feeling the myriad meaning of creation that Fuguang evolved and displayed, Nuwa's heart was shaken for a moment. In the previous 1,000-year discourse, Fuguang did not only display the great Tao of creation, but under the brilliance of the various secondary cultivation avenues, the depth of the great Tao of creation was not outstanding. At this moment, Fuguang concentrated on evolving the great Tao of creation, without the other supplementary avenues competing for glory. Nuwa felt the vastness, depth, and specialty of the Fuguang creation avenue even more clearly. 1,000 years ago, she had already felt shocked when she glimpsed the tip of Fuguang's attainments in the avenue of creation. 1,000 years later, when she saw the great Tao of creation evolved by Fuguang, she only felt that she had stepped into another heaven and earth that was generally vast. Autumn waves flowed slightly in her beautiful eyes. Nuwa sat cross-legged. Buzz. Releasing his own late quasi-Saint Tao fruits, he evolved his own Tao to Fuguang, a senior on the cultivation path, while also asking Fuguang questions and seeking explanations. And after sensing the great Tao of creation evolved by Nuwa, the direction of Fuguang's evolution and display changed. The sound of the great way is all the rage. In giving Nuwa guidance, lighting up the path ahead of her on the great Tao of creation, leading Nuwa to progress little by little. Inside the Fuzhou courtyard, the scenery and atmosphere is serene and peaceful, and one look at it makes you feel that the years are still. In such a state, time passed quietly again. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years have passed. Phoenix Hill. After returning from Helios, Fuxi projected the location of the many spiritual roots, spiritual birds, and spiritual treasures needed to witness the heavenly marriage, as arranged by Fuguang. Meanwhile, he was also projecting the great day that Fuguang had asked for. White Zephyr, on the other hand, was scrambling to go into seclusion. Inside the pavilion, Fuxi with a serious face projected the time to witness the heavenly marriage. The best day. Da. A footstep came, immediately following by Zai, who had the same elegant temperament as Fuxi, but was the image of a young scholar. walked towards Fushi with an unconcealed joy on his face. Far away. Just start saying hello. Taoist brother Fushi. The poor Taoist has successfully come out of the gate. Stop what you're doing. Fushi stood up with an expected smile on his face. Responded towards Buzhou. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for cutting off 2 corpses in a row and successfully stepping into the late stage of Paragon. Between the 2 men talking, Buzhou was already walking inside the pavilion and familiarly took a seat in front of Fushi. After sitting down, White Zephyr, who had a face of emotion, spoke in a respectful tone. I had thought that refining a spiritual treasure and cutting 2 corpses in a row wouldn't go too smoothly. But the spiritual treasure that Elder Fuguang rewarded Poverty Road with is just too much of a match for Poverty Road. Whether it's the refining, or the process of decapitating the corpse, it's incomparably smooth. Even on the occasion of the decapitation of the 2 corpses the poor Taoist had some epiphanies in his heart. And also smoothly had an epiphany and stepped into the late quasi-saint realm. Both the grace of Elder Fuguang and the fortune of the poor Taoist. 20,000 years of time. Not only did Buzhou smoothly refine the 3 spiritual treasures that seemed to be tailor-made for him, but he also directly chopped out the good and evil corpses that could have been chopped out long ago. It was even a chance epiphany that smoothly crossed the bottleneck of the middle stage of quasi-sainthood, advancing one's own Tao fruits to the late realm now. Look at the White Zephyr. Fushi smiled. With the ability of fellow Taoist Fuguang. Whether it's you, Shan Yang, 9 infants, K Meng, and all the other little friends, the realm as well as the spiritual treasures needed, he's only prepared them all. I just don't know when the other little friends, when they will be able to be recognized by fellow Taoist Fuguang and have to be bestowed with spiritual treasures. Between the words, Fushi lifted a pot of tea in his hand and poured a cup of spirit tea for Buzhou. And Buzhou was open to Fushi pouring him tea. Long years together. Regardless of whether it was Fushi or Buzhou, they had already treated each other as confidants and close friends. Fellow Taoists. Naturally, the highs and lows are not as obvious as they were in the beginning. There's no rush. Buzhou's demeanor was calm. This time, since Senior Fuguang has accepted the followers of all of you, then sooner or later, all of you will be able to establish your merits and be recognized by Senior Fuguang and bestowed with spiritual treasures. Words. Fushi smiled and nodded. That's the idea. The 2 chatted for a while longer after that. Buzhou's face got serious. Opened his mouth and asked, I wonder if the many matters of relocation have been prepared? Nodded. Fushi smiled and spoke. It's ready. Now that fellow Taoist has come out of the gate, act according to the previous plan. You lead the group and take the treasure trove of Fengqi Mountain and head to the Sun Star. And the poor Tao will set out this time to find the spiritual roots and spiritual treasures needed to witness the heavenly marriage. When you return from the Sun Star, you will go directly to look for spirit birds and spirit beasts. The 2 good days needed. The poor Taoist has already projected the day of the next recruitment. As for the day of the big day is really important. After that you and I work together to project. How? For such a long-planned arrangement. White Zephyr naturally had no opinion. So very good. After the 2 men finalized the next arrangements. But sit for less time. Then they all got up and were ready to go according to plan. And just at that moment, boom! The innate grand formation that enveloped the entire Fengqi Mountain shook violently. And the guardian immortal light of the grand formation was directly passively activated by an extreme ferocious attack. Chapter 122, Buzhou, Heaven's Mandate. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. Just a little while ago, outside of Fenghu Mountain, several great wizards from the Gonggong tribe of the Witch Clan gathered here. And behind them were quite a number of Witch Clan warriors who had come out to hunt. looking at the Fengqi mountain which is surrounded by immortal mist. The auspicious weather of the immortal family rises inside. The spiritual beasts play and the spiritual birds fly. Leader of the great wizard of the Gong Gong tribe, Xiang Lu. Gulped. Ouch, I'm going to dash. I didn't think that inside this Fengqi mountain there are still so many wild game. This grand wizard declares. For the next period of time, the sons and daughters will hunt in this Fengqi mountain, which is so big that it's big enough for the big guys to eat for a while. Ha ha ha. Hearing Sajari's words, the several other great wizards beside him also responded with a bright and loud laugh. And a pair of fiery gazes were staring at the many spirit beasts and spirit birds inside the Fengqi mountain. These. But it's all good food. Only. There were also some concerns raised by the great wizards. I've heard that this Fengqi mountain is the dojo of the two siblings of the flood's renowned great avatars Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Nuwa. And that bitch called Nuwa seems to still have the status of a shut-in disciple of the Heaven's Path sage. Can just a few of us mess with them? Hearing the words of this great sorcerer, the leader of the group, Sagittarius, spoke disdainfully. So what? A great avatar? Nothing more than that. It's not like we haven't killed so-called great avatars before. Don't worry. Not a big problem. Between the words, Sajari turned to look at the many witch warriors behind himself, laughing out loud. With so many of us, can we still not manage a mere 2 great avatars? Join forces together and designate to be able to crunch and kill indiscriminately. Don't worry. The advantage is mine. Speaking of which, Ayanami dug his nose in one hand and gave a scornful look, looking at the great sorcerer who had just opened his mouth with some concern. Or is it? You boys wimped out? The preceding words are indifferent. But this last look of contempt from Shangliu, and that phrase "you're a wimp," brought psychological damage to the great witch. No less than a few slaps from Kwa Kwa. The words had just fallen. The great sorcerer who had spoken earlier instantly reddened his eyes. Rumble. The terrifying chi and blood on his body exploded, and his hair stood upside down. Incomparably ferocious. This great sorcerer roared angrily. What? Who doesn't know that this great witch is brave and kills without blinking an eye? Sajari. Your boy's words hurt this great witch. You wait. After taking Fengqi mountain, this great witch will definitely beat the shit out of you and then beat you into the shit. The words fell. Buzz. On this one great sorcerer. He burst out with a terrifying chi and blood that shot straight up into the sky. And amidst the shouts of the many warriors of the sorcerer race, he displayed the true body of a great sorcerer that was tens of thousands of feet in length. Looking at the great sorcerer who manifested his true form, Ayanami didn't care about the other party's harsh words just now. Even opened his mouth to provoke. Just you? This great witch is only afraid that you are going to fall down before I can exert myself. This great sorcerer didn't push much with Shangliu either. The witch race has always been able to make a move. Never more nonsense. Etc. later. A fight is just a fight. A pair of giant eyes that were red looked in the direction of Fengqi mountain. Roar. The great wizard roared up to the sky. The fury between heaven and earth converged towards him. After coalescing into the body, the great sorcerer directly took a step and raised his hand to strike out an extremely ferocious and terrifying attack. He roared. This great witch is playing the lead. Those who are not cowards, follow this great witch. Roared. The terrifying attack struck by the great wizard fell down fiercely towards Fengqi mountain with extreme speed. A moment before approaching the sky over Mount Fengqi. It directly and passively activated the mountain protector innate formation of Fengqi mountain. And then ruthlessly collided with it. Rumble. The heavens and earth roared. Fengqi mountain trembled. And that powerful innate mountain protector formation, after the immortal light shook for a while, Restabilized. At this moment, in the middle of the Fengshu mountain, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, who were just about to move off and go to do an errand for the Fuguang Taoist friend, Fuguang Sr., they were following. Both had their faces changed slightly. One after another. They turned their heads to look out of Fengshu mountain. Upon seeing the tens of thousands of feet tall true-body great sorcerer, and the many sorcerer warriors that wailed after it, Fu Shi's face instantly became somewhat ugly. Subsequently, he sighed. The witch race has finally come. Beside Fu Shi, Bai Zhe couldn't help but frown. Open mouth. 6 great wizards. And a host of sorcerer warriors. It looks like a huge team of pioneering hunters. Seek to come to this side of Phoenix Hill. It's also the destiny of God. Slight pause. Bai Zhe looked over at Fu Shi. Inquired. Brother Dao. What should we do this time? A frown creased his brow. Fu Shi raised one hand to stroke his beard and a little thought. After today, you and I still have to search for treasures in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for fellow Taoist Fuguang. So there's no doubt that there are some things that are in the territory of the witch race. So it's not a good idea to directly tear ourselves apart with these barbarians. At this analysis, White Zephyr nodded in approval. Subsequently, he offered. Avoid them first? Words. Fu Shi nodded directly. Yes. Fellow Taoist. You lead everyone to leave first. And the poor Taoist will take over the grand formation at this moment and intercept these great sorcerers for a while. After you, Taoist friend. And the others have taken away all the resources within Mount Fengchi. The poor Taoist will let go of the great formation and go far away from the floodlands to do his job. Hearing Fu Shi's arrangement, Bai Zhe smiled and nodded. Great, good. Once the two agreed on a plan, they went straight into action. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, Fu Shi's vast mana surged, instantly taking over the innate mountain protection formation that had already been refined by him as well as Nuwa. With the main array of people taking over, the innate grand formation, which was still only passively activated, suddenly bloomed with immortal light that reflected the 9 heavens. A burst of dense spiritual mist rose up in all parts of Fengchi Mountain, directly covering the vision of a group of great wizards, as well as those sorcerer warriors looking towards the interior of Fengchi Mountain. See the situation. The great wizards leading the group all had excited faces. Ha ha ha. The grand formation has changed. That Taoist Fu Shi and Nuwa should be coming out soon. Right? I heard they were able to fight the ancestral witches? It all blows. Our ancestral witches are the strongest. And these great avatars are just a slap in the face. When they come out, let's go side by side. Sons and daughters? Sure. Next moment. Behind the great sorcerers, they also manifested themselves in strange shapes and forms. But without exception, they were all fierce and ferocious sorcerer warriors. One patted his chest. A neatly released yell. Witch! 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 Rumble! The dome of the sky was churning with wind and clouds. The sunlight gradually dimmed. And the thick and dull clouds, coordinated with the more and more terrifying fury, gradually shrouded the piece of heaven and earth where Fengchi Mountain was located. Meanwhile, the earth was also surging with a stream of turbid chi, which kept converging towards a group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors. For a moment, it was as if Fengchi Mountain had entered the stormy days before the end. See this. After taking over the innate formation, Fu Shi's face was written with colors of emotion. Open mouth. The witch race is truly blessed with a unique talent. What he had practiced was the innate easy number that projected the great situation of heaven and earth. It's natural to see The current witch race was still highly beloved by the flooded heaven and earth. Being able to easily invoke the great power of heaven and earth. Gathering the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. This. In today's witch race. Even ordinary witch warriors can do it. Not to mention the great wizards with strong battle power. And the ancestral wizards who were still above the great wizards. Trying to conquer and defeat such a witch race. The sheer difficulty of it. Unimaginable. However, it's precisely for this reason that Fuxi and Bai Zhe chose to enter the game without hesitation. As long as they can assist Fuguang. By truly prying the sorcerer race, defeating the sorcerer race, and conquering the sorcerer race, their respective Dao paths could definitely advance ruthlessly. Chapter 123, Sagiri, I have a plan. A group of great wizards had been preparing for a long time. However, they did not see Daoist Fuxi or Daoist Nuwa appear. Can't help but have some doubts. How? Then why don't Daoist Fuxi and Daoist Nuwa show up? It couldn't be that they are afraid of us and want to keep the big formation open. Not daring to come out. Right? Highly likely. What should they do if they want to avoid the war and stay out? It's up to them. Several great wizards were arrogant to the extreme. Seeing that Daoist Fuxi and Daoist Nuwa did not appear. And no bullshit. Directly, the entire team joined hands to forcefully break through this side of the innate great formation. And allocate Fengqi Mountain as the territory of the Witch Clan. As for first come first served courtesy? What the hell kind of rules are these? As long as they came from the Sorcerer Clan. Everything between this flooded heavens and earth was considered a legacy left by God the Father Pangu for them to inherit from the Sorcerer Clan. Today, Phoenix Hill, which was looked upon by the Witch Clan. That is an inseparable part of the territory of the witch race since the beginning of time. So, it wasn't them, the witches, who grabbed the land. Rather, it was Daoist Fuxi and Daoist Nuwa who had set aside this place as their dojo without the permission of the ancestral witches, as well as their sons and daughters of the Witch Clan. 6 great wizards. Hundreds of thousands of witch warriors. The terrifying might formed by gathering power together. Condensing the fury. Releasing and gradually fusing the collective chi and blood. Was also extremely terrifying. Rumble. The piece of heaven and earth where Fengqi Mountain was located was shrouded by the terrifying chi and blood of the sorcerer race. The coalesced baleful chi. And the turbid chi of the earth that rose up. Extreme ferociousness. Making Fuxi, who was presiding over the grand formation at the moment, raise an eyebrow. This power should not be underestimated. It was already no weaker than an ordinary paragon great avatar. If it wasn't for the fact that these great wizards were forming formations and after fusing their chi and blood, the time they were able to last wasn't very long. Can't talk. A few great sorcerers together would be able to directly rival a not-so-weak great avatar. Or even directly make it fall. Strong is strong. Watching the actions of the 6 great sorcerers as well as the hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors, Fuxi calmly stroked his beard. Only trying to break the formation. But it's not enough. His words had just fallen. As if to verify how true Fuxi's words are in general. Boom! The joint attack of the group of great wizards then landed directly on top of the innate formation of Fengqi Mountain. The might of this strike could completely rival some great divine masters. Just a pity. Falling on top of the innate array presided over by Fuxi. But even the ripples of the innate array's immortal light failed to stir up a single point. Let alone break open the array. One hit won't do it. Then we'll do it again. Boom! 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 So on and so forth. After sending hundreds of strikes one after another, the innate great formation was motionless. On the other hand, the Sagittarius and other great wizards who had launched the formation-breaking attack were somewhat depleted. Mustn't Sagittarius and the other great wizards, as well as the sorcerer warriors behind them, abandoned their combined attack. Each and every one of them were gritting their teeth as they looked at the innate great formation that had directly enveloped and sheltered Fengqi Mountain. This grand formation is surprisingly so good. After resting for a while, Shangliu looked at the innate great formation that was still standing still. Open mouth. If you want to forcefully break the formation, I'm afraid you'll only have to ask the ancestral witches to take action. Hearing Sagiri's words, a great sorcerer on the side was filled with displeasure. For such a small matter, you have to go to the Pango Divine Hall to invite the ancestral witch over? I see that you, Shangliu, I'm afraid you don't want to be brutally beaten up by the ancestral witches. That's the word that came out. Subconsciously, Sagittarius's mind recalled the image of himself in the past years because he made the Gong Gong ancestor witch feel bad. Then he was slapped with a big mouth into the depths of the earth, and couldn't rise again. In a flash, the idea of going to the Pangu temple to invite the ancestral witches was left behind by Xiang Lu. He didn't want to be slapped deep into the earth again and nurse his wounds for 100,000 years. Although it doesn't matter if you're nursing an injury or not. But while recuperating from his injuries, he couldn't beat the other great wizards himself. By the time a provocation is encountered, after getting on his head, the fight is purely to be beaten. At this moment, Sagiri, whose sanity still existed, still made a wise choice. Ancestral witches are not invited. With a big wave of his hand, Shangliu said in a loud voice, this great witch has another plan. The words. Directly, the great wizards present, the many warriors of the witch race, all turned their shocked gazes toward Xian Lu. I'm afraid your bloodline is a bit impure. We witches, aside from the ancestral witches, whom everyone respects, who isn't a brainless mangaka anymore? And you say you have a plan? No way. Absolutely not. What's the plotting and scheming? A great sorcerer gave Sagiri a face and took over his topic. There's just something about the wording that's not quite right. However, neither Sagittarius nor the other great wizards and witch warriors felt that there was anything wrong. Schemes. It is universally known in the Wiccan community as scheming. Curse them. Sagiri's face wore an enigmatic and mysterious smile. Open mouth. According to this great witch's observation, these cultivators, the stronger they are and the higher their status, the more they pay attention to their faces. This Taoist Fushi's name is very loud between the floodlands and the heavens. His sister Taoist Nuwa is even a close disciple of that laborious heavenly Tao sage. It must all be very facetious. As long as we all curse the Taoist Fushi and Nuwa together, non-stop, it will definitely be able to make them so enraged that they will come out of the big formation and fight with us. Hearing Sagiri's plan, the eyes of the crowd of great wizards, as well as the warriors of the witch race, all lit up, and each of their faces were filled with excitement. Each one of them gave a thumbs up towards Shangliu. What an insidious scheme! That's so bad. But this witch loves it. It's just insidious. Then start cursing dash. Curse as hard as you like. And curse out the Taoist Fushi and Taoist Nuwa. Me first. A great sorcerer directly stepped forward, looking at the innate grand formation on Fengqi Mountain. Open your mouth and curse. Old man Fushi. Gutless rat. Come out and fight with this great witch. The other great wizards as well as the many wizards followed close behind. One after another, they cursed towards Feng Qishan. Fushi child. Get out and die. Fushi my son. Come out and meet your father. Nuwa old bitch. Come out and show yourself if you can. Afraid to come out because you're too ugly to be seen? Nuwa little bitch. For a moment, the shouts and curses of several great sorcerers as well as many sorcerer warriors were like rolling thunder. one wave after another, constantly resounding between this part of heaven and earth where Fingchi Mountain was located. It didn't take long to curse. Rumble. Inside Finghu Mountain, a strong late-stage quasi-saint aura abruptly erupted, shaking the nine heavens and dispersing quite a bit of the fury and blood chi that had converged in heaven and earth. Obviously, this screeching gambit of Saggeries. Rather, it really worked. Feeling that strong aura of a paragon, the group of great wizards and the witch warriors who were cursing with pleasure suddenly became even more energized. Not afraid of your reaction. Just in case you don't respond. Angry? That would be great. At this moment, Saggery had a smug smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Little Fushi and little Nuwa are furious. This great witch's plan has come to fruition. Now it seems, this great witch also has the potential to become a great sage strategist of my clan. Ayagi at the moment. It's pretty swell. Chapter 124, Fingchi Mountain's Crowd Strikes. Inside Finghu Mountain, Fu Shi, who was presiding over the grand formation, had a visibly angry face. As for the words of a group of great witches and sorcerer warriors abusing him, Fu Shi himself did not put much in his heart. But scolding your own sister, that's a bit much. Your own little sister is ugly? Fart. Within the world, between heaven and earth, who doesn't know that his own little sister is holy and elegant? And that her supreme beauty is the best of all the female immortals in the floodplains? She surged around his body. Fushi's eyes flashed with anger and cold light. Originally, he had planned to wait until Bai Zhe and the others had left, open this innate formation, and then directly leave himself. Now, Fushi intends to teach the group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors outside Fingchi Mountain some lessons now. Other side. Having already led the people to pack up the household goods of Fingchi Mountain, Bai Zhe was also hearing the insults of a group of great wizards outside Fingchi Mountain. There was a frown. Insolent man. Talking at the same time. Bai Zhe turned his head to look behind him at Shang Yang, K. Meng, Xin Yuan and the others. The group of people who had followed him from the Sun Star to Fingchi Mountain in the past had long since stepped into the quasi-saint realm during these long years. They just hadn't beheaded their corpses yet. The combined fighting strength of the crowd. It's already very strong. Look at the crowd. White Zephyr spoke directly. Xian Dash. We have been instructed by Elder Fuguang and have come to Fingchi Mountain to join Brother Fushi, fellow Daoist Nuwa, in order to seek refuge. Such a favor must not be forgotten. This time those sorcerers are full of foul language, insulting Taoist Brother Fushi and Taoist friend Nuwa. It can be tolerated. Anyone who doesn't forget the favor of being sheltered by Taoist Brother Fushi and Taoist friend Nuwa, follow the poor Taoist and go to meet these sorcerer clans for a while. The words fell. White Zephyr also stopped talking nonsense. His body moved, transformed into an immortal light, and directly headed towards the location where Fushi was. Seeing White Zephyr in action, aside, Shan Yang, Xin Yuan and the others all looked at each other. Subsequently, dressed in colorful immortal clothes, the stunningly beautiful female immortal, Xin Yuan, moved with lotus steps. Go! Go together and meet the great witch of the Witch Clan. We are indebted to Elder Fushi and Elder Nuwa for karmic favors. This time, when I traveled to the Sun Star and took orders in Elder Fuguang's palace, I will definitely have to deal with these sorcerer clans in the future. There are no ancestral witches in the Witch Clan out there today. It's just the right time to try out the caliber of a great sorcerer of the Witch Clan. There was a lurch in the footsteps. Qinwen turned his head to look at the crowd and spoke again. Ergo, do not forget the words that fellow Daoist White Zephyr, from time to time, has spoken to us. The words fell. Qin Yuan's figure was also heading towards where Bai Zai and Fu Shi were. Shan Yang, K. Meng, and the others were stunned. Then recalled what Shirasawa often said to them. In the midst of this quantum leap, the witch race is brutal and unkind, using all living beings as food, not knowing the number of heaven, not practicing virtue. Even if one is a descendant of Pangu, blessed with the blessings of heaven and earth, it's still hard to escape decline, or even extinction. Ran Dash. The person who can resist the ancestral witches as well as the witch race, and return a clear sky to all beings in heaven and earth, must be a person of great merit, outstanding strength, great ambition, great talent, and a great aptitude that can be recognized by all beings. Between heaven and earth, only Elder Fuguang is capable of taking on this heavy responsibility. And only Elder Fuguang is a bright master. Think about this statement from White Zephyr. The crowd thought back a bit more about the past deeds of Fuyuko Senpai. That body of merit, strong strength, and sublime position. They only felt heartfelt admiration and admiration. Wanting to do something between heaven and earth without harboring and being afraid. It seemed that the only existence they could follow was Elder Fuguang on the Sun Star. And they were supposed to go with Bai Zai to pay homage to Elder Fuguang's Golden Crow Palace and take orders under his seat. More importantly, Elder Fuguang had been generous. And Bai Zai, this fellow, had only gone to the solar planet a few times, and had obtained 3 corpse-decimating spiritual treasures graced by Elder Fuguang. Today, this fellow, Bai Zai, can already call each other Dao friends with Senior Fu Shi and Senior Nuwa. As a rule, those of them also had to address Bai Zai as a senior in order to not overstep their bounds. When it was true, it made them red and envious. One thought to this. Shan Yang and the others were all determined. And one after another, they followed Bai Zai and Qin Yuan's figures. It's just a battle of the witches? The opponents were not those invincible ancestral witches. So what did they have to fear? Maintaining the big formation. Fu Shi instantly understood what they meant when he saw Bai Zai come to his side. And also when he saw Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and Kumang arrive one after another. The original bad mood because of his little sister being scolded as an ugly female immortal by a group of ugly witch barbarians was also slightly soothed. And no bullshit. Fu Shi smiled. Many thanks to you, fellow Daoist, and all of you little friends for your help. Words. White Zephyr had a smirk on his face. Thanks to Brother Dao and fellow Daoist Nuwa for sheltering us as we grow up. If we see Brother Dao and fellow Daoist Nuwa being humiliated today and we still leave, wouldn't we be ungrateful? So do. I'm only afraid that Elder Fuguang will also be displeased. It's just a bunch of great witches and some witch warriors. Together, we may not be afraid of them. White Zephyr's words fell. Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and more than a dozen other paramount saints who came over after him also spoke up. Nice. Please open the formation. Senior. And we will go out to battle and try our hand at how accomplished these sorcerers are first. The household goods within Phoenix Hill have been collected and finished. After the battle, we will head directly to the Sun Star. The sorcerer race has been rampant for a long time. And it's time to usher in some lessons. Exactly. The crowd's wariness was high. And each of their faces were excited and their eyes were like torches. As the saying goes, carrying a heavy weapon, a murderous mind is self-evident. K. Meng, Ghost Cheer, 9 infants, and the like were not good people in their own right. After stepping into the associate saint realm, even if one had not been able to decimate a corpse, who would not be proud of themselves? I've been wanting to fight someone for a long time and kill them. At this moment, just an opportunity. After glancing at the crowd, Fushi didn't refuse and nodded before admonishing. Give some lessons. Just hit them hard. Don't kill them all. Now being in the midst of a quantitative karma and committing great killings, there will be trouble on the horizon. Hearing Fushi's nod, a crowd of people responded in earnest. Please don't worry, senior. No more bullshit. Fushi's eyes were filled with renewed anger, and he turned his head to look at the group of great wizards and sorcerer warriors outside the innate formation, who were cursing more and more vigorously. The spells on his hands changed. Buzz. There was a fluctuation in the immortal light of the innate formation, and then it slowly opened. Seeing this turtle shell-like innate formation open, the great wizards such as Shangliu, who were cursing vigorously outside, all had their eyes lit up. Excitedly, he yelled out, Fushi, my son! Nuwa the Ugly has come out. Together. Shoot them. Rumble. The 6 great wizards were united in their efforts, and hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors came to their aid, originally in a state of readiness for battle. The moment they made their move, the wind rose up. The fierce fury chi and blood swept across the sky and the earth, drawing the fierce fury chi and turbid fury chi into themselves, and combining their strengths to erupt an extreme fierce fury attack towards Fingchi Mountain. Only it took the joint strike of a group of great sorcerers and hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors to strike out. Buzz. Inside Finghu Mountain, vast immortal light of various colors rose steeply, forming a variety of powerful divine abilities to meet this ferocious attack. Chapter 125. Fuguang was ready. Many divine abilities collided with the fierce fury attacks. Rumble. The divine ability was worn down in power by the fierce fury attack, and the fierce fury attack had its power dissipated by the divine ability. Between the disillusionment of infinite immortal light and endless bloodlight, the two attacks gradually wore each other down. Seeing this situation, Xiang Lu and the other group of great wizards froze for a moment, obviously not expecting that this powerful move they had joined forces with would be blocked so easily. Something. Subconsciously, Ayanami was about to open his mouth to force a few words. Only, before Sagittarius finished his words, he didn't wait for the crowd of great witches and witch warriors to continue bickering. Buzz. Between the immortal light vertical and horizontal, Fu Shi, who was emanating monstrous fury and a powerful aura of the late quasi-saint stage, had already appeared outside of Fingchi Mountain with his silhouette. Right behind, White Zephyr, who had the power of the great Tao flowing around him, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, Ji Meng, and more than a dozen other great avatars who resonated their own great Tao, as well as nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, thousands of Tai golden immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortals flew out directly from within the Fingchi Mountain. Immortal light filled the sky and flowed endlessly. It washed away the baleful aura and bloodlight that had converged from a group of great witches and witch warriors. This scene. Directly, the 6 great wizards who were the leaders of this time's witch race's pioneering hunting team all had their faces instantly frozen before they could react. Next moment, Fushi didn't say much nonsense and directly struck out blatantly. One is full of slurs. The poor Taoist will teach you what respect and etiquette are. Mana surged. The power of the great Tao around the flow. Fushi hand magic skill change. Directly pull this side of the great momentum of heaven and earth. Convergence of huge heaven and earth power. Evolution of mountains and rivers. Directly toward the phase willow and all the great wizards fell down. And in the meantime, White Zephyr, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, and other great magi, as well as the immortals of Fingchi Mountain, all made their moves, facing the crowd's attack. At this moment, the witch clansmen such as Shangliu, who only had 6 great wizards present, would definitely not be opponents. But So what if you're not a rival? The witch clan hadn't been afraid of anyone since their emergence. There are only wizards who die in battle. Not retreating wizards. At this moment. After seeing that Taoist Fushi was not only not letting out of Fengqi Mountain at this moment, but also had the audacity to lead an attack on their sorcerer clan warriors. No matter if it was a great sorcerer such as Shangliu or any other ordinary sorcerer warrior. All of them were on top of their heads in a flash of anger. One red-eyed and manifesting his true body of the witch race. How dare you make a move? How dare you? Get them! Kill! 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 Under the leadership of Xiang Lu and the other great wizards, all the sorcerer warriors were howling and directly fought with the Fengqi Mountain Immortals. Only in the past, such a large force led by 6 great sorcerers and hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors entangled together could be said to be unbeatable. But today, instead, they've run into a hard case that they can't handle. Fushi and Bai Zhe, the 2 late quasi-saint great avatars, struck out at the same time. Waving their hands, spiritual treasures and divine powers came out. Directly 6 great wizards were trapped. And after not having a great sorcerer as an opponent, Qin Yuan and other great magi, they had struck out to harden on the great number of sorcerer warriors. Even though the sorcerer warriors were all known for their strong physical bodies. But at the moment, in the face of more than a dozen great avatars, a large number of great Luo golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and golden immortal cultivators attacked. Unsurprisingly, it fell to the wayside. Only for a few moments. Hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors were then already down, having been heavily injured. Instead, not a single witch warrior died. After all, with Fushi's reminder not to mention, nowadays, the witch race is still a race loved by heaven and earth. And if you kill too many people, the karma that will fall on you is not half a star. At this point in time, the lopsided situation of the sorcerer race caused by Zhe, who had made a direct move to trap the 6 great sorcerers, as well as Fu Shi, both of them, to silently nod their heads. It's a good situation. Even though it was a group of great avatars against hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors, it could be said that they were bullying the small with the big. But how? It's kinda. For the first time, the witch race suffered a head-on attack when they faced a party of forces in battle. Bullying is as big as it gets. It's not shameless. Not to mention hitting the witches. It is important to know that when the witch clan conquered the flood, despite being very powerful individually, they were also extremely good at bullying the few with the many. Today, it's kind of like doing unto others as they do unto you. In the meantime, inside the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Planet, in the middle of the Fusou courtyard, a leisurely Fuguang, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, watched the live broadcast of the flood calendar table about the great battle outside of Fengqi Mountain. What do you mean by surprise? This power that Fushi and Bai Zhe are bringing out at the moment. Just call it a surprise. More than a dozen great magical beings. Nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals. Thousands of Tai golden immortals. There were also tens of thousands of golden immortal cultivators. This force was really out of Fuguang's expectation. Originally, in Fuguang's prediction, this force that came out of Fengqi Mountain, less than 50%, would have been good enough. But what never occurred to me was, it's amazing how many there are. This is the first bucket of gold for his greatness of walking on heaven and earth. It's good enough. Just when Fuguang felt pleasure inside, on the sidelines, there came a voice full of anger, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Well played! Well played! This group of barbarians from the witch race should be taught a hard lesson." Words. Fuguang turned his head and looked towards Nuwa, who at the moment had some exasperation and was so exasperated that she kept taking deep breaths and her mountains kept rising and falling, shaking people's eyes. Just now, Nuwa, who was originally in seclusion, suddenly came out of the gate, saying that the innate formation on Fengqi Mountain had been activated by the attack. Fuguang then used the flood calendar to check up on the situation over at Fengqi Mountain. Then, Nuwa, who was watching with him, was treated to scenes of great wizards such as Shangliu abusing Fuxi, as well as herself. On the spot, it made Nuwa, who was originally calm and relaxed, with an extremely peaceful state of mind, directly explode, being called an ugly girl by a bunch of ugly, oddly shaped witches. If Fu Guang hadn't stopped it, and if Fu Shi had also gone to war, Nuwa was bound to have gone straight to Fengqi Mountain by now. By then. First, he hit this group of big witches and wizards who were full of obscenities. And then he hit his own elder brother who sat back and watched himself being scolded without reacting. For Nuwa's angry outbursts, as well as Fushi's angry outbursts, Fu Guang understood. After all, who among the great avatars in the flood, with the exception of very few, did not pay attention to their face? But there's something senseless about him. After all, just these witches back and forth insults, so a few sentences. In Fu Guang seems to be really like a fresh breeze on the face general feeling. Watching the live broadcast, pieces and pieces of the sorcerer warriors were heavily injured and couldn't get up. Fu Guang's face was also gradually becoming serious. Splat. Put down the glass in your hand. Fu Guang stretched his back. Big trouble is coming. Adjusted the state. From the moment Fuxi and the others walked out of Fengqi Mountain, Fu Guang was already ready to strike. Nowadays, in the floodplains, many great aptitudes, cultivators, and various races. Although they also know that the witch race is powerful in battle and very brutal and unreasonable. But honestly, they still knew too little about the witch race. No one knows the red-eyed, uptight wizards better than Fu Guang. How crazy it would be. Chapter 126, Nuwa, the Riddler gets out of the flooded heaven and earth. Inside the Fuso courtyard, Fu Guang, whose state was still relaxed but whose complexion was already serious, only dropped his words. Aside. Nuwa then casts a straight puzzled look. Big trouble? What kind of big trouble? At this moment, Nuwa's willow brows were furrowed. And although there was still anger on her face, she was already serious in her heart. The big trouble that can come out of Fu Guang's mouth. Then it's bound to be big trouble. It would be difficult for Nuwa to settle down in her mind without clarifying it. After all, at the moment, his own brother was still taking it out on himself. Hearing Nuwa's inquiry, Fu Guang smiled without saying anything. A pair of golden eyes just looked at the images playing in the middle of the flood calendar. Seeing the situation, the corner of Nuwa's mouth twitched and, this guy. Don't you want to get your ass kicked? Okay. He's really not afraid of getting his ass kicked. But Riddler rolls out of the flooded world. Nuwa was only able to suppress the doubts and worries in her own mind and continued to watch. She was also reacting. His own elder brother had already worshipped Fu Guang's mountain. So this guy, there was absolutely no way he would let anything happen to his own elder brother. At most, Fuxi would be a little bit injured. In that case, then we don't have to care about him. Outside of Fenghu Mountain, pieces and pieces of sorcerer warriors were hit hard and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Even though they were dried out on the ground and heavily injured, these sorcerer warriors were still red-eyed and staring at the immortals coming out of Fengqi Mountain. He hated that he couldn't get up again and fight the immortals again. And the other side. The 6 great wizards who were trapped by Buzhou as well as Fushi's 2 joint efforts were likewise unable to the heaven and earth formations set up by these 2 great adepts. And the entangled forces of heaven and earth made them as if they were trapped in a quagmire, making it difficult for them to break free. Shangliu roared back and forth. Fushi, my son. Is that all you've got? What kind of skill is it to play such underhanded tricks? Have some balls. Come and fight this great witch head on. The other few great sorcerers were a bit worse than Xiang Lu, but their mouths were sharp, roaring in a row. Fushi, dog thing. I nim dad. And you little white boy. Turtle grandson. If you're capable of letting this great witch punch you in the face, come here you. The great wizards were enraged, focusing their firepower on constantly abusing Fushi and Buzhou, frantically provoking the limits of their patience. Unsurprisingly, Fushi, who was already carrying anger, became even angrier. The White Zephyr, who was also insulted, even more directly shot out with anger. Buzz. The power of the great Tao evolved a vast pure white immortal light. And Buzhou offered up another spiritual treasure of his own, a move that contained a terrifying killing chance, and ruthlessly landed on the struggling Xiang Lu and the other great wizards. This terrifying blow fell. Shangliu and other great wizards were not only not afraid, but their bodies even erupted with extremely terrifying fury. And they brazenly responded. Next moment. Rumble. The attacks of both sides collided. And White Zephyr's anger-laden strike was dissolved. And the piece of spiritual treasure flew backward and landed in front of him. Meanwhile, Shangliu and other 6 great wizards, the 10,000 feet of the real body, are unable to stop backward, but also has a rich baleful spirit of the great wizard blood spilled on the ground. One move. Even though Buzhou did not do his best. But after all, it was a late-stage quasi-saint's rage-containing strike. But Xiang Lu and the other 6 great wizards still managed to withstand it. Not even completely incapacitated. It was enough to see how powerful the fleshly body of the witch race was. Seeing the miserable state of the 6 great sorcerers, he also glanced at the sorcerer race warriors who had been directly suppressed. Buzhou let out a long breath of depressed air from being insulted. Subsequently, turning his head, he looked at Fushi. Brother Dao. To such an extent, it's already enough. Isn't it? Words. Fushi, who was looking at the miserable state of the witch race, also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The look of calm returned. Enough already. It is time for us to go. The commotion here isn't small. And it's not far from the ancestral land of the witch clan. So when the ancestral witches come over, there'll be big trouble. Just take a breath. It's not like Fushi is a bunch of barbarians who would head up the witch race. Can't you see that he's told everyone not to fight to the death? Just hit hard enough to get out of breath? Today, fellow Daoist Fuguang is about to embark on an ambitious and hegemonic endeavor, and must not cause any complications. If it affects fellow Daoist Fuguang's plans, then he, Fushi, is afraid that he'll have to eat and walk around. It definitely doesn't feel good to be in the shoes of your own great leader. Between the words, the two of them, Fushi and Buzhou, then planned to greet the Phoenix Hill Immortals and leave. And just then, a great sorcerer who had been injured by Buzhou was hysterical, red-eyed, and carried a sense of utter madness in his body. Roared. After injuring this great sorcerer as well as the sons and daughters of my sorcerer clan, you still want to leave? No way. While roaring in anger. Buzz. A terrifying destructive aura directly erupted from the body of this great sorcerer. And that powerful and ferocious chi and blood began to crazily storm out at this moment. Thump! The moment the sound of stepping on the ground sounded, this great sorcerer was directly like a madman. fearlessly rushing towards Buzhou and Fuxi. See this scene. Whether it was Fuxi or Buzhou, or the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, all of their faces changed drastically. Fuxi subconsciously struck out. He's going to blow himself up. All of you retreat behind the poor Taoist. The words fell. Fuxi raised his hand and directly offered a tortoiseshell spiritual treasure of the latter-day extreme level. And between the catalyst, evolved a body protection immortal light with extremely strong defensive power. And Fengqi Mountain immortals are sheltered. Next moment, the great sorcerer who was about to blow himself up roared angrily and slammed into Fuxi's spirit treasure. Death to all. Immediately following, rumble. A terrifying impact swept through the four directions of heaven and earth. Although the great Dao Xiyin, the destructive power contained within it, annihilated everything, turning it into slag and nothingness. It's not over yet. The shock of this great sorcerer's self-destruction hadn't completely passed. Destructive fluctuations erupted from those heavily injured sorcerer warriors, one after the other, as bloodlight continued to rise up. And then, boom, boom, boom. Pieces of self-detonation impacts rose directly outside of Fengqi Mountain. The self-explosion of one or two witch warriors was just child's play. But when hundreds of thousands of sorcerer warriors blow themselves up together, adding to that, several great sorcerers with blood glowing from their bodies rushed up once again, under a series of self-explosions. The lethality caused by shocking. At this moment, the clouds above the 9 heavens were instantly shattered. And the heavens were as if they had been torn apart. The earth was overturned by the explosive impacts. The spiritual veins broke and shattered. And everything, including Fengqi Mountain, a top-level immortal blessed land, was completely destroyed amidst wave after wave of the sorcerer race's self-destructive impacts. Being in the center of this round of self-destructive impact, Fuxi's tortoise-shell spirit treasure had already shattered. And he had already sacrificed one spirit treasure after another long ago. Aside, White Zephyr and the others likewise didn't sit around dryly. No one was foolish enough to just wait for Fuxi to save them. All sorts of tactics are used, doing his best to shelter himself amidst the onslaught of this self-explosion of the sorcerer race. Death to all. Sagittarius, who had been most injured by Buzhou just now, and who was a step behind a few great wizards and many sorcerer warriors, was also losing his mind at this moment. With red eyes, against the onslaught of the many self-destructive blasts, his body was covered in a bloody light. And he rushed towards the Fengqi Mountain immortals who were like a flatboat in the middle of the ocean. At this moment, the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were already in the middle of the self-explosion shock to the limit. Only need the intensity of the self-explosion shock a little bit more up will break the weak protective immortal light, directly hit the immortals of Fengqi Mountain seriously. By then, of all the immortals to survive, only a very small percentage of the population is afraid. Just at the moment when Xiang Lu was completely mad and about to explode himself, buzz. An extremely strong spatial force surged around Xiang Lu. Immediately following, a 10,000-foot giant hand lifted up Xiang Lu's great witch true body as if it was picking up a small chicken. Meanwhile, the terrifying and frightening ferocious qi and blood directly and brutally rushed into Xiang Lu's body, directly interrupting his self-detonation. Just as Fuxi and the others were shocked at this sudden change of heart. Rumble. Another 10,000-foot giant hand punched out from the middle of space. And the terrifying force directly washed away the impact of the many great sorcerers and sorcerer warriors who had self-destructed. Fiercely and incomparably, it struck directly towards Fuxi and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. See this attack. Among the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, many of their faces turned pale. Such a huge insta-true body. Such terrifying physical strength. Such a strong spatial avenue. With the exception of the ancestral witch Di Jiang, the head of the witch clan's ancestral witches. There's no one else. My life is over. The hearts of many of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, who were too late to react, were rising with such a thought. Even the two of them, Fuxi and Bai Zhe, were pale at this moment. They all know that the ancestral witches are very powerful. However, after really facing the ancestral witch directly, they realized that the ancestral witch was far more terrifying than what they had imagined. This punch, it's not so much about killing them outright, but it will certainly hit them hard. Once he was heavily injured, the next situation could be incredibly dangerous. Just when Fuxi and Bai Zhe were about to make a remedial reaction at the drop of a hat, buzz! Another terrifying spatial Dao force surged forth. In a flash, the piece of space where Fuxi and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals were located was taken as if it was a leaf plucking. The whole piece was directly taken away. Rumble! The entire space where Fuxi and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals were located was plucked away. And the giant hand of the ancestral witch that had struck out from the space fell into the void. The power pouring out and breaking out of the void to fall within the floodplains, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Who? Di Jiang, who had manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, stepped out of the space and roared with fury at the same time. Buzz! A strong spatial avenue force was about to repeat its old trick of sealing the sky and locking the earth. Only, this time, Emperor Zhang's means of blocking off the heavens and the earth had only just been used when it was worn down by another force of the space avenue that was not inferior to it by a hair's breadth, rendering his masterstroke useless. Buzz! The golden immortal light reflected the broken heaven and earth, and the auspicious qi naturally converged, eliminating a lot of the fury between heaven and earth. Clad in the robe of the Hongmeng sun, moon and stars, the power of the infinite space avenue flowed around his body, and he floated and sank in the infinite emptiness of the Great Thousand. Fuguang stepped out from a golden immortal light, his gaze leveled at the top-heavy Emperor Jiang, a gentle smile on his face. Raise your hand in a salute. Ancestral witch Di Jiang. The poor Taoist has bowed. P.S. A big 3,000 word chapter is offered. Thanks for your support, dear readers. Chapter 127, Greetings to the Palace Master. Already razed to the ground. Phoenix Hill. Between heaven and earth. Di Jiang, who manifested the true body of an ancestral witch, confronted Fuguang, who was emanating a golden light of merit and virtue. Upon seeing the identity of the person who struck out clearly, Emperor Jiang, who was originally steaming with murderous anger, his body's terrifying qi and blood surging around him, instantly calmed down. The sound rang out like muffled thunder. Sun God. Fuguang Daoran. Caution. Gravity. Seriously. This was an emotion that everyone could clearly feel from the tone of the always arrogant and domineering head of the ancestral witches, witch clan patriarch Emperor Jiang. Hearing Emperor Zhang's words, Fuguang's face still wore a gentle smile like a spring breeze. I never thought that the name of the poor Taoist would have the honor of being known by the Emperor River ancestral witch. It is really flattering to the poor Taoist. While Fuguang was conversing with Emperor Jiang, behind him, Fuxi stood peacefully above the auspicious clouds with Bai Zhe, Qin Yuan and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. At this moment, it was only then that they snapped out of their dazed state. After seeing the figure of Fuguang Daoyu, Elder Fuguang, who had his back turned to himself and the others, there was no hesitation. Fuxi and Bai Zhe both bowed in the right of subordinates. Fuxi, Bai Zhe, pay respects to the palace master. Both of them have a great deal of understanding. All of them directly addressed Fuguang as palace master. This was because they all knew very well that since the Lord Palace Master had taken the initiative to bring them out of danger, It already indicated that the Lord Palace Master was accepting their followers. Here and now. In this situation where everyone was watching, it was obviously not appropriate to still address the Palace Master as Dao friend or senior. Master of the Palace. The appellation would be appropriate. Both emphasized the dominant position of the Lord of the Palace over them. Meanwhile, without being too ambitious, who in the Flood Wasteland doesn't know that Lord Palace Master has a Golden Crow Palace in his dojo? The Sun Star? Calling out to the Palace Master is a matter of course. Aside. After Fuxi and Bai Zhe worshipped Fuguang in the presence of their deacons, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, K. Meng, and a host of other immortals from Fengqi Mountain were all respectful. Make a great obeisance. We pay our respects to the Palace Master. At this moment, the hearts of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were filled with the celebration of having survived the calamity. At the same time, there is a shocking inexplicable. What they experienced just now. That hundreds of thousands of witch race and great witches exploded themselves together in a scene. The horror of the destructive power was not to be mentioned for the moment. More importantly, the ferocious chi and blood that erupted from the self-destruction of that huge number of sorcerer clans directly detonated the quantum fury chi between heaven and earth, as well as the spirit veins between this part of heaven and earth where Fengqi Mountain was located, plus the turbid chi of the earth that erupted. The power that erupts from a chain reaction. It's haunting. Only, what no one expected was, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang was still able to save Shangliu from it, and also ignored it and directly attacked the crowd forcefully. What the crowd found even more shocking was that Lord Palace Master had not yet appeared, and without them reacting, he easily saved all of them from ancestral sorcerer Emperor Zhang's hands. It easily resisted all of ancestral sorcerer Emperor Zhang's means. That kind of strength. It was something that Qin Yuan, K. Meng, Shan Yang, and the rest of the crowd of great avatars would not even dare to think about. Just don't say that. Even they were inferior to the crowd of immortals of Fengqi Mountain now. For a moment, great avatars such as Qin Yuan and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were filled with awe for Lord Palace Master within their hearts. Back to the main topic. After hearing Fu Xi and Bai Zhe, as well as all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain address and worship themselves, Fuguang didn't look back, just nodding in response. Aha! Stand down. Having said that, Fuguang also stopped paying attention to Fuxi, Bai Zhe and the others, raising his eyes to the Emperor River. Laughing. The name of the ancestral which is as loud as thunder in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Even if the poor Taoist is far away above the sun star behind closed doors, he still hears about it. Now it's possible to get a face-to-face meeting. It really is. Better known than seen. According to the poor Taoist, the elegance of the Emperor River ancestral which is far superior to the legends. Fuguang, who had a gentle smile on his face, came up with a fierce compliment. It left Emperor Jiang, who was originally very heavy-hearted and secretly on guard, speechless. There was a moment of silence from Emperor Jiang. He was a little confused at the moment. And even more so, he was a little giddy. Meanwhile, inevitably, a feeling of pleasure rises in my heart. See? He, Emperor Jiang, is still very famous and remarkable. It was a powerful person like Taoist Fuguang who was so polite to him. Sure enough, he, Emperor Jiang, is just awesome. Only, pleasure is pleasure. Emperor Jiang did not relax his vigilance for a single moment in his mind. Looking at Fuguang Dao, Taoist Fuguang, also known in heaven and earth. But today you even dare to meddle in the affairs of my clan. If you don't give this ancestral witch an explanation, then today's matter is definitely not over. hearing Emperor Zhong's words. Fuguang's complexion had not changed in any way. From the moment he decided to enter the tribulation, he was already destined to be done with the ancestral witches as well as the witch race. This little threat was as gentle as a spring breeze. Fuguang's tone remained subdued. Regarding this matter, the poor Taoist has prepared two ways of giving an account. The first way. The poor Taoist knows a little bit about the art of heavenly chance deduction, and can intercept the heavenly chance of the causes and consequences of this matter, so that the rights and wrongs will be clear at a glance. This way does not hurt and is good for everyone. The second way. Then it's time to use the ancestral witches. The best way of reasoning. To debate a bit. Between the words. Fuguang's golden eyes swept across the many directions between heaven and earth. I wonder which way the Emperor River ancestral witch and the ancestral witches choose. The words had just fallen. Buzz. A spatial Tao power flowed silently, and that piece of space crumbled under the sweep of Fuguang's golden eyes. Immediately following, the remaining 8 ancestral witches who walked in the flooded heavens and earth came out from the void. The moment the 8 ancestral witches walked out, the already huge baleful aura between this side of heaven and earth instantly skyrocketed. The fury rushed to the sky, and the bloodlight filled the sky. A total of 9 gigantic figures that topped the sky stood between the heavens and the earth, directly causing people to feel oppressed. Seeing the bloodlight and baleful aura filling up the heaven and earth, causing the heaven and earth to change color, Fuguang instinctively disliked such a ferocious scene. Buzz. A thought crossed his mind. Above the dome of the sky, which was originally obscured by the bloodlight and fury, there were 10,000 gentle rays of sunlight, which instantly passed through the bloodlight and fury and shone on top of the messy earth. But in an instant, the gentle light of the sun then dissolved half of the sky's bloodlight and fury, as if splitting heaven and earth in two, illuminating half of heaven and earth. At this moment, this side of heaven and earth shows a bipolar division. On one side, the fury filled the air and the bloodlight filled the sky, as if it wanted to contaminate and sink everything in it. 9 giants stood in it, imposing. On the other side, the warmth of the sun melts away the evil aura, making the sky clear and bringing life to the earth. The Taoist, who was surrounded by auspicious light that was hard to hide, stood under the sunlight, warm and gentle. This sight. The great avatar who was able to do so was perhaps not the only one in Fuguang, but the others came. And yet it won't be taken so much for granted. For a moment, Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and everyone else who had stepped back some distance, after taking a look at Fuguang's figure, without exception, all of them naturally lowered their heads, their eyes moving slightly downward, not daring to look directly at the figure emanating the auspicious light of merit and virtue again. Lord Palace Master at this moment, so great that it was slightly solid. Chapter 128, Ancestral Witch's Plan. A single stroke opens the Great Thousand. The monstrous ferocity and the gentle heavenly light divided heaven and earth. Fuguang looked at the remaining 8 ancestral witches that he had invited out of the void with a calm expression. Raise your hand in a salute. Greetings to all the ancestral witches. In the face of Fuguang's polite greeting, Xianmei, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestral witches that he had invited out of the void, all had very ugly faces. His eyes flashed ferociously, and his body was churning with fury. Nor did they care about the rudeness of the 8 ancestral witches. If the ancestral witches had been able to learn manners, the large witch clan wouldn't be the brutal and overbearing, rampant and unchecked it is today. Among the 9 ancestral witches, the water ancestor witch Gong Gong stepped forward, his body surging with killing machines in fury, looking angrily at Fuguang Dao. Sun God Fuguang, this ancestral sorcerer remembers that it is not easy for you to cultivate, and that you have contributed to the heaven and earth bequeathed by Father God. willing to grant you a chance. Leave here? And this ancestral witch will not seek trouble from you. A frown was raised. Fuguang looked at Gong Gong, who had crossed the crowd, and some surprise flashed in his golden eyes. He's really arrogant. But it's no wonder. After all, Gong Gong and Zhurong too is considered to be the 12 ancestral witches, the most hot-tempered existence. Otherwise, this guy also cannot do out of anger. Since the explosion of the Buzhou mountain near all the earth spirit veins. As a result, the heavenly pillar of Buzhou mountain lost its name as the spiritual vein of the earth, and thus broke off in the midst of the Great War. If you really want Gong Gong to take his flesh and bang on the Buzhou mountain, it will be impossible to knock down the Buzhou mountain even if he is exhausted and his flesh is smashed to pieces. Not caring about the arrogant use of words by the kami. Rather, it was the attitude displayed by Gong Gong that caused Fuguang to have some surprises. The meaning expressed by the 9 ancestral witches should be that they wanted him to leave and did not want to be his enemy? Nope. It shouldn't be that simple. While others didn't understand the character of the 12 ancestral witches, Fuguang knew it very well. So, the reason Gong Gong said this was definitely not because the 12 ancestral witches were afraid of him. You've got something else in mind, don't you? A thought crossed his mind. Fuguang had instantly realized what the 12 ancestral witches were thinking. Golden eyes flashed with realization. By the looks of it, the 12 ancestral witches have already determined that I'm the one who will be their quantum rival. That's true. It's no fun not being able to guess what's going on when it's almost all on the table. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Fuguang looked at the 9 ancestral witches with a meaningful gaze. The heart murmured. So with these words, Gong Gong wanted to first trick and stabilize me before killing Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. In that case, then it sort of cut off my left arm and also extinguished my entrepreneurial first pot of gold right out of the gate. If this matter is spread out again, I'm only afraid that in the future, there won't be anyone else in the floodplains who is willing to sincerely follow me. This way, even if I am placed in a state of isolation, the power of the threat to the 12 ancestral witches as well as the witch race is drastically weakened. After all, if one could give up Fushi and the other Phoenix Hill immortals today, one could give up the others tomorrow. In this way, who else is going to follow Fuguang to do great things? One thought to this. Fuguang's mind was suddenly as clear as a mirror. Meanwhile, there was also some admiration for the old Inbi ancestral witch inside the 12 ancestral witches. That kind of math, with the brains of the 12 ancestors, it was also very good. It's just a shame that he, Fuguang, had also read the script. And although many of the details of that script did not stand up to scrutiny, but the major cannot be wrong. Commoner ancestor witch. After realizing the 12 ancestral witches' intentions in his mind, Fuguang looked towards Gong Gong, laughing. This feud was originally the fault of the witch clan. Fushi and the others also only went out to punish and didn't kill anyone. In any case, this time, they can't be blamed on Fushi and the others. Ran dash. The 5 great sorcerers of the witch clan and hundreds of thousands of witch clan warriors blew themselves up and died. Yet it is true. Although the fault does not lie with Fushi and the others, for the group of people of the witch race who blew themselves up and died, the poor Taoist would like to send sincere greetings and care on behalf of the Golden Crow Palace. Please also ask the ancestral witches dash. Condolences. Slight pause. Fuguang's face became slightly more serious. It's better to be wronged than to be wronged. Since the fault does not lie with Fushi and the others, this karma will naturally not fall on their heads. So please let this matter end here. I still ask all the ancestral witches to give the poor Tao face. A word fell. All the ancestral witches present froze for a moment. Subsequently, All of them were reacting to Fuguang's meaning. Fuguang said so much that they didn't quite understand. But there was one thing that the group of ancestral witches still understood. That's regarding Fuxi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Fuguang preserved them. After realizing that Fuguang wouldn't be fooled into retreating, the kami exploded on the spot. Rumble. The churning baleful qi coalesced, and the power of the great Tao evolved into an endless ocean. Gong Gong brazenly struck out. Roared. Give you face? Talking to you nicely. You really think you have a face? Fall down for this ancestral witch. Gong Gong made a move. The rest of the ancestral witches were equally brazen. Boom. Blessing raises a sea of fire. Sun God? Show this ancestral witch your fire. The two female ancestral witches, Xianmei and Ho Tu, followed closely behind. Strong physical bodies condensed ferocious fury, and the power of the great Tao that each was born with resonated. The dreadfulness of the two female ancestral witches' true bodies' fury. Not much more than the other ancestral witches. The aura is surging and surging, killing several great sorcerers and hundreds of thousands of warriors of my clan. And you, a flat-furred beast, presume to keep them? Didn't give a damn about us. Kill. Here. Just say don't reason with the Wiccans. Obviously. It was the witch race's centaurs who blew themselves up and died. But when it came to the mouths of Ho Tu and Xianhua, they directly became killed. What sense can be made of such bullying? The 9 ancestral witches struck out together. The power was horrifying. And in a moment it was a heaven-turning movement. Though it was done quickly. And the fight went straight to the ground at the drop of a hat. But with Fuguang's strength, he still faced the 9 ancestral witches that were killing towards him with ease. The opponent's attack was murderous. By the looks of it. When the ploy failed, it was to see if they could pour out their best efforts to completely exterminate him. Their 12 ancestral witches as well as the sorcerer clan's true archenemy. At this point in time, gentlemen, while opening his mouth to speak, the power of the great Tao surged around Fuguang. Aloud. Why be so impulsive? This is an unseemly move. The words fell. Buzz. The infinite golden immortal light reflected the heavens, illuminating the 10,000 rivers. And the vast and endless power of the great Tao evolved all sorts of powerful means. Facing Gong Gong, who was the first to kill him, Fuguang raised his hand and transformed into endless sun true flame. When the true fire of the sun was surging, it evolved and transformed. And water was born from the fire to become an ocean, directly blocking Gong Gong's power of the great Tao, and also making his own body sink in the ocean, and suffering from the true water evolved by the true fire of the sun to erode, burn, and steam. Eyes up. Looking towards the ancestral sorcerer of fire Zhu Rong. The sea of fire that he had set off was as good as a glowing fire in Fuguang's eyes. And with a finger of his hand, the endless sun true flame encroached, setting the sea of fire that Zhu Rong had set off on fire. All of it directly ablaze. Fuguang, who looked serious but had a casual stance, faced the siege of a group of ancestral witches. Directly from the face of Taiyin Avenue responds to the Xianwei. The way of earth and gold responds to the back of the earth. The great Tao of creation hardened against the sentence mantle. The spatial avenue rivaled the Emperor River. Taking on the strength of one person to deal with the 9 ancestral witches who did not have a combined strength. Fuguang also took out a few of his real skills. Under a round of attacks, no battle results were achieved. Emperor Zhang's face became very serious. He finally realized why his own old 9, over and over again, had urged them to be careful of Taoist Fuguang. As powerful as the ancestral witches to the great witch, that fault level The Fuguang Taoist in front of him was equally as powerful at the fault level compared to the other great avatars. One thought to this. Emperor Jiang instantly gave the order. Don't play around. Formation. Work together to overthrow this flat-footed beast. Hearing Emperor Zhang's roar. Realizing that the point was solid. The other ancestral witches raised their aura once again, absorbing the huge heaven and earth's fury chi to help them, shocking away Fuguang's means. Between the staggered figures, the auras of the 9 ancestral witches instantly merged, and the massive heaven and earth fury chi crazily converged towards the 9 ancestral witches. Meanwhile, the earth rises up with vast turbid chi, pouring into the 9 ancestral witches. A reckless aura vaguely emanated gradually from between the 9 ancestral witches. At this moment, the strength of the 9 ancestral witches saw an unprecedented surge. Starting to get serious? Watching the actions of the 9 ancestral witches and feeling the aura of recklessness that was vaguely emanating from them, Fuguang's face became serious. A big hand. Buzz. 10,000 character sutra. Autumn hair brush. Circumstantial chessboard. And other spiritual treasures surfaced behind Fuguang. The vast mana on Fuguang's body urged these spirit treasures together. At once, this side of the heavens and earth suddenly shook, and an incomparably large thousand-world shadow directly enveloped the heavens and earth. Fuguang raised his hand to hold the autumn brush, looking towards the 9 ancestral witches. Please, all of you, enter the great thousand world of the portal. The words fell. Fuguang lifted the autumn brush in his hand and made a stroke towards the sky. Buzz. A great force that fused the power of time, space, the way of literature, the 5 elements, and many other great avenues, as well as the endless power of heaven and earth, fell, forming a solid great thousand worlds in a matter of moments. It encompassed the 9 ancestral witches as well as Fuguang himself. Meanwhile, the time heavenly river surfaced outside the evolved great thousand worlds. And with a single roll, it was about to drag this side of the great thousand worlds into the time rift. But before the great thousand worlds fell into the time rift, a 10,000-foot giant hand reached out from within another time rift, gathering the powerful power of the great Tao of time. It wore out that one heavenly river of time, blocking the great thousand worlds from falling into the time rift. Immediately thereafter, the giant figure with a human head and a dragon body, reddish in color, with a monstrous chi and blood, and incomparably ferocious, fought with both hands to lift up the great thousand worlds and pushed it out of the time rift. The appearance of this giant figure caused Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the others who stayed in place to be staggered and dumbfounded. After coming back to his senses, Fushi couldn't help but lose his voice. Another ancestral witch? The witch race actually has 10 ancestral witches. His self-talk only dropped. A calm, subdued voice rang out from the side. Wrong. Not 10 ancestral witches, but 12. After hearing this one voice, Fushi and the others' faces stagnated again and they turned their heads to the side. Just see. Fuguang, who looked calm and collected, was currently standing on top of an auspicious cloud. Chapter 129, He's terribly strong. At this moment, steeply hearing the pungent secrets coming out of the mouth of his own palace master's big mouth, Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the others all had their faces frozen in concentration. Out of breath, he exclaimed, 12 ancestral witches? Lord Palace Master, is this true? Fuguang did not answer the doubts of Fushi, Bai Zhe and the others. Instead, he looked at the gigantic body that had pushed that side of the evolved thousand worlds back through the time rift. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Finally stopped hiding? The poor Tao also thought that a few ancestral witches to remain footloose and lurk until the heavens are barren and the earth is old. A pair of huge eyes looked towards Fuguang above the auspicious clouds. Candle Join, who was preparing to break open the Great Thousand Worlds and release the 9 ancestral witches, froze for a moment. Subsequently, eyes narrowed. Daoist Fuguang, why are you still here? Smiled at the words. Fuguang asked Candle 9 Vagina rhetorically. Ancestral witch is joking. The poor Taoist has always been here. If not here, then where should the poor Taoist be? You should be in the Great Thousand Worlds in the hands of this ancestor witch. Candle Join mused in his mind. Just now, Fuguang catalyzed that huge amount of merit and virtue spiritual treasures, directly evolving the Great Thousand Worlds that he was holding at the moment. And when he incorporated Emperor Jiang, Xian He and the others into them, it was clear that even he, himself, had also entered into them together. This, Candlewick can determine. There was no way he could be wrong about that. After all, this was also a part of the plan. When their own big brother, the 9 of them, joined hands to stall Fuguang, then the 3 of them who were hidden together would strike and forcefully kill Fuxi, Buzhou and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. In this way, it was also able to break off Daoist Fuguang, their true enemy, their opponent's right-hand man, and an important fighting force under his command in the middle of the quantum reign. But never in a million years. It was clear that Daoist Fuguang, who had already been dragged down by his own big brother, the 9, along with himself, into the Great Thousand Worlds, was actually still here. How is this possible? Unless Daoist Fuguang had a divine ability unknown to the world that could allow him to simultaneously exist within the flooded heavens and earth, as well as the Great Thousand Worlds. Of course, the question is not important. The most important thing now is, Daoist Fuguang was unexpectedly certain in one breath that there were 12 of their ancestral witches. Not 9 as the world knew. Nor 10. What does that tell you? It meant that Daoist Fuguang had gotten hold of their 12 ancestral witches' information a long time ago. As the wise man among the 12 ancestral witches, Candlewick's mind was spinning fast. It was quickly established that Daoist Fuguang knew all about their 12 ancestral witches, as well as the witch race. Lost count. Candle Join's face was serious. In a hushed voice. This ancestral witch should have thought of this long ago. Since you, Daoist Fuguang, are the true rival of our 12 ancestral witches for the quantum reign, and also the one who stepped in to save the immortal court Western Queen Mother in the past, it's impossible to fail to glimpse a corner of the future with just one hand of the avenue of time. I'm only afraid that you, Daoist Fuguang, have already known of the existence of our 12 ancestral witches and have possibly projected today's situation. Right? In that case, Shangliu and the others came to Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi and Buzhou struck out. And my brother struck out. The more I think about it, the more I think about it. Candle Join's face also became more and more gloomy. And his mind became more and more confused. Swish. Finally, Candle Join raised his eyes and looked at Fuguang in shock. Roared. Does it mean that? Is all of this battle today, in your plan as well? Daoist Fuguang. Candle Join's succession of words caused Fuguang's Fuxi, Buzhou, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain standing beside him to be dumbfounded. For a while, Fuxi finally came back to his senses, his eyes shining with admiration, looking towards his own palace master lord who was still standing calmly and unafraid. The gentle smile on his face unchanged. The tone was respectful, worthy of a palace master. On the side of Fuxi, White Zephyr was also filled with a dazed look, echoing Fuxi's sentiments. Worthy of a palace master. Further back, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, K. Meng, And the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were also confused. Candle Join's words had been very clear and analyzed. In a nutshell, everything that happened here was in the plans of the palace lord that he and the others had just followed. Ah! They didn't quite understand it. But they were greatly shocked. What kind of divine counseling is this? What kind of foresight is that? What kind of scheming is this? It's too powerful. His own palace lord. He was just too powerful. Everyone subconsciously stole a glance at their own palace lord. Only the lord of the palace at this moment. Carrying his hands on his back. He looked relaxed and his posture was casual. Just by looking at the slight curve of the corners of his own palace lord's mouth, he knew that he was frighteningly strong. At this moment, in the hearts of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, the awe of their own palace master lord. It's thicker. Who has counted me? And who have I counted? Fuguang, who didn't have any ripples on the surface, also had some bewilderment in his heart after hearing Candle Join's words. Only the next moment, this bewildering thought of Fuguang was then cut off by him. A pair of golden eyes calmly looking at Candle Join. Whatever you say. Just some wild guesses. Though, there are times, the more a smart person thinks, the more cracks they will reveal. Smiling, he invited. Please also ask the other two ancestral witches to show themselves as well. Between the words, Fuguang's golden eyes, as if he had invited Xian Mei, Zhu Rong, and the other 8 ancestral witches out from the middle of space before. Between a surge of the power of the great Tao of time, 2 more ancestral wizards from the top of the heavens were invited out by Fuguang from within the time rift. Seeing that his 2 brothers were invited out by Fuguang directly and forcefully from the time rift, Candle Join was instantly silenced. He realized the Fuguang Daoist, whom he had always overestimated as much as possible, was still underestimated by him. With the strength of their own 3 brothers at this moment, even if they were to combine their efforts, they would certainly not be a match for Daoist Fuguang. So, the most important thing at this moment is breaking open the Great Thousand Worlds to release his brothers and sisters. The 12 ancestral witches gathered together so that they could resist Daoist Fuguang. There was a moment of silence. Candle Join's eyes twitched. And without a trace, he made eye contact with the other 2 ancestral witches. Immediately following, rumble. The ferocious chi and blood on Candle Join's body erupted steeply. And the terrifying power of the great Tao of time, between surges, rushed towards the great thousand worlds he was holding. Meanwhile, Candle Join roared. Do it! The other 2 ancestral witches acted in near synchronization, striking out together. Their ferocious might was monstrous. Together with Candle Join, sending out extreme attacks towards that side of the Great Thousand World. It didn't care if the impact of just blowing up a side of a Great Thousand World would affect Emperor Jiang and the others inside. They ancestral witches are thick-skinned. Not to mention the explosion of a party of incomplete Great Thousand Worlds. It would not be a problem to take a party of complete Great Thousand Worlds and paste its face. Couldn't care less now. It is most important to break open the Great Thousand Worlds first. Only. The 3 Candle Join had just made their move. And Fuguang had similarly struck out. 3 titanic figures on top of each other. Even the slightest little gesture is magnified thousands of times. Candle Join thought that his movements were very careful. But he never thought that his huge real body directly made his small movements easily detected by Fuguang, Fuxi, by Zhe and the rest of the group. Or rather, anyone who isn't blind can take it all in. Seeing the Candle Join trio make a move. Between Fuguang's rising thoughts, the great Tao flowed around him. Whoa! A long river of time evolved around the great world. Subsequently, The unstoppable and terrifying power of the spatial avenue engulfed the great thousand world held by Candle Join. At the same time, time and space were turned upside down, moving the attacks of the three directly to the Candle 9 trio themselves. Boom! Bang! Rumble! The three ancestral witches all took a hard hit from each other's attacks, and couldn't stop retreating backward while their fleshly bodies emitted dull striking sounds. Meanwhile, that great world that was originally held up by Candlewick, it was straightly swallowed by that river of time and space vortex, and fell into the space-time rift that was suddenly torn open. Chapter 130 Watch and Learn. The great world that trapped my own siblings was taken away from me, and it was casually thrown into the time rift. The scene. It greatly irritated Candle Join. Thump! He jerked to his feet. Eyeballs roared in anger. How dare you! Rumble! At the same time as the roar sounded, Candle Join's mind moved with a thought, and his innate Tao of time was in full operation. In a flash, time in this place suddenly stood still, and immediately afterward, it was about to start flowing backwards. Only before Candle Join succeeded in turning back the clock. Buzz! Amidst the soft chants of the heavens and earth, the silent power of time flowed, taking over the temporal order of the heavens and earth that Candle Join had disrupted. Next moment, the originally stagnant time flowed again. It was just that the flow was extremely fast, and between the flow of light and light, this side of the heaven and earth had already spent a few Yuanhui's time. Not only that, while the power of the time avenue was flowing, the power of the space avenue was also reverberating in the heavens and earth. Everything in heaven and earth was being cut by the power of the space avenue. The power of the spatial avenue was like an ocean, and the slightest wave that was raised created an illusory world of different levels of life and death. At this moment, everything became upside down, illusory, floating, and inscrutable under the action of the time avenue and space avenue. In the midst of this heaven and earth, the only ones who could be unaffected by the disordered spacetime were Fuguang himself, who had executed such horrifying means, and the Fushi, Bai Zhe, and other immortals of Fengqi Mountain, who had been directly anchored in a piece of spacetime and protected by him. It was the three Candle Join brothers, all of whom were already falling into the chaos of space and time. Only, with such a small means, trapping the three ancestral witches would not be a problem. But to hurt them, still not quite enough to see. Moving thoughts. Let the spacetime of a piece of heaven and earth be disordered, and evolve endless spacetime and an entire piece of heaven and earth within it. Such tactics, to make Fushi, Bai Zhe and other Fengqi Mountain immortals who were protected by Fuguang were dumbfounded and incomparably shocked, as if they were wooden chickens frozen in place. Didn't care about the crowd's shocked inexplicable emotions. Fuguang's pair of golden eyes swept across the three directions in the disordered spacetime. Subsequently, turning his head to look at Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Watch this. How the ancestral witches are going to fight. How the witches are going to fight. This seat will only teach this once. How much you can learn is up to you. Hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were all shaken, bowing in a hurry. Here. A casual nod. Fuguang's thoughts moved. Buzz, the supreme treasure of the Tao of creation, the Qiankuan tripod, flew out, flowing with creation immortal light, protecting Fuguang's body. The moment they saw their own palace master lord sacrifice the Qiankuan tripod. Apart from the two people, Fushi and Bai Zhe, who had known about it for a long time, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, and so on, all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, were all shaken, Qiankuan Din. Surprisingly, it is a supreme treasure of creation. The Qiankuan tripod, which can reverse the innate nature. This precious tripod. Surprisingly, it was in the hands of his own Lord Palace Master. After more than a dozen quasi-saints were shocked. One by one, they reacted successively. And a pair of gazes that had some sense of realization looked at Buzhou. No wonder the sky Buzhou went on a trip to the solar planet and obtained 3 spiritual treasures that fit extremely well with himself and were capable of decapitating corpses. I see. The palace master has the Qiankuan tripod in his hand. So it's not impossible for him to refine a set of reverse innate decimator spiritual treasures for Buzhou with some effort. One thought to this. The group of paragons from Fengqi Mountain who did not yet have a suitable spiritual treasure to decapitate their corpses all had fiery eyes. White Zephyr can get matching sets of body-chopping spirit treasures. So, they naturally have a chance. Realize that. The gap between a great avatar who had decimated a corpse and one who had not been able to do so was similarly like a heavenly rift. To take the simplest example. Again, they are great adepts. And the realm is the same. However, the Buzhou before the decapitation had to address Fuxi and Nuwa as seniors, while the Buzhou after the decapitation was able to address Fuxi as Taoist brother and Nuwa as Taoist friend. This is the difference between pre-decapitation and post-decapitation. Sacrifice the Qiankuan tripod. Fuguang didn't care if this piece of heavy treasure, exposed to the public eye, would attract covetousness. Because that fear, by its very nature, is nonsense. In no uncertain terms. After this battle, he just threw the Qiankuan tripod casually on top of the flooded earth. And there were not many who dared to make a move on the Qiankuan tripod. Except for the witch race. Protect yourself with the Qiankuan tripod. Fuguang still thinks it's not enough. The flood calendar table unfolded like a scroll of books and paintings, encircling Fuguang in a circle. The circumstantial star diagram manifested, evolving a starry sky around Fuguang's body, sheltering him within it. An innate spirit sail emerged. A shield swirled around the circumference. After making full preparations for their own safety and security, Fuguang raised his hand and held it. Buzz. The Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler, which emitted a peaceful and heaven-opening merit and virtue aura and flowed with Xin Huang immortal light, appeared in Fuguang's hand. Seeing the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler that appeared in Fuguang's hand, Fuxi, Buzhou, and the others again and again and again. This meritorious aura, this Xian Huang immortal light, and this Dharma treasure shape. There was absolutely no mistaking it. It must be that one supreme treasure that the flood was famous for. But no one had ever found it. Nor had it ever been seen. And it almost had to exist in legend. Posterior merit supreme. Hongmeng measuring ruler. Wan did not think that this piece of supreme treasure, unexpectedly, is not a legend. Moreover, did not think that this piece of supreme treasure is actually in the hands of their own palace lord. What kind of treasure owner is this? The surprises given by his own Lord Palace Master were really one after another. And it was so exciting. With this master, what's the worry that we won't be able to do it? Ignoring the shock of the crowd, fully armed, Fuguang took a step out and walked directly into the disordered and unorganized endless space and time. Meanwhile, in the anchored spacetime, Fuxi, Buzhou, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain also saw the 3 ancestral wizards who were still standing on the top of the sky in the midst of the disordered endless spacetime, with their ferocious chi and blood staining the endless spacetime. Their all-power without restraint. The terrifyingly ferocious chi and blood wore out the continuously evolving spacetime and Earth on one side directly. Meanwhile, the 3 ancestral witches were still unusually angry at the moment, howling continuously. Daoist Fuguang, come out! Flat-haired beasts. Worm-like things. What kind of skill is it to use these dirty tricks? If you have the ability to confront this ancestral witch head-on. Ah! The anger of the three ancestral witches was beyond words. Only. Just as the candle Joeen among the three ancestral witches kept cursing angrily with his mouth high. Buzz. A heavenly river that fused time and space directly poured down towards Candle Joeen. Swish. Candle Joeen. Who noticed this change? Had a look of surprise erupt on his face. Good timing. Rumble. In an instant, the chi and blood that had infested endless space and time suddenly gathered back and surged into Candle Joeen's body. And his ancestral witch's true body. Flooded with blood light. A terrifying attack that condensed the ferocious chi and blood of his body and the power of his own time avenue was struck by Candle Joeen. The blow was terrifying. It directly collapsed one piece of spacetime on Earth after another that surrounded Candle Joeen. Then, Candle Joeen, who was positively hardened against the long river of space and time, was viciously filled up by this long river of space and time. Chapter 131 Fuguang, Good Baby. Rumble. Candle Joeen's ancestral witch true body was swept away by the raging river of time and space. The tremendous impact caused its huge godly body to shatter pieces of space and time. Meanwhile, the endless power of the great Tao of time was constantly wearing down his will. And the endless power of the great Tao of space was scraping and grinding fiercely on top of Candle Joeen's physical body. If it wasn't for the fact that Candle Joeen was ruling the great Tao of time, and the ancestral witch's physical body was indeed extremely terrifying. At this point in time, Candle Joeen had already shed a layer of skin a long time ago. Of course. Even if he wasn't dunked into a little cutie by the river of time and space. The Candle Joeen at this moment was also struggling as usual. Candle Joeen was roaring and roaring. His mind exploded straight away. As powerful and as fierce as he was. Casually, he could hammer away at many great avatars. But at the moment, it can be described as an easy type of offense and defense. He's become the guy who gets randomly hammered and blown up. Nope. He wasn't hammered out. Nor was the battle lost. Only, it was because the insidious Taoist Fuguang's tactics were just too much. Too insidious, despicable, shameless, and nasty. Unable to break through the defense of his ancestral witch true body, he used such a dirty trick to trap him. It's really degrading to be a strong man. Fuguang Taoist. It's just a false name. Despicable, insidious, and nasty Taoist Fuguang. If you have the ability to come out and compete with your ancestral witch grandfather in the flesh. The furious Candle Joeen broke into a rage. What kind of hero is it to use these dirty tricks? The words. There is no problem in the logic of the ancestral witches. After all, they favored the sharpening and refining of the physical body despite being born with a great Tao. For the level of use of its own avenue. Although it is also the highest level, it does not reach the realm of doing whatever you want. Both the ancestral witches and the sorcerers preferred fist-to-fist combat. So, these words of Candle Joeen's were not a problem in the eyes of the group of ancestral witches as well as the witch clan. The reason is simple. They're just so good at punching. Only. These words fell into the eyes of Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. The world knows that the ancestral witch's physical body is extremely terrifying. And that hard shaking and innate spiritual treasure is a minor problem. Who would attack their strengths with their weaknesses? Using one's own best tactics becomes a salacious tactic in the eyes of these ancestral witches? Ridiculous. In the midst of endless time and space. The ancestral witch is joking. Fuguang's voice rang out. He said aloud. The world knows that the fleshly bodies of the witch race are invincible. And the fleshly bodies of all the ancestral witches are even more so than the very best innate spiritual treasures. The poor Taoist is just a one-term immortal Taoist cultivator. What virtue or ability qualifies you to compete with all the ancestral witches in a physical body competition? Between the words, there was a golden flower of the great Tao and a golden lotus of the laws blooming in the endless space and time. And all kinds of power of the great Tao surged towards Candle Join in a vast and endless manner. There are no splendid means. It was just a matter of plainly urging the most fundamental power of the great Tao. Little by little grinding, scraping, and cutting the ancestral witch's true body. And in favor of. It is such tactics that are extremely frightening. It's holding up okay. If they couldn't hold out, they would be worn out by that fundamental power of the great Tao in an instant. And not even a trace would remain. Candle Join became even angrier and more furious, roaring in rage. However, in the face of the endless variety of the power of the great Tao wasting away, he can't do anything. The force is not too strong. Only stronger. If the other ancestral witches are here, a group of brothers join forces. With the ferocious blood of Qi can be completely one force. Directly break Fuguang Taoist these salacious means of. But now there was only Candle Join. He's really powerless. The ancestral which is still asking for upward attention dash. Taoist Fuguang's voice resounded again in the middle of endless space and time. The poor Taoist is going to start. The words fell. Clang. Endless spacetime was suddenly broken open by a terrifying Xianhuang front. And the Xianhuang front, which was permeated with an extreme killing aura, headed straight for Candle Join, who was struggling to take a step. The moment he saw the Xianhuang front, the scalp of Candle Join, who was originally in the middle of his furious state, exploded violently. Danger! 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 This Xianhuang sharpness that broke everything and attacked to the extreme brought Candle Join an extreme feeling of danger. It's like it was able to break through his ancestral witch true body in general. Don't dare hesitate. Candle Join, who chose to trust his intuition, extremely pushed his own terrifying Qi and blood towards the Xianhuang blade that he simply couldn't avoid. He blocked it. Stop for this ancestor witch. Next moment, the Xianhuang blade fell onto Candle Join's body. Boom! The Xianhuang blade was resisted by Candle Join's ferocious Qi and blood for a split second, and the terrifying impact rolled and tumbled away. However, Candle Join's resistance was only for a split second. Puffing, with the sound of flesh tearing apart. So far, the ancestral witch's true body, which had never been forcefully broken open by anyone, had been forcefully broken open for the first time in this instant. In the hands of Taoist Fuguang. Hoof! With a dull grunt, Candle Join's ancestral witch true body was torn open with a huge wound. Rolling ancestral sorcerer blood, just like the rain scattering, drifted down in the endless space and time, coloring patches of space and time heaven and earth red, and then crumbled. Meanwhile, Candle Join's gigantic ancestral witch true body was also swept away by that one long river of space and time, falling into an even more chaotic time and space. With Candlewick, there were also two other ancestral witches. On their bodies, they all had similarly horrifying wounds, similarly spilling blood within the heavens and earth where that slice of endless time and space was located. Walking through endless time and space, Fuguang didn't even look at the three Candle Join brothers who had been heavily injured by himself. Heavy damage is already the limit. Killing is not possible now. Today's witch race is still the favorite of heaven and earth, and the Pango legacy favors them. Even ordinary sorcerers who killed too many were burdened with monstrous karma. Not to mention the 12 ancestral witches. Even saints were not able to directly make a move to wear down the witch race, let alone Fuguang, who had not yet been certified. Kill. Definitely unkillable. Beat up. Still not a big problem. Buzz. Raise your hand. The Xianhuang blade that broke through the defense of the three ancestral witches' true bodies one after the other and heavily damaged them fell into Fuguang's hands, transforming into the plain and unadorned appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of the heavens. Good baby. Looking at the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler in his hand, Fuguang was satisfied for a while. The power of attack. No more words are needed at this moment. More importantly, the Hongmeng measuring ruler possesses 10% of the merit of the opening of the sky, as well as endless Xianhuang qi, and is used to kill without staining karma. And even more so, it will not bring the aura of robbery and death to Fuguang. It is the best magic weapon to deal with ancestral witches. It's better to use than even the Chaos Bell. After all, although the Chaos Bell was more powerful, it would be tainted with karma and bring in the aura of calamity. And that. It was also the reason why Fuguang, in this battle, chose to use the Hongmeng heavenly ruler instead of the Chaos Bell. Of course, it's really going to be a tense time. If you should use the Chaos Bell, you should still use it. After glancing at the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Fuguang's golden eyes turned. Subsequently, directly put the Hongmeng measuring ruler as well as the Qinkuan tripod in his hand, and casually threw it into the spacetime rift opened by Yixian. Chapter 132, Fushi, No More He. At this moment, inside the endless timespace turbulence, by the many meritorious spiritual treasures, as well as Fuguang's own Tao, after evolving, thrown into the great thousand worlds of the spacetime rift. Boom! Holding an autumnal brush in his hand, he is clad in the 10,000 character sutra, and a multitude of meritorious spiritual treasures shelter his body. Fuguang's expression was serious, but his posture was casual. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, all kinds of great Tao transformed into thousands of visions, floating and sinking, responding to the fusion of the qi and blood of the 9 ancestral witches such as Di Jiang. The killing attack far exceeded that of the perfection realm of the mixed golden immortal. At this moment within the great world, the heavens and earth repeated the process of collapsing and evolving. The power of various great Taos flowed. Tao and reasoning intertwined. And the laws and rules were constantly evolving, constantly resisting the combined killing efforts of the 9 ancestral witches. Fuguang responded calmly and appeared to be at ease. As for the 9 ancestral witches on the opposite side, in the face of Fuguang's endless layers of Tao means, despite constantly parrying, they were likewise unable to strike out many effective attacks. The more you stand down, one by one, the more they held back, feeling unbearable. Soon it began to growl and roar incessantly, one after another. They all cursed towards Fuguang. Flat-haired beast. I'm Nim's father. Have the balls to touch a punch. Little Fuguang. You don't even dare to throw a punch against me? You're an eggless bastard. Fuguang. God of the sun? Fart God Fuguang. You're only good for licking the soles of your mother's feet. Listening to the insults of the 9 ancestral witches. All sorts of obscenities. Fuguang's face was unchanged. And even his emotions didn't fluctuate much. That's it? Do you witches have a higher education in etiquette? Scolding so gently. Fuguang, who was not angry, catalyzed the spiritual treasure, evolving his own various perfect Tao between thoughts. And his hand became heavier and heavier. There is a temporary stalemate between the two sides. This battle, in the midst of this endless turbulence of space and time, it was unknown how many years it had lasted. Until one day. Rumble. After evolving the power of a perfect Tao and wearing out yet another joint attack from the ancestral witches, Fuguang raised his eyebrows slightly. Subsequently, there was a satisfied smile on his face. Coming? His words had just fallen. The two streams of light came directly across the turbulence of space and time, falling into the great thousand worlds and arriving in front of Fuguang. Exactly. Hongmeng measuring ruler and Shinkuan tripod. Raising his hand under his hand, the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler and the Shinkuan tripod. A warm smile appeared on Fuguang's face as he looked towards the 9 ancestral witches who had already tired of cursing and were frantically surrounding towards him. The tone was gentle. The ancestral witches. Please be careful. Hearing Fuguang's words. The 9 ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang, who were still energetic and in good condition after fighting for endless years, froze for a moment. Of course. The attacks on his hands were not slowed down at all. Staged suspicions. Who are you trying to scare? Emperor Jiang stared at Fuguang with red eyes, as if he was insane, and roared. No reply. Fuguang just beamed. Buzz. All kinds of perfect avenues swirled around his body, and vast and endless mana surged, endlessly pouring into the Hongmeng measuring ruler and Shinkuan tripod, as well as the many merit and virtue spiritual treasures he had previously sacrificed. At once, many spiritual treasures were releasing extreme treasure light that reflected the great thousand worlds, even illuminating the space-time turbulence outside the great thousand worlds. This kind of precious light burst out, directly causing Di Jiang and the other 9 ancestral witches to subconsciously raise their hands to block. It was the moment they raised their hands. Clank! The Hongmeng measuring ruler once again transformed into an extremely offensive Shinhuang blade, and with the power and speed of destroying space and time, it straightly rode towards the 9 ancestral witches. Meanwhile, the 10,000 character sutra unfolds and evolves the vision of the way of literature. With a stroke of the autumn brush, the great world was instantly divided. The many spiritual treasures of merit and virtue also evolved all sorts of consummate great Tao powers, attacking the 9 ancestral witches respectively and holding all of them in check. Puffing, accompanied by a sound of flesh tearing, a huge wound appeared on top of the true body of Di Jiang, the head of the ancestral witches. An ancestral witch blood emanating a ferocious aura continued to spray. Meanwhile, his gigantic true body couldn't stop retreating, and with a single foot, he fell into the endless space-time turbulence. This sudden change of heart, it caused the other 8 ancestral witches to tremble, looking toward the location where Emperor Jiang fell into the chaotic space-time. Where is the figure of Emperor Jiang still? The 8 ancestral witches were greatly alarmed. Brother! Brother! Rub! Big brother! Not waiting for them to make a move to find Emperor Jiang. Clang! The Hongmeng measuring ruler transformed into the Shinhuang sharpness, shuttling through space and time, unstoppably chopping at a group of ancestral witches one after another. It's just a moment in time. The kami was close to being cut off at the waist. Zhu Rong's head is open. Genghis Khan has a hole through his thigh. Hotu's chest was torn open with a gash that saw bone. But within a few breaths, ancestral witches, one after another, spilled their blood and fell into the space-time turbulence with serious injuries. Buzz! After hitting the 9 ancestral witches and knocking them down into the space-time turbulence, the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Shinkuan tripod, 10,000 character sutra, and many other spiritual treasures, released a vast immortal light, and all of them disappeared into the space-time turbulence and went away. Meanwhile, this side of the great thousand world, which had lost the support of its spiritual treasures and the power of the great Tao, also began to collapse. And within the great beyond, Fuguang's already illusory figure transformed into a golden immortal light and disappeared into the spatial and temporal turbulence along with the great thousand worlds, the Phoenix Mountain that was divided by endless time and space. Buzz! A golden immortal light swept through the disordered endless spacetime, as if it was smoothing out the folds of clothes. The gentle golden immortal light smoothed out the spacetime of this heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the gentle golden immortal light brought about endless creation and vitality, causing the earth, which had already been saturated with radiance by the hundreds of thousands of sorcerers blowing themselves up, as well as the appearance of the ancestral witches and the others, to gradually regain its vitality. Watched the battle. Fu Shi, Bai Zhe and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain, who were not injured, were all in a calm mood after the shock, looking at this general movement of heaven and earth. The scene, compared to the battle we just saw, this can only be a little bit mean. Just when they were still dumbfounded, Buzz, Fuguang's figure walked out directly from the middle of space and time. Seeing Fuguang show up, Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain also came back to their senses. Each one of them bowed respectfully toward Fuguang. "Greetings, Lord Palace Master." Glanced at the crowd. Fuguang nodded slightly. "This matter, for the time being, has come to an end. What you previously intended to do, go and do." After a casual notice, Fuguang also did not talk nonsense. His body transformed into a ray of golden light, and had already disappeared in front of Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and other Fengqi Mountain immortals. Wait until Fuguang has left. It was only then that the immortals of Fengqi Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Even Fu Shi and Bai Zhe were no exception. None other. After this battle, anyone would be able to feel a great deal of pressure when they went to face their own palace lord again. Especially Fu Shi. He finally felt the huge gap between the two sides. He hadn't seen his own palace lord adults killing people and moving in real scenes before. So he still dared to smile and address his own palace lord adults as Dao Yu. Right now. Give him another dare. He wouldn't dare. And he's not smiling anymore. Chapter 133, One Breath Transforms 3000. After the reprieve, Fu Shi turned his head, looking towards the Fengqi Mountain that had become a wasteland. Even the Earth Spirit Vein had been blown up. If it wasn't for the fact that his own Palace Master Lord had slightly stepped in and restored the vitality and creation of this heaven and earth, Fengqi Mountain has been turned into a treacherous land destroyed by the Fury. Come to think of it, the home that he and his little sister had been living in had been blown up by the witches. While Fu Shi's brain hurt, a not so small amount of anger rose in his heart. Before, he did intend to go with his own little sister to find another dojo to stay temporarily, waiting for the dust to settle from this quantum culpa. But there was no thought of giving up Fengqi Mountain as his old home. As a result, now that the wizards are here, bombed his old house straight away. These barbarians are simply too deceitful. Fu Shi was on fire now. Aside, Bai Zhe stepped forward and looked at Fu Shi to comfort him. There's no need for Dao brother to be annoyed. This karma, I will certainly get it back in the future. It's a certain. Since he had already fought with the witch race and still won a great victory, the karma with the witch race was also tied up. Wait for the return of the 12 ancestral witches that their own palace master lord had casually banished into the time-space turbulence. Definitely one more battle to go. The 12 ancestor witches as well as the witch race were not the type of character to hold back their anger, much less the type to be cautious and steady. The 12 ancestral witches after their return would, at best, be able to endure until all of their injuries were restored. So, just now, the palace master said, "This matter is over for the time being," rather than directly telling the crowd, "This matter is over." Because there's bound to be another big battle to follow. At that point, just get back today's karma again. White Zephyr spoke with a serious face. Today's words are still important for Lord Palace Master's big celebration. Delaying the matter. I'm only afraid that the two of us, you and I, will have to eat our words. The errands that his own palace lord had first arranged for himself and the others were given a whole lot of delay. Buzhou didn't even dare to imagine how he would be punished. Despite the fact that the selfsame palace lord seemed to be very kind and good-natured. But the one who claims to be an ancestor and can achieve greatness cannot be a purely rotten person. Words. Fushi nodded with a serious face. Makes sense. When one thought of the scene where his own palace master had just punched the 3 ancestral witches as if they were sandbags in the middle of endless space and time. And had easily inflicted heavy injuries. A shiver ran down the body of Fushi. The face was suddenly serious. Fellow Daoist White Zephyr. All of you little friends. You should go to the Sunstar and pay your respects to Lord Palace Master. The poor Taoist will go and complete the task arranged by Lord Palace Master. Hearing Fushi's words, White Zephyr also nodded with a serious face. Good. Subsequently, Fushi was transformed into an immortal light and left without looking back. Time constraints and heavy tasks. Having seen the terrifying strength of his own palace master lord, Fushi was also a little abashed. Greetings, Dao brother. Buzhou, who saw Fushi leaving, arched his hand to send him off with a salute. Behind it, the same was true for Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and all the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Greetings, Elder. After sending off Fushi, Buzhou turned his head to look at the immortals of Fengqi Mountain behind him. There was also some urgency. Fellow Taoists and young friends, follow the poor Taoist to the Sunstar and pay your respects to Lord Palace Master. What there is to say and what you need to pay attention to. The poor Taoist will make it clear to you in the middle of the road. Between the words, Buzhou whisked his sleeve to condense a cloud and led the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, heading straight to the Sunstar. Meanwhile, along the way, he was also giving the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, explaining the situation in the Golden Crow Palace nowadays, and talking about his own palace lord's best friend. More importantly, to give the immortals of Fengqi Mountain a little something in their hearts. When we were at Fengqi Mountain before, Taoist Nuwa didn't like to care or take care of it. And Taoist brother Fushi was also spontaneous. And likewise didn't constrain the immortals too much. Plus, the time before that, although the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were gathered together, they were not a unified organization. So the management was loose. And it didn't hurt that the behavior of the immortals was scattered. But not anymore. Worship the Golden Crow Palace and take orders under the seat of your own Lord Palace Master. This is the formalization of an organization. Any more loose ends like before will surely not be allowed. After a few words of advice, Buzhou looked at the immortals of Fengqi Mountain in a serious manner. Remember one thing. Lord Palace Master is the ancestor of the way of literature and emphasizes on etiquette and virtue. So don't do anything rash in the future. There's no need for the poor Taoist to remind you of what will happen if you evilize the Palace Lord. Right? After memorizing all the precautions that Buzhou had said, the immortals of Fengqi Mountain also had a serious and earnest look on their faces. Understood. Seeing the immortals of Fengqi Mountain was a relief. White Zephyr was relieved. And his face became serious as he accelerated his journey to the solar planet Sunstar. Inside the Fusang courtyard inside the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa sitting next to the fairy table, at this moment, was looking with shocked eyes at Fuguang, who was relaxing on the side. The Hongmeng measuring ruler as well as the Qinkuan tripod. These two spiritual treasures are actually in your hands. Fellow Daoist Fuguang? No wonder the poor Taoist and big brother in the past. No matter how much they searched for it, they didn't get half the results. Slight pause. After glancing at Fuguang with envy in his eyes, Nuwa lamented again. Fellow Daoist is really lucky. Words. Fuguang smiled, not replying to this. Good luck? You? Nuwa. Have no idea how hot this Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler in the Qiankuan tripod, as well as the Godslayer lance and the Hongmeng purple chi felt when he got them from the saints. These babies. Is it good to come? Only. These things were taken from the hands of saints. And Fuguang couldn't say it directly, so he just smiled and ignored the topic. Nuwa didn't talk too much about spiritual treasures either. A little mention and emotion will do. To say more, there would be some suspicion of coveting other people's spiritual treasures. And with her growing relationship with Fuguang nowadays, it would seem a bit presumptuous to ask more than the spiritual treasure thing. Nuwa was even more curious about the means Fuguang used in the great battle just now, because Fuguang himself has always been in this Fusan courtyard without leaving. But on the contrary, above the battlefield of Fengqi Mountain, Fuguang first showed up to fight Di Jiang and the other 9 ancestral witches, pulling them into the Great Thousand Worlds, and finally fell into the space-time turbulence. After that, he appeared again at the Fengqi Mountain battlefield, blocking the other 3 newly appeared ancestral witches. Nuwa can determine that wasn't 2 of Fuguang's 3 corpses. After all, although the 3 corpses were of the same lineage and origin as the main body, it was by no means possible for the breath, magic treasures, and divine abilities to be exactly the same. Inside the Fuso courtyard, in 1,000 worlds, on the battlefield of Fengshe, 3 simultaneous fugitives. The breath was of the same origin. The magic treasures were of the same origin. And the divine abilities were of the same level. It's all about the presence of the being. Or maybe none of them are instants? What kind of tactic is this? Nuwa was curious at the moment. So, she then opened her mouth directly to inquire about her curiosity. Fellow Daoist Fuguang, I wonder what kind of divine ability was the means you used to fight against the 9 ancestral witches and protect your elder brother and the others? Since Fuguang used it, he shouldn't be afraid to tell others. Therefore, it was only slightly presumptuous of Nuwa to ask. As Nuwa thought, after using it, Fuguang had no intention of hiding this tactic. Opened his mouth to clear up Nuwa's confusion. 1 chi transforms 3,000. It's sort of a more palatable divine ability. So I've made you laugh. Fellow Daoist. Chapter 134. Nuwa and Fuguang have been in a relationship for a long time. After hearing Fuguang's explanation, Nuwa automatically ignored Fuguang's modest words of taking it to the next level. The beautiful eyes twinkled slightly. 3,000 in one breath? Good avatar. To be able to split into a real body that is the same as the main body regardless of cultivation, aptitude, and other means, the increase in strength brought about can be called terrifying. Can't you see? With Fuguang's strength, just with 2 incarnations, just easily divide and break the 12 ancestral witches? Realize that the ancestral sorcerer who easily destroyed the Immortal Court and killed the Duke of Dongwang and many other great magi of the Immortal Court, his strength is no longer in doubt. And an ancestral witch of this level still lost under Fuguang's 2 incarnations. This avatar, strong enough to be scary. Fuguang Taoist. It's also terribly strong. Sitting for a while longer, Fuguang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upwards. White Zephyr and the others are here. Do you want to go with the poor Taoist to meet the immortals of Fengqi Mountain? After all, previously, all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain are under the patronage of fellow Daoist and your elder brother, Fushi. Words. Nuwa, who was still thinking about Fuguang's hand. The divine means of transforming 3,000 in one breath, came back to her senses. It was followed by a shake of the head. The sandalwood mouth opened slightly. Or not. The poor Taoist prefers purity. And such a scene is not something the poor Taoist enjoys dealing with. Besides, The fact that all the immortals have come to pay their respects to you is a great event for you, fellow Taoist. And I'm afraid it would only be inconvenient for the poor Taoist to go over there. Talking at the same time, Nuwa's beautiful eyes looked slightly straight at Fuguang. There was some emotion in my heart. Today, Buzhou brought all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain to pay respect to Fuguang, which also signified that Fuguang would be the lord of a party's power from now on. This Golden Crow Palace. And it definitely won't be as cold and quiet as it is now. With this first batch of henchmen, there were also the Wanshashan immortals that Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud were going to send over afterward as the second batch of Fuguang's henchmen, together with his own elder brother, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, White Zephyr, and many other paramount great spiritual masters. This high-end fighting force. It was already crushing the peak of the past years when the Immortal Court was destroyed. Nuwa didn't even dare to think that such a force converged on the Golden Crow Palace. And Fuguang, who had ambitious ambitions and grand plans, would have such a huge amount of power and say within the universe. My own brother was right. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is indeed a heavenly being who was born to achieve greatness. Much inconvenience? Hearing Nuwa say this, Fuguang smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist is overly concerned. How inconvenient can it be? You Nuwa are the one who is going to be based in his Golden Crow Palace in the future without any surprises. This gets out. Do you think the other cultivators will not consider you? Nuwa. As a part of his Fuguang's command? The package will be this. Fuguang believed that Nuwa could see it too. But in everything there is something to be gained and something to be lost. The current Nuwa was bent on improving her Tao, her strength. And the only person who could help her quickly consummate her own Tao of creation was Fuguang. Did she have a choice? There's no choice. So Nuwa would inevitably remain in the Golden Crow Palace until the end of the heavenly marriage. And the longer she stayed in the Golden Crow Palace, the deeper the entanglement between the two would be. Plus, Nuwa had already owed karma when she asked Fuguang to help her go further. Her older brother, little old Fushi, was now also worshipping Fuguang's mountain, with many karmic entanglements. Nuwa had already been in a relationship with him, Fuguang, for a long time. Such an attitude now is nothing more than self-deception. Back to the main topic. After hearing Fuguang's words, Nuwa shook her head after pursing her lips. Open mouth. The poor Taoist was previously awakened and came out of the gate. Now that this matter has come to an end for the time being, it's time to go and continue the retreat. Fellow Taoist, leave for now. Talking at the same time, Nuwa had stood up and made a bow towards Fuguang. Rise and return the salute. Fuguang didn't say anything more, only blessing Nuwa. I wish you, fellow Taoist, to step into perfection soon. After a gentle nod, Nuwa then drifted away and went straight to her retreat. Wait until Nuwa leaves. Fuguang turned his head to the side of the courtyard. Serving the attendant 4-flower immortal Siahi. Go introduce Buzhou and the others inside the Golden Crow Hall. Besides, organize the treasures, spirit roots, and other resources in the palace today and deposit them in the inner treasury. In the future, the resources collected by the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace will find another place to store them. Don't get confused. Hearing Fuguang's command, Xia He saluted and led the way. Here. Subsequently, he went down to carry out Fuguang's orders. Fuguang said generous and also generous. Said stingy and also stingy. In the previous Golden Crow Palace, it was just him alone, plus the attendant 4-flower immortals. Naturally, there is no need to meticulously divide property. Now the Golden Crow Palace is no longer only one person, and transformed to become a dominant level of power. then naturally there's still a distinction between public and private. The things in the inner treasury are Fuguang's own family. And other people cannot share or move. And in the future, the Golden Crow Palace treasury is his Fuguang's? But the same can also be everyone's. It's still important to be clear about it. Not for long. Under Xiaohe's guidance and by Zai's leadership, all the immortals who came from Fengqi Mountain, one by one, entered the Golden Crow Palace with awe and trepidation. Arriving at the grand hall that was golden and bright and appeared to be grand and atmospheric. The great hall easily accommodated the masses of immortals of Fengqi Mountain. It's also very spacious. Although the Golden Crow Palace was named after the palace, its essence was a super-large complete thousand-world birthed by the Sun Star. It was not far behind the Terra Nova Immortal Court that once existed. Not to mention accommodating the immortals of Fengqi Mountain. It would not be much of a problem to add in the 10,000 tribes of the flood. After guiding Bai Zai and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain into the Great Hall, Xiaohe gave an unassuming salute towards Bai Zai and the others. Open mouth. Please wait here for a few moments. The Lord is about to come over. Words. Bai Zai and the others all smiled kindly towards Xiaohe. Thanks a lot. With White Zephyr and the others' strength, as well as their status after worshipping the mountain now, there would have been no need to be so polite to the attendant four flower immortals. But how? No one wanted to malign the selfsame palace master, who emphasized on etiquette. And then theirs. The attendant four flower immortals had followed their own palace master for a long time, and were actual close personal servants. White Zephyr and the others couldn't be slowed down. Of course. Not overly enthusiastic either is all. Xiaohe retreated to stand next to the main seat in the Great Hall and waited quietly. The immortals of Fengqi Mountain were likewise very well behaved and quiet as they waited. And while the White Zephyr waits, also surveying the Great Hall, it's not the same as when it came before. At this moment in the Great Hall, a high platform appeared. And on top of that high platform, a throne was placed. The appearance of the high table throne. It's also a metaphor for, after today's audience, they were finally subordinates of their own palace lord. Chapter 135, by Zai, Oh exempt. I'm going to kill it. The immortals of Fengqi Mountain waited for a moment. Buzz. A soft golden immortal light bloomed in the main seat. Immediately following, he was wearing the Hongmeng Sun, Moon and Stars robe. His black hair was scattered behind him. A heavenly Tao imperial pattern was manifested on his brow. His face was handsome and masculine, and his temperament was warm and sunny without losing his dignity. Fuguang, who was surrounded by a golden light of auspicious merits and virtues, presently on the Lord's throne. When the immortals in the Great Hall saw their own palace master lord appear, each one of them had a serious, earnest, and reverent face, and hurriedly straightened themselves out. Then, one by one, they silently retreated behind Bai Zai, and one pair of eyes were fixed on Bai Zai. They were afraid that they would offend their own palace lord if their manners were not in order. So, only being able to push Bai Zai, the leader who had had many encounters with his own palace lord and had been rewarded, forward, and following Bai Zai's example. Surely there would be no mistake. Not buddy. Are you guys doing this again? Seeing that all the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were all taking a step back, each staring at their every move, it was clear that they wanted to imitate his behavior. Sparingly, with Bai Zai's refined and easygoing nature. At this moment, couldn't help but want to curse. The others are okay. Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, K Meng Yu Pits. Back then, when we came to the Golden Crow Palace, we had this whole dead out. And now we're still here? Shameless. It's really shameless. Originally, Buzhou was actually not nervous at all. After all, he had already spoken to his own palace lord previously. Bring someone over. It's just a walk in the park. But this silent retreat of the immortals of Fengqi Mountain made Buzhou nervous again. The pressure in Buzhou's heart at the moment. It's going to start storming big again, ah. The mind breaks right down. The pressurized Buzhou did not dare to hesitate. And immediately bowed. Arched his hands. And bowed respectfully directly towards Fuguang. Aloud. Subordinate Buzhou. Greetings to the palace master. See the white zephyr in action. In its wake, Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, K Meng, and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Everyone up and down the mountain was respectfully moving towards Fuguang on the main seat of the high platform. Deacon subordinates pay great homage. We pay our respects to the palace master. Sitting in the main seat. As he looked at the Fengqi Mountain immortals below who were paying homage to him, his face still wore a gentle, easygoing smile. Random word. Be excused. There's no need for such a big salute in the future, this seat is generally very easygoing. Words. The immortals of Fengqi Mountain looked at Buzhou again and followed his movements. Still giving a respectful salute. Thank you, Palace Master. Seeing the situation, Fuguang's eyebrows raised. A warm smile on his face. The golden eyes looked casually at Buzhou. Ha ha ha. It seems that you are deeply popular among the immortals. White Zephyr. Buzhou, who had just finished saluting, coldly heard this sentence from his own palace lord. The entire group froze. Ha! After freezing, Buzhou's clever brain instantly spun around quickly. And soon figured out the deeper meaning of his own palace master's sentence. And then, the whole person was like falling into an ice cave. And instantly a cold sweat started to break out all over his body. Oh. Come on. Done. He's going to be finished. White Zephyr feels like he's going to die. What is this place? Golden Crow Palace. What are they here for? Oh, the one who has an audience with his own Lord Palace Master. Who serves him as his Lord. And who obeys his own Lord Palace Master's orders. So what happened back there? Xin Yuan, Shan Yang, K Meng, and a host of other great aptitudes. Dao Lord Cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals of Fengqi Mountain. All of them directed their entire gazes toward him, following him in every move. The scene. What does it mean to fall into the eyes of your own palace master? All the immortals who came to Fengqi Mountain listened to him. Buzhou. In other words, everyone was loyal to him. Shirazawa. Not to their own palace master. As for the identity of the selfsame palace lord sitting up there turned out to be? Puppet Palace Master. So much like a joke. Figure that out. White Zephyr instantly revealed a deadly gray color. Terrified. Without hesitation to worship again to ask for forgiveness. He shuddered. Palace Master. Subordinate. Next moment. White Zephyr, who was about to make a big bow to ask for forgiveness, felt an irresistible force that steadily stopped his movements. Meanwhile, Fuguang's voice with some helplessness and amusement in its mildness. It also rang. What are you boys nervous about? This seat just said it casually. There is no other deeper meaning. You don't have to be so flustered. Speaking. Fuguang was also withdrawing his magic power. His golden eyes were gentle and still looking at Buzhou, who straightened up. Still with some trepidation. The Tao of Harmony. This seat knows your heart and regards you as its right-hand man. And it's a great thing that you're able to gain popularity among the immortals. So, only then will this seat be able to confidently leave some things to you to arrange. Fuguang was greatly generous and straightforward about what was in his heart. Meanwhile, with an encouraging look, he looked at Buzhou and said, "If you are truly capable, this seat will allow you to be below me and above the 10,000 immortals. Total authority over everything. Don't let me down." Does Fuguang mind if Baektaek has too much prestige and too much power? Just kidding. Don't mind at all. What is this place? What a flood. Under the influence of strength, position, heavenly destiny, and many other factors, Fuguang didn't need to worry about the talk of betrayal at all. The opposite. He was even more worried about his men, all of whom were mediocre, without a shred of competence or excellence. Because then, managing his ministry, managing the Golden Crow Palace today, and managing the many things in the heavenly court in the future would divert a portion of his time, affecting his cultivation, not to mention making him live as if he were a laborer. How would Fuguang be willing to do that? He's trying to be the big boss, the shirker, instead of really having to suffer and support a big power all by himself. That fear of having your authority divided is too narrow and foolish. As long as he accomplishes his mission and proves himself, becoming the only supreme being, as long as he is there, all the power and authority, put and take away is just in a thought. By then, Fuguang is eager to reduce his own burden. Where to go back to the boring centralization of power? If he fails, all of that is a cloud of smoke. And it is unknown whether one can exist in heaven and earth. What is the use of centralization? It's just a graft. So, it's true what Fuguang said. He really didn't mind Buzhou's deep popularity. Nor did he care about the size of his prestige. If his ability was really enough. Fuguang was also really happy to cut himself some slack and let Buzhou pick up a little more of the load. Oh. Right. And this Fushi guy. Smiling all day long. Although his combat prowess was not great, his ability to handle various matters was above par. Again, it's only fair to add some burdens to him. Fushi, Hongjun, Zenyuanzi, Buzhou, and other great magi who were willing to follow him to Fuguang. These can be the top quality cattle and horses. Cough cough. Can be his Fuguang Daoren's close friends. Hand and foot brothers. How could Fuguang not be able to give up that little bit of power? Both give. It's only fair to trust them hard and then set them up to work hard. Get ahead. And get better. Chapter 136 by Zay, I didn't pass away. And got a promotion. Soothing a nervous white zephyr. Fuguang's gaze went to Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, Ji Meng, and more than a dozen other great avatars. And he also swept a glance at the many backwoods immortals of Fengqi Mountain. Everyone's cultivation and virtues were all visible in Fuguang's eyes. After taking a look at it, Fuguang nodded in satisfaction. You're all good. Although some people also have karma in their bodies. Fortunately, the karma is at a normal level. There is no such thing as a karma-ridden, sin-ridden villain. In the end, it was the immortals who came out of the dojo of the brother and sister pair Fushi and Nuwa. Not to say that they were all virtuous cultivators, but above character. They were still able to pass. After taking a look at it, Fuguang's eyes flickered. It fell back to white haze. Since you brought the people here, they are yours to arrange. This seat has only one command for you at the moment. Prepare everything for the heavenly wedding. Fuguang's tone was serious, and his expression was grave, with no attitude of joking with Buzhou at all. This was one of his obsessions since his long years of Fuguang. Naturally, there is no room for half-assed mistakes. Heard the repeated exhortations and commands of the superior palace master. The White Zephyr, who was originally still terrified of the At once he bowed and led the way. At the behest of the palace master. Please rest assured. Palace master. My subordinates and the others will not let palace master down. Words. Fuguang nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Buzhou and said, "This seat has always been true to its word. As of today, appoint Buzhou as the Grand Master of the Golden Crow Palace. All cultivators of my Golden Crow Palace shall follow the arrangements of the Grand Master and shall not disobey." Who's in favor and who's against? Between the words, Fuguang's pair of golden eyes directly swept over the Fengqi Mountains crowd of immortals. And even though they did not show any pressure, and also really carried an inquiring color, they still made the Fengqi Mountains crowd of immortals tremble. Without hesitating to salute directly. Responding in unison. The subordinate is in favor. Hearing the crowd's response. After Fuguang nodded his head in satisfaction, his face wore a color of warmth and anticipation. Look at the white zephyr. Power. This seat has given you. How far you can go is up to you. Shirasawa. The same. Any of you who are not convinced by Buzhou, or who think that they can do even better than Buzhou, can also bring it up. This seat is willing to give all of you a chance. Hear this promise. The eyes of all the immortals at Fengqi Mountain lit up. This was especially true of Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and a host of other great spiritual masters. The more power you have, the more responsibility you have and the more credit you get. After more credits, the higher the possibility that they would be able to obtain a tailor-made corpse chopper spiritual treasure. The higher it would be. This opportunity. There's no one who doesn't want to take hold of it. Of course. And no one is stupid enough to just introduce themselves at this point in time. How can the idea of taking on more responsibility be brought up only after a little bit of work has been done first? Taking in the little thoughts of the crowd. Fuguang had no waves on the surface. But inwardly he was satisfied. That's the way it's going to be. One by one. All rolled up and working hard. Sharing a little bit of the business one by one. And it's getting easier and easier for him. Meanwhile, the burdens on the Golden Crow Palace immortals themselves would likewise become easier and easier. Each in their own way is a good place to start. Fuguang's golden eyes turned, looking to the waiting Xia He. The immortals have just arrived at the Golden Crow Palace and aren't very familiar with the place. So the attendant four flower immortals will lead the immortals to familiarize themselves with the place. Hearing his lordship's command, Xia He stepped forward and saluted in response. At your lordship's command. Nodded. Fuguang didn't say anything more. Buzz. Between the flow of golden immortal light, Fuguang's figure disappeared above the main seat of the Great Hall. The Buzhou and the other Fengqi Mountain immortals left behind subconsciously let out a sigh of relief after Fuguang left. There's no way. Having seen the previous scene of his own palace master's battle with the 12 ancestral witches, anyone who came to have an audience in the middle of this great hall would feel nervous. Who dash? White Zephyr. Who was under the most pressure, not to mention being terrorized by his own boss, let out a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, with an ironic face, he turned his head to look at the immortals of Fengqi Mountain behind him. You guys. Not waiting for Buzhou to get mad. All of the immortals on Fengqi Mountain, including Xia He who was on the side, bowed towards Buzhou. In unison. We have met the Grand Master. A little action. One service. Bottom line. Directly, Buzhou's words that were ready to break out into curses were hardened and held back. All that could be done was to grit his teeth and respond. You are such a nice bunch of dogs dash. Wait for it. If he didn't give you guys some shoes to wear. He, Buzhou, would be ashamed of the position of the Golden Crow Palace's Grand Supervisor that he is now holding. Very quickly. Shirasawa quickly calmed down. Right now. The first order of business was to familiarize himself with the Golden Crow Palace first. Then transfer the masses of immortals from Fengqi Mountain and arrange all the affairs within the Golden Crow Palace. Meanwhile, there's still a need to notify Brother Fushi. He was only supposed to bring everyone here to have an audience with his own boss. And then he was going to go to the flood. To do business with Fushi. But never in a million years. Oneself shifted so magnificently to become the Golden Crow Palace's Grand Supervisor. It was a much heavier burden to carry all at once. So, for the time being, he would not be able to leave the Golden Crow Palace. And would only be able to send others to assist Taoist Brother Fushi. One thought to this. Shirasawa turned to look at Shaho, who was off to the side. Little friend Xiaohe, please also lead us through the Golden Crow Palace. And please explain to us what we need to pay attention to in the Golden Crow Palace. Hearing Bai Zai's words. Naturally, Shaho didn't refuse. This would have been the order of his own master not to mention. Bai Zai and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain. So many great magi. So many great Luo golden immortals' reasonable requests. Xiaohe naturally could not refuse. Very quickly. Under the leadership of Xiaohe as well as the 3 flower immortals that arrived behind him. Bai Zai and the other immortals of Fengqi Mountain were all quickly learning everything about what was going on in the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, inside the palace Fuguang used for his retreat, infinite Tao rhythms flowed. A golden flower of the great Tao loomed. And all sorts of great Tao visions floated and sank. In the middle of the great hall, Fudan sat with his legs on top of the exotic treasure sun futon that he had brought back directly from the purple heavenly palace after the end of the 3rd sermon there. In front of him, in the Qiankuan tripod with dense precious light, 12 groups of seemingly small, but after letting go of the prohibition, can evolve into the size of an ocean of blood clusters, constantly releasing a horrible ferocious gas. These 12 clusters of essence blood. It was in the previous great battle that Fuguang's greatest gain. The essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches. He exposed the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. And then displayed the one breath transforming 3,000. As well as some of his own hidden means. To inflict heavy damage on the 12 ancestral witches. Let them take blood oaths in the midst of endless space and time. Great worlds. And temporal turbulence. Naturally, it can't be to show how powerful they are. Fuguang has always been unprofitable. If he strikes, he must have something. Chapter 137 Fuguang, I'll copy your patent directly. Look at the Qiankuan tripod. Fuguang raised his hand to invoke the Sun True Flame origin and casually threw it into the interior of the Qiankuan tripod. Meanwhile, buzz. A spatial force surged. And countless heavenly materials that Fuguang needed were dumped down from the space. Begin! There was an unspeakable color of excitement in his eyes. Fuguang waved his hand in a big way. When you return from the midst of the temporal chaos dash, the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation will no longer be exclusive to your 12 ancestral witches. The Battle of Fengshu Mountain. There are several reasons why Fuguang would choose to do it. For one thing, he didn't want to keep hiding himself since he had already decided to enter the game. Secondly, save Fushi and the others. Point 3. Again. The most important point is this. Capture the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches and refine the 12 Duotian divine fury great flags. By then, using the 12 capital heavenly deity fatalities great flag to set up the formation. Fuguang was also certain that he would be able to activate the 12 capital heavenly deity fatalities great formation and summon the true body of Pangu to fight. Perhaps compared to the 12 ancestor witches' 12 heavenly goddesses great formation. Fuguang's great formation that was started with the heavenly goddesses great flag might be a bit inferior in terms of power. But Fuguang himself is strong enough. By then, it might not be impossible to touch base with the 12 ancestral witches' 12 capital divine furies grand formation. It doesn't matter if you can't touch it. Fuguang still has a handful of insurance in place. Back to the main topic. After fetching a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures, Fuguang directly began the refining of the great flag of the Dutian divine fury. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang refined spiritual treasures. Nuwa practiced in seclusion, and Buzhou took over all affairs, arranging everything properly. And in the meantime, the passage of the battle at Fengqi Mountain was also gradually spreading throughout the floodplains. The news that there were actually 12 ancestral witches shook all the races that still survived in the flood wasteland, as well as the many great avatars. And what's even more shocking, the first time all 12 ancestral witches appeared in the flooded heaven and earth, they unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat by the Lord of the Stars, the god of the sun, Fuguang Daoren, who resided on the Sun Star and did not ask questions about the world and did not enter the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. He was banished within the endless time and space turbulence after being severely injured by his own strength. I don't know when I'll be able to return again. Meanwhile, a portion of the great avatars and the races in the flood. One more thing noted. Daoist Fushi, who originally resided in Fengqi Mountain, was running around in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, searching for something for that one Lord of the Stars. As for the group of immortals from Fengqi Mountain who were originally sheltered by Daoist Fushi and Nuwa, all of them worshipped in the Golden Crow Palace. And it was often possible to see Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, K Meng, and other great magi going in and out of the solar planet, even though Nuwa Daoren has never shown up. But the news that she was temporarily residing on the Sunstar was inadvertently revealed when Daoist Fushi encountered some of his fellow Daoists in casual conversation as he traveled the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The news broke. It made the great avatars who knew about it. All of them were staring at each other in disbelief. Subsequently, these great avatars were all realizing something in droves. One by one, their thoughtful gazes were directed towards the Sunstar. Daoist Fushi and Daoist Nuwa were suspected to have joined the Golden Crow Palace. The wave set off by this bit of news had not yet subsided in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. In other news, it shocked all the cultivators in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses once again. In the past, inside the purple heavenly palace, the Red Cloud Old Ancestor, who had obtained the foundation of sainthood Hongming Purple Qi, walked out of the 5 Zhuangguan, calling out to his friends. He widely informed the many cultivators in the flood that he would give up the foundation of sainthood in the near future, so that the Hongmeng Purple Qi would once again choose its own master. Those who are interested in obtaining the Hongmeng Purple Qi, please wait for his invitation. The foundation of sanctification. As soon as we talk about this stuff, all of the flood cultivators were directly agitated. The great spiritual masters who had not obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi in the past were all eager to try. Late out of the world. Did not get the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the opportunity. But the cultivation has been raised up. Confident that you can compete with the younger generation to look forward to. Previously, not many people would dare to rob by force. After all, everyone knows that Red Cloud Old Ancestor is the Lord of the Stars, Fuguang Taoist's best friend. Who dares to rob? Not to mention whether it can be won. Even if it is won. Whether or not one could escape this great karma from the Lord of the Stars was an unknown. How could the first person under the saints recognized by all the great avatars of the flood be a mere name? Can't you see that none of the saintly disciples like Sanqing, Nuwa, Guiding and Junti, or even such a powerful person like Old Man Sticks, have ever come out to refute it? And, in the past, everyone could still remember clearly the image of the Lord of the Stars raising his hand to suppress the head of the male immortals Duke of Dongwang, as well as a group of fallen immortal court's great avatars. Against the Lord of the Stars? The genus has a way of taking death. Hidden in the immortal court of the overseas Immortal Islands. After receiving the news about the 12 ancestral witches and the Fuguang Taoist who had thwarted the 12 ancestral witches alone, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but be silent. For a long time. Sitting under the main plant of the extreme innate spiritual root, nonpareil peach, the Queen Mother of the West let out a long sigh. Ugh. Nowadays it seems. This great immortal court that Lord Dongwang and I have established is just an insignificant, yet self-righteous clown in the midst of this quantitative calamity. Aside. Xian Nu, who had brought the news for the Queen Mother of the West. After hearing her words, her sandalwood mouth opened. But she didn't know what words of comfort to say. Since knowing that there are 12 ancestral witches, Xian Nu knew. The immortal court that had been destroyed by the appearance of only 9 ancestral witches. Its former glory had truly been a joke. Since the immortal court is supposed to be a joke, how can it comfort the Queen Mother of the West? Wrapped up the mood. After the Queen Mother of the West's mind returned to normal. Eyes like a torch. The rest can be left alone for now. This time, after the battle between the Lord of the Stars and the 12 ancestral witches, it also means that the Lord of the Stars has already entered the quantum revelation. No matter what his intentions are, it's good that he's entered the quantum reign. And if he wants to get out of it, it won't be that simple. This news, for us, is good news. The Lord of the Stars had entered the quantum revelation. And the appearance of this true rival of the sorcerer race and the 12 ancestral witches was bound to draw the attention of the 12 ancestral witches and the sorcerer race over. Taking this opportunity, the Western Queen Mother and the other remaining immortals of the immortal court would be able to breathe a little sigh of relief. There was no need to be on edge every day worrying about the ancestral witches and the witch clan and when they would come to the door. In response to this idea of Queen Mother West, Xian Nu nodded in approval. Then he looked at Queen Mother West. My lady. Then where shall we go after this? A little meditation. The Western Queen Mother's eyes carried a determined color. The first step. Dismiss the fairy court. Since this is supposed to be just a joke, there's no point in topping it and adding to the laughs. Previously to the Golden Crow Palace. The attitude of the Lord of the Stars towards you and me arriving. Before and after is having a change. All along I have not been able to figure out why the other party would go from warmly welcoming each other to being nonchalant. Didn't even give me a chance to open my mouth and get down to business. Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes lifted up and looked in the direction of the sun star. There was a look of helplessness on his face. Nowadays it seems. The Lord of the Stars is the one who was not too pleased with my status as a fairy court where I go with you as a guest. So much so that not even interested in hearing about the serious business we have to talk about. Words. A moment of clarity dawned on the genii. After all? Previously, she hadn't thought about it at all. Now after being pointed out by the Queen Mother of the West, Xian Nu suddenly came to her senses. It turns out that without realizing it, the immortal court emperor status, which used to be very honorable and manageable, has become a great constraint. Chapter 138. Old Man Sticks is good at judging people by themselves. Dissolution of the fairy court. After hearing this decision of Queen Mother West, Xian Nu had a burst of emotion while also having some worries in her heart. The beautiful eyes twinkled slightly. Your Highness. After the dissolution of the immortal court, the karma and cause and effect that had previously been accumulated during the quantum revelation and had fallen upon us would lose its chi suppression. In that case, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to withstand when karma explodes out. This issue is very important. Today, the remaining immortals of the immortal court relied on the remaining chi of the immortal court, and were only barely able to suppress the karma they were carrying. That's all. Usually, there are also moodiness and waves of dowsing from time to time. If the immortal court was disbanded and lost its chi to suppress that terrifying karma, it would only take a short time before someone met with a horrible fate and fell. Words. The Queen Mother of the West smiled. That. Naturally. I know. The immortal court must be disbanded, otherwise, the Lord of the Stars will not accept our defection. It's just that it's not directly disbanded right now, but only after obtaining the patronage of the Lord of the Stars. Then only then will the immortal court be disbanded. Xian Nu was very afraid that without the shelter of her chi, her karma would explode up, causing herself to suffer a violent death. Likewise, the Queen Mother of the West was worried as usual. As Lord of the Immortal Court, she carries the most karma. And the most karma. The Duke of the East King had committed so many sins. And after his death, these accounts would have to be settled on the Immortal Court. Then, most of them, it fell to her, the still living Lord of the Immortal Court. So, it is the Queen Mother of the West who is actively seeking life, seeking refuge from the Lord of the Stars. Because of the lesser shelter, that massive karma backfired on itself, and the probability of her encountering a transgression was equally high. Very quickly, Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu too is a series of discussions. The future plans of the Immortal Court, gradually determined. In the middle of an undersea dojo in the northern underworld sea, a huge palace is situated here. In the middle of the palace, the Kuan Pang, who was full of gloom, had anger on his face. Red Cloud. Not long ago, a great avatar who had some friendship with Kuan Pang had specially come to the northern underworld sea to bring Kuan Pang the news that Hongjun was going to seed the foundation of sainthood, allowing that one Hongmeng violet chi to choose its own master. The message, instead of making Kuan Pang feel joy, it also filled his heart with anger and resentment. Because in the kunai's opinion, the one Hongjun had obtained, the Hongmeng violet chi, should have belonged to him in the first place. Back when the Purple Heaven Palace was fighting for those holy positions, if it wasn't for Red Cloud giving way to those two in the west, he wouldn't have been targeted and in turn robbed of his holy position. That one Hongmeng purple chi should be his, because that one foundation of sainthood was what little Red Cloud owed him. Dare to walk on the floodplains, and alone. Kuan Pang, who was filled with a somber look. Killing intent surged within. Jin Yuanzi isn't here. And neither is Taoist Fuguang. Your time to die has come. Little Red Cloud. The words fell. The Tao rhythm of the Tao of the innate easy numbers flowed in the palace all of a sudden. In order to be able to always find the opportunity to get dead Red Cloud child, Kuan Pang these years but the hard work. Ruthlessly study the innate E-number way. And in the peace of finding people to find things, is incomparable superb. That Taoist friend who brought the news, who gave Kuan Pang a clear explanation. Red Cloud little child was walking alone in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses this time, without a single helper by her side. How could Kuan Pang let go of such a great opportunity? He wasn't even going to call anyone. With Red Cloud's strength, once when he didn't have many spirit treasures, he was able to press on. Nowadays he was sitting on 2 extremely high-grade innate spirit treasures, as well as multiple innate spirit treasures of various grades, and latter-day spirit treasures. Getting Red Cloud killed is not a difficult task. The depths of the endless sea of blood. Old ancestor sticks, in the image of a demonic youth, was currently diligently deducing a formation. In former years, the scene of the Lord of the Stars completing the peripheral star guardian formation gave Old Man Sticks some inspiration, if he was able to deduce a supreme formation capable of absorbing, refining, and transforming the heaven and earth's baneful chi, and set up in the place where the flood's fury meets the heavens and the earth. The endless sea of blood. Wouldn't they also be able to obtain that huge heavenly Tao merit? The more he thought about it in his mind, the more he thought it was possible. Old Man Styx had been working on it for a very long time. Is Red Cloud going to give up the Hongmeng purple chi? Old Ancestor Styx's face had a slight tinge of skepticism on it. And he sheds? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Anyway, Old Ancestor Styx felt that if he had gotten the Hongmeng purple chi, he must not be willing to give it up. Only. This news also made Old Man Styx come alive inside. Eyes flashing. If Old Ancestor I had obtained this Hongmeng violet chi and engaged in a little bit more merit afterward, I might not be unable to become a saint by merit. And surprisingly, Red Cloud is giving up the foundation of sainthood dash. If Old Ancestor I had gotten it, I wouldn't have needed to go up against that Lord of the Stars while not wanting to admit that. But Styx still has to say one thing. The sharpness of the Lord of the Stars. He didn't dare to face it directly. And avoided it if he could. Otherwise, it was likely that he would be harboring in the endless blood sea for the rest of his life. There's no way. There is nothing to hide under the sun, moon and stars. Styx, who was good at judging people by themselves, after that big formation had been formed, boldly speculated a bit. That perimeter star guardian array should not only have the function of transforming the power of chaos into the aura of heaven and earth, arching over the boundless starry sky, and guarding all beings in the flooded heavens and earth. There must be other features. For example, the supreme killing power. Because the grand formation that Old Man Styx himself wanted to deduce to purify the heaven and earth's baneful chi wanted to be both offensive and defensive. Both can refine the killing energy. It could also be transformed into a party with the most powerful killing power. Although Old Ancestor Styx didn't have much friendship with the Lord of the Stars, and hadn't even spoken to him properly, he sensed a feeling of kindred spirits from the Lord of the Stars. It's not associated with feet. Rather, it's the character of both parties. That gentle, well-meaning Lord of the Stars, who made people feel like spring breezes, might not be a sinister person at heart. But he definitely wasn't as righteous as the beings thought he was either. Wait for news from Red Cloud. After meditating a little, Old Ancestor Styx dropped all of his concentration onto the grand formation that was being deduced. The matter of the Hongmeng purple chi had not yet been finalized. But this side of his great formation could already see the day of success. Time flies. With the snap of a finger, a meta-conference passed. This day, an auspicious cloud flew unhurriedly. Above the auspicious clouds, Red Cloud, dressed in red, had a relaxed look on his face. Since obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi, he had held it for a long period of time in the 5 Zhuangguan, and had never marched through the floodplains so freely. Helped the palace master prepare for the heavenly wedding. Sitting on top of the auspicious clouds, Red Cloud's face was filled with emotion. It's quite a job. Doing business in the name of the Lord of the Stars. It's basically a green light all the way around. At the very least. Until now, Hongjun had not encountered a cultivator who did not give a single convenience after he had reported the name of the Lord of the Stars. Just for a moment, Red Cloud was in a relaxed mood and also slightly let his guard down. Buzz. The environment around him changed abruptly. Endless killing machines densely spread between heaven and earth, and rolling black clouds directly surrounded Red Cloud. Chapter 139, Red Cloud, it feels great to have a backer. Rumble. Endless killing machines densely covered the heavens and earth, and dull pitch-black divine thunder rushed about. A party of ferocious killers. It directly blocked off the entire heaven and earth and spacetime. Above the auspicious clouds, the originally relaxed Red Cloud's face became grave at this moment. Although he was no longer able to keep up with the top-tier great avatars. In the end, he was still a powerful person and was naturally able to feel the might of this party's killing formation. It's strong. At this moment, He was unprepared to fall into the formation Dakian. If he was not careful, he might die. Of course. Red Cloud wasn't scared either. He was just a rotten man. But not a coward. Red Cloud with a stony face. Raise your hands. Arching his hand toward the Great Thousand in the formation. I don't know which Taoist friend it is that has set up such a great gift here for the poor Taoist. Please show yourself? Red Cloud's words fell. Rumble. The killing machines in the Great Thousand in the formation manifested. And the power of the Great Formation carried endless killing power. Falling directly towards Red Cloud. Facing this terrifying killing power. Red Cloud's face was serious. Buzz. He raised his hand. The power of the Great Tao evolved a sea of terrifying fire that was as red as clouds. Burning everything. With limitless divine abilities. Doing its best to block the killing power of the Great Formation. Boom! Although the red cloud blocked the killing power of the Grand Formation. But the next moment. In the midst of the churning black clouds and divine thunder. An inconspicuous spiritual light. Like a swimming fish. Directly attacked and killed towards the red clouds. Red Cloud. Who noticed this aura? Moved his thoughts. His innate spiritual treasure. The 99 soul scattering red gourd. Hovered above Red Cloud's head. And as soon as the gourd's mouth opened. Endless red sand poured out from the gourd. The soul scattering red sand. Which was capable of eliminating people's divine sense and scraping the cultivator's spirit. Met that inconspicuous spiritual light. Rumble. The might of the two great spiritual treasures collided with each other. And they were not on par with each other. Red Cloud looked at the aura. It was an extremely high-quality innate treasure sword. His eyes glazed over. Fellow Taoist Koan Pang. Since you've come. And why bother covering up? This superb innate sword. It was one of the benefits that Koan Pang had received after joining the Immortal court back then. Even though there were many innate treasure swords. There were not many that had reached the extreme level. Koan's sight isn't exactly poor now though. But the hand-me-downs. There are just a few of them. It was only natural to be recognized by Red Cloud at a glance. Only. Even after being called out by Red Cloud for his identity. Koan Pang. Who was hidden within the Great Formation. Still had no intention of opening his mouth to respond to Red Cloud. Rumble. The power of the Great Formation was fully energized. Meanwhile, there were several more spirit treasures. Killing towards Red Cloud from all directions. Dragon's Head Cane. The innate sword. An innate water spirit bead. And a huge palace. After this large number of magic treasures were sacrificed. Even though Red Cloud also fought against them with numerous spiritual treasures. He fell into a disadvantageous position in just a few hundred years' time. Ugh. Having already realized that he was definitely not a match for the present-day Koan Pang. Red Cloud sighed with a face full of emotion. Subsequently. Rumble. The power of the Great Tao around his body shook. Forcing back all the attacks. Immediately following. Red Cloud's face was solemn as he arched his hand and bowed in the direction of the Sun Star. Red Cloud is not good enough. Please, Palace Master. The words fell. Buzz. From behind Red Cloud. A brilliant sun shone out into the world. And the golden immortal light dissolved all the killing opportunities of the Great Thousand in the array. Meanwhile, with a gentle and irresistible force, it directly forced back all the magic treasures. Such as that sword. Walking stick. Walking palace. And so on. Subsequently, between the brilliant sun evolving, a Dharma image that emanated supreme dignity and nobility manifested between heaven and earth. The pair of golden eyes of the Dharma phase slightly flowed. And they were directly looking through the Great Formation. Looking beyond the Great Thousand in the formation. The person who originally maintained this side of the killing formation. It's already far away and escaped. Only a winged rock's back was left behind. Seeing that the person in the main formation had left, the Dharma phase did not make a move to pursue the attack, and gently lifted his hand to wear out this side of the killing formation. After doing this, the Dharma phase dissipated, and the brilliant sun fell back into Red Cloud's body, no longer moving. Who dash? Red Cloud, who had a body-killing crisis dissipate into nothingness, let out a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, respectfully, he bowed toward the star of the sun high in the sky. Red Cloud thanks the palace master for his kindness in making a move. After the salute, Red Cloud slightly cleaned up his own messy breath, followed his original journey and left straight away. He also has some spit, since the poor Taoist has said that he will give up the Hongmeng purple chi. Why should fellow Taoist Koan Pang be in a hurry? Look, taking a loss? Ha! How can the poor Tao not know his situation? Surprisingly, the poor Tao dares to travel around the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Naturally, there is a fearless bottom. Emotionally, Red Cloud leaves gracefully. I don't know how. He suddenly felt the joy of having a powerful backer. Sun Star. Already the Golden Crow Palace was bustling with activity within the hall where Fuguang was in seclusion. At this moment, Fuguang, who was sitting on top of the sun futon, and was giving the 12 Dutian Divine Fury great flags that were flooded with a terrifyingly ferocious aura and reversing the innate nature, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Turning his head, he looked in the direction of the 4 seas. This old brat Koan Pang's murderous intent towards Red Cloud is really huge. That's normal. After all, in Koan Pang's eyes, Hongjun was the one who had indirectly caused him to lose his status as a sage disciple and his holy position. What kind of vendetta is this? Avenge the obstruction of the road. Immortality is the norm now. Only, Fuguang did not intend to let Red Cloud fall so easily and simply. He was not about to die to protect Red Cloud. Red Cloud could go to reincarnation, but definitely not at this stage. Nowadays, Red Cloud was not only just his friend, but still had joined his Golden Crow Palace and was his subordinate. Red Cloud is better off alive now than he was dead. So, only the kunai can be entrusted with a little. Of course, Fuguang also didn't want to directly strike to kill Koan Pang. This guy's blessings were still quite deep, and his strength was also quite good. And he still had the karma with the Witch Clan on him. Keep him. It might even bring him some unexpected benefits in the midst of the struggle for supremacy with the Witch race. Retract your gaze. No longer focusing on Red Cloud's matter, Fuguang's face wore a look of anticipation, looking towards the Qin Kuan tripod. After the success of the Dutian God-shattering Great Flag's reversal of the innate nature, the 12 Dutian God-shattering Great Formation will be considered complete. This is a means that can be displayed to counteract the Witch race. In that case, the rest of the stuff will still be able to be hidden a little further back. He wants to fight for the supremacy of heaven and earth. The pressure to be encountered. And if you do the math carefully, you have to include the future Heaven's Path Saints. Nuwa is okay. He's getting better with Nuwa. Moreover, after becoming a saint in the future, Nuwa, who did not establish a religion, seldom participated in the affairs of the flood. Even if they don't, Nuwa is also good at bullying alone. The main problem is the saints of the great teaching who established the great teaching. These saints of the great religions were not satisfied with the power of indoctrination. And in the future, they would divide the heavenly court's authority for the sake of more humanistic chi. Since he had already decided to follow the path of the supreme being of heaven and earth, how could Fuguang tolerate such a thing? Even though today he hadn't even completely gone through the current quantum leap yet, he was also already certain that he could pass through it according to his set plan. So, His calculations then began to gradually set his eyes on the many quantitative robberies that would follow. He who does not plan for the whole world is not enough to plan for a moment. He who does not plan for the whole situation is not enough to plan for a region. Fuguang began to look at himself a little longer. Chapter 140, Nuwa, it's so wonderful that he dares to laugh. 50,000 years later. Buzz. A mysterious and mysterious. Miraculously infinite and unendingly vast true intent of creation permeated out from within one of the Golden Crow Palace's retreat palaces, enveloping the entire great thousand world where the Golden Crow Palace was located. Numerous golden flowers of the great Tao and golden lotuses of creation were born all over, causing everyone within the Golden Crow Palace to freeze for a moment. They all turned their gazes in the direction of the retreat palace, the Immortals in the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, all of them were filled with surprise. It's the consummation of the Empress Great Tao of Creation. Congratulations to the Queen. Congratulations to the Queen. Great. In this way, our Golden Crow Palace will add another perfection great avatar. The Immortals within the Golden Crow Palace felt joy as well as happiness. To be able to achieve something on the immortal path, it was inevitable that none of them were cuties. Nowadays, the Golden Crow Palace was in full bloom, with many powerful people, and had already become a numbered hegemon between heaven and earth within these few short yuan sessions. And now it's in the middle of a quantum leap. As the only boundless star power and one of the strongest overlords within the universe, the Golden Crow Palace must enter the quantum revelation. In particular, the Lord of the Stars had already formed a karmic bond with the 12 ancestral witches in his battle with them in the past. And because of that, nowadays, all the Immortals in the Golden Crow Palace were basically very clear that they and the others had also already stepped into the quantum revelation. At this time, as a disciple of a saint, the Herculean Nuwa's great Tao consummation and breakthrough to the peak of associate sainthood was definitely a heavenly good news. After all, if the Golden Crow Palace's underpinnings were 1 point stronger, they would have 1 more point of safety and security. What? You're saying that Nuwa hasn't announced that she's joining the Golden Crow Palace? You fart. Without ever joining the Golden Crow Palace. Would a haughty, proud sage disciple like Nuwa stay in the Golden Crow Palace? And Nuwa's elder brother, Grand Elder Fushi, had all joined the Golden Crow Palace. With the relationship between the two siblings, as well as the close relationship between Nuwa and her own palace master, would she still not join? It must not be possible. After the Immortals had rejoiced, they went about their business. The Golden Crow Palace is very powerful. The fairies are also safe and comfortable living here. But all the same, there were many rules in the Golden Crow Palace, and the punishment for violating the palace rules was quite severe. So, none of the fairies wanted to go against the rules of the palace. Inside the Fuzhou courtyard, feeling the aura of Nuwa consummating her own Tao fruit, Fuguang, who was here to sip a few cups, had a satisfied smile on his face. Just in time. Previously, Fushi, who had already projected the day of the marriage and the date of the wedding, sent Fuguang a good day. There's still 30,000 years to go before it's time to make the hire. Nuwa is taking it a step further at this point in time. And the timing is arguably just right. After the offer was made, 90,000 years. It's the day of the meritorious welcome. In other words, less than a meta session before and after. Fuguang is about to get a wife. Stretched out, Fuguang leisurely leaned on top of the Fusang divine tree and leisurely spoke. Poor Taoist is finally getting a wife. And 2 at once. Ha ha ha. In the future, if you are really able to transform your true spirit out of your form, I will also give you a wife? Satsuma. As Fuguang's words fell, the Fusang divine tree that he was leaning against shook gently, passing out resistance. Feel it afterwards. Fuguang smiled and stopped talking. Previously, when creating words, the Fusang divine tree had paid for a section of its main trunk and gained a share of the heavenly Tao's merit, as well as a share of the window's qi to add to it. Gradually, in the Fusang God tree, which originally had no possibility of spiritual enlightenment, a hapless true spirit was born. It already has the conditions to take shape. Only the day before the incarnation of the Fusou divine tree, there's just a long stretch of years left. Of course, Fuguang believed that he would always be able to wait for the day when his old friend, who had been with him since he came to this flooded heaven and earth, took shape and came out of the world. Close your eyes. The leisurely Fuguang just leaned against the Fusang God tree and fell asleep. Time rushes. 30,000 years passed in the snap of a finger. This day, in the great hall of the Golden Crow Palace, a few more steps were added under the throne that belonged solely to Fuguang. On a flight of steps under the rotary light, Golden Crow Palace Grand Elder Fu Shi, Golden Crow Palace Second Elder Jin Yuanzi, and Golden Crow Palace Third Elder Hongjun. The three were seated on top of the throne. Further down, with Bai Zhe, the Golden Crow Palace's Grand Master. At the head, there were more than 20 great avatar deacons, each sitting cross-legged in the air on the Dao platform. Keep going down. Hundreds of immortals who had attained the fruit of the great Luo Dao were at the front, with nearly 10,000 Tai golden immortals next and tens of thousands of golden immortals at the end. As for under the golden immortal, rather, he was not qualified to appear in this great hall. It was the entire force above the mainstay of the Golden Crow Palace today. And among this group of mainstays of the Golden Crow Palace, no matter if it was the breath realm or the battle power, it was higher than everyone else. The most special existence in the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa. Her position is on the same step as the throne of the Palace Master, but not in the center, but on one side. Even though it's only one side, it was also enough to show how high Nuwa's status was within the Golden Crow Palace. None of the fairies thought this was wrong. After all, Nuwa was powerful and had a special status, so she was qualified to sit at the side of her own palace master now. Ugh! Above the throne, Nuwa's willow brows were slightly furrowed, and a look of helplessness flashed across her face. The poor Taoist has also entered the game. Today is the day to go to Taiyin Star to place a job. It was the biggest thing that had happened since the Golden Crow Palace had become a dominating force. And because of that, at this moment, the immortals who had joined the Golden Crow Palace were gathered in this great hall. When Nuwa came over, she was asked by her own elder brother, Golden Crow Palace Grand Elder Fushi, who smilingly invited her to come up to this position. She wouldn't have wanted to sit up here, nor do they want to get involved in the palace master's ambitious endeavors. But she's also well aware, living in the Golden Crow Palace for a long time, he was instructed by the palace master to cultivate. And earlier on, he even owed the karma of pointing out the chance of the 3 marriages, coupled with the relationship between the 2 sides getting better and better. Meanwhile, his own brother was also a direct invitation. In that case, Nuwa, who was already standing with one foot in the Golden Crow Palace, did not resist much and entered with some willingness. Of course, Nuwa is still a bit depressed and upset. It wasn't about the matter of joining the Golden Crow Palace, nor was it about Fuguang's grandiose Yan plot to get her into the game. What Fuguang gave were all righteous and honorable benefits that Nuwa could not refuse. She took it willingly. Nuwa's displeasure was directed at her own brother's displeasure. This older brother. First, in the midst of the exchanges between the many Taoists, the news of her being in the Golden Crow Palace was revealed in an unintentional manner. The latter was even directly treating her with the attitude of one of the Golden Crow Palace's own people. not avoiding the important arrangements of the Golden Crow Palace. And then, it was on this day that, as soon as it came, it took her straight to the throne. The thought is unpleasant. Nuwa's beautiful eyes contained a slight fierce light, and she narrowed her eyes at her own elder brother, who was smiling below. It's wonderful. After punking his own sister into it, he's still giggling? That's good. Very spirited. That's really something. Nuwa made a decision in her mind. When we finish the great work of the palace master, we'll find a chance to beat it up. Meanwhile, looking at the huge power of the Golden Crow Palace today, as a great elder, full of joy, Fushi suddenly trembled, feeling a trace of a coldness that is going to be a catastrophe. It was a shock. Someone is counting on the poor? What a nerve! I wonder if the poor Taoist is the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow Palace. Chapter 141, The Dowry Prepared by Shihi. Not waiting for Fushi to project. The next moment. Buzz. Bright. Hallowed and warm golden immortal light blossomed in the great hall. Fuguang, who had the same image as always, appeared on the palace master's throne. After seeing his own palace master appear, all the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace, including Nuwa, sitting up and standing down, one after another, they saluted and bowed towards Fuguang. We pay our respects to the palace master. Sit on the throne. Fuguang nodded, his expression casual. All are excused. The words fell. The crowd saluted again. Thank you, Palace Master. After all those who could sit were seated and all those who stood stood, Fuguang's eyes flickered, looking over to Nuwa, who was in a position to his side. Ha ha ha. It looks like you've finally made up your mind. Words. The corners of Nuwa's mouth twitched slightly, and her beautiful eyes glared without trace at Fushi below, after he was raising his hand to project the heavenly chants. In a slightly helpless tone, he replied to Fuguang. You helped me to cultivate. Pointed out the chances of my 3 marriages. Pushed your heart out to me. And treated my brother and the immortals who came from Fengchi Mountain kindly. So sincere. Wouldn't I be an ungrateful villain if I remained uncertain? Between the words, Nuwa's face also spread a bit of a smile. Subsequently, Zhang made a bow towards Fuguang. Nuwa pays her respects to the palace master. With a casual lift of his hand, a gentle manna lifted the saluting Nuwa. Fuguang, who was full of smiles, opened his mouth. Good. Good. Yes. For the Golden Crow Palace to have you on board is a blessing for all the immortals in the palace. And it is also my good fortune. Talking at the same time, Fuguang's golden eyes turned to the immortals below, his face serious. Aloud. As of today, fellow Taoist Nuwa is the deputy palace master of my Golden Crow Palace. And all the immortals in the palace must treat fellow Taoist Nuwa with the courtesy of palace master when they see her. Anyone who trespasses and offends will be punished. Hearing about Fuguang's appointment, the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace below were all stunned. Subsequently, all of them bowed towards Nuwa. We pay our respects to the Vice Palace Master. Seeing the situation, Nuwa, who accepted her fate of entering the game and also accepted Fuguang's enthronement, raised her jade hand. Clear voice. All immortals are excused. After the immortals had saluted, Nuwa raised an eyebrow. After Fuguang's appointment fell, as well as her own personal acknowledgement of the identity of the Golden Crow Palace's Vice Palace Master, she immediately felt her spiritual platform becoming clearer and clearer. And her sense of the great Tao of creation continued to well up in her mind. If I didn't have something important to do later, she couldn't help but go on a retreat now. This is feeling the changes in herself. Nuwa already understood the reason after a little thought. Looking to the side. Fuguang. The benefits of the great chi enhancement? She hadn't felt this way before. But the moment she became the vice palace master of the Golden Crow Palace, Nuwa cut her teeth on the benefits. In that case, there was no other reason other than it was the benefit of being empowered by the Golden Crow Palace's chi. Seeing Nuwa inquiring about herself, Fuguang directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. Yes. This seat's Golden Crow Palace doesn't shelter many immortals. But it's not bad. Naturally, it also gradually gathers more and more enormous amounts of chi. Nowadays, with your strength and status, it's only natural that you would be able to receive a notable boost of chi when you take the position of Vice Palace Master. In the future, I am sure that my cultivation will be smooth and my strength will increase greatly. And these, just one of the most basic benefits. Words. Nuwa had a look of understanding. The other benefits Fuguang didn't mention. But it wasn't hard to guess. For example, cultivation resources. In the past, when the Immortal Court was destroyed, the unfolding Immortal Court treasure trove filled with resources from one side of the Great Thousand Worlds. But it was shocking to the hearts of the people. Of course, with her cultivation at Nuwa's current level, she couldn't look at ordinary resources. Instead, it was this most basic benefit of increased chi and smooth cultivation that most concerned Nuwa. After all, she still had to refine and comprehend the Hongmeng purple chi and thus become a saint. Now with the Golden Crow Palace's great chi boost, it should be able to be even smoother. One thought to this. Nuwa's slightest hints and displeasure about her joining the Golden Crow Palace were all but dissipated. When he looked at his own brother again, he was much smoother. Let's not beat up our older brother after this, Nuwa thought with a smile on her lips and a happy mood. Meanwhile, Fushi, who was projecting who was going to harm him below, felt the chill that had gone away and instantly realized that the crisis that had just enveloped him had silently dissipated. This one, Fushi, who mastered the innate way of easy numbering, mentally confused. Who the fuck is this? One moment you're going to count on this seat, and the next moment you're not? This seat is not strong enough to count you. But this seat has Lord Palace Master. Think about it. Fushi didn't hesitate. Looking up just a bit, he looked at his own Palace Master on the high platform. Please, Lord of the Palace. He couldn't calculate it, but his own Palace Master certainly could. Only, when Fushi raised his head, he met the gaze of his little sister looking at him with approval. And he was sensed by his heart. And he realized that he was blessed with a clear understanding. Can't go wrong. The one who made himself feel the crisis just now must be his own little sister. Because only his own little sister could be so temperamental, wanting to punch him every now and then. And every now and then thinking he was okay as a brother. Retract your gaze. Fushi forgot about what he had just done straight away. Above the throne, appointed Nuwa as Deputy Palace Master. Fuguang's gaze then fell on the immortals in the palace. The matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage must already be clear in the minds of all the immortals. Today is exactly the best day to place the bride price, as projected by the Grand Elder. Is the bride price ready? After hearing Fuguang's inquiry, Bai Zhe, who was the Grand Master, then stepped forward and bowed towards Fuguang, reporting back to the Palace Master. All the bride gifts have been prepared according to the specifications previously set by the Palace Master. Nodded. Fuguang did not ask about the specific number of bride price. He was still very relieved to leave this matter to Bai Zhe. Even though there are numerous powerful people within the Golden Crow Palace today, even the honest and proper immortal Jin Yuanzi were pulled by the red clouds to join the Golden Crow Palace together. But Fuguang still favored Buzhou as a subordinate. Because he's really smart and capable of carrying the banner. Since the bride price has been prepared, all things are ready. Fuguang continued to speak. Then I'd like to thank the deputy palace master, all the elders and stewards, and all the immortals who have been worrying about the next hire. After the heavenly marriage is accomplished, this seat will preach for all the immortals for 1,000 years as a reward. So, please, gentlemen. His words had just fallen. Nuwa, Fushi, Buzhou, and all the others all bowed respectfully towards Fuguang. Aloud. I'll obey the palace master's law. Please don't worry. Palace master nodded. Fuguang also no longer urged. Then directly let the matchmaker Nuwa, as well as play the hand of the White Z and other Golden Crow Palace immortals, vast and powerful, directly out of the Sun Star, towards the Taiyin Star, and went. This movement has not been concealed. Not only that, after leaving the Sun Star, Buzhou and other Golden Crow Palace immortals directly exerted great magic power, gathering a piece of immortal light, auspicious clouds, pulling the avenue of golden flowers. Celebratory visions spread in the boundless starry sky. It attracted the attention of quite a few great spiritual masters. A powerful man looked into the boundless starry sky and saw the undisguised actions of Nuwa, Buzhou, and the other immortals of the Golden Crow Palace. The endless sea of blood. Old ancestor Styx, who was still deducing the grand formation, watched the movement in the boundless starry sky. A thoughtful face. The Lord of the Stars is having a new scheme to obtain heavenly Tao merits? I wonder if I'll be able to draw on some of the scheming this time. Old ancestor? Heartfelt anticipation. Subsequently, old ancestor Styx worked even harder to deduce the grand formation up. It's almost done. North Mediterranean Sea. The Kuan Pang, who had changed to live at the bottom of the sea, looked at the Sun Star with a face full of stifled frustration. East Sea Immortal Island. The Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu knew that the plotting of a celestial marriage between the Lord of the Stars and the Goddess of Taiyin had already begun. At this moment, among the stars of the Taiyin, long ago received the day of the next recruitment of the message, but also has made sufficient preparations for the Shihat and Changshi sisters. In the sea from the Sun Star, all the way to the joyful celebration of the next recruitment of the team. Smile at each other. Shi's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked into the middle of the Lunar God Palace's main hall. In the temple, there were more than a dozen quasi-saint female immortals, as well as more than 100 Downlord female immortals in existence. These fairies, in the past, when the immortal court was still in existence, all of them came to the Moon God Palace on their own initiative in the face of the immortal court's invitation letter and the threat of the witch race, or were saved by Shihat and Changshi in secret. In addition to these fairies, at this moment, within the main hall of the Moon God Palace, there were still many patriarchs of quite a few races that had already disappeared from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands and were thought to have died and gone extinct here. These races. It was also the fire of the various races that Shihat and Changshi, and even the immortals who sought refuge in the Moon God Palace later on, had stepped in to save in the past. The procession for the next hire is coming. Shiha spoke in a clear voice. Fellow Taoists and young friends, I am obliged to greet you. Aside, Changshi also spoke in a rare manner. Please. Hearing the words of the two sisters, the crowd of Moon God Palace immortals all responded. Please rest assured. 2-star lords. We've been ready for this for a long time. And congratulations to the 2-star lords. It's finally a happy ending. Congratulations to the 2-star lords. The Moon God Palace was rarely very lively. It didn't take long after all the immortals had made their preparations. The next hiring party from the planet Sun has arrived in a big way. Greetings. Over courtesy. Please enter the palace. After an organized and smooth procedure of placing the job, a banquet was set up in the moon god's palace. Sit on top of your seat. Nuwa glanced at the dozen or so 3,000 guest Taoists in the moon god's palace, as well as the many latecomers, and the many racial patriarchs who accompanied the guests. There was a little meaningful smile on his face. Looked to Shiha. Fellow Daoist. This Taiyin star of yours is good at hiding. More than a dozen great avatars. Hundreds of Dala descendants. And those extinct racial fires from the 4 seas and 8 deserts. These. The dowry of the 2 sisters, Shiha and Shanxi, is not something that can be assembled in 1 or 2 sessions. I'm only afraid that the 2 Taiyin Star Lords had already begun their preparations a long time ago. It looks like the Palace Master and the 2 Palace Masters' wives. They really were a natural pair. Both so capable of hiding things.